I am the only prisoner in the city who is not valued by the Navy. But after being reborn, I have put both the Navy and the pirate factions into a state of full preparation for war. The level of danger even alarmed the 5 Elder Stars and the King of the World. Just because I was once one of the main crew members of the Rocks Pirates, able to intimidate Whitebeard and Golden Lion with just my dominance and pressure. The only top powerhouse of that era who could rival the Sea Overlord Rocks. 40 years ago, when I was battling Kapu and Roger, I was forcibly put into a deep sleep by the system, and since then, the two of them have been locked in the infinite prison of Pushing City forever. After 40 years, the Golden Lion locked in the advancing city suddenly sensed a gradually strengthening aura. He looked at me beside him, shocked, and said, "You kid actually woke up, sure G?" I heard a familiar voice after waking up, and I was surprised. "Yes, it's this grandpa," Sure G said proudly, but the fatigue in his eyes just wouldn't go away. After waiting for a few minutes without hearing a response, Jean Sheetsy became anxious. "Why aren't you talking, kid? At the very least, we used to be companions on the same boat. Hurry up and chat with me for a bit." "What do I have to say to you?" I said lightly. Shiki gritted his teeth at the sound of it. I said, "What the hell are you up to, kid?" Shiki was furious. "I've never understood it. The captain died, and that's it. It's not your fault that the Rocks Pirates disbanded. Whitebeard, Lingling, Kaido, and others have all invited you, but why did you choose to challenge Kaido and Roger alone? No, why is your face?" Suddenly, Shiki seemed to see the most unbelievable scene, and he was completely dumbfounded. I know what Shurji is surprised about. He has been asleep for 40 years, but his appearance still looks like he is 20 years old. "I really can't understand you more and more, whether it's in the past or now," Shiki said desolately. He escaped from prison at the cost of his legs, but the conspiracy he had planned for more than 10 years was destroyed by the Straw Hat Kid in an instant, and after many twists and turns, he returned to prison. Although his ambition has not been extinguished, it seems that the little octopus kid really has a more open-minded view now. Report to Director Magellan. Red-eyed baby octopus. He's awake. That former member of the Rocks Pirates. Red-eyed baby octopus. Magellan's heart shook greatly, and he quickly reported this matter to the Marine headquarters. I suddenly walked to the door on the 6th floor of the advancing city and tore the old prison uniform jacket. "What do you want to do?" "This is a fence made of super metal, even harder than sea floor stone," the Golden Lion exclaimed in shock. "Wow!" The red flowing cherry blossoms cover my arms in a domineering moment, as I throw a punch, shattering the prison bars made of super metal instantly. The phone in the marshal's office at the Navy headquarters rang. "Warring States Marshal. Something bad has happened. A criminal has broken out of the prison." The Warring States exclaimed in shock, saying, "Who escaped?" The red-eyed little octopus of the infinite prison on the 6th floor underground woke up, and he broke free from the cage. The Warring States put down the phone weakly, stood in place, with a look of confusion on his face. "What's wrong? Could it be that the Golden Lion guy has escaped again?" Kapu, who was sitting on the side and secretly eating immortal cakes, said in a daze, "This appearance of Zhangui is quite rare. It's the red-eyed little octopus. That guy who has been asleep for 40 years is awake." As the advancing city, at the moment when the fence was destroyed, the entire advancing city was filled with the sound of sirens. In an instant, all the criminals on floors 1 to 5 of the advancing city had a drastic change in their expressions. This alarm is just like the escape of the Golden Lion 20 years ago. Someone has escaped from prison. Heavens, who could it be? Which senior is it? Can you take me with you, little brother? Hurry and let me out. I will give you all the treasures. All of them, all for you. I didn't look at the noisy cellmates around me, lifted my foot and walked towards the cell of the Golden Lion, and punched the fence locking the Golden Lion to pieces. The Golden Lion's face did not show the joy of seeing the light of day again, but instead looked at me with suspicion and asked, "Why? Why have you suddenly become so strong? Is it related to your 40 years of slumber? Out of the friendship we had in the past, I saved you once, and of course, this is the only time." After saying that, I prepared to turn around and leave. "Where are you going?" asked the Golden Lion. "Go find my sword," I replied coldly. "Your sword?" The Golden Lion's eyes showed a thoughtful look, and it took a while before he remembered the long and slender sword that seemed to have no power. He. "I don't like owing favors to others, so I'm giving you this sword." Sakuya, the famous sword Sakuya at his right foot was thrown towards me. Looking at the famous sword Ingshur with bloodstains on the hilt, I felt a little disgusted, so I flicked it back with my fingertips. "Are you looking down on me, young man?" The Golden Lion was a little angry. "How dare you refuse my kindness?" Ignoring the chattering Golden Lion, I ran up the stairs towards the basement. "It's time to go out and stir up this world." "Hold it, red-eyed little octopus. You are under arrest. How dare you escape from prison on your own? Surrender now." Just as I reached the third floor, I was surrounded by numerous prison guards. I burst out with a roar, and the terrifying tyrant's aura burst out of my eyes, causing the jailers to fall down one by one and pass out. You despicable pirate! Captain Hannibal will not let you go. A strange-looking man waved the long knife in his hand and slashed towards me across the crowd. Surprisingly, you can withstand my dominance. You've improved a bit, Hannibal. I dodged the long knife by leaning slightly to the side, then immediately punched Hannibal hard in the stomach. The next moment, Hannibal collapsed, clutching his stomach and slumping to the ground. Damn it! Damn it! Sheriff Magellan will never let you go. Damn it! Hannibal unwillingly said. There is nothing to hate or not hate. You are a Marine. I am a pirate. That's it. No one can stop me. A knife hand strike completely knocked out Hannibal, pulling his hand tightly holding my right foot. I walked towards the weapons depot on the third floor of the prison. The number of criminals detained in the city is countless. Like hair on an ox, their weapons will be confiscated by the prison guards before entering the prison. My fluorescent dragon sword is not considered a famous sword, just made of ordinary materials, so it probably won't receive special treatment like the Golden Lion. It will most likely be placed in the ordinary weapons arsenal. After a while, TSK, finally found you. Old buddy, I sighed incessantly. The fluorescent dragon sword is in blue, with an extremely delicate and nimble sword body, which I specifically crafted to be light and agile. I raised the Yinglong sword with both hands, sat cross-legged, slowly closed my eyes, and began to refine my spirit. Dazzling light emerged from my body and flowed into the Yinglong sword. Beep. Fluorescent dragon sword refining spirit +1. Beep. Fluorescent dragon sword refining spirit +2. Beep. Flux dragon sword refining spirit +3. Beep. 3 hours later. Beep. Flux dragon sword refining spirit +20. Promoted to mortal rank spirit sword. Beep. The host has successfully refined the spirit 20 times for the first time, rewarding +1 to the fluttering stance. In an instant, the Flux Dragon Sword's precious light flashed greatly, and there were hidden dragon shadows floating in the sword's body. Loaded fluttering stance. Beep. Loading successful. Warm currents surged in his mind, and in the next second, Mu Ling felt that his body was as light as a cloud, as if he could fly up to the ceiling above his head with a little effort. It seemed that weapon spirit refinement was much easier than body spirit refinement. He himself had spent a day before just refining the spirit of each part of his body 10 times, while the Flux Dragon Sword not only took only 3 hours, but it was also directly upgraded. Standing up, Mu Ling tapped his feet, and then his body flew up as if it were a cloud. Oh, finally waited for this day. Carp, Warlord, none of you can stop me. Chapter 3, Rain no Shiru. Mackling roared so loudly that the entire propulsion city heard it. What arrogance! Magellan muttered. Hannibal hasn't answered back yet? Reporting to Administrator Magellan. Chief Hannibal hasn't spoken to us in 3 hours, and all surveillance on the third basement level is destroyed. Exhale. Magellan let out a long sigh, knowing that something had happened to Hannibal, and that he should never have left him alone to intercept the criminals. Damn the red poople makin' spirit. Magellan face gloomy. Have yourself guarded here. The Navy headquarters admiral will soon arrive. No matter how strong you Makiling strength, but also obediently biased to catch back. Navy headquarters. Warlord's face was full of gloom, his narrow eyes vaguely surging with murderous anger. Sleeping for 40 years? Now awakening again? What does he want? Red pupil herding spirit. Although he was once a defeated general under the old man, this person's talent is something that even Roger has praised. If he really escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. A hint of gravity appeared on Carp's face for a change from his usual playfulness. Yo Akatsuki Makiling? Is he really as powerful as you guys say? A lazy voice came through the door. It was none other than Admiral Green Pheasant of the Navy headquarters. Warlord, Green Pheasant? You're just in time. Now immediately make a trip to Propulsion City and arrest the Akatsuki Makoto spirit. Yay, it feels like so much trouble. No, it's me who has something else to do. Polyacerino can just go. I've already talked to him. Yellow Sorrow shrugged helplessly. The corner of Warlord's mouth twitched and held back. Ha ha, not bad for you, Kuzan. Carp laughed out loud, then said seriously, Old me still thinks it's better for you to go with Polyacerino. After all, this person, Red Pupil Makiling, is not simple. It's a pain in the ass, but it's not necessary. He was once glorious, but after 40 years of slumber, he's long since dying, and I alone am sufficient. Yellow Sorrow said confidently. Carp didn't say much when he saw this. After 40 years, Makiling should have been a bad old man long ago. There was no way he could be like himself and still retain the strength he had back then. The two of them, Yellow Sorrow and Magellan, are enough to deal with him. Promote the third underground level of the city. Exhale. With a body as light as a swallow as if it were a flowing cloud, Mu Ling arrived at the second underground floor in a few breaths of effort, the second floor of the magical beast prison. But at this moment, there were no silhouettes to be seen, and only the criminals inside the prison were still desperately hissing and begging for Makiling to release them. What's the use of having a bunch of scum? With a cold smile, Mu Ling turned his head and ran towards the first floor. Is Mr. Makiling unable to see these people? Suddenly, an extremely grim voice sounded behind him. Mu Ling immediately stopped and turned his head to look, but his pupils suddenly shrunk. Rain Hiryu? This former chief caretaker of Propulsion City. Why is he here? Did the jailer let you out against me? It makes sense for Macaron to think so, since that's how Hiryu was released by the jailer to deal with Blackbeard in the anime when Blackbeard ravaged the city of Propulsion. Then this 250 betrayed Propulsion City and joined the Blackbeard pirates. It was Mr. Sky who saved me, and he invited me to join his flying air pirates, but it was rejected by me. Hiryu laughed, and kept stroking the famous sword Ryu in his hand as if he was caressing his own child. Makiling was filled with helplessness. Sky the old bastard. Kinda seems like his MO though. Looking toward Shilio, Mu Ling said in a cold voice. Looking for me for something? Oh, doesn't Mr. Makiling want to ask me why I rejected Mr. Sky? No need. Makiling turned around and walked away. Shilio froze for a moment, clearly not expecting Makiling to be so cold. Wait, Mr. Makiling, don't you have any plans after you escape? Hiryu's voice seemed urgent, and Macaron finally realized what the bastard wanted. You want to join my team? Mu Ling asked rhetorically, his aura instantly skyrocketing, shocking Shilio. You? Hiryu stuttered for a moment. Forget about not joining. Gaga. I wish to join Mr. Makiling's team. Hiryu was on the verge of breaking down. When did I, Rain Hiryu, get so mixed up that I have to rush up and beg people to take me in? Sky the Golden Lion invited me and I didn't even say yes. Okay. Good. I can promise you that, but my team doesn't take trash, so let me see how strong you are. Bang! After a popping sound, Makiling disappeared into thin air. Snap! The sound of heavy footsteps came from his ears, and instead of being shocked, Shilio's body was filled with battle spirit. Although I know that you, Akatsuki Makoran, are very strong, Hiryu, am not a weakling either. Sneer at. The red thunderstorm was sheathed, and the moment Hiryu's ears trembled slightly, the red aura flashed, and the sword was chopped towards the right side. Duong! Mu Ling blocked with his left fist, exploding with a muffled sound, and his body, which had long been refined 10 times, did not even leave a shallow trace after being chopped down by the sword blade. Then his right hand grasped hard on the sharp thunderstorm and yanked it hard towards his arms. An incomparably large force came from the thunderstorm, and Shilio was yanked over by Makiling in an unsteady position. Bang! The tip of the thunderstorm sword viciously poked at Mu Ling's chest, but as if it had touched metal, it could no longer move forward by half a point. Why you? Shiro was filled with confusion. He was sure that Macaron didn't use his armed color hegemony, and just as Hiryu froze, a large, strong hand had grabbed him by the neck. Your body for. No, don't. The hand on his neck grew harder and harder, and Hiryu's breathing gradually became rapid. Mu Ling's face was cold, and no expression could be seen on his face. Mind blown. He really wants to kill me? Unwilling to do so, Hiryu's body began to struggle desperately, but all to no avail. It was getting darker and darker in front of his eyes, and a great sense of vertigo filled his body and his consciousness became blurred. Just when Hiryu thought he was going to die. Snap! Hands loose. Never think of betraying me, unless you want to die. Hiryu, who was breathing heavily, heard a demonic warning. Ahem! With such a powerful captain, how could I possibly be insensitive? Shilio smiled. From now on his heart was truly recognizing Makiling. The sea is a place where the strong are honored. What was that little storm earlier? That little knock? Hillary always knew what he really wanted. Chapter 4, Great General Yellow Monkey. Nodding his head, Mu Ling waited for Shilio's breath to recover slightly before heading towards the exit of Propulsion City. At this point, Propulsion City has long been in chaos, with the Golden Lion killing the jailer and grabbing the key before letting all the criminals on the 6th basement level loose. In an instant, the repressed emotions of long imprisonment were united in these men. All of the criminals on levels 1 through 6 escaped, countless jailers were brutally killed, and all of the city's facilities were destroyed. Finally, I've waited for you. Red Pupil Makiling. Magellan stood at the exit, staring at Makiling with deadly fury. It was the men in front of him that had disturbed the peace of the entire city of Propulsion. Waiting to die? Click, click, click. Bone knuckles bursting. Magellan finally couldn't help himself. A large portion of his body's venom ripped up, converging into a giant poisonous dragon rushing towards Mu Ling. Magellan to you. Can you hold him off? Oh my esteemed captain. As much as I hate to admit it, I'm really no match for Magellan, but I'll have no problem stalling him. Shiro shrugged and drew out Thunderstorm while a red aura flickered faintly in his eyes. This was his first time out, and he was bound to show Makiling his worth. The sea doesn't need waste. That's a rule that's been around forever. Sneer at. Thunderstorm cut through the poisonous dragon, and the raging sword light transformed into 10,000 blades, stabbing towards Magellan. Hiryu, you asshole. The moment he saw Hiryu, Magellan was completely furious. Oh Magellan, you're still the same day after day, and this is the same in Propulsion City. Don't you ever get tired of it? Bang! The two tangled together, and Makiling shifted his gaze to the other side. Slender, with a hint of laziness in his pale face, he wore a gold vertical pattern suit and an overcoat emblazoned with naval graphics of justice. The highest combatant in the Navy headquarters, Admiral Yellow Saru. You're one of the Locust pirates, the red pupil Macarin who's been asleep for 40 years? Looking at Makiling's young face, huge waves rose in Yellow Ape's heart. Wasn't he a pirate contemporary of Captain Roger? Why so young? TSK, I thought it would be Carp. No more than 2 great generals, but it turns out that only you, Yellow Saru, are here. You guys are really looking down on me. Yo sounds scary but against you, I'm good enough on my own. As soon as the words left his mouth, in an instant Yellow Ape disappeared into thin air. Even though you look young, you're just a bad old man. What's the point of coming out at your age if you're not going to stay in jail and wait to die? Lightspeed kick. Bang! A ball of golden light suddenly exploded behind Muling's head, and a right foot with bright golden light was standing tall and kicking towards Muling. Ting! The sword roared suddenly, and the Flux Dragon sword was immediately sheathed, blocking Yellow Ape's kick. Immediately, countless waves of chi surged out from where the two men clashed. In the next second, Muling's eyes became crimson, and a terrifying overlord-colored hegemonic aura shot out from his eyes, shocking the entire arena. This level of dominant color? How is that possible? Feeling that his body's speed was gradually slowing down, Yellow Saru was surprised. With his own strength, he would never be affected by the district's overlord color. The Flux Dragon sword swung a sword flower in the air, and layers of killing machines immediately surrounded Yellow Ape and chopped him down. Yellow Ape saw this and immediately gave up thinking. The moment his hands came together, golden light appeared and a golden longsword was held in his hands. Tian Tsong Yun sword. Clanking, the two of them tangled together at once. With one side of his body, Muling, who had dodged the golden sword light, immediately performed the fluttering like a shocking dawn stance and withdrew a few meters away. Holding the fluorescent dragon sword with both hands, his body's sword chi continuously surged into the sword. In the next second, as if it was going to tear the air apart, with an explosive sound, a giant blue chopping wave blasted towards Yellow Saru. Yo, that's a scary move, but can you hit me? In the next second, the red pupils suddenly shrunk fiercely, and the monstrous pressure gathered by the overlord color pressed down on Yellow Ape's body in unison. Yellow Monkey instantly changed color. Rumbling, the huge chopping wave slammed hard into Yellow Monkey, and the aftermath of the explosion caused the entire city of Propulsion to tremble. Naturally, Muling wouldn't think that Yellow Ape would be injured by this move, and immediately executed his body technique to appear above Yellow Ape's head in a few jumps. Nuisance. Raging lightning filled the body of the Flux Dragon sword. The Flux Dragon sword kept bursting out with sword sounds. It was also excited after not having made a sword in 40 years. The smell of charring kept coming from the air, and the sound of nuisance currents grew louder and louder. Makiling slowly released his sword, and at this moment, there was a great flash of lightning. Thunder, Bagua, boom! The raging thunder power instantly exploded, and the Muling who transformed into a thunderbolt chopped down heavily towards the Yellow Ape in the smoke. Shiny light shield. The moment the thundering 8 trigrams fell, a golden shield of light suddenly rose from the smoke. Bang! A huge impact swept away, and the city of Propulsion trembled once again. Yeah, if I had known you were so difficult to deal with, I shouldn't have agreed to Green Pheasant's request. What a pain in the ass. The smoke cleared, and the light shield had been broken up, revealing Yellow Ape's drawn, smelly face. The coat of justice behind him had disappeared, and the gold vertical striped suit had the slightest unnoticeable crack. Obviously, taking this thundering 8 trigrams move wasn't very good for Yellow Ape either. Muling didn't say anything, but the smear of blood color in his red pupil was getting weirder and weirder. No wonder Mr. Carp praised you so highly. That chopper was an imitation of the Golden Lion, and the Thunder Buster was an imitation of Kaido, wasn't it? Yellow Monkey said icily. Scold. The crimson flowing cherry hegemonic energy instantly covered both arms and the sword, and Makiling once again rushed towards Yellow Saru, and at the same time, around Muling's body, a red mist-filled Shura followed it out. You really don't die, so I'll just have to beat you then. Boom! Yellow Ape, who was originally full of disdain, almost fell to his knees on the spot when he blocked the sword. Strength as heavy as a mountain exploded out of Mu Ling's body, weighing him down to the point where he could hardly breathe. How is this possible? Why do you possess such a strong power? Yellow Ape, whose legs were trembling straight away, was shocked. That unbelievable power was simply so strong that it was suffocating. When the body refines the spirit for 10 times, not only will it change the strength of the body, but even the strength, speed, and toughness, etc., will be drastically increased. Of course, Maki Ling wouldn't tell Yellow Ape this secret. Dead people are not to be known. Clanking. 1 sword. 2 swords. Mu Ling continuously swung his sword down, and the sword transformed into a phantom that raged down towards the Yellow Ape. And being deadlocked by Shiraba, Yellow Sorrow can only play defense. Terrifying auras continued to vent as the two exchanged blows, spreading out in all directions. Yellow Ape's legs, which had been upright, were getting bent and his eyes were dimming. Blood continued to spill from the corners of his mouth, seemingly unharmed on the surface, but in fact, his heart and veins had been damaged. The lazy face is full of anger. This battle Yellow Ape fight is really too suffocating. The opponent not only possessed an extremely strong Ryasakura hegemony, but also had an open-like overlord color Shura. What's even more irritating is that underneath that seemingly skinny body, why is there a giant-like strength? With his speed suppressed and his power suppressed, Yellow Monkey was going crazy. Sure enough, one should never have agreed to Green Pheasant's request. Chapter 5, Shocked Yellow Monkey. How dare you trifle against me? As Mu Ling's icy voice came from his ears, Yellow Ape's heart shook and he secretly said that it was not good. Bang! In an instant, the sharp pain in the fingertips hit, and the crackling bones and knuckles crumbled as Yellow Ape flew dozens of meters backwards and smashed heavily on the ground. Sound of escaping laughter. Blood spurted from his mouth and his eyes were dull. Is this the level of today's great generals? It's not as brave as one of Cap's lieutenant generals back in the day. With the tip of the Flux Dragon sword facing downwards and a crimson-red overbearing cultivation field around his body, Mu Ling took one step at a time towards the Yellow Ape. If this is the only level, Yellow Sorrow, you'll be accounted for here today. The Maki Ling whose murderous aura had skyrocketed would not show mercy to Yellow Ape. A sword stabbed down, right at Yellow Monkey's chest. Sound of escaping laughter. The tip of the Flux Dragon sword instantly pierced through Yellow Ape's chest, but no blood flowed out. Could it be a fake? With a raised eyebrow, Mu Ling urged his sword chi, instantly tearing the Yellow Ape's body into pieces. There was no flesh, no blood, and it dissipated into bits of golden light into the air. Phantom of Light? A stance that has never been seen in anime? Could it be one of the Shining Fruit's awakened abilities? Mu Ling suddenly laughed. Really worthy of you, a Yellow Ape? Muddy Water and Sneak cannot make a move. If I hadn't pushed you to the brink, I'm afraid you'd still be hiding in silence. Yo, that was scary. Almost got you killed. An extremely underhanded voice appeared behind him, and at the same time, there was a terrifying explosion. Radium rays. By Ubu. Without looking back, Mu Ling immediately performed a stance and dodged the radium rays. Fluttering like a stunning flower was originally a superior flow escape stance. Coupled with Mu Ling's body that had been refined 10 times, it was the speed of light of the radium ray that could be easily dodged. Yo, I'm surprised you dodged it. What about this one? Yellow Ape leapt forward, his body glowing with golden light like a small sun. 8 feet of agar hook jade. In an instant, countless terrifying lightwave projectiles shot out from Yellow Ape's interlocking arms. I'll see how you hide. Bang, bang, bang. The city of propulsion began to shake as the ground beneath its feet continued to collapse, revealing huge scorched black craters, and the hardened high platforms were blasted to pieces by the roiling waves of light. The roiling light waves attacked, and the Mu Ling, who didn't have any way back, was annihilated in the swarm of lightwave projectiles in the blink of an eye. The other side. This is the captain you wanted to serve? Too bad he's dead. Magellan let out a disdainful cry and spewed 3 or 4 poisonous dragon bombs from his mouth in pursuit of Hiryu. Scold. The red sword aura flashed away, and the 3 poison dragon bullets in front of him instantly turned into poisonous water and fell to the ground. Only a foolish person like you would think so. Shilio's face remained unchanged. The red aura in his eyes increased instead of decreasing, and he breathed in sharply. Magellan deserves to be known as the strongest one-time warden in the history of the City of Propulsion. Although he himself could barely handle it, as long as his ultimate masterstroke was used, he would never be a match. For now, we can only pin our hopes on the captain. Push in at the city gates. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, revealing a silhouette that was none other than Mu Ling. Bare fruit of the upper bodying light emerges, as white jade without any flaws, but the face is extremely gloomy. It is eager to swallow the Yellow Ape in one bite. Yellow Monkey almost fell to his knees instantly. You're actually okay? I went all out and used all my moves. Yet you're unharmed? Did I just release a fake big move? Yellow Ape began to wonder about life. Fart. You've burned away all my flowing hair. Asshole. Mu Ling was furious and regretful. When he refined his spirit body, why didn't he think of refining his hair as well? Now the head is bare. As ugly as a monk. Yellow Ape was already completely speechless. He felt that if he wasn't beaten to death by Mu Ling, he would be infuriated alive by the other party. I admit I looked away. Akatsuki Makarin, you're strong. It really is, as Mr. Carp said. But you definitely won't be able to escape this propulsion city today. Bang! In an instant, countless golden lights surged within the Yellow Ape's body, and after condensing into a giant light cluster, it spread out in all directions. Crashing sound. The golden light that spread out took the Yellow Ape as the center of the circle and hit into the air, turning into a golden light mirror, surrounding Mu Ling in it. The Yellow Ape located at the center of the circle then disappeared and melted into the light mirror. Maki Ling. White. Is that you? White. A strong sense of blood succession fait accompli came over me. Of course Maki Ling wouldn't sit idly by and immediately called up the system. Beep. Skill, chopping wave, refining spirit +1. Beep. Skill, thunder bugwa, refining spirit +1. Boy. This supreme spirit refining system was truly overbearing and powerful. Even skills can refine spirits, but that's not enough. System. Can we refine the spirit of the overlord color hegemony? Sure. Oh, that's all fine. So let's begin. Maki Ling said excitedly. Evil magic. This is definitely evil magic. Beep. Hegemonic color hegemony spirit refining successful. Spirit refining +1. Note, spirit refining objects contain special characteristics. The next spirit refining must wait 100 days later. After 100 days? Maki Ling pondered a little, and didn't take it as a matter of time. After all, it was normal for such a peculiar thing like the overlord color to be restrictive. Red pupil herding spirit. Instantly, the Yellow Ape's body emerged in turn from countless light mirrors, but Mu Ling knew that only one was real. The rest were light mirrors. Being able to develop such a move, Yellow Sara was also called a genius. In an instant, the many Yellow Apes stretched out their fingers in unison, and countless golden laser rays were instantly aimed at Mu Ling. Die! Boom! As the laser ocean raged on, Mu Ling didn't block it, but instead straightened his body, and those red pupils suddenly shrunk fiercely, shooting out a stream of overlord color that was countless times stronger than before, as if a volcano was erupting, and as if seawater was whistling. Heavy muffled sounds instantly stormed in the overlord color Shura. The Yellow Ape, who was full of complacency, immediately changed color as a terrifying crack appeared in front of his eyes. Bang! 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 The golden light mirrors collapsed one by one under the strong suppression of the overlord color Shura field, turning into dots of golden light that dissipated away. Yellow Monkey vomited blood and fell to the ground. Only when he saw Maki Ling, who was drowned by the laser ocean, he laughed again. Ha ha ha! Even though you cracked my big move, you still have to die. Don't blame me. Blame me if you don't stay in a nice jail cell and have to come out to cause trouble. And the crowd of navies in the distance cheered in unison. Great General Yellow Sorrow is just awesome. Red Pupil Maki Ling? Oh, still not defeated in the hands of General Yellow Ape. Damn the pirates all to hell. Exhale. A breeze passed by, and a tall figure was vaguely revealed in the dispersed smoke. Instantly, all the laughter came to a screeching halt. Chapter 6, The Battle of Magellan. Yo, what are you so happy about? Come on, louder. Let me have fun too. The familiar figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. His body was intact and no half scars appeared. Fake. Fake it. Impossible. With that terrifying laser ocean, why isn't his body injured at all? Could it be that his strength has long surpassed that of a great general? The psychological defense of the crowded navy instantly collapsed. Mu Ling's power was like an invincible sword, cutting off the last bit of pride in their hearts. Yellow Monkey already doesn't want to say anything, just using the strength of his body to block his strongest blow. Is this still a human being? This is clearly a pervert. Right. However, Yellow Ape was unaware that because of the Overlord Color Shura's spirit refining promotion, his laser ocean was instantly weakened by 20% the moment it reached Maki Ling's circumference, and at this moment, Mu Ling's appearance appeared to be unharmed, but there were hidden internal injuries surging within his body. How could you hurt me? Sure enough, you can't underestimate any of the great generals. Ting. With the 3-foot green blade sword in his hand, he was able to slaughter the great future. Yellow Ape struggled to get up. The corners of his mouth constantly overflowed with blood. It can be seen that at this time, he is already considered to be at the end of his strength. Even if he still had the physical strength to fight with Mu Ling, the huge difference in strength couldn't be bridged in any way. Protect Admiral Yellow Sorrow. Kill him. Damn pirates. How arrogant. The crowd of naval forces seemed to be inspired by Yellow Sorrow and charged up like they didn't want to die. A bunch of War 5 scum, his brows furrowed, and a terrifying overlord-colored Shura instantly enveloped all of the navy. Thumbs up, compressing, expanding, bursting, a large blood mist and broken limbs. In just a few seconds, all the naval forces that stepped into the Shura yard were all dead. The yellow ape's originally careless and very lazy face was now filled with anger, and his body blossomed with golden light. Ready to fight with Mu Ling. Ha ha ha. Pain? Despair? To think that this is how my companions died one by one at your hands back then. As she laughed, Makiling's eyes turned red. Once the Locust pirates, countless close companions, the stern but extremely kind to himself Captain Locust. Makiling was a purist. No matter how hateful the pirates were and how righteous the navy was, all he knows is that when he first entered the world of pirates and was almost starving to death, the one who brought him back from the brink of death was Captain Locust, and the one who gave him his first bite of food and first mouthful of water was his companion on the ship. You have your justice, I have my principles, not to mention, justice that has long been rotten to the bone. Humph, a pirate is just a pirate, not enough to die for. Yellow Monkey said icily, he good a death is not enough to be spared, become a king or lose a bandit. This is the law of the sea, I have nothing to say. And now, being a fish, who are you to say this? Ting! Mu Ling's body instantly pulled into a long shadow, charging towards the yellow ape at an extremely fast speed. His body exploded with sword chi, and his eyes grew redder and redder. Damn pirates! Boom! An arm as thick as a giant tree viciously smashed in front of Mu Ling, stopping him. Yellow Sorrow, report this to the Navy headquarters. As soon as Magellan spoke, a black sword light flashed from the corner of his eye. Thunder, Bagua! Terrifying thunder washed over the body of the fluorescent dragon sword, instantly cutting through the poisonous arm as if cutting through a sea of fire, and killing towards the yellow monkey. Humph! Magellan grunted angrily, and the moment his arms opened, 9 red poisonous dragons erupted from within his body, soaring into the sky and shooting towards Mu Ling in unison. Bang! 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 Mu Ling immediately stepped back to avoid the poisonous dragon, and then his body flipped continuously in the air to dodge a poisonous liquid that was deadly enough. Although refining spirit's flesh for 10 times had long been invulnerable to all poisons, the ability of Magellan's poison fruit was too overbearing, and Makiling didn't dare to try more than that. Clanking, sword light streaked across the sky, and dragons roared in the air. Chopper! The face of Mu Ling, who held his sword in both hands, changed, and a blue giant chopping wave instantly blasted down, cutting through 3 dragons in a row. Lion sword dance, Gasho Jigaku, rumble, the earth trembled, and on the 4th underground level of Propulsion City, the blazing sea of fire inside the Scorch prison instantly boiled up. The flames rose and came together in a single mass, forming a giant lion of flame the size of Magellan's giant soldier of poison. Bang! The fire lion roared towards Magellan and crashed headlong into him. At this moment, Mu Ling decapitated the 4 poisonous dragons in front of him, performed the fluttering like a stunning body technique to jump continuously, and immediately came to the side of Shilio, who had collapsed in the poisonous liquid. Captain, stay back. Go, get out of here. It's Magellan's super venom. Touch and you die. Seeing Makiling trying to reach out and pull himself up, Hiryu immediately growled and stopped. Snap. Makiling didn't say anything and directly carried Hiryu towards the exit. Hiryu was completely dumbfounded, his frosty face twitching up slightly, and the corners of his eyes seemed a little red. Still, he forced himself not to say anything, but silently kept this matter dead in his mind. And the venom on Hiryu's body slid to the ground as if it had been isolated when it touched Makiling's skin. Exhale. With a great determination in his heart, Mu Ling breathed a sigh of relief and accelerated his pace towards the door. Red poople herding spirit, are you trying to run away without a fight? Magellan, who had blown up the fire lion with 1 punch, was enraged, and the terrifying red venom surged more and more, once again scuttling out 9 terrifying poisonous dragons to chase towards Mu Ling. Oh, don't rush someone to fight you. Letting out a light laugh, Makiling ran out of Propulsion City in 2 bounds and finally saw the naval warships that were stalled on the surface of the sea. It couldn't be delayed any longer. Soon Yellow Sorrow would summon all the elite of the Navy headquarters. By then the Navy wouldn't even have to make a move. A wave of shelling would be enough to wipe out all of these people. Ha ha ha, Magellan. I'm finally out. What you did to me, I want it all back. Desert Vajra Blade. Shishamai, Chikagaya. Momo 10x Chop. Shurva Shakan. Fire Fist. In an instant, all the criminals in the entire city of Propulsion escaped, including Crocodile, Barrett, Bundy Wald, Fire Fist Ace, and Seaman Jinping. Makiling also saw Bucky's figure, but none of this had anything to do with Makiling. Jumping onto the warship, Mu Ling then prepared to leave the place. Hey, wait for us. On the high platform in the distance, some criminals saw that Mu Ling was leaving and immediately shouted, "Asshole! Wait for us." I can't believe he ran off alone. Interge, boo-hoo. The heavy hooting of the warships echoed throughout the waters. Why should I save you guys? If you want to live, each according to their own abilities, Mu Ling said indifferently. The warship then slowly started up and traveled towards the distant sea. No one will escape, Magellan roared, only to be surrounded by the crowd. At this moment, he had long been heavily injured. Trapped. Chapter 7, No Martial Virtue. Hahameko Kid said it well. To each his own. The golden lion that was on the high platform immediately gave up its siege on Magellan, let out a long whistle, and its body instantly took off into the air, landing on the warship in a few breaths. Humph. Without a good breath, Makiling turned his head to look at Hiryu. Hey, you kid don't care about the old man again? The golden lion gave an exasperated cry, then stroked his beard and laughed lightly. Rain Hiryu was released by my husband. Who knew that this asshole would actually refuse my invitation? By the looks of it, he should have been poisoned by Magellan's venom, right? TSK, not long to live sighed the golden lion. Hiryu, whose body was covered by a large red spot, his originally bleak eyes grew more and more lifeless after hearing the golden lion's words. Makiling glared at the golden lion and patted Hiryu's head. Don't worry, I'll cure you. The voice was full of confidence. It then began to call out to the system. System, do you have an antidote here? Beep, please ask the host to go to the system mall to purchase it. Mu Ling smiled slightly, thinking that there really was a system mall. From the time of awakening until now, Mu Ling had never properly understood this supreme spirit refining system except for the spirit refining body and so on. Tap on the system panel and open the system mall in the upper right corner. Magic antidote, 30 spirit points. What are spirit points? Mu Ling asked the system. Beep. The host will be able to obtain the spirit point value, 1:1, upon successful spirit refining. Oh such ah. Makiling looked down at his balance. 100 spirit points, just out of the corner of my eye. On the side of the spirit point balance, there were still 10 promotion points. Promotion points? What's this? Beep. The host has successfully refined the fluorescent dragon sword to a mortal rank spirit sword, gaining 10 promotion points. Oh, the rewards after spirit refinement ascension ah. What's the use of this promotion point? Beep. The host can use the promotion points to enhance the success rate of spirit refining or conduct a lottery. Spirit refining success rate? Gee, that's a bit of a scary word. Mu Ling suddenly had the feeling of playing the game to add points to the equipment in his previous life. It was really a thought of heaven and a thought of hell. Click to buy. Clamor. A white light flashed, and then a bottle of red liquid appeared in Mu Ling's hand. Cut. You kid can cure it? I don't believe it. Magellan is a poison fruit ability. The only toxin contained within his body is his homemade antidote that is effective. The golden lion was full of disdain, mocking Makiling one by one. He and Mu Ling used to be at odds with each other when they were in the Rocks Pirates, and this time he was able to escape from the City of Propulsion because of Mu Ling, so he was very unconvinced in the bottom of his heart, and when he found an opportunity, he began to desperately dig at Mu Ling. Want to make a bet? Oh, the golden lion is happy. Good. Old me will bet with you. Just tell me what to bet. If I can cure Shilio, pass on your lion sword dance to me. If I can't, I'll let you do whatever you want. Mu Ling firmly said. The golden lion sucked in a breath of cool air, and his gaze toward Mu Ling became suspicious. Is this kid so confident? Can he really save Amami no Shiru? But if I win the bet, he'll be at my disposal, and such an extremely strong combatant pulling on board will surely help one's plans in an incalculable way. Not afraid of losing. Anyway, this kid has long since learned most of the lion sword dance. The golden lion lowered his head and pondered for a while. His heart was greatly determined, feeling that his wave was absolutely sure to make a profit. Good. I'll make this bet with you. As soon as the words fell, the golden lion saw Makiling take out a bottle of red liquid from his arms. Bubble. The moment the bottle is opened, a fresh scent hits you. The golden lion immediately had an ominous feeling. The moment the red liquid slowly poured into Hiryu's mouth, a green healing glow surfaced all over Hiryu's body. The red spotted poison that had been continuously eroding the body was getting fainter and fainter, eventually dissipating without leaving a trace. Golden lion, -00 Was I dreaming? Is it really true? Me? I'm actually better? Shilio exulted, then knelt down in front of Makiling. Thanks, Captain. Get up. You're part of my crew. It's only right to save you. Mu Ling said indifferently. It was as if he had done a trivial and insignificant thing. You? Where did you get the antidote? Secret. You. The golden lion was so angry that his words stagnated for a moment, and he had no choice but to take out an object from his bosom and throw it at Mu Ling. You learned the old man's lion sword dance a long time ago. so there's no harm in giving it to you. After saying that, the Golden Lion never wanted to look at Mu Ling again and sat down on the deck to look at Propulsion City. At this moment, countless figures were running towards the warship, all criminals who had escaped from Propulsion City. The main force of the Navy headquarters would arrive at Propulsion City soon, and there was no point in spending any more time with Magellan. Running away is the only smart thing to do right now. Plop! A fat blue man jumped into the sea, followed by countless criminals. The sea turned red in an instant, as the waters of Propulsion City were a windless zone, a haven for sea kings. The blue fat man is the sea warrior Jinping, the fishman race, the favorite of the sea. In the sea as if he had returned home, he caught up with the warship in a few breaths and jumped up. Mr. Maki Ling. Mu Ling nodded and gestured for the other party to sit down. Sea warrior Jinping is one of the few people Maki Ling admires, strong and determined, and know how to repay. Fire Fist, bang, Ace, who was standing on a high platform in the distance, suddenly blasted his fist into the bottom of his feet, and instantly, countless pieces of debris splashed away in an explosion. Seeing the biggest piece, Ace immediately jumped on it, using the impact of the explosion to bring himself gradually closer to the warship. Momo 10x rounds. Suddenly, an evil voice rang out from none other than Bundy Wold. The bastard saw that he couldn't escape and tried to get Ace killed. Bang, bang, bang. Countless boulders came whistling towards Ace. TSK TSK, this Wold guy is really mean. Maki Ling praised. ABBR. For Tsar or Tsarist Russia. Clokodal did as he was told, turning into yellow sand and jumping onto the boulder, while the storm suddenly rose in his hands, churning all the boulders rushing towards Ace. It didn't take long for the warships to leave the waters near Propulsion City. Yo, if it isn't that asshole Akatsuki Makoran. Maki Ling didn't think that even this Bucky guy could escape and fly all the way to the warship. Gee, his quartered fruit is pretty useful sometimes. Sneer at. Maki Ling chopped down with his sword, and immediately, Bucky was sliced into pieces. Wahahaha, this grandpa can't be killed in any way. You're disappointed, aren't you? Sliced and diced. Bucky recovers once again, only to fail to find his loins in any way. One more BB from you and I'll throw your loins into the ocean. Maki Ling threatened, holding Bucky's loins. Bucky, punching people in the face and sticking knives in their backs. Maki Ling, you kids don't talk about martial arts. Chapter 8, Shocking the World. Once upon a time when he was in the Locust Pirates, whenever he fought against the Roger Pirates, Maki Ling would specifically seek out Bucky and the redhead, and then ravage them viciously. Bucky during that time would have his legs trembling in fear whenever he saw Maki Ling, then an angry scolding across the room as a way to redeem himself. Looking at Maki Ling, who constantly had a cold light flickering in his eyes, Bucky shrunk his body, cursing in his heart and smiling on his face. He, this isn't Big Brother Mu Ling. It's been a long time, I really missed you. Rustle of skirts. A section of the waist flew into Bucky's hand. Miss me? Let's just dispense with it. You're lucky you don't curse me behind my back, Mu Ling faintly said, then looked towards the sea and stopped talking. The warships were already far away from Propulsion City, and on the other side of the sea, more than a dozen naval warships could already be seen heading this way. Yo came so fast. The Golden Lion laughed and said, not putting more than 10 warships in his eyes at all. It's not likely that we'll encounter an ambush next. Mu Ling waved his hand, and the Flux Dragon sword was instantly sheathed. What are you going to do? The Golden Lion was puzzled when he saw Mu Ling take out his weapon. Look! Following the direction that Maki Ling pointed to, the Golden Lion saw a person. Bundy Wold. At this moment, Bundy Ward was not only being chased by more than 10 warships behind him, but there were also 4 or 5 sea kings in the sea looking at him intently. Ha. Mu Ling and the Golden Lion laughed at the same time, their faces full of sinister. Come, it's just the right time to take this opportunity to let the old man teach you well. What is the lion sword dance? Tai. Saying that, the Golden Lion immediately took to the air, and a cold light was revealed under its legs as sword-chi surged. Shishamai, Chikagaya. Anum. Whooshing. In an instant, as the Golden Lion kept flipping his body, countless sharp chopping waves shot out from both swords, blasting towards Bundy Ward, who was desperately trying to escape. Maki Ling had a pattern, and also followed the Golden Lion's rhythm of constantly chopping out chopping waves and blasting them over. Makin. Sky. You two assholes. Bundy Wold almost went mad on the spot. Behind the Navy warships in hot pursuit, the sea is countless Sea King classes looking at their own. Cold is a mouth. If it wasn't for the armed color hegemony, he would have been swallowed alive. With all his might, he managed to swim out of the warship's gunfire zone, but who knew that those 2 pitbulls would do the dirty work? Yo, still dare to scold us? Mak Ling was happy and threw out several more giant chopping waves. Boom! The chopping wave tore through the sea like a straight arrow, slamming hard into Bundy Ward. Mu Ling, You bastard! I'm going to kill you! Wolde, who was drenched in blood, roared in rage, while the blood-fueled Neptune type completely ignored it and tore down at Wolde like a madman. Bang! 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 Seeing this, more than a dozen warships on the opposite side immediately launched a cannonade, and in an instant, Bundy Wold was completely buried in cannon fire. 3 days later, Navy headquarters. Bang! Warlord slapped the table in front of him with a slap. Propulsion City is destroyed. Magellan is seriously injured. And all the criminals inside Infinite Prison have escaped except for Bundy Ward. What are you guys doing for food? A dozen warships and you let them get away? The Navy was full of embarrassment, and dared not make a sound with its head down. It can't be helped. After all, there is this old thing, the Golden Lion, in the enemy. It's normal that the warships can't catch up. Carp murmured from the sidelines. Warlord snapped out of it. Golden Lion is a puffy fruit ability. A guy who can make a small island fly with his hands. And even if the warship is powerful enough and fast enough, it is still hard to beat. If Magellan hadn't stepped in, Yellow Ape would have only died at the hands of the Red Hitomi Makoto spirit. He's an old man contemporary with the old man. But according to the news from Yellow Ape, his appearance is clearly no different from 40 years ago. Moreover, today's him is much stronger than back then. When Carp said this, Warlord's face hardened a few more times. Issue a wanted notice, and then report the matter to the world government. Red Pupil Makiling. Bastard. I will definitely catch you. Warlord's angry roar echoed throughout Marinvado. Carp didn't say anything, but looked out the window at the ocean in deep thought. New world. Universal Island. Inside the palace, a pair of bloodshot eyes appeared in the darkness. The huge body lazily nestled in the sofa. A pile of cake treats at hand. New World 4 Emperor Big Mom. Charlotte Ling Ling, one of the members of the Rocks pirate group. MOM. Is the man in this newspaper really from the same era as you? Charlotte Katakori held a newspaper in her hands. Surprised. Red Pupil Makiling. Oh damn, people are just that. But now that I think about it, I really miss the time when I was there. Big Mom laughed. An extremely sinister laugh. But why is he so young? Doesn't look like he's even in his early 20s? Charlotte Perospero, the eldest, wondered. So what if he is young? After 40 years of slumber, this sea has long since abandoned him, and those who stop moving forward will eventually be abandoned by this age. Instantly, the entire Universal Island was shaken by this terrifying laughter. The land of peace. Rabbit Bowl. Duong. The huge wine gourd smashed out viciously from the cave and instantly exploded when it hit the mountain. Ha ha ha, Red Pupil herding spirit? You guys are actually still alive? Kaido's excited shouts came from inside the cave. Akatsuki Makoran? The newspaper said that he and Lord Kaido were once members of the Locust Pirates together. Could it be? His Excellency is close to him? The head of the 3 plagues of the 100 Beasts Pirates, Inferno Plague Ashes, was currently holding a newspaper in his hand and looked at Kaido in horror. A good relationship? Ha ha, I can't wait to knock his head off as a wineglass. Boom! Kaido slammed his fist into the mountain, filled with rage. So, do you want a subordinate? Ashes smiled wryly. Go on. What's the use of the captain rewarding you again? What's the use of being gifted? After 40 years of slumber, the sea today is long gone. 100 Beasts Pirates. Kill Akatsuki Makoran at all costs, Kaido said in a deep voice. Lord Kaido. New World. Clamor. A blue figure flew in from the sky. It was the immortal bird fruit ability. White-bearded pirate orders Captain Marco. Pops. Ace was saved and escaped from Propulsion City. Marco said happily. Well, I already know. Whitebeard, seated in a high seat, held a bottle of wine in his left hand and held a recent newspaper in his right hand, his face full of relief. Time has gone by so fast. In the blink of an eye, 40 years have passed. You old fart. Finally gave up coming out. Chapter 9, The Water Capital. What are your plans now? If you really don't consider joining my pirate group, I can leave you the position of vice captain. On an island 1,000 miles away from Propulsion City, the Golden Lion frowned. He still wanted to pull Makiling into his flying air pirates. It's not necessary. I have my own plans. What's the plan? Makiling didn't say anything and placed his hand on the Golden Lion's shoulder. A green glow surged out from Muling's hands, covering the Golden Lion's entire body. What are you going to do? No. This, old man's body even. Spirit refining successful. +2. From the beginning of incomprehension, doubt, to the later stunned. At this time, the Golden Lion had long closed his eyes to carefully sense the changes in his body. This feeling is as soothing as being in heaven. After the light, the Golden Lion who felt the vitality in his body opened his eyes, but he realized that he seemed to have become taller. And when he looked down, the whole person was dumbfounded. The legs that were originally chopped off by his own hands had now grown back intact. This How did you do it? Mak Ling? The Golden Lion was shocked. Maki Ling ignored him and turned around. Old thing. Live and let live. But don't get beaten so easily again. The Golden Lion froze, touching his legs that had lost 20 years, and looking at Mu Ling's gradually distant figure. A smile appeared on his face. Asshole kid. You don't want to die early either. Old man gone. Snap. The Golden Lion slapped his palm on the ground at his feet, and then the sea water poured in, and the huge island began to tremble, and after a few seconds it rocked up. The corners of Mu Ling's mouth gently rose. Regarding the matter of helping the Golden Lion's body refine its spirit, he wasn't worried that the other party would expose this matter. As for why he helped the Golden Lion, it was just to see him as pathetic and to give comfort to the widows and orphans. Well, that's all. The Golden Lion took most of the criminals and formed the new flying air pirates, while Harry the Rain, Jin Ping the Sea Warrior, and Crocodile were left behind at the request of Maki Ling. It's okay. I have no problem with that. I am more than willing to join your team. A bit out of Mu Ling's expectation, Old Sand agreed to be very dry. What about you? Evening? Maki Ling looked to Fatty Blue. I am very sorry. Your Excellency rescued me from prison, and I have to deny your Excellency's request. Evening had a tough attitude. Oh, refuse? Who gave you the right to refuse me? Mu Ling instantly changed color as his monstrous aura erupted from within his body. I'm the one who got you out of prison, so your lives are long gone. You just need to remember one thing. I'm not asking for your permission, but I'm delivering an order to you. Either submit to me, either sneer at. The Flux Dragon sword was slowly sheathed. Die. Jinping's face instantly became ugly. The strong and incomparable aura that burst out from within Mu Ling's body was simply not something he could resist. Boom! The terrifying overlord-colored Shura field instantly burst out and surrounded Jinping. A feeling of powerlessness filled his body as Jinpei tried to resist, but his body was desperately trying to block it. If you resist, it is true that you will die. But Evening's tone was no longer forceful, and he hesitated. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, that old man Whitebeard surely won't have a problem with it. Besides, if he can give it to you, I can just as well, as long as you obey me sincerely. Fishman Island. I'll cover it, Maki Ling said in a domineering manner. Okay. Haha, let's go. Where are we going now, Captain? The water capital. And the name of our pirate group is? The Evil Spirit Pirates. 2 days later. Water capital. Interge, boo-hoo. The heavy hooter sounded from the distant sea, but the people waiting eagerly to board the bus were all dumbfounded. A huge naval warship was slowly approaching the harbor. Navy warships? Why are warships here? I think it's coming from the Justice Island side. Is there a pirate infestation in the water capital? No, not the Navy. There's no Navy on the warship. That flag. It's a pirate's flag. But why is there a pirate flag on a naval warship? In the midst of the crowd's chatter, after 2 days, the Evil Spirit Pirates finally arrived at the water capital. Oh, this is the water capital? It's quite a sight, Hiryu exclaimed. Humph, hillbilly, Crocodile said dismissively. Jia, want to try my sword? Crocodile? Hey, come and try it then. The storm inside Crocodile's body suddenly rumbled, straight at Hiryu. Shut up, all of you. The captain spoke, and instantly, there was silence. Shilio glared at Old Shah without another word and silently polished his long sword. By the way, Captain, what are we doing here? Compared to Shilio, Old Shah, the prick, was much more polite to Mu Ling. After all, if the other party's strength wanted to kill himself, it would be a matter of a thought. The unruly Old Sand was convinced of Mu Ling's strength from the bottom of his heart. The water capital has the largest shipbuilding factory in the world, and the shipwrights here are among the top in the world. And how can we, who have already established a pirate group, continue to use this naval warship? I suppose the captain brought us here to make this warship a perfect pirate ship. Among the four, besides Maki Ling, it was Jinping who was the most composed, and instantly guessed Maki Ling's thoughts. Jinping is right. Of course, besides building the most perfect pirate ship, we also need a shipwright. A top shipwright. Facing the sea breeze, Maki Ling indifferently said. Not a moment later, the ship docked. Shilio Old Sand Jinping 3 people to buy supplies, as well as the ship's various needs. Instead, Maki Ling arrived at the water capital mayor's building. Groan. The office door was pushed open from the outside, and the guards in the building didn't notice Maki Ling's arrival in the slightest. And Iceberg, who was sitting in his chair, busy with his office, didn't realize that there was someone standing in front of him. Yo, Iceberg Mayor is busy. Bang! The voice that came out of nowhere startled Iceberg, and his body shook so much that the chair suddenly made a harsh creaking sound. You, who are you? Iceberg was filled with fear and immediately pulled out a gun from the drawer in front of him and pointed it at Maki Ling. I've never liked having a gun pointed at me. Bang, bang, bang. The moment Makiling spoke, Iceberg had already fired. The bullets spraying flames all hit Makiling's chest, but they didn't even leave a trace. Iceberg was too surprised to speak. His eyes were filled with trepidation, and his body collapsed into the chair as soon as it went limp. Why haven't you let me go? The Hades design has been destroyed. Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Chapter 10, The Shocked Iceberg. Despair was revealed in Iceberg's eyes. He hadn't expected the world government to not let him go after the Justice Island incident, but the Pluto design was clearly burned to ashes by Frankie in a fire. That's what everyone saw. I think Mr. Iceberg must have misunderstood. The black robe that covered most of his face was slowly removed, revealing a handsome young face. You're the red poople shepherd spirit? Iceberg recognized Mu Ling's identity at a glance. Then, as if he thought of something, he immediately took out a wanted notice from the drawer. Former member of the Locust Pirates, Akatsuki Makarin, escaped from Propulsion City 7 days ago. Bounty of $710 million. I can't believe it's you? Bounty over 100 million pirates. Can already be called a big sea pirates? And in front of the red poople Makiling not only has a bounty of up to 700 million, but also the legend of that ocean overlord, Rock's pirate group member. Looking at Makiling's young face, Iceberg was a bit confused. A heart that was lifted didn't fall because of this, because to him, there was no difference between the pirates and the world government. That's right, it's me. I didn't come here with the intention of obtaining the Plutonian designs, and to be honest I'm actually not very interested in the Plutonian. Makiling smiled and pulled out a chair to sit down and speak slowly. He hadn't lied to Iceberg, for something as legendary as the Undertaker. A giant killing weapon that destroyed a city with a single shot wasn't what he was after. Not interested in Hades? Then what do you want from me? Iceberg foxed. Of course I'm looking for you to build a boat. You're the best shipwright in the world. Why? Have you forgotten your old trade? Iceberg. I'm holding a naval warship that was a get-out-of-jail present from the Navy headquarters. It's just a little too flashy, and I want you to get a complete makeover. A get-out-of-jail present? God Temo get-out-of-jail gift. The Iceberg instantly went bad throughout. Good. Since we're remodeling the ship, there's no problem. You just need to pay accordingly. Iceberg wasn't going to say no just because the other party was a pirate. In the eyes of the shipwright, there are no evil ships, only evil people. Even the legendary Hades is like that. If you use it for evil, it's evil. And if you use it for good, it's good. Shipbuilding is only one aspect. Incidentally, I came here for one more thing, and that's for you. Mu Ling instantly got up, his aura suddenly changing drastically. For me? You? What are you trying to do? I'm not good at that. Iceberg took 2 steps back, covering his chest with fear. It was Makiling's turn to have his entire body go bad. Who the hell doesn't like that? Be my crew. Captain of the Evil Spirit Pirates. Makarin. An official invitation is extended to you. Become my partner. Iceberg. Surprise. Dullness. Surprise and many other expressions filled the Iceberg's face. Be your crew? Are you asking me to become a pirate? Yes. You are the best shipwright in the world. You should have a wider world for you to realize your dreams, instead of staying in the water capital as a small mayor. So, don't you think it's too condescending? Makiling was telling the truth. For Iceberg, the great disciple of the legendary shipwright Tom, the world's top shipwright, was in no way below French in terms of skill, but the water capital was like a chain that held him in place. No. I refuse. It's completely out of the question. My dreams are in Suikoden, not on the ocean. Being a pirate is absolutely out of the question. Iceberg refused firmly. Dreams in the water capital? Oh, I remember. Yes. Your dream is to make this water capital a giant sea ship, right? Because of Yaku Aragna, a kind of giant annual storm tsunami within the water capital. When the tsunami hit, countless houses and buildings were destroyed, and even countless citizens were swept away by the seawater, which was also a great hindrance to the economic development of the water capital. Since natural disasters were unavoidable, Iceberg planned to make the water capital a giant ship to solve the tsunami crisis at its root. How did you know? Iceberg was horrified. This was the biggest secret in his mind. He hadn't told anyone but Frankie. This has nothing to do with you. I just want to ask you one thing. And then what? Mu Ling said in a cold voice. Those deep eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the mind and shoot straight to the depths of the Iceberg's heart. What then? Iceberg took a step back, a little afraid of the other man's gaze. And after you finish building the water capital? Stay here for the rest of your life? Spend your life doing nothing? Continue to be your mayor? Fall to your knees and wag your tail at the feet of your former enemies? Boom! Makiling's words struck deep into Iceberg's heart. He had never thought about what he was going to do after he had made the water capital a success. for he had always believed that this plan of the water capital was to take his whole life to accomplish. He had dedicated his life to this city from the beginning, and it was his unwavering belief to protect its people and guard its land. Clamor. A green light blossomed in Mu Ling's hand, and in an instant, Ice Mountain's black eyes widened more and more. How is this possible? Breathing rapidly, Iceberg snatched the teacup in Mu Ling's hand and held it in his arms as if it were a treasure. The whole person was as crazy as a madman, and his eyes were filled with blood. This is. Iceberg couldn't believe that the ordinary teacups were now emanating a kind of treasure. Bang! Iceberg threw the teacup at the wall as soon as he could. The teacup didn't break and didn't deform. Instead, the wall was smashed out a little puddle. It's true. This teacup has turned into a treasure. Clamor. McKeeling's hand rested on Iceberg's shoulder again. Spirit refining +1. In an instant, the Iceberg was completely dumbfounded. His eyes were dumbfounded, and he looked at Mu Ling as if he was looking at a god. How did you do that? Iceberg felt more than 10 years younger. That's what I can do. It takes you a lifetime to accomplish things, and overnight, I can fix it, McKeeling said confidently, lifting the office curtains with one hand. The warm sunlight was warm on the face of the Iceberg. Think about Mr. Tom. Think about your mentor. And think about yourself. Once you were bound by the water capital. So wasted you forgot the hatred. Forgot everything and anything the world government had ever done to you. To your teacher. To your Shidoshi. Now that the bonds in your heart can be resolved overnight, what should you do? Mayor? Continue to work for the world government? Be one of its dogs? Or bravely raise the weapon in your hand and make this filthy world tremble because of you? Chapter 11 Extreme Flame Fruit. Bang! Iceberg's body collapsed helplessly to the ground. And in front of him was the very photo of the three masters and disciples. The voice and the smile are still there. But things have long since changed. Dogs? Dogs of the world government? Oh, how ironic. But it was right on the money. Wasn't he himself, as the mayor of the water capital, working as a dog for the world government? The teacher died tragically, and his junior was victimized in an inhuman manner. And yourself? And yet, he was content to be the mayor, not even realizing that agents had been ambushing him for 5 whole years. Waste. I'm a loser. Iceberg cursed himself angrily over and over in his mind, but those eyes were getting brighter and brighter. He figured it out. Figured it all out. I want revenge. Can't keep muddling along. Damn world government, harming my master and destroying my brother. I will destroy you. Bang! With a bend of his legs, the Iceberg suddenly fell to his knees in front of McKeeling. Greetings, Captain. Good. From today onwards, you, Iceberg, are a member of my evil spirit pirates. A smile appeared in Mu Ling's eyes, but his mouth remained ice cold. Snap! As if thinking of something, Iceberg suddenly slapped his hands hard on the table and looked at Mu Ling with a solemn face. Captain, do you really want to take revenge on the world government? Of course it's true, Mu Ling said in a deep voice. Well, in that case I won't hide it from you, Captain. Although the Hades design was destroyed, I have long since memorized it. 3 months, give me 3 months and I can build the ancient weapon. The Hades. Shoo away. Mu Ling was struck by lightning, and her entire body froze. He was aware of the destruction of the Undertaker's design, but Iceberg had long since memorized the design. McKeeling never expected it. Only the next second, he let out a loud laugh. Ancient weapon Pluto. The ultimate weapon to destroy a city with a single shot. Why not? Good. Go ahead and build it. I'll support you in whatever you need. The Iceberg finally broke into a smile. Evening. Tavern. Yeah, it's really been a long time since I tasted such a fine wine. Hiria hugged a large jar of rum and pulled on his happy voice. Humph, can't you gag on a drink? Old Sandy didn't have the heart to say. He looked elegant as he held up his tall red wine glass, but a hint of excitement could still be seen in those icy eyes. Finally escaped. Finally left that hellhole in Propulsion City. Asshole. I'm going to chop you to pieces, Hiria said angrily. You're wrong, Lord Hiryu. You'll just cut him into a ball of sand. Even Ping drooped his head and said with a face full of distress, the evil spirit pirates? He had become a companion of the Akatsuki Macarin just like that? Why does it feel like I'm dreaming? Alas, it's not that I don't understand. It's that the world is changing fast. Corner of the bar. After wiping it off, the fluorescent dragon sword in his hand immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the system warehouse. And Mu Ling also closed his eyes as a golden panel gradually appeared in his mind. Supreme Spirit Refining System. Host, McKeeling. Bounty, $710 million. Weapon, fluorescent dragon sword, mortal grade. Body, mortal rank, spirit refining number 10. Abilities, Thundering 8 Trigrams number 1, entry level, Lion Sword Dance number 1, entry level, Mutant Buster Color / Shuriken number 1, proficient level, Armed Color Hegemony, proficient level, Seeing Color Hegemony, entry level, Fluttering Like a Stunner, entry level. Spirit points, 70. System points, 10, replace promotion points with system points here. Power, 500. Speed, 410. Defense, 600. Life, 350. Oh, he's wanted again. And the bounty is actually as high as $710 million. Gee, what a long time coming. Beep. Host Armed Color Hegemonic Spirit Refining +1. The next Spirit Refining will be in 100 days. Beep. Host Seeing Color Hegemony Refining Spirit Plus. The next Spirit Refining will be in 70 days. As expected, Spirit Refining was based on the degree of mastery of the three-colored hegemonic energy. Adept level Armed Color Refining Spirit has a longer cooldown, while Seeing Color has a shorter one. Entry level. Proficient level, and I wonder what other realm divisions there will be down the road. Maki Ling was looking forward to it. Right above the golden panel, right next to the system warehouse is the mall, and in order is the lottery. Looking at the three, they all went limp except for Jeping, who was still doubting his life. For evening, Maki Ling would never miss, because when you look at the whole ocean, a companion who is trustworthy enough to trust his back completely to the other is more precious than anything else. Macaron, who had once experienced the birds and beasts of the locust pirates flying apart, cared about this kind of thing. Looking at Jin Ping, who was full of hopelessness, the corner of Makiling's mouth lifted slightly. Hey, the doors are welded shut. The brakes are out. And you're still trying to leave? Go my dara. Closing her eyes, Makiling opened the lucky invincible twitch. Selling price, 10 points per visit. So expensive. Click confirm. Rumbling. Heavy BGM sounded in his head, and a golden clay pot appeared in front of him, accompanied by a golden light and dense cracks covering the pot's circumference. Click, 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 instantly exploded. Beep. Nature-based extreme inflammation fruit +1. In an instant, a flame burst out within Mu Ling's body and hovered in the palm of his hand, the dense power of the flame burning the air to the point of splitting. The next second, the flames gradually contracted and condensed into a reddish and weirdly patterned devil fruit. Makiling froze for 2 seconds. Then his heart cried out furiously. The Emperor possessed me. The first time I drew a lottery, I got a nature-based devil fruit. However, in the next second, Mu Ling's brows furrowed. The stuff is good, but when you eat it, you'll be cursed by the sea. That was enough to dissuade Makiling. Beep. This system produces non-toxic and non-polluting, no added preservatives, and no side effects, so that the host can eat with confidence and satisfaction. Oh, that means I won't be cursed by the sea if I eat this extreme flame fruit? The host is really as smart as this system. Gee, what a long wait then. Makiling took a bite out of his mouth. Then he was petrified in place. Ooh, it's so bad. I want to vomit. It's just like the anime said. Just like that. Strongly enduring the discomfort in his heart. In just a few seconds, Mu Ling gritted his teeth and finished the extreme inferno fruit. Gallop. In an instant, warmth surged through his body, and a stream of fiery energy burst out from his chest, surging into his limbs and blood veins and sinews like water. Is this the power of the extreme inferno fruit? A wisp of flame involuntarily sprang out from between Mu Ling's palms, like a fire elf, jumping in the air and cheering up. With a thought, the flames between his palms immediately skyrocketed, while Mu Ling also transformed into a ball of flame. The temperature in the whole bar rose a lot. Why is it suddenly getting so hot? After muttering, Jinpei saw Macaron, who was wrapped in flames. Big surprise, Captain. You're alright. Crashing sound, with a furrowed brow. The right palm that Jinping had hidden at his waist slowly contracted. Shurva Shakan. In an instant, the moisture in the air suddenly tightened and became extremely dry. Instead, a stream of water immediately condensed between Jinping's palms and blasted towards Makiling with a trace of fist energy. Sneer at. The water flow turned into steam, filling the entire bar, while the flames around Mu Ling not only weren't extinguished, but instead grew more and more exuberant. Evening. That's a strike performed with 80% of my strength. It's just like a mud cow going into the sea without a splash. I, Sea Warrior Jieping, once the King's 7 Musketeers, don't want to lose face? Chapter 12, Undercurrents. I'm fine, Mu Ling said icily. Roar. The dragon's roar echoed through the bar, and Jinpei's eyes instantly went wide, only to see that the flames surrounding Mu Ling's body, the moment they gradually receded. More than 10 small fire dragons rose from the flames, constantly gulping hot breath and circling around Mu Ling. With a light tap of his fingertips, Mu Ling felt that these fire dragons were just like his own children, closely connected and sharing his thoughts. Extreme Yen, is the Emperor of Fire? and is the purest fire in the world. Not even a single blow from Jieping's party could extinguish it. A fire dragon? This is the same power of flame as Ace? Jinping froze, then his face immediately turned grave. No, this is no ordinary flame. He, who had once battled Ace for 10 days and 10 nights, clearly felt from these fire dragons a power that far exceeded the power of the burning fruit. Awe, panic, an uncomfortable feeling of wanting to submit. Deep, extreme inferno fruit refining spirit +1. The next spirit refining will be in 200 days. Click, click, click. In an instant, the bottom of both of Jinping's shoulders fell, as if he was carrying a huge mountain, and became heavy. The bones of his legs burst out in a gust of crunching, and when he looked like he was about to bend and fall to his knees, he was held on by Jieping. Not bad. Mu Ling nodded, a flash of approval in his eyes. The extreme inferno power that had been refined once by the spirit, not only had it become more and more pure and vast, the Supreme Emperor's breath was also ridiculously strong, rather like looking out of the corner of one's eye. The pressure brought about was naturally not something an ordinary person could resist. The fact that Jubiai was able to fight against it was good enough in Makiling's opinion. Go back. In a flash, after the fire dragon scurried into Makiling's body, the pressure disappeared. The sweaty Jinping could not support himself any longer and sat down on his butt to pant heavily. I'll meet you on the boat. Rustle of skirts. Turning into a clear wind, Mu Ling left the bar. Phew, phew, phew. Jinping gasped and was about to open his mouth to say something when his body suddenly shook. A steady stream of warmth flooded into all parts of the body, and it was soothing. One's own power, as if it had gotten stronger again? Could it be that pressure from earlier? Taking yourself further in the limit? Looking out the empty window, a flash of complexity appeared in Jinping's eyes. Come on. Oh, drink. Here you assholes, see if I don't kill you. Let go. So dizzy. Fart. Just by you? I'll chop you to pieces with one sword. Evening. Oh, come on. The captain slapped his ass and left, and had to clean up 2 drunks himself. Naval Headquarters. Marin Vento. Marshal, let me go. I will definitely succeed in arresting the Akatsuki Makarin. Inside the office, Akane, in a red suit with a delicate rosebud on her chest, raged. He just got back from the New World. Then he heard about a pirate escaping from the City of Propulsion. Strange shame. It's like a pillar of shame in the history of the Navy. Humph. Akatsuki Makarin. Just an old fellow who has been asleep for 40 years and has long since been abandoned by this era. Akane disdainfully said. Yellow Sorrow bristled and said nothing. He couldn't be more clear about what strength the red pupil herding spirit was. He didn't think Akane could beat his opponent. Don't be careless, Sakaski. That man is not easy to deal with. Warlord said in a deep voice. As angry as it is. The original Yellow Sorrow didn't give a damn about the other guy any more than you did. And what happened? Yellow Monkey. What's it got to do with me? According to the information, the 4 of them, Akatsuki Makarin, Crocodile, Kaiser J, and Rain Shiryu, have formed a new pirate group, the Evil Spirit Pirates, now in the water capital. You, Green Pheasant, and Yellow Ape will go together. Knock. In an instant, the whole room was shocked. All the admirals turned their heads to look at Warlord with incredulity. 3 great generals all together? This is too much. Navy Headquarters Vice Admiral Fiery Mountain said in shock. Even though the other party defeated Yellow Sorrow, isn't it a bit too much to look up to him to have all 3 generals together? Ghost Spider said in a deep voice. I disagree. The 3 admirals represent the highest combat power of my Navy Headquarters. And even more so, the face of my Navy Headquarters. Vice Admiral Tsuru broke into an unprecedented opposition. Me too. How can 3 great generals come out together for a mere red pupil herding spirit? I disagree. Sakaski and Kuzan can just go. Yellow Ape should just get better. Yellow Sorrow glanced at the alternate admiral, T. Dolphin, with a hint of appreciation in his gaze. Not bad. It's best to keep this kind of trouble to yourself. He didn't want to go up against Makiling again. That was a monster. Well, Green Pheasant and Akane are fine. But don't forget the remaining 3, gentlemen, 2 former Shichibukai, and an Iron Wall-esque guardian of the City of Advancement. These 3 are not guys to be underestimated. Sengoku mused. Humph. Well, I'll just come along. Then, alternate admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Vice Admiral Mamahair stood out, his long sword at his waist faintly glowing. In that case, it would be good for my old self to go there as well. Lieutenant General Crane said flatly. 2 major generals, 2 lieutenant generals. With such a lineup, Warlord was instantly relieved. Then we'll have to trouble you all. Depart. Akane strides forward, her body filled with battle spirit. World government. Darkness. Akatsuki Makarin? A former member of the Locust Pirates? An icy voice echoed in the conference hall. Yes, 40 years of slumber and you still retain your youth? Go! Bring him back! But, the man in black wanted to speak. There's no harm in bringing the body back. Snap! A golden telephone bug was thrown into the black man's arms. I know! Rustle of skirts. The man in black flew out of the window and disappeared into thin air in a few breaths. Instead, inside the large office, on the black desktop, there was a wanted notice. It was the Red Pupil Makiling. Chapter 13, The Storm is Coming. Crashing sound. The warship chopped through the seawater, creating waves as it traveled towards the water capital. Because of geography, the naval warships from Marinvento passed directly through the Gate of Justice and arrived at the Isle of Justice within easy reach of the water capital. On one of the warships at the head of the group, Vice Admiral Mamahair of the Navy headquarters was looking at his sister, Vice Admiral Tsuru, with a questioning face. Sister? I didn't realize you'd be taking part in this operation? Is it because of me? Right, but not exactly right, Lieutenant General Crane said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Peach Bunny was a bit confused. Are you talking in tongue twisters, sister? For one thing, I'm a little worried about your safety. And for the second thing, suddenly, Lieutenant General Crane smiled, a smirk coming to his eyes. Just wanted to see an old friend I haven't seen in a long time. An old friend? It's the Red Pupil Shepherd Spirit? Oh, could it be that sister is very close to him? The corner of Peach Rabbit's mouth lifted, and an impish smile surfaced on her pretty face. Was my sister's secret of being perennially single about to be revealed to her? Haha, good relationship? Enemies to the death is more like it. Lieutenant General Crane laughed out loud, and after a flash of remembrance in his eyes, his face slowly became grave. Bunny, put away your pride and never underestimate that man. But sis? Is he really that strong? Peach Rabbit was a bit unconvinced. If it wasn't for McKeeling's escape from prison, she'd never even heard of the name. Furthermore, with 2 admirals, 2 lieutenant generals and a lineup of 5 naval vessels, couldn't he be helped? As a great general alternate with the strength of a quasi-great general, Peach Hare had his own pride. Although the name Red Pupil Makiling is not considered top-notch within the entire Locust Pirates, it is recognized by all as strong in terms of both will and potential. I don't think I need to say any more about how terrifying the ocean overlord Locust Pirates were back then, because to this day that name is considered a taboo. Afterwards, in the Valley of the Gods, he fought 2 against 1, although he eventually lost at the hands of Carp and Roger. But none of the members under the banner are strong and powerful. Whitebeard, Golden Lion Sky, 100 Beasts Kaido, Big Mom, John, King Straight, Silver Axe, and many other powerhouses. And the Akatsuki Macaron single-handedly killed the Navy headquarters. And although he was subdued and captured in the City of Propulsion, the Navy headquarters likewise paid an extremely painful price. Exhale, letting out a long breath. Lieutenant General Tsuru looked at the distant water capital with complicated eyes. After 40 years of silence? You who have finally escaped the cage, are you planning to take revenge on the world? Peach Hare didn't say anything, but her heart grew curiouser and curiouser. Red Pupil Makiling? What kind of character is that? Can you make your sister remember you like this? And there is a very deep scorn. Clamor. Instantly, the waves churned and the sky grew cloudy. There's a lot of rain on the mountain. Water capital. Exhale. Surrounded by fire dragons. A red flame constantly bursting out from his palms. Muling's eyes were tightly closed as he sat on the deck, his entire aura seeming to grow stronger and stronger like a ball of flame. A steady stream of flame power flowed through the body, surging into all parts of the body, bursting out in a burst of terrifying muffled sounds. Record the complete lion sword dance. Beep. Loading successful. Ting. In an instant, a sky-rushing sword aura burst out from the fluorescent dragon sword in his hand, piercing straight through the clouds and cutting out a sword mark several feet wide vertically through the clouds. At the same time, the fire dragons hovering around Muling immediately surged up the sword blade along the sword body. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying flame sword chi was formed. The lion sword dance that the golden lion had gifted to Muling had been completely comprehended through and through, and even added the power of flames into it. The power suddenly skyrocketed several times. Sneer at. Suddenly, 2 huge fire wings instantly broke out of his body and blossomed at Muling's back. A wave of wings followed. McKeeling's body slowly floated up into the air. Awesome! The captain actually flew. Shilio marveled. Old Sandy, yeah. What a captain! Jinping had a wide-open face, eyes full of incredulity, obviously dumbfounded by McKeeling's SAO maneuver. Flames can still be played like that? The corners of Muling's mouth rose as he stood in the air, and it was clear that there was also some joy. Just suddenly, a bright light flashed out of the corner of his eye. What's that? Muling fixed his eyes toward the distance, and then he saw 5 naval warships docked at the coast. Oh, yeah, 5 warships. That's quite a look for me. But it's only been a few days since he came to the water capital. And the Navy found out? That's a hell of a sense of smell. Previously changed a bit. Iceberg has joined the evil spirit pirates. Get ready, there's going to be a bad fight soon. Looking at the three people sunbathing on the deck, Muling faintly said, "Oh, a vicious battle? Pirates? No, it's the Navy headquarters." The Navy headquarters? Gee, I wonder which admiral will lead the team. I'm really looking forward to it. Old San sneered. Jia, maybe in order to deal with the captain. This time the three admirals of the Navy headquarters to come out together is also possible. Oh. Shilio laughed fiercely, and the demon sword thunderstorm in his hand gently shook, spreading out gusts of heart-eating blood awnings, obviously ready to fight for a long time. Impossible. The three great admirals are the face of the Navy headquarters. There's no way they would all come together because of one person. Evening retorted. Oh, are you looking down on the captain? Bullshit. I'm just telling it like it is. Bastard. Are you trying to fight? Evening? Come on. Clamor. In an instant, the fire wings unfolded, and the terrifying flames immediately attacked the two of them. Hey, let's go. Makiling flew towards the coast. Two idiots. Looking at the duo who were made gray by the flames, Old San snorted and followed closely after Makiling. Sure. The crowd of navies who had just disembarked heard a heaven and earth-shattering sword sound exploding in the air. A ball of flame then shot out at an extremely fast speed. All naval forces prepare to meet the enemy. Green Pheasant burst out, and a layer of ice mist instantly swept away against the gradually warming surroundings. In a moment, 5 warships and 110 Navy men were immediately busy. Ha, 2 admirals and 2 vice admirals. The Navy headquarters really looks up to me. Boom! Accompanied by Mu Ling's arrogant laughter, the fireball landed heavily and the entire ground trembled. In the midst of countless pairs of gazes, Mu Ling lifted his black robe, revealing the face that caused everyone to be terrified. It's been a long time. Suru. Chapter 14. He's the red pupil Makiling? The hearts of everyone present jumped, not to mention the other party's tyrannical and incomparable aura, but that handsome and compellingly handsome face alone just makes it a bit overwhelming. A former member of the Locust Pirates? A pirate contemporary of Mr. Carp's warlord Marshal? Surprisingly, it really is as young as rumored. It wasn't that long, after all. I did visit you once or twice during the time you were asleep in Propulsion City, but you guys really haven't changed at all. Lieutenant General Crane waved his hand with a smile, looking at Mu Ling's unchanged appearance for 40 years. A flash of remembrance could not help but flash through his eyes. Knock. When these words came out, almost everyone's heart jumped again. Little Crane? Visiting? These two. Is there something wrong? Despite his age, Vice Admiral Tsuru was an extremely prestigious one within the Navy headquarters. Even Akane Green Pheasant and the others had to show enough respect to address MS Crane when facing Lieutenant General Crane. At once, even Akane, who was always unsmiling, couldn't help but look at Lieutenant General Tsuru, hoping to read something on that face. Peach Hair, on the other hand, stared at Mu Ling with wide eyes. There's Melon. You even went to see me? Oh, I remember when we were. Forget it, let's not mention it. Mu Ling deliberately sighed. Everyone's face changed again. You asshole, your mouth hasn't changed a bit. Lieutenant Crane would laugh and curse, but did not take Mu Ling's flirtation to heart. 40 years ago, Lieutenant General Tsuru was not only beautiful to look at, but even her body was one of a kind, just as Mama Hair is now. Before every big battle, Mu Ling would always say a few words in the mouth of a flowery crane. I haven't changed. You have. You're older and uglier. Lieutenant General Crane instantly blackened his face. This Makiling guy. Well, that's the end of the catching up. So be a good boy and come with us today. In an instant, Lieutenant General Crane's face changed, and an extremely majestic aura burst out from his body. Yo, you really think you can catch me with these juniors? Tai. Countless sword chi accompanied by red flames burst out from Mu Ling's body, while behind him, Jia Ping, Lao Sha, and Shilio had already made battle preparations. The atmosphere suddenly tightened and swords were drawn. Boom! In an instant, Lieutenant Crane's figure shifted, and his entire body immediately turned into a phantom running towards Mu Ling. Captain, watch out! Evening exclaimed. No one expected Lieutenant General Crane to make a sudden move. Scold! The black-armed color immediately covered his right arm and the body of the fluorescent dragon sword, and then Mu Ling slashed towards the front without even looking. Sword chi was spread out. Duong! Smoke and dust rose in all directions, and a terrifying shockwave instantly exploded. TSK, Little Crane, your strength has regressed a lot. You can't even catch one of my swords. The smoke and dust dispersed, and Mu Ling stood in the same place, while Lieutenant General Crane, who had received the sword, retreated several steps in a row, his feet cutting 2 long trenches in the ground. Humph, it's no match for you monsters. It's normal for strength to decline with age. Lieutenant General Tsuru didn't have the heart to retort. The moment his body transformed into a phantom again. Sneer at. Peach Rabbit's waist-long sword was drawn out by her, and the pitch-black armed color then appeared, immediately battling with Mu Ling into a ball. Clanking. The sword intent was monstrous, and the sound of the sword did not stop. Raging sparks continued to spray outwards, and densely packed sword marks were spread all over the two men's feet. Blocking the sword of the Crane General, Mu Ling immediately turned around, and after a burst of air-breaking sound from the fluorescent dragon in his hand, he drew a sword arc and chopped at the waist of the other party. Duong! The sharp sword light immediately shook Lieutenant General Tsuru back, and the hand holding the long sword began to tremble uncontrollably. In just a few short rounds, in the face of Mu Ling's incomparable strength, Lieutenant Crane would finally reveal his decadence and gradually lose the battle. Extreme Inferno, Heavenly Inferno Sword. Anum. Crashing sound, accompanied by Mu Ling's explosive shout. Strands of flame shot out from his body, surrounding the Flux Dragon sword like a fire dragon. Chop. Anum. Rumbling. The earth trembled slightly, and the extreme flames that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world heaved down, chopping towards Lieutenant General Crane. Sister! Peach Hair exclaimed, immediately rushing up. Inuyasha Red Lotus. In the next second, a red light exploded from behind Lieutenant General Tsuru, and 3 or 4 extremely fast magma projectiles with Akane's face on them came blasting in. Shoo away. The sword chi and the magma bomb instantly collided together, and the rolling heat waves were like seawater constantly gushing out, venting out in all directions. Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Magma Fruit Ability Sakaski. Strike out. MS. Crane, please also step back. I'll deal with the red pupil hurting spirit. Sneer at. Terrifying magma continued to slide off the surface of Akane's skin, dripping onto the ground and burning a black puddle. The air smelled burnt. Oh, great General Akane? With you? Just now, with that heavenly flame sword. Mu Ling didn't use his full strength, and it could only be considered an ordinary flat A. This guy doesn't think he can beat me by blocking a flat A move, does he? Interesting. The corners of Mu Ling's mouth rose, and in the next second, his entire body shot out like a gust of wind. Ting! The sky-rushing sword rose up from the ground and pierced straight through the clouds. Akane's body was completely magmatized. Rolling black smoke of blazing, unbelievable magma filled the body. Bang! A fist against the tip of the fluorescent dragon sword, and a terrifying shockwave exploded in unison from between the two of them. Humph! The old things of the olden times should have gone into the ground and turned into dust long ago. Naval justice is not to be tolerated. All pirates must die. Bang! 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 Large strands of magma burst out from his right arm, swallowing the Flux Dragon sword before attacking Mu Ling. Yes? With a light laugh, Mu Ling instantly withdrew his sword, hit it, and then swung it straight out. Roar! The lion sword chi was as fleeting as a meteor. Next, after cutting through the huge waves of magma and destroying countless magma bombs, the sword light ruthlessly slashed at Akane's right shoulder that had an armed color attached to it. There was an explosion of blood, and bright red blood spurted out of Akane's mouth. Although the sword light didn't hurt Akane because of the armed color, the strong force constantly shook Akane's internal organs. Don't mention any naval justice to me. I'm too lazy to listen. I'm a pirate. You're a marine. You and I live and die together. It's that simple. Duong. As he spoke, Mu Ling chopped down with another sword. Like the speed of light, he swung his sword out, not giving Akane any chance to react at all. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of his mouth as Akane continued to back away and his body began to wobble. Although the injury was not serious, the sword light brought great insult to Akane. Asshole! How dare you! No one shall disobey justice. The old undead who languished in the olden days. Die for me! Stygian dog! Clamor! In an instant, the area of dozens of miles in a radius was suddenly turned into a piece of magma, just like being in a volcano, hot and dry. And at this moment, Red Dog, whose arms had long since transformed into red glazed magma, rushed towards Mu Ling with a single healthy step. Note, everyone free gifts to go away have money to hold a money field, no money to point a catalyst. Potatoes a million thanks. Chapter 15 Extreme Inferno Emperor Sword. Bang! 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 The magma broke through the air, bursting out a trail of fire, and the fist, which looked like a monstrous giant flame, was raised high in the air. Oh, I can't believe you want to spar with me. Gee, I have to admire your courage. Sneer at. Mu Ling's right foot took a slight step backward, and a dense fire light blossomed within his body. Anum. Crashing sound. Countless fire dragons were born in the firelight, whirling around and wrapping around Mu Ling's right arm. In an instant, the extreme flame appeared, and the Flame Emperor's aura enveloped the entire field. Red Dog, who was about to swing his fist, froze, his tall body towering over Maki Ling, but that crystal-clear glazed magma fist was slow to fall. Why? A hint of fear actually crossed my mind? Am I in fear of the red pupil herding spirit? No. This can't be. Filled with horror, Akane denied her heart over and over again. It was just that the magma all over his body was actually slowly receding after encountering the extreme flame. Akane was completely flustered. He didn't know what was going on? Why would he feel the supreme pressure from Mu Ling's body? And his own punches at this moment were as if they were treasonous. Asshole. I'm the great General Akane. Justice will never be crushed. Boom. Both of them threw punches at the same time. And extreme flame and magma instantly clashed together. At that moment, the island trembled. The sea water poured in, and trenches that looked like spider webs continued to crack on the ground. The gale was so strong that countless trees and turf were lifted up, and in the next second they were burned to ashes by the flames that splashed out. Everybody back up. Cold ice seals erupted from underneath Green Pheasant's feet after he bellowed, intercepting the oncoming fire. Click, click, click. Suddenly, a sound of breaking glass reached everyone's ears. The crowd was dumbfounded, and then their eyes rounded in disbelief as they stared at the scene in front of them. Cracks. Dense red cracks surprisingly covered Akane's right arm. Under the relentless burning of the extreme flame, not only did the glazed magma fail to resist, it instead turned into fragments and scattered all over the place. You're playing nympho with me. Take advantage of your illness. Maki Ling wasn't going to give Akane a chance to react. Maki Ling, whose right arm had transformed into extreme inferno, blasted out with a punch that ruthlessly struck Akane's stomach. Sound of escaping laughter. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out, and Akane's face became unusually pale. Humph. Don't ever mention the word justice in my ear again, because coming from you, I'd be sick. Bang, bang, bang. The wind of the fist exploded, and the fist wrapped in red-colored extreme flames blasted at Akane once again. Frozen two thorn blades. Suddenly, a cold light shot towards Maki Ling from a distance. It was none other than the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the freeze-fruit powerhouse Green Pheasant who struck. Jia against our captain? You really think we don't exist? Desert Greatsword. Sneer at. In an instant, an extremely fast giant sand blade ripped up from underneath Green Pheasant's feet, the sharp blade ripping through the flesh and blood of Green Pheasant's waist, cutting Green Pheasant off at the waist. Exhale. A stream of cold air erupted out of Green Pheasant's mouth, and his face became abnormally cold. Once the king's 7 musketeers. Crocodile. Click. On the other side, the 2 ice spears that were shot at Maki Ling were shattered by Shirio's sword. Humph. Rain no Shiro. I'll deal with you. Drawing out the long sword at her waist, Momohair immediately spread her long legs, and in a few breaths, she killed in front of Shirio's eyes. Clanking, holding the demon sword Thunderstorm. Hirio's cigar was indestructible in his mouth as he battled Momohair, while Jieping was tangled up with Lieutenant General Tsuru. There were countless other navies pouncing on him. At once, the great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Sneer at. The luminescent dragon sword was slowly sheathed, and Maki Ling looked at Akane, whose chest was already faintly showing signs of collapsing, and suddenly laughed. Now, there's no one who can save you. Phew phew phew. Red Dog was gasping for breath, and blood kept spilling out from the corners of his mouth, and those eyes, which had turned red from anger, stared at Mu Ling with deadly fury. Why is it so strong? Why was it that after 40 long years of slumber, not only had his strength not slipped by half, but it had become even stronger? Asshole. Bastard. You, a pirate is so arrogant. Unforgivable. Boom. In an instant, the magma in a circle of dozens of miles around Akane's feet, with Akane as the center, instantly boiled. The azure sky disappeared and became a reddish color. Magma fury. Bang. Akane throws a quick jab and hits the lava hard with a jab, and the magma that was hit by Akane immediately solidified into hardened magma projectiles that shot towards Mu Ling. Bang. 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 Akane's punches were coming out faster and faster, the explosions becoming more and more sudden and urgent, and the power in her fists gradually becoming stronger. In an instant, the sky was filled with magma bombs interspersed with blazing flames, as if a volcano had erupted, and it came crashing down, facing the surging magma bombs. Mu Ling's face did not change as he held his sword in one hand and slowly raised it. Ting! Sword chi spreads across 30,000 li, and a sword light chills the 19 states. Extreme Inferno Emperor Sword. Boom! Accompanied by Mu Ling's furious shout, the fire dragon stormed up, and countless flames burst out from under Mu Ling's feet, condensing on top of the fluorescent dragon sword, the supreme power of extreme inflammation, with thousands of sword chi, instantly condensed into a flame sword that shot straight at Xiangyu. Chop! This sword is out of this world. Wherever the sword light went, ashes flew away. Rumbling, The roiling magma projectile instantly exploded under the Emperor's sword chi, turning into a plume of black smoke that vanished with the wind. Asshole! How is this possible? Akane was dumbfounded, then became furious and was about to fight her way through again. Ting! The sound of the sword suddenly rose, and Akane came to a screeching halt, followed by a flash of swordlight, chopping down towards him. It was the Emperor's sword chi that had not yet dissipated after chopping up countless magma bombs. Sneer at. The sword light was fleeting, and after splashing a burst of blood, it disappeared. Suddenly, everyone in the room stopped fighting in their hands. The scene fell into a dead silence. The crowd looked at Akane's empty arm in disbelief. Admiral Akane, his left arm, broken. Surprisingly, it was cut off by the red pupil shepherd's spirit with a single sword. Geez, the great generals have even lost. Clamor. The Navy exploded. The Admiral, who symbolized the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, not only lost completely, but even lost an arm. The red pupil shepherd's spirit is so strong? Jia, what a captain. Ha ha ha, so what if it's a great general? It's still going to be defeated under the captain's sword. Peach Hair's eyes were dumbfounded, and a trace of fear rose in his heart for no reason. My sister was right. This man, he's really scary. Bang! Suddenly, the body of Akane, who had originally lowered her head, instantly skyrocketed. That face, which was twisted by anger, was getting more and more hideous. Crashing sound. Countless channels of lava stormed up from underneath his feet, gushing towards Akane in a steady stream. In the blink of an eye, Akane was transformed into lava and fused with it. Oh, fruit awakening? Muling's heart skipped a beat as he curiously looked at the magma column that was getting higher and higher in front of him. When the devil fruit is awakened, it affects things around you. Like Ming's thread fruit. Once awakened, it would turn all nearby buildings, ground, flowers and trees into countless thick threads. And at this moment, Akane turned everything into lava. Chapter 16, Akane's defeat. Asshole. Everybody outta here. Kicking old Sandy until he vomited blood, followed by a splash of ice. Green Pheasant wiped his hands toward his eyes. Click, click, click. The flying magma projectiles all condensed into ice, and at his feet, all the magma behind him all became ice. The Navy then stepped on the ice beneath their feet and left the area. Crane, Peach Hair, Old Sandy and others also left the magma range one after another. Miso, the sword light slashed towards the front, shattering countless pieces of stray bullets afterward. Makiling slowly raised his sword. Lion's Might Chopper. Crisp sword chirps shook through the heavens and earth as countless flaming sword chi exploded out of Muling's hands, transforming into 3 or 4 giant chopping waves that rushed towards Red Dog. Bang! 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 The sound of breaking air stormed up, and the ground was cut by the chopping wave to create an extremely deep groove. It was just that the sword arc appeared to be ferocious, but the very moment it cut through the magma, it was immediately swallowed up by the magma. With a stirring in his heart, Muling vaguely felt a terrifying aura gradually climbing up. Ha ha ha, red pupil herding spirit. Die for me. Magma rock giant. A frantic yelp came from Akane in the magma column, followed by a pair of magma arms emerging. One punch shattered the rest of the chopper in unison. Gradually, the magma column began to shrink, turning into a red dog-like shape several feet tall. Akane, who had originally had her left arm severed, used the magma to manifest another arm, rolling magma continuously flowing from it. Click, click, click. The next moment, the magma stood still and no longer flowed, condensing into a layer of dark red glaze. The rock giant Red Dog took a large stride, instantly arriving in front of Makiling's eyes and stepping down heavily. Lion sword dance, Gasho Jigaku. Ting! Sword roars suddenly rose, and countless sword lights instantly resisted Red Dog, shocking him back before spreading out in all directions. Bang! 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 The earth trembled, the sea water poured in, and the boulders scattered on the ground were pulled by the sword chi and condensed into a stone lion of several feet. And at the same time, a strand of water tornado flew out backwards from the sea in the distance, following the sword chi into the stone lion. Roar! The stone lion roared, and the lion's thick paws kept trampling the ground. Holding the sword in his right hand and crossing it in front of his chest, Muling's right hand, which was glowing with fire, gently and slowly brushed against the body of the Flux Dragon sword. Immediately, countless more extreme flame sword chi struck into the stone lion's body. The extreme flame stone lion was bathed in fire, and opened its bloody mouth to pounce towards Red Dog. Bang! The two clashed together instantly. The huge magma-glazed arm held down the stone lion's mouth in death, and the sharp fangs kept rubbing sparks on the arm. Magma Pillar of Fury. Rumbling. A series of rocky explosions emanated from Akane's body in a shocking manner. Akane's aura instantly skyrocketed, accompanied by a chipping sound as tiny cracks gradually covered the lion's head. Roar! The stone lion was enraged, and a streak of extreme flames exploded out of its mouth, ruthlessly striking Akane's chest, only to see that layer of hardened and unparalleled glazed magma dimmed by a few points. It wasn't serious, but it was enough to shake Akane to her core. Just as Akane was in a standoff with the stone lion, Mu Ling jumped onto the stone lion's body in 3 tries, and in his hand, a wisp of extreme inflammation condensed into a slender flame sword, which he held in his hand. With a long leap, Ma Qiling, who jumped on top of Akane's head, twisted his body and utilized the brief moment of stagnation to instantly spin madly at an extremely fast speed. At that moment, the sword intent climbed to the peak. Shishiwei, Chikagaya, shoo away. In an instant, countless terrifying giant chopping waves shot out from the twin swords. The line was cast in a single motion, and it was cast at close range, so Akane had no chance to react. Click, click, click. Countless chopping waves ruthlessly smashed into the rock giant's head, and the spider web-like red cracks began to crumble in sections. Asshole! How is this possible? Red Dog roared. He didn't expect his rock giant to be so unbeatable under the Mackling sword, but more and more cracks sent him into despair, and there was nothing he could do about it. Boom! The rock giants disappeared, turning into pieces of magma scattered on the ground, and Akane, who didn't have an arm, was confused and skeptical. Akane, watch out! Suddenly, Green Pheasant, who was standing in the distance, exclaimed, "Not good!" Akane, who had a dark cry in his heart, immediately turned around to defend, but the flash of sword light was like a meteor, flashing past his chest. Sneer at. Blood and flesh rolled over, blood dripped, and a horrible sword mark extended from his collarbone to his waist. You lost, Akane, but since you want to arrest me, then you will stay here today. Ma Qiling chopped out a sword again, pointing it straight at Red Dog's chest. Frozen time capsule. Bang! An extremely cold ball of ice exploded out of Green Pheasant's hand with great speed. You finally can't wait to make a move? But can you? Green Pheasant. Extreme Inferno, Heavenly Inferno Sword. As soon as the sky-charging Extreme Inflammation sword she chopped down, the ice ball immediately split into 2, and was then turned into water vapor by the extreme inflammation and dissipated into the air. In the next second, Ma Qiling fought with Green Pheasant. Bang! 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 Raising and dropping his sword, Ma Qiling, who shattered the ice blade in Qing Pheasant's hand, immediately retreated, and in an instant, dozens of sharp ice spikes burst out of the ground. His body once again transformed into a thin line, and in the space of a breath, Ma Qiling closed in on Green Pheasant, his left fist condensing flames as he blasted over. Frozen cold defense. Duong. An ice shield resisted Ma Qiling's fist, but it was melted by the extreme heat after a few seconds. Green Pheasant didn't care because he knew the power of the flames in Ma Qiling's hands. The right foot covered with ice spikes viciously kicked at Ma Qiling's left shoulder, but it was smashed into the ground by Ma Qiling with a reverse grip. Ha! At that moment, with an explosive cry, the Green Pheasant who borrowed the force turned around in the air, and his other foot instantly transformed into hard and cold ice, kicking towards Mu Ling's head. Just before the tip of his foot could reach Mu Ling, a sharp pain came from his right leg, only to see that a fire dragon was bursting out of Mu Ling's hand in a steady stream, frantically searing his right leg. Frozen Ice Age. Anum. Click, click, click. In an instant, the cold air came, and Mu Ling immediately turned into an ice sculpture, remaining motionless in his original position. Captain, Jean Pei exclaimed, immediately blasting his fist at the ice sculpture, trying to shatter it. Frozen cold prisoner. In an instant, terrifying ice peaks immediately shot out from underneath Green Pheasant's feet, transforming into countless cages made up of ice awnings, trapping Jinping within. Suddenly, a flash of red in the corner of his eye, Green Pheasant immediately lowered his head to dodge a sword from Hiryu, and manifested an ice spear in his hand. Just as he was about to stab out, boom! The ice sculpture crumbled, and Mu Ling, whose eyes became crimson, shook as a stream of blood-red sword chi surrounded his body. It formed a terrifying Shura field. Chapter 17, World Government Agents. Shoo away. In an instant, the blood-colored overlord-colored hegemonic aura, which was like a titanic pressure, immediately burst out from Mu Ling's body and surged in all directions. Is this the Red Hitomi? Momohair's face was slightly white, and the sword chi surging through his body continuously resisted the crazily spreading overlord color hegemonic aura. That's right, Akatsuki. It's appeared again, Lieutenant General Tsuru said with a gloomy face. At the same time, a flash of memory surfaced again. That demonic, blood-colored figure. But this is a dominant color? Why is it so terrifying? Peach Bunny asked herself that she had seen a lot of bully colors, and with her strength, she could easily handle them. It was just that at this moment, this overlord color that exploded out from Mu Ling's body caused the pressure to multiply, and she had to go all out. She had never seen such a strong dominant color. His overlord color has become even stronger. I'm only afraid that it has long surpassed the unusual overlord color. Peach hair. Protect yourself. Today's battle is only a battle. Lieutenant General Crane was about to say something, but the meaning of his words could not have been clearer. Peach Hair's entire body was confused. She did not expect her sister, who has always been strong and never bowed down, to have backed down at this moment. At this moment there is a retreat? Red Pupil Makiling. Why is it so strong? Nuisance. In an instant, Makiling transformed into a straight ray of lightning and disappeared in place. Rumbling. The fluorescent dragon sword in his hand flashed with lightning and rushed towards Green Pheasant at an extremely fast speed. Frozen Cold Defense. Click, click, click. Countless circular ice shields appeared in front of Green Pheasant, like a city wall, stopping Makiling. Thunder, Bagua. Boom. Instantly, countless sword chi mixed with thunder light condensed into a ball, instantly breaking through the first ice shield. Bang, 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 followed by the second, the third. A few seconds later, all the ice shields collapsed in unison, and Makiling finally arrived in front of Green Pheasant. A sword chopped down. Duong. Green Pheasant immediately raised his ice blade to block Flux Dragon, only to have his strength plummet under the weakening of Shura, and in the next second he flew backwards. The slightest bit of blood spilled out of the corners of his mouth. Asshole. Cursing angrily, Green Pheasant wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the cold air surging in his hand was about to strike. It came to an abrupt end. A fist glowing with fire had appeared in front of him. Bang! The ground crumbled, and Green Pheasant, who had been sent flying by a punch, rolled dozens of meters like a kite with broken strings, stopping in front of a boulder. Just as Green Pheasant was about to stand up, the black shadow reappeared. A furious storm of punches then poured down, punching to the bone and hitting Green Pheasant hard in the chest. Bang! 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 The earth trembled and shook out countless cracks, while a huge pit had long appeared underneath Green Pheasant, having been hardened by Makiling. Spraying blood furiously, Green Pheasant forced himself to endure the pain and slapped his hands hard on the ground. Freeze, miles of ice. Click, click, click. In an instant, a wave of cold air instantly exploded out of Green Pheasant's body, transforming into endless peaks of ice that swept across the earth. In the blink of an eye, the whole world turned into a world of white ice sculptures. Bang! Shattering the cold ice. Just the moment Mu Ling threw another punch. Frozen miles of bee sting. Thumbs up. Immediately, countless ice spikes ripped up from underneath his feet, revealing sharp, cold ons that shot straight at Mu Ling. Ha! That's it? With a disdainful cry, Mu Ling didn't even dodge, allowing the ice spikes to crash into him, but they all crumbled to no avail. You think I'm kidding you with a body that's been refined 10 times? Green Pheasant had been confused. He hadn't expected Makiling's defense to be so strong. Bang! Green Pheasant, who had been heavily punched in the face by Makiling, once again flew backwards. Sneer at. The fluorescent dragon was sheathed, and the tip of the sword grazed the ground, making extremely deep sword marks. With that, Makiling took one step towards Green Pheasant. Mama Hare and Lieutenant Tsuru will have been pestered by the old Sheshiru, and at this point there is no one to save Green Pheasant. Is there anything else you want to say? Mu Ling said icily. Yay, I didn't realize that the Akatsuki Makoto spirit would be so strong. What an abomination. Letting out a bitter laugh, Ching Fei said helplessly. Me too. I didn't expect this term's great general to be so weak. Pheasant. Since there's nothing more to say, die. The sword rose and fell, and the sharp blade shot straight at Green Pheasant's chest. Duong. In an instant, a flash of cold light came from nowhere and stabbed at Makiling. Mu Ling's reaction was extremely fast. He had already noticed the moment the cold light had just appeared. Seek out the source of the sound and throw a punch. Bang! All that was heard was a muffled grunt, and then nothing. The eyes were empty, and I couldn't see anything. Clenching his fist, Makiling distinctly felt that his punch had hit. Stealth? Transparent fruit? No, the transparent fruit is clearly in the hands of the terrorist three-masted ship Absalom, but just now it is clear that. Scold. Suddenly, the cold aura that had disappeared earlier reappeared, shining in the sunlight revealing a slight chill. You won't be spared this time. A sidestep to avoid the attack, followed by Mu Ling's sword out like a dragon, biting sword chi chopping down towards the air in unison. Tinkling or jingling sound. The sword chi exploded with a muffled sound as if it had chopped on a piece of iron. And seeking this sound, Makiling blasted out another fist. Sound of escaping laughter. Blood sprayed on the ground as a tall dark figure gradually emerged from the air, pale in color, wearing a black suit. A creepy murderous aura flowed through his body. Peony Spirit's heart fluttered and she immediately thought of something. A secret agent of the world government? Makiling said in surprise. TSK, that's smart and strong. But, soon you'll be a dead man. Clamor. The black-clothed man's body gradually blurred, became transparent, and disappeared into the air in the blink of an eye. Oh, threaten me. Mu Ling laughed. His body's blood-colored cultivation field surged once again, and his killing intent was monstrous. It's just stealth. Is that a big deal? Ting. Sword roars suddenly rose. Sword chi surged. Countless sword light shot out from Mu Ling's body, transforming into a small chi sword dispersed all around. And in an instant, a large sword formation rose up from the ground. Miso. Sword chi was rampant within the sword formation, and tens of thousands of small chi swords chopped through the air, slashing out a red and bloody aura. Suddenly, as if she sensed something, Mu Ling immediately turned her body backward and made a fierce sword strike towards the boulder. Bang! The boulder crumbled and a dark shadow emerged from the air. Damn it! The black-clothed man who was forced out by the map cannon was drenched in blood, and a horrifying sword scar was clearly visible on his right arm. Snap! Turning into a phantom, Mu Ling instantly arrived in front of the black-clothed man and grabbed him by the neck. Anum! Click! 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 The sound of a crumbling neck bone was like the sound of hell into the black-clothed man's ears, and he completely panicked. No! Don't kill me! Maki Ling didn't react as his right hand continued to exert force. Ooh, you'll die if you kill me, you'll die too. Bang! The black-clothed man's head was blown out by Mu Ling's punch, and blood burst out, blooming like a spring. Just that Maki Ling didn't notice that right in the black-clothed man's pocket, a golden telephone bud was gently pressed down. Beep! Animal phantom species chameleon fruit found. To loot or not to loot? The system that hadn't appeared for a long time suddenly spoke out. Note, why is the rating so low? Is this book bad? Can't figure it out. Chapter 18 Demon Slaughtering Order Unleashed. Animal phantom species chameleon fruit? No wonder the other guy was invisible. So it's a chameleon. You can do it. System, you can even loot devil fruits? Mu Ling was a bit surprised. He had thought that this system would only refine spirits. Cut. The system said disdainfully, arrogantly. Maki Ling. Beep. Whether to loot or not. Please host decide. Okay. Clamor. In an instant, a stream of light appeared in Maki Ling's hand, and it was a banana-shaped devil fruit that was green and covered with weird patterns. Not bad. Collecting it into the warehouse. Mu Ling did not intend to eat it, although animal-based fantasy beast species are rare, not to mention this chameleon fruit. But Maki Ling didn't like the style of hiding. Wide open, traveling far and wide with his sword. That's what he had in mind. And just as Maki Ling dealt with the man in black, Momo Hare and Lieutenant General Tsuru had long ago fled back to their warships with countless naval forces, preparing to escape from this place. Navy Headquarters. Marin Vado. Carp. Eat, 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 eat. Aren't you an asshole worried at all? Inside the marshal's office, Warlord raged. Ka-chow ka-chow. The sound of carp chewing on a senbei continued. Warfare. Snap. Senbei was snatched away by a handful of Warlord. What are you doing? I'm not full yet. Asshole. This is mine. Egu, don't be so petty. It's useless for you to be anxious. Hasn't Little Crane passed? But that's the red poople shepherd spirit. That old thing. People are much younger than you. You're the old thing. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, a crisp honk echoed throughout the base. After hearing this voice, Warlord's face changed drastically, and Carp, who was eating senbei at the side, also changed color instantly. Carp, Demon Slaughter Order. Someone has unleashed the Demon Slayer. Warlord, how is this possible? Bang! The office door was pushed heavily open and Vice Admiral Flinthill of Naval Headquarters walked in. Report Marshal. Demon Slaughter Order activated. From the Water Capital. The Water Capital? But Green Pheasant and Akane. Warlord was filled with confusion. He remembered clearly that neither Green Pheasant nor Akane had brought the phone bug that activated the Demon Slayer Order. The Order of the Slaughter. A destructive attack formed by the Navy Headquarters in conjunction with the world government. More than a dozen naval warships, accompanied by 5 vice admirals, and the rest of the various admirals' naval elite countless. Carpet bombardment, with no emotion whatsoever. In quick succession. O'Hara, the Island of Justice, is now open for the 3rd time, Carp said in a deep voice. Let's go. Warlord wanted to say something, but finally said helplessly. If not the Navy, then the world government. Since the demon-slaying order had already been activated, it could not be changed. The water capital was finished, and the red poople Mackling would also die. Thinking of this, Warlord suddenly felt a sense of relief for no reason. Beep. Host defeats Admiral Akane of the Navy Headquarters for the first time, releasing a reward. Mortal Rank Sword Technique Broken Army Rising Dragon Strike +1. Please host receive. Defeating an admiral for the first time? Is this even a reward? Mu Ling suddenly felt that he had underestimated this spirit refining system. The business was quite extensive. That's not right. How come you didn't give out a reward when I defeated Yellow Monkey in Propulsion City? Mu Ling is not happy. You are not withholding my wages. Beep. At that time this system has just been activated and business is not perfect. It feels like you're kind of inexplicably wasted. Beep. Please ask the host to accept the reward as soon as possible. Oh, confirm receipt. Clamor. Sword light surged in his mind, and a brilliant sword light shot out in Mu Ling's brain. Immediately afterward, the sword light transformed into a dragon-shaped sword rainbow that continuously echoed in his mind. Opening his eyes, Mu Ling, who had already melded the breaking army ascending dragon strike, looked at the surface of the sea, the few warships that were gradually fleeing. He didn't have the slightest idea that the demon slaughter order had been unleashed long ago, and the danger was approaching step by step. Captain, I'm sorry we didn't stop them. Hiryu bowed his head in guilt. It's nothing, just run away. Although Hiryu was strong, he was still so much worse than Mama Hair, who had the strength of a quasi-general. As for old Sha, he was even worse, being beaten by Green Pheasant and spitting blood from his mouth. Letting them run away was expected, and Maki Ling didn't blame them. Let's go. Nurse your wounds, rest for a few days and we'll get out of here. Waving his hand, Mu Ling retrieved the fluorescent dragon sword and walked towards the island. He didn't want to wait for Iceberg to build the Undertaker before he left, because it's too time-consuming. The Undertaker was different from other ships. It took an extremely long time to build. According to Iceberg's estimation, how could it take half a year? And that was still under lean. The next stop for Maki Ling was going to be a trip to Hollow Island. Since he wanted to take revenge and destroy the world government, he had to gather some powerful companions. Analu, well, although unruly, Mu Ling believes in his own means. If it fails, then kill and then loot the rattling thunderfruit. All in all a solid profit. Geez, Captain Yu, look. Suddenly, Jia Ping pointed at the sea in horror, only to see a naval warship chopping through the huge waves on the calm sea. Its dark gunbores flashing out a gleam of cold in the sunlight. It is gradually approaching the water capital. Navy warships? Why are they back at? Jesus. 1, 2, 3, 15 warships. Now, after seeing 15 warships, even Hiryu was a bit flustered. It can't be. To launch 15 warships against us? Old Sha, who was always calm and collected, also panicked a bit, because the firepower of 15 warships was enough to destroy a small island. Knock. The Mu Ling on the side didn't say anything, but her heart gradually sank instead. The Demon Slayer Order. This is definitely the Demon Slayer Order. Otherwise the Navy would never have sent so many ships at once. A touch of coldness crossed his eyes. Mu Ling didn't expect the Navy headquarters to think so highly of himself that he even unleashed such a great killing weapon. This is the Demon Slayer's order. Boom! The three people's minds instantly exploded as they looked at Mu Ling in disbelief. Hiryu, the Demon Slayer Order, consisting of 5 vice admirals, 10 warships, and the Navy's elite. Lao Sha, Jie, it's still a real honor. Evening, Captain, let's run. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 15 warships lined up. Hundreds of gun chambers shook in unison, and black shells poured down from the sky. Rumbling. At that moment, the entire water's capital exploded. The cries of the people, the sound of relentless artillery fire, and countless mournful wails, broken corpses and arms, crumbling buildings, and roaring fires crazily raged through the water capital. Asshole. Unforgivable. Enraged, Jubai immediately jumped into midair and punched a cannonball into the sea, only to no avail, for the number of shells was too great. Shoo away. In an instant, countless flames burst out within Mu Ling's body, and the terrifying temperature roasted the air around him, splintering. Extreme Inferno Emperor, condensing the flames in his right hand, just like Ace's fire fist. Endless columns of extreme fire burst out from Mu Ling's right arm. Bang, bang, bang. The fire was so great that it engulfed the countless shells and melted them into steel. It was just that after one punch, Mu Ling stopped striking and instead looked at the three people. Let's go. Let's get out of here or the water capital will disappear because of us. Of course, the main thing was that Maki Ling was worried that once the water capital was destroyed, then when and how long would it take to build his own underworld king? Chapter 19, Traveling to the Empty Island. Bang! Blasting a cannonball with a single punch, Jepping immediately jumped into the sea, burly but incredibly agile, cutting a ripple in the sea. In a few minutes he arrived in a speedboat. Let's go! Mu Ling transformed into a ray of fire and instantly ran away. TSK, what a critical situation. Old Sandy bristled and turned into yellow sand, arriving at the speedboat in less than a few seconds. Buzz. The speedboat was super fast and instantly scuttled off the coast, heading deeper into the ocean. And at that moment, The Navy crowd also discovered the evil spirit pirates who were preparing to flee. Stop the attack and change direction. Click, click, click. In a flash, Green Pheasant waved his big hand, and the roiling cannonballs immediately turned into ice sculptures and fell helplessly into the sea. Green Pheasant, what do you mean by that? One-armed Akane stood on the deck, filled with rage. He was upset that Green Pheasant had stopped shelling the water capital. The evil spirit pirates crowd has already fled the water capital. What we should do now is not to continue attacking the water capital, but to give chase. Green Pheasant's eyes were cold, and a trace of cold air flowed around his body. The tragedy of the O'Hara incident was something he would never allow to happen again before his eyes. What's more, what's wrong with the people of Watertown? We will pursue the evil spirit pirates, but once the demon slaughter order is activated, it will never stop. Snap! Large, lava-covered hands pressed hard against the warship's fence, and Akane exploded. Keep attacking! Stop the shelling! All navies pursue the evil spirit pirates immediately. Green Pheasant was also enraged. What do you mean? Trying to disobey the orders of the Navy headquarters? Green Pheasant didn't say anything as a gust of ice spread out under his feet, constantly fending off the blazing lava. Click, click, click. In an instant, all the naval warships pointed their gunbores right towards the sea in the direction of the water capital. A glacier several feet high rose up from the ground. Akane's face became more somber. The pirates deserve to die, but the people are innocent. Thumbs up. The magma penetrated the cold ice and melted it into water vapor, but the next moment it was frozen by the cold ice. At once, the two admirals of the Navy headquarters got into an argument. All the Navy was silent, looking at the two admirals with complicated gazes, none of them knowing what to do for a while. Enough! Suddenly, Lieutenant General Crane burst out, interrupting the tit-for-tat between the two. What do you want? Kill each other? Cease all artillery bombardment of the water capital. All admirals listened to the order to pursue the evil spirit pirates with all their might. But Ms. Crane, Akane said sharply. That's an order. Akane stopped talking abruptly. Although he was a major general, Ms. Crane was a lieutenant general. But within the entire Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Tsuru was extremely intimidating. Sound of escaping laughter. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Green Pheasant's mouth before he fell to the ground in a heap. Send Green Pheasant and Akane back to naval headquarters for treatment, and the remaining 14 ships of the Navy continue the pursuit. Extreme Inferno, Heavenly Inferno / rumbling. In an instant, red light exploded, and countless fire dragons converged into a skyward sword main that shot straight up into the clouds, accompanied by a terrifying popping sound. The sword energy chopped down and the naval warship was split in two, and at that moment, Lieutenant General Tsuru, who was looking at the 14 naval warships that were already down to 3, had no choice but to issue the order to retreat. Without top-notch battle power, unusual shelling simply couldn't do any damage to Muling, and seeing the Navy withdraw, the 4 who had long ago escaped for miles then exhaled a long, turbid breath. Geez, it's been 3 days and this crazy woman has finally withdrawn. Shilio slumped heavily towards the back, his body already drenched in sweat and out of breath. It's a nightmare. Old Sandy shook his head. Evening, it feels like I just escaped from a ghost gate. It's really thanks to the captain. Although they were able to intercept the shell's attacks, they had long been exhausted after 3 long days and nights, and if not for the presence of Makiling, their bodies would have sunk into the sea long ago. Muling shook his head and patted the spirit refining 3 times speedboat. Luckily, I know how to refine spirits. Beep. Host destroys 10 warships for the first time. Release reward. Supreme Great Fast Blade 12 workers. Cripple Chi, mortal rank, +1. Oh, yeah, the supreme fastest sword in the world? It's the top sword in the pirate world. Acknowledgement of receipt. Clamor. With a flash of flowing light in his hand, a long black sword appeared in Muling's hand. The sword was wide, twice as wide as the Flux Dragon sword, and similarly thin, and although it felt light in the hand, it was extremely textured. The 3 vertical dark golden sword lines that traced from the hilt to the tip of the sword looked very imposing. Ting! Accompanied by the crisp sword sound, a steady stream of sword chi surged down the arm into the crippling chi. In an instant, Hilliu, who was lying on the boat, immediately got up and looked at Cripple Chi in disbelief, his face full of shock. Demon sword? What do you mean? Makiling looked to Hiryu. This blade in your hand, Captain, is a demon blade. After a pause, Shilio said in a deep voice, looking at Cripple Chi's gaze with more than 1 point of blazing heat. Sneer at. In the next moment, thunderstorm was sheathed, and gusts of red demonic power were surging through the crimson sword. Muling froze, because he felt that this cripple in his hand actually had the same aura as thunderstorm. Feel that, right? That's right. This thunderstorm of mine is a demonic sword. And I feel this same demonic power from your hands, Captain. And the two demonic forces are not even on the same level. When Shiro said this, Makiling realized that this was indeed the case after taking a closer look. The demonic power flowing from the crippled chi sword was countless times stronger than Thunderstorm. A demon sword, muttered Macaron. TSK. It is said that demonic swords are the most erosive to the mind, and those who hold them all die without fail. But, on second thought, it doesn't matter. So what if it's a demon sword? The third generation Oni is also a demon sword. Sauron doesn't juggle it all the same. Makoran wouldn't consider himself inferior to Sauron. 1 week later, Gaia Peninsula. An empty island? I thought it was just a story that appeared in King Rolando the Great's book, but I didn't realize it really existed. On the surface of the sea, looking at the huge clouds overhead, Hiryu sighed. But can stories in books like this really exist? Unlike Hiryu, who was incomparably obedient to Mu Ling, old Shah was puzzled. Asshole Croctor, don't you trust the captain? Hiryu looked to the old sand. Old Sandy. Mad retarded right. Isn't it normal for me to be suspicious of such things? Let's go. It's the middle of the night now, just when the updrafts are appearing. Such a sight would not be seen in Propulsion City, nor on Fishman Island, let alone Alabaster, which is full of desert. Smiling, Mu Ling slammed the rudder of the ship and sailed the snatched black ship towards the heart of the sea. Captain, there's a ship approaching us over there. Suddenly, Jia Ping shouted. Oh, Mac Ling, Hilio Lao Sha and the three of them turned their heads to look. A large black ship with a huge sail, a pirate flag with flamingo sunglasses appeared in the eyes of the three. Chapter 20, Amalu. That flag. It's not. Hiryu frowned. As far as he knew, the only person who had the flamingo pirate flag was that person. Don Quixote Pirates. Makiling said in a deep voice. Old Sandy, what? Don Quixote? Doflamingo? But isn't Doflamingo in New World Dressrosa? How did he suddenly come to the Great Voyage? Evening rubbed his blue head in utter confusion. It shouldn't be Doflamingo, but someone else. Macaron reacted to the person who could have Don Quixote's banner and who would appear underneath the empty island at this moment. There's only one. Doflamingo's number one lick. Bellamy the Iguana. A guy who opens his mouth to talk about the new era of pirates and has a mouth that rivals the Four Emperors. After being punched in the face by Luffy, he was as shy as an abandoned dog, hoping Ming would give him a chance. However, Mu Ling remembered that this bastard did come to the empty island once, and after snatching the golden bell, he offered it to brother Ming. Gee, I didn't realize it was such a coincidence. It's a small world. Think of it as a little pre-dinner snack before you're about to fly off to an empty island. Mu Ling was happy, but didn't intend to make a move, because he was really lazy to take care of such a person. What a disgusting face. Ice-cold eyes looked at Bellamy's big arrogant face, and a ball of wind sand appeared in Old Sand's hand. Clamor. The wind and sand grew bigger and bigger, forming a giant tornado that ripped through the air and swept up countless seawater, surging towards the Bellamy pirates. Click, click, click. In an instant, the power of the storm mixed with seawater skyrocketed, immediately shattering the ship's hull, and the huge sails were torn apart by the wind and sand. Shoo away. Immediately afterward, the mast of the ship was broken off and struck straight on the deck, and at once the ship was split in two, and all sorts of cries and angry curses were heard. Asshole, who is it? Help, help, I can't swim. Who the hell is this? Bellamy, will kill you. Scold. A rushing blood-colored sword she chopped straight down, and the originally crumbling hull immediately turned into pieces and scattered on the sea. Asshole Hiryu, are you looking for death? Old Shah was furious. This guy Hylia dared to steal my head. Jia, it's clear that you're the one who's too slow, said Hiryu with disdain. Asshole you. Quiet. Mu Ling said icily. At once, the old sand screeched to a halt. Jinping shook his head helplessly, and Hiryu laughed heartily. Crashing sound. In the next second, the crowd's eyes were drawn to the vision on the surface of the sea. At some point, countless huge whirlpools appeared on the surface of the sea, and the Bellamy pirates crowd was swept up by the whirlpools to their deaths. Lean over. Got it, Captain. Jepping's big hand pressed down on the rudder and immediately steered the ship into the middle of the whirlpool. Large drops of sweat slid down from his forehead, even as a fishman. Jepping couldn't help but tense up when faced with the underwater vortex. Jia. This is really exciting. Crocodile, you wouldn't have pissed your pants long ago, would you? Bah! It's just a small undersea whirlpool. How could I possibly be afraid of it? Roar! Miserable cries of woe came out from the vortex, only to see 3 or 4 sea kings being swept into the vortex, followed by the entire surface of the sea turning red. Hilliard, Old Sandy, Evening. The corners of the three people's mouths twitched as they looked at Maki Ling. Keep going. Don't stop, Mu Ling said in a cold voice. Half an hour later, Bang! The sea surged, and countless rising currents burst out from the bottom of the ship, instantly jetting upwards. Steadying his body, Mu Ling burst out. Raise the sail. Got it, Captain. Clamor. The sails were hoisted, and in an instant the boats were swarming with the rising current. Without a moment's effort, the four of them arrived at the White Sea, officially arriving at the empty island. Looking at the endless White Sea, everyone except for Mu Ling was dumbfounded. The rumored empty island actually exists. Now you have come here yourself. Jia, what an amazing scene. Shilio's face was smooth, but there was a vague flicker of excitement on his brow. It's unimaginable that we actually made it to the empty island. Even Ping said excitedly. Not bad. Old Sandy remained arrogant. Go find our companion and hopefully hit a consensus. Otherwise I'll just have to kill him. Macaron looked to the sky as he worried if Anilu had traveled to the moon at this point. If that's true, it's a wasted trip. Half an hour later. Captain, what's our new partner like? An unruly fellow like you. No, possibly even more arrogant than you. Old Sandy. Exhale. Suddenly, the winds blew and a thunderbolt flashed overhead. It's ships. There are ships flying in the sky. Evening exclaimed. The crowd looked up and saw a huge ship with an ancient style, but very luxurious, slowly sailing by. The bow of the ship was made of gold, and on the hull of the ship was the word God. There was a trenchant air. Ark Proverbs. It is the vehicle in which Anilu traveled to the moon, and at the bow of the ark, a white figure was quietly gazing at the four. That's him? Hiria said grimly. That's right, but this newcomer doesn't look like she's getting along well. Take him, and if he doesn't want to join, kill him. Yes. Rumbling. Suddenly, thunder roared overhead as countless thunderbolts converged in a ball, and a thick pillar of terrifying thunder roared down. Jia, surprisingly, it's a nature fruit ability person. Hiria's face was unchanged, and he smiled a sinister smile. Sneer at. In an instant, demonic chi erupted, and thunderstorm was instantly sheathed. Looking at the thunder pillars that were blasting down, Shilio immediately raised his sword, and after the countless sword chi condensed into a heavenly blood-colored sword aura, he chopped towards the sky. Click, click, click. The thunder pillar was actually hardened and split in two. Knock. With a sinking heart, Anilu standing at the bow of the boat's face changed dramatically, and his entire body was dumbfounded. Surprisingly, it blocked God's attack? What in the world? Note, many thanks to all of you for your gifts. A million thanks. Potato would like to wish you all a happy and prosperous new year. Chapter 21. Die. Or submit. Just as Anilu froze, Hiria raised his sword again. I don't like people standing on top of me. Scold. The sword light that was several times stronger than the previous sword instantly burst out from the thunderstorm. Click, click, click. The sword light ruthlessly impacted on the ark, and immediately the hull of the ship clicked, and densely packed cracks continued to crumble open with the sword light. In the next second, the entire ark was split in two. Shoo away. The hull of the ship smashed into the White Sea, splashing countless splashes. Bastard! How dare you take a shot at a god? Anilu was enraged, his body surging with electricity that crackled and exploded across the sky and earth. Rumbling. As if sensing his anger, countless streaks of thunder coiled above the heads of the crowd, and the black pressurized thunderclouds continued to release pressure. Oh, how dare you call yourself a god? Old Shah laughed, a trace of icy cold to the extreme killing intent flowing around his body. What an arrogant fellow! Hiria shook his head with a look of caring for a mentally challenged child. In the next second, Anilu held the golden rod and slammed it heavily towards the thunder drum behind him, and immediately the sky exploded as a ferocious thunder dragon sprang out of the drum, opened his bloody mouth and stared angrily at the crowd. It was one of Anilu's best moves. 60 million volt thunder dragon. See? That's the power of a god. Anilu said proudly. Evening, huh? A natural lightning attribute devil fruit? Old Sandy, it should be the legendary and extremely rare rattling thunder fruit. Old Sandy you know? Mu Ling was taken aback. Old Sand even knew about the rattling thunder fruit? Once seen on a devil fruit icon. Very rare. Disappeared for countless years. I didn't expect it to be eaten by this little cutie. Gave eaten. TSK, 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 TSK. Even read the devil fruit illustrated. Across from him, Anilu instantly blackened his face. Cutie pie. Is that about me? Assholes. I think you guys are looking for death. Roar. The thunder dragon roared in, only to be shattered by Mu Ling's fist in the next second. Over to you Hiryu. Capture them alive if you can, but killing them is also fine. As you wish. Mu Ling said indifferently. Anilu was able to comprehend the heartnet, also known as the seeing color, on his own using the electrical waves of the rattling thunderfruit without being taught by anyone. Count on it being a genius. But the evil spirit pirates had never lacked for genius, only companions who obeyed orders. Whether Anilu lives or dies is up to him. Damnable! How dare you disobey God's will? Don't think you're attempting to fight against God just because you've shattered his thunder dragon. Nuisance. In an instant, Anilu's body was covered in thunderous light, and he rushed towards Makiling like a thunderbolt. This is the guy who shattered the thunder dragon with one punch. Abominable. Jia, what a pain in the ass. Don't you realize that your opponent is me? Sneer at. The armed color spread from Hiryu's right arm to the body of the thunderstorm sword, and in an instant Hiryu blocked in front of Makoran. A sword chopped down. Ridiculous. Humble blue sea people, you think your attacks can hurt a god? Without ducking or dodging, Anilu slammed his golden rod hard into Hiryu. Duong! The golden rod slammed into Hiryu's shoulder, but was blocked by the armed color. Anilu was startled for a moment, and then a strong sense of crisis hit his body. Not good. Anilu, whose body turned into a thunderous light, was just about to flee when a flash of sword light cut down in front of his eyes. Sneer at. Blood light erupted, and a half-meter-long horrifying sword mark in front of his chest, and blood flowed from the rolled-up flesh and blood. How could you possibly hurt God? Exiting dozens of meters away, Aniru's entire body was dumbfounded. Hurt yourself? Bleeding? How is this possible? I'm a god. Jia truly deserves to be a rattling thunderfruit. It really possesses the speed of light just like Yellow Saru, but to be able to dodge my sword. It seems that you still have the seeing color hegemony TSK, not bad. At that, Hiryu gave a grim smile, disdain on his face. Talented as you are, you've always been a hick who doesn't know the color of arms. Scold. In a flash, Shiryu's body swayed and he charged up like a sharp sword. Die. Duong. The thunderstorm clashed hard with the golden rod. Sparks flew in all directions, and a shockwave kept spreading out in all directions. Asshole. What the hell are you talking about armed colors? Anilu yelled. He always felt as if these people knew something. Nuisance. The pillar of thunder roared down, slamming hard on top of Shiryu's head. Sculpture. With a vertical sword slash towards the sky, the blood-colored sword aura once again split the thunder pillar in two. Only in the next second, the disdain-filled Hiryu froze. There was nothing in front of his eyes, and Aniru, who had transformed into a thunderbolt, had long since disappeared and ran out of sight. Is this a god? Run faster than anyone. Asshole. Hiryu was furious. Shoo away. Suddenly, Muling transformed into a ball of fire and instantly exploded. With countless sword chi, it caught up with the thunderbolt transformed by Anilu in just a few seconds. Damn it. I'm a god. Anilu was more than a little furious, and in his rage he had long forgotten to run for his life. At this point he just wanted to kill the man. Nuisance. Endless thunder power surged within his body, exploding with a thunderous roar. The majesty of God cannot be lost. Die. The golden rod in his hand turned into a terrifying thunderbolt and ruthlessly smashed towards Muling. His face did not change, and the dense extreme flame exploded in the knuckles of Muling's right fist, and a terrifying aura instantly climbed to the peak. A punch is thrown. Boom! The fist grew in size, and Anilu felt a pounding force slamming into him as he blacked out before his eyes. This force. Bang! 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 The golden rod instantly crumbled and turned into golden shards that floated in front of Anilu's eyes. Why are you? Snap! Anilu's words came to an abrupt end as Makoran's hand had a death grip on his neck. Click! 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 The sound of a crumbling neck bone. Die or submit. Muling's icy voice was like a demon whispering, etching the marrow of the heart. Note, the writing is so difficult. Just thought of a little clue. Crackling a burst of gunfire to blow away. Chapter 22, Subduing Anilu. Bright red blood dripped down the corner of Anilu's mouth. The pale skin rose red and even turned a little purple. Damn the blue sea people. Ooh-hoo. Me? I'm a god. You shall all die. By the will of God. Click. Makoran's hand got even harder, and he looked at Anilu with an icy gaze, not saying a word. Shilio, Jia. So arrogant even at the end of your life. Old Sandy, kill it Captain. Evening, looks like he won't give in until he dies. Fine. Then kill it. Muling nodded, slightly regretting in his heart. If Anilu was willing to submit, he would surely become one of the main fighting forces of the evil spirit pirates. But there was no harm in killing it and letting the system loot the rattling thunderfruit. Either eat it yourself or give it to Hiryu Jubai either way. And as he watched the four men gently decide whether he would live or die, Anilu's entire being was bad. I'm dying? Knock. Heart sinking to the bottom. Anilu was frantic. You're not going to ask any more questions? Don't I always have to be asked several times before I give in to something like this? Although the will of God cannot be disobeyed, what the hell is there to disobey when you're dead? Despite his arrogance and claim to be a god, Enelu was more afraid of death than anyone else. When he was young, he was alone and suffered from bullying and humiliation, and he took food from wild dogs, and it was only after he gained great power that he ascended to the heavens. And now it's just dead? And how he was willing to do so. Oh me. Oh, minister. Makiling, what's he talking about? Hiryu, it's like cursing again. Old Sandy, let me just finish him off with a sand burial. Enelu, goddamn cursing. I surrendered, okay. Oh don't. I submit. Oh. Enelu shuddered violently. Asshole. Still cursing. Sneer at. Hiryu drew his sword and was about to slash down. Even Ping, slow down. How come I heard him seem to be begging for mercy? Yeah. Makarin froze, his grip on Enelu's hand loosening slightly. Cough cough cough. I submit. Don't kill me. I'm willing to join you. Don't kill me, Enelu said sharply. Snap. The hand let go and Enelu dropped to the ground, taking in a big gulp of air. Looking at Makarin's bland face, Enelu's body trembled without reason. Just a moment ago, in that split second, he felt death coming. It's horrible, this man. If he wanted to kill himself, it would only be a matter of a breath. Good. Since you chose to submit, join our evil spirit pirates. Welcome. We are companions from now on. But if you have any bad ideas, shoo away. In an instant, the terrifying overlord-colored Shura field immediately exploded, and countless blood awnings surrounded Enelu's body. Anum. Click. 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 As if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back, Anilu almost fell to his knees, his leg bone splintering. You should understand what will happen, Mu Ling said icily. I got it, Captain. At once, all the dissatisfaction and complaints in Anelu's heart completely dissipated with this pressure. The only way to suppress an unruly person is to use absolute power to suppress him ruthlessly, pressing down on him, fearing you from the bottom of his heart, dreading you. That's what Maki Ling did. Beep. Host fights for the first time on an empty island. Posting a reward. Mortal rank sword skill spiritual rhinoceros sword +1. Clamor. A wave of warmth surged into Makiling's mind, and he was suddenly short of breath, only to see the plains above suddenly soared up waves, like the water surface like instant diffusion, into a side of a giant Xuanji water curtain. And at that moment, a meteor-like sword light pierced straight through the water curtain. Opening his eyes, Mu Ling, who had already melded the spiritual rhinoceros sword, couldn't help but smile. TSK, what is it called? Supreme Spirit Refining. I think you should just call it the first system from now on. Beep. A system that doesn't want to expand its business isn't a good system. Okay, you're ambitious and you're reasonable. Okay. After conquering Enelu, Makiling's mission was complete. As for the golden bell or whatever, forget it. Grabbed by the balloon-like octopus on the hull, soon the evil spirit pirates crowd was back on land. 1 week later, open the control panel. Clamor. A flash of golden light flickered in his mind. Supreme Spirit Refining System. Host, Makiling. Bounty, $2. 000 000 000 000. Weapons, Fluorescent Dragon Sword, Mortal Rank, Cripple Feather, Mortal Rank. Body, Mortal Rank, Spirit Refining number 10. Abilities, Thundering Bagua number 2, Proficient, Lion Sword Dance number 2, Proficient, Mutant Overlord Color / Sharaba number 1, Proficient, Armed Color Hegemony, Proficient, Broken Army Ascending Dragon Strike number 1, Proficient, Seeing Color Hegemony, Introductory, Fluttering Like a Stunner, Introductory. Spirit Points, 120. System Points, 10. Power, 500. Speed, 410. Defense, 600. Life, 350. Nice. His own bounty had really gone up. 2, 000 000 000 000 000. TSK. It's almost catching up with the bounty of the 4 emperors. Beep. The evil spirits refining spirit +1. Beep. The evil spirits refining spirit +1. Iceberg was still working on the Undertaker in the water capital, and it would probably take another 6 months. So with this looted evil spirit ship at his feet, Mu Ling simply refined the spirit directly 5 times, which should be enough for his group to build for half a year. Asshole Hiryu, do you want to fight? Jia. Enelu, have you boy forgotten the sword wound on your chest? Aha! I'm going to kill you. Enelu stormed out. Soon, Enelu walked over, covered in blood, looking defeated. Hiryu wasn't much better though. His whole body was charred and blackened, and it looked like he'd been struck badly by lightning. Makiling didn't stop it either. There was competition to motivate. The evil spirit pirates would never allow the existence of muckrakers. When I looked up, I saw a straight line of distinct colors bisecting the entire sky where the sea and sky met. On one side is the blue sea and warm sunshine. On the other side, there was a lightning and thunderstorm shrouded in black mist. Finally, note, Good New Year, everyone. I'm going to make dumplings. Chapter 23, The Terrifying Three-Masted Ship. Is this the legendary Devil's Triangle, known as the grave of the pirates? Looking at the distant sky that was shrouded in mist, Jinping said in a deep voice, Moonlight Moria, a shadow fruit ability, is lazy and arrogant. After leaving the empty island, Mu Ling realized that the landing point was close to this place, so he made a trip to the terrorist three-masted ship and took Moria under his wing. If he refused, he would kill the chicken and plunder the shadow fruit. At the same time, Maki Ling came here and actually wanted to verify some things. Jia, what in anticipation I heard that Moonlight Moria guy is here. Hiria said sorrowfully, those who are shrouded in mist cannot find their way forward and will eventually be guided by a mysterious force and become his puppets, unable to see the sunlight for the rest of their lives. It's actually the shadow that was taken away from him by his fruit ability. TSK, what a delightful asshole. The same king under the seven martial seas, but also the old generation of pirates. For the Moonlight Moria, that thing the crowd has long been familiar with. Moonlight Moria? Is that strong? Are we going to get him as a partner? Analu wondered. This fellow has a lot of potential, but is extremely lazy and always likes to pin his hopes on external objects. But I'm sure in my hands, he'll break and rise. After Mu Ling gave an icy smile, she looked at the crowd. Of course, if we can't come to a consensus, are any of you interested in the shadow fruit? Rustle of skirts. In an instant, a coolness struck the crowd. That's a death sentence for Mariah already? How about being so dry, Captain? But I like it. It didn't take long for the evil spirit to sail into the Devil's Triangle. Not a single ray of sunlight could be seen under the horrible mist, and the gloomy sky gave off an extremely depressing atmosphere. A lot of people thought the Devil's Triangle was formed all because of Mariah, but Maki Ling knew otherwise. There's something weird about this place. The guy in the anime that looks like three mountains with blood-red eyes. Just one look at him sends shivers down your spine. However, Mu Ling was curious about this. 5 hours later, at the gate of the three-masted ship of terror. Oh, this place looks like it's been vandalized. Looking at the wrecked hull of the ship and the zombie corpses all over the ground, Jinping was puzzled. There should have been a fierce battle. Jia. This bastard Moria won't die. Old Sand was filled with a grim smile. Maki Ling continued to walk forward through the misty forest and came to the castle ruins. Exhale. An overcast wind passed by, kicking up a cloud of sand and dust. The crowd then saw the huge body of Oz the demon, motionless and paralyzed on the ground, and next to it, a black figure fainted and died in the ruins. It was none other than the king's 7 musketeers. Moonlight Moria. Looks like the Straw Hat Gang has been here before. GGG, it's really this guy. This is the body of Oz the demon that Moria stole. Poor loser. What a fierce battle. But to be able to defeat Moria, I guess the other party is not weak. Old San said in a deep voice. You know it, and oh yeah, so does Enelu. A brilliant aura flashed in Mu Ling's eyes and he said in a cold voice, I know this big-eared monster? Could it be Straw Hat Kid? The first thing Lao Sha thought of was that munched Luffy who had defeated him. Asshole. It's that guy. Thinking of Luffy's Anilu storms into a rage, not even bothering to get mad at old Sandy for calling him a big-eared monster. Looking at the angry two, Mu Ling didn't say anything. Although Luffy in the pirate world is a piggyback, the past life of Maki Ling also excited for it. It's just that decades have passed and it's long since thinned out quite a bit. It's just juniors. Nuisance. In a flash, as if he had discovered something, Analu immediately turned around, and the golden rod in his hand turned into a thunderous light and threw it fiercely in the distance. Shoo away, accompanied by a heavy muffled sound. The sound of bones crumbling came through the air. The trunk of a tree in the distance swung heavily, as if it had been hit by something, and immediately afterward, a guy with a lion's face slowly appeared in front of the crowd. Transparent fruit ability. Terror Trimaran Zombie Legionnaire. Absalom. Oh, how dare you sneak around the will of the gods. You don't know what you're doing. Enelu said with disdain. What do you want to do to the Lord? Bastard. Don't go near Moria-sama. The faces of the crowd changed slightly, while Mu Ling waved his hand and said softly, Kill it. Rumbling. Thunder pillars raged and countless thunder snakes coiled in the sky. It then came crashing down and hit Absalom hard. The lion's mouth opened angrily, but not a single word could be said, and poor Absalom could only watch as the thunder would arrive and engulf his body. Absalom, the man, was loyal to Moria, but Maki Ling couldn't get enough of him. It's certainly possible that this one peaked at Nami's bath. Beep. Whether or not to loot the transparent fruit of the Superman system. Confirm looting. Clamor. With a flash of flowing light in his hand, A devil fruit that was white and covered in weird patterns appeared in Makiling's hand. Gee, this is the fruit of Sanji's dreams. However, Makiling didn't hold it in front of everyone's eyes, but took it back to the warehouse. The transparent fruit was of little use to Muling, and it was perfectly fine to give it to a few other people on the ship. It's just that it will have to be observed for a while longer. Meanwhile, Mariah, lying in the ruins, was awakened by the thunder, and likewise witnessed the murder of Absalom. Note, sesame oil, these 2 days are busy. Every day drunk. From today onwards, I will resume updating. I'm sorry. Chapter 24, Moonlight Moria, Pawn, Absalom, assholes, you guys actually, killed Absalom? I'll kill you all. Rumbling. For a moment the ruins trembled, and Mariah's tall body shuddered as he stood up, a black shadow swimming away at his feet. Who kill you? At that moment, Moria didn't even notice the others and stared at Enelu with deadly fury. That's him. That's the Dalek who killed Absalom. Scold. In an instant, the black shadow underneath Moria's feet suddenly shook and shot out at an extremely fast speed, transforming into a sharp lance tens of meters long in midair, chopping through the air and stabbing fiercely towards Enelu. TSK, how dare you take a shot at a god? I think you really want to die. Enelu laughed, remembering what Macarin had said earlier, and a stern light flashed in his eyes. 30 million volt, thunder beast. Roar. The golden rod in his hand hammered the thunder drum, and a monster bathed in lightning light immediately sprang out of the thunder drum. The thunder beast was very fast, dodging the tip of the gun after a slight incline of its body, and then it bit down on the gun barrel with a single bite. Click, click, click. The shadowhorn lance that was crazily infused with lightning power exploded with a burst of crumbling sounds, then shattered under Moria's unbelieving gaze. No, it can't be. How could he easily defuse his own attack? Yo, you guys actually woke up? Suddenly, a voice full of disdain entered Moria's ears, heart skipping a beat. Mariah, who found the voice somewhat familiar, turned his head to look. You, Crocodile? I can't believe it's you. A familiar earthy yellow coat, a cigar in his mouth, and a scar clearly visible on his face. It was none other than Crocodile, who was the same as him as the 7 musketeers under the king. How could you? You asshole? You're not. Knock. With his heart pounding and his liver cracking, Mariah instantly froze, and with his limbs cold and stiff, he finally remembered. This Crocodile guy had just escaped from the City of Propulsion not long ago and had joined an extremely powerful pirate group, Evil Spirit Pirates, and their captain. Moria's head tilted slightly, and she saw the handsome, young, seemingly harmless man, but with eyes as terrifying as purgatory. Red pupil hurting. Why would such a being be on the terror triptych? Only, the trembling body swung, when his eyes caught sight of the scorched earth and the distant woods. Fear was gone, and only endless rage filled his heart. Absalom is dead. His own companions are dead. Asshole. How about the Evil Spirit Pirates? What about the Akatsuki Macarin? Killed Absalom. Killed my good companion. Today, you all go to hell. Shadow gathering place. Bang! In an instant, the entire terrorist 3-masted ship trembled, and countless zombies strewn with wounds scurried out of the ground in the vast expanse of land. And the next second, from the ruins of the castle at his feet, countless more black shadows shot into Moria's mouth. Gotta! The big moves are out, so it looks like there's no talking about it. At this moment, the Moria in Makiling's eyes was already a dead man without a doubt. However, he was extremely appreciative of Moria's move. For the sake of his subordinates he can lay down his life and fight to the death against an enemy that he simply cannot fight against. This alone was enough to elicit respect from Mu Ling. It's just that it's better to die than to die. Nuisance. Enelu, who had transformed into a thunderous light, easily dodged Moria's attack and immediately came to Moria's feet after a few streams of light flashed through the air. Crashing sound. The golden rod in his hand was raging with lightning, and in one go, he struck Moria in the small of his back. Sound of escaping laughter. Moria, who had not recovered from his serious injuries, had originally forced this move, plus he was not skilled at it. In the blink of an eye, dozens of black shadows erupted from his mouth. Asshole. I'll kill you. Moria, who was enveloped by the negative emotions contained in the thousands of shadows, had long since gone berserk at this moment as a whole. Bang! With a slight flash of his body, a hint of disdain spread across the corners of Anelu's mouth as he dodged the giant palm. Is that all there is to it? Another hard blow to the small of the back. Asshole. Clamor. Black shadows flashed beneath Moria's feet, transforming into a giant shadowhorn lance as he went toe-to-toe with Anilu. Clanking. Sparks erupted. The flexible body of Enelu was not afraid of Moria's attack, but instead, he traveled between punches and kicks with ease. Bang! Moria misses with a slap and hits the ground hard. 60 million volt thunder dragon. Roar. The thunder dragon came out and instantly rushed into Moria's body. The terrifying lightning raging wildly and destroying Moria's body, with black shadows spewing out of his mouth. Moria, whose body was huge but incredibly bulky, was no match for Aniru, possessing an extremely strong lightning genre destructive power. It also had the speed of lightning. Moria was just about to go crazy. Bang, bang, bang. In a short while, Moria, who had already been hammered dozens of times by Anilu, was spewing blood from his mouth, and the black shadows within his body had long since flown away. His body gradually shrunk, and gasping for air, he collapsed on the ground, his demonic eyes full of resentment. Asshole. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Nuisance. Only after the next second, Aniru, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, suddenly raised his left hand and was covered in lightning. Rumbling. In an instant, the pillar of thunder roared down. Deep. Superman-type shadow fruit found, to loot or not? After the earth trembled for several seconds, the lightning began to dissipate, and the system's voice entered Mu Ling's ears. It looks like Mariah is really dead. Confirm looting. Clamor. With a flash of flowing light in his hand, a shadow fruit that was black and covered with weird patterns appeared in Mu Ling's hand. Chapter 25, Transparent Fruit. Is this the shadow fruit? There are no side effects, and it can prey on another person's shadow and keep them bound to darkness for the rest of their lives. After thinking about it, Mu Ling did not send the shadow fruit to the others, but took it back to the warehouse. He was considering whether or not he wanted to eat the shadow fruit, or, to the weakest iceberg on board today? On the other hand, in the middle of the wasteland, Mariah was no longer visible. The only thing left was the scorched black earth baked by thunder. After seeing this scene, other than Mu Ling, the rest of the crowd's faces changed slightly. TSK, that bastard Aniru. Looks like he's gotten stronger again. The corner of Hiryu's mouth twitched. The reason why Aniru had been promoted so quickly was entirely due to him. Looks like you'll have to work on that yourself. Under God's will. Any disobedient person will go up in smoke in divine punishment. The King's 7 Musketeers. Moonlight Moria. That's all there is to it. Seeing the surprise in the eyes of the crowd, Anilu was very proud, full of arrogance and very disdain. Oh, yeah? Mu Ling said in a cold voice. Without my permission, you killed your soon-to-be recruited companion without authorization, an act tantamount to betrayal. Anilu, have you forgotten what I said? Shoo away. In an instant, terrifying flames exploded out of Makoran's body, and at once, the blazing, unstoppable hot breath assaulted Anilu. Boom! Anilu, whose face was white, only felt a constant stream of aura like Tarzan smashing on top of his head. It was a supreme majesty that pressed down on Anilu's breath and made his bones click. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and the arrogance on his face was gone. All that was left was a deep scorn for Makiling. Oh, too complacent, Anilu thought silently. He was a smart man and would never think he was wrong about killing Moria, and the captain's sudden strike was only a warning. I know it's wrong, Captain, I'm sorry, Anilu said in a deep voice. If you keep acting like this, next time, I won't hold back. Clamor. The aura dissipated, and cold sweat dripped down Anilu's face as he lowered his head and stopped talking. Then Mu Ling's gaze swept around the weak, looking at the others separately. The intent is self-evident. The king of the entire ocean, the strongest pirate group in the world. That's what Makiling was thinking. Only, if the crew disobeyed orders and did what they were told, what difference was there between them and the Locust pirates that Makiling had previously been a part of? Even the Blackbeard pirates, who went their own way afterward, will only end up following in the footsteps of Roxas. Makiling would never allow this to happen on his ship. Hiryu was fine, Jubai wasn't worried, and Iceberg was even less so. Only the old sand and Anilu, one of the deep mind. The city is very deep, the other is untamed, proud and arrogant. Must knock. 3 days later, early morning, the sea. Yo captain, come have a drink. Just as he stepped out of the cabin, Makiling heard Shilio's slightly drunken voice. These guys, drinking early in the morning. No, it's a nasty hangover. Mu Ling didn't say anything, and a stream of light flashed in his hand, tossing it toward Shilio. Snap! Shilio hurriedly caught it, only in the next second. After seeing the things in his hand, the whole person froze, pure white with a naturally occurring and unique eerie pattern. This is a devil fruit? Hiryu exclaimed. That's right, the transparent fruit of the superhuman system. You should understand what it's used for. Picking up a jug of wine, Mu Ling looked towards the sea and said in a cold voice. He had thought long and hard about the attribution of the transparent fruit. Giving it to Jubai would never work, and although the system product didn't have the side effects of an unusual devil fruit, the other party wouldn't eat it anyway, because a fishman who can't go in the water is scary to think about. As for Hiryu, he was saved from severe poisoning by himself and was loyal to the end. Furthermore, in the anime, it was Hiryu who took the transparent fruit. It should be given to him in all senses of the word. So this is the devil fruit. Ha! Enilu froze, his mind remembering the blue fruit he had eaten as a young child. The source of one's own power turned out to be given by such a small fruit. Ah! Superman-type transparent fruit? GGG, I envy you, Shiro. Gee, another dryad like myself is coming out of the woodwork. That's so nice. Old Sandy laughed in a thieving way. Captain, this is too expensive, isn't it? No harm done. I have no use for keeping it. Of course, if you are worried about being cursed by the sea if you eat this fruit, then you can rest assured, because it will never happen, Mu Ling said confidently. The crowd, however, was dumbfounded. Not cursed by the sea? How is this possible? Captain, Hiryu was filled with difficulty for a moment. Transparent fruit is good. One's sword skill is exquisite. If one can hide his or her body, the battle is simply like a tiger adding wings. But just like that, he became a dry duck? But whenever the body touches seawater it will be weak in all limbs. And even more so when it is raptured with lethal objects such as seafloor stones. Hiryu always felt that the loss was more than worth it. Trust me and eat it? Makiling extended his hand, and another meaning had been laid out. If he doesn't believe it, then he is not knowledgeable. And this transparent fruit will have no connection with Shilio. I listened to the captain. With a clench of his teeth and a stomp of his foot, Hiryu expressed 100% obedience to Makorin after further deliberation. Clicker. In 3 or 2 swipes, the transparent fruit was eaten clean by Hiryu. Clamor. In an instant, Shilio, who had finished the fruit, was suddenly shaken, and a steady stream of power was surging out of his chest and converging on all parts of his body. Looking at Hiryu, whose body gradually became transparent and disappeared into the air, Makiling nodded, thinking that he really hadn't looked at the wrong person. Awesome! It really disappeared. I can't believe I can't sense my heartnet? Is this the power of the transparent fruit? Just as the crowd was stunned, Mu Ling, who was standing in place, spread his sword chi, and in an instant, countless small, densely packed chi swords surrounded the entire deck. Suddenly, Mu Ling's eyes opened, and his entire body instantly rushed 5 meters away like a sharp sword. Snap! The large hand grabbed fiercely towards the air, only to hear a muffled sound explode. Then Mu Ling's right arm made a forceful swing towards the sea. Plop! Waves 4 or 5 meters high immediately splashed up. Chapter 26, 5 consecutive draws. Silence. There was a seconds-long silence. The people present looked at Mu Ling, who had suddenly struck out, and were stunned for a few seconds before finally reacting. I think the captain threw something down just now, didn't he? Why do I feel like it's Hiryu? Jesus, that bastard Hiryu was thrown into the sea by the captain. I'll go save him. Old San and Anilu are both ability users and can't go down to the sea. And although Jieping doesn't understand why Makiling is doing this, he jumps down without saying a word. And at that moment, a figure gradually emerged from the air in the sea, and it was none other than Hiryu. Ah! Help! Help! I ate a devil fruit. I can't swim. Jieping, you blue fat ass, save me. Hiryu, who was flopping around constantly on the surface of the sea, yelling like a 3-year-old, was going crazy. Is the captain trying to kill me? But why did you make me eat the devil fruit and then kill me when it's not enough to kill me directly? Are you an idiot? Suddenly, Jinping's cold and ghostly voice came into Hiryu's ears. Dumbfounded at his words, Hiryu saw the pair of eyes of Jinping that were like looking at a little cutie. Like gaze, and then look at the crowd on the ship. The shock, the disbelief, and the looks of concern for the mentally handicapped children. His body shook as Hiryu finally sensed something was wrong. Yourself. Instead of sinking into the sea, it floated to the surface. Me? I'm not cursed by the sea? The captain's words are true. This. Hiryu was incoherent with surprise. Devil fruit has existed in the world for countless years since the beginning of time. Countless historical, anecdotal, and real-life accounts attest to this. But anyone who takes the devil fruit will be abandoned by the sea, and will even be directly deprived of the gift of swimming. For a moment, Hiryu's 3 views were destroyed. January. On the surface of the sea, a huge black ship broke through the waves and sailed rapidly towards the Shambodi Islands. Macarin's eyes were closed, and on the deck Anilu was fighting Hiryu. After a month of having the transparent fruit, Hiryu had gradually learned to conceal his own aura. In this way, not only had he strengthened himself, but also Anilu's heart net, that is to say, the seeing color, had also improved a lot in this short month of January. Old Sha, on the other hand, is fighting Jieping and comprehending the armed color hegemony. After the three-masted ship of terror, the Straw Hat Gang will gather in the Shambaldi Islands. Not only them, but many of the rest of the world-famous supernovas will be here as well. A few figures emerged in his mind, and Mu Ling already had plans. Beep. Does it turn on Lucky Invincible Twitch? Okay. Clamor. In a flash, heavy BGM sounded in his head, and a golden clay pot appeared in front of his eyes, accompanied by a streak of golden light, and dense cracks covered the pot's circumference. Anum. Click. 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 Countless streams of light flew out of the broken clay pots and flashed before his eyes. Beep. Thanks for the patronage +1. Beep. Spirit Rank Sword Technique Demon Sword Technique +1. Beep. Fire Transportation Howling Fire Dragon Technique +1. Beep. Natural Storm Fruit +1. Beep. Thank you for your patronage. 5 streams of light surged into Mu Ling's mind. Spending 50 system points, he drew 5 times in a row. 23 open. Not bad. Sitting cross-legged on the deck, Mu Ling tapped on the Spirit Rank Sword Technique Demon Sword Technique. Clamor. In an instant, a strand of demonic power that was bizarre to the extreme instantly exploded in his brain. Evil, resentment, seduction, ruthlessness, killing and many other negative emotions immediately filled the mind. Bang! The overlord-colored cultivation field opened without starting, and the blood-red sword chi that surrounded Mu Ling's body became more and more bizarre. Like a demon or ghost whispering strange stories, there was joy and sorrow, crying and laughter, roaring, cursing, and a myriad of demonic whispers filling the ears. The 4 men fighting immediately stopped and looked at their captain in confusion, none of them knowing what was going on. Ting! Suddenly, a clear sword sound suddenly exploded, only to see the demon sword cripple chi flying out from the warehouse. Being held in the hands of Mu Ling, the color of blood began to flow. Countless evil thoughts, as if they had found a favorite food, swarmed into the cripple chi. Then a terrifying and distracting evil intent that caused everyone's minds to be in turmoil continued to rage within Mu Ling's body, growing stronger and stronger, eventually arriving at a pinnacle before calling it quits. When he opened his eyes, the color of blood in his eyes receded, and the Shura dissipated. Maki Ling was glad that he had the cripple chi. With such a vessel that could carry evil thoughts, the demon sword technique was worthy of being a spirit rank sword technique, overbearing and powerful, and he nearly flipped his car rashly when his mind was eroded by evil thoughts. Taking back the sword chi and placing the cripple chi back into the warehouse, Mu Ling continued to tap on the next reward. Fire Transportation Hawu Ryu no Jutsu. Not bad. B-rank jutsu, although not as powerful as Inferno Transportation, but with their own extreme inflammation to match. The power is by no means inferior to Inferno Transportation. Clamor. A stream of light flashed in his hand, and a white and slightly yellowish devil fruit appeared in his hand. Natural Storm Fruit. Without saying a word, Maki Ling took a bite. When he finished eating, there was immediately a warm current in his brain, and a wave of storm power filled his entire body. Mu Ling realized that his body had become very, very light, as if he could fly up into the clouds with a slight leap. Exhale. In an instant, extreme flame erupted, and the wind was furious. The extreme flame that was paired with the power of the storm instantly skyrocketed, and its power was raised by countless notches. The flames broke through the clouds, rendering the sky overhead, and the terrifying heat waves were like ripples, constantly bursting out of Mu Ling's body. Sure enough, much as one would expect, the two fruits did go well together. Open the system panel. Supreme Spirit Refining System. Host, Maki Ling. Bounty, $2. 000. Weapons, Fluorescent Dragon Sword, Mortal Rank, Cripple Feather, Spirit Rank. Fruit, Extreme Inferno number 1. Storm number 1. Body, Mortal Rank, Spirit Refining number 10. Abilities, Thundering Bagua number 2, Proficient, Lion Sword Dance number 2, Proficient, Mutant Overlord Color / Shiraba number 1, Proficient, Armed Color Hegemony, Proficient, Broken Army Ascending Dragon Strike number 1, Proficient, Seeing Color Hegemony, Introductory, Fluttering Like a Stunner, Introductory. Avatar, Demon Sword Art, Spirit Level. Spirit Points, 200. System Points, 50. Power, 510. Speed, 420. Defense, 630. Life, 370. Oh, the Demon Sword Art is actually considered a divine ability? But by the evil thoughts into the body of the Supreme Great Fast Knife Cripple Chi. Surprisingly a promotion into the Spirit level. Also because promotion awards 50 points. Not bad. Another 5 in a row draw. Bang! Suddenly, the waves splashed and a heavy popping sound exploded in Mu Ling's ears. Enemy attack? Chapter 27, Joelle Boney, the Big Stomach Girl. Bang! Dark cannonballs shot out of the chamber and struck the side of the evil spirit's ship, startling the waves for several feet. Bastard! Why are you so slow? Hurry up with the shells! Anum! Click! Accompanied by an angry chortle, A large piece of roasted lamb was viciously bitten down by that big peach-centered mouth and chewed up. Under the long pink hair is a beautiful face. Slender body not only devil and charm. Lips a little peach is even more exciting. One of the 11 supernovas. Joelle Boney, the big stomach girl. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of cannonballs blasted out of Boney's hands toward the evil dead. In no time at all, the entire wicked spirit was buried in waves and gunfire. Ha ha ha, watch me blow up your ship. Boney laughed out loud as she held the roast. What a captain. Awesome captain. But, don't you guys think that pirate flag looks familiar? The crowd froze in unison at the words, their eyes glancing at the pirate flag that was fluttering in the wind amidst the smoke. The horrible skulls are no different than any other pirate group and are more popular. But those bloodshot eyes were deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Cut. You know that our captain is one of the most evil generations. A supernova with a bounty of 140 million belly. Exactly. I've never seen a pirate flag like this before. So I guess it must be one of the lesser pirate groups. The crowd made a mockery of you and me, which put Boney in a good mood, and he gnawed a large leg of mutton clean in a couple of sittings. Bastards, you want to starve me to death? Hurry up with the meat. Only in the next instant, the munching Pawnee froze, the smoke cleared, and instead of being destroyed, the evil spirit in the distance was unharmed. How is this possible? Scold. In an instant, a sky-rushing blood-colored sword blade cut through the air and chopped over. Get out of the way. Boney roared, and then only felt his body shaking as the large hull underneath him split in two and began to sink rapidly. Click, click, click. The sea poured in. The masts toppled over. The hulls crumbled from them and swirled in great whirlpools. Shurva shakan. Rumbling. A loud and clear voice exploded out from the bottom of the sea, followed by a violent sea current that transformed into punching force, continuously impacting the remnants of the ship with superb destructive power. Help! Captain, help me! Ah, asshole! Who the hell? Watching his men continue to die horribly drove Boney crazy. Who the hell is the other guy? Exhale. Suddenly, the winds rose up in all directions, and a terrifying storm rose up like a whirlwind on the surface of the sea, bursting out with a heavy tearing roar. Bang, bang, bang. The large hull was instantly swept up and washed to pieces. At the same time, the seawater that was tossed by the gusty wind, accompanied by countless pirates, surged into the storm in unison, and the next second later, it was covered by the color of blood. Aboard the evil dead, Old San stared blankly at Mu Ling, who kept lifting upwards with one hand, his heart shocked. Captain him, when did he get this power? 1 minute later, the Pawnee pirates were all wiped out, and Pawnee, the big-stomached girl, followed the gale and smashed heavily on the deck of the evil spirit. Coma. 1 day later, Chambord Islands. GGG, what a nuisance. Then destroy it. Divine punishment. Rumbling. Thick lightning streaked straight downward, shattering all the ships anchored alongside the island's shores. Assholes, who are you? Damn it, my ship. It's my ship. Stop it. Clapping his hands together, Ani Lu, who had done this, turned the ship's rudder violently and docked the evil spirit at the already cleared harbor. And the many pirates at the harbor, after seeing their ship destroyed by lightning, there was more than a momentary outburst of rage. Yo, still dare to resist? Shilio coldly grunted as Thunderstorm sheathed his sword, and the thick sword arc shocked and killed countless people with a single stroke. At once, the blood aura was overwhelming, and a thick, fishy odor enveloped the entire harbor. That pirate flag. It's the evil spirit pirates. It's the great pirate Red Pupil Makoran who has a bounty of 2,000,000,000,000,000. What? Surprise this guy. Run. Ignoring the fleeing pirates and carrying the still unconscious Boney on his shoulders, Maki Ling walked towards the depths of the island. Finally the Chambord Islands. Looking up at the beautiful scenery in front of him, the huge trees that had wandered into the forest bubbles, a small emotion in Mu Ling's heart. Reality is always much more beautiful than anime. Half a day later, inside the bar. Oh, this, here, half open-eyed, Boney finally woke up, and, staring listlessly around the strangeness, muttered, "This is the Chambord Islands." Boom! An icy voice exploded in Boney's head like thunder. You are? Boney immediately got up, forcing himself to endure the pain of his injuries to try to see McKeeling's face. Only the next second, her entire body froze. His limbs were cold, his legs were weak, and his eyes revealed a wave of despair. This handsome and seemingly harmless face in front of her, but it brought her an extremely creepy feeling. Looking at Mu Ling, Boney only felt as if he was looking at a monarch, with that majesty that couldn't help but emanate from his brow and body. More than that, it gave Boney a vague sense of wanting to submit. Red Pupil hurting. Oh, my God. Why would I mess with a being like that? As his eyes traveled around the week, the more Pawnee looked, the more he panicked. Crocodile, the once 7 musketeers under the king, Jean Pei, the sea warrior, and Shiro Hiryu, the chief caretaker of the city of advancement. All of these infamous guys were actually there. And then there was the big-eared monster, from whom Bonnie sensed danger. The bar was deserted, even the owner had run away. Scent the wind and flee, because the matter of the evil spirit pirates coming to this place spread all over the island in no time. Ahem. Suddenly, Makiling coughed dryly twice, and those demonic eyes looked at Bonnie. One of the supernovas. Joelle Bonnie, the big stomach girl, right? I can put aside the fact that you attacked me beforehand. But of course, your pirate group is all but wiped out. Now for your 2 choices. 1. Join us in the evil spirit pirates. 2. Die. Note, Bonnie is not the heroine. Chapter 28, The Auction House. What? Bonnie's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Mu Ling with disbelief. You want me to join the evil dead? Not kill me? Only the next second. Bonnie's whole face crumpled together, because she thought of something bad. For example, using your ability to do something rather vicious and disgusting. She was dead set against it. Bastard! Don't you dare! I won't let you have your way even if I die, Bonnie said angrily. Makiling, I think you're misunderstanding me. If you join the evil spirit pirates, you'll be our companion, treated the same as them. It will never be humiliated and something bad will happen. I can assure you of that. Assuming, of course, that you won't betray us. It was rare for Makiling to be so good-natured, simply because the other person was Joella Pony. Certainly not because of the other's beauty. Rather, it's the woman, Bonnie, who is suspicious. This is because she has the ability to change her own age or the age of others at will, though whether she carries it in herself or it's granted by a devil fruit has always been a mystery. However, Makiling guessed that the other party was most likely an extremely rare time-based ability user. If that's true, the potential is absolutely amazing. Also, her relationship with the tyrant was unusual. In the anime, not a single person questions her when she ages herself and infiltrates the Holy Land of Marakoya as the Dowager Queen of the Kingdom of Thorpe during the World Conference, and one of the 7 musketeers under the king. Tyrant, a member of the Revolutionary Army, was originally the king of the Kingdom of Sorbet. Upon seeing the tyrant being ridden by the Skrulls and used as a mount, Bonnie looked angry and even wept. Combining the above points, Makiling was filled with interest in this woman who was covered in secrets. You mean it? Bonnie looked at Makiling and said carefully. If it was true what Makiling said, Bonnie would never refuse. Because who wants to die when you can live? Really? Not lying to me? I'll kill you if you waste another word. Good. I promise, Bonnie said cheerfully. After some simple self-introductions, Mu Ling let the rest of the people gather supplies on the island while he himself walked towards the depths of the island. Knockout bar. Groan. Pushing the door open, Makiling took a big step up. Welcome. This guest wants it. Bang. The wine glass in her hand smashed on the table, and Xia Qi's eyes widened as she looked at Mu Ling with disbelief. You're the red poople shepherd spirit? Makiling nodded and didn't reply, but looked around. There's no Straw Hat Gang, and Riley's not there. Did he go to the auction house? That Riley guy isn't here. Then I'll wait. A glass of Londo, please. Thank you, Ms. Sharky, sitting at the bar. A smile flashed in Makiling's eyes. I wonder what kind of face the old man Riley will have when he sees me. Sharky quietly wiped his glass, equally silent. She had met Makiling, but that was 40 years ago, and at this point, inside the crowded auction house in the Shambodi Islands. Assholes! Who the hell are these guys? Just walking in like that in a dignified manner. I wanted to kill them, especially that big-eared monster. That pretty chick seems to be the recently famous Big Appetite girl. Pony, Corner, Kiddo, who had short fiery red hair, was looking at Hiryu and the others with slanted eyes. TSK, here come a bunch of arrogant guys. Put away your dangerous thoughts. Kiddo, that's Pony the big stomach girl, one of the supernovas with a bounty of 140 million belly, and the guy in the earth-colored robes, along with that fat blue guy, are both former Shichibukai under the king. Crocodile, bounty 230 million belly. Seaman Jinping, bounty of 580 million belly. Kira, who was sitting next to Kiddo, murmured, then looked over at Anilu. As for that big-eared monster, I can't make it out, but that man with the sword should be the former chief caretaker of the City of Advancement. Rain Hiryu with a bounty of 610, 000 belly. Boom! In an instant, the faces of everyone in the Kid Pirates changed dramatically. Evil Spirit Pirates. These people were all members of the Evil Spirit Pirates. And even more so, subordinates of that man. A pair of blood-red eyes came to mind. Kid scowled and hid his body in the darkness. With only a 300 million bounty, as much as he wanted to kill these people, he couldn't really do it at the moment. And just on the other side of the auction block, the Straw Hat Gang also froze. Isn't this the big-eared monster we met on the empty island? What about him? Luffy said in confusion. You guys, look, isn't that Crocodile? That's the guy you defeated in the Alabaster Kingdom. Luffy, geez, why are these two people? Nami was already speechless with fear. Crocodile, the nightmarish man, and that Anilu, the existence that almost wiped out their group back on the empty island. Instantly, Nami's mental shadow area was infinitely enlarged. Originally I always thought it was just a rumor, but I never thought it was all true. Robin's voice was low, and her gaze slowly skimmed over Hiryu and the others. The evil spirit pirates. Captain Red Pupil Mackling. This man is actually able to recruit these people. Then he himself should. For a time, all the pirates in the entire auction house who recognized the identities of Hiryu and the others were collectively silent. Asshole, what are you looking at? I want to gouge these people's eyes out. Bonnie said angrily. Bear with me. The captain won't let you do such a thing. Gia, didn't the captain tell us to gather supplies? Why do we have to come to a place like this? Old Sandy looked over at Enilu, the guy who had to come in. Such a lively occasion. Of course we should take a stroll. Enilu smiled and waved his hand, his eyes roving over the seats around him, leaning further and further forward. Suddenly there was a light in front of his eyes, and he found a good place. It was the first row closest to the auction table, where normally the seats were reserved for nobles. Only by now it had long since cleared out, for there sat 3 world nobles, the Skrulls. Humph, how dare you sit in front of God? Unforgivable. Nuisance. In the next second, Anilu appeared before the eyes of the 3 Skrulls. Ice-cold thunderous eyes looked indifferently at the 3. This is the seat of God. Get out. Chapter 29, Riley. Rumbling. Enilu hadn't unleashed his thunder yet, but everyone in the room was thunderstruck out of their minds by him. The seat of the gods? Let the Skrulls roll? Geez, this big-eared monster he actually told the Skrulls to get lost? What's wrong with my ears? What am I hearing? This is a world noble. Is this man looking for death? TSK, funny, what a bold fellow. Kiddo sneered more than a little, a look of amusement, a plate of melons just shy of his hand. Only Kira, who was beside him, had a dramatic change of color and got up to leave. Still funny? Run us. What do you mean by that? Kiddo froze. In the event of an attack on the world noble Tenryu, the nearest admiral of the Navy headquarters will come here. None of us will be able to run away when the time comes. Kiddo instantly colored, understanding what Kira meant. Seeing as how that big-eared monster wasn't a docile person waiting to die, he was sure to do something bad to the Skrulls, waiting for the admiral to come to the Shambodi Islands. I'll go. You and the others can be considered to have been caught in the crossfire. Assholes, heartless fools. Cursing angrily, the kid pirates quickly left the field. Let's go too. Get off this island. It'll be dangerous if we stay any longer. One of the supernova death surgeons, Trafalgar Law. At this moment, her face also suddenly changed, thinking of a piece with Kira. Yeah, get him. Olyulu, get him. Luffy's hands danced with excitement as he screamed for Anilu one by one. Nami, Robin, why do we have such an idiot captain? The great general is coming. Let's go save Kemi. Make it quick and definitely get out of here before the Grand Admiral gets here. Robin was most sensible and said on the spot. Right now. Once something happened to the Sky Dragon man, the auction would definitely be interrupted. And at this time, everyone's attention was here, so the interior of the auction house would definitely be unguarded. Good. Let's go save Kemi. Go Daleks. With electricity surging through his body, Anilu, who was about to strike, suddenly froze as he heard a familiar voice, kind of like the rubber kid who beat himself on the empty island. Cut it out. Bang. Just before he could react, a violent explosion accompanied by a bullet instantly discharged, penetrating his body and shooting into the wall behind him. Charlo Sane could have sworn that no one had ever dared to speak to him like that since he was born. This asshole in front of him, he himself must make his life worse than death. And looking down at Enilu, who was flashing lightning bullet holes, he suddenly smiled. How dare you attack God? I think you stupid pig really wants to die. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, countless bullets burst out and hit Anilu in the chest. Asshole, how dare you insult us, and call yourself a god? The dignity of the Tenryu people shall not be dishonored. Rumbling, thunder rumbled loudly, and dark, pressurized thunderclouds were perched in the sky above the auction house. And instantly, an extremely depressing atmosphere enveloped the heads of the crowd. The auction house was deserted at this point, and Jieping rushed forward with one strong step. pulling on Analu's arm. "They're world noble skinks. You'll make it hard for the captain if you kill them." "World nobility? Where's the what?" "I'm a god," Analu said arrogantly. "Evening. You're a god and you're good, okay?" Bang! In an instant, the pillar of thunder surged down, destroying the roof of the auction house and pouring down hard on the heads of the 3 celestial dragons. However, because of Jinpei's words, Aniru, who remembered Makiling, stayed his hand and did not kill the 3. Inside the charred pit, the 3 scrolls had long since passed out. Jia really watched a good show off, the old sand thief laughed. "This is the Tenri of people? I really don't know what the world government is doing raising such a bunch of pigs," Haria said with disdain. "Let's go. I heard them say the admiral will be here soon." "We'll be. By then." Only, Bonnie realized that when she said that, instead of panicking, Shilio and Jinping, as well as old Shah, looked at themselves with teasing eyes. "Admiral? Oh, very strong?" Jia captain's underlings are just that." Bonnie: "Oh, the admiral you guys were talking about? Is it very powerful? How does it compare to you?" "Hirio?" Analu suddenly got interested. Hilliard, despite having the transparent fruit, he faced the admiral, the highest fighting force in the Navy headquarters. Hiryu was still a bit timid. After all, the transparent fruit had not directly increased his battle power. "Forget it, there's no way to watch this auction. Go find the captain." Shilio spread his hands and said, "What about the pigs? Let me." With a cry of excitement, Inala found a large bag and stuffed the 3 scrolls in it with a headache. Then towards the shoulder. "Happily. Come on, I'm going to give them to the captain." Crowd. Knockout bar. Groan. Riley pushed open the familiar door, as usual, but in the next second, the smile on his face ended abruptly and stiffened. A face that couldn't be more familiar. "Red Pupil Makiling? What brings you here?" Laylee was surprised. "TSK, of course I came to see you, old thing." Makiling grabbed the bottle on the bar and threw it at Riley. "Thanks." Grabbing the bottle, Riley took a sip. "Ah, it's really been many years since I've seen you. I've aged, but you've remained the same." Laylee was full of sighs, thinking that back then he was still a youth just like Mu Ling. "It's just that time has changed and everyone is old and this guy is surprisingly still so young. Haha, why don't you say age is a knife that kills?" "Riley, you're the pig. By the way, there was a guy who called himself God just now. Not only did he make a scene at the auction house, but it seems that he also took a shot at the celestial dragons. It's one of yours, isn't it?" Makiling froze, then was filled with helplessness. "It's definitely this Anilu guy, but it's just a Tenri Yujin. Just kill it." After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Mu Ling gradually put away his smile, and a creepy aura erupted within his body, pointing directly at Laylee. "Come on. I have nothing to say about the defeat of my Locust pirates in the Battle of God's Valley back then, but this battle today is inevitable." That was the main purpose of his visit to Riley today. "Ugh," Riley let out a long sigh, full of helplessness. "I haven't seen you in so many years. Why are you still so stubborn?" Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, the two moved in unison, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed out of the bar and into an open space, where they battled to a standstill. "I just have anger in my heart. Duong." The Flux Dragon's sword smashed hard against the long blade. Immediately, a shockwave-like ripples immediately bloomed, spreading out in all directions. Note, brothers are too kind. So many gifts. Thank you a million times over. Chapter 30, The Great Battle of Riley. Bang! The tiger's mouth shook, and a majestic force instantly attacked Laylee's entire body from the fluorescent dragon sword. "This kid is so strong?" Rayleigh, whose body's chi and blood were churning, showed bitterness and immediately switched to holding his sword with both hands, and the extremely strong armed color instantly turned Makoran against him. Sneer at. Mu Ling took a few steps back, withdrawing the might of this blade while his feet pulled out 2 long grooves on the ground. His feet then stomped hard, and the moment the ground crumbled, his body had already rushed upwards as if it was a ray of lightning. Exhale. The originally extremely fast fluttering strike stance. At this time, coupled with the power of the storm, the speed instantly skyrocketed several times. The next second it disappeared from Riley's eyes. "Ha? That fast too?" The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. Although Makiling was fast, Riley didn't panic, slowly closing his eyes. The darkness in front of him, but at this time, he instead saw more clearly, carefully identifying the direction of Mu Ling. Anum. Bang. In the darkness, a pair of glittering eyes slowly opened. Then as if on the surface of the water, a little ripple quietly swept away, and with that subtle sound of footsteps, the ripples came closer and closer to those eyes. A smile grew at the corners of Riley's mouth. Extremely strong seeing color hegemony dominated the entire field, and that little ripple was exactly where Makiling landed. At this moment, he had completely captured McKeeling's stance. Over here. In an instant, while Laylee's eyes whitened angrily, the long knife in his hand immediately swung backward in a circular chop. Duong! The long sword and the fluorescent dragon clashed together fiercely. The terrifying shockwave immediately forced the two back in unison. Nice seeing colors. In just this one round alone, McKeeling realized that Laylee was above himself in both his seeing and arming colors. True to form, Roger's second in command. It seems that the old man hasn't been idle for 40 years, and is in no way like what he is shown in the anime. Ting! A clear sword roar exploded from the body of the Flux Dragon sword until the tip of the sword on the ground began to slowly raise horizontally. In the next second, Muling's aura changed drastically as countless sword chi surrounded his body. Immediately afterward, the sword was like a long dragon, like a sharp sword rushing forward, and after chopping out a beautiful sword flower, the entire space began to tremble. Crashing sound. As the sword cut through the waves, countless circular waves instantly appeared at the tip of the fluorescent dragon's sword, and the midair that the tip of the sword was pointing at seemed to be like the surface of that lake, being cut apart by a sword. Spirit Rhinoceros Sword. Muling burst out. Miso, miso, miso. The Xuanji water curtain gathered by the sword chi stopped the tip of the sword, and when the Flux Dragon sword pierced through the water curtain, the sword chi instantly skyrocketed by as much as double. This is the uniqueness of the Xuanji water curtain. The sword power and with the number of water curtains and sequentially increased. However, nowadays, there was only the entry-level spiritual rhinoceros sword, and it could still only cut out a Xuanji water curtain. Ha, good swordplay. Riley laughed out loud. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying overlord color hegemony instantly exploded from his body, and the rolling shockwave broke through the ground and rushed straight at Muling. I can't beat you in the seeing color armed color, but I won't lose in the overlord color. The blood-red Shura field immediately opened up, and countless channels of blood-colored sword chi mercilessly tore apart the shockwave. And at that moment, the spirit rhinoceros sword was also close to Laylee. Sure enough, your overlord color is still as strong as ever. Unperturbed, Riley gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, and thick sword chi burst out from the long blade, forming a giant chopping wave. Boom! In an instant, it clashed with the spirit rhinoceros sword. Rumbling. The earth crumbled and countless trees were uprooted, lifting up layers of ground and revealing bare soil. As for the shaken Muling, he immediately turned upside down in the air to stabilize his body. The wings of fire unfolded behind him, and stalled in mid-air. He lifted the Flux Dragon flatly in front of his chest. Extreme Inferno, Heavenly Inferno slash. Behind the flaming left hand brushing over the sword, flames instantly skyrocketed into the sky. A flame emperor-like supreme might fill the entire arena. Storm, Shifuyu. Thumbs up. Biting wind blades shot out from his right hand, swirling up countless flames that eventually melted into the heavenly flame slash. This old thing is really strong. Riley, who retreated several steps in a row and crashed into a boulder before stabilizing his body, was just about to catch his breath when he did so. Suddenly a cold sweat broke out, and a blazing, unstoppable crisis struck his entire body. Not good. Riley's body immediately turned into a phantom and disappeared in place. Boom! In an instant, the sky-charging pillar of fire chopped straight down, burning everything. Immediately, smoke rose in all directions. Terrifying flames filled the earth and began to crumble in sections, while the terrifying sword chi of the heavenly flame slash cut a scorched and bottomless huge trench into the ground. Sound of escaping laughter. A dark shadow rushed out of the smoke. It was Riley, whose clothes were in shreds and whose right arm showed burn marks. This is one of the old man's favorite dresses. Ling, you brat has angered me. Laylee, who had always been amiable, finally became enraged and immediately raised his sword towards Muling and chopped him up. No more fighting. Muling, whose fluorescent dragon sword disappeared with a flash of flowing light in his hand, sat on his butt and looked into the distance, because he sensed someone was coming. You. Rayleigh was angry for a moment's speech stagnation. Want to curse but how can not curse out? This asshole. Say no to the fight, and you're as stubborn as ever. Hey, Captain. GGG, finally found you. Captain, I've got something good for you, Enelu said with excitement as he carried a large bag on his back. Riley, this fight is kind of a non-starter. I've wasted this dress for nothing. Nope. I have to find this McKeeling kid to pay me back. Half a day later. What? That's the gift you brought me? Looking at the 3 skylarks in the sack, McKeeling was a bit messed up. Chapter 31, Greedy Hands. Navy Headquarters. Marin Vado. Bang. Reporting to Marshal Warlord. Something has happened in the Shambodi Islands. The Navy exclaimed. Is it the pirate group that wants to enter the New World that's causing trouble again? But why bother asking me about such things? The warlord, who was taking care of various official business, furrowed his brows in displeasure. No, not the marshal. Yes, it's the three world noble Tenrya who are in trouble in the Shambord Islands. The pen in Warlord's hand suddenly stopped, and then his entire face scrunched together. It's these guys again who have nothing better to do. And what happened to them? The tone was full of helplessness. Been beaten up and then kidnapped. The Navy shuddered. That's the descendant of the one who established the world government as a huge organization, the supreme ruler of the entire pirate world. How dare anyone take a shot at them? What? Bang! Warlord slapped the table angrily, and the various documents on the table shook in unison. Kidnapped? Who did it? Did you find out? He's going crazy. The world government has been pressuring the Navy headquarters all this time. The two consecutive failures of the demon-slaying order, the left arm of Admiral Akane, the highest combatant of the titular Navy headquarters, was broken, and then the death of Tsukemitsu Moriya, the 7 musketeers under the king, was confirmed, and all because of the evil spirit pirates, because the Navy has been suffering successive defeats at the hands of the evil spirit pirates for some time now, leading to the fact that even the world government is now very skeptical of the Navy's strength. The warring nations have been busy with this as well. Report Marshal. It has been checked. Who? It's the evil spirit pirates. After 3 seconds of silence. Who? Taking a deep breath, Warlord then held back his anger and waved his hand. Alright, I got it. Notify General Yellow Ape to come over. Got it, Marshal. Not a moment later, Yellow Ape walked in. What a pain in the ass. Why are we fighting that guy again? Skimming his lips, Yellow Sorrow couldn't help but get a headache when he thought of those bloodshot eyes. It can't be helped. The well-being of the Tenrya people is of paramount importance. That guy Green Pheasant is in the New World, and Akane is busy with that. Rubbing his brain, Warlord said helplessly, now it's just you. Yellow Ape nodded, resigned to his fate. Don't worry, this time when you set out for the Shambaldi Islands, there is a high probability that you'll just be doing it for show, and perhaps not even have a chance to make a move. Why would you say that? Yellow Sorrow was surprised. Doing a little work? Paddling? That's my favorite thing to do. Snap. With a sigh of relief, Warlord slumped back in his chair comfortably, a smile of mystery on his face. Because this mission is doomed. I don't think those guys with eyes growing into their heads can survive the red pupil shepherd spirit's hands. Sneer at. With a flick of the Flux Dragon Sword. In the next second, Rotsvard Saint's head was thrown high into the air, splattering a large amount of blood. And the siblings, Charles Rose Este, and Charlie, had been completely dumbfounded. After looking at the brightly shining sword and feeling the hot blood on their faces, both of them were stunned for a moment. Charlie buried her head in her chest and shivered. And on the side, Caloris Saint was even more fat and flabby. Father's dead? How is that possible? We're the noblest people in this world. The world rulers, the Tenrya people. Someone really dares to kill us? Jia, this old man is such a stupid pig. He even dares to scold the captain. Who says otherwise? Why don't these two simply be killed as well? Old Sans said sorrowfully. Ah, father, you, bastard, lowly human, how dare you kill my father? Lowlife, I'm going to kill you. Where's the Navy? Where are the world government agents? I'm going to make you taste the world's most brutal death penalty. Thumbs up. 2 more sword rays struck, and Charlos Saint's head flew up at the same time as Charlie's. Rumble of a stomach, rolled to the ground like a soccer ball, eyes wide open in death. Using his sword chi to shake away the blood remaining on his sword, Mu Ling turned his head and headed towards the bar. Boring gift. Beep. Host kills the world's noble Sky Ranger for the first time, issuing a quest reward. Beep. Greedy hands +1. Crashing sound. A sound of gold coins scattering resounded in Mu Ling's mind, and then Mu Ling's right hand instantly turned jade white. Greedy hands can randomly steal one of your opponent's abilities, and after stealing it your opponent will not be able to use it for 10 minutes. Note, once per day. Looking at the Greedy Hands manual, Mu Ling roughly understood. Steal as you go, turning any of your opponent's abilities to your own use. And the statute of limitations is 10 minutes, of course. It can only be used once per day. Not bad. Those pigs weren't killed for nothing. They're kind of useful. Let's try someone first. The corner of his mouth raised a sneer of thievery. And, immediately, Mu Ling's right hand turned jade white, followed by a gentle grab aimed at Laylee's. Clamor. A red light shot out from Laylee's body and ran into Makiling's hand. Of course, no one but Makiling could see the light. +1 to the ability to probe the beautiful chef. Statute of limitations, 10 minutes. Makiling. American chef ability? Something doesn't seem right. Legend has it that the King of Thieves' right-hand man, who kills countless people and licks blood with his knife, but also possesses the title of the King of the Underworld. Riley. Surprisingly, G.M.S. Sharky has a way of taming her husband. Makiling skimmed his lips and looked at Riley with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Riley? Feeling offended? Shoo away. In an instant, explosions rose in all directions, shouting and killing countless people throughout the island. The Navy has arrived. 32. Arrival of the Navy. Rumbling. Golden laser rays burst from the pacifist's eyes and exploded. Asshole. Why is one of the 7 musketeers under the king? Bear. Here? Watching his men die horribly, Kiddo roared with rage but could do nothing about the pacifist. Superb defense, terrifying radium rays, very tricky. At this moment, the Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Yellow Saru, the Captain of the Naval Science Force, Battle Mamamaru, and more than a dozen pacifists have all arrived in the Shambodi Islands. By UBU. 2 more laser rays came. Click, click, click. Both hands were raised flat, and in an instant, all of the metalwork around them collectively trembled, and then clung to Kiddo's arms, forming 2 huge mechanical steel arms. Don't tangle with them, let's run, Kiddo. Vice Captain Kara yelled furiously as he dodged bullets. Clamor. As soon as the words left his mouth, a golden light appeared behind Kara. You, ever been kicked by the light? A voice as fearful as a demon's whisper caused Kira to shudder. The next second, his head flew off as if he had hit a large hill. Great General Yellow Monkey? Kiddo shuddered. Why did the Admiral come so quickly? Yeah, what a pain in the ass. Rubbing his head, Yellow Sorrow grimaced and smiled as his eyes traveled around the week. The bounty of 315 million belly on the pirate Kiddo. Magician Hawkins, bounty of 249 million belly. Navy Trader Drake, bounty of 222 million berries. Playing Discapu? The bounty is 190 million pesos. Monstrous Monkurki, bounty of 108 million belly. Kill Kira the martial artist, bounty of 162 million berries. Yo 6 supernovas. That's scary. His mouth said it was scary, but at that moment, Yellow Ape skimmed his lips and didn't look half as scared on his face. Crowd. Lightspeed kick. Boom. Monster Monkurki didn't even have a chance to react, and the next second he was kicked by Yellow Monkey and spit out blood. Asshole. Why? It was the evil spirit pirates who killed the Skylanders, so why does it have to be us? Kiddo roared, but it's a bit childish to say that now. Just the next second, golden light flashed in Yellow Ape's eyes, and a smirk instantly surfaced on the corners of his mouth. Oh, already killed it? That's so openly. Ahem. Saddening. Crowd. War Mamamaru looked at Yellow Sorrow with contempt. Though the old man hid it well, the flash of happiness was still captured by him. But that's fine. It's just the Tenrya people. So just kill them. As long as you don't go fighting with that pervert, Akatsuki Makarin. Everything is fine. Asshole. Go to hell. Roar. Hawkins instantly transformed into an Inuyasha monster, and the black nails in his hands shot out gusts of cold light as he grabbed towards Yellow Ape. On the other side, Beat Discapu's arm transformed into a flute and a series of sonic booms rushed towards Yellow Saru. So what if it's a great general? Drake transformed into a dragon and roared as he charged as well. All the while, Kiddo is secretly pulling Kara in preparation for his escape. I'm not going to fight. There's not enough of us to give the general a kick in the pants. Between life and death, Kiddo suddenly felt that his brain was a lot more flexible. Only just escaped some distance away. Bang! Kiddo came to an abrupt halt. Eyes dull and revealing despair. The whole person was paralyzed on the ground, looking at the crowd in front of him without any vision. Red Poople herding. The evil spirit pirates gang. Oh, my god. Why did I meet these people? Kiddo was gutted to be caught by the Grand Admiral and just locked up in Propulsion City. But in the hands of the Red Pupil Shepherd Spirit, it was simply a dead end. Yo kid? Makiling let out a surprised voice. After noticing that the Navy had arrived in the Shambodi Islands, Makiling brought the crowd to join in the fun. 4-1. Find an opponent for Analu and chip away at the guy's arrogance. Ever since this bastard left the empty island, he hadn't met any experts at all, except for a few of his own. That's why the great General Yellow Saru is the best opponent. 2. Because the Straw Hat Gang will be here soon, and the enemies will be on the outs. But Makiling didn't want to clash with Straw Hat just yet. Of course, it wasn't that he was afraid of him, Wan Lufei, but he never expected to run into this Kiddo guy here. But just in time. What's the point of giving him a makeover? You're Kiddo? Bonnie exclaimed. Hiryu, yo, this is that Kiddo who's ranked number 1 in supernovas? Evening, it looks weak. Enalu, die by the will of God. Old Sandy, yeah. Let me just kill him. Sneer at. The Flux Dragon sword instantly came out of its sheath, its cold blade resting against Kiddo's neck. Join the evil spirit pirates or die. Knock. His heart felt like it was being bombarded by a giant hammer, and Kiddo's entire body was dumbfounded. Join the evil dead? Invite me? Kid stood up and slammed his fist towards Makiling. Asshole. Are you humiliating me? Join your pirate group? It's simply impossible. Don't even think about it. I'm the one who's going to be the sea. Sneer at. Blood spurted out. And all of a sudden, Kiddo felt his body become very, very light, and the sky spun up. Then he saw his neck, the headless neck spewing blood like a fountain. Another sword light, and Vice Captain Kara followed in Kiddo's footsteps just as closely. Shaking his head, Mu Ling looked speechless. Because Kiddo was inhabiting the Overlord color hegemony and had great potential, that's why Maki Ling was planning to recruit the other party. But kill it, it's just a junior. Let's go. Analu, your opponent is here. Who? Admiral. Is it strong? Try it yourself and you won't know. Bang! At this point in the battlefield, Magician Hawkins, as well as Beat Dish Apu, and Monster Monk Urki were all knocked to the ground by Yellow Ape. Sound of escaping laughter. Even Hawkins, who had a scarecrow double, now had no double available for a long time and was spitting blood furiously. Arrest them all. War Mamaru gave the order, and immediately a Navy man ran to handcuff the three to the seafloor stone locking cuffs. As for Drake, the Navy traitor, he's long gone. Chapter 33 The Great War. Hey 3 Supernova Pirates, Gramps, now we'll be able to deliver. War Mamaru looked at the cuffed trio and laughed. Although he felt that Yellow Sara had let Drake go on purpose, War Momochi didn't ask much. He may look stupid, but he's not really stupid. After all, the betrayal of the former Rear Admiral Drake happened suddenly, without any kind of warning, and the Navy, for its part, has only issued a wanted notice after this, and has not launched any effective manhunt. How deep the water in it was not something Battle Mamaru worried about. Let's go! The evil spirit pirates killed 3 Tenria people and have fled to the New World. We were stopped by these pirates, and even with our best efforts we did not catch up. Yellow Sara had long ago thought of something to say for himself. Oh, yeah? Suddenly, an icy voice came from behind Yellow Ape. The smile on his face froze. Yeah, what a pain in the ass. It's you, old man, again. A familiar voice, and without even looking, Yellow Ape knew who was behind him. Other than that old fellow, Red Pupil Herding Spirit, who else would dare to stand behind him? I'll tell on you if you cheat the Navy headquarters like that, flirted Macaron. TSK, a pirate who is wanted all over the world is even mouthing off. It's really a big talk. Turning around, Yellow Ape looked at Mu Ling and said disdainfully, War Mamaru, you go first. Take the prisoners and wait for me at the harbor. Got it, Gramps. A worried glance was given to Yellow Sara, but War Mamaru knew that now was not the time to be indecisive. Pacifist, target the evil spirit pirates. With a wave of his big hand, instantly dozens of pacifists lit up before their eyes, and countless golden lights aimed at Mu Ling and the others. War Mamaru then left the area. Maki Ling didn't stop it. Of the 3, only the strange monk Ulji could get into his eyes. But since it's all taken, let's just forget about it. Exhale. The breeze came in, bringing up the slightest bit of wind and sand, and the atmosphere of the battlefield immediately became tense. The swords are drawn. By UBU. In an instant, a golden light flashed in the eyes of the 10 pacifists, and 20 terrifying radium rays burst out instantly. The burning light pierced through the air, bursting into a cracking sound, while a burning smell began to fill the air. Gia, what horrible guys. With a flash of his body, Old Sand immediately turned into a sky of yellow sand to dodge the radium rays, and then came to the feet of the pacifist. Snap! His right hand slapped hard on the earth, and immediately, a steady stream of sand power surged into the ground, eroding reincarnation. Bang! 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 In an instant, the ground trembled, the sand flew away, and countless crumbling boulders burst instantly along with the wind and sand, and the unsteady-footed pacifist immediately planted himself on the ground, and the radium shot out of his eyes deflected, and flew up into the air. Large swaths of yellow sand like blades broke through the pacifist's skin, revealing mechanical parts glowing with electricity. He looks like that Stormy Bear guy has really been transformed. With a cigar in his mouth, Hiria slowly drew out the thunderstorm and leapt to avoid the laser ray, immediately back to a chop. Ting! The arc of the blood-red sword rose up from mid-air, cutting through the air and instantly smashing into the pacifist's head. Only in the next second, the crisis coming from behind Hiryu immediately twisted his body and turned several times in the air, dodging the laser at the same time. Miso! Another sword light chopped behind him. Ha! Plum skin! Scold! Extremely strong armed color hegemony covered both of Jinping's arms, and the moment he crossed in front of his chest, laser was close at hand. Bang! 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 Terrifying bursts exploded in both of Jubiai's arms, but Jubiai never took a step back, and actually blocked laser's attack hard. Jia Ping, whose body was sinking and whose right palm was hidden in his waist, shouted angrily, Fishman karate! Anum! Crashing sound. In the next moment, The thick stream of water converged on VH's right hand in unison, followed by VH changing his body and appearing at the foot of the pacifist in a few breaths. Oe Murayanan. Bang! The water ball in his palm was like a cannonball, smashing hard into the pacifist's chest. Anum. Click, click, click. Densely packed metal crumbling sound section stormed up, only to see that the ball of water that hit the pacifist's chest instantly burst open, actually directly through the chest, in the blink of an eye. 4 pacifists were reduced to scrap metal. Ugh, what a pain in the ass. Yellow Ape's face was full of helplessness, but in the next second his face straightened, his body's aura soared, and countless channels of golden light converged on his fingertips. Come on, old me will definitely not let you escape again today. By UBU. Golden light burst out, a true radium that was countless times more powerful than the pacifist, instantly blasting towards Makiling. Makiling just stood still, his face unchanged, but he didn't make any defensive postures either. Ha! I can't believe you're not dodging? Yellow Monkey exclaimed. Anum. Nuisance. In the nick of time, a ray of lightning blocked in front of Makiling, and it was none other than Enelu. Knock! The thunder drum behind him struck hard, and there was a stone-cold clap of thunder. 30 million volt thunder beast. Roar! The thunder beast formed from the thunder light exploded out of the thunder drum and swallowed the 2 laser rays in one gulp. Immediately afterward, it burst into flames and dissipated into the air. Humble mortal. Your opponent is me. Inelu's cold, thunderous eyes gazed at Yellow Saru. Who are you? Yellow Monkey was surprised. I am God. The Most High God. Instantly, the corners of the mouths of everyone present couldn't help but twitch. Yellow Saru looked at Anira with eyes that were full of strangeness. This big-eared monster is afraid of being sick. Clamor. In a flash, Yellow Saru moved and appeared above Enelu's head. The right foot that was glowing with golden light kicked down hard. How dare you make a move against God? Confidently holding the golden rod in his hands, Anira fought to block with his armed color buster aura covering the rod in both arms. Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, Enelu was kicked out as if he had been hit hard, and rolled dozens of times on the ground. Asshole! I'll kill you! Rising from the rubble, Enelu became irritated and raised his right hand above his head. In an instant, terrifying thunder power continuously raged within his body. Divine punishment. Anum. Rumbling. Chapter 34, Stormy Bear. The sky was densely covered with thunderclouds. Silver snakes danced about, and countless thunderbolts were coiled in the clouds. Immediately after that, the silver snakes converged into a pool of thunder, condensing into a terrifying pillar of thunder, and in the blink of an eye, it blasted down towards the yellow ape. Oh, a lightning ability? Yay, that's so scary. Skimming his lips, Yellow Ape seemed to be very unimpressed, only that his body's golden light was getting stronger and stronger. Asshole! Die! The mockery on Yellow Saru's face deeply irritated Enelu. Boom! The thunder pillars fell, and the yellow ape that was swallowed up in them immediately disappeared without a trace. Ha ha ha, this is what happens when you disobey God. Enelu arrogantly laughed, but inside, he was secretly checking out Yellow Saru's position with his mind net. Although he was arrogant, he had heard of the Admiral's name, so naturally he didn't believe that Yellow Saru would die under divine punishment. Stick to a point. With a soft chime in his head, Anelu's mind net sensed the yellow ape. Behind you. Bang! The golden rod immediately turned back, bringing up bursts of thunder, as if it was as swift and fierce as a thunder dragon, and smashed toward the back. Yo, that's a good reaction. But, too slow. By UBU, the fingertips glowed with a golden light, followed by 2 laser rays that instantly pierced through Anelu's right shoulder, bringing up countless blood splatters. Asshole! Knock! The golden rod struck the thunder drum heavily, followed by a terrifying dragon roar that spread across the entire battlefield. 6,000 volt thunder dragon. Roar! The thunder dragon transformed by thunder exploded out of the thunder drum, opening its bloody mouth and waving its sharp claws towards the yellow ape to tear it apart. Yo! Not bad. Yellow Saru smiled and crossed his arms over his chest. Anum. Crashing sound. In an instant, countless strands of golden silk threads shot out from his body and converged between his hands. Tian Tsong Yun sword. At that moment, golden light was released and a golden long sword was held in Yellow Ape's hand. Towards the raging thunder dragon a sword slashed out from top to bottom. Sneer at. The thunder was split in 2 by the golden light, and the thunder dragon split from the dragon's head to the dragon's tail. Asshole! How can you be so strong? Enelu miscalculated. He had thought that Yellow Ape was just a guy in the same class as Hiryu. Who had thought that it was so strong? Just the current situation is too late for him to think too much. The golden sword chi has already overridden the top of the head, bursting out gusts of regal cold air. Duong! The golden rod clashed with the heavenly cloud sword, and as if he had hit a small mountain, Aniro hit the ground hard. The speed was amazing. And even the power was so terrifying. Is this the Admiral? Clanking. Sparks splashed everywhere, and a shockwave spread out in all directions like ripples. All of a sudden, under the mighty strength of Yellow Saru, Anilu was in a bitter battle, and the other side, the crowd of evil spirit pirates, who had already eradicated a few pacifists, each hugged their chests and watched the show. TSK, this asshole Anilu still can't do it. How can you back off? It should go on. The power difference is amazing. Why can't you keep up with the speed? Jia. Anilu the idiot. Lightning is also the speed of light? Alas, still lack of exercise. Anilu, who was in the middle of the battle, almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard the whispers of the crowd. The bastards! Stand up guys! Clamor! Suddenly, space fluctuated and a tall stump appeared in the battlefield. Another pacifist? Hiryu was surprised. Jia. Let me finish him off. Old San said excitedly. Nope, you guys look at his hands. Upon hearing Jinping's exclamation of surprise, the crowd then saw the Bible in Storm Bear's hand, as well as the gloves on both hands. Unusual pacifists don't have such decorations. That's him. That's a real bear. Asshole. Bonnie trembled. A wave of hatred flowed from her eyes, as well as a touch of complexity. Only the next moment, it was all turned into a monstrous rage. Why would you do something like that? Answer me. Clamor. Bonnie's hands suddenly glowed brightly, and countless dazzling beams of light rushed towards the Stormy Bear. Bonnie, how do you? Storm Bear muttered, clearly a bit surprised, but it was only for a moment, immediately taking off his gloves and slapping the beam away with a single slap. Why? Asshole. Woo. Bonnie was in tears and kept saying why under her breath. Sure enough, it was right as one suspected. Bonnie's relationship with Storm Bear was not ordinary. Just what is this guy doing here now? Mu Ling's brows furrowed as he looked at the Storm Bear, unable to figure out the other party's intentions. A trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes, and Storm Bear shifted his gaze from Bonnie and looked back at Maki Ling. Red pupil herding spirit. Rustle of skirts. In an instant, the balls of flesh between the Storm Bear's palms squeezed each other, and suddenly the air was compressed, and he instantly arrived in front of Mu Ling. Arrest! Boom! The huge bear paw shockwave immediately slammed down towards Mu Ling. Geez, what a way to start a fight. Looking at the red shockwave above his head, Mu Ling didn't panic. His right fist quickly condensed flames, and for a moment, a blazing aura enveloped the entire field. Extreme Inferno Fire Fist. Rumbling. After the fire fist and the shockwave clashed together, countless flames burst forth. Rolls of smoke swept the two men away, while a cracking sound rang out through the smoke. After slightly sidestepping his body and dodging another bear's paw, Mu Ling blasted his fist at the Stormy Bear's chest. Only in the next moment, a fleshy palm blocked the fist. Sound of escaping laughter. In an instant, Mu Ling only felt as if his fist had struck a ball of cotton, and in the next second, an immense and incomparable force assaulted his entire body. The meatball fruit that can bounce off all attacks is so damn perverted. You guys back off. In the smoke and dust, Mu Ling and Storm Bear backed up in unison. The two then transformed into phantoms again and fiercely fought in the air. Bang! 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 Fire erupted and fists exchanged shadows. Yellow Ape, who saw this scene from afar, was slightly relieved. The world government has always been skeptical about the return of the Storm Bears to the fold, but now it seems to be working out just fine. Note, brothers please give Every day more than 1,000 hyped up. Only a few dozen people clicked on the hyped up video. Free gifts to brush a wave. Hyped up video point a little bit. The gift does not ask for much higher. Everyone brushes a wave of free. Potatoes have been very satisfied. Thank you all. Seeing as how the updates have been diligent enough the last few days, click a little bit. I wish to share this with you all. Chapter 35 Space. Thunder Metallurgy. Nuisance. Raging thunder flowed through Anilu's body. And then the golden rod in his hand immediately transformed into a sharp golden trident under the effect of the electric current. Duong. It instantly clashed with the Tian Tsong Yun sword. After just a brief exchange, Yellow Sorrow swung his long sword forward, sweeping away the trident before another straight sword light chopped at Anilu. The sword light was quick, and knowing that he could not be defeated, Anilu immediately instantly flashed tens of meters away. Yo, you're still so slow. Wow. The right foot that shone with swordlight came head-on. Cut it out. The trident shattered in two, while Anilu flew backwards. Sound of escaping laughter. Large mouthfuls of blood continued to spray outwards, scattering in the air. Asshole. I'm a god. Angry and at the same time, Anilu's heart was stifled. The speed was comparable to his own, and vaguely superior. The power is also terribly strong. Such a being was the captain's underling? For a moment, Anilu felt that he still had a long way to go, and the pride in his heart subsided. "Oh, how dare you get distracted fighting me?" The teasing voice once again rang in his ears. Pissed off, Anilu spurted blood on the spot. "Asshole! I'll kill you!" Rumbling. In an instant, thunder churned and countless thick silver snakes roamed through the clouds. 200 million volts, Thor. Boom! Huge thunder poured over Anilu's head, irrigated from head to toe. Gradually, a pillar of thunder slowly rose higher and higher. Tisk! Skinning his lips, Yellow Monkey immediately retreated 100 meters, the terrifying thunder around Aniru's body making him have to avoid it for the time being. In the next second, a thunder god Anilu, several feet tall and made of electricity, descended into the world. Bang! 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 When Thor is angry, he ambushes thousands of corpses. A path of lightning with sparks, rolling thunder accompanied by a huge thunder palm blasted towards Yellow Ape. Yellow Ape's face was unchanged, a slight flash of surprise in his lazy eyes, but it was extremely light. The Yellow Ape, who leapt forward with his arms wrapped around his chest, was glowing with golden light, like a small sun looking straight at the whole field. 8 feet of agar hook jade. Bubu. In an instant, the golden points of light in the sky were like a bullet, shooting towards the thunder god. Enilu's face showed disdain, and the thunder in his body surged once again. Is the body of a god not something you mere mortals can breach? It's just that Anilu never expected the punch in the face to come so quickly. The thunder palm that looked terrifying, when it encountered the point of light in the blink of an eye, it immediately collapsed and dislocated, turning into electricity that dissipated in the air. How is this possible? Anilu was horrified. His own thunder god's body had been easily washed away by these points of light? Too weak, Yellow Ape said indifferently. In the next moment, the points of light were not dispersed, like a cannonball blasted into the sea, and instantly, the body of the thunder god, which Aniru had visualized with thunder and light, instantly crumbled. Bastard! How dare you call me weak? Anilu's face was full of grimace and his teeth were bared. Yellow Ape had not only defeated him, but had finished off his pride. Aha! Kill you! Scold! The sky-rushing swordlight chopped straight down, splitting the bear paw shockwave in two before landing in the heart of the stormy bear's hand. Thumbs up! The always bland storm bear instantly changed color, because he realized that his meatball ability couldn't even bounce off this swordlight at the moment. Want to help the Navy out? Do you think you're qualified? Scold! Another blood-colored swordlight, chopping straight down. Storm Bear's face tightened, knowing that he had completely underestimated the strength of this red poople herding spirit. Space shift. Bang! The meatball in his hand quickly squeezed the air, and a burst of sound came out from between his palms, and in the next moment, the stormy bear's body disappeared into thin air. The two blood-red sword chi, because they had lost their target, chopped hard into the ground, revealing two extremely deep grooves. Storm Bear's eyelids fluttered, his heart palpitating. Time to think about getting out of here. He himself just didn't want the world government to arouse suspicion and thus help Yellow Saru. Just look at the situation. If you stay any longer, you may be accounted for here. Oh, what's on your mind? Is it trying to run? Clamor. In an instant, a bloody shadow appeared in front of the tyrant bear, and it was none other than Mu Ling. How? When? Terrified in his heart, the storm bear didn't even notice Mu Ling's arrival. Is he faster than me? Sneer at. The blood-colored longsword was slowly drawn out by Mu Ling, and a tyrannical aura instantly filled the tyrant bear's body. Countless voices like demonic whispers echoed in his ears, disturbing the mind, controlling his thinking. One compelling voice imprinted on the mind. This is something. Get out of my head. The teeth of the stormy bear, whose eyes were vaguely eroded by a hint of blood color, were bared, and the whole person roared furiously as if he was insane. Oh, Mu Ling looked at the crippling chi in his hand. I did not expect that this demon sword also has the role of spiritual attack. You're Bonnie's kin. I'm not going to kill you. On the contrary, I will only pity you. Those who have lost their souls have only this skin to walk the world. Live and let live. Ting. Shocking sword roars instantly exploded in Mu Ling's hands. Crashing sound. Countless blood-red sword chi formed a large blood-colored sword formation. Demon sword technique 100 ghosts nightwalking. In an instant, countless blood-colored ghost shadows burst from the crippled chi sword body. 100 thin and blurred bodies formed a tide of blood-colored ghosts that surged towards the stormy bear like a river. Oh, help me. Kill me. I'm going to eat you. GGG. Kill. I want to eat. I want to kill. He. Ghostly sounds ringed the ears, and the stormy bear's eyes immediately became blood-red, looking around listlessly, apparently unaware of the danger that was coming. Miso. In the next second, the tide of blood-colored ghosts changed once again. From the bodies of the 100 or so ghostly shadows exploded a strand of extremely bizarre sword chi that rushed towards the stormy bear. Bang! In the nick of time, for some unknown reason, a popping sound emanated from within the storm bear's body, as if some program had activated itself. The blood-colored eyes gradually became clear. Only at this moment it was too late, because the tide of blood-colored swords was already close at hand. Suddenly, Mu Ling's brows furrowed, and his eyes gazed deathly behind the storm bear. He had a premonition as if something was about to appear. Cut it out. In an instant, densely packed spatial cracks covered behind the tyrant bear. A pair of huge mechanical arms then reached out from the crack and grabbed the stormy bear's body and dragged it in with one hand. Bang! 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 The tide of blood-colored swords struck a blank and then dissipated into the air. Note, Fast or Not? Chapter 36. I'll go. Who's this? Fist breaks the void? How can you be so powerful? Maki Ling froze, looking at the intact space a bit bewildered. The mind recalled the scene just now. The mechanical arm that just shattered the void. Could it be the naval scientist Burgapunk? The guy with a mind 500 years beyond human intelligence. Is this one that strong though? Maki Ling couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think much about it. TSK, but this pirate world is getting really interesting. Will cripple chi back. The first time to use it feels pretty good, quite strong. Boom! Suddenly, a golden light flashed in front of Maki Ling's eyes, and then he saw Anila heavily smashed on the ground, covered in blood. The whole person was as crazy as a ghost. On the other hand, the yellow ape on the other side, after seeing the storm bear being saved, immediately turned into golden light and disappeared in a few breaths. Mu Ling didn't chase after him. After all, yellow ape's speed was similar to his own, so he couldn't stay. Lao Sha, jia, isn't this the supreme god? Hiryu, what a beating. Evening, how pathetic. Maki Ling, I can't imagine that our god could be beaten so badly. Tisk. The last sentence was said by Bonnie, who felt she had to fit in. Enalu. Damn it. I'll kill him for sure. Enalu stood up with difficulty and spoke angrily. Then practice hard. Mu Ling gave an icy cry and turned her head towards the harbor. Riley should have coated the evil dead already, and by robbing the straw hat of his own head today, he won't be around for another 2 years of calendars. But none of this had anything to do with Maki Ling. Perhaps his former self would have been sorry to see it, but in this life, he lived only for himself. Whoever you are, protagonist or not. 1 day later, Naval Headquarters, Marin Vento. Okay, I get it. That's all there is to this. Snap. Hanging up the phone, Warlord slumped helplessly in his chair, a hint of anger hidden on his face. Gee, a call from the world government? A snickering carp snickered. Get lost. Don't try to steal my fairy shells. Looking in a bad mood, Warlord snatched the snack out of Carp's hand and ate it in 3 tries. Carp. This time Carp really didn't steal the snacks. They were his own. But then he thought about the fact that Warlord had just been subjected to some snide remarks. And Carp wasn't so angry. Told you a long time ago, you should never be in a high position if you want to be free. You had to not listen. Now you're good. Phew. Warlord resisted the urge to hammer Carp with his fist and sat back in his chair helplessly. It's okay. People are dead. Even the Skrulls. It's this guy, Akatsuki Makoran, who's getting trickier and trickier. And I've noticed that his evil spirit pirates are just as good as they were back in the day. The rest of the words were left unsaid by Warlord, as that man's name was considered a taboo throughout the Navy. After experiencing something like that once, the Red Pupil Mackling would never make the same mistake again. Therefore, the hidden danger of the Locust pirates back then will never happen again. Carp's voice was low at first, but then he burst out laughing. But even if the Locust pirates were to reappear, I would crush them with my fists, let alone just a small evil spirit pirate group. Ahahaha, warfare. I really don't know where this guy gets his confidence. By the way, how's that Akane thing going? Lieutenant General Tsuru, who was sitting on the sidelines, suddenly snapped. Warrior, it has worked. It will be announced to the world in a week, and the public execution will take place in half a month. Good. If we can kill the Devil's Descendant, it will deter countless pirates and strengthen the Navy's prestige among civilians. Akane did a good job on this one. The Holy Land of Marihoa. Failed again? Failed. Headache-inducing. I really don't want to face that sniveling old man again. It can't be helped. The only son, and both grandchildren are dead. Red Pupil herding spirit. That's a chitinous little bug. He'll always die, won't he? That's right. But let's put him aside for now. Descendants of the devil? The new Shichibukai. That's right. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Hawkeye Myhawk, Marshal D. Tyke, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Bartholomew Bear. Surprisingly, there's a D1 in there? It doesn't matter. Time passes everything, and rightly so. There's a guy in the new world known as Whitebeard too. But would this Zephyr? It doesn't matter, and rightly so. That's it. Boom, of a drum. At that moment, the large conference hall was once again plunged into a deathly silence. 1 week later, somewhere out at sea in the new world. Wow. The seagulls carrying the newspaper docked on the shoulders of the Vulcan and flew away with the fish in their mouths. Clamor. The latest issue of the World Economic Times. Jubi skillfully shook it out. And sure enough, several brand new wanted notices fell out. Akatsuki Makoran, captain of the evil spirit pirates, who killed 3 world noble Tenryu, Rotsvar Desai, Charlos Este, and Carulia Palace, in the Chambord Islands a week ago, and then escaped from the Navy's pursuit. Bounty, 3,000, 200, 000 berries. Shah Krokodar, member of the evil spirit pirates, one of the original 7 Muskai under the king, betrayed the world government and escaped from the city of propulsion. Bounty, 540 million belts. Sea warrior Jippei, member of the evil spirit pirates, one of the original Shichibukai, betrayed the world government and escaped from the city of propulsion. Bounty, 710 million belts. Rain no Shiru, member of the evil spirit pirates, former head guard of the city of advancement. Bounty, 920 million belts. Enilu, member of the evil spirit pirates. Bounty, 300, 000, 000 bells. There's no Boney on the wanted list this time, so I guess the Navy doesn't know about Boney joining yet. Smiling, Jieping realized that the bounty was really getting higher since he joined the evil spirit pirates. Setting the wanted notice aside, Jieping opened the newspaper. In a flash, the whole thing froze. Jesus, this, the deck resounded with the voice of evening's horror to the core. Note, Ace did run out, but was recaptured back by some guy with a Hyuko sword, in conjunction with Akane, so don't question it. Chapter 37, Undercurrents. What's wrong, Jinping? Was you surprised by my exorbitant bounty? Ha ha ha. Hiria laughed out loud, only to stop after 2 laughs. It was because of the ugly look on VH's face at that moment. The paper. It says, Ace, he's dying, Evening said in horror. Boom. Upon hearing this news, the hearts of the crowd shook in unison. Fire Fist Ace? The second captain of the Whitebeard pirates? Him? Didn't he escape with us that day? Hiryu wondered. He remembers well that day when Captain Makiling blasted through the prison and fought with Yellow 8 Magellan. The Golden Lion took the opportunity to release all the criminals. Among them is Fire Fist Ace, who was captured and imprisoned. That's right. I watched him leave with my own eyes. Old Sandy nodded, his face also bewildered. Is this Fire Fist Ace Magneto? How can something like being caught and imprisoned happen twice? The newspaper didn't say that. It only mentioned that Fire Fist Ace, the second captain of the white-bearded pirates, will be publicly executed at the naval headquarters? Marin Vento. In a week's time, Jinping said sadly. Before joining the evil spirit pirates, he and Ace were close friends, and they were even arrested and imprisoned together. Just right now. Public execution? Jia, that old man with the white beard will never stop. Old San said in a deep voice. TSK, there's a hoot to watch. Captain Dewey? Jinpei looked towards Makiling with a hint of anticipation in his tone. He hoped that Makiling would nod his head and the evil spirit pirates would travel together to Marinvado to rescue Fire Fist Ace. But this was undoubtedly forcing Makiling's hand. Evening was very bad. Makiling didn't say anything, looking at Ace's face on the newspaper in deep thought. Call. Damn it. How did you get caught again? The butterfly effect? War at the top is inevitable? The wheel of history rolls on and can't be stopped? Ass leaping. I don't believe in that. What else would I need a traveler for? What does Ace's death have to do with me? The last time I saved him once was still for the sake of that old man Whitebeard. An icy cold tone slowly burst out from Muling's mouth. Sure enough, Evening's gaze dimmed for a few moments. But, this kind of big scene, of course we have to go and join in the fun. Set sail. Let's go to Whitebeard's base camp and follow them as they infiltrate Marinvado. Target, Decamus Island. Jubi knows Whitebeard's base camp. Ace's death has nothing to do with Makiling. But Makiling, who has long known the end of the war at the top, will not stand by and watch Whitebeard die in front of him. Whitebeard, you old thing. You used to protect me. Now it's finally my turn to save your old life. Gee, I wish I could have seen your face then. The corner of Makiling's mouth lifted into a smile. Decamus Island. Whitebeard Pirates Base Camp. Jia, this kid did a good job. The bounty is almost as much as old man's. Inside the huge building, the white-bearded man sat on a recliner, holding Makiling's wanted notice in his hand. But when he flipped through the World Economic Times, in the next moment, the smile was gone from his face and gradually became gloomy. Boom! The huge fist smashed hard against the wall beside him, and immediately, the entire island began to tremble. Pops, Captain Ichiban Immortal Marco looked to Whitebeard. We have to save Ace. Those bastards in the Navy. I'll never spare them. Damn it. How dare you try to publicly execute Ace? Instantly, upon learning about Ace, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was shaken to the core. Navy? Oh, sneering. Whitebeard's face was icy cold and dripping with water. Depart, Marinvado. Save Ace. Bang! Shattering the round table in front of him with a punch, Whitebeard roared. Yes. Save Ace. Departure. Destroy Marinvado. Kill the damn Navy. Bastards. I'll never let them go. Cry Kana Island. The black mist covered the entire forest, and countless tall boiling boils within the forest were holding swords in their hands and killing each other ferociously. At first glance there is nothing, but if you take a closer look, you will find that these boiling hands of the sword moves one more than a superb, and beyond the forest is a black castle. Clamor. Spreading out the newspaper, he looked at the black-clad man in the forest who was covered in a cold aura. Those eagle-like sharp eyes suddenly exploded with a brilliant light. The King's 7 Muskai recruitment order? Fire Fist Ace's public execution? Will you come? Whitebeard? Looking forward to fighting you. On an island in the New World. Mama, there's a guy in black coming for me. Outside the hut. A big fat man with a bloated body and a thin curved hooked beard exclaimed. Who wants my Wilbur? A short, extremely ugly looking woman walked out. Ahem. You're Edward Wibble? The world government agent said in a deep voice. That's right. It's me. Who are you? Wibble looked naive and spoke in an extremely stupid manner, but was a man with a ruthless heart and extremely terrifying battle prowess. The right hand of Zephyr, the former admiral of the Navy, was cut off by him. Also, there was a boatload of students. On behalf of the world government, I have come here to extend an invitation to you, as one of the 7 Muskai under the king. What? The King's 7 Musketeers? Wibble's Mammon, Barkin exclaimed. It was followed by a laugh. Half a day later, Ma, am I really going to be the King's 7 Musketeers? Asshole. Have you forgotten how Mama taught you? You are the offspring of the strongest man in this world. You have the bloodline of this Edward's name. No one will be your match, but the people to be executed this time are our father's men. It's okay, it just so happens that this time you'll get to see your father. Do I look like him? It's practically cut from the same mold. Hey, looking forward to it. Special agent. Even though he was an enemy, he still felt that this woman was insulting Whitebeard. It's kind of hot. I'd better slip. 1 week from now. Naval Headquarters Marinvado. With that, the agent turned into a black shadow and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Note, thank you. A million thanks. For the gifts from my brothers. And a great healthcare yesterday. The potatoes were grateful. Chapter 38 Arrival. 9 Serpents Island. Serpentina. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Bang. The wacky granny who had just rushed into the palace immediately flew out backwards. What's the stinking old woman shouting for? It's noisy. Damnable snake girl. No respect for the elderly at all. Half a day later, inside the palace, Granny Wacky was holding a newspaper. Her pale face clouded with worry. Fire Fist Ace? What does that have to do with my concubine? On the throne, Boa Hancock said faintly. The second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, will be publicly executed in a week's time? Can't you see that this is just a lead-in? A name that shocks all pirates. And it's still that man that the Navy headquarters really wants to deal with. Who? Boa Sandarsonia said sharply. The most powerful man in the world. Edward Newgate, Granny Wacky said in a hushed voice. Meanwhile, as far as I can guess that man should be in Marinvado as well. Who is he again? Hancock's brow furrowed as he glanced over at the Akatsuki Makoran, once a member of the Locust Pirates, now the captain of the Evil Spirit Pirates. A man who has been sleeping inside the City of Advancement for 40 years, with a bounty as high as 3,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,0 belly. Why? Because he was once the closest companion to Whitebeard. The murmured, then looked at the woman sitting on the throne. What do you think at this point in time, Snakeheim? The order to summon the 7 musketeers under the king has been issued, and the warships to the navy headquarters have been waiting off the island for a long time. Are you sure you want to go? On the throne, black waist-length hair, a red snake print cheongsam dress wrapped in a hot body. This woman is one of the 7 Marshalseas under the king, the pirate empress Boa Hancock. Instead of answering what they said, she pondered something. Black jewel-like clean beautiful eyes in the blue wave flow. exquisite beauty on the stunning face, but suddenly a slight redness, 2 slender willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled. The Whitebeard pirates are strong. That I know. But Akatsuki Makoran? Is it really strong? Boa Marigold wondered. Because Nine Serpents Island was located in a remote area. It was almost isolated from the outside world. So the matter of Mu Ling did not spread here. Very strong. Very strong. In the Suikoden incident, 2 admirals lost to him. And Admiral Akane even had an arm chopped off. And even the strongest Demon Slayer order created by the world government in conjunction with the Navy headquarters was defeated. Subduing Crocodile, who was on par with Snakeheim, and Sea Warrior Jinpei, and even killing Moonlight Moria, who is also one of the 7 Muskai under the king, with ease. And the thing you already know, 3 of the world's nobles, the celestial dragons, died at his hands. And, as far as I can surmise, this man didn't even use his full strength in these battles. Boom! The entire room was shocked, and the 3 Booya sisters looked at Granny Wacky with dumbfounded disbelief. It's so powerful? So Snaky, how do you feel about it? Hancock didn't say anything. Her willow eyebrows arched up and her cherry lips rose, drawing an extremely beautiful arc, obviously in a good mood. Of course my concubine will go. He's a great benefactor to my concubine and my 2 sisters, so I'll have to repay him properly, Hancock said softly. The report sent out after the death of the 3 Charlos Assay, although it reached Nine Serpents Island a bit late, it was still recognized by the 3 Boa sisters as one of the Tenryu people who had imprisoned them back then. The 3 Boyer sisters have 2 great benefactors. One is Tag the Fish, the man who climbed up to the continent of Red Earth by himself and came to the Holy Land of Manhwa to free all the countless civilians held captive by the Skrulls. The second one is the Red Pupil Makiling. Whatever the other person's intentions, a favor is a favor. It will never go away. But then, on the side of the world government, the wacky granny was filled with worry. Repaying favors was good, but this was like placing the Nine Serpents Island in opposition to the world government. Humph. I don't care about any of this, I only want to return the favor. Right. Sister Sama is right. The Red Pupil herding spirit is our benefactor. We must help him. That's it. Looking at the stubborn Boa's 3 sisters, Granny Wacky didn't say anything else. Knowing a favor isn't a bad thing. However, now that the Great War had not yet arrived, whether or not the Red Pupil shepherd spirit would appear was still only her speculation. If she had been wrong in her estimation, Hancock would have saved himself a lot of trouble. Beep. Does the host open the 5 consecutive draws? Okay. Beep. Host has paid 50 points. Balance is 0. Crashing sound. A heavy BGM sounded, and a golden ceramic jar began to tremble violently. And gradually, dense cracks covered the body of the jar. Click. Spirit rank sword technique breaking army ascending dragon strike, minor achievement level, +1. Thanks for the patronage +1. Thanks for the patronage +1. Resurrection coin +1. Mortal rank sword technique battling / +1. In an instant, 2 streams of warmth surged out of his head and converged on various parts of his body. At that moment, countless sword lights coiled up in the sea of consciousness of the pastoral spirit. The breaking army dragon strike has actually advanced? Beep. Batusai chop refining spirit +1. Beep. Battling the spirit of refining plus. Beep. Battling / spirit refining +4. It has been upgraded to breaking sky battling / spirit rank sword technique. The next spirit refining will be in 100 days. Gee, it's true that with refining spirit, you don't have to worry about adding points. Resurrection coin, 50% chance to be resurrected or die. You have to be careful with this stuff. Open the control panel. Supreme Spirit Refining System, Host, Makiling, Bounty, 3, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000. Weapons, Fluorescent Dragon Sword, Mortal Rank, Cripple Feather, Spirit Rank. Fruit, Extreme Inferno number 1. Storm number 1. Body, Mortal Rank, Spirit Refining number 10. Abilities, Thundering Bagua number 3, Mastery Level, Lion Sword Dance number 2, Mastery Level, Mutant Overlord Colors / Shuriken number 1, Mastery Level, Armed Colors Hegemonic Aura, Mastery Level, Broken Army Ascending Dragon Strike number 1, Minor Achievement Level, Seeing Color Hegemonic Aura, Introductory Level, Fluttering Like a Stunner, Introductory Level, Breaking Batusai Chop, Mastery Level. Avatar, Demon Sword Art, Spirit Level. Ninjutsu, Fire Transportation, Haworyu no Jutsu. Spirit Points, 260. System Points, 10. Power, 510. Speed, 420. Defense, 630. Life, 370. Beep. The host purchased the rejuvenation pill number 5 at a cost of 100 spirit points. Looking at the 5 pills full of vitality in his hand, Muling smiled and distributed them to Shilio and the others. After all, the Great War was coming, and this was a means of saving his life. There are 3 days until the public execution of Firefist Ace, and the evil spirit pirates crowd has arrived at Decamus Island under the guidance of Jie Ping. Bang! Suddenly, a shell exploded over the side of the evil spirit's ship. It was a shock. Oh, is this old man Whitebeard up to something? Mu Ling laughed. Chapter 39, The 100 Beasts Pirates. Bang! 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 As soon as Mu Ling's words fell, dozens of shells exploded from the opposite sea and shot flying. Hey! 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 This old thing is for real. Mu Ling wasn't happy about it, and instantly sheathed the fluorescent dragon in his hand, a sword across the sky, intercepting most of the shells in midair, and the rest will be taken care of by Hiryu and Anairu. Only the sound of the cannon remained unabated. Captain, something's not right. The guys across the street don't seem to be the Whitebeard pirates. Jinpei fixed his eyes and thought that there was something fishy about this. Not the Whitebeard pirates? Then who could it be? Maki Ling was surprised. Soon, though, he knew who it was that had attacked him. The 4 emperors of the New World. The 100 Beasts Kaido and the crowd of the 100 Beasts pirates under his command. Jia, surprisingly. It's the 4th Emperor 100 Beasts Kaido? This is getting interesting. That guy with 2 horns is Kaido? It's so irritating to look at. But why is the 100 Beast pirates here? We're late? Has the Whitebeard pirates already rushed to Marinvado? While the crowd was discussing it with you and me, Maki Ling suddenly came to a realization. Recall that in the original anime's War at the Top, the red-haired pirates tried to stop the war, but came late to the party and were nearing the end. And the reason for this has been explained. Because while all of the Whitebeard pirates were out at Marinvento to save Ace, the 100 Beasts pirates snuck out to mess things up. Sneak attack on Decamus, Whitebeard's home base. And that's exactly why the redhead was late to stop Kaido, the 100th beast. So now it's himself replacing the redhead's role? Gee, but it's good to see an old friend. Gallop. In an instant, countless flames accompanied by sword chi flowed through the body of the fluorescent dragon sword, and Mu Ling, who had his fire wings spread out behind him, stood in the air, looking down at the many ships in the distance. Scold. His left hand gently brushed the sword, and instantly, the sword's chi skyrocketed, and the skyrocketing fire shot straight up into the clouds. Extreme Inferno Emperor Sword. Rumbling, the swords fell straight down. Instantly, the closest vessel was also cut in half, intercepting the sea and slicing through it. In an instant, the ship crumbled and the sea poured in. Countless pirates were swept up in it. Who is it? Help! Jesus! Captain, help me! I'm going to kill you. Who is it? At once, numerous members of the 100 Beasts pirates fell into the water one after another on the decapitated ship. Because of Kaido's philosophy, he wanted to form a pirate group made up entirely of people with abilities. That's why most of the pirates are artificial devil fruit ability. Once touching the seawater will be limbless and sink to the bottom of the sea. That's why there were so many deaths and injuries from this sort of Mu Ling. Bastard! Red pupil herding spirit! I'm going to kill you! Thunder, Bagua! Nuisance! A ray of lightning instantly burst onto the deck, followed by the huge wolf-tooth rod blasting the remaining sword chi to pieces. Though furious, Kaido was clear-headed and immediately instructed his men to turn the rudder in a hurry and steer the ship towards the island. Hey, kill me? It's been 40 years since I've seen you. Kaido, not only have you drifted, but you've also grown a lot of guts. Although the same year as a member of the Locust Pirates, but as a second-tier combatant Maki Ling, whereas a district trainee Kaido can be compared to. And the reason why Kaido later became stronger and became the 4th emperor in one fell swoop was due to the fact that Big Mom gave Kaido an animal fish fruit when they parted ways. Of course, it had to do with Kaido's talent as well as his hard work. Hardly cultivated the fish fruit to the point it is now. All of the above is confirmed from the potato with a strong desire to survive. It should be something like a phantom species of dragon carp or something like that. But now it actually dared to find itself in trouble. Ha! Pull the boat over. Enalu, what are you waiting for? Makorin burst out, looking at Enalu icily. Got it, Captain. Rumbling. In an instant, countless thunderclouds coalesced in the clouds, and tens of thousands of silver snakes coiled together, constantly gulping down thunderbolts. Naughty. Inairu, who was bathed in lightning, had one hand facing the sky. How could he be more middle-aged than that? Boom! In the next second, 3 or 4 thick pillars of thunder blasted down, instantly destroying the 5 giant ships. There was a jumble of screams, cries for help, and Kaido's angry growls. Bastard! Damn evil spirit pirates! Kill you all! Roar! A fiery light stormed up from the opposite ship, and the 3rd plague boss Brother Ashes, whose body was ablaze with flames, instantly transformed into a toothless pterodactyl and flew towards Maki Ling and the others. Oh, this is the Inferno Plague Ashes that is second only to the 100 Beasts Kaido and the 100 Beasts Pirates? Let me meet you. Sneer at. The demon sword thunderstorm was slowly sheathed, and a flash of blood color flashed from Shilio's eyes. As the saying goes, king against king, general against general. As in Ashes of the 100 Beasts Pirates Royal Vice level, it was natural that it could only be dealt with by Haryu, even if old Sandianilu and the others are dissatisfied in their hearts. There is no doubt that under Makiling, it is Haryu who is the strongest. Bang! The sword light cut across the sky, but was dodged by a sideways flip by the nimble Ashes in the air. Then a ball of flame condensed from Ash's mouth and immediately transformed into dozens of fireballs after it was spewed out, and although it was smaller in size, it was not half bad in terms of power. Interesting. Shilio let out a strange laugh, and in an instant, the thunderstorm in his hand turned into a phantom, flashing out countless sword shadows. Miso. The speed of swinging the sword was getting faster and faster, and that ray of sword light was also getting more and more abrupt. Bang! 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 The sky exploded more than once, and the fireballs in the sky immediately exploded upon encountering the sword light. Sneer at. His left hand brushed against the thunderstorm, and bright red blood eroded the sword. At that moment, Hilio's entire body became eerie, and his aura skyrocketed to its peak. Snap! Jumping onto the ship's mast in 3 twos, the moment he leapt, blood-red sword chi exploded out of his hand with extreme speed. Roar! Ashes sensed the crisis of this sword light, and when he tried to dodge it, he realized that he was a step too late. Damn you! Tai! Dense flames immediately covered his entire body like a burning sun, and in the next moment, Ashes unexpectedly crashed his own body into the sword light. Boom! The terrifying shockwave instantly swept away, spreading out in all directions like ripples, and at that moment, most of the ships of the 100 Beasts Pirates, as well as the evil spirit, had already arrived at the coast. In an instant, swords were drawn and a great battle was about to be fought. Chapter 40 Outbreak of the Great War. Red Poople Herding Spirit. You bastard is actually still alive? Haha, just in time for a new feud. You'll die under me today. Bang! A terrifying aura exploded from Kaido's body, spreading outward like a shockwave. Then with a heavy stomp of his feet, his 10-foot-tall body immediately rushed towards Muling like a sharp light. Obviously, that attack by the evil spirit pirates just now had long since made Kaido furious. TSK, TSK, old friends just met and they're rushing to their deaths? Ugh, why bother? Don't you know how to exchange pleasantries? Tai. Dense flames instantly covered Makiling's right arm, and then the dark red flowing Sakura hegemony spread out like a fire pattern. Let's account for today. Kaido. Boom. The two instantly went fist to fist, clashing hard. In an instant, the island trembled, the seawater churned, and densely packed cracks that looked like spider webs covered the earth and bloomed underneath the two men's feet. What is there to say to a dead man? Kaido immediately closed his fist, then drew his barbed wolfsbane from his waist and slammed it down. Bang! 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 Terrifying air-breaking sounds exploded in Muling's ears, only to see a flash of streaming light in Muling's hand, and a blood-red longsword slowly came out of its sheath. Demon Sword Cripple Chi. Duong. The sword body was dead against the wolf's toothstick, and there were sparks and bursts of fire. Kaido immediately stabilized his body, swung his wolfsbane high above his head, and then struck again with a heavy blow after he had built up his strength. And at this time, Muling hand Cripple Chi sword tipped down. Both hands hold the hilt, hide the sword in the body. Miso. In an instant, countless golden sword chi stained with blood burst out from his body. Roar. The huge golden dragon head appeared above Makiling's head, opening its bloody mouth to stare angrily at Kaido. Breaking Army Rising Dragon Strike. The Makiling that transformed into a long rainbow of golden sword chi instantly pulled into a thin line, and countless razor-sharp sword-ons spewed out from the dragon's mouth, stabbing straight at Kaido. Asshole. Go to hell. Thunder, Bagua. And at the same time, the wolf's tooth rod that shone with thousands of thunderbolts finally fell. In the next second, the two instantly collided together. Click, click, click. The terrifying black void crack instantly collapsed, and instantly seawater poured in from the crack, and the two extremely strong forces caused the island to follow the void and begin to crumble. Breaker Rising Dragon Strike, Forced Charge Domination Effect, Forced Upward Effect. All power is a joke in the face of rules. Ha ha ha, so what if it's the fourth emperor? I'm not afraid of you. In the midst of the explosions, the sound of Makiling's long whistle spread throughout the island. Kaido's face changed as he realized that the wolfsbane in his hand was slowly raising. He had actually lost to Makiling in terms of strength? How is this possible? Sneer at. The sky-rushing upward sword blade was mixed with the color of blood, instantly chopping out a terrifying sword mark in front of Kaido's chest from the bottom up. Boom! Then, amidst the explosions, Makiling and Kaido stepped back in unison. Drops, drops, drops. Bright red blood dripped to the ground as Kaido looked at the sword mark in disbelief. How many years? How many years had it been since he himself had been wounded and bled? Bastard! Akatsuki Makarin! You're really pissing me off. Scold. The blood-colored sword aura crossed the sky, forcing Yen Calamity Ashes back. At this moment, Shilio was bathed in blood awnings, and the whole person seemed like a devil, his blood-red eyes staring in deadly fury at the inferno plague ashes in the sky. Roar! Ashes opened his mouth, and all of a sudden, another large ball of flame shot straight down. Without ducking or dodging, a giant chopping wave exploded out of the thunderstorm, splitting the flames in two. Just the next moment, the flames cracked open, a fire-bathing pterodactyl exploded out of the flames, its sharp pointy beak stabbing straight at Shilio as if it were a sharp blade. TSK, crafty guy. Hiria smirked, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands tightly instead, just as Thunderstorm's blade came across the room. Rumbling, the two collided instantly, a swoop downward, coupled with the strong strength of the pterodactyl. In the blink of an eye, Hiria fell all the way back, his legs pulling two long grooves in the ground. Ting! The sword sound that shook heaven and earth violently burst out. And finally, Shilio, who had chopped his feet hard, stabilized his body and froze with the inferno plague ashes. Ashes of the inferno plague? Is this the only extent? A hideous smile blossomed on Hiria's face, and the heart of inferno calamity ashes trembled violently as he watched. Boom! In an instant, countless streaks of blood-colored sword chi exploded out of the thunderstorm, slashing out a bloody aura as if it was a sword chi array that enveloped ashes. Yen Disaster Ashes instantly changed color. Thumbs up. The sword light pierced through the flames and cut a bloody scar on the strong skin of the pterodactyl. Asshole! I'm going to crack your skull for a nightcap. Looking at the sky filled with sword chi, the winged dragon that strongly endured the severe pain in its body swung its wings and tried to fly into the sky. Just where Hillia willingly, the blood burst out between the sword light. When Yen Calamity Ashes escaped the circle of sword energy and flew into the air, it had long since become a blood dragon. Evil spirit pirates reign no Shiryu. Good. Very good. I'll kill you. Roar. In the next moment, accompanied by Ash's angry roar, a terrifying flame began to spread from his body, covering his entire body. Nuisance. A thunderbolt appeared on the battlefield, followed by a lazy voice that reached Jack's ears. You're Drought Jack, one of the 3 plagues of the 100 beast pirates? Bang! Without saying a word, Jack, the animal system ancient species mammoth ability, looked at the big-eared monster in front of him and immediately drew out 2 swords and chopped down. How dare a lowly fellow take a shot at a god? Shit! Rumbling. The thick, open pillar of thunder instantly fell, ruthlessly smashing into the top of Jack's head. Chapter 41. Nuisance. The glittering thunder continued to irritate Jack's body, engulfing it in its light. Exhale. The golden rod in his hand transformed into a golden trident under the effect of the thunder power, and the dark-armed color hegemony covered it. Bastard! How dare you rob my opponent? The storm suddenly rose, and the yellow sand in the sky instantly swept up countless pirates. Help! Who's going to help me? Bastard crocodile. Lowlife. I'm going to kill you. The relentless sand swept through each pirate's body, and the next second, that person became a dry corpse. Old Sandy grimaced. He wasn't happy about killing a lot of people, but he wasn't happy about it. This time, the 100 Beasts pirates only Kaido and the Drought Inferno arrived, and the rest were just a few minions. Hilio vs. Inferno Plague. Old Sandy has nothing to say. Instead, Anilu approached Jack. In that case, wouldn't you look weaker than Anilu? Asshole. Enjoy the pleasure of the sand sweeping over your body. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. Another large mass of wind and sand stormed up in the old sand's palm, rolling up a 10,000-foot storm, and another large swath of pirates died tragically in the air. Cut. I'm a god. Glancing disdainfully at old Sandy, the next second Anilu instantly changed color. The lightning dissipated, and on the scorched black earth, Jack was covered in no half wounds, just like a nobody. Is this guy that thick-skinned? Anilu's entire being was bad. GGG, no pain. No pain. So comfortable. Boom. Damn it. Instantly enraged, Anilu swung his golden trident and slammed it down towards Jack. Duong. But it was blocked to death by Jack's twin swords. In an instant, a majestic and incomparable force poured down, and Anairu, who was originally on the attacking side, immediately collapsed, bending over to fight to the death. As a mammoth ability, Jack, even without transforming, that great strength as well as impeccable defense was not something that an ordinary person could contend with. Bang! Lightning exploded, and Anilu immediately stepped back, before disappearing into the light of thunder. Bang! 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 A thunderous explosion shook out in space, and a streak of thunder shadows flashed around Jack. Face unchanged, Jack gazed around with unblinking eyes. The whole person was like a humanoid fortress that was easy to defend and hard to attack, always on guard against Analu's attack. Boom! Accompanied by the first hit, the offense began. Clanking, the dual swords chopped out a phantom, colliding viciously with the golden trident raging in all directions. Sparks flew in all directions, and the sound of interlocking golden geos resounded throughout the arena. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes, 100 strokes, 1,000 strokes. In just half an hour, Aniru, who had transformed into a thunder light, completely stormed out, the thunder eyes in his eyes cold and merciless. The sharp trident blasted and smashed into Jack's twin swords one at a time, and while Jack naturally couldn't defend himself against such a quick attack, he relied on his brutal defense to hold out against Analu's blistering attack. Boom boom boom. The earth crumbled and spiderweb-like cracks bloomed beneath Jack's feet. Slowly, the giant pit formed, getting deeper and deeper, and at the same time, accompanied by Aniru's frantic attack, a white mark appeared on Jack's body. Quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. Finally, Aniru was going to break defense. With a flash of lightning in his eyes, Anilu, who had caught the difference in Jack's body, knew his time had come. Rumbling, the thunderclouds coalesced and transformed into countless thick silver snakes, and in the next second, tens of thousands of silver snakes condensed into thunder and roared down. Clutching the golden trident with both hands, Analu leapt forward and instantly became one with the falling thunder. Rattle thunder burst. A horrible roar shook the entire island. The golden trident disappeared, completely melted by the crazy infusion of thunder. Dare to disobey God? Die. Looking at Analu, who was holding 10,000 thunderbolts, Drought Jack finally changed color. Shoo away. Muddy chi instantly burst out within his body, and gradually, the hairs grew longer, and the 2 ivory tusks at the corners of his mouth became thick like the curved hooks of a silver moon. Asshole! Who do you think I am? Roar! Thick fur scattered all over his body, and his thick and powerful limbs trampled heavily on the ground. Bursting out with a roar, the final form of the Drought Jack, the ancient species of mammoth, appeared. Boom! The blood-colored Shura field instantly exploded, and countless blood-colored sword chi surrounded Mu Ling's body, forming a blood-colored sword formation. Demon sword technique 100 ghosts nightwalking. Instantly, countless black ghosts exploded out of the crippled chi, condensing into a tide of sword chi and blood, blasting towards Kaido. Thunder! Black-purple thunder instantly exploded out of Kaido's mouth, blasting into the middle of the sword chi blood tide. Only in the next second, a flash of incredulity appeared on Kaido's face. Instead of dissipating, the tide of sword chi and blood that was shattered by the thunder transformed into countless streaks of bloodlight that rushed into his body. GGG. Eat you. Die and sink. How can a weak you be a match for me? Scold. The dragon Kaido, who was perched in the air, his eyes instantly reddened, and the sound of woozy voices in his ears scurried into his head like an evil delusion. This? What is this? Who's talking? Bastard. Is this the only thing you can do? Red Hitomi Makoran? Bang. 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 Strongly enduring the discomfort in his heart, Kaido's huge dragon body immediately scurried into the thunderclouds, and in an instant, thick golden flames coalesced in his mouth, burning sea-hot breath. Roar! In the next second, it was accompanied by a dragon's roar that roared down, like a volcano in the sky, and slammed into Mu Ling. Yo, getting pissed off? Miso! The sword chi surged, and in an instant, countless fire dragons exploded out of the sword, hovering around Mu Ling. A flame ripple suddenly bloomed like water, growing larger and larger until it was 1,000 meters wide. Storm surge. Exhale. The power of the storm was instantly on fire, and the gale that seemed to be able to tear through everything angrily swept the flames, and all of a sudden, the aura was strong to the peak. With a flash of flowing light in his hand, the Flux Dragon Sword was held in Mu Ling's left hand. Then the moment Mu Ling opened his fire wings and flew towards mid-air, he looked at the pouring flames and slowly opened his arms. Lion's Might Extreme Inflammation 1000 Cutting Valley. Note, swipe up for free gifts guys. Chapter 42, Demons and Sprites. Rumbling. In an instant, the moment the flames and the sword chi intersected, earth-shattering bursts of sound roared out. McKeeling's body then swung gently, spinning violently in the air. Miso. Countless giant chopping waves that were bound to slice the sky in anger seemed to slice the entire sky apart and shot straight up into the clouds. And the raging sword chi from the rich flames that Kaido spewed out had completely split it. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi was already approaching 100 beasts Kaido. His pupils suddenly snapped shut, and the entirety of Kaido, who was perched in the clouds, was going crazy. Sneer at. The giant chopping wave was interspersed with terrifying flames, immediately cutting a sword mark in the dragon's body. Instantly blood spurted and flesh rolled over. Asshole. This is Old Man Golden Lion's stance? No. No. This sword energy? Stronger than him. Damn old thing. You think I'm afraid of you? The dragon's tail swept fiercely, instantly shattering dozens of sword lights. Then Kaido's figure changed and once again shattered countless chopping waves after. Rumbling. Dense thunder instantly coalesced, and the black pressurized thunderclouds converged on the top of the head of the Palakito. A black and purple thunderbolt erupted from the thundercloud, slicing out a sharp thunderclap and scurrying into Kaido's mouth. Thunder, Bagua. A roar like the sound of annihilation shook heaven and earth. Naughty naughty. Several more thunderbolts blasted down and were drawn into Kaido's mouth. Crashing sound. The spherical lightning instantly skyrocketed, growing larger and larger, its aura gradually increasing. Enalu, who was fighting Jack, glanced towards the top of his head. How come this one can discharge electricity too? Finally, the moment the green dragon raised its head and swam into the clouds, it came crashing down like a violent storm. Click! As the dragon's mouth heaved closed, densely packed cracks covered in spherical lightning collapsed in the blink of an eye. It turned into tens of thousands of black thunderbolts and descended into the world. Ha ha ha, red poople herding spirit. This time I'll see if you still won't die. Bang! 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 What responded to him was still the roiling chopping waves, clashing hard with the falling thunder. In an instant, the entire sky seemed like a lake as countless ripple-like shockwaves bloomed in the air, startling 10,000 waves. Boom! After throwing out the last chopping wave, Mu Ling stopped spinning and looked at the pouring thunder. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Interesting. In a flash of flowing light, the fluorescent dragon sword was retrieved from his warehouse. Then the left hand placed in the crippled chi sword body. After a fierce wipe, crippled chi sword body and that a touch of blood color is more and more dense. Ting! As if feeling the owner's blood, the crippled chi sword happily burst out a sword sound. The sword turned lightly, drawing a long arc in the air. Immediately afterward, the blood chi sword and monstrous killing intent exploded out of Mu Ling's body. Demon sword arc demons and ghosts. Click, click, click. When the tip of the sword was pointed, blood and chi surged and the void shattered. The night gradually receded, and the thunder in the clouds dissipated, as if a red cloud had appeared, and the whole world turned the color of blood. What did you do? An inexplicable fear of the unknown filled Kaido's entire body as he looked at the blood awnings reflecting above his body. What's this? Why has this heaven and earth turned the color of blood? Bang! Just as Kaido was wondering, a blood-colored sword chi exploded out of the ground, shattering a thunderbolt. Bang! 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 Dozens more blood-colored sword chi shot out in unison, rushing into the sky and shattering countless thunderbolts. Bang on! In an instant, this earth seemed like boiling water as countless blood-colored sword chi broke through the ground and rushed up into the sky. Thumbs up! The thunder in the sky was like being swept by a gale, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye under the impact of the sword chi. Bastard! This sword chi even! Kaido immediately fled around after trying to see if he could shatter the sword energy. It was just that under the dense sword chi, he was still unable to dodge, and could only try to avoid the vital points. Miso! The sword chi chopped through the dragon's scales and tore through flesh and blood, spurting out countless amounts of blood. Bastard! Damn Akatsuki Makarin! I'll kill you! Kaido was furious, but there was nothing he could do about the blood-colored sword chi. He, who had always thought that his defense was superb, had completely miscalculated today. The Mu Ling at the bottom had also long since looked dumbfounded. Boy, this demon sword art is so powerful? No, this is not a sword art. It's clearly a divine ability. Tai, where to run? Seeing that Kaido was about to escape, Makiling's fire wings lifted up, and in an instant, he chased after him in the form of a ray of fire. Extreme Inferno Emperor Sword. The rushing flames soared once again and shot up into the sky. Chop! Sneer at! A small section of the dragon's tail was split in two by the flaming sword chi and fell to the ground. Jia? Angry? Shilio let out a grim smile, looking at the air, which had already turned into a ball of red flame. Yen disaster ashes. Another sword light chopped down. Sneer at. The sword light cut into the middle of the red flame, but in the next second it disappeared without a trace. Hiria's brow furrowed as he felt that there was something unusual about the flames. So what? Miso. The roiling sword light burst out from the thunderstorm, all chopped into the flames. Only none of them were swallowed by the flames. And so it was after a long silence. The inferno plague ashes and the flames finally stopped being silent. That's what you're forcing me to do. Rain no Shiru. Today is the day you die. Ahaha dash. In the midst of the flames, the arrogant laughter of inferno plague ashes came through. Falsehood, Shilio said disdainfully. Just the next second, he colored slightly. Tai. Only a pair of wings bathed in flames instantly perked up, and they were countless times larger than before. Then the flames gradually dissipated, and the dragon body, dragon claws, and the sharp mouth with the cold light gusts of the Inferno Plague Ashes were all revealed. At this moment, not only was the Yin Calamity Ash's body, size, and even his aura countless times stronger than before, and the strands of flame burning on his body gave Hiryu a sense of extreme oppression. Roar! Die! The Inferno Plague Ashes that crossed the clouds instantly descended vertically like a sharp sword, pointing directly at Shilio. Note, thank you to all my brothers for their gifts. 2 great certifications are really appreciated. Plus more tonight. Chapter 43, Kaido the Fearful. Boom! The moment the Inferno Plague Ashes fell, the ground trembled and the entire island shook. The thick smoke immediately rolled up and engulfed the bodies of Hiryu and Ashes. And in the smoke, Hiryu, who was lying on the cobweb-like cracked ground, was now holding his sword with both hands, and above his head were 2 giant claws burning with flames. In the nick of time, the extremely fast-reacting Hiryu did not dodge, and rigidly relied on his body to deaden the attack of the Yin Plague Ashes. Of course, he couldn't have dodged it if he wanted to with that kind of speed. Sneer at. The flames burning at the top of his head continued to irritate Hiryu's skin, and a hint of burnt hair wafted around. The thunderstorm in his hand was even more like a red-hot iron, so hot that he couldn't even hold it. Click, click, click. Yin Disaster Ash's claws made a strong effort, and all of a sudden the sharp claws were like sharp blades, instantly piercing through Shilio's neck, leaving 5 shallow blood traces. Humph, a trapped beast is still fighting. It's only a matter of time before you die. Yin Calamity Ashes disdainfully said. His own strength today can be different from the party. The power sword several times he is not at all Shilio can deal with. Oh, yeah? Hiryu's voice sounded a little weird, but Ashes didn't think much of it and continued to apply constant pressure. Click, click, click. At once, the 2 men were at a standstill. A few minutes later, as the smoke cleared, Ashes then got a good look at Hiryu's face, and was instantly shaken, countless impossibilities flashing through his dragon's eyes. Dark red streaks seemed to outline Hiryu's face as if it were a ghostly symbol. Those originally blood-red eyes looked foggy and bizarre at this time. Jia, what a pain in the ass. Wasn't going to be like this. Hiryu's voice revealed a sense of helplessness. Asshole. What are you talking about? Bang! Inferno Plague Ashes shook, and the flames suddenly became more and more raging. Only, the claws that were pressing dead center on Hiryu could no longer go down halfway. Even, vaguely, Ashes felt like he was floating upwards. Do you know why I was imprisoned within the city of propulsion? Asshole. Are you underestimating me? Ashes was hysterical as he realized that he had a hint of fear in his heart as he faced the Hiryu of the moment. No, that's not possible. He's just a minion with decent sword skills. Because I killed prisoners. I was imprisoned by Magellan in the 6 underground levels of the infinite prison. Hiryu ignored the angry Ashes, still talking to himself. The dark red bloodlines on his face were however becoming more and more obvious. Actually, I didn't want to kill those prisoners, but I can't control the killing intent in my body. Boom! In an instant, large strands of blood-colored demonic chi erupted like a volcano, instantly rushing away from the Inferno Plague Ashes. Asshole! Damn you! Are you looking for death? Ashes, who had been shocked into midair by the demonic energy, couldn't help but roar angrily, and at the same time, a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Sneer at. In an instant, the Ashes whose words had just fallen only felt a red flash in front of his eyes. He didn't even see how Hiryu had struck, and then a sharp pain tore through his right arm. Click, click, click. Accompanied by the sound of bones crumbling, the blood-colored thunderstorm continuously chopped the bones of Ash's right wing, cutting out an extremely deep blood groove. Ashes was in agony, and this sword was no different from cutting off his right wing in an intercepting manner, and without the support of his right wing he immediately dropped to the ground. Jia. Now, you can't fly, can you? The demonic Hiryu was all smiles as he walked towards Ashes. Extreme Inferno, Heavenly Inferno slash. Miso. Another sword light chopped down, shattering countless dragon scales. Bastard red pupil Makiling. You're really pissing me off. Kill you, believe it or not. Kaido roared wildly as he fled. Strange shame. As one of the 4 emperors himself, when had he ever received such treatment? Believe it a million times. But you're running for your life. Come and slaughter me. Makiling, who was following Kaido closely, teased. Bah, I'm not feeling well today, or you'd be a corpse already. Kaido was so angry he could have spit blood, but he couldn't help it. After a few simple moves he realized that he was in no way a match for Mu Ling. If we keep fighting, we'll really die. TSK, after so many years of not seeing each other, you've gotten a lot thicker. Bullshit, I call that judging the situation. Miso. Makiling's speed did not decrease, and countless sword chi instantly burst out from the crippled chi sword, blasting towards Kaido. since you won't fight, then die. Boom! The sword light chopped down, and instantly another large amount of blood exploded out of Kaido's body. At that moment, Maki Ling stretched out his right hand, which had long since turned jade white, and swept it gently in Kaido's direction. Beep! Host looting vision +1. Clamor. In an instant, a stream of light flew out of Kaido's body, and was held in Maki Ling's death grip. Sound of escaping laughter. Maki Ling almost laughed out loud on the spot. Visualize? Wouldn't that mean Kaido is now blind? Aha! Why can't I? Why can't I see? Asshole! Who? What's wrong with my eyes? Maki Ling, did you do this, asshole? Though the loss of his vision shocked Kaido, he was half as fast as he could be. Not bad. You've got a good head on your shoulders. A cold smile surfaced on the corner of Mu Ling's mouth. Though Kaido's reaction was quick, that one moment of concentration was enough. In a high hand-to-hand fight, every bit of it is an opportunity. Demon Sword Art Blood Sea Rage. Anum. Rumbling. Hand-holding cripple. Toward a vicious sweep. In an instant, a blood-colored river was heavily swung out by Mu Ling. Above the river of blood, countless ghostly shadows were deep and unable to extricate themselves. There was an endless stream of cries, screams, and confessions. Damn it, you, what have you done? What's that noise? Who's talking? What's wrong with my ears? The woozy sounds echoed in Kaido's ears once more, and Kaido, who didn't know what was happening, panicked. He, you can go in peace. Next year's today will be the anniversary of your death. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess no one like you is going to visit your grave. Boom! Right at the moment when the blood-colored river was about to reach Kaido's body, a skyrocketing sword-on rose up from the ground, splitting the sea of blood in two. I still ask you all to give me face. Will you stop? Chapter 44, Why don't you go into the Navy? Rain no Haryu. I'm going to kill you. Covered in dripping sword marks, like a blood dragon, Yen Calamity Ashes was completely furious. Within a short period of half an hour, hundreds of sword lights burst out from the thunderstorm and chopped at his body in unison. But Hiryu doesn't kill him, only to enjoy the pleasure of the rampage. Strange shame. As the elder brother of the 3 plagues of the 100 Beasts pirates, when had he ever suffered such abuse? Today, I will take you with me even if I die. Bang! 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 The huge claws kept trampling the ground and ran towards Hiryu. Click! The sound of a bullet being loaded. In an instant, a fear that choked ashes struck his body. Freeze! Inferno Ashes. Icy cold voice. Ashes then realized that at some point, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirate group, Ben Beckman, unexpectedly appeared behind himself. The dark chamber of the gun glistened with a cold light, and it was aimed at himself without bias. Ben Beckman, red-headed pirate, even you are trying to deal with me again. Damnable asshole. I'm going to kill all of you. Inferno Plague Ashes was completely mad. To be threatened by 2 people in one day? Who do you think I am? Bang! The moment Ashes had just taken his first step, the bullet wrapped in Ryusakura's domineering aura instantly shot out. Blood bloomed. The bullet went through his chest, and the embers came to an abrupt end, growing black before his eyes. Ashes glanced feebly at Beckman before collapsing heavily to the ground. But not dead. Oh, New World 4 Emperor, Vice-Captain of the Red-Haired Pirates? Ben Beckman. Jia, why are you guys here? Hiryu said strangely. Just stop the war. Beckman spoke coldly, but the gun in his hand never relaxed its vigilance over Hiryu. On the surface he was calm and collected, but in his heart he had already turned over huge waves. The big brother of the 3 plagues, Inferno Plague Ashes? He actually lost to Rain Hiryu? Terrible power. It seems that the strength of the evil spirit pirates needs to be re-evaluated. Whatever you guys want. Shilio waved his hand. Although he was the one who defeated Ashes in the battle, it was an extremely difficult win. Right now he needs to rest. The blood sea of furious sword chi was instantly split in two, and then gradually dissipated. Yo, isn't this Shanks? You've grown up. Looking at the man on the ground, Maki Ling flirted. The visitor was none other than the former Pirate King Roger Pirate Intern, now one of the 4 emperors of the New World, the captain of the red-haired pirates, red-headed Shanks. Growing up? Shanks' mouth twitched as he looked at Maki Ling's face, which was much younger than his own. In his mind, he began to recall the days when he had been bloodily abused by Mu Ling. This old thing, how come you're still so strong at your age? It's been a long time, Akatsuki Makoto. Shanks laughed. Clamor. A stream of light flashed in his hand. The 10-minute statute of limitations had expired, and Kaido's vision flew back. I can see again. Again! You're red-headed Shanks? Why are you here? Kaido exclaimed. Oh, is that how you talk to your savior? Asshole. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm here for no other reason than to stop you two from stopping this endless battle. Boom! In an instant, Terrifying sword chi exploded within Shank's body and shot straight up into the sky. At once, everyone understood the red-haired pirate group's intention for being here. But Makiling was not happy. Stop this war? Who are you? Is a face fruit power user just more powerful? He haven't seen you for many years. Shanks, you kid has gotten a lot of guts. Makiling taunted. I can't talk about boldness, but right now the situation is critical. The Whitebeard pirates have already gone to the Navy headquarters, Marin Vento, and if the two of you continue to fight and cause some unnecessary internal friction, it will definitely affect the current situation, allowing the Navy to take advantage of it and plunging the entire sea into a crisis. At that time, the balance of the entire world will be completely disturbed, Shanks said calmly, his face unchanged, and at that moment, everyone within the island stopped fighting in unison, divided into three factions facing each other. Enelu had also arrived, and he, who had fought Drought Jack, was unharmed, except for being slightly pale and looking a little off his game. Makiling snickered in his heart. Enelu fighting with Jack is undoubtedly just one making a strong fight and one desperately holding on to death. You can't hurt me, and I can't hit you. Peaceful developmental tape tracing is just that. Ha, balance of the world? Mu Ling sneered. But what does that have to do with me? Why should I keep the world in balance? Why should I give you Shanks a face? Isn't it just because you have a big face? Boom! Mu Ling's words were like a heavy hammer, striking hard in everyone's heart. Shanks' face tightened as he watched Makiling dead on. Although it had been expected that the red pupil herding spirit wouldn't compromise, he hadn't expected it to be this drastic. Click! The moment Beckman's bullet was loaded, the golden rod in Anelu's hand thundered. Trying to be a good old boy? Ha! So why don't you go be in the Navy? Why don't you become a revolutionary army? Why be a pirate? But then again, if you're a pirate, why do you care so much? Hojo, what do you care about this? Boom! In the next moment, blood chi surrounded the body, and a terrifying overlord-colored Shura field instantly burst out from Mu Ling's body. At that moment, the hearts of everyone present shook in unison, only to feel an immense and incomparable might bombard them, smashing into their shoulders. So you're going to fight? Sneer at. Shanks slowly drew the famous sword griffin in his hand and looked at Makiling with unblinking eyes. Chapter 45, The Great Battle of Shanks. In fact, for this person, the red-haired Shanks, Makiling still had quite a good feeling when he watched the anime in his previous life. Giving Luffy faith and paying the price of an arm allowed the seed of the pirate to take root in Luffy's heart. King Luffy's guide, the fourth emperor of the New World, and former intern of the Pirate King Roger's Pirates. All of this has undoubtedly made him a roadie. But watching it, the series of tawdry maneuvers of this one got a bit lost. Make a big deal out of meeting with Whitebeard and preventing Ace from contacting Blackbeard. And then again during the war at the top to stop the Navy from continuing their pursuit of the dying Whitebeard pirates. Even at a later stage, actually running off alone to the Holy Land of Manhwa for a secret private meeting with the supreme ruler of the world government. The Five Elders? There's no way a pirate can do what you've done. Toolman? What's the matter? Why are you everywhere? What a lot of nonsense. You guys can fight if you want to. I'll withdraw first. Roar. With a swing of his dragon body, Kaido rolled up Ashes, who had fallen to the ground injured, and instantly flew into the sky. As for the rest of the members of the 100 Beasts Pirates, after seeing their own captain run away, they immediately turned around and left. The evil spirit pirates and the red-haired pirate group did not stop the crowd. Pulling one hair moves the whole body. It is not possible that just after their own side shot, a backstabbing will kill over. Ignoring Kaido. At this point Makiling had lost interest in him. Just run. Kill it another day and be done with it. Then let's fight. Sneer at. The demon sword cripple chi slowly came out of its sheath, and an eerie aura filled the body of Makiling. Instantly, everyone's faces tightened, and the atmosphere within the battlefield was icy cold to the extreme. I hope that in today's battle, you can change this nosy behavior. Bang! The moment his feet shook and the ground dented, the cripple-wielding Makiling rushed towards Shanks like a sword. Don't you make a move. Shanks bellowed, his body's sword chi surging, and a sword sound shook heaven and earth. He had come to stop the war, not to make an enemy of the evil spirit pirates. Duong! In an instant, the two swords clashed, and a terrifying shockwave rippled and spread instantly. Sparks flew everywhere as the two supreme sword chi continuously collided with each other and tore apart. Clanking! The sound of gold and geese clashing stormed up in succession. Throwing out his sword chi, Shanks immediately retreated, and then his entire body transformed into a phantom. The moment he was about to close in on Makiling, clamor! Dark red Ryasakura Buster Chi covered his right arm, instantly changing his aura. Miso! The sky-rushing sword aura shot straight up into the clouds, after stabbing a large hole in the clouds. Leaping forward, he chopped at Makiling. Extreme Inferno Emperor! Boom! Flames exploded and countless fire dragons surrounded the sword. while at the same time, the blood chi of the surrounding Shura field spread out, and an invisible force of suppression blasted and smashed at the top of Shank's head. At once, the sword aura in Shank's hand weakened a few points. In the next second, the two swords intersected. The sword chi double collided, and a black ripple exploded from around the two. Do you really want to insist on what you're doing? I have no need to fight you. The popping sound came from Shank's roar. I really don't understand you people. Ace is on the verge of being executed and you're actually bothered? If others don't know who Firefist Ace is, I don't think you don't. TSK, what a heartless person. Boom! In an instant, the body of Mu Ling, who was holding a sword in one hand, shook, and the physical strength of his 10 times of spirit refining was on fire. Captain Roger's bloodline is something I will never give up. As for you, no, this power? Shank's face suddenly changed. Click, click, click. The famous sword griffin burst out with a mournful cry, and then Shanks was gradually forced back under the strong power of Makiling. 1 step, 2 steps, bang! After bursting out the last sword chi, Shanks immediately flew backwards and rolled dozens of times until he crashed into the mountain before coming to a stop. Captain! Someone in the red-haired pirates exclaimed. Don't worry, don't underestimate him, Ben Beckman murmured. But this red pupil herding spirit was really ridiculously strong. Beckman could see clearly that in that strike just now, Shanks had not only lost to Makiling in terms of strength, he was also slightly inferior in terms of swordplay. Not to mention, Beckman's face clouded over as he felt that Makiling hadn't exerted his full strength at all. Also, the other guy's bully color was weird. Shank's overlord color was the strongest of all he had ever seen. But Makiling's dominating Shura at this point was no weaker than Shank's. Your dominant color is stronger. Patting the dust from his body, Shanks sighed. It's not too late to admit defeat. I cannot kill you. Humph. Big talk. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying to the extreme might instantly burst out from Shank's body. Crashing sound. The black overlord colored aura enveloped the entire arena. And immediately, the hearts of everyone present sank as heavy as a mountain pressing down on their shoulders. It was only when this overlord color rushed towards Mu Ling that the Scarlet Shura immediately launched the most furious counterattack. Bang! 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 Booms! Explosions! Tearing sounds! Countless sounds of the strongest impacts crackled in the air. Everyone covered their ears and didn't dare to look straight. Bang! After the violent explosion, the two overlord colors dissipated in unison. The two then tangled together again. Clanking! Sword light streaked across the ground, sword chi filled the air, and densely packed sword marks covered the earth. Countless trees were destroyed, the earth crumbled, and the entire island was completely split in two by the battle between the two. Sound of escaping laughter. After carrying off one of Makiling's top-down chopping strikes, Shanks spat out blood, gradually losing some of his stamina. Clamor. The fire wings unfolded, and Makiling flew into the air, his blood-red eyes gazing icily at the red-haired pirates. I've got to get to Marinvento in a hurry. To save an old man. If you can take this sword from me, I'll let you go today. Ting ting ting. In an instant, the sound of a sword that resounded through the heavens and earth instantly rose up within Mu Ling's body, followed by a wave of horrifying blood chi that instantly filled the area within a 100-mile radius. The crippled chi sword was raised high above her head by Mu Ling, and her aura gradually climbed to the top. Demon sword art blood rain devouring soul. Note, thanks for the gifts. Brothers. Chapter 46 Traveling to Marinvento. Boom. The blood river is 9 days old, and the waterfall hangs over the river. Swinging his sword, a splash of blood river that was formed by the convergence of countless evil delusions was chopped into the air by Mu Ling. Bang! 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 A violent popping sound shook apart the clouds, poking a large hole in the sky. The river of blood then instantly slid down as if it were a waterfall after climbing to a peak. Immediately afterward, Mu Ling's fingertip picked upwards and struck a sword chi into the blood river. Boom! In an instant, the blood river exploded, and countless evil objects flew into the blood river, transforming into roiling blood-colored sword chi. The night disappeared and turned into a bloody color. Jia, eat them. Kill them all. All of them. The smell of blood. I can't wait. Let me take a bite. Take a bite. Let me drain your blood. Miso. Evil delusion poured down like rain, opening its sharp-pointed mouth and blood-red sharp claws, tearing towards the crowd of red-haired pirates. Down. It's raining? Jesus Boo looked at the raindrop-like sword energy and reached out his hand to touch it. Sneer at. A blood aura tore through the arm, cutting out flowers of blood. Geez. What? What is this thing? Jesus Boo exclaimed. This rain is gnawing at my flesh and blood. Demon. Akatsuki Makiling is a demon. Monsters. Roaming monsters. What the hell is this? Sword chi. This is actually sword chi? Armed color. Everyone use armed color to defend against it. Instantly, It was like an explosion in the redhead pirates, with sounds of horror, hissing, and a growl as the redhead tensed to the breaking point. Go! McKeeling's body turned toward the evil spirit. That red-headed pirate group? Evening wondered. Don't worry about it. If you can't resist this move, you're dead. If they block it, as promised, I will let them live. Mu Ling said in a deep voice. So we are now. Boney timidly said. This sort of Mu Ling's just now really scared her, although she had long known that her own captain was strong. But to be strong to this extent was something she had never expected. The 4 emperors of the New World, the immortal creature Kaido the 100 Beasts, are hunted at will by him. The red-haired Shanks, who was also a 4 emperor, struggled under his sword. Looking at the sea in the distance, Mu Ling smiled. Marin Vado, Naval Headquarters, Marin Vento. At this point, there are only 2 days before Fire Fist Ace's public execution. Bang! Reporting to the Lord Marshal. Something big has happened. The navy that hurriedly barged in exclaimed. Clamor. In an instant, countless sharp gazes looked at the navy. At once, this navy only felt monstrous pressure slamming on his shoulders, his legs weakening and cold sweat running down his face. Inside the conference room, the supreme leader of the Navy headquarters, Marshal Warlord, Admirals Akane, Green Pheasant, and Yellow Saru, Lieutenant General Cap, Lieutenant General Crane, Admiral Alternate Mama Hair, and T. Dolphin, as well as many of the Navy headquarters Vice Admirals, Fire Mountain, Ghost Spider, and Vice Admiral Mole. All the senior admirals of the Navy headquarters were sitting around a round table with heavy faces as if they were discussing something. What's wrong with panicking? Warlord said, disgruntled. There's been so much going on lately, and the public execution of Fire Fist Ace is approaching soon, when the eyes of the world will be on the Navy, and when all the pirates learn that Ace is the only bloodline of the King of Thieves Roger. It must have a certain deterrent effect. It's just that news has come from the New World side that the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, has left Decamus. As for what to do, it's self-evident, all right. Moreover, those few 7 musketeers under the king have been making a lot of noise in the past 2 days, and each one of them is an unruly and untamable fellow, especially the guy named Edward Wibble, who yelled for his dad every day. It messed with Warlord's head for a while. He really didn't want to hear any more bad news. New World Decamus Island. The evil spirit pirates are at war with the 100 Beast Pirates. The red-haired pirates are involved. Boom! The hearts of the crowd were shaken in unison. 2 4 Emperor pirates, and a guy who is no less than a 4 Emperor. Why are these 3 fighting? Half a day later. In that case, this 100 Beasts Kaido fellow wants to take advantage of Old Man Whitebeard's departure from Decamus Island to steal away the Whitebeard Pirates' main camp in one fell swoop. Ghost Spider said in a deep voice. LT. General Mole, however, he never thought that this fellow, Akatsuki Makorin, thought the same way. LT. Gen. Fiery Mountain. The two then collided and fought. Peach Hair, humph. As it turns out, neither of them expected that the red-haired pirates would come out to stop them. LT. General Tsuru, it's hard to say. According to previous information, Akatsuki Makorin and Whitebeard should be on good terms. And what was he doing on Decamus Island? Maybe he's planning to come with Whitebeard to save Fire Fist Ace. Exhale. For a moment, the scene was quiet. Originally a Whitebeard pirate group is enough for the Navy to have a headache. Now add a strawn to the limit of the evil spirit pirate group. Right. How's the battle going? Carp suddenly spoke up. Reporting to Lieutenant General Carp, the 100 Beasts pirates have suffered heavy casualties. One of the 3 plagues, Inferno Plague Ashes, is on the verge of death, and 100 Beasts Kaido has been injured by Akatsuki Makorin. And while there were no casualties among the red-haired pirates, none of them suffered any minor injuries. As for the evil spirit pirates, no casualties have been observed and have now left Decamus Island. And extrapolating from the course, their destination is none other than Marin Vado. Okay, now that's solid. The faces of the crowd remained unchanged, obviously having been mentally prepared. Gentlemen, there are 2 days to go before the Navy headquarters will be at war like never before. Never let your guard down. And also, pay attention to the patrol of the surrounding waters. Don't let some pirate groups fish in the water. I'll leave this matter to you. Mama Hair, Warlord said in a deep voice. Peach Hair nodded, but in his mind, he was thinking back to the last fight with Akatsuki Makorin. See you again? This time, I'll never let you go again. Right, Zephyr he. Left already? With a flash of sentimentality in his eyes, Warlord's voice was low. Yes, Zephyr Pharaoh. He's in the New World now. The information just came in yesterday. Green Pheasant said quietly. Former Admiral Black Wrist Zephyr. Because of Edward Wibble, the guy who just became the new Shichibukai under the king. Zephyr rebelled against the Navy headquarters. Well, perhaps many of you here have been under his care at one time or another and were among his students. But I will say that today's Zephyr is no longer the Navy. He's an enemy of justice. An enemy of the Navy. Never be merciful. The voice of the warlord carried far in the large conference room. Chapter 47, Blackwrist Zephyr. A day later, somewhere in the waters of the New World, the evil spirit, which was rapidly making its way to Marinvento, was chopping through the heavy waves and sailing towards the distance. Beep. Host defeats the New World's 4 emperors for the first time, issuing a quest reward. Proficient level seeing color Bay +1. Boom. In an instant, Muling's body shook as a steady stream of warmth surged madly into his mind. A golden light flashed before his eyes, and Makiling felt as if he could clearly see everyone on the evil spirit at this moment, like having a surveillance system in your head. Everyone's demeanor is imprinted before their eyes at this point, and at the same time, a blurred image actually scurried into the mind without God's knowledge. The corners of his mouth lifted up, and Makiling knew that this sudden image was actually a kind of precognition of the future by his own powerful seeing colors. Entry-level seeing colors are like Aniru's mind net, allowing him to sense things around him. It's just that Aniru's genius use of the electricity wave amplified it, and the adept-level seeing color, just like Kaji of the Big Mom Pirates, can't foresee a portion of the short future. Not bad. I appreciate the rewards this time. Keep up the good work, system. Cut. The system indicated that it didn't want to bother with Makiling. After a simple lunch, the crowd sat around. Captain, there's still a day and a half to go, and we should arrive in Marinvado. The helmsman, Jean Pei, pondered for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. Jia, finally it's almost here. My demon sword is getting horny. Humph. Finally I can kill a pain. I really want to see the expression on those people's faces after they see us. Old Sha laughed grimly. This time, in the battle with the 100 Beasts pirates, he was simply playing soy sauce the entire time, and the ones he dealt with were just some small minions. Ever high-minded, he couldn't stand it any longer. Bonnie looked at the crowd without saying anything, whimpering, the lowest strength not qualified to speak. Get ready, there's going to be a vicious battle soon, Mu Ling said in a cold voice. According to the anime, there are only those few strong people who appear in the top war. However, Mu Ling was worried that because of his appearance, this would lead to a butterfly effect and the appearance of some unknown things. It's not fearful, but it's a pain in the ass. Don't worry, Captain. I've been ready for this for a long time, Enelu said confidently. Didn't you realize your problem in the previous battle with Drought Jack? Makiling chided. Instantly, Anilu lowered his head and didn't speak. Hirio, Jia, that's like scratching an itch. Lao Sha, hey, scratching is not so bad. Enelu is a god. Massage is right. Enelu, those two assholes. Make sure you keep the pills I sent you. They're the ones that can really save your life. Also, when we wait until we get to the place, Bonnie, you pay attention to hiding, although you have a lot of secrets on your body, but I don't want to ask more questions. Anyway, you have the lowest strength. Pay attention to safety when the time comes. Bonnie nodded, then grabbed a thick leg of lamb off to the side and chomped down on it. Ooh, don't worry, Captain. I know. I'll just hide far away and watch you guys fight when the time comes. Makiling, by the sound of that, do you want to eat and die? After this battle, Hiryu you will train Bonnie, and as for Enelu, I will train him myself. Pony and Anilu instantly blackened their faces. Night. After everyone was asleep, only Jieping sat alone on the lookout, gazing at the sea. Although he acted calmly, Jieping was still nervous in his heart. Nothing else, Ace, Whitebeard, all occupy a very important place in his heart. I'm sure both Ace and Pops will be fine. Evening muttered. Clamor. Suddenly, a white light swept over the top of Evening's head. Aha! An enemy? The moment he saw the white light, Jieping knew that there was definitely an enemy ship cruising around on the opposite sea. Bang! The next second, dark shells exploded over the side of the evil spirit ship. Crashing sound. At once, the seawater churned and the ship shook, and after a few breaths, Mu Ling and the others had appeared on the deck. Exhale. The darkness of the sea. A huge naval warship was bobbing and stagnating on the surface of the sea. You too. Have you ever had any regrets in your hearts when you rebelled against that rotten navy and followed me? An icy voice, spoken by a tall, purple-haired old man. It's none other than the former admiral, Blackwrist Zephyr. At this moment, he was gazing at the evil spirit ship in the distance with complicated eyes, single-mindedly willing to follow the teacher. I'm the same, Mr. Z is the goal I've been following all my life. A man and a woman beside Zephyr spoke in a firm tone. It was none other than the former admirals, also disciples of Zephyr, Ian and Binz. Ha! Letting out a light laugh and looking at the naval warships at his feet, Zephyr's steely face showed a touch of bitterness. Navy? Pirates? Just a hill of beans. The ferocious pirates wreaked havoc throughout the sea. and Pirate King Roger's dying words caused countless civilians to be separated from their wives and displaced from their homes. But the incompetent navy, the corrupt world government, what have they done? Nothing effective can be done at all except to turn a blind eye. The king's 7 musketeers? Oh, a pirate is a pirate. Even with a government flag on his face, he can't change his inner brutal nature. Ignoring the heavy cries of pain from the civilians, ignoring the rampant ravages of the pirates. The name of the navy? They don't deserve it. The world government, the supreme ruler of the entire world, maintains the world in peace and tranquility. Bullshit. Knock. The hard metal mechanical right arm slammed hard against the fence, exploding with a muffled sound. You have to take care of yourself, teacher, Ain said worriedly. Yes, teacher. Zephyr didn't say anything, and suddenly, as if he sensed something, his eyes stared dead at the sky in front of him. Clamor. A ball of flame illuminated the black night, and like a small sun-like Makiling instantly flew over the naval warship, looking down at the 3 men at his feet. Yo, I say, who's got the nerve to attack my ship? So it's you, Zephyr. TSK, long time no see. Boom. In an instant, Ian shuddered with Bin's. Under the black robes, the handsome face was so familiar. The pair of fire wings behind him scattered endless hot breath, and even a hint of burnt flavor floated in the air. The 2 men recognized Makiling, recognized the face that they had only seen on the wanted list. You're that. 302000. Chapter 48, Killing. He escaped from the undersea prison, which is known as a bronze wall, and then fought the admiral, destroyed the demon slayer's order, and killed Moonshine Moria. Although there was no imperial title, it was true to its name. Why would someone like that be here? Without reason. Ain's body suddenly trembled, and fear flashed in his eyes. It was a fear that came from the depths of her heart and was not swayed by her will. So it's you. Long time no see. The moment he saw Makiling, Zephyr was slightly surprised, but then it also became flat. Old acquaintance. Back in the day when he had the title of Black Wrist and was a Navy admiral himself, he had fought this guy many times. Although he had heard about it for a long time, Zephyr couldn't help but sigh when he looked at Makiling's young and handsome face. The years have not been kind. How come this old thing hasn't changed half the time? Well, rebelling against the Navy. Ha? Want to join my evil spirit pirates? Makiling flirted. Upon seeing that on the huge sail behind Zephyr, the naval motif that was turned upside down, and a golden sword sticking straight up to symbolize a pirate's skull, Makiling then understood everything. NEO Navy. Another powerful new organization formed after Blackfist Zephyr's defection from the Navy headquarters. The guys who destroyed countless pirate groups and at one point drove the Straw Hats to the brink of extinction. And Zephyr, who, while not a fruit power user, like Cap, fights with one pair of fists, purely by absolute dominance to shock the 4 directions. Ha! Zephyr sneered and glanced at Makiling without a good look. It's better to stop talking about such nonsense. You don't believe it yourself. Gee, sure enough, you're still the same. Since we can't talk, I'm sorry, I'll just have to kill you. Shrugging his shoulders, Mu Ling had long predicted this outcome. Zephyr, whose entire family, including dozens of students, died tragically under the swords of pirates, had long hated all pirates with a passion. Bastard, don't be too arrogant. Red Pupil Makiling, that's right, damn pirates, I'll make you pay. Ian and Bin sang in unison with each other like comic relief, glaring angrily at Makiling. Boom! In an instant, Mu Ling's figure changed, and he, who was originally standing in the air, appeared on the warship in the next second. Miso, the fluorescent dragon sword instantly came out of its sheath, and countless streams of exquisite swordlight were like a razor-sharp blade that instantly exploded on the deck. Mauve, Binds, the lush fruit ability, roared out, only to see the tree behind Makiling suddenly explode with a burst of green light. Wow, 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 wow. Like a stimulant, the leaves began to become dense, and the originally tiny branches gradually became thicker. Whooshing, the thick branch that looked like a python was extremely fast, instantly wrapping around Mu Ling's body, all the way upwards, binding Mu Ling's neck, getting tighter and tighter, wanting to strangle him alive. Ha ha ha, you can't escape, can you? Just die under my power. Looking at the immobile Makiling, Binz laughed. Boom! Dense flames instantly exploded from Mu Ling's body, followed by a flash of swordlight that chopped through countless trees. Binz, watch out! Zephyr burst out and immediately charged towards Makiling. Mu Ling, on the other hand, made several instantaneous appearances and arrived in front of Binz in the blink of an eye. Looking at Binz, who was constantly retreating in front of him, Makiling shook his head. Too slow, too weak, better go to hell. Sneer at. A straight, flaming sword light blossomed in front of Binz's chest before it split in two and fell to the ground. Beep. Host kills Binz and loots the lush fruit. Clamor. A stream of light had just appeared in Mu Ling's hands, and the next second it was sent into the warehouse by Mu Ling. Animal chameleon fruit, magnetic fruit, shadow fruit, and now a lush fruit. Sheesh, one is on the verge of becoming a devil fruit supplier. Boom! All the men of the Neo Navy were stunned, looking at the bloody scene for a moment, unable to speak. Bins, who had previously sworn to follow his teacher to the death, is just gone? Bins, you actually killed Bins? Aha! I'm going to kill you, Akatsuki Makoran. Looking at Bin's corpse on the ground, Zephyr instantly became furious, a wave of monstrous anger surging dramatically in his chest. At the same time, the looks of the students who were brutally killed by Whitebeard 2 echoed in Zephyr's mind one by one. Kill you! Rustle of skirts. The speed immediately increased by a notch, and in the blink of an eye, he wielded his huge metal mechanical arm and smashed it towards Mu Ling. Ha! With a cold smile, Mu Ling swung his sword to block this heavy blow, then instantly withdrew his sword, and flames exploded from his left fist. Extreme Inferno Fire Fist. Searing hot breath approached Zephyr, one that baked his skin, but the angry man couldn't care less about anything at the moment. Killed Makiling. Avenge Bins. Smash Blaster. Used as phonetic kaka, the robotic hand immediately contracted and transformed into the mouth of a pitch-black cannon. In an instant, only the mechanical arm suddenly shook, and a golden beam of light exploded out of the cannon's chamber, shooting straight at Makiling. Boom! Without dodging or flashing, Mu Ling let the cannon blasts bombard his body, only to see that the flesh that was comparable to a mortal rank supreme treasure was intact from the cannon blasts. Ha Zephyr? Is that the best you can do? Makiling's disdainful gaze stung Zephyr deeply. 60 million volt, Thunder Dragon. Roar! The Thunder Dragon illuminated by lightning instantly rushed from afar, skimming over the warship and crashing onto the deck. Nuisance. Immediately, a terrifying electric current spread out, spreading to the feet of every new navy. Jia surprisingly, its former Admiral Black Wrist Zephyr? Sneer at. Shiro swung Thunderstorm and a swordlight cut out from the sword. In an instant, dozens more people died tragically under the swordlight. Desert Vajra Blade. Thumbs up. Like a pair of fan-shaped blades of sand, it swept over the body of the Neo Navy, splitting it in two while sucking out all the moisture from the other's body. Within a few short minutes, with the arrival of the evil spirit pirates crowd, the Neo Navy, with the exception of Zephyr and Ian, is completely destroyed. At this time, Zephyr had just defected from the Navy, and had very few men and only one warship. It's different from the theater version. Chapter 49, The Strongest Enemy. Bang! Terrifying explosions burst through the layers of the warship, spreading around like ripples. Zephyr, whose eyes were red, had gone completely insane. The Neo Navy was all but wiped out, leaving only himself and Ian. With a punch that knocked Makiling back, Zephyr suddenly went into convulsive spasms. Sensei! Ian exclaimed, knowing that his teacher's illness had flared up again. The trembling right hand removed the syringe from his waist and injected it into himself before it stabilized much more. Phew damn! Bastard! Who? Red poople hurting spirit. Old me will kill you. Bang! As soon as Zephyr's words were out of his mouth, a fist surrounded by fire came face to face and slammed into his face. Zephyr only felt a blackness before his eyes, and his entire body flew backwards. In the next moment, the midair Zephyr's body immediately reversed, and the entire person rushed up again as if it were a sword. Bang! 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 The two were instantly entangled. You punched and I kicked. Punches to the flesh. And there were sparks and explosions. Reversing his body, Mu Ling's right hand condensed flames and swung backward with a vicious swing, smashing into the mechanical arm. Click! 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 Dense cracks covered the entire metal mechanical arm. Zephyr's face was unchanged, and he was even more oblivious to the cracks on his mechanical arm. Still swinging his fists wildly, took a hard punch to the chest and waited for Zephyr's next blow to come in. With a slight side of his body, Makiling, who had dodged this punch, immediately used his hand as a claw and ruthlessly pressed on the mechanical arm. Click! In an instant, the metal crumbled, revealing half of Zephyr's arm. It was followed by another punch, to the small of Zephyr's back. Taking advantage of the moment Zephyr bent over, his right foot condensed flames and kicked his opponent hard in the head. Bang! Zephyr flew off and rolled dozens of times until he hit the back of the ship's mast and stopped rolling. Letting out a long breath, Makiling looked at Zephyr with complicated eyes. Half a day later, go! Suddenly, Makiling lost interest. Zephyr on the ground at this time has been the end of the crossbow. Trembling body is no longer the old heroic, just a dying old man and while the former rival had been reduced to such a state, Mu Ling had an indescribable feeling. Not pity, of course, and Zephyr didn't need anyone's sympathy, because sympathy is certainly an insult to Zephyr. Is the rabbit dead? Oh maybe. Will he himself be so weak one day in the future? It should. At this moment, Muling thought of many things, and although Shilio and the others were puzzled, they did not question Makiling's order. Makiling was the last to leave. Just as he was about to jump onto the evil spirit, bang! Zephyr's large hand slapped hard on the deck, and at once, the entire warship shuddered. Stand still, Akatsuki Makarin! Ah! Zephyr, who had regained his footing, roared, and his feet continued to trample dent after dent in the deck. The whole person seemed like a madman, jealous and roaring. Bang! Their fists collided, and then they stepped back in unison. I don't need anyone's sympathy. Despite betraying the Navy, the justice in my old man's chest will not be tarnished by anyone. To be sympathized with and spared by a pirate? You're insulting me. Boom! Zephyr threw another punch, but it was easily blocked by Makiling. I'm Z. You could have killed me. Throw me into the sea and hack me to death with a mess of swords and blood, but you must never sympathize with me. Boom! Zephyr flew backwards once again. Fall down. Get up. Attack. Fall down again. The trembling body faltered, the eyes though becoming blurred and shrouded in blood. However, the incomparable aura of his body still stood proudly on its own. Ah! Don't hurt the teacher now. Ian came at Makiling like a madman, but was kicked to the side of Zephyr. Leave her alone, Zephyr murmured. When he said this, Zephyr was like a kind teacher, gently stroking Aeon's head with a look of dismay in his eyes. Makiling didn't say anything, but nodded. As much as he wanted the backwards fruit, he decided to let Ian go out of respect for Zephyr. Perhaps, it was watching this former rival about to die, and there was a twinge in the heart that shouldn't have arisen. Compassion? Come on. Throwing Aeon aside, Zephyr dragged his heavy body towards Makrin. Perhaps Zephyr as a person died the moment Whitebeard II killed a ship full of students. Z, who inherited the name of Zephyr, vows to kill all pirates and build a new navy. But right now, it's like a dream bubble, bursts and wakes up. Boom! A shocking explosion. Sensei, looking at Zephyr, who was gradually collapsing in the firelight, Ian sobbed. The evil dead. All of them looked at Zephyr with grave faces and bowed deeply. It's about remembering the dead. It's more about honoring the strong. Half a day later, beep. Host kills Blackwrist Zephyr. Release reward. Host strength plus 10. Speed plus 10. Defense plus 10. Life plus 10. Muling, who felt a burst of relief coming from his body, was a bit surprised. Are quest rewards even possible now? Beep. This system is working hard to optimize the system and transform itself. Well, keep up the good work. Open the control panel. Supreme Spirit Refining System. Host, Makiling. Bounty, 3, 000, 000, 000, 000. Weapons, Fluorescent Dragon Sword, Mortal Rank, Cripple Feather, Spirit Rank. Fruit, Extreme Inferno number 1. Storm number 1. Body, Mortal Rank, Spirit Refining number 10. Abilities, Thundering Bagua number 3, Mastery Level, Lion Sword Dance number 2, Mastery Level, Mutant Overlord Colors / Shuriken number 1, Mastery Level, Armed Colors Hegemonic Aura, Mastery Level, Breaking Army Ascending Dragon Strike number 1, Minor Achievement Level, Hearing Color Hegemonic Aura, Mastery Level, Fluttering Like a Stunner, Entry Level, Breaking Air Battling / Mastery Level. Avatar, Demon Sword Art, Spirit Level. Greedy Hands. Ninjutsu, Fire Transportation, Haworyu no Jutsu. Spirit Points, 200. System Points, 10. Power, 520. Speed, 430. Defense, 640. Life, 380. Beep. Lion Sword Dance Spirit Refining plus 1. It has been promoted to Immortal Rank Sword Skill. Next Spirit Refining time, 100 days later. Beep. System Points plus 10. The purchase of the Rejuvenation Pill cost 100 Spirit Points, and now there were 200 left. There are 20 System Points. Not bad. Taking advantage of the fact that he had nothing to do in his spare time, he opened the system store and Muling searched for the puffy fruit, the fruit of the golden lion. He had always wanted it. The gravity of an object can be changed at will to make it float into the air, and with the puffy fruit, the lion sword dance can be utilized at its fullest power. Clanking sound. With an echo in his mind, Makiling saw the puffy fruit on the shelf. I'll go. There's really something. Only the next moment, Muling's face turned ugly. Superhuman PPO fruit, 500 spirit points. No side effects. No relation to the real PPO fruit. Gotta. Almost 300. Take your time. Hirio, how's the thunderstorm working out for you lately? Here, let me take a look for you. I'll go what you're running for. Old Shah, do you need to take care of your scorpion tail needle? Don't worry. Don't look at me with such fear. No charge. Bonnie Yu. Chapter 50 PPO fruit. Beep. Demon Sword Thunderstorm Refining Spirit +1. Beep. Demon Sword Thunderstorm Refining Spirit +1. Beep. Demon Sword Thunderstorm Refining Spirit +10. Beep. The Demon Sword Thunderstorm has been promoted to the mortal rank. Captain. This, oh my god, this can't be. Holding Thunderstorm in both hands, Hiryu was going crazy. A famous sword? No. Today's Thunderstorm was several times stronger than the average famous sword. Go on. Waving his hand, Mu Ling said indifferently. Hiryu was the first crew he had recruited and was loyal to him, so naturally he had this treatment. Besides, he also needed spirit refining items to obtain spirit points. Beep. Golden Rod Refining Spirit +1. Beep. Golden Rod Refining Spirit +5. Although there was no treasure light that surfaced like a thunderstorm, Enelu was content. Thanks, Captain, Enelu said gratefully. It's okay. Next. With that, Makarin turned his gaze to evening. Jubi without any weapon? Snap. Mu Ling held those two fish palms and began to refine the spirit. Beep. Evening Fish Palm Refining Spirit +1. Beep. Evening Fish Palm Refining Spirit +1. Beep. Evening Fish Palm Refining Spirit +10. Unlike Enelu, the VHM was at ease from the very beginning, so he got the same treatment as Hiryu. This is. Looking at the double palms that had a hidden precious light emerging, Jinping's mouth opened wide and could no longer be closed. In an instant, Makiling's hand rose and fell with his sword, ruthlessly chopping on Evening's right hand. No sword energy though, or else Jubi would be just like Zephyr. Duong. The sword exploded with a muffled sound as if it had hit steel. Oh my god. Unbelievable simply. Captain, me too. The crowd froze, looking at Jinping's flat fish palms with instant envy. Come on, old Shire Scorpion-tailed needle, bring it. Beep. Scorpion-tail needle refining spirit +5. Bonnie Yor. Give me that leg of lamb bone you're holding. Beep. Lamb leg bone refining spirit +5. Holding the leg of lamb bone, which had become a sharp object, Bonnie was messed up. I wish I'd eaten fish. The spines would have been sharper. Half a day later. Beep. Normal shoes refining spirit +5. Beep. Evil spirit ship mast refining spirit +5. Beep. Evil spirits deck refining spirit +5. For the sake of obtaining spirit points, Mu Ling was already going crazy. Almost everything on the ship that could be refined was refined by him. Beep. The host purchased the Superman system puffy fruit at a cost of 500 spirit points. Gee, finally bought it. Clamor. With a flash of flowing light in his hand, an off-white and weirdly patterned devil fruit appeared in front of Mu Ling's eyes. 1 minute later. Wow. 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 Warmth surged through his body, and a light and strange sensation filled Mu Ling's body. The heart moved at will, and in an instant, as if Mu Ling's body had lost all gravity, he actually slowly rose into the sky. Ahem. Fire wing, you can retire. Captain, you. What are you? Shiro looked at the Makiling who flew up into the sky in a daze, not knowing what to do. Awesome. The captain flew? Doesn't the captain always fly? No. Look behind the captain. There are no fire wings. Amazing. Snap. Just as the crowd was puzzled, Mu Ling immediately rushed to the deck, then slapped his right hand hard on the deck, rolling. In an instant, the hull creaked and the sound of churning seawater was unrelenting. With a dull pop, the evil spirit slowly rose, leaving the sea higher and higher. The curiosity of the crowd completely overturned to the high court. Isn't this the old man Golden Lion's trick? Captain, you. How can you too? Shut up, all of you. Hiryu chided. Instantly, everyone stopped talking. Makiling glanced appreciatively at Hiryu. Not bad. Knows eye color and is transparent enough. The others responded. Flames, storms, that transparent fruit that Hiryu ate, and the ability that is now exactly like the Golden Lion. The captain has a secret on him, but they all knew that this was not for them to learn. Go! Exhale! Soaring through the air, the evil spirit's speed skyrocketed, cutting through the clouds and breaking the wind and waves as it sailed toward Marinvado. Night. Mu Ling looked at the endless sea of clouds in front of him and suddenly thought of something. Since there's a system store that sells devil fruits, isn't it still possible to recycle them? Beep. It can be recycled, but the system will take a portion of the platform fee. Goddamned platform fees. Superman-type lush fruits. Animal-type chameleon fruits. The shadow fruit was saved for Ice Mountain, which was something that Mu Ling had decided long ago. Magnetic fruit isn't bad, only a dumbass like Kiddo would use it that way, but Makiling didn't intend to use it himself. Beep. Superman lineage lush fruit, 200 spirit points. Beep. Animal chameleon fruit, 300 spirit points. Does the host recycle? Well, not bad. The prices are all pretty much to Makiling's liking. Confirm recycling. Beep. 450 spirit points have arrived. Wasn't it 500 points? Platform fees. Okay. Hated when the middleman makes the difference. Early morning. At the rate we're going, we should be arriving in Marinvado in about an hour, Evening said in a deep voice. Aha! Nodding his head, Muling looked at the azure sea beneath his feet, but in his heart, he was thinking about the timeline at this time. Luffy should have broken into Propulsion City by now, but his own reasons kept him from painting Hancock's copy, but figured Riley would help him. After all, he was the old captain's son, and Riley didn't want Ace to die. Since Luffy's gone in, this Blackbeard guy is getting close, right? However, the criminals in the city of Propulsion were all let loose by themselves, and although it was heard that Akane had since recaptured many of them, there shouldn't be many strong ones left. War at the top should have broken out by now. I wonder if that Big Eddie Spider guy did a Hyazoic sword to Whitebeard? Thinking about it, Muling became a little confused. Bang! Suddenly, the rich sound of artillery exploded at his feet. There are enemies. It's a naval patrol in the waters around Marinvado. Jia, it's this woman again. Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Mama Hair. Note, who do you guys want to give the magnetic fruit to? Chapter 51, Eve. The sea. The Navy man who was holding the lookout seemed to see something and shuddered, a hint of fear in his eyes. Is it the flying air pirates led by the Golden Lion? Mama Hair said in a cold voice. Looking at the entire world, it is possible to fly a ship through the air and walk on it. The first thing that came to Peach Hair's mind was Sky the Golden Lion. Reporting to LT, Admiral Mama Hair. No, not the flying hollow pirates. This pirate flag? Yes, it's the evil spirit pirates. Their course, their destination is Marinvado. Boom! The hearts of all the patrol's Navy present shook in unison. The evil spirit pirates? What? It's that bastard Red Pupil Makiling again? Peach Hair's nice eyebrows furrowed as she looked at the huge pirate ship in the air. Sure enough, they were right. The evil spirit pirates are really involved as well. Humph! Damn you! The public execution of Fire Fist Ace has begun, and no one must be allowed to interfere with the Navy's actions. Fire! Bang! 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 As soon as Peach Rabbit's words fell, in an instant, dozens of dark cannonballs burst out of the warship and blasted towards the evil spirit. Humph! Ignore this woman. It's important to reach Marinvado. Makiling grunted coldly, then used the puffy fruit to raise the evil spirit to an altitude beyond the reach of cannonballs. I don't have the time to spend with a crazy woman like you. Rumbling. Cannonballs burst through the air one after another. A huge shockwave instantly swept away, but it was useless against the evil spirit. Damn it! The cannonball range is too low to attack the pirate ship. What do we do now? LT. General Peach Hair? Do we just watch them fly into Marinvado? Asshole. Bang! With a vicious chop of his foot, Peach Hair immediately stepped into the air with a moonwalk that kept stomping higher and higher, closing in on the evil spirit ship in the air in just a few seconds. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. The air was windy, and Peach Hair, whose feet were constantly stepping in place, slowly drew out the long sword in his hand. Scold. Black-armed color hegemony covered his right arm, followed by a wave of sword intent rising continuously within his body. We'll never let you step foot in Marinvado. Sword chi filled the air, and a giant sword arc instantly burst out, chopping towards the evil spirit. It was only the moment when the sword arc was about to close in on the hull. Boom! A huge fire fist instantly slammed into the sword chi. Clack clack clack, and the sword chi crumbled. The fire then came and rushed to Peach Rabbit with great speed, viciously choking her. Why bother? Didn't even want to make a move with you in the first place. Muling said icily. Asshole. Creaking and groaning, the right hand that was choking Peach Bunny was gradually getting harder. Bastard. You. Damn pirates. Red Pupil herding spirit. I will never let you go. You're so tough at this point. TSK, that's what a dead duck's mouth says about you, isn't it? But for the sake of your sister, I won't kill you today. Since they were blood sisters, the young crane was extremely similar to Mama Hair at this point in her life. Looking at the Peach Rabbit, Muling had the feeling that he had returned to a few decades ago. Gee, are you getting old? It's all starting to reminisce about youth. Asshole, if you have the guts. Aha! As soon as his hand was loosened, the Peach Rabbit fell towards the endless sea below. Plop. Lieutenant General Peach Hair. Save the Lieutenant General. Somebody. Ignoring the noisy navy underneath, Makiling returned to the evil spirit and continued his march towards Marinvado, the great undersea prison. Propulsion City. At this point in time the Straw Hat Gang has come to the Infinity Prison and after realizing that Ace has been taken away, are attempting to leave the city of Propulsion and head to Marinvado. However, no one had expected that a group of people had sneaked around, taking advantage of the great battle between the two parties to arrive at the 6th underground floor. Rumor has it that this guy, Red Pupil Makiling, released all the criminals in Propulsion City half a year ago, but no one expected the Navy to be so powerful that most of the criminals who escaped were captured? Blackbeard, who was standing in the 6th underground floor of the Propulsion City's ventilation corridor, holding the prison key in his hand, smiled grimly. Ha, but it just happens to be cheaper for us, doesn't it? That Straw Hat Boy guy, he's probably about to be killed by Magellan. No, it won't. Didn't you notice the man was there too? TSK, this bastard Straw Hat is really powerful. To have the legendary Pirate King's deputy, King of the Underworld Riley to escort him. Yeah, but how could Straw Hat Kid not have thought that he would in turn fulfill me as his enemy? Ha. The crowd of Blackbeard's pirates burst into laughter. Asshole. You? Who are you? Release us now. Damnable guy. Don't be too arrogant. Let me out and I'll kill you. The infinite prison at this point is not as good as it was in its heyday, but there are still a few horrible pirates that have been captured. You're Bundy Ward? Ignoring those who were clamoring, Blackbeard walked to the end of the prison and looked at the man sitting quietly in his cell with a cold smile. Cut it out. The seafloor stone lockcuff slid, and with a shake of his neck, Bundy Ward gazed icily at Blackbeard without speaking. He wanted to kill this toothless asshole. TSK, quite proud. Tai. In an instant, a black mist exploded out of Blackbeard's hands and scurried into the cell, assaulting Bundy Ward's body. My body. Immediately afterward, the screams of Bundy Ward were heard throughout the entire city of Propulsion. Half a day later, Gia, how's it going? Do you want to join my pirate group? Eyes red and skinned, Bundy Ward stared at Blackbeard with deadly fury. Just as he was about to break into a rage, he came to a screeching halt the moment he saw the black mist. Abominable. Eventually, he lowered his head hopelessly. Ha, I'm the king of the sea. I'm the king of the pirates. I'm Marshal D. Tiki. Let's go guys. Let's make a big mess. Click. The World Breaker, the man who once gave the Navy a heart attack. Out. There was a hint of humiliation in Bundy Ward's eyes, followed by monstrous anger and extreme resentment. Red Pupil Makiling, Sky the Golden Lion. You two assholes. I'm gonna kill you. Note, because of a plot change, here I have Riley escorting the Straw Hat Gang as they sneak into Propulsion City. And the Blackbeard pirates were the ones who sneaked into the 6th underground floor while the Straw Hat Gang was fighting Magellan. Of course, Riley is only helping out here and will not be traveling to Marinvado. Chapter 52, Wind from the Mountain Rain. Exhale. 10,000 miles away from Marinvento in the sky, a pirate flag emblazoned with a huge golden lion's head was currently standing against the gale. The Flying Pirates. Reporting to Captain Sky. At the current speed it will take about 2 hours for us to reach Marinvado. On the deck, Sky faced the gusty wind. That long blonde hair stood up like barbs, and the whole person suddenly looked as mighty as a lion with its hair blown up. Ha, good. A little slow, but not bad. Sky laughed. But Captain, are we really going to get involved in this mess? Firefist Ace isn't even halfway related to us. One of the pirates that Sky had brought out from the 6th underground floor wondered. Don't ever ask that kind of question again, Sky said coldly. Instantly, that infamous pirate trembled and gradually lowered his head. Although Sky was usually all smiles and comical looks, those who were familiar with him knew how terrifying this guy could be once he got angry. How can such a big scene be without me? The Golden Lion Sky, Whitebeard, Warlord, Carp, and Macarin you brat. He, I'm really looking forward to the surprised looks on your faces when you see me, said Sky, touching his head. The place where the rudder had been inserted was now bare of anything. The rudder was pulled off by his own hand. The fact that the rudder is sticking straight through the nerves makes it impossible for the Golden Lion to use his hegemony. And after remembering the scene when he was defeated by Luffy after being refined by the Makiling spirit and regaining his life, Sky decided in his heart that he couldn't go on like this, and resolutely pulled out the rudder of the ship. Fortunately, he survived. I really have to thank you, kid. An hour ago, the day of the public execution of Whitebeard's second team leader, Firefist Ace, by Marinvento of the Navy headquarters. For humming or whimpering, a heavy roar resounded throughout Marinvado as countless Navy men stood straight, weapons in their hands aimed at the shore, their faces bearing the determination of being a soldier. Firefist Ace will be executed, and there's no way that Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the man known as the strongest man in the world, is going to turn his back on all of this. Today, a great battle is about to kick off. Bring the criminals! Bang! Towering over the execution platform, Ace, dragged by his feet in heavy seafoam shackles, was escorted by the Navy, dragging his weary body step by step towards the high platform. Why don't you listen to me? Suddenly, a heavy and sad voice rang in Ace's ears. Ace turned his head, and instantly his whole body froze. It was an old man who had once known himself best. at the moment was sitting quietly on the execution table silently looking at himself. The crystal in his eyes made Ace's heart flutter hard. Old man. With a hint of tears, Ace looked at the naval hero who had raised him. Munch D. Carp. And lost his voice. Why don't you listen to Grandpa? Ace. Why don't you become a pirate instead of going into the Navy? Why? Carp shook his head in old tears, looking at Ace, who had been raised as if he were his own grandson. In a moment of grief, Ace is about to be executed by the Navy. The favorites can't do anything on their own yet. Naval hero? Gentle laughter. Old man. Grandpa. Tears welling up in his eyes. Ace's mind kept going back to the words that Carp had once counseled him with. I'm sorry, Grandpa. Under the city walls. TSK. TSK. What a touching scene. A grim voice. Pink plush coats, like flamingo wings, and untamed eyes are hidden by dark red sunglasses. It was none other than Don Giovanni da Flamingo, Lord of Dressrosa, once a Skylander and one of the 7 Muskai under the king, and beside him, the world's first great swordsman Hawkeye Myhawk, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Whitebeard the second Edward Wibble, and the tyrant Bartholomew Bear stood silently at eye level, staring intently at the shore. It's so exciting. I'll see my father soon. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Wilbur excitedly grabbed Ming's hand aside and tore at it one by one. You're happy too, aren't you? Happy for me, because I'm going to see my father soon. Ming frowned, just as he was about to snap. Ha ha ha, Mama said that I look exactly like my father. It's like looking in a mirror. Crowd. This is probably the worst Whitebeard has ever been blackballed. Sneer at. In an instant, a sharp filament exploded between Wibble's palms. Ming finally couldn't resist making a move. Only in the next moment, Ming's pupils shrank, looking at the shallow line of blood between Wibble's palms and froze. His own silk thread was completely blocked? What a strong physical body defense. Storm Bear marveled. Even Hawkeye, who was silent on the sidelines, glanced at Wibble unexpectedly. As for Boa Hancock, she didn't give a damn about this side. Those beautiful eyes dead set on the coast. I wonder if the benefactor will come here today? Asshole. You hit me? Wilbur shouted angrily. With that, he raised his long sword and chopped towards Ming. Duong. In an instant, it collided with the silk thread shot out by Ming. Asshole. Do you want to die? Ming said grimly. Stop it all. Warlord, who was standing on top of the city wall, chided. At once, Wilbur and Ming withdrew their attacks at the same time, as if nothing had happened. Humph. You wait. Wilbur said angrily. Ming was suddenly furious. I haven't even said a word yet. This little cutie. She's the one who said it first. Be quiet. There's going to be a big battle soon. Boom. As soon as Storm Bear's words fell, he saw a layer of waves suddenly rise from the sea in the distance. In the next second, a huge pirate ship rushed out of the sea. On the towering upright sails, a round moon-curved hook-like pirate flag was deeply engraved in the hearts of every pirate. Ace, we're here to save you. One of the 4 emperors of the New World, the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. It's officially out there for all to see. The shadow of a man and the bark of a tree. The name Whitebeard alone is enough to make most people's hearts pound. Yes, it's Whitebeard. Oh my god, it's that man. He's really here. Quick, meet the enemy. All prepare to meet the enemy. In an instant, the entire atmosphere within the battlefield of Marinvado was tense to the extreme. Rumbling. A great battle has begun. Bang. Ice Age. Admiral Green Pheasant's hands condensed a layer of frost, instantly freezing the entire surface of the sea. Whitebeard then battles Green Pheasant with some of his captains. Immortal Marco. After just a short exchange of blows, both sides immediately stepped back and stared at each other in death. An hour later, the moment before the evil spirit pirates were about to arrive in Marinvado. Just then, Pops, sorry, the great Vortex Spider Squad sneakily scurried behind Whitebeard, and a cold light instantly flashed in his hand. Chapter 53, The Evil Spirit Sea Pirates. Arrival. In a flash, no one expected even the New World's 4th Emperor, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Neither had expected that Squad, his own son, who had always been loyal to him, would suddenly strike. With a flash of cold light, Squad aimed his sword at the back of Whitebeard's heart and stabbed down hard. Bang, bang, bang. Right at this moment, an explosive air-breaking sound instantly shook the entire venue. And just as the crowd had just heard this sound, click, the sound of metal crumbling immediately rang out behind Whitebeard. What the hell? A sword? What's with the knuckle breaks on the ground? Geez, Squad, you asshole. Squad, what are you trying to do to Pops? Whitebeard didn't say a word, looking at Squad, quietly, his brows knitted together. Obviously, even he could not understand why his son would do such a thing. Click, click. Click. In the gradually crumbling ground, a blood-red long sword is quietly inserted in place. It is the demon sword Cripple Chi. And beside the cripple was a small short sword. The other sword was in Squad's hand at the moment. In the nick of time, as the evil spirit was about to land, Makiling saw the scene. So it was a flying sword strike that saved Whitebeard's old life. TSK, TSK, saved your life. Remember that. Whitebeard, clamor. Accompanying the words, a flash of fire arrived suddenly, and then a young and handsome face appeared in front of everyone's eyes. You are? Red Pupil Makiling. Rumbling. In the next second, the large evil spirit slowly fell from the sky, sending up a cloud of sand and dust. At the same time, it splashed a million waves in the hearts of all the navy. Yes, it's the evil spirit pirates. Geez, Akatsuki Makoran. It's the sea pirate Akatsuki Makoran who has a bounty of 3,020,000, 000 belts. I can't believe they're here too. Execution table. Yes, it's Mr. Makiling, Ace exclaimed. Then he bowed his head in shame. Mr. Makiling had saved him once back in Propulsion City, and now he had actually come to his rescue again. I'm really wasted. Ace was mortified. Carp, who was sitting beside him, didn't say anything, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smile as he eyed Makiling. That old thing. Sure enough, it's here, on the high platform. Humph. Unsurprisingly, the evil spirit pirates are still here, Warlord said in a deep voice. Originally a Whitebeard pirate group is enough for the navy to drink a pot. Now there is a similar strength of Red Pupil Makiling. Damn pirates. Yay, why him again? What a troublemaker, said Green Pheasant with a headache. Humph. Akane's face was icy cold, and a stream of fiery lava dripped down onto the floor, clearly enraged to the core, touching his left arm, which he had visualized with magma. Akane's eyes glared menacingly. Bastard. I'm going to kill you today. Yellow Saru didn't say anything, his lazy eyes staring forward in a listless manner, as if he didn't really care about anything. Maybe it's because this month's paycheck hasn't been paid yet. Under the city walls. Hey, that little cutie. See, the one in black. That's your dad. Mingo laughed thievishly. Why don't you go and recognize your father? Oh, is that the guy? He's my dad? Geez, we look so much alike. It's like looking in a mirror. Whitebeard too looked at Makiling and said excitedly. Crowd. Okay, that's a little cutie. He can't even tell who his old man is. Laughs. He's the red pupil herding spirit? Hawkeye muttered. The sword light that came from above just now. The sword intent contained within it was felt most clearly by him, who was also a swordsman. That proud sword aura. The impenetrable sword intent. Ahaha, such a great opponent. Originally, he only wanted to fight with the white-bearded pirate's flower swordbista, but now he really felt that he had come to the right place on this trip. He is the concubine's benefactor? Hancock's pretty face flushed crimson as she peeked through her fingers at the straight figure in the distance. Good. So handsome. Snap. Waking up from his daze, Whitebeard's eyes lit up and he rushed forward with one strong step and hugged Makiling fiercely. Ha ha ha, asshole. I knew you assholes would come. Great. Just great. Ha ha ha. Instantly, Whitebeard's excited laughter was heard throughout Marinbado. Mooling was also overwhelmed with emotion. Looking at the other party's gradually aging face, for a moment he didn't know what to say. Captain Rock saved his life, but he grew up all the way under Whitebeard's patronage. Also a mentor and a reliable big brother. This is the Whitebeard in Makiling's eyes. Snap. His right hand slapped heavily on Whitebeard's back, and then a ray of green light swirled between Makiling's palms. Beep. Whitebeard's body refining spirit +1. Beep. Whitebeard's body refining spirit +5. In an instant, the Whitebeard only felt a burst of relief. Originally the body of the disease accumulated for a long time instantly disappeared. The whole person seemed to be as relaxed as if he was dozens of years younger. This is. Whitebeard couldn't believe it, but then again he knew perfectly well that it wasn't his own hallucination. You did? Seeing the laughter in Mooling's eyes, he instantly understood. Instantly more excited. Oh no. Stop. If you want to say thank you, you don't have to. Just send me a few large jars of fine wine someday. Of course, if you want to cry in pain with excitement, then please continue. Makiling teased. Whitebeard. This bastard. His mouth is still as bad as before. Even Makiling hadn't realized that he, who was originally silent and talked little, had become much more talkative after meeting Whitebeard. Alright, after the pleasantries, it's time to get down to business. Clamor. A creepy aura instantly exploded out of Mooling's body, pointing straight at Squad, who was surrounded by the crowd behind him. I told you, Ace was saved by me. How could he still get caught in there? Gee, so it's you, Squad. You and Admiral Akane colluded with each other, and that's why you put Ace in jail. I can be right. Rustle of skirts. Lifting his sword, the Makiling, whose countless sword chi surrounded his body, instantly charged towards Squad. Chapter 54. Betraying your companions and sacrificing Ace to the Navy is an unforgivable crime. Boom! In an instant, countless sword chi chopped down fiercely towards Squad. Closing his eyes, Squad, who had long had a death wish, put up no resistance and endured everything in silence. The many Whitebeard pirates around them didn't stop it, but just looked at Squad sadly. Betrayal of the pirates is an unquestionable capital offense. Duong. Instantly, a heavy chirping sound stormed up in front of Muling's body. In the next moment, everyone froze. The supreme fastest sword, bushy cloud cut? Yes, Pops, exhale. The gust of wind blew the smoke away, and all the way as if it was a curved moon like silver hook who appeared in front of Muling's eyes. The huge clump of cloud cut stopped Cripple Chi the moment it was about to cut into Squad. Why? Makiling said in disbelief. Maybe the old you would have made the same choice I did. Whitebeard looked at Makiling, and a flash of sadness suddenly flashed in his eyes. The once smiling, sunny-faced teenager. You. Of course Makiling understood what Whitebeard had in mind, but there was no way around it. He had indeed changed a lot. Shaking his head helplessly, he put the crippling chi back. This old thing. Why are you doing this, Pops? Marco wondered. He didn't understand why Pops was trying to save a traitor. Knock. The clump of cloud cut slammed heavily into the ground, and it was a stone's throw away. Haha, there's no why. And not killing him is just because he's my son. Bang! The great vortex spider Squad instantly fell to his knees, and his entire body seemed to lie on the ground like a maggot, crying out in pain. Why did you save me, Pops? Why, Pops, did you do such a thing? Oh Pops, you told me that Ace is not the son of Roger the Pirate King, and you didn't trade all of our lives to get Ace back just because you wanted to save him. Boom! In an instant, the hearts of all the white-bearded pirates present shook in unison and looked at Whitebeard in disbelief. Ace is the son of Roger the Pirate? Pops is going to trade our lives to get Ace back? No! Squad, you asshole, have any idea what you're talking about? How could Pops possibly do such a thing? Asshole! How dare you question Pops? Ace is our brother. Even if I have to give my life to save him, I will. I believe Pops. LOL. Sighing silently in his heart, even if he was an enemy. At this time, Muling couldn't help but think highly of this Red Dog fellow. That's a beautifully executed countermove indeed. Not to be outdone by the man who would later elevate the entire power of the Navy to an unprecedented height. Ha ha ha, I finally get it. Looking at the sobbing Squad, Whitebeard suddenly burst out laughing. A hand then took Squad in his arms and hugged him hard. Asshole. How dare you question Pops? It's true that Ace is the son of that asshole Roger, but asking me to trade your lives to get Ace back? Ha ha ha, it's nonsense. In my eyes you are all the same. There is no lesser or greater. If it is any one of you standing on the execution platform today, I will not hesitate and fight to the death to save you. Because it's all my family. Pops. Squad, the great swirling spider, immediately hugged Whitebeard and let out a sob. He's so sorry. Regretting why you believed that Akane guy when he went after your old man? Bang! The next moment, Squad knelt heavily in front of Makiling. Thank you, Mr. Makiling. Thank you for stopping me in time. Otherwise I really dare not imagine. Tears dripped onto the ground, staining it with large water spots. It was obvious that Squad, a 2/5 man, really regretted it. Muling waved his hand and didn't say anything. After all, he almost killed this guy just now. Hee since the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Next is our moment. Bang! Whitebeard, who was holding a clump of cloud cutters in his hand, instantly transformed into a phantom and came into the middle of the battlefield. His body was filled with rage, and a majestic aura gradually spread out. Duong! His left hand slammed heavily towards the void, and instantly, densely packed void cracks covered the entire battlefield. The mountains shook, the sea poured in, and countless extremely deep trenches ripped up beneath their feet. Akane, how dare you fool my son? Unforgivable. Boom! The furious Whitebeard will be in the hands of the supreme big fast sword bushcloud cut toward the city wall and swung hard. Click, click, click. A series of spatial shattering sounds continued unceasingly, surging towards the three great generals on the city wall. Damnable pirates! Don't be so arrogant! Magma, great Spitfire! Boom! The 10-foot-high magma instantly exploded viciously out of Akane's right arm like a volcano erupting. Bang! 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 In the next moment, heavy collision noises burst out one after another, and the shockwaves burst out when the hot magma and the space chopper tore each other apart, as if they were ripples bursting out. Although the chopping wave was blocked, the extremely powerful force caused Akane to keep retreating. 1 step, 2 steps, then his feet pulled 2 long grooves in the ground and crashed into the wall behind him. Sinking in, Instantly, everyone in the room froze. Good. So powerful. I can't believe you repelled the Admiral in one move? Truly the strongest man in the world. Grand Admiral Akane he. Click. Pulling himself out of the walls, Akane was filled with confusion. I thought that even if I couldn't defeat Whitebeard, I wouldn't be too far behind. But now, Maki Ling, however, felt that everything was normal. Originally in the anime, Akane was no match for Whitebeard, as in crushed. What's more, at this time, he was also not hit by the filial sword, and by his own refined spirit +5, his body diseases were dispelled, and he was completely no different from his youthful heyday. I'm sure it'll be easy for me to get rid of you, Akane. Note, big scenes are not easy to write, especially battle scenes, so it may be a bit slow. And today on the recommendation Brothers free gift brush up thank you. Potatoes a million thanks. Chapter 55, Who the hell is your father? Bang! Suddenly, a tall, bloated and fat man rushed up. Daddy! Daddy, is that you, Daddy? The visitor was none other than Whitebeard too. Edward Wibble, only to see him with a snotty nose and a tear, the golden braid at the back of his head waving. The whole person was like a mobile turret, rushing up towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard giggled for a moment, looking at Wibble in confusion. Exhale. Only in the next second, it blew everyone's mind. Came to the Whitebeard in front of the Wibble did not stop, but as a gust of wind instantly threw the Whitebeard after. With a flutter, he fell to his knees in front of Makiling. Dad, I've finally found you. We look so much alike. It's almost like I'm looking in a mirror when I look at you. When others aren't embarrassed, it's you who are. Mu Ling, who had originally planned to watch a good show of father-son love, was instantly dumbfounded in place. Dad, Papa, I'm Wibble. I'm your son. Look how much we look alike. Whitebeard was filled with confusion and Marco looked as if he had seen a ghost. The evil spirit pirates crowd was going crazy with laughter. Ha ha ha, the captain has a son that big? Laughing my ass off. Is this the young shipmaster? I've never seen the captain show that look before. It's incredible. Asshole. This asshole. The warring states in the stands were going crazy with anger. And in their hearts they had already cursed certain people in the world government. Is this the Shichibukai you're looking for? A man with the strength of an admiral? Recognize your father on the spot, my nigga. While Ace had frozen, Carp, who was on the sidelines, instantly let out a loud laugh. Ah ha ha, I didn't realize that this guy, Akatsuki Makiling, had such a big son. Ha ha. At once, Warlord's face darkened a few more points. Ah ha 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 ha, this little cutie, he actually believed it. Laughing my ass off. Ha ha, Hancock, Hawkeye, and Storm Bear glanced silently at Ming who was laughing uncontrollably. It's all your fault. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the fuck are you? Who's your daddy? I'm fucking Nima. In an instant, with countless people's gazes, Makiling broke his defense on the spot. A mouthful of fragrance and a burst of anger. You're not my dad? Wibble froze, then a hint of anger crept into his face. Asshole. How dare you trick me? And that sissy in pink. I'll kill you all. Mingo. Sissy in pink? Duong. The long knife in Weibel's hand instantly clashed with crippled Chi. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the ground crumbled and countless black trenches ran across the two men's feet. Golden gobbles clashed, and an explosive roar shook the heavens and the earth. While knowing that this little cutie, it's very strong, defeating 16 teams of the Whitebeard pirates with just one person. But after actually fighting, Mu Ling realized that this guy had long had the strength of a great general. Gee, not bad. It should be slightly stronger than Hiryu. Boom! Sword chi was strewn about, countless channels of blood chi raging around Mu Ling, and with a single stroke of the sword, he chopped Weibel out. Extreme Inferno, Heavenly Inferno slash. Miso, the sky-rushing sword went straight up into the sky. Chop! Seeing this, Weibel immediately raised his long sword against it, and then the dense red light instantly engulfed it. Rustle of skirts, the sword chi cut through the smoke, and immediately afterward, more than 10 fire dragons exploded out of Mu Ling's body and surrounded his left arm. The moment he saw Wibble's body, a punch exploded out of it. Extreme Inferno, Fire Dragon. Anum. Rumbling, the blazing flames instantly transformed into a giant fire dragon, opening its bloody mouth and viciously biting Weibel's arm. Asshole. How dare you hit Wibble? Ma said that whoever dares to hit Wibble will be killed. Bang! The long knife blade turned, and the armed color hegemonic aura instantly covered it, and it slashed down towards the dragon head, and at the same time, Mu Ling's body immediately retreated. His hands formed seals, and it was just a matter of a breath. Bang! 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 The flames in his mouth skyrocketed, and a fiery aura instantly filled the surroundings. Fire transportation, howling fire dragon jutsu. Sound of escaping laughter. A fire dragon that was countless times more massive than the party burst out of Muling's mouth, and in an instant, the temperature within the entire battlefield immediately rose. Damn it! Wibble is going to kill you. Bang! The long knife made a vicious chop toward the fire dragon, and the raging dragon of magnificent fire was instantly split in two. Just as Wibble was about to make a couple of taunts. Roar! The two flames that had been cut from it once again condensed into a fire dragon, completely engulfing Wibble. It's so hot! Bastard! It burns me! Storm surge! At that moment, accompanied by a vicious wave of Muling's large hand, immediately the winds became furious, and the moment the roaring storm rushed into the flames. Crashing sound. The original tens of meters high flames immediately skyrocketed to 10 feet high, and hundreds of Navy men in the vicinity of Wibble were caught up in the flames. Help! My body! My hands are burning! Somebody help me! Immediately afterward, as the storm continued to roar, the flames rose once again, attacking this side of the sky like a tornado. Frozen time capsule. Suddenly, an extremely cold ice seal plummeted from beneath the city walls. Admiral Green Pheasant of the Navy headquarters leapt down and flung an ice ball from his hand to smash into the flamestorm. Click, click, click. In the blink of an eye, a lifelike flaming ice sculpture stood in the middle of the battlefield. Sneer at. Thunderstorm slowly sheathed his sword. Hiryu, who saw Green Pheasant strike, naturally couldn't help himself. Your opponent is me. So. The blood-colored sword Chi drew a beautiful parabola in the air, and in an instant, it chopped down fiercely towards Green Pheasant. Yay, what a pain in the ass. Shaking his head helplessly, Green Pheasant immediately spat out a cold aura from his mouth, transforming into an ice blade, and topped it off. The next second, everyone moved. Akane had just landed on the ground when Whitebeard, who had long been enraged, saw it and slashed down. Hey, that old man. Yes, that's you. Come down and fight this god if you can. Yellow Monkey on a steady high. Old man? What's with this big-eared monster again? Yo gonna fight you again? TSK, that's scary. Clamor. Yellow Monkey, whose body turned into a golden light, instantly came into the battlefield and charged towards Analu. Note, brothers, brush up on your free gifts. Take a money shot if you have it, take a video if you don't. Thank you. A million thanks. Chapter 56, Their Respective Battles. Hey, I'm not going to lose this time. The golden rod in his hand whirred, and as he looked at the flying yellow monkey, Analu's confidence soared. He had a very hard time practicing on his own during this time. It's never going to be like the last time you got your ass kicked. Clamor. In a flash, the golden light in front of his eyes fleetingly. Eyelids jumped. Analu heart is not good. The golden rod in his hand immediately toward the back of the head a block. Bang! With a familiar feeling, like being hit by a small mountain, Anilu immediately flew out. Bang! 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 It rolled along for a while, and when it managed to stop, a pair of golden leather shoes appeared in front of him. Nuisance. Inairu, who had a great crisis in his body, instantly turned into lightning and retreated towards the back. Yo how? God can run away too? Analu. Duong. A stick and a kick clashed hard together. Rumbling. The lightning and the golden light frantically mingled together, tearing each other apart and constantly colliding violently. Tian Tsongyun sword. Golden light blazed between his hands, and a dazzling golden sword slowly appeared in Yellow Ape's hands. Thunder metallurgy. Come forth, golden trident. Analu burst out, the electricity surging through his body continuously pouring into the golden rod, trying to change it into a golden trident. Naughty. Instantly, there was a great flash of lightning, but the golden rod was just unchanged. Dumbfounded, looking at the golden rod that never yielded in the light of the thunder, Anilu finally understood after a brief moment of reflection. Well, this stick, it's not the same stick it was, because of the effect of having been refined by Mu Ling. It could no longer turn back into a trident. Yo, where's your trident? Can't you change back? Golden light flashed, and Yellow Sorrow, who held the Tenshoun sword in his hand, arrived in front of Analu and chopped down with a sword. Does it matter to you? Analu was annoyed. Clanking, the two of them kept exchanging blows, lightning raging, golden light splashing, and the hard ground breaking open with a not-so-small crater. Dodging the oncoming golden rod, Yellow Ape immediately displaced his body and moved several meters away. Wow! A golden light flooded his fingertips. Laser! By Ubu. Analu immediately turned into a thunderbolt to avoid it, but it couldn't be helped by the speed of the laser line, and a splash of blood blossomed on his right arm. Divine punishment. Raising his left hand high, the pillar of thunder roared down amidst countless thunderclouds, engulfing Yellow Ape. Immediately after that, the thunder in Analu's hand skyrocketed, and countless raging silver snakes turned into thunderbolts and rolled down to melt into the golden rod. Although divine punishment was incredibly strong, Aniru would never believe that Yellow Sorrow would fall for it. Rumbling, holding thunder in his hand, Analu's body immediately pulled into a thin ray of lightning, and the seeing heart network in his head was suddenly at its peak. 1 second, 2 seconds. Finally, he saw it. He managed to sense Yellow 8's location. Rattle thunder burst. At this moment, Aniru, who held 10,000 thunderbolts in his hand like a god of thunder, slammed down with a stick. Duong! A sword chopped down. Weibel hastily fell back a few steps, the long sword in his hand ruthlessly inserted into the ground, which stabilized his stance. Damn it! Kill you! How dare you hit Weibel! Asshole! Bang! Stomping his foot violently. In an instant, Weibel's entire body leapt forward, a terrifying aura exploding one after another within his body. Kill you! Ting! Suddenly, a flash of sword light accompanied by the sound of a crisp sword chime instantly echoed throughout the battlefield. Holding his sword with both hands and placing it in front of his neck, Mu Ling's body was covered in sword chi. Broken Sky Batusai Chop. In an instant, a giant sword arc instantly burst out from crippled chi. Bang! 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 Wherever the sword arc went, it was invincible and unbreakable. With Mu Ling as the center of the circle, all the navies within a few miles radius were all decimated. Damn the red pupil makin' spirit! Admiral Ghost Spider of the Navy headquarters held 8 long swords in his hands and fought as hard as he could against the onslaught of sword arcs. It was only good for a blink of an eye before it was lifted off the ground, but did not die. After all, is the Navy headquarters of the prestigious Vice Admiral. On the other hand, Weibel, who had slashed at him, was dead against the sword light, his entire body stagnating in the air as raging sparks erupted from the blade. Click, click, click. In the next second, the crack arrived suddenly, and the blade began to crumble in sections, and when it shattered into pieces, Weibel was chopped away by the also sword arc. Damn you! The thick-skinned Weibel's body didn't have much of a bruise even though he was cut by the sword light. A carp drew up, followed by a healthy sprint, and slashed at Mu Ling with the long knife that was only half left in his hand. TSK, this one's defense is pretty strong. The skin is so thick. Skinning his lips, Mu Ling's surroundings suddenly swirled with a curtain of water, and then his sword came out like a dragon, stabbing in the void. Sandbank. The sword roared softly, and a wave like the surface of the water shook out at the tip of the sword. The sword cuts through the ripples. In an instant, the sword light arrived suddenly, followed by more than 10 fire dragons encircling the area. Spiritual sword. The brilliant sword blade suddenly exploded and chopped at Weibel, and at the same time, a huge arcane water curtain slowly emerged in the void, and the moment the sword light penetrated the water curtain, the sword energy instantly doubled. Chop! Bang! The hilt of the blade crumbled and split in two, a long, diagonal streak of blood blossoming across Weibel's chest. Blood burst out and flesh rolled over. Looking at Weibel, who had collapsed heavily into a pool of blood, Maki Ling wouldn't give him a chance to live on. The body immediately turned into fire and rushed up. Hee, I didn't expect you to join the evil spirit pirates. Jamping. Looking at Sea Rogue Jin Ping, who was originally one of the 7 martial seas under the king, Ming smiled grimly. Cut the crap. Does it matter to you? Jampion realized that since he had joined the evil spirit pirates, his tone had toughened up quite a bit. Ming froze, apparently realizing that at this point, Jin Ping was a bit different from his old self. It does have nothing to do with me, but I really don't want to kill you. Whooshing. In an instant, 5 extremely subtle, yet infinite killing threads burst out from between Ming's palms. His body slightly slanted, dodging the silk thread. Jinpei stomped his foot heavily, and immediately rushed towards Ming like a sharp sword. Plum skin. Armed color hegemonic aura covered both arms, followed by a thick stream of water that also immediately condensed between his palms. Shurva Shakan. Boom! The whistling seawater instantly blasted at Ming. Humph! With a cold snort, Ming's right hand suddenly made an extremely awkward gesture and lifted upwards fiercely. Drop the rogue line. Thumbs up. 5 white silk threads instantly broke through the ground like sharp swords, emitting a gust of coldness and stabbing at Jinping's heart. Note, the battle scenes are not well written. Understand haha. Chapter 57 Edward Weibel died. Boom! Jubiai's heart shook. After feeling the crisis from the ground, the right palm that was originally facing towards Ming immediately shifted direction. Bang! 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 The rich fist intent immediately shattered 3 of the threads. Only the remaining 2 Vinpocalypse didn't have time to block them. Had die. Ming laughed. Dang it! 2 threads as sharp as needles instantly crashed into the center of Jinping's palm. Only in the next moment, the smile on Ming's face froze. Unbelievably, he looked at the crumbling threads. His own descending rogueline was actually resisted by one of his opponent's meaty palms. Impossible. The descending rogueline would only bounce off even if it touched an unusual armed color hegemony. It would never crumble. Is it possible? Has the armed color of this guy, Jinpei, been promoted to a higher stage? Ming couldn't figure it out. But Jieping was beaming with joy, knowing that it was the effect of Makiling's refining of his spirit. He once again condensed a mass of sea currents between his palms and blasted it over. Wire saw. Ming's right foot blossomed with a cold aura, and a thick, giant thread, like a saw, burst out at the tip of his foot. Bang! A punch and a kick clashed together instantly. In an instant, a stream of red overlord color exploded out of Akira's body, continuously impacting Jinping. His legs trembled, and at that moment, Jinpei felt as if a small mountain was pressing down on him. Jieping, be my subordinate. I can spare your life. Ming laughed harshly. Delusional. With a tremor between his palms, he forced himself to endure the impact of the overlord's color, and Jieping's punching intent surged once again. Humph. Foot shaving line. Turning his body lightly, Ming, who was in a stalemate with Jinping, immediately raised his left foot, and the 8 sharp threads on his toes tore through the air, slashing down fiercely towards Jinping. 7,000 tile roundhouse kick. The roundhouse kick that was enough to shatter 7,000 tiles in one kick instantly exploded out of Jinpei's right foot and collided hard with Ming's left foot. Anum. Rumbling. The ground cracked, and cracks like spiderwebs crumbled underneath the two men's feet. The shockwave after the collision grew more and more prevalent, and eventually exploded violently after climbing to the peak. In the smoke and dust, the two men backed up in unison, skidding on the ground for a while before coming to a stop. Really can't figure out why you'd want to follow an old thing like that? Wouldn't it be nice to be mine? I remember I invited you before, Ming said with an undiminished smile. It's been known for a long time that you did those things, so the paths are different. Do not seek each other. Just don't waste your time. Giving an angry shout, Jieping, who had long been used to the dry and clean way of fighting, had long since grown tired of Ming's persuasions. Rustle of skirts. His body transformed into a phantom and instantly appeared in front of Ming. Mizushin Haikyuu over the shoulder slam. With a jolt of his body, Jieping clasped his hands fiercely towards his right shoulder. Clamor. Large strands of sea current instantly exploded out of his right shoulder like a raging water dragon. Roaring. He, that's relentless. Miso. Silk threads exploded out of his fingertips, and the moment they rushed up into midair, they immediately transformed into a spider web. Spider's nest. The whistling water dragons were immediately torn apart by the sharp silk threads, turning into large chunks of water stains that fell to the ground. Then with a flick of his fingertip, a fine and sharp to the core silk thread was shot out by Ming like a bullet. Bouncing wires. Bayu. Looking at the oncoming projectile line, knowing that he couldn't avoid it, Jinping took a big step forward. The sea current coalesced between his palms, and at the same time, there was also a treasure light that surfaced. Sneer at. Blood flowers blossomed on his right shoulder, and at that moment, Jieping arrived in front of Ming. Fishman Karate Upanishad. Mirai Guan. Boom. A palm blast hit Ming in the chest. Bang. A fire fist blasted Wibble to the ground, and then Makiling leapt forward, with his right fist condensing flames. The Makiling who descended from the sky like a fire god ruthlessly smashed onto Wibble. Click. 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 The sound of a crumbling sternum was unrelenting, spitting blood furiously from his mouth. His chest collapsed. Wibble's face was bleak, and it was obvious that he was no longer able to do so. Asshole. Wibble tried to say something else, but the blood that continued to spill from his mouth prevented him from even uttering a complete sentence. You might as well go to hell and talk about it. Miso. The blood-colored sword aura turned instantly and swept past Wibble's neck. Instantly, a bloody head flew up into the air and rolled to the ground. One of the 7 musketeers under the king, Edward Wibble, Whitebeard 2, dies. Asshole. Damn red poople Makiling. Bang. After seeing Wibble die a horrible death, Warlord slapped the armrest of the seat beside him. Although he didn't look at this Wibble very favorably, but at least it represented the face of the Navy headquarters, the world government. He was easily killed by the red poople shepherd's spirit like that? Well done. Duong. Kung Yin-che made a vicious chop towards the front, and instantly space shattered. A crack in the void quickly spreading to Akane's feet. The great Spitfire, Akane, who had shattered this power with a single punch, was filled with a scowl and looked angrily at the Whitebeard pirates as well as the Makiling crowd. Humph. Remnants of the old days. All who disobey justice deserve to die. Boom. Akane slapped the ground angrily, and then the large ground began to gradually crumble, and countless boulders were shaken hard in midair. The next moment it was covered in fiery lava. Both fists turned into phantoms, and a heavy punch exploded out of Akane's hands. Meteor volcano. Bang. bang, bang. In an instant, a sky full of magma bombs blasted down towards Whitebeard's side. Ting! Crisp sword sound shook the world. Countless bloody ghosts from the crippled chi sword body burst out. Demon sword technique 100 ghosts nightwalking. Jia eat. Kill you. He be my food. A tide of sword chi and blood was like a giant sword arc, intercepting the countless magma projectiles into midair. Shock crash. Bang, bang, bang. Whitebeard's left fist struck hard into the air, and in an instant, the space behind him shook, and all the lava bombs overhead came to a screeching halt. Click, click, click. It turned into a piece of magma debris and fell helplessly to the ground. Ace. Rumbling. Just then, a huge fist blasted through the sea's solid ice. Then with a hissing sound that shook the battlefield, Luffy fell from the sky. I'm coming to save you. The Straw Hat Pirates officially arrived in Marinvado. Chapter 58. Execution Table. Luffy? Ace exclaimed. Then the tears couldn't be held back. Asshole. What are you guys doing here? Get out of here. Get out of here. With a tear-filled face, Ace regretted it. Why? Why did he fall into Squad's trap? Why was he so stupid? Though in one desperate attempt to yell at Luffy to go back, Ace knew full well that Luffy would never listen to himself. Just like himself, if Luffy was in danger, he would save him even if he had to fight for his life. Carp didn't say anything, his face downcast, not caring about the angry gaze of the warlord next to him. Perhaps the naval hero who shook the world with his iron fist is equally gray-haired and old. A trace of regret also surfaced in his heart at this time. Right? Kindred spirits. Justice. Tough choice. He's Ace's brother? Munch D. Luffy? A smirk appeared in Whitebeard's eyes as he amiably looked at Luffy, who kept rushing towards the execution platform. He's Ace's brother. That's our family. Protect him. Marco. Got it, Pops. Bang. 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 Rubber messing around. The shadows of the fists shook the sky, and countless rubber fists exploded in the naval group. Don't anyone stop me. Damn it. I'm going to save Ace. Rumbling. In a flash of golden light, Analu, who was covered in lightning, was kicked off by Yellow Sorrow and rolled in front of Luffy. You? Which one are you? Luffy froze, rubbing his head, apparently unable to remember Analu's name. Oh, by the way, you're the big-eared monster from that empty island. Analu, you can't get over it, can you? Asshole. I didn't expect to run into you here. In the next moment, Anilu, who was just about to let out some harsh words, froze, as Luffy had long since run away and was out of sight. Damn you, don't you run. Bang! A sword light chopped down vertically and grazed through Analu's body, cutting an extremely deep sword mark in the ground. You, trying to escape? With his suit shredded and ragged, Yellow Monkey looked extremely distressed at this point. Obviously, in the battle with Anilu Fong, although he had a solid advantage, he had paid some price. He escape? I came here today with the determination to kill you. Bang! 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 In an instant, the golden light and the thunder light were like two beams of light, raging wildly in the air. Constant crashing. With a backhanded swing, the golden rod mixed with lightning power heavily smashed into Yellow Eight's shoulder. Only in the next second, the Yellow Eight transformed into dots of golden light and dispersed in a single beat. Damn it! Another diversion, Analu said indignantly. The heart net was then opened, and the golden rod fell the moment it captured the Yellow Eight's position. Boom! It clashed fiercely with the Tian Songyun sword. Only in the next second, Analu's eyes changed, revealing a flash of cunning. Click, click, click. The dense lightning energy wrapped the two like a protective ball. Electricity flashed inside the ball and countless thunderbolts blasted down. Ha. It's a trick, isn't it? It is simply impossible for you to win against me and my thunder prisoner. Rattling thunder, 10,000 thunders. The combination of rattling thunder and man ray. Bang! In an instant, the thunder prisoner that was stagnant in the air violently trembled, and then exploded into countless streaks of thunder that shot up into the sky. Rumbling. The clear sky instantly lost its color and was covered by dense thunderclouds. 10,000 thunderbolts. The 10,000 thunders and thunder welcome that could only be released by Arc Proverbs could now be released by Anilu alone. Much less powerful. Of course. Yo, what a scary guy it is. Skimming his lips, Yellow Eight no longer spoke, and the Tian Songyun sword in his hand immediately turned into a ball of golden light and melted into his body. Crashing sound. In the next second, a steady stream of golden light burst out from Yellow Eight's body like a dazzling little sun. Immediately afterward, golden light shot out in all directions, and a most dazzling golden flower blossomed in the midst of this impermeable thunder. Shiny, thousand-lung Shin mirror. Click, click, click. Accompanied by Yellow Eight's low voice, the golden light that surrounded his body instantly changed. the light no longer spread out, and like a giant curtain of light forming a walled fortress, it surrounded Enelu tightly and airtightly. Asshole! What are you doing? Nuisance! With a vague ominous feeling in his heart, Enelu copied the golden rod and smashed it towards the light screen, but it was to no avail. The light curtain was pierced straight through, and could not do any damage to it at all. Gee, what a great admiral! It's really something. Enelu smiled, looking at the golden light that filled the entire space of the thunder prisoner, and slowly extended his hand. Divine punishment thunder welcome. Rumble. In an instant, the thick thunder column blasted down. 1, 2, bang, 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 bang. 10 in a row instantly smashed down, like a map cannon covering bombardment in the golden light. And at the same time, instead of dissipating, the light curtain struck by the thunder pillars separated piece by piece, forming countless pieces of golden light mirrors that were about a man's height. Enelu, give it up! Clamor. In an instant, the voices of countless yellow monkeys exploded all around, startling Enelu to the point where his hairs stood on end. Each voice represented a yellow ape, and a figure existed in each mirror of light. Crashing sound. The fingertips lifted slightly, and bursts of laser arcs instantly shot out from all directions towards Enelu and the light curtain barrier. A crazy tingling, burning sensation assaulted his entire body in a sea of laser light. Enelu was in a rage. Soaked in blood, he was as mad as a demon. Damn it! I'm a god. No one can stop me. 200 million volts, Thor. Madaka. Sword chi was strewn across, and countless brilliant sword lights shone amongst the entire battlefield. Bang! The supreme great fast knife black knife fiercely blasted on the crippling chi. Sparks flew in all directions, and the sword light that exploded from the mutual chopping strikes continued to vent out in all directions. Miso. Sword chi filled the air and smashed into the ground, and the nearby navy that couldn't dodge in time was instantly chopped in half. 1 sword. 2 swords. The sword intent of Mu Ling, who had cut down countless swords, surged, looking at the cold-faced eagle eye in front of him, and suddenly smiled. The world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye, my hawk. Want to join my evil spirit pirates? Boom. Hawkeye, who had blasted out a giant chopper with his backhand, didn't say anything, but the battle spirit in his chest was getting stronger and stronger. That's it. It's this kind of opponent, this kind of swordsmanship that can make me stronger. Trying to get me to join your pirate crew, then beat me at swordsmanship. Bang! The sword energy rushed into the sky, stabbing a big hole in the sky where the thunderclouds gathered. A flash of sunlight shone through the clouds and over the heads of the two men. Note, Happy Lantern Festival, brothers. Free gifts come in waves, woohoo. The potatoes are running out of food. Boing boing, funny. Chapter 59, Akane. Held down on the ground and explosively hammered. Bang! With a punch that knocked down the navy in front of him, Luffy's arm reached forward and was instantly stretched out, and as soon as he did, he pressed down on the corner of the wall. Ace, I'm coming to save you. Rustle of skirts. In an instant, like a rocket, Luffy flew towards the top of the city wall. Stop! A cold and gentle voice rang in his ears, followed by a pair of large black hands intercepting Luffy from midair and slapping him down. Boom! In the next second, a lava bomb exploded where Luffy had just been. Asshole! Bartholomew Bear, do you realize what you're doing? Akane stormed off. He strongly suspected that Stormy Bear had saved Straw Hat Boy on purpose. I'm just doing what I have to do. Storm Bear let out a plaintive cry and turned his head away. Damn the King's 7 musketeers. Damn the pirates. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Akane cursed angrily, a section of space instantly burst open, followed by a long, curved moonlight blade that cut through the void and shot forward. It was Whitebeard, who was holding a clump of cloud cutters. Akane immediately raised her right arm to phase block. Click, click, click. The magma-glazed arm on his right arm instantly crumbled, revealing his bare arm. Stygian dog. Taking advantage of the moment when Whitebeard's hands gripped his sword, Akane's lava-covered left arm aimed a punch at Whitebeard's chest. Except at this point, Whitebeard isn't like he was in the anime. The hegemonic aura immediately covered his entire body, and after toppling this Stygian dog, his left fist condensed a ball of spatial power and slammed down heavily. Sound of escaping laughter. Blood spurted as Akane's head twisted extremely under the force of space. Sinister villain, causing my sons to kill each other. I will definitely kill you today. Bang! The spatial power on Whitebeard's left fist exploded again, sending Akane's head straight into the ground. The blade light then shook, and the space where the tip of the Tsomyun cutting blade reached crumbled in sections, dimming out. Boom! The icy cold aura was instantaneous, and it chopped down towards Akane's head on the ground. Stop! Duong! In an instant, a golden Buddha palm descended from the sky and blocked the Tsomyun Che. Bastard! Damn Whitebeard, I'm going to kill you. Because of this block, Akane, who was being held down by Whitebeard for a burst of hammering, finally had a chance to catch his breath. The right fist condensed countless channels of magma and instantly burst out. Die! Inuyasha Red Lotus! Bang! 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 More than a dozen magma projectiles with Akane's face on them blasted at Whitebeard like armor-breaking bullets. At such a close distance, Akane was completely confident that she could break through her opponent's defenses. Lion Maigacho Jigaku! Ting ting ting! In an instant, countless crisp sword roars resounded throughout the battlefield. The ground then cracked, and countless huge chunks of rubble coalesced into a huge lion face in the blink of an eye. Roar! Pushing away Whitebeard and shocking away the Buddha palm blasted out by Warlord. Lionface's bloody mouth opened and swallowed more than a dozen magma bombs in its entirety. Ahaha, Whitebeard, you old thing. It was the old man who saved your life this time. The clear sky suddenly became cloudy, as if something had covered the entire Cheongyu. Humph, I say, who is it? So it's you, asshole. Hearing this voice, Whitebeard immediately understood, but after the next second, Whitebeard's face became odd. Saved twice in one day? Asshole. Rumbling, the sky roared, like a thunderous bang. Instantly, everyone's eyes were drawn to the sky, only to instantly freeze when they looked up and saw those two small islands that covered the sky. Oh my, this isn't real. That flag, this is the flying air pirates. That man is the legendary Golden Lion Sky who is on par with Pirate King Roger. Geez, the Whitebeard pirates, the evil spirit pirates, and now even the flying air pirates are here. Is this the end? TSK, sure enough, this old man is here too. Skimming his lips, after briefly exchanging blows with Hawkeye and backing up in unison, Makiling looked up at the sky and said helplessly, "This asshole, Sky, is not a master of peaceful development. Damn it, how come even he's here?" The warlord incarnated as the great Buddha was filled with rage, his golden chest rising and falling, obviously furious to the extreme. Originally, the Whitebeard pirates, the evil spirit pirates, is enough for the navy to drink a pot. Now even this old thing is here. 3 assholes. What a meaning. Are you locust pirates reuniting? It's a little bad. At this moment, even Carp, who always liked to be cheeky, grimaced, looking at another huge island. Carp had a vague sense of foreboding. Yay, what a headache. Green Pheasant looked bitterly and helplessly at the 2 small islands above his head. Jia, what? You want to admit defeat? Miso. Blood-red sword she instantly exploded out of the thunderstorm and chopped at Ching Pheasant. Click, click, click. An extremely fast ice seal immediately burst out from underneath Green Pheasant's feet, raging towards Hiryu. That trick again? It's the same old thing. Leaping forward and dodging the ice blockade, Hiryu swung his sword downward, quickly intercepting the ice blockade from it. Frozen Phantom Dragon. Roar. Being chopped open by a sword, 2 ice seals instantly rose, turning into 2 ice dragons that interlocked with each other before tearing down towards Shilio. After dodging an ice dragon's attack with a flash of his body, Shilio held Thunderstorm in his hand and chopped out a sword without even looking behind him. Bang! The sword she struck the ice dragon and ice shards flew across its body, but the ice dragon was not decimated. Sneer at. The ice dragon that carried off the sword bit down on Shilio's waist, and blood flowed as its sharp teeth pierced through the skin. Asshole! Boom! A strand of bizarre blood chi churned up at the wound in Shilio's waist, and in an instant, the ice dragon stained by the blood chi had crimson eyes and slammed headlong into the earth like a madman. Sound of escaping laughter. It turned into a gust of ice shards and disappeared in place. In the next second, under Green Pheasant's incredulous eyes, Hiryu surprisingly magically disappeared as well. Completely disappeared. Out of sight. Where are the people? Green Pheasant was instantly dumbfounded. Not far away, behind a huge boulder, Shilio, who had transformed into a transparent form, secretly took out the rejuvenation pill given by Mu Ling from his pocket. Swallow it in one gulp. Crashing sound. In an instant, a steady stream of green healing light surrounded his body, and the several bloody holes in his waist slowly recovered. Seeing that the rejuvenation pill actually had such an effect, Shilio instantly regretted all of his intestines. Careless. I should have known not to be so prodigal, and wasted such an elixir for nothing. Rumbling. Suddenly, the sound of explosions came from above his head, and countless air-breaking sounds exploded as if they were going to tear apart the entire heaven and earth. Ha ha ha, Warlord, this is a great gift from me to you. Catch it. In an instant, in full view of everyone, the island in the sky to the left was facing towards the huge walled building within the naval headquarters. Marin Vento. It came crashing down. Note, hemp oil. It's so noisy, there's gunfire everywhere, but that's the way it should be. It's New Year's Eve. Hey, happy Lantern Festival everyone, haha. Chapter 60, Veteran, Tekken Carp. Rumbling. Bewildered, Warlord looked up at the rapidly falling island. The whole thing is silly. The strongest thing about Shiki the Golden Lion is not his swordplay, nor his dominance, etc. Rather, it was his terrifying fruit ability. Throwing an island at you lightly and casually is nothing short of devastating in war. Crazy. Sky, you're nuts. This old thing. I'm going to beat you to death. Warlord growled angrily. Jesus. It's over. Are we going to die? The Golden Lion. Sky. Is so terrifying? It's over. We've lost. We all have to die. Countless navies looked at the island above their heads in confusion and fell into deep despair. Damn it! Green Pheasant let out an explosive cry. And in the next moment, the earth in a circle of dozens of miles with him as the center instantly condensed into ice. Click, click, click. 5 densely packed hard ice pillars stacked up like mountains, like 5 pillars in the sky, rising up from the ground, dead on top of the giant island below. Boom! The giant island stopped falling. 1 second. 2 seconds. Ha ha, nice. Then try this again. Rumbling. In the bursting sound, came the arrogant laughter of the Golden Lion. Waving his fingertips, the giant island under the feet of the Golden Lion immediately rose to a height again, and then toward the small island that was topped. Heavily pressed. TSK, TSK, this one's a no-brainer. Mu Ling, whose figure flickered and dodged the eagle-eyed swordlight, lost his smile. You're better off focusing on this side. Looking at the trifling Makiling, Hawkeye was suddenly furious. A touch of black mist floated up to the body of the Black Dagger Knight sword, and Hawkeye, who had leapt forward, slashed down with his sword. Clank! The two came back with a hard collision. In the midst of the raging sword chi, Mu Ling suddenly smiled. Navy headquarters is at stake. Aren't you going to help? But with an island of this magnitude, I'm afraid it's impossible for Hawkeye to cut through it with a single sword. Mu Ling felt that he could, but of course, he had to use the Extreme Emperor Slash that contained the power of the storm. I only care about the battle in front of me. The rest has nothing to do with me. It was so hard to meet a guy who was on par with himself in terms of swordsmanship, and was vaguely better than him. Hawkeye doesn't give a damn about the rest of them. Boom! Accompanied by heavy crumbling sounds, 5 icicles burst apart one after another, turning into ice and smashing down powerlessly. Face surfaced a touch of pale green pheasant does not die. Body once again cold aura great release. And more than 10 ice columns rise again. Ha! Warlord, who had transformed into a great Buddha, let out a furious cry and instantly manifested more than 10 pairs of Buddha palms from behind him. Bang! 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 A terrifying white shockwave swirled above each Buddha palm. It crashed hard into the underside of the island. With countless navel gazes of anticipation, the island once again stood still and came to a halt. But everyone knew that this was only a temporary stop, and that the Warlord and Green Pheasant duo would soon run out of gas. And then what was meant to be would come. 2 giant islands of this size are not something that can be reversed by human power alone. It's better for the old man to do it. Bang! In an instant, a heavy burst instantly exploded one after the other inside Carp's body. Carp stood up and gazed at the island. A crackling sound of bone popping came from his body. And in an instant, Carp's aura changed. It is like a mighty river, continuous and unceasing, and like rolling waves, a constant stream of life. A terrifying aura spread out from the surface of his body like a shockwave, constantly impacting everything around him. At once, everyone within the entire battlefield felt this fist shaking the 9 heavens. Unrivaled domineering aura. It's Lieutenant General Carp, Admiral Carp, hero of the Navy. Great! LT. Cap is about to strike. All the Navy cheered at the sight. Boom! Carp slowly extended his iron fist, and a terrifying white beam of light coalesced between his fists. As if shaking the sky with his power, Carp's entire body was like a cannonball, instantly charging up. A punch is thrown. Bang! 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 At once, the whole of Marinvada was covered by this roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth. For a moment, time stood still. The island stopped sinking, and the dozen or so icicles that supported the island crumbled in sections as the tremor hit, and dozens of Buddha palms of the warring states retracted. At the moment, one man, one punch, and a single Carp blocked Megashima. I'm the Carp blow. Look at how much I want Carp to hammer Akane with one punch at the top. Click, click, click. Dense black cracks exploded from the fist and then assaulted the entire giant island. Bang! A large chunk of debris fell from the sky and was blown to smithereens by Carp's punch. Bang! 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 In the next second, countless rays of sunlight shone down on the earth through the gaps in the boulders. The giant island crumbled and turned into a sky of boulders, smashing down at an extremely fast speed like a cannonball. Look out everyone! Ice Age! Click, click, click. As the ice attacked, Green Pheasant hastily condensed the falling boulders into ice, stopping them in mid-air. Warlord Buddha's palm swung out one after another, punching a boulder, and the rest of the admirals reacted. They had extreme strength as well as hegemony to defend themselves against the boulders, but those regular Navy guys can get killed. Carp, who had shattered the giant island with one punch, jumped back to the execution table, his face normal and appearing as if nothing had happened. But Ace, who was sitting beside him, was well aware that the old man was getting a little stretched, and at that moment, a red figure wandered through the boulders, jumped onto the high execution platform, and was climbing upwards. With a jumpy eyebrow, Warlord spotted Luffy, who was jumping up and down like a rat, and was furious. Straw Hat Boy, don't you dare! Boom! The huge Buddha palm immediately smashed down towards Luffy. Suddenly, a glowing green beam of light appeared in front of Luffy, and it was none other than Marco, who had transformed into an immortal bird. Luffy, go save Ace. Yes, Luffy said happily. Bang! The wings blocked the Buddha palm, and then countless glowing flames exploded out of Marco's body, shattering the Buddha palm and lunging towards Warlord. Whitebeard, some Captain Immortal Marco? Damn pirates! None of you will escape today. Leaping forward, Warlord shattered the flames with a punch and tangled with Marco. Note, I seem to remember from the latest chapter that Marco took on Inferno Plague Ashes and Epidemic Plague Quinn single-handedly by himself, so his strength is by no means what you see at the top. And at the top, Carp beats Marco with a punch. That's why I've always thought that Carp had strength beyond the four emperors. Of course, there may be my personal feelings involved as well. I look forward to your understanding. Chapter 61, White Heat. Rumbling. Thunder rolled. The huge thunder god Enelu was covered in surging currents, and the golden rod in his hand had long since transformed into a thunderbolt, like a giant thunder rod being held in his hand. The thunder god's body, which stood several feet tall, braced itself against the thunder welcome and gradually rose in the laser ocean. Only the raging radium from all directions did not dissipate, but grew stronger and stronger. By Ubu, Anelu's body was shot through, revealing dense and identical-sized lightning wounds. The whole thing was like a sieve, and the thousand lungs Genkai mirror that Yellow Sorrow had cast was constantly following Anira's body as it gradually spread out, wrapping it in death. Damn it! I am God! I'm a god! Don't underestimate me! Clamor! In an instant, a dark golden flowing ripple of light rippled through Anelu's body. The original blue body was now as if it was bathed in a layer of black and purple lightning, and the armed color raining aura instantly wrapped all of Thor's body. Bang! 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 Crackling thunderous explosions resonated through the heavens and earth as monstrous fury climbed in Anelu's chest. He didn't care how the battlefield went, whether he lived or died. He just wanted to kill the man in front of him. Madaka! The thunder rod and the Tian Somyun sword clashed together fiercely, and the sounds of gold and geese clashing exploded one after another. Sneer at! Yellow Monkey carried the baton and his body immediately slid 100 meters away. It was just that the curtain of light in the rolling thunder was not dispersed by the thunder. Light is indestructible. No longer the usual lethargy. A touch of gravity surfaced on the yellow ape's face, looking very serious. Rattling thunder, 10,000 thunders. Bang! The heavens and earth exploded, as if the entire Cheonyu was about to be blown apart, and countless thick pillars of thunder blasted towards Yellow Ape as if they were extinguishing the world. In an instant, the entire battlefield was affected by this power of thunder. Jia Anelu, this kid is not bad. Hiria laughed softly as his transparent body kept traveling through the crowd, the red thunderstorm decimating one navy after another like a meat grinder. What is it? Unseen enemies. Help me. Geez, what kind of monster is this? The crowd immediately stirred, and Green Pheasant became furious. His seeing color hegemony turned on and carefully patrolled the surrounding area. Madaka! Sword Chi sprawled across the sky, and after forcing back Eagle Eye with a backhanded sword light, Muling's left hand flashed with streams of light, and the fluorescent dragon sword was instantly sheathed. Lion's Might Extreme Inflammation 1000 Cutting Valley. Miso. In an instant, a giant chopping wave mixed with extreme inflammation burst out from the spinning twin swords. Then suddenly a gust of wind appeared in the center of the battlefield, and all of a sudden, the extreme flame skyrocketed once again. Duong. Chopping a flame chopper, Hawkeye immediately stepped back, and then his body flipped dozens of times in a row, dodging 4 or 5 choppers. Only in the next second, the chopping wave skyrocketed, and the blazing flame breath chopped at Hawkeye like a flaming blade of fury. There's no hiding, then take it hard. Clanking, sword shadows were heavy, and densely packed sword lights exploded from the night of the black dagger. Hawkeye stood right where he was, raising his sword, swinging it, and chopping it out, his hands having long since become phantoms. 6 ellipses only count as one word. Ho 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 ho, that's a good boy. The Golden Lion K standing on the giant island saw the underground Muling who had made the Thousand Cuts Valley, and his face instantly had a look of being deeply impressed and an old father seeing his son finally grow up. Let's go! Let's go down too! Bang! The golden lion leapt down, the whole person in the air as if it was a flexible fish, and rushed towards the warring states. Carp! Warlord! Ha ha ha! The old man has come for revenge. Scold! The famous sword Sakura's 10 deadwoods were instantly sheathed, and a giant chopping wave was then swung towards the warring states on the execution platform. Because the reason why he was imprisoned in the city of propulsion back then was because Sengoku teamed up with Carp to capture him. People like Sky take revenge from morning till night, and it's not negotiable at all. Humph, just you? The Buddha's palm condensed a white shockwave, and Sengoku, who was fighting Marco, was 1 against 2 as the three of them battled to a standstill. Rumbling. Thunder raged as tens of thousands of thick thunder pillars blasted down. The yellow ape, whose body was flickering and constantly dodging the lightning, had an unchanged face, and the corners of his mouth even raised a smirk. Shiny light feather, standing under the thunder. Yellow ape stretched out his hands, and his body's golden light suddenly rose up, turning into countless strands of golden light points that rushed into one side of the light screen. Clamor. In an instant, the curtain of light began to change. A sharp and dazzling golden light spike burst out from the light curtain. Whooshing. The light spikes chopped through the thunder, and the dense golden light and thunder were intermingled together, dazzling to the extreme, so that ordinary people could not even look directly at them. Thunder, light spikes, and roaring sounds all over the sky exploded at once. Ding dong. The light spikes cut through the thunder and struck wildly at Aniru's body. Bastard! The majesty of the gods cannot be dishonored. Enalu, who was enraged, endured the stinging sensation of the light spikes hitting his body, and waved his thunder stick with both hands, blasting the light screen one after the other. Clamor. In the next moment, the thunder rod trembled violently, as if it had been blocked by something hard. The curtain of light that was several feet tall began to shrink and transformed into a humanoid shape, which was none other than Yellow Ape. And in his hand, the heavenly cloud sword began to surge, transforming into a sky-charging golden sword. After shocking the thunder rod, he slashed down towards Enalu. Boom! A sword and a stick, gold gorges intertwined, and rippling shocking power continuously burst out from the two weapons, spreading out towards the surroundings. The earth crumbled and the cold ice on the sea shattered with it, the whole of Marinbado trembling after each collision. And at the corner of the battlefield, Boney was alone and quietly hiding in place, and every now and then 2 or 3 of the navy would rush in, but they were all knocked unconscious by the leg of lamb bone in her hand, or turned into wailing children. While the fight rages on outside, Boney is mindful of the captain's admonition. Stay out of sight. You're weak. Don't put yourself in danger. Of course, even without McKeeling's admonition, at this point in time, Bonnie you wouldn't dare even if you asked her to go out and fight. Boy, this Anilu is so strong. The captain is awesome. Ha ha ha. Haria the bastard has been discovered by Green Pheasant. What's old Sandy doing? Oh, is teaming up with Jiaping to deal with Doflamingo. Ugh, so hungry for meat. Feeling her stomach, Bonnie was so hungry that her beautiful eyes gradually floated up a layer of mist, and without reason, she glanced at the leg of lamb bone in her hand. Click! A hard bite followed, and then Bonnie covered her mouth and whimpered. This mouth is no different than a bite on steel. One of the members of the evil spirit pirates, Joely Boney? Suddenly, a sword light chopped at him, and it was none other than Admiral Ghost Spider of the Navy headquarters. Crashing sound. The long hair waved, grasping the 8 long knives as if they were arms, and with a whine, they lunged at Boney. Duong! Darkly munching on her melon, Bonnie was taken aback and swung her leg of lamb bone around. Stop! Exhale! In a flash, a red figure sprang out from behind the Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider, who couldn't react in time, was immediately sent flying with a kick. Asshole! What the hell is? Just after seeing the visitor clearly, the Ghost Spider became even angrier. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, why? Do you realize what you're doing? As the King's 7 Musketeers, why are you helping the pirates? Clamor. Slender, large white legs flung forward. Hancock tilted his head back and looked at the Ghost Spider with contempt and disdain. Concubine hates your eyes. No, Ghost Spider. Chapter 62. Have you ever been chopped by a sword? My eyes? Facing the #1 beauty of the pirate world, that delicate and lovely overwhelming face, Ghost Spider's head suddenly froze. A little confused. Did I look too evil? Scared her? Oh, that really shouldn't be. One does deserve a beating. I don't know what I'm talking about. This is clearly an excuse she uses to cover up her crimes. Ghost Spider finally came to his senses and shook his body. That aura belonging to the elite vice admiral of the Navy headquarters once again enveloped the entire field. Betraying the world government, attacking a Navy headquarters vice admiral, and harboring pirates. Pirate Empress. Boa Hancock. You are guilty of a capital offense. This general can arrest you on this charge right now. Ghost Spider's face was full of seriousness, and a trace of killing intent filled his body. Humph. Lowly man. Concubine just doesn't see eye to eye with you. What's wrong? Scold. With a flash of the blade, the Ghost Spider's body immediately disappeared in place and rushed towards Hancock at an extremely fast speed. In that case, there's nothing more to say. A pirate is a pirate and can never change the ferocity in his bones. Bang! The 8 long knives slammed hard towards the ground, but struck a blank, and Hancock had long since jumped into midair. Aromatic feat. Ghost Spider was fast, and Hancock was faster than him. That white as jade long legs, in the eyes of the Ghost Spider at this time, is like a nightmare. Click! The 2 long knives that had stopped Hancock's kick immediately petrified with great speed, spreading wildly towards the Ghost Spider's arm. Without saying a word, the Ghost Spider who had thrown away his long sword rushed forward once again. Bang! 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 Swords and swords, punches and kicks. All of a sudden, Hancock and Ghost Spider fought each other, and Bonnie, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, had long been dumbfounded. Shichibukai saved me? And then you fought the Admiral of the Navy for me? What's this all about? Bonnie's little head was filled with confusion, and she was a little puzzled by the scene before her. Bastard! Damn Navy! The next moment, when Bonnie saw that Hancock was stretched thin because he had no weapon, follow, the leg of lamb bone was immediately thrown at Hancock, and Hancock, who had caught the leg bone of the goat, blanched. It's not food. Just at this time it was already too late for Hancock to think much. Ghost Spider's 6 long knives were already close at hand. Click! The goat's leg bone was brought forward in a vicious block, and a sound of crumbling metal reached Hancock's ears. How is this possible? The Ghost Spider's face was filled with horror, as if it had seen a ghost. All 6 of his own long swords had shattered? There's no way he could have even covered his hair in armed color, right? Humph. Damn man. How dare you be rude to your concubine? Seek death. Exhale. A stunningly beautiful woman of national color swung a huge leg bone of lamb in her hand. All of a sudden, the Hancock picture completely collapsed. Bang! 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 Without his long sword, Ghost Spider could only wield 6 short blades to deal with Hancock's attacks. It was just that when this seemingly ordinary sheep leg bone hit him, it was as if it had been slammed by a 1,000-pound object. Ghost Spider was cracking up. Boom! With a flash of golden light, Yellow Sara raised his 10,000 foot lightsaber in his hand, and with a single stroke, he cut the wreckage that Inilu had transformed into 2 halves. Anum! Rumbling! The lightning that had condensed the Thunder God's body instantly dissipated. Finally, in a duel with Yellow Saru, Anilu was still outclassed and lost. However, Yellow Monkeys at this time is also not good, covered in torn clothes, blood gushing from the mouth. Who? Letting out a long breath and glancing helplessly at Aniru lying on the ground. Yellow Monkey's figure immediately turned into golden light and rushed towards the Ghost Spider. Sound of escaping laughter. A mouthful of blood spurted out of the mouth of the ENI, looking at the crowd of Navy that came roaring in at them. Ahem asshole. Damn you. Trembling, he took out a rejuvenating elixir from his pocket and placed it in his mouth. Enilu closed his eyes. I hope the captain won't lie to me. Wow. 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 In an instant, a steady stream of green healing radiance immediately flowed through Anilu's body. In the next second, amidst the ferocious gazes of countless pirates, Anilu raised his right hand. Divine punishment. By Ubu. Hancock, who was fighting the Ghost Spider, only felt a crisis coming from behind. Extend the leg bone of the goat towards the back. Bang! The laser rays bounced off and the leg of lamb bone fell to the ground. Yo ho ho ho, there's really no way around it. After all, a pirate is a pirate. Clamor. Dots of golden light transformed into yellow apes, standing on a boulder not far away, looking down at Hancock, Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Yellow Saru. Bonnie's heart shook with horror. Asshole. Hancock snarled. I can't figure out why you, as a pirate empress, would want to make an enemy of my navy for a Joely Bonnie? Ghost Spider said in disbelief. Why do I need to explain to you what my concubine does? You. Ghost Spider was momentarily speechless, too angry to speak, and Yellow Saru didn't give a damn about that. His body changed and his right foot, which emitted golden light, kicked towards Hancock's head. Have you ever been kicked by the light? Lightspeed kick. Not good. With a heartfelt cry, Hancock, who was about to dodge, realized that it was already a step too late. The opponent was just too fast. Anum. Bang. In a flash of golden light, a blood-red longsword flew out of nowhere, blocking Hancock's lightspeed kick from Yellow Monkey. Miso. Maki Ling, who had shielded Hancock behind him, shook his body, and countless channels of blood-colored sword chi burst out from the crippled chi sword body. Have you, Yellow Saru, Ever been decapitated by a sword? Extreme Inferno Emperor Slash. Boom! The sky-rushing sword awnings interspersed with flames went straight upwards, stabbing a big hole in the dark cloudy sky, chopping at Yellow Monkey. The other side. This guy says he's leaving. I haven't had a good fight yet. Asshole. Touching the sword mark on his chest, Hawkeye shook his head helplessly. Although the two of them appeared to be evenly matched, this sword mark on their chests was enough to say it all. The captain is away. Let me fight with you. Nuisance. In a flash of lightning, Anilu stepped in front of Hawkeye, glancing at the golden rod in his opponent's hand. Hawkeye's face instantly turned cold. Not interested. Fight you? I might as well go to the Whitebeard Pirates Blossom Sword Vista. Anilu. Note, we must protect our bodies. People. Smoke less, drink less, and go to the hospital as soon as you feel bad about something. It's the body that counts. Cheer up. Chapter 63, Thread Fruit. Boom! The sky-rushing sword shattered the streaming clouds and blasted down with an unbeatable momentum. Madaka! Yellow Sorrow immediately summoned his Tian Somyun sword to block this sword light. It was just that yellow ape, who had just fought with an Iru, were a match for Makurin at the moment. Click, click, click. The heavenly cloud sword immediately crumbled and dissipated into bits of golden light in Yellow Ape's hand. Muling's body transformed into a phantom and disappeared in place. Bang, bang, bang. A series of popping sounds created by bodies traveling through the air gradually approached Yellow Monkey. A touch of bitterness appeared on his lazy face, and Yellow Sorrow felt that today he must be Ishirakuchi. Why do you have to fight these people to the death? What a pain in the ass. Rustle of skirts. The very moment that Yellow Ape had just lowered his waist, a sword light swept over his head. Immediately after, Yellow Ape body inverted. Sharp golden light flashes in the right foot above. A beautiful upside-down golden hook kick to cripple Chi from the bottom up. Bang! As the golden light attacked, Muling hastily took a few steps back. After crippled Chi threw out a graceful sword flower in the air, the sword energy was like a dragon, and Makiling's body was then crouched down. Breaking Army Rising Dragon Strike. Roar! Countless golden sword Chi gathered into a golden dragon head, and the dragon's roar shook the sky, accompanied by the hurting spirit that transformed into a rainbow of sword Chi. The golden dragon opened its bloody mouth and bit down towards the yellow ape. Shiny light shield. Crashing sound. In an instant, more than a dozen light shields immediately protected Yellow Ape's body, blocking the ever-approaching Breaking Army Rising Dragon Strike. One side, two sides, continuously breaking 5 light shields. Rising Dragon Strike finally lost the momentum of the charge, followed by a flash of mandatory upward sword light that instantly shattered the remaining 5 light shields and chopped down on Yellow Ape. Duong! But it was blocked by the armed color. Really don't want to fight you. No way. Bang! A fitful step forward Yellow Monkey kicked at Makiling with a speed of light kick. His body instantly reversed, and while withdrawing his sword with his right hand, Muling's left fist condensed a ball of flame and blasted upwards. Bang! In an instant, the golden light and the flames merged into one, not giving way to each other, bursting out a strong shockwave. Immediately after, the body shook. Muling backhandedly held the crippling Chi sword hilt, and a strand of thunder power began to surge all over his body. Thunder, Bagua, Nuisance. The sword Chi mixed with terrifying thunder light passed in an instant, skimming over Yellow Ape's body to come behind him. Sneer at. Blood flowers bloomed, and a tiny sword mark appeared on Yellow Ape's waist. Desert Vajra Blade. Shurva Shakan. Rumbling. The earth trembled violently, and a large ocean current that had condensed fist intent instantly blasted towards Ming. Sneer at. A sharp pain came to his waist, and Ming, who was just about to get up to dodge, was instantly split in two by a giant sand blade. Only in the next moment, Ming's body immediately turned into countless threads of silk bursting through the air. Thread-splitting mannequins. Old Sand exclaimed, looking in all directions. Ha 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 ha, I can't believe 2 people are bullying me alone. That was relentless crocodile. Ming's laughter was low, and a creepy aura immediately exploded from within his body. You guys are forcing me to do this. Bang! In an instant, the ground with Ming as the center of the circle immediately turned white, made up of countless threads that were extremely thick. The awakening of the thread fruit of the superhuman lineage, which can turn everything around it into silk thread. Die! The white line of the desolate wave. Bang! 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 In the next moment, the ground crumbled, and 2 sea wave-like thick white lines immediately rolled up, shattering space towards the two, constantly rolling and interlocking. The tips are pointed and emit a creepy cold aura. It is? Evening said in horror. The Superman lineage thread fruit awakened, spitting out a mouthful of smoke. Even at such a time of crisis, Lao Sha still has the same demeanor. Thick bursts of sound accompanied by desolate waves of white lines kept exploding, and sharp, thin awns kept crisscrossing, frantically stabbing at the two. Ming's arms were spread wide, one to the left and one to the right, controlling the trajectory of Arakanami's white line. Bang! Shattering dozens of strands of silk in front of him with one punch, Jinping leapt forward, and countless more strands of silk strands came at him. Bang! 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 The fist surged, and large ocean currents blasted and smashed against the white line. Just as he had just landed on the ground and was about to counterattack, the ground crumbled under his feet, and countless rings of white threads instantly wrapped around Evening's body, tightening more and more as if he were twisting a twist, not giving VH a chance to react at all. It stacked and undulated like seawater, one layer spreading over another, quickly wrapping VH in it. Asshole! Old Sandy burst out and slapped his big hand on the ground. Eroding reincarnation. Rumbling. In an instant, the ground crumbled and countless wind and sand suddenly exploded. Sharp sand blades filled the air and continuously tore through the white lines. Only in the next second, there were countless more threads coming up in a steady stream. Ah! Inside the white line came the sound of Jinpei's heartbreaking screams. Jinpei. Although the relationship with Jinping is average, but at least it is a companion on a ship, the anxious old sand immediately panicked. Bang! Another barren wave of white threads struck, taking advantage of old Shaw's frozen inattention to roll up his body, and the dense silk threads immediately wrapped around. Damn it! Bang! After colliding violently with Green Pheasant, Harriya naturally saw old Sand and Jinping on the other side, and was immediately anxious in his heart. Worried about your companion? I'm not letting you out of here. Green Pheasant, who spat out cold air from his mouth and transformed into 3 spears, waved his hand in a big wave. Whooshing. Sharpness shoots straight at Haryu. Divine punishment. Rumbling. Thunder descended, completely engulfing the 3 spears. Go save them. I'll deal with him. In the nick of time, Anilu arrived. Yes, Haryu laughed. Just as Haryu was about to go and save the 2 of them, old Sha and Jinping, his body suddenly stopped. Ting! The crisp sword sound shook through the entire arena, and a giant blue chopping wave exploded out from the Knight of the Black Sword, shattering the 2 white lines of the desolate wave in its entirety. The person who struck out was naturally the world's #1 great swordsman. Hawkeye, my hawk. Asshole. Hawkeye, what are you doing? Mingo stormed out. I'm just making good on my promise. Touching the sword mark on his chest, Hawkeye said in a cold voice, make good on your promise to become a member of the evil spirit pirates. Hawkeye, who had deduced countless battles in his head, and who had fought with Hanabi Star, finally admitted it. Akatsuki Makorin finished himself off in swordplay. Solon was too weak to wait too long, and Bista wasn't as strong as he thought he was. Hawkeye didn't dare to imagine how he could be silent after seeing such a sword technique. Note, it feels like the spread is slightly too big. Brothers free gift brush up. Chapter 64. Bang! Damn it! Hawkeye, my hawk. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, the damnable Shichibukai under the king, warlord, who had been cut off by one of the Golden Lion's sword chi, angrily said. And by now, Luffy had climbed all the way to the execution table. Ace shuddered and his eyes reddened as he looked at Luffy's scaly body. Luffy, you guy. Surprisingly, it actually came here. Ace, I'm coming to save you. Luffy laughed. Clamor. A tall figure stopped in front of Luffy, his face full of anger. Humph, what a great look of brotherly love. However, as an admiral I won't let you pass. Grandpa? Luffy froze, looking at Carp in front of him, a little overwhelmed for a moment. Only in the next second, he blasted over with a fist full of determination. No one can stop me from saving Ace. Not even you, Grandpa. Bang! In an instant, Luffy's body was covered in hot air-surging smoke. The whole person was immediately much more spiritual, and the breaths was also several times stronger. Don't you dare! Carp then slammed his fist down at Luffy. Go you. Rubber jet pistol. The bullet-fast fist immediately enhanced and instantly slammed hard into Carp's face. Bang! Carp flew backwards, skidding several meters on the high platform, then stumbled for a long time. Instantly, the entire room was silent, and everyone who saw this scene froze. Fake, right? Lieutenant General Carp? He lost? No, it won't. No way. That's impossible. Could it be that LT? General Carp was injured when he blocked the giant island earlier? Makiling, TSK, it's more watery than a potato. Boom! Warlord, who had sent Marco flying with a punch, then flashed his body and a white shockwave condensed between his palms, instantly became furious. Damn you Carp, you're an asshole. How could the warring nations not understand when others couldn't? The old thing, Carp, was clearly letting off steam. Grandpa? Luffy gave Carp a somewhat surprised look, but we can't think about it so much now. Saving Ace first is important. Humph, Straw Hat Boy. You'll never save Fire Fist Ace. Green Pheasant, who was fighting with Analu, condensed a ball of frost in his palm and threw it in Luffy's direction. Scold. A red light flashed, and the frozen time capsules was split in two by the blood-colored sword chi. Green Pheasant froze, then a huff appeared on his face. Hey, it's not like saving Fire Fist Ace has much to do with me, but I'm happy to see you in this pissed-off state, said Hirius sorrowfully, and after seeing that Luffy had infinitely closed in on Fire Fist Ace, the blood-stained yellow monkey immediately transformed into golden light and disappeared into thin air. Maki Ling was just about to give chase, but the next second he felt his sleeve being tugged. Concubine. Meet your benefactor. Hancock bowed his head shyly. Originally born of the national color. Seductive Hancock. At this time the pretty face scarlet, watery eyes shy with timid look at Mu Ling, and those two jade-like white fingers were deadlocked on the corner of Mu Ling's coat. Instantly, Mu Ling was dumbfounded. This nymphet's a knitted smile, so powerful to kill. Calm down. I have to calm down. Women are nothing. They only affect the speed of my sword. Just this benefactor. What's the deal again? Those 3 Tianlong people that Injin killed were the enemies of my concubine. Seeing McKeeling's doubt, Hancock softly said, "Oh," interjection indicating that one has just learned STH. Maki Ling understood. It turns out that he had robbed Luffy's monster and gained a copy of Hancock's reward. And the reward is self-explanatory, the goodwill of the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. No wonder she helped Boney against the Ghost Spider Lieutenant General. Why doesn't the benefactor not speak? Could it be that you hate concubines? Hancock tensed. Just call me Maki Ling. You stay here with Bonnie and be careful. Maki Ling nodded and forced himself to tug his sleeve back. Take this elixir. It has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. The other party had at least rebelled against the world government for his own sake, and he didn't even want the name of the 7 Muskai under the king. Naturally, Mu Ling would not speak coldly. Concubine knows. Hancock nodded, like a good little daughter-in-law, and then her pretty face turned red, holding the spring recovery pill and not daring to look at Mu Ling's eyes. Only at this time, Mu Ling had long since disappeared and rushed to the execution platform. Bonnie took Hancock's hand with a smile on her face and a flirtatious frown on her brow. Just now, she discovered a secret. The captain, always murderous and cold, was surprisingly so confined in front of Hancock. Odd. Cut it out. The sound of a key turning, accompanied by the sea-lock cuffs hitting the ground. Whitebeard's second captain, Fire Fist Ace, is finally rescued. Luffy, you brat. It's so dangerous. You really are. Ace, who had a face full of tears, hugged Luffy and said with joy and anger. Carp, who had fallen to the ground, arched an eyebrow and was clearly smiling. None of you will escape today. Boom, of a drum. In an instant, the heavy and mellow bell chimes shook heaven and earth. Countless golden lights burst out from behind Luffy's body, and it was none other than the furious Great Buddha Warlord. Die! Bang! 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 The terrifying air-breaking sound accompanied by the shockwaves from the Buddha's palm grew more and more prevalent and sudden. Haha, I'm not going to let you hurt my brother. Fire Fist, with a long laugh, Ace, who had Luffy shielded behind him, threw a punch. In an instant, the rolling giant flames covered the sky like seawater, forming a 10-foot-high wall of fire that engulfed the Buddha palm. Bang! Suddenly, a shot rang out from the other side of the battlefield. Whitebeard, who was in the middle of bursting to beat up Akane, had his body shaken, and looked incredulously at his chest, where a tiny bloody hole was visible. For a moment, the scene stood still. Everyone looked at the tall figure in the middle of the battlefield, and under his fist was the admiral of the Navy headquarters. Akane! Pops! Marco exclaimed. Asshole! Who? Sneaking up on Pops? Asshole! I'll kill you! The Whitebeard pirates went crazy. Jia, if you weren't fighting Akane so fiercely, I wouldn't have been able to get my hands on you so easily. You say it, don't you? Pops. Chapter 65, The Furious Mu Ling. Ugly mouth, bloated body, jagged teeth. The chamber of the gun in his hand was still smoking. A traitor to the Whitebeard pirates and now one of the 7 musketeers under the king. Blackbeard Marshal D. Tyke. I can't believe it's you? Tiki. Asshole. How could you do such a thing? I'll kill you. Damnable fellow. How dare you appear before us? At that moment, the crowd of Whitebeard pirates, who were already furious, instantly became furious the moment they saw Blackbeard. He kills his companions, and then captures Ace and sends him to the world government, thus exchanging him for the position of the Shichibukai under the king. How dare a guy like that show up? Whoosh lol, it's a lively day. A strange voice came into the crowd's ears, and then a tall man stood out from behind Blackbeard in full view of the crowd. Black and white prison uniform, cowl hat, untamed face, none other than the World Breaker, Buntai Ward. And right after that, 4 or 5 more guys, also in prison uniforms, were exposed to the crowd. All of them are known as vicious pirates in the city of Propulsion. Everyone was instantly startled, and there was already some hidden speculation in their hearts. And the warlord, who saw this scene, had his face completely clouded over. Something happened to Propulsion City. Asshole. Tiki, what have you done? What about Magellan? What did you do to him? Warlord tore into him. Instantly, the faces of all the Navy headquarters admirals immediately darkened. Anyone who pushes for what City Administrator Magellan is more than aware of it. Even if you die in battle, you will not let any criminal go. And now that Blackbeard's gang has come to Marinvento, I'm sure Magellan Wahahaha, if it isn't Martial Warlord. Have you gotten slow in the head with age? Since we're all here, doesn't that tell us everything already? Blackbeard laughed twice, then looked to Whitebeard, who was leaning on his long sword and panting in the distance. Yo Pops, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like you're about to die? TSK, your shooting skills are failing. You didn't manage to kill you with one shot? Ugh, that's an exciting one. Wayawa. At once, the arrogant laughter of Blackbeard echoed throughout the vast battlefield. Whitebeard didn't say anything, and between the fingers covering his chest, a trace of blood continued to gush out. Asshole. I'll kill you. Boom. Rushing flames burst into flames, and Ace, who was surrounded by countless flames, raged to the extreme. Fire Fist, yo, if it isn't Ace, you're still alive? Waving his hand, Blackbeard's left hand immediately surfaced a black mist that engulfed all of the oncoming flames. Wahahaha, see what I can do? From this day forward, I, Marshal D. Tichy, will be the future king of thieves. I, Ting. The sky-rushing sword roar instantly stormed up. In an instant, the screeching Blackboard immediately felt an ominous crisis filling his body. Rumbling. At this moment, time stood still and heaven and earth lost their colors. Overlord colors Shura field fire makiling. The whole person as if a bloody long shadow instantly appeared in front of Blackbeard's eyes. Asshole. In a rage Muling's hands burst with extreme inflammation, and with one punch he struck Blackbeard's face, like being hit hard by a mountain. Blackbeard only felt a blackness before his eyes, and he didn't even manage to see who was coming before he flew out. Bang! 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 The ground crumbled, and Blackbeard's body bounced dozens of times in a row like a leather ball, each time smashing a huge crater into the ground. Everyone's froze and looked at Muling with shocked faces. In that strike just now, not to mention those who were far away, even Bundy Ward, who was close at hand, was not able to see how Makiling threw his punch. Ahem, yuck! Blood spurted from the mouth of Blackbeard, who struggled out of the ruins, and his entire person was shrouded in a black mist, and that ugly face was filled with a hideous color. Asshole! Who dares to hit this lord? I'll kill you! Clamor. In the next second, the moment Blackbeard's words fell, the blood-colored figure appeared behind Blackbeard. Scold, dark red flowing cherry hegemony covered both arms, and Makiling, who hadn't utilized any of his fruit abilities, countless sword chi surrounded his fist, and with one punch, he smashed down towards that head. Rumbling, the whole of Marinvado began to tremble. Dense spiderweb cracks covered the entire earth. Bang, 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 both fists smashed into that head like a phantom, and Blackbeard's head kept blasting up the ground. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Crowd. Is this the true strength of the red pupil herding spirit? Good. Terrible. Blackbeard didn't even fight back half the time? Can't see him at all. I don't even know when he appeared behind Blackbeard. The evil spirit pirates crowd had long since looked dumbfounded. Captain Self. That's strong. Simply ridiculously strong. TSK, this brat. The Golden Lion shook his head and silently mourned for Blackbeard in his heart. Whitebeard was more than aware of what position he occupied in Makiling's heart. But this Blackbeard guy got the dark fruit? Brows furrowed, and Sky grimaced a bit. Quick, save the captain. Damn, didn't he say he was going to take us to dominate the entire ocean? How come it just came out? The Blackbeard pirates were going crazy. Mouths threatened to realize their dreams of becoming the Pirate King, the overlord of the sea. It didn't take long for that to be said before he was held down and hammered. This Nima, it's a scary world out there. Why don't I just go back to Propulsion City? Bang, bang, bang. The frosty-faced Muling knew nothing about the outside world, and his crimson eyes stared deathly at the pit below. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, yet he still hadn't received the system notification of Blackbeard's death. Asshole. I came all the way to Marinvento to try to undo the death of that old man Whitebeard. And you're so good. When the heart is shot through, even a guy as strong as Whitebeard is powerless. There's a resurrection coin in the warehouse though, but that's a 50-50 chance of resurrection. Thinking of this, Muling became even angrier. Bang, bang, bang. Both fists turned into phantoms and blasted Blackbeard's body one after another. It was just that as he fought, Mu Ling realized that both his fists were stinging as if they were being burned by something horrible. Boom! In an instant, a crisis struck, and a rushing black mist instantly exploded out from within the pit. Chapter 66, The Mysterious Dark Fruit. Rumbling. In an instant, the sky-charging black smoke rose abruptly, like a black pillar that shot straight up into the sky. Not good. With a dark cry in his heart, Mu Ling immediately retreated, and his arms felt as if they were being desperately torn by countless small insects, and the pain was excruciating. Thumbs up. Terrifying devouring sounds resounded in the ears, and large swathes of black smoke emerged from within the pit, as if it were a large, merciless hand grasping towards Mu Ling. Extreme Inferno Emperor Slash. Dilly-dally. Countless flaming sword chi surrounded Mu Ling's body, and more than 10 fire dragons opened their bloody mouths and merged into the crippled chi sword body. A sword chopped down. Bang, bang, bang. Sword chi filled the air and tore apart the black mist, while the pit where Blackbeard was crumbled. In an instant, a black-bearded man covered in black mist, with only a hideous and horrible face on his entire body, was exposed to the eyes of everyone. Asshole! I'll kill you! Boom! Dense fire burst from Ace's body, and a ring of flames blossomed at his feet. The Great Inferno Ring. Bang! Countless flame ring patterns instantly rippled up, wrapping Ace up, and then became more and more prevalent as a terrifying aura filled the entire battlefield. In the next second, Ace raised his right hand high, and a ball of fire that covered the sky was held up in his hand. Emperor Yen. With a fireball in his hand, Ace charged towards Blackbeard with a single stride. Rumbling. The fireball landed and slammed hard into the pit where Blackbeard was. Exhale. All of a sudden, the wind was raging, and the blazing hot breath kept raging inside the pit, crazily devouring Blackbeard's body. The corners of Ace's mouth turned up in a smile, while Maki Ling, who was standing not far from Blackbeard, frowned. He vaguely sensed a sense of foreboding. With a few punches of his own, even a small island could pop up. But this Blackbeard guy, sure enough, it's still a dark fruit ability? But how come this hasn't happened in the anime? Or is it? No one in anime has ever pushed Blackbeard this far? Maki Ling was not aware that the pirate world had many secrets, and the Sea King class that did not belong to this world clearly possessed extremely high technology, yet there were some places that were very backward. Feelings. It's like a crippled world? It's both the pirate world of the anime and a world that can't be treated exactly as it was perceived while watching the anime. Tai. Wahahaha, Ace, you underestimate me too much? Suddenly, Blackbeard's arrogant to the extreme laughter came from the flames. Immediately after that, the majestic black mist immediately sprang out from the flames, like a giant mouth that was torn apart, devouring all the flames. A black shadow then sprang out and rushed in front of Ace with great speed. With a flash of his body, Ace dodged Blackbeard's punch, and was just about to counter with a punch when the image of that day reappeared in his mind. Couldn't let his black mist touch his body. Ace immediately turned into fire and stepped backward, while a solid flame was condensed in each of his hands. Divine Fire, Unknown Fire. Bang! The two flaming lances immediately flung out and plunged into Blackbeard's arms. Asshole! Dark Gravity. Snap! A powerful suction force came, and Ace's neck was immediately choked to death by the furious Blackbeard. Ha left you alive in the first place. Since you're looking for death on your own now, you can't blame me. Thumbs up. Ace, who was bound by the Dark Fruit's ability, was so powerless that he couldn't move, and could only watch as the black mist assaulted his face. A sharp pain like pins and needles struck his entire body. Asshole! Blackbeard, you dare? Let go of Ace. Seeing Ace being captured, Luffy immediately swung his fist at Blackbeard, only to be sucked in by Blackbeard in the next moment with the dark gravity, imprisoning his abilities and being stomped on. Was ready to kill you last time, but was saved by your brother. This time, I won't let you off the hook again. Click. Removing his pistol from his belt, Blackbeard aimed for Ace's head. Let you die by my gun like your deadbeat old man. Ting! The sound of a crisp sword chime sounded behind him, and a blast of cold air surged into the back of his head as Blackbeard came to a screeching halt. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Icy cold voice slowly came from Mu Ling's mouth, and the blood gas surging crippling chi sword rushed through the black fog and placed on Blackbeard's neck. Akatsuki Makarin, right? Just you? Blackbeard said disdainfully. Oh, Mu Ling sneered in his heart. Fruit abilities may not work on you, but avatars? Demon sword technique 100 ghosts nightwalking. Boom! In an instant, the blood-colored sword energy immediately burst, and countless subtle and evil laughter appeared in Blackbeard's head. Eat you! Jia, let me eat your flesh. The scent of blood. Be good and don't move. Bang! 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 At once, the tide of sword chi and blood broke through the black fog, and countless evil delusions then scurried into Blackbeard's head. Without any defense, Blackbeard, who had no doubt about his dark fruit ability, was immediately hit. Eyes turning crimson, Blackbeard clutched his head and cried out in pain. What? What's that noise? Get out of here. Get out of my head. Damn it, who's talking? Thumbs up. Large swaths of black mist involuntarily surged out of Blackbeard's body, and a dark golden pattern crisscrossed that ugly face. It's scary. And seeing this scene, Mu Ling's heart shook, because when he was faced with those dark golden lines, a strong feeling of discomfort filled his body. Sure enough, there was something odd about the most mysterious dark fruit in the nature department. His right hand turned jade white. Mu Ling prayed silently in his heart and swung his big hand fiercely toward Blackbeard. Beep, the host has successfully plundered its dark fruit, with a time limit of 10 minutes. Oh, yeah. Maki Ling was happy, looking at the black fog that receded from Blackbeard's body like a tidal wave. The crippling chi sword gas in his hand was like a dragon and chopped down. Note, the first day of work on overtime. Take advantage of the time off to rush out. Feel a little bad. Everyone more bear with tomorrow will be fine. Thank you. Chapter 67 Marshal D. Tichy, died. Bang. Accompanied by an explosive roar, a thick arm blocked Makiling's crippling chi. Bundy Ward? Makiling said in surprise. This guy would actually save Blackbeard? Are you kidding me? Search Rollo hate to save this asshole. Though, as long as I can make you, Red Poople Shepherd Spirit, unhappy, that's my greatest joy. Teeth bared, Wald's face was full of sardonic smiles, and those spiteful eyes seemed as if they were about to spit out fire. I'll never forget what you and the Golden Lion did to me back then. Today is the day you die. Boom! A fist shocked away crippling chi. Wald's tall body violently burst out a cloud of extremely strong chi to Momo 10 times the power. Bang! 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 Even the sound of flipping and breaking the air accompanied the fist suddenly rang out. Momo 10 times the speed. Boom! Wald, who carried the Momo fruit that could strengthen any object, even his body, immediately surged towards Mu Ling like a black hurricane. Since you want to contribute the Momo fruit so badly, then I am flattered. With a light laugh, the crippling chi sword in his hand turned into streams of light and disappeared, and then the storm condensed all over Mu Ling's body, and the blazing extreme flame erupted into more than a dozen fire dragons. A punch is thrown. Rumbling, the two fists collided, explosions ensued, and rippling shockwaves tore through the ground, lifting up the earth. The surrounding crowd immediately retreated, unwilling to participate in the battle between the two. With 10 times the power. It's easy for me to kill you. Ha! With an explosive shout, Wald's muscles surged, and his entire body seemed to go crazy. Withdrawing and swinging his fists, Mu Ling's face did not change, and he remained calm and unperturbed as he topped up. Just this punch, the aura turned upside down. Click! In an instant, the bones of Wald's hand crumbled, and the morose white bones pierced through his skin, and immediately blood spurted out, and even if it was wrapped in armed color, it all went up in smoke under this punch from Mu Ling. Clamor! The terrifying extreme flame immediately swooped in and devoured the softly drooping right arm. How is this possible? A sharp pain that pierced his heart and bones struck his entire body, and Wald roared furiously as his body kept retreating backward, and the blazing extreme inflammation had already attacked his shoulder along his right arm. Can't think too much. When the opportunity to make a decision, Wald's left hand into a hand knife actually cut off his right arm alive. Red Poople Herding Spirit, I'll kill you. Momo 20 times the speed. Bang! The backwardly moving Wald's body immediately stalled in midair in an extremely awkward position, and then with the wind beneath his feet, he rushed up. Rustle of skirts. Standing in place, Makiling disappeared, forcing Wald to interrupt him directly in the middle of his charge. His left hand was as fast as the wind, and his body didn't even shake after catching Wald's fist with 20 times his strength. Immediately after that, in Wald's horrified gaze, his right hand turned into a sword, and his sword aura surged. Sneer at. Ward has both arms broken. Pops you okay? Marco looked at Whitebeard incredulously, his whole body going dumb. Pops, whose heart was pierced by a bullet and who was about to die before his eyes, was surprised when he took that one green pill. Miraculously healed? What the hell is this? At once, a question mark was written all over Marco's face, but though puzzled, Marco immediately turned and expressed his sincerest thanks to Hancock, who had delivered the green pill. Thank you a million times over. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. From now on you're my best friend in the Whitebeard Pirates. The rest of the White Regiment's pirates, each with red eyes, thanked Hancock after seeing their old man miraculously healed. Whitebeard nodded silently. He naturally knew why Hancock, who had never shown any color to men, had saved himself. This asshole kid. Good luck with the peach blossoms. However, in the next moment, looking at Chi, who was kneeling on the ground in the distance, Whitebeard's face gradually became gloomy, killing his companions and betraying the pirates. Now it's even turned on itself. Oh good. Very good. Click, click, click. In an instant, white void cracks blossomed in Whitebeard's fists, and the terrifying power of space washed out. Bang! Like a sharp sword, Whitebeard, who had rushed in front of Chi, blasted down with a punch. Protect the captain. Everybody go. Kill Whitebeard. At once, curses rose in all directions, and all of Blackbeard's pirates moved. It's just ironic that they didn't choose to fight Whitebeard, but instead, one by one, their feet smoked and they ran as fast as they could. Bastard! Making us fight Whitebeard? Think we're stupid? Woldy is dying too. Damn it! And you say you'll take us to dominate the sea? Bullshit! I'm going back to Propulsion City. It's safe there. Boom! Without any defense, having lost the dark fruit and with the evil delusion in his mind, Chi was simply powerless to fight back. The ground crumbled, creating a giant crater. Inside the cave, on the other hand, was Blackbeard, covered in blood and dying. Old Pops, spare me. Me? I'm your son, Blackbeard meticulously said. The crew ran out, and his own powers somehow managed to disappear altogether. At this moment, other than begging Whitebeard, he really couldn't think of any other way to stay alive. Asshole, is that what you call your old man? Damnable traitor. Let me kill you. The White Regiment's crowd instantly exploded, glaring angrily at Chi. Without speaking, the white-bearded man with a flat face looked deeply at Chi, as if he had already seen through the man. Click, click, click. Dense spatial cracks instantly burst open, and a steady stream of white shockwaves coalesced in Whitebeard's right fist. The terrifying aura gradually skyrocketed, becoming more and more prevalent until after it climbed to the peak. You don't deserve to be my son. Bang! A fist blast. Stay under the fist. Ma Keeling, who had broken Ward's neck, was in a hurry when he saw the scene. Let me have the head. I'm going to get the dark fruit. Boom! A heavy popping sound shook heaven and earth as Tiki, who had been slammed in the chest by Whitebeard's fist, spoke with his last breath as his eyes widened angrily. Marshal D. Tyke, no regrets, said the kingpin of the pirate world generation. Marshal D. Tyke, death. Chapter 68, The Golden Lion's Wrath. No! Bang! Muling's miserable screams spread throughout the entire battlefield, and his entire body seemed to be dumb, staring blankly at Blackbeard's corpse and falling into deep thought. Never thought that I would be robbed of my head by this old thing. Whitebeard. Crowd? What's going on with the red pupil herding spirit? Could it be sympathizing with the bastard Blackbeard? No, it won't. Bullshit. How is this possible? And he is? I don't know, but it looks pretty lost. Beep. The host has successfully killed Bundy Ward and plundered his Momo fruit. With a flash of flowing light in his hand, a dark blue and weirdly patterned devil fruit appeared in Makeeling's hand. With a godless glance at the Momo fruit, Makeeling took it back into storage. It's good. It's strong, but it's better than dark fruit. It's still quite a bit worse. Hey, are you kid alright? Whitebeard looked at Muling in a puzzled manner, unable to figure out what kind of sickness this guy was committing. Makeeling stated that he didn't want to talk to his opponent and threw a blank stare. Of course, he quickly adjusted. If it's gone, it's gone. I'm lucky to have it, and I'm lucky to lose it. Straw Hat Kid, do you know who I am? Suddenly, the Golden Lion roared towards Luffy. You're. Luffy let out a surprised cry, then rubbed his head in confusion. Luffy, who was already blind, was even more unrecognizable after the Golden Lion lost the rudder on his head. Asshole. Damn Straw Hat Kid. The Golden Lion was even more furious that he had been ignored. Lion might gacho jigaku. Miso. In an instant, countless lion swords she burst out in unison from Sakura 10 Deadwood's twin swords. Roar. In the next second, the roar shook the sky. 1, 2, more than 10 jang tall lion faces rose up from the ground. The long sword was then swung, and the seawater drawn by the sword chi became even thicker as it struck into the lion's face like a water tornado. Old me must have a clean slate today. Rumbling. With an explosion, all of the lion faces instantly stormed up and surrounded Luffy, tearing him down. Gee, it looks like this old man, the Golden Lion, has finally discovered Luffy. Skimming his lips, Makeeling suddenly realized that Anilu was looking at Luffy with the same burning gaze at that moment. Haters everywhere. But Old Sand felt nothing, calmly looking at Luffy as if he was looking at a stranger. Muling couldn't help but think highly of Old Sand. Look at them. They are really open-minded. Sky, what's gotten into you, old bastard? Whitebeard is not happy. Luffy, that's Ace's brother. That's my Whitebeard's family. How dare you take a shot at him? Luffy, watch out. Fire Fist. Boom. Flames burst from Ace's hands, instantly breaking through a lion's face. Ace's body then sank, and as if his entire body was poised to strike, his hands snapped open. Inflammation on the program. In an instant, rushing flames burst out from Ace's body, forming a wall of flames several feet high, blocking all the lion faces. On the high platform, Marshal, are we really not going to make a move? What do you care what they do? Wouldn't it be better for the pirates to implode? Warlord said with a grim expression on his face. But, no buts. All set? There. Begin. Click, click, click. In the darkness, a tall, humanoid weapon with golden eyes stood ready to fire. I didn't realize this kid was your crew's brother? However, old me must kill this brat today. Sure G said angrily. Whenever he sees Luffy nowadays, he remembers the thunder axe that fell from the sky that day. The ski that Luffy defeated by turning on his triple block and his giant Bigfoot fused with Thunderstrike. Asshole. Boom. With both swords waving, the angry golden lion's body turned, and two giant chopping waves instantly burst out. Chopper ripped through the flames and lunged towards Luffy and Ace. How dare you, golden lion? In an instant, a skycharging hissing sound exploded out from Marco's body, and his entire body was wrapped in blue flames, followed by a wave of Marco's wings as his arms transformed into blue fire wings. Phoenix Seal, used by Marco in Kazunokuni. Boom! At that moment, the entire battlefield was enveloped in blue flames. Phoenix Seal, Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens. Bang, bang, bang. A series of popping sounds were immediately heard, and the chopping waves that collided with the Phoenix Seal immediately swept away. Humph! The golden lion snorted coldly and swung out another swordlight, cutting down the flying phoenix. Whitebeard, you old thing. Are you trying to go against me? Don't make me kill you. Duong! The huge clump of cloud cut slammed hard into the ground as Whitebeard glared angrily at Sky. Luffy is Ace's brother. I will never allow you to hurt him. Asshole. Come on then. All of a sudden, the original separate side of the Flying Sky Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates, the sword tensions rose. Nine-tailed Fox Carterdeppen, King of Evil Government Abaro Pizarro, Giant Battleship San Diegan Hungry Wolf, and Big Wine Jolt. These were the vicious pirates that this guy Sky had found in the 6th floor of the City of Propulsion. Simply put, it's a hard cut-off of the dead tiki. Click, click, click. Dense spatial cracks blossomed in Whitebeard's fists, becoming denser and denser, clearly arriving at their peak. And the golden lion in the air was not willing to show weakness. A sword aura surrounded the circumference. Gazing at Whitebeard, Mako boy, who are you going to help? Suddenly, Sky looked at Makiling. Makiling, who was eating melon. Hit it. I'm getting ready for a good show. And Whitebeard looked over. Humph. The two old things don't even look at what place this is. But you guys can fight if you want to. And now that Ace has been rescued, I should get going. Waving his hand, Mu Ling said with a face full of helplessness. Ace has been rescued. Whitebeard is fine. And Blackbeard is dead. This topsy-turvy war is no longer interesting. Time to go. Whitebeard and the Golden Lion were stunned in unison and were about to say something. Rumbling. In an instant, countless terrifying radium rays burst out from the walls, like a downpour towards all the pirates. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately afterward, dozens of cannons burst in unison, and a sky full of cannonballs blasted down as if they were meteorites. Go, you who destroyed all of Marinvado. Is it gone? Clamor. The space shattered, and a round black and purple door opened instantly. Chapter 69, The Void. What man? The Golden Lion shouted angrily, and with that, Mu Ling's gaze also looked toward that door of emptiness. A crack in space? Shattering the void? Space reverse flow. Suddenly, an old voice came out from the void gate. Immediately afterward, 3 black and purple space doors appeared behind the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Makiling respectively. Wow, 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 wow. In an instant, the void trembled, and terrifying tearing sounds were like wind gusts, constantly pulling at the bodies of the 3 Mu Ling people. Asshole. The Golden Lion instantly became furious, and between the 2 swords, countless sword chi chopped towards the void door behind him. Only in the next second, the seemingly ferocious sword chi was swallowed without a trace by the void. Click! A black crack ripped up underneath the Golden Lion's feet, merging with the void door and completely engulfing Sky's body. Damn you! Sky wants to escape from this void gate. It was just that even though he had used all his means, and the ability of the puffy fruit had been utilized to the extreme, it was nowhere near as fast as the collapse of the void. A few breaths later, Sky disappeared and the void returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. The crowd was shocked, their eyes filled with incredulity. The Golden Lion just disappeared? This is too. Pops, be careful. Suddenly, Marco exclaimed. Click, click, click. Two black space blades instantly appeared in front of Whitebeard, shattering space and forcing Whitebeard towards the void gate step by step. Never. Right fist condensed space power. Whitebeard body muscles soared. Terrifying aura like shock waves in his body bloomed. Avalanche. Rumbling. The two space blades instantly burst and were shattered by Whitebeard's punch. Then both fists opened fiercely. Left and right. Whitebeard again blew the void door behind him into pieces. Damn Whitebeard. There was anger in the old voice. Ma Qiling. Captain. Let go of him. The Mu Ling, who had sword light streaking across the sky, flames, storms, and means all coming out, still couldn't escape the tearing of the void gate. Amidst the shouts of the crowd, little by little, Mu Ling's body was enveloped in blackness and plunged into the void. Asterisk. System do something. Beep. Parsing the void gate now. Taking time. Nima. Asshole. Whitebeard shouted explosively. Copied up the Tsong Yun Che and chopped fiercely in the direction of Ma Qiling. Click. 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 Between the raging light of the blade, dense white cracks accompanied the light of the blade and continuously burst up. Boom! The space shook, and immediately afterward, it turned into fragments and scattered on the ground, and the empty void appeared in front of everyone's eyes. But Mu Ling, however, had followed in the footsteps of the Golden Lion and had long since disappeared. Captain, disappeared? Hiria said in confusion. Ma Qiling, you, Hancock exclaimed as he looked at the empty space in front of him. Space disintegration? The void gate? Could it be the legendary superhuman space fruit? A flash of horror passed through old Shah's eyes and he said in a deep voice. Enelu, I don't know, but I'm sure the captain won't die. Asshole. Damn you. Whitebeard was incapable of anger. Just 1 second away from saving Ma Qiling himself. Boom. Suddenly, a huge void crack appeared above the heads of the pirates, followed by a sky full of cannonballs as well as rays of laser rays surging in. The space was dislocated, and the attack that was originally far away was now close at hand. Rumbling. In an instant, the roiling cannon fire smashed to the ground and burst through the crowd. Watch out, everyone. Help me. Help me. Thumbs up. Terrifying rays of radium pierced through the body of one pirate after another, followed by a sudden death or injury under the covering blows of the cannon fire. Keep firing. Don't stop. Damn pirates. None of you will escape today. With a wave of his hand, Warlord ordered the pacifists as well as the shells to continue their assault. Fire Fist, covered in flames, aced through punch after punch, shattering a cannonball. Phoenix Seal. The blue fire phoenix once again exploded out of Marco's body, spreading its huge feathered wings and intercepting countless cannonballs as well as laser rays in midair. At once, shouts, screams, and various explosions resounded throughout the battlefield, and Hawkeye, who had just woken up from Mu Ling's strange disappearance, immediately ran towards the high platform. If you only focus on defense, you will always be on the receiving end. The main thing at the moment is destroying those pacifists as well as the gunbores. In a flash, his body was like a swimming fish, nimbly swimming in the midst of the cannon fire, and in a few breaths, Hawkeye arrived under the city wall. Oh Hawkeye my hawk! Shameful traitor! I will not let you have your way. Blazing magma continued to drip down from Akane, immediately forming a huge wall of magma stone that stopped Hawkeye. Boom! The next moment, the magma stone wall crumbled and displaced, destroyed by Hawkeye's sword. Humph! The name of the king's 7 Muskai. Don't even bother. Clanking, between the heavy shadows of the swords, countless sword lights intersected with Akane's arms, exploding into a cloud of booms. Asshole! A knife crushed dozens of cannonballs. Put Whitebeard angrily shouted. Body aura sword under. A knife to the air of the void door. 60 million volt, thunder dragon. Naughty. Thunder was dense and silver snakes danced about as a raging thunder dragon instantly sprang out of the thunder drums behind Anilu and rushed towards the void door. Bang! 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 The space shook and thundered, and after shattering countless shells, the void gate began to tremble. On the other hand, just as Hawkeye was fighting Akane, a flash of red sword energy burst out from Thunderstorm. Chopper! Miso! The sky-rushing sword aura condensed into a giant sword arc, chopping all the gunbores on the stands to pieces. Just as Hiria turned his attention to the dozen or so pacifists, clamor, a golden light appeared, and Yellow Ape, who was holding the heavenly cloud sword, stopped him. Boom! After Tsong Yun Che exploded the last of his spatial power, the void door in the sky collapsed with it. What a headache! I was planning to take care of the three of you together, but I didn't realize that I missed one. The old voice was not loud, but it had a strange magical power that clearly traveled into everyone's ears. But there's no harm in it. Remnant of the old days. Edward Newgate. You'll give an account here today. Clamor. The void shifted and a tall man in a black suit stepped out. Long hair, long beard, and a slender figure that appeared to be very stout. At once, the faces of everyone present tightened, because they recognized the person in front of them. It is the supreme ruler of the world government. 5 old stars. Note, say a few things. 1. I didn't extraordinarily highlight how strong the 5 elder stars were, and the battle didn't fall apart because the space fruit is a unique attribute that no one has ever seen before. So Makiling and the Golden Lion were just careless for a moment and fell victim to the 5 elder stars' tricks. 2. The reason why the 5 elder stars want to lay hands on the 3 people is because he knows that he is not the opponent of Makiling and the others. Capturing the thief is the first thing to do. So taking advantage of all the people do not understand the spatial fruit suddenly struck, which is also equivalent to a kind of seal, will be closed to the people in the void, and does not kill. 3. As if the nature of each other, the powerful ringing thunder fruit lost to the rubber fruit. Makiling and the Golden Lion have no way of space fruit, but it is very unimpressed by the Whitebeard's shock fruit. 4. Said that's all, abandoned the book of friends, let's get together and goodbye. I also looked at those who said to abandon the book, no one to give 5 stars, and no one has sent a gift. So that's it. I'll see you in the river and lake. Chapter 70, The Power of Space. Black. Endless blackness. There was nothing but emptiness in front of him, and it was all a blur. Couldn't see the Golden Lion and wondered where the bastard had gone. Maybe not even in the same space as yourself. Superhuman space fruit? I'm sure the person who came would be one of the 5 elder stars. That strong? Or is the spatial property unique and one just hasn't found a solution? The image of Whitebeard shattering those 2 space blades with one punch came to mind in Makiling's mind. It doesn't look that tough. It's just one punch and it's broken. The system? Your ass. Isn't it ready yet? The system was silent and didn't answer Makiling. Okay. Waving his hand. Makiling looked a bit helpless. This should be considered one of the strongest enemies he's encountered since entering the pirate world, right? Maybe not the strongest, but certainly one of the weirdest and toughest. Spatial means that cannot be attacked. Faceted gates of space. Gee, interesting. The corners of his mouth rose, and Mu Ling didn't look much more impatient. Outside, there is Whitebeard in the world, but also the flying air pirates, Whitebeard pirates, evil spirit pirates and others. Makiling was reassuring enough, and after a brief moment of calm, he had also long since snapped out of his initial surprise. Himself and the Golden Lion had only suffered the loss of unseen knowledge, not to mention having never encountered a space system ability person. That's why the other side succeeded in their sneak attack. If the other party was really so strong that he could solve himself and the Golden Lion in one move, oh, then where would there still be the existence of the 4 emperors? The sea would have been calm. After thinking it through, Mu Ling was much more relaxed and continued to walk forward. Outside world. Geez, it's the 5 old stars? The red pupil herding spirit and the Golden Lion have both been resolved? This can't be. What do we do? How about running? Asshole. Cursing angrily, the giant battleship sanctuary bearded wolf's head turned, and he ran towards the outside of Marinvento, and the rest of the pirates of the flying air pirates slipped away with them. Like the Blackbeard pirates, the Golden Lion, who relied on his strength to suppress the crowd. Once he was gone, the entire flying sky pirates would crumble and be displaced, ceasing to exist. Bunch of losers. With a disdainful cry, Enelu's entire body turned into a thunderous light and charged towards the pacifist. Divine punishment. Rumbling. Thunder descended. A thick column of thunder instantly shattering the 2 pacifists. Thor Anilu? An icy voice rang in his ears, and an ice seal instantly turned Anilu into an ice sculpture. Only the next moment, thunder fell from the sky and shattered the cold ice. Admiral Green Pheasant? Interesting, laughed Anilu. And Hiryu was tangling with Yellow Sorrow at the moment. A red and a gold. The 2 sword-ons constantly intersected and collided with each other. Yo ho ho ho, what a shame. Your captain appears to be dead. Yellow Sorrow teased with a crooked grin. Jia, can I take it that you can't beat my captain and that's why you're praying with such naive thoughts? Hiryu said defiantly. Yo, what arrogance. Madaka. In an instant, the thunderstorm and the heavenly cloud sword collided together once again. Boom. Blasting the void blade in front of him with one punch. After getting a good look at the visitor, Whitebeard disdainfully said, want me to give an account here? Just you? Saying that, with a jolt of his body, Whitebeard, who was holding a Tsong Yin-che in his hand, rushed up like a cannonball. Spacefold. The 5 elder stars coldly grunted as their hands condensed a ball of white space power, followed by a moment of staggering left and right. Cut it out. 2 black circular folding spaces ripped up on both sides of Whitebeard, as if they were 2 long, sharp knives, chopping down in a staggered fashion. Duong. The next moment it was shattered by a punch from Whitebeard. How is that possible? You shouldn't be so. The 5 elder stars were filled with horror as they looked at Whitebeard, who was gradually approaching them, and their bodies tilted backward. immediately disappearing into the void door behind them. According to the information from the world government, Whitebeard is suffering from a vicious disease and his strength has long been greatly reduced. But now how? Ha! Trying to escape? Bang! The blade turned, and a dense spatial power covered the blade as it chopped down. Click, click, click. The void crumbled, but there was no sign of the 5 elder stars. Whitebeard stopped, and after closing his eyes, his extremely strong seeing color bay aura enveloped the entire battlefield like a large net. 1 second, 2 seconds, over here. Suddenly, accompanied by Whitebeard's explosive shout, a backhanded punch was slammed towards his back. Sound of escaping laughter. The 5 elder stars who had just appeared behind him was unprepared. He didn't even expect Whitebeard's reaction to be so sharp. Spitting out a mouthful of blood furiously, the 5 elder stars disappeared into the void once again, repelling the 5 elder stars with one punch. Instead of having any smirk on his face, Whitebeard looked at the distance strangely. Oh, so weak. Sure enough, I, with my fruits, am undoubtedly your greatest nemesis. Both the golden lion and Maki Ling guys didn't die? After all, you're not very strong, just a special fruit ability. Rumbling. In an instant, Whitebeard's body sank, as if he was building up to something, and a steady stream of spatial power rippled around his body. Green veins rippled and teeth were bared, and all of a sudden, the entire battlefield felt this earth-shattering aura. 5 elder stars, nothing more. Boom! The white-bearded man opened his hand, and in an instant, the entire space shook apart as countless cracks rippled around him, and then began to turn into pieces and fall to the ground. The light in his eyes flashed, as if he had discovered something. Whitebeard immediately shattered the void in front of him with a punch and grabbed it with his big hand. It was none other than the 5 elder stars who were secretly hiding within the void. Space collapse. The falling void fragment immediately turned sharp, glowing with a strange black-purple color, and stabbed down at Whitebeard, whose slightly smiling face loved it. With his right hand, he fiercely choked his opponent's neck, and with a single slash of the Tsong Yin Che held in his left hand, he chopped all the debris into ashes. Let them out, or I'll kill you. Click, 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 neck bones crunching, eyes rounded, face reddened. 5 elder stars was lifted in midair by Whitebeard like a small chicken, struggling up in death. Chapter 71, The 5 Elder Stars, Pawn. The Void. Mu Ling was still walking aimlessly, not knowing where the end point was, and even the landing point of the party had disappeared. The dusty, unchanging surroundings, the distorted space. There was nothing more noteworthy than the series of explosions just now. Nima, at least give me something. In novels, there's always a monster, an enemy or something in this kind of scene. System, are you there? Did you hiccup? System? System, your house is on fire. Supreme Spirit Alchemy System of the 3rd year class. Your mom has taken 2 cans of wanted milk and is waiting for you at the school entrance. Gotta. It's nice to have no one to talk to, just to fight. Rumbling. Suddenly, the entire space began to quake, and those twisted spaces around them collapsed, revealing large swaths of black and purple voids. Exhale. In an instant, the wind suddenly rose, as if the powerful air pressure was being drained away. The suction force that attacked the whole body continuously tore up Mu Ling's body, pulling him step by step into the hollow. Again? Having learned a lesson once, Mu Ling wouldn't dare to be careless this time. Hell knows what's inside this hollow. Another twisted dimension? Or somewhere in the world of pirates? Gee, maybe it's Ralph Drew. Streams of light flickered in his hands, and Mu Ling thrust his dual swords in his hands fiercely downward. Click, click, click. The sharp blade of the sword cut through the twisted matter beneath his feet, and little by little he glided towards the hollow. It's much slower, but fundamentally unchanged. McKeeling's heart was burning with anxiety, and his body's puffy fruit ability was turned up to the extreme, constantly resisting the powerful suction force. Stormbind, shoo away. Accompanied by Mu Ling's furious shout, countless raging winds instantly exploded within his body, and then his entire body was wrapped in an extremely swift and violent cyclone. Bang, bang, bang. The cyclone and suction force interlaced. 2 extremely strong gales tore each other apart. Collision sounds, bursting sounds, suddenly endless, and at the same time, Maki Ling finally stopped skidding and stood still. Phew, this TM is just great. Letting out a long breath, Maki Ling, who had one experience, was obviously much more comfortable this time. It's almost as if we're not going back at all. Beep. Hosts, please leave Twisted Space as soon as possible. Countdown 5. Maki Ling. Hemp oil. You're alive? Did you make this? Beep. Yes. This system has cracked this twisted space. Now the host can go out. Your ass didn't say so. Rustle of skirts. In the next moment, Mu Ling turned into a stream of light and rushed into the hollow. Click, click, click. Space shattered, and countless cracks in the void burst out from Whitebeard's hands, gradually spreading towards the 5 elder stars. Hey, you just kill me. I won't let those 2 guys go. Abominable Whitebeard, remnant of the old times. Sooner or later you will die at the hands of the world government. The 5 elder stars, who were deadlocked by their necks, their faces rose purple and red, and their 7 orifices bled, meticulously breathed out. Having had his entire body bones shattered by Whitebeard, he had long had a death wish, but it was able to imprison the golden lion and the red pupil shepherd's spirit in the void forever. It's worth dying for. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Click, click, click. Whitebeard was enraged, and his right hand became even harder, and at once, a series of crackling and snapping sounds of bones breaking resounded once again. Kill me. Hurry. The 5 elder stars would rather Whitebeard punch himself to death than constantly teeter on the brink of death like this. Asshole. Get help. Warlord burst out. Immediately transforming into a great Buddha, he was ready to rush over and save the 5 elder stars, only to look back and realize that Carp was sitting cross-legged as steady as a mountain. Unperturbed. Carp, what are you doing? Cut. If you want to go, you go. I'm not going. Carp snaps his nose in disdain. These assholes, the 5 elder stars, didn't tell themselves a lot back then in order to get themselves promoted to Grand Admiral. It's annoying as hell. Carp can't wait for Whitebeard to hammer this one to death. You, Warlord gasped on the spot. Click. Suddenly, above the high platform, right beside the Warlord, a door of emptiness instantly burst open. Immediately afterward, in full view of everyone, Mu Ling walked out from it. Red pupil herding spirit? You? How did you? A startled cry came from his ears, and Mu Ling turned his head to look, only to see Warlord looking at himself as if he had seen a ghost. Oh Warlord, don't worry. I won't bother you. Clamor. His body turned into a gale, and in the next moment, Maki Ling appeared beside Whitebeard. Captain, this is wonderful. Hiryu exclaimed. Ha, I told you, that's the captain. Aniru, who was fighting with Green Pheasant, couldn't help but be filled with joy. The pentagram was confused, looking at the peaceful and smiling Maki Ling who was all in one piece. 3 views are destroyed. Could it be that my space fruit is a fake? This Nima. Ha, since Maki Ling is fine, then you can go to hell. Whitebeard let out a long laugh, and his thick arms began to exert themselves, trying to choke the 5 elder stars alive. Wait, leave the heads for me. Scold. The sky-rushing sword rose up from the ground and shot into the clouds. Whitebeard didn't know why, but remembered Maki Ling's actions after Blackbeard's death. Since when does this kid like to specialize in collecting heads? What's wrong with this? Sneer at. The sword light was fleeting, and the raging flames instantly burned the 5 elder stars to ashes. So far, the ruler of the world government, one of the 5 elders. Death. Maki Ling, it's really great that you're okay. Snap. A fragrant breeze hit Hancock, and he instantly flung himself into Maki Ling's arms, before bursting into pearly sobs. As the beauty entered his arms, Mu Ling instantly stiffened. No way. Women only affect how fast I can draw my sword. I'm Maki Steel Straight Spirit. I'm like a swordsman with no feelings. It's okay, don't worry. Rubbing the little head in his arms, Mu Ling laughed. Beep. Host kills one of the 5 elder stars. Hana Demo. Plunder its superhuman system of space fruits. Clamor. With a flash of flowing light, a dark white fruit covered with weird patterns appeared in Mu Ling's hand. An extremely rare space fruit in the pirate world. Taking it back to the warehouse, Maki Ling planned to eat it himself. This is such a good thing that it must not be cheap. Beep. Host kills the 5 elder stars for the first time, issuing a quest reward. Immortal rank sword skill chopping ghosts and gods +1. Wow. Warm currents surged in his mind, and countless bright and dazzling sword lights echoed in Mu Ling's brain. Immediately afterward, a vast and muffled voice startled the heavens and the earth. The righteousness of heaven and earth is everlasting. Do not seek to kill the immortals, but cut down the ghosts and gods. Note, actually, the 5 elders aren't weak. One of the 5 is a man with a long sword and dressed in samurai robes. The sword in his hand is one of the supreme great fast swords, the first generation of Guizhou. Without absolute strength, it would never be possible to subdue this sword. Chapter 72, Conclusion. Rumbling. The sky-rushing sword blade chopped straight down, while Mu Ling also woke up. A flash of sword light flashed in his eyes, and the corners of Mu Ling's mouth rose slightly. Surprisingly, it's an immortal rank sword skill to cut down ghosts and gods? Gee, the old awesome. Comforting the Hancock in his arms briefly, Makiling looked to Whitebeard. It's over, isn't it? Whitebeard nodded, a flash of complexity in his eyes. This time, it should be the closest to destroying the entire Navy headquarters, but he didn't dare to take the risk, and neither did Makiling, because of the Navy headquarters, and even more so because of the world government, thousands of navies, countless rear admirals and vice admirals, not to mention, who knows if the Navy will have even more secretive means yet to be revealed. If the attack continues, I'm afraid very few will survive. And that was when the battle within the battlefield had ended. The crowd of evil spirit pirates gathered around Makiling and looked at their own captain with a smile. Ming had run away, not being swept off his feet despite awakening the thread fruit, chose to withdraw. Hawkeye was also there, now a member of the evil spirit pirates and constantly thinking of having another sword duel with Makiling. Let's go Luffy! Solon retracted his long sword. The entire war full of soy sauce in his heart has long been upset to the extreme. It's indeed time to go. In the meantime, it's time for us to practice hard, Sanji said in a deep voice. This war was nothing less than a resounding slap in the face to all the Straw Hat Gang. Too weak. Then Ace. Let's go. At this moment, Luffy seemed to have grown up a little, and a complexity that he had never seen before showed in his eyes. Akatsuki Makarin, Whitebeard, the 3 admirals of the Navy, the 5 Elder Stars, and more. These were strong enemies that Luffy had never encountered before. Weak. Really too weak. Go ahead. But what are your plans for later? Going to the New World? Ace said seriously. Not for now. I'm going to take my pals to Uncle Riley and let him take us to cultivate. Otherwise, with our current strength, there would be no place for us in the New World. Clenching his fists, Luffy spoke in a deep voice. Good. I'll visit you after I finish handling things within the pirates. Then it's a deal. Bye. With a wave of his hand, the 3 Luffys jumped onto the Sunny and disappeared into the sea in no time. Let's go. With a big wave of his hand, Whitebeard also gave the order to retreat. Both pirate groups were fine with it, as everyone present, to a greater or lesser extent, had minor injuries. It would be unwise to continue fighting. Carp, you old bastard. Wash your neck and wait. I won't show any mercy the next time I see you. Waving his hand, Makiling bid farewell to Carp in the stands. Ha ha ha, you asshole. Get the hell out of here. Carp laughed. Warfare. As much as he didn't want to let these pirates go, Warlord looked at the wrecked Marinvado and instantly let out another long sigh. Marshal, are we really going to let them go? Green Pheasant murmured. On the side, Akane had long since been drenched in blood and half paralyzed on the ground. After fighting Whitebeard and then Hawkeye, Akane is truly one of the hardest workers in the entire battlefield. Yes, as much as I don't want to, it's a no-brainer. This time, the Navy headquarters has suffered serious casualties, continuing to fight on, really reaching the stage of immortality. Warlord was confident that he would leave all the pirates here as a whole, except that would be the end of the Navy headquarters. In a flash, the grim-faced Warlord thought of many things, the antagonistic relationship between Navy and pirates, as well as the role of setting each other off and lifting each other up. Humph. Akane grunted coldly, looking away from the crowd of pirates, her body blazing once more. Pheasant didn't say anything, his eyes wandering, not knowing what he was thinking. As for Yellow Sorrow, he had long been sitting in a chair idly trimming his nails, the least injured of the 3 generals. Hello, Ace is fine, Pops is fine, and that's the best possible ending. Ha ha ha. We must have a party when we get back. You'd better heal yourself first. Rumbling. Suddenly, just as the crowd was about to leave, a huge pirate ship rose from the bottom of the sea, and the terrifying pirate flag shook every navy. Yes, it's the Redhead Pirates? Geez, why would one of the 4 emperors of the New World, the Redhead, come to Marinvado? It's finished. It's totally screwed. The originally disheartened crowd of navies can now be described as truly desperate. Bastard. The red-haired pirates actually showed up. Akane bellowed angrily and stood up shakily, obviously ready to fight. Who? A mist of ice was spat out from Green Pheasant's mouth and covered the wound, his eyes bursting with battle spirit. Yo ho ho ho, what a timely arrival. Warlord's face also grimaced, obviously very surprised by the redhead's arrival. See, the nosy ones are here again, Makiling said to the crowd with a smile. Shilio, Gia, there really are them everywhere. Enelu, he's not going to ask us to give him a face again, is he? Old Sandy, can't say. Most likely. From what I know of the redhead, he shouldn't be here to fight, Hawkeye said in a deep voice. Makiling then remembered that Hawkeye and the red-haired Shanks were very good friends, but ever since Shanks lost his left arm, Hawkeye had no interest in competing with him in swordplay. Red-headed Shanks? What are you doing here? Whitebeard said in surprise. Snap! The redhead jumped off the boat and looked at the crowd, his aura instantly skyrocketing. Gentlemen, I didn't come here today to fight. Instead, I'm here to stop this endless war, so please also give me a redhead. Nah no. Dead to the store. Stop. Suddenly, a helpless voice interrupted Shanks, and it was none other than Makiling. We're all ready to go. No more fighting, so you don't have to say any more about what face is or isn't. Bye. Rumbling. As soon as Mu Ling's words fell, in the next second, the evil spirit and motorbike instantly took off into the air, flying into the sky under the gazes of countless people. Shanks. Crowd. Snap. A crisp smack to the face rang in Shanks' ears. Captain. Jesus Boo instantly became furious. The bullets in his hands instantly loaded, and he angrily stared at Makiling. What are you going to do, Jesus Boo? Don't you forget what we came for, Beckman said in a deep voice. But this asshole, Akatsuki Makarin, even spoke out against the captain. Shut up, Shanks raged, then turned and walked away. Note, the top is finally over. Shanks was brushed off and the Straw Hat Gang saw the lack of strength because of the battle. Ace is not dead. Whitebeard is not dead. Chapter 73, The Fifth Emperor of the Sea. After flying out of the waters near Marinvado, Makiling put the Moby Dick into the sea. Let's say goodbye to the old thing. Take care of your health and don't get hiccuped early. Asshole. Hurry up you. Waving his hand. Whitebeard lost his smile. Thank you, Mr. Makiling. Ace said respectfully. Thank you, Mr. Makiling. The white group of people thanked in unison. Ha. See you soon. With a long laugh, the evil spirit cut through the heavy airwaves and flew towards the distance. Captain, where are we going next? Helmsman Evening wondered. Let's go to the water capital. Counting the time, this iceberg guy should have already built the underworld. Incidentally, it's time for him to return to his place. Looking at the sea of clouds, Mu Ling faintly said, TSK, the legendary ancient weapon Pluto? What anticipation? Shiro sighed. Old Sandy, something rumored to be able to destroy an island with a single shot and make the world government tremble. Cut. Is it as powerful as this god's ark? Anilu said disdainfully. The crowd froze in unison, a strange look on their faces, and a hint of concern in their eyes as they looked at Anilu. After all, it is everyone's responsibility to care for the mentally handicapped. You kids haven't seen the world. Redneck, it's not your fault. What kind of looks are you guys giving me? Anilu wasn't happy. It was a look he was all too familiar with. Nothing. Good performance this time. And old Shah, through this war, do you have anything you want to say? When Mu Ling said this, old Shah's originally smiling face fell. Although Mu Ling was inquiring about himself, the meaning of it was understood by everyone. Anilu shines in this war, while he, on the other hand, can only deal with the usual admirals and minions. Too weak. The current him was not considered top-notch within the entire pirate group, but at best a second-rate. How could this be tolerated by the sand crocodile, who had always been high-minded and proud? I know, Captain. I'll leave if I have to. What? Leave? Don't. Captain. Hiryu, who had always been at odds with old Shah, was the first to object. Me too. This crocodile can't leave the pirates. Anilu tensed. Even though we're all a bunch of badasses and not really good people, how can we say we're splitting up after all this time? Jinpei cocked his head and looked at Makarin in disbelief. He didn't think the captain would be this kind of person. Did he? It was cold and murderous, but anyone could feel it. There was still a trace of warmth deep inside Makiling. Horizontal tablet or inscribed board. Makiling froze. These self-serving guys. Then a stream of light flashed in his hand, and a black magnetic fruit shot into old Sandy's arms. This is a devil fruit? For me? Old Shah immediately exclaimed. Evening, another devil fruit? The captain is awesome. It looks like it should be a Superman-type devil fruit. Hiryu murmured. Aniru, since it was given by the captain, it should have no side effects like the transparent fruit of Hiryu's asshole. This is Kiddo's magnetic fruit, and now it's yours, old Sandy. Also, without my permission, anyone who dares to threaten to quit the pirates again, consider it a betrayal. Clamor. After saying that, Mu Ling turned into a clear wind and disappeared in place. Old Sand, who was holding the magnetic fruit, looked at Makiling's disappearing back, a touch of complexity appearing in his eyes. Myself. I must get stronger. 7 days later. Wow. The seagull delivering the newspaper swung its body and threw it at Jinping, then flew away with the fish in its mouth. Oh, the latest newspaper? It should have reported on this topsy-turvy war, right? Hiryu, who was wiping the thunderstorm, wondered. That should be it. I wonder if my bounty will break 1 billion this time. Anilu said with a grin. Hey, no matter how high you are, you can't surpass me. Don't dream of it, asshole. Wanna fight? Cut. I don't have the energy for this. Are you afraid? Lazy. Hiryu waved his hand, full of helplessness. It's the captain's fault. He's been cooped up in his room for 7 whole days. And he doesn't know what he's doing. The whole Hawkeye guy has to come to himself every day to test his swordsmanship. It's annoying as hell. The captain killed the world ruler Pentagram in Manhwa this time. So I'm sure the bounty will be raised substantially. Biting into the bone of a leg of lamb. Bonnie envied it. The crowd was dumbfounded and all of them couldn't help but look towards the newspaper in Jinping's hand. The original bounty of $3,020 million. This time, I'm afraid it's going to be straight to $4 billion. Clamor. Turn over the paper. The fall of an era. The strong rise of a new emperor. Jie Ping, who saw the title at the first glance, was instantly shaken, and his entire body froze on the spot. 7 days ago, Whitebeard's second captain, Firefist Ace, son of Pirate King Roger, was publicly executed at the Navy headquarters in Manhwa. The battle that mobilized the entire Navy headquarters and laid down heavy defenses is called the War on Top. And in the Top War, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Evil Spirit Pirates, and the Flying Sky Pirates, the three forces gathered together in a single group and attacked in a big way. And in this, the new emperor was born. He saved the day, saved the strongest man in the world. Edward Newgate, killed one of the 5 elders, the ruler of the world government. Hana Demo, defeated the 3 great generals, and destroyed all of Manhwa in one fell swoop. A devilish figure, as one of the remnants of the old times, not half as despondent as he was, he instead rose all the way to the throne. Him, coming from the old era, ascending to the new era, now the 5th emperor of the sea, the Red Pupil Makiling. Boom! The crowd froze. The 5th emperor of the sea? Geez, the captain is so good. We'll all be Imperial class pirates from now on. Quick! I want to see the bounty. Quick! 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 Enilu said excitedly. Clamor. Jubiai shook the paper, and all of a sudden, several brand new wanted notices fell on the deck. Akatsuki Makoran, the 5th king of the sea, captain of the evil spirit pirates, killed 3 of the world's nobles, the Tenryu, and one of the 5 elders, Hana Demo, a week ago in the War of the Tops. Bounty, 4,000, 200, 000 berries. Shah Crocodile, member of the evil spirit pirates, one of the original 7 Muskai under the king, betrayed the world government, escaped from the city of propulsion, and participated in the war from the top. Bounty, 970 million belts. See Warrior Jinpei, member of the evil spirit pirates, one of the original Shichibukai, betrayed the world government, escaped from the city of propulsion, and participated in the war from the top. Bounty, 1,000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000. Rain no Shiru, a member of the evil spirit pirates, former head guard of the city of propulsion, who escaped from the city of propulsion to take part in the war from the top. Bounty, 1,520, 000, 000 belts. Thor Enilu, member of the evil spirit pirates, participate in the war on top. Bounty, 1,000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000. Joel Bonnie, one of the original supernovas, now a member of the evil spirit pirates, involved in the war on top. Bounty, 310 million belly. Hawkeye Mihawk, one of the original 7 musketeers under the king, later betrayed the world government and joined the evil spirit pirates. Bounty, 2,000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000. There's so much controversy over Hawkeye's bounty. It seems like it came up once in Operation Frenzy. I think this is a pretty good price. Chapter 74, The Turbulence of the World. New World Cake Island. Darkness in the Palace. The Navy actually lost the war at the top? The Whitebeard Pirates won big? The 5th Emperor of the Sea, Akatsuki Makoran. The bounty is up to 4,000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000 bells. This, Mom, what do we do now? Charlotte Paraspero, the eldest son, who was holding the paper, spoke sharply. Red Pupil Macon, Whitebeard, oh bastards, all die for me. Bang! With a big fling, The angry Big Mom swept all the desserts off the table and onto the floor. A cold light shot out from his terrifying eyes, and at that moment, everyone in the entire palace felt a powerful pressure bombard the top of their heads. "M.O.M." Paraspero exclaimed sharply. "The Navy is really a bunch of losers. That old man Whitebeard didn't even die. How could he let that bastard Makiling become the 5th emperor of the sea? Humph. Temporarily stop all external activities and don't go looking for trouble from them. Besides, the Red Pupil Makiling's relationship with that old man Whitebeard is not an ordinary one. Now, it's time to take some measures. Contact that asshole Kaido right now," Big Mom said angrily. "Got it, Mom. But," Paraspero said lustfully. "What's wrong, Katakuri? Brother, he's not all set to go." Big Mom froze, then remembered Kaji, who had already set out in half a year to bring back the head of the Akatsuki Makoto. "Quickly, contact Katakuri and get him back." Big Mom panicked. "It's like a meat bag that never comes back." "Got it, Mom." The palace was once again plunged into darkness. Kazunokuni. Rabbit Bowl. Duong. The huge bottle slammed hard against the rock wall, and in no time at all an angry roar came from Kaido from inside the cave. "Where's the wine? Asshole, hurry up with the wine." Rumble of a stomach. After draining a large altar of fine wine in one gulp, Kaido half paralyzed in his seat with none other than the world's latest economic times at his fingertips. Next to it is Makiling's wanted poster. Bastard. This old thing Whitebeard isn't even dead. The 5th emperor of the sea? Humph. Damnable guy. Chest continues to rise and fall. Angry Kaido now as long as see this wanted notice will remember that day's shocking sword he himself had lost, defeated at the hands of Makiling, and the powerful henchman, Inferno Plague Ashes, is not even healed until now. Damn it. Bang. The more Kaido thought about it, the more angry he became, and the wine altar crumbled in his hands once again. "Lord Kaido, what do we do now?" Quinn whispered. "Settle down for a while, don't touch that guy's head for a while, and contact that old woman at Big Mom. Hey Whitebeard, Makiling, we'll see." Revolutionary Army Headquarters Bardigo, Shirato Island. Apart from the 4 army chiefs of the East, West, South, North and South, all the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were sitting in a circle at this time. Everyone had a newspaper in their hands, their faces full of disbelief. Fire Fist Ace was successfully rescued, Marinvado was destroyed, and Naval Headquarters Martial Warlord resigned. The 5th Emperor of the Sea, Red Pupil Makarin, has risen to power, and the evil spirit pirates. Unbelievable. The Navy lost? One noisy murmur echoed through the conference room. Watching these news, it was as if they had arrived at the dawn of a new era in the pirate world. "Yo, I see your son. Roo. Luffy boy is a very nice young man." The Demon King laughed out loud. This time, Luffy was able to sneak into the City of Propulsion at a great cost to him, in addition to Riley's help. Humph. The dragon grunted coldly and looked at Luffy on the paper, wondering what he was thinking. "Do we need to do something though? Dragons? Not for now, but I feel the need to meet with this red pupil herding spirit." "What?" The human Demon King was shocked. "The storms of the new age are blowing, and the Navy is sure to make a series of measures in this defeat. This remnant of the old age. I'm interested in him," Dragon said in a deep voice. Bang. "Saber, you. What happened to you?" Suddenly, Kara, a Revolutionary Army cadre, pushed herself out of her seat and ran over to Saber. Only then did the crowd see that at this time Saber's face was full of grimace. His eyes were red and covered with blood, covering his head one by one. Why do they look familiar when I see them? Ah, my head. Saber, what's wrong with you? Is everything alright? Doctor. Excitement hormones. Sneer at. Inside the cabin of the Wicked Spirit. Open the control panel. Supreme Spirit Refining System. Host, Makiling. Bounty, $4. 000 000 Weapons, Fluorescent Dragon Sword, Mortal Order, Cripple Feather, Spirit Order. Fruit, Extreme Inferno number 2. Storm number 2. Space number 1. Puffy number 1, hashtag is Refining Spirit. Body, Mortal Rank, Spirit Refining number 11. Abilities, Thundering Bagua number 3, Mastery Level, Lion Sword Dance number 2, Mastery Level, Mutant Overlord Color / Shiraba number 1, Mastery Level, Armed Color Hegemony number 1, Mastery Level, Breaking Army Ascending Dragon Strike number 3, Minor Achievement Level, Hearth Hearing Color Hegemony number 1, Mastery Level, Fluttering Like a Stunner number 2, Mastery Level, Broken Air Batusai Chopping number 1, Mastery Level, Soulful One Sword number 2, Mastery Level. Avatar, Demon Sword Art, Spirit Rank. Greedy Hand. Demon Slashing, Immortal Rank. Ninjutsu, Fire Transportation, Haworyu no Jutsu. Spirit Points, 50. System Points, 20. Power, 540. Speed, 450. Defense, 660. Life, 400. Clamor. Stretching out his hand. A terrifying void crack instantly appeared at the tip of Mu Ling's finger, a little bit towards the front of your eyes. In an instant, a tiny void door gradually grew larger, revealing the black and purple twisted space within. In the next second, an old man with lifeless eyes and disheveled hair walked out of the door. Here, is the old man out? Ugh, dreaming again. Forget it, just die. It's better to stay in here than to die. Sneer at. The golden lion, who was already no different from a walking corpse, muttered under his breath, but in his hand, he slowly drew out Sakura 10 and wiped it towards his neck. Maki Ling, TSK, how dare you try to kill yourself? Awesome, good idea, come on, hands up, I'm waiting to see. The flirtatious voice reached the golden lion's ears. Sky froze, realizing how the voice sounded so much like Maki Ling's. The punk kids. What? You're not going to kill yourself? No, do you want me to help you? Sky, asshole, how dare you kid fool old me, Sky said in annoyance, making a move to rush up and punch Maki Ling. He, this is the second time I've saved you, old thing. How about it? No show? Indicates what? Be my companion and join the evil spirit pirates. Bullshit. How can? I have my own pirate group. What are you dreaming of? Your flying air pirates have long since disbanded, and you've disappeared without a trace. Bang! Sky sat on his ass, full of despondency and old age. This is kind of another failure, isn't it? Note, thank you to reader friend, Blue Blood Evergreen, for the explosive shift sprinkles, as well as reader friend, Song, for the 3 hypes. Thank you a million times over. To be honest, gifts have been a lot less recently. Brothers free brush up. A hair is also love. Chapter 75, Momo Fruit. Battle with Roger. Geographical advantage and human harmony all occupy. Only did not expect the timing. After that, Roger died, and believing himself to be invincible again, he made a suicide attack on the Navy headquarters and was escorted into the city of propulsion. He later escaped at the expense of his legs and traveled to the East China Sea to conduct secret experiments. As a result, he was crushed by Straw Hat Luffy. After that, Mu Ling escaped from prison, saved himself, and even cured his legs with a miraculous means. But now, eyes lifeless, Shurji looked ahead in confusion, suddenly having a feeling that the world was so big. Where should he go from here? It seems to be getting really old, I guess. How's that for consideration? Join up. I'll make you a co-captain, alright? Maki Ling said smilingly, but inwardly, he knew that the Golden Lion would never join the evil spirit pirates. No other reason than he's Sky the Golden Lion, a man who is condescending to a fault. How could I join your pirate group? Don't dream, brat. After a short period of being stunned, the Golden Lion reacted and glanced disdainfully at Mu Ling, his face full of contempt. Maki Ling? You old thing. I still don't see you. Half a day later, the Golden Lion, who had learned everything, laughed out loud. Ha, not bad. The 5th Emperor of the Sea? Together with the last time, old me is considered to have been saved by you twice. I won't say any more nonsense, so I'll see you around. Clamor. The Golden Lion that turned into a gust of wind left, leaving behind the helpless Mu Ling. Don't ever die. Got it. The sound of the Golden Lion fading away came from the sea of clouds. It was late at night, while the deck was lit up and the crowd was partying. Captain, you're finally out. Hiria laughed as he clutched the bottle. You lost drink. Drink hard. Jepping copied a bottle of wine and shoved it hard into Analu's mouth. Analu? Woo. Bonnie's cozy look with her left hand on the grill and her right hand on the wine. A mouthful of meat and a mouthful of wine. Was simply unbeatable. It was just that what Mu Ling didn't expect was that the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, was still around? This woman is not going to leave? With a glance, Maki Ling saw Hawkeye sitting on the ship's mast, cradling a bottle of wine and taking small sips. Old Sand, on the other hand, was still practicing. Rustle, countless channels of yellow sand surrounded his body. Whirring. It was only when Mu Ling fixed his eyes that he discovered the secret. Magnetic sand. TSK, not bad old sand. Even by himself to pound out the magnetic sand. Captain, come. Get out of the way. Jia Ping. Bonnie didn't have the heart to say it, pulling Maki Ling toward Hancock with every fiber of her being. Evening. Is it my fault I'm wide? The end of the Great War does call for a good release. Looking at the happy crowd, Mu Ling put back the Momo fruit in his hand and shows it tomorrow. Mr. Mu Ling, concubine has a request? Can you grant it? Suddenly, a blushing Hancock whispered thinly. What's the request? Say it. Concubine wants to join the evil spirit pirates. Hancock covered her face and said shyly. Amount. Maki Ling froze. The pirate empress wanted to join her pirate group? Looking at Hancock's reddened pretty face, the gaze that flickered between his fingers. McKeeling's face gradually turned strange. You're obviously drunk. I take you for a companion and you want to be my wife? Good. I agree. From today you're a member of the evil spirit pirates. McKeeling naturally agreed. Not to mention Hancock's extreme strength, her identity was enough. Lord of the Nine Serpents Island and King of the Daughter Kingdom. This is a force to be reckoned with. After receiving McKeeling's permission, Hancock smiled like a flower and became even happier. Early morning. Gee, it looks like we were really drunk last night. Shaking his head, which was still a bit dizzy, Mooling washed his face and walked out of the hatch, cruising around for a week. Sure enough, Hancock was gone. It should have been himself who sent her away last night. After all, she was the head of a country, plus she had to return to Hydra Island to sit on it for her own betrayal of the world government this time. I'm told our mother-in-law's phone is ringing off the hook. Boom! With a flash of sword light, a rushing chopping wave exploded out of the black blade and blasted towards Shilio. Damn it! Cursing angrily, the slightly white-faced Hiria's body immediately transformed into a phantom and jumped into mid-air. Miso! Scarlet-colored sword she shot out from Thunderstorm and clashed hard with Hawkeye's chopper. Rumbling. In an instant, the sea of clouds tore apart. The wind was so fierce that the entire wicked spirit was trembling. Ha ha ha, good swordsmanship. Again. Clanking. Coming to life, Hawkeye's sword was like a phantom, and he tangled with Hiryu. Blade lights and sword shadows filled the air, and a shockwave like ripples blossomed out from underneath the two men's feet. And as if the surrounding crowd had long been accustomed to the scene, they continued to do their own things unhurriedly. Waving his hand, McKeeling walked towards Jinping, who was watching the battle from the side. With a flash of flowing light in his hand, a blue and green colored and covered with weird patterns devil fruit appeared in Mooling's hand. The very same Momo fruit that was looted after killing Bundy Ward. McKeeling intended to give it to Evening to take. Follow. Snap. Catching the fruit, Jinping froze. This is the Momo fruit. You should know what it can do, right? McKeeling said indifferently. No. But there are no side effects. And you don't need to worry about becoming a fishman who can't hold water. Evening. A fishman who can't water sounds so scary. No, I'll give it to someone else if you don't eat it. Mooling made a gesture to take it back. No. I'll eat. The sound of wailing and vomiting. Jinpei swallowed the Momo fruit in one bite, and then his entire face scrunched up. Ooh, it's so bad. A look of wanting to vomit but not daring to. Note, extra is added. Thanks to all the brothers who have sent gifts today. Thank you. A million thanks. Chapter 76, The New Evil Spirit. Clamor. In an instant, Jinping's body shook, only to feel that a constant stream of power was surging out of his body. A new ability is born. Hawkeye murmured. Oh my poor Jinping, I forgot to tell you that in fact, only one bite of devil fruit is enough. Hiria said with mock regret. Jinping, who was constantly feeling the Momo fruit's ability, his face instantly blackened, then innocently looked at McKeeling. Don't look at me. I was going to say something about it, but who knows? You're a hard ass. TSK, awesome. McKeeling gave a thumbs up. At once, Evening's face became even darker. He, how does it taste? Isn't it unforgettable for life? Laughed Enelo thievishly. Bunch of bad guys, Jinpei thought silently, then closed his eyes to sense the magical energy. Old Sandy, if I were you, I'd go for a swim in the ocean first. Dang. His body was shaken, as if he had been struck by lightning. Jinping finally remembered this matter. As good as your ability is, as important as it is, you can't lose your dignity as a fishman. And Mooling also smiled as he slowly lowered the evil spirit. After all, this kind of thing is not as accurate as experiencing it for yourself, even if the next person says it 10,000 times. Plop. Jinping went down to the sea as if he were a swimming dragon, light and nimble. 1 month later, thousands of miles away from the water capital in the sky. Miso. In an instant, the sword chi streaked across the sky as countless channels of terrifying flame sword chi exploded out from the Flux Dragon sword, manifesting more than 10 fire dragons. Extreme Inferno Emperor Slash. Boom! The sword chi rushed away from the sea of clouds, then straightened downward in Mooling's hands, cutting through the cloud curtain and blasting down. Ha, good timing. Letting out a long laugh. Hawkeye, who was holding the Black Dagger Knight, didn't want to destroy the wicked spirit, and then jumped onto the mast of the ship in 2 or 3 leaps. Ting! The crisp sword sound shook through the heavens and earth, and a flash of green chopping waves instantly blossomed in everyone's eyes. Bang! The 2 strands of sword chi immediately collided together. A terrifying shockwave spread out, and then as if it couldn't withstand this violent force after, it flew into the sky. Rumbling. Explosions continued in the clouds while the 2 men standing on the deck entwined once again. Clanking. Golden Goblin interlaced. raging sparks of fire, and waves of air like ripples exploded one after another. The body flipped, and Eagle Eye, who had dodged the flaming sword chi, used the momentum to quickly rotate up, and then chopped out a sword chi in the air, pushing straight towards Mu Ling. With the cross of his sword, blocking dozens of sharp sword lights, Mu Ling stomped his feet violently, and the fluorescent dragon hit his sword in his body. Roar! A dragon's roar that resounded through this side of heaven and earth echoed out, and a golden dragon hung above Mu Ling's head, slowly opening its bloody mouth. Breaking army rising dragon strike. Boom! In an instant, Mu Ling transformed into a long rainbow of sword chi, rushing towards Eagle Eye with countless sword lights. Face unchanged, Hawkeye raised the black knife, making a gesture to split in general. A surge of extreme power rippled in the body. Chop! Anum! Rumbling, the two extremely strong forces clashed together again. At once, the evil spirit trembled, while the rest of the crowd had long since cowered in a corner and silently watched the battle in order not to be affected. How worthy of being the world's #1 swordsman to fight the captain back and forth, Bonnie said in surprise. Indeed, in terms of swordsmanship alone, Hawkeye is only slightly inferior to the captain by 1 point. Hiryu, who was also a swordsman, saw it clearly, and at the same time understood that between himself and Hawkeye, there is also a hint of a gap. They won't destroy the evil spirit. Evening worried. How is that possible? Anna Lu laughed. Boom! The two strands of sword chi collided once more, and an unprecedented tremor instantly ripped through the evil spirit. Anum! Click! 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 A panicked crack gradually exploded on the sword-filled deck. Crowd! It's tens of thousands of meters up here. That's it for today. Wow! With a flash of flowing light in his hand, the Flux Dragon sword disappeared. Yes! The slightly white-faced Hawkeye retracted his black blade, and his perennially cold face unexpectedly broke into a smile. That's the life he wants. He preferred this to sitting around the castle all day drinking and reading newspapers, honing his sword skills. Hiryu, who was comparable to himself, and Maki Ling, who was even stronger than himself. Hawkeye is in love with this life. 1 hour later, Water Capital, Dockyard Factory. Good job on the hard work, Iceberg. Thanks. Looking at the face full of atrophy, as well as the fatigue in his eyes that he couldn't hide, Mu Ling was saying thank you from the bottom of his heart. As a member of the evil spirit pirates, this is all I should do, Iceberg said excitedly. Ahaha, let's go. Let's go see our new partner. Clamor. As Mackling ripped off the curtain. It took 7 long months of striving for excellence, in remodeling over and over again, reminiscing, and continually figuring out, this ship of unparalleled grandeur, made of treasure tree atom material, and gathering the best craftsmanship in the entire world of the underworld. It's finally descended. Sakichi. Awesome. This is the legendary Hades. This is unbelievable. Everyone froze, including Makiling. Even Hawkeye, who had always been calm and collected, instantly broke his defenses the moment he saw Hades. In one word, big. 2 words, majestic. At that moment, the scene was silent, and the crowd only felt that apart from marveling. They simply didn't know what words to use to describe the behemoth in front of them. The perfect curves outline the hull to the extreme. The strongest material says it can easily withstand all kinds of blows. The latest power system, and the unique pressure construction created by the icebergs achieve its super destructive power. Since it was with the intention of destroying the world government, Iceberg naturally left no stone unturned in terms of attacking, building on his original foundation. The destruction of an island by a single shot is by no means empty. Half an hour later, clamor. The ship's sails were raised, and the flag of the evil spirit pirates flew in the wind. A flame condensed in his hand, and Makiling personally ignited the evil spirit. From now on, this ship will be called the Evil Spirit. Set sail. Departure. Target new world. Crowd, yes. Anum. Rumbling. Accompanied by the cheers of the crowd, the brand new evil spirit slowly flew into the air. Note, hahaha, the Plutonian has finally shown up. Thank you to my reading friend, Lion Bonesong, for the gift of Ashore, and the character summon. Thanks again. Chapter 77, The Throne of the Void. 1 day later, head for the skies of the new world. Beep. The evil spirit's spirit refining +1. The next spirit refining will be 100 days from now. Ma Qiling, who was holding the mast of the ship, smiled. It was worthy of being an ancient weapon that had the same treatment as a mortal rank supreme treasure. Wow! It's so big in here, exclaimed Bonnie in her ear. They are touring the interior of the Evil Dead. TSK, 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 this is actually a fighting room? Old Shaw was a little surprised. Of course, it's not because of the construction of it, but why would something like a fighting room appear on a pirate ship? It's too redundant. Not that I'm knocking you, Iceberg. I don't think this fighting room is very useful. Bonnie shook her head. Don't worry. The walls around here are all reinforced by me with super strong metals, possessing extremely strong stopping power, Iceberg said confidently. In the next second, Old Sand casually condensed a ball of magnetic sand from between his palms, transformed it into a spear, and smashed it towards the wall. Boom! A bull-sized pit. It was an awkward scene, but this is good as a storage room. Aha! It'll do. Wow! This floor is actually an oceanarium? Look! Jieping! So many of you! Giving Bonnie a helpless look. Jieping wanted to say something. I'm going to call you out with 100 times the amount of fish slaps, believe it or not. Iceberg, you come here. Waving his hand. Mu Ling signaled. What's wrong, Captain? Snap. Large hands pressed against the Iceberg's shoulders. Beep. Iceberg refining spirit +1. Beep. Iceberg refining spirit +3. Instantly, a warm glow swirled around the Iceberg's body. This is. Iceberg only felt a stream of warmth surging into his body, sinking into the various sinews and blood veins of his limbs. The old look on his face due to the wasted sleep and food in the past half a year immediately disappeared. The wrinkles spread out, and the jade-white glittering light between his eyebrows. All of a sudden, Iceberg felt as if he was as much as 10 years younger. Captain, this is too. Iceberg rushed. It's okay. It's a testament to what you've done these past 6 months. And this is the power that belongs to you. Real power. Clamor. Streams of light flashed, and the shadow fruit appeared in Mu Ling's hand, which was then handed over to Ice Mountain. This is the shadow fruit of the former Shichibukai Tsukamitsu Moria, which can extract the shadows of others for its own use. No side effects. No curse of the sea. Now it belongs to you. Is this the legendary devil fruit? Holding the devil fruit in her hand, Iceberg exclaimed. In his mind, however, he suddenly recalled the CP9 crowd coming, the powerful strength that made him despair. Finally, you're going to get stronger yourself? Thanks, Captain. Iceberg then stopped hesitating and ate the shadow fruit in 3 swipes. Of course, the process was extremely arduous and painful, and Maki Ling didn't tell him the secrets. Where can I be left to suffer this pain alone? Belly Maki Ling is online, and the crowd that saw this scene, instead of showing half a bit of surprise, took it for granted and went about their business. Captain Self equals devil fruit supplier. Everyone has been in the loop for a long time. And so, half a month passed. The evil spirit pirates have also finally arrived in the New World. Out of Jinping's request, the group temporarily rested on Fishman Island for a day. Aha, that's it. I'll hang up now. Not letting it hang? You. Okay. I want you to okay. What? Not sincere enough? Faulty. Snap. The phone bug was pressed hard by Maki Ling, not caring in the least about Hancock's sultry voice on the other end of the line. Woman. Just can't be spoiled. I'm just kidding. After hanging up the phone, the idle Maki Ling walked out of the cabin and found the iceberg that was preparing to repair the hull. With a flick of his fingertips, the shadow behind the iceberg immediately split into 3 humanoid forms, which then gradually saturated as if they had been inflated, then started helping Iceberg with his work, lifting things, smashing hammers and whatnot. Maki Ling was already powerless to spit. Iceberg is smart, and has developed his shadow fruit powers pretty well, but there's just one bad thing about it. Mostly used for work, mending boats and such. The only 3 or 2 combat skills were still hard pressed by Hiryu. It hurts my brain not to look at it. Jumping off the boat, Mu Ling walked towards the Dragon Palace. We're all the way to Fishman Island, so we should take a look at the Dragon Palace, the holy land of Marihoa, Panga City. Between the flowers, darkness in the palace. Greetings, my lord. Bang! At the bottom of the huge steps, which could not be seen from the top at a glance, 4 men were half kneeling on the ground, their heads lowered, not daring to look up. And these 4 are the rulers of the world government, the 5 elders. Hanadimo's dead? Cold, unfeeling, icy to the core voice. In the next moment, on top of the countless steps, on the throne of emptiness that symbolized the highest authority of the entire world, a person with a high bundle on his head and a slender figure slowly stood up, those golden pupils gazing icily at the 4 people under the stage. Reporting to Lord Im, Hanadimo is dead, killed by the red pupil shepherd spirit. The old man dressed as a warrior among the 5 elder stars said in a deep voice. Space fruit? Disappeared. Has been obtained by others. Who? Unknown. At once, the scene was quiet, followed by an endless silence as Lord Im didn't speak, his golden eyes looking into the distance. At this moment, those biting eyes seemed to be able to cross 1,000 mountains. The 4 people who were half kneeling under the stage were trembling, and the invisible pressure was like a sharp blade nailed to their heads. Sweating profusely, no one dared to speak. Kill him. Clamor. A wadded notice that was blowing in the wind suddenly fluttered down from Im's hand before it was viciously stabbed into the ground by a sharp blade, and on the wanted poster, there was a picture of a man standing with a sword, surrounded by sword energy. It's none other than Makiling. We honor the oracle, the four men said in unison. Note, the big boss came out ahoy. Thanks a million for the gift. Brothers, the potatoes were on the verge of tears. Boing boing. Chapter 78 Lonely Red. Fishman Island. Plop. Diving headfirst into the sea, Mu Ling swam towards the depths of the seabed without saying a word. Wow. 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 The sword chi on the soles of his feet shot wildly like a propeller, constantly propelling his body. Whooshing. Suddenly, a wave of water that looked like a sharp sword slid down around Mu Ling. Because of the breath holding, his vision was also greatly obstructed, making it impossible for Mu Ling to see anything in the distance. Clamor. The seeing color was turned on, and then the tens of miles of sea in a radius were clearly seen by Mu Ling. It's Fishman. Jia surprisingly human. What audacity. How dare a human appear at the bottom of the sea? Kill him, lowly human. You're looking for death. The 10 or so fishmen holding fish guns raised their guns at the same time. They were the pirates of the new Fishman Pirates. Again, as extreme a racist as their captain, Hottie Jones. Extremely disgusted with humans, to the point of killing them on sight. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets pierced through the seawater like a water arrow frantically shooting towards Mu Ling. LOL. I'm not interested in this guy at all. A trace of helplessness flashed across his face. Mu Ling didn't even dodge, letting the bullets clang and bang on his body, but not even leaving a trace. It's too weak. What? Bullets don't even work on him? No, it can't be. Damn human. You're playing tricks. I'll kill you. Makiling. A trick? When did that happen? Boom. In an instant, the blood-red sword chi exploded out of Mu Ling's body, chopping out a blood pattern in the seawater and swiping across the necks of the crowd of fish people. Thumbs up. In the next second, the seawater was dyed red with blood, and more than 10 fishmen were chopped into slag without even uttering a scream. Boring. Skimming his lips, Makiling continued to swim downstream. 10 minutes. Mu Ling arrived at the Dragon Palace gate. Only the next moment, he froze. The two mermaids wearing the Dragon Palace guard uniforms had turned into two dry corpses collapsed on the ground at this moment. The body was shriveled and pale, obviously caused by the blood being drained from his body. Turning over the bodies, Mu Ling realized that the two guards did not have any injuries on their bodies, and their faces did not show any semblance of panic. It was as if they were just suddenly drained of blood without even having time to react. Who? What guy did it? How dare you do this to the Dragon Palace? Makiling's face instantly became ugly. Fishman Island Dragon Palace is sheltered by the Whitebeard pirates, but also peace-loving, never start a dispute with people on the side of the force. Asshole. Are you out of your mind? Without further thought, the enraged Mu Ling's body flickered and immediately transformed into a wisp of clear wind and rushed towards the interior of the Dragon Palace. At this time the interior of the Dragon Palace has been empty. In addition to the guards outside the door, all the way to Mu Ling did not see the existence of dry bodies on the ground. Did it run away? Rumbling. In an instant, a popping sound came from the distance. Asshole. Shurva Shakan. It was the voice of Jia Ping who was furious to the core. Not good. With a dark cry, Mu Ling immediately ran towards the source of the sound. It was at the Great Hall located at the very center of the Dragon Palace. Bang! Just as Makiling was about to rush into the temple, Jinping's body flew out of it as if it were a cannonball. With his feet stalled, Makiling immediately reached out his hand to stop Jinping. Boom! In an instant, the heavy force caused Makiling's body to tilt backward a fraction. Masters, based on this interception alone, Mu Ling judged that the power of the person inside the hall at this moment was absolutely extraordinary. Sound of escaping laughter, spitting out a mouthful of blood furiously. At this moment, Jieping was covered in blood, shriveled up, and large chunks of blood clots continued to spill out of his mouth. Mud. Mu Ling was completely enraged. How could you beat up even Jinping like that? Rumbling. Countless sword chi instantly burst out from his body, transforming into a terrifying blood-colored sword chi that filled the surroundings of Mu Ling. Strongly holding back his anger, Mu Ling immediately purchased a rejuvenation pill from the mall and gave it to Jinping. Then Mu Ling took a step towards the hall, monstrous killing intent constantly raging within his body. Captain, be careful. The enemy is very, very strong. Got it. Ting. Crippled Chi sheathed his sword, and with thousands of blood-colored sword chi, Mu Ling rushed into the temple in the next second. Rumbling. Smoke billowed out as Neptune, the lord of the Dragon Palace, fell helplessly to the ground, with the pearly white-starred princess behind him. Bang! A dry body shot out of the smoke and rolled to the ground. Judging by the clothing it should be a mermaid courtesan. Jia, what delicious blood. Where is the treasure? Hurry up and hand it over or else. Ha. Old and evil in the extreme. The smoke and dust then gradually dispersed, and the guy who delighted in sucking people's blood finally revealed his true colors. Tall and thin, with white hair braided into 2 braids that hung over his shoulders. He wore a plum red shirt and blood red pants. On his feet he wore black leather shoes with gold trim, a broad blood red cape, a blue rose around his neck, and in his hand he held a slender bat-handled umbrella. Only that pale face was full of folds and wrinkles, piled up like mud. Very disgusting. Maki Ling froze. He knew the man in front of him, although it was only a handful of faces and much older. This unique and terrifying aura was unforgettable to the former Mu Ling for life. Red Earl, the Red of Solitude, Lone Rider. These are the names that outsiders call him. Balearic Leadfield was his name, one of the remnants of the old generation. He was once on par with Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion on his own. Chapter 79, The Top Seeing Color. Asshole. Wasn't this guy captured by Carp into the 6th floor of the Propulsion City because he fought a battle with the former Marshal of the Navy, Steelbone Hollow, and was later exhausted? Blackbeard, that ugly face flashed in his mind, and Mu Ling immediately understood. The one time he had escaped from prison himself, the Golden Lion had told him, had not freed Balearic, so it must have been due to Blackbeard's break-in. This asshole. I can't believe I let this old thing out. You're the kid on the Locust Pirates? Compared to Mu Ling, Balearic in the distance was even more surprised. Oh, I can't believe you recognized me? Ha! Balearic laughed softly, looking at Maki Ling with a flash of undisguised heat in his eyes. Then, tilting his head, he gave a weird smile, tugging at his pale skin that was as white as snow. An extremely creepy scene. In the next second, a steady stream of blood chi surged up within his body. Crashing sound. Jia, the thirst for blood. This is life. Hands spread wide, head looking up at the top of his head, letting the blood float up his body. A sickly-like flush flashed through the ghastly white skin, followed by a frightening sight. Click, click, click. There was a light ringing of bones, followed by a frantic crackling sound, as the parched muscles began to become swollen, and the old and wrinkled body began to become energized. A perverted grin that bunched comfort to the core floated up to Balearic's cheeks. Bang, bang, bang. Bursts of sound continued within the body, seeming to make Balearic 1 point younger with each blast. A few short breaths later, at this point, Balearic had already transformed into his younger self, the way Maki Ling remembered him. Animalistic bat fruit, phantom species vampire form. It seems that Balearic has found this devil fruit that can rejuvenate himself, and the price is non-stop sucking human blood. Man-less, ghost-less thing. It's not even as good as a lowly, blood-drinking beast. TSK, you even knew about my ability? And still cursing me? Nice, keep it up. I can hear it anyway. At most, it'll just make your death a little more painful. A flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of Balearic, who looked at Maki Ling and laughed sardonically. Maki Ling froze. He can read his own heart? A top-notch seeing eye color hegemony? That's right. It's a top-notch seeing color buster. Balearic laughed again. Damn you. Maki Ling frowned slightly. The top-level seeing hearing color hegemony. But it was rarer than even the Overlord color. Analu range covering seesaw colors. Roger listens to the seeing colors of all things. White Star's mother, Princess AG, can influence the color of sight and sound in the minds of all people. And Barolic's seeing color in front of him is a top-notch seeing color that can peek into the enemy's heart and memories. But it was him who possessed the seeing color and peered into the memories of countless people who found the extremely rare phantom beast species vampire fruit. And that's how he got the nickname Lone Red. Because of peeping into the hearts of people. The exposure to the ugliness of the hearts of people is even more numerous than that of ordinary people. And on the contrary, when one is accustomed to seeing darkness and deep and evil thoughts, one desperately seeks the light. So for Brooke, who had an extremely simple heart, Balearic was an extreme admirer. Ting! The crippled chi that was held in his hand violently burst out with a burst of sword roar, and the monstrous battle intent continued to surge within the body of Mu Ling. Injuring my crew. So what if it's the top seeing color? The Red of Solitude. Die! Bang! With a jolt of his body, as if it was a sharp sword, Mu Ling rushed up towards Balearic with a single stride. TSK, in such a hurry? But it's just as well. I'm curious about you. A wry smile spread across Balaric's face, and the purple umbrella staff in his hand instantly exploded with a stream of biting sword energy. Madaka! The umbrella staff that used the umbrella as a sword immediately clashed with crippled chi. Instantly, a terrifying aura exploded from where the two were sparring, and the entire hall trembled. With a change of mind, The left-hand fluorescent dragon immediately sheathed itself and was about to chop down. Duong! A jab from Balorik blocks it. Damn top-notch seeing colors. One blow failed to land another, and Makiling's body immediately flipped over and over Balorik's head. The sword light streaked across the room and chopped downwards. Madaka! It was blocked by the umbrella staff, while in the next second, the right foot that was flooded with rich flames came immediately after the sword light. Oh, all told you I can hear you, with a disdainful cry, as if he had already known what Makiling was planning to do. Balorik's right arm was covered in armed color, and with a single punch, he sent Makiling flying. Boom! Stomping his feet violently, Mu Ling killed again. Crippled Chi immediately swung out a sword flower, while Balorik forced back, followed by Mu Ling's sword body a horizontal. Toward the blank space in front of him is a vicious stab. Clamor. In an instant, a black and purple void door appeared at the tip of the crippled Chi sword, and the next second, another void door that corresponded with it appeared behind Balorik. Sneer at. Blood erupted and an extremely deep sword mark appeared on Balorik's back. What? How? Balorik froze. Even though he had sensed Makiling's killing chance in advance with his seeing color, how could he not have expected that the sword would come from behind him? And as the blood erupted, a clearly visible wrinkle appeared at the corner of Balorik's eye. The inability to get hurt is the downside of sucking human blood. Balorik's strength, as well as his condition, will continue to regress as the blood runs out, eventually changing back to that body that was on its last legs. Asshole! You actually. Boom! The terrifying overlord color instantly burst out from his body, and the rolling shockwaves of blood crazily spread out in all directions. Hey, I can't beat you in the color of anecdote, but the color of domination. I am in no way inferior to you. The sea of blood was heaving, and countless blood-colored sword chi tumbled around Mu Ling as he chopped down towards Balorik's overlord color. Bang! 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 The gale-like popping sound immediately resounded throughout the Dragon Palace. Neptune protected White Star to the death, while the already healed Jepping stood in front of the two, struggling to resist the pressure that exploded from the collision of the two extremely powerful forces. Chapter 80, Crying White Star. Boom! In the sound of the explosion, the Scarlet Shura was as powerful as ever, and the brandished blood-colored sword chi chopped up all of Balorik's overlord colors. It then ripped towards Balorik. Asshole! With an explosive shout, Balorik immediately retreated backward. Only the sword chi was extremely fast and closed in on him in a single breath. Thumbs up! The frantic sword chi chopped all over the right arm that was covered in armed color. There was a roar of surprise. Broken Sky Extreme Inferno Batu Chop. Tai! The twin swords covered in extreme flame were raised high in Mu Ling's hands, then crossed in front of his chest. Miso! With a clean, roundabout chop, the sword light turned into two giant sword arcs rushing towards Balorik one after the other. Humph! With a cold snort, the umbrella staff in Balorik's hand quickly swung back up, slashing out countless streaks of blood-colored sword chi, condensing into a cloud of sword chi barrier. Boom! The first sword arc dissipated instantly after it collided with the sword chi barrier, and Balorik's body took an involuntary step backward. Bang! The second sword arc, on the other hand, directly shattered the barrier, and the flying sword chi swept across Balorik's chest, once again cutting out a bloody scar. Jia, this is the power of youth. Caressing his umbrella staff, a hint of despondency appeared on Balorik's face before it turned into a monstrous flame of anger. The umbrella staff in his hand was wrapped in a layer of crimson light, transforming into a sword pillar that was 100 meters tall. Be my sustenance. Anum. Rumbling, Balorik gripped the umbrella hilt with both hands and swept his sword across the room. This swordsmanship, I'm afraid it's a match for Shanks. The body immediately flipped, and in the nick of time, the sword light grazed the tip of Mu Ling's nose and chopped at the palace door behind him. A kilometer-long horizontal sword mark chopped straight out, blasting a giant crater tens of meters deep into the hard undersea ground. Scold! Without waiting for Mu Ling to counterattack, another sword light chopped at him. The speed was so fast that it was about to be impossible to dodge in front of me. Extreme Inferno Emperor Slash. The rushing flaming sword chi pierced through the ceiling of the palace and stopped the moment it was about to approach the Dragon Palace barrier. Chop! With a cross of his umbrella staff, Balorik actually intercepted this sword light. Bang! 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 A heavy force struck his entire body. Balorik's legs plunged straight into the ground, and his entire body was driven into the earth by Makiling as if he were a stake. And in the next moment, the ground-breaking Balorik's body spun around, his sharp umbrella staff stabbing straight towards his back. Behind you! Sneer at! The door to the void opened, and Mu Ling, who had just rushed out of it without any defense, immediately had his right arm pierced through by the umbrella staff. Fire fist! Almost subconsciously, without half a thought passing through his mind, the left fist that condensed flames instantly blasted out. Clamor! Balorik was immediately engulfed by the extreme flame. Wow! The intimidating hiss shook the room, as if he was a walker in the night. His sharp fangs were his strongest weapon. The mania for blood had long since made him forget the fact that he was a human being. In the next moment, Borolik, who had a hint of old age in his fury, instantly stormed up, and behind him, his blood-colored coat transformed into a pair of horrifying batwings, which violently unfolded. Nightshade. In an instant, the entire dragon palace was shrouded in dense darkness, unable to reach out, with nothing but darkness in front of them. Humph. Sure enough, it's a bat. With a disdainful cry, Mu Ling turned on his seeing color to carefully patrol the surroundings. But because of the night, and because of the unique ability of the bat fruit, the coverage of the seeing color was small and could only be seen around itself. 1 second. 2 seconds. After waiting for a long time, Maki Ling still hadn't noticed Baloric's attack. Not good. With a flash of his body, Mu Ling dashed in the direction of people like evening with the location of the palace in his memory. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. The sound of blood being drawn. The wings as thin as cicada wings gently flapped, and like a ghostly apparition, Baloric instantly appeared behind Neptune, touching the extremely clear wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. A flash of resentment flashed in Baloric's eyes. Old. It was the last thing he could accept. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to stay young forever by feeding on human blood. Neptune, Lord of the Dragon Palace? Jia originally didn't intend to kill you, but there's nothing I can do about it now. After killing this brat and obtaining the secret of his rejuvenation, from now on, I will never have to live this dark life again, sucking human blood and sucking people into a human stem. This kind of brutality is worse than murder, and is not tolerated by all, because it is really harmful to the peace of heaven. And the first time he saw Maki Ling, Baloric guessed that Maki Ling definitely had a treasure to restore his youth. In this way, the rumored treasures inside the Dragon Palace that could maintain youth were simply garbage, without any defense. Neptune, who had shielded White Star to death, only felt a jolt, and a sharp pain in his neck hit him. Just as he was about to let out a yelp, he was muffled dead center by a big, bloody, incredibly large hand. At this moment, Neptune even heard the sound of blood being continuously flowing out of his body. This is the sound of a gradual march towards death. Evening was right in front of him, standing straight and as deadly as a statue guarding the area. His eyes became lax and his flesh and blood began to dwindle. Neptune knew he was going to die. Damn it! Jia, that's delicious. Baloric laughed thievishly. Oh, yeah? An icy cold voice rang in his ears, followed closely by the sound of a constantly surging sword. Sneer at. Sword chi was strewn across the room, and Baloric, who was obliviously sucking blood, couldn't dodge in time, and his right wing was cut in half in an instant. Ah, asshole. My wings. Bang. In the black curtain, the sword light dazzled as Maki Ling once again fought with Baloric, clanking, turning his body lightly, utilizing the power of Baloric's sword. Mu Ling swept his sword across with his backhand. Duong. The two swords clashed, exploding into countless sparks. Densely packed sword marks were declared, chopping out a trail of terrifying sword marks on the ground. He stopped the umbrella staff, and then his left arm condensed a ball of spatial power that shattered the void and blasted towards Baloric. The legendary space fruit? Interesting. Sound of escaping laughter. Stirring his wings, Baloric immediately opened his beak, revealing the sharp fangs within. Whoa! The terrifying blood-colored sound wave immediately surged as if it were a shockwave. Whoa! Father, what happened to you? Ooh, Father, don't leave White Star. Suddenly, kneeling in front of Neptune, White Star howled, his voice even drowning out Baloric's hissing. Damn little girl! Baloric shouted angrily, and with a sword, he slashed towards White Star. Rumbling. In the next moment, the fog was shaken apart, the sea water poured in, and the entire Dragon Palace began to tremble. Roar! A thick and grandiose roar came from afar, startling countless undersea ripples and vibrating in every heart. Chapter 81 Neptunes. The black night was washed away, and countless angry hisses echoed overhead. At once, looking at the crying White Star, Baloric suddenly got a creepy feeling. Neptune class? Why did so many Neptunes suddenly appear here? Could it be that it's all because of this girl? Because he had seen so many people's hearts, Baloric had naturally heard of some of the hidden secrets of the world. Looking at White Star, he suddenly remembered a certain legend. Father, oh, don't leave White Star. White Star is so scared. Woo woo. Pearly White Star cried miserably. At this time, although Neptune did not die, but most of the blood flowed out of the body, and half dead is not much different. Humph. Cry. Just cry. Baloric was distracted by the noise, but the next moment it was as if he thought of something, and his whole being began to get excited. Since it's so different, I guess your blood. Ha. Clamor. Baloric. who had transformed into a red blood shadow, immediately charged towards White Star. Asshole. With his arms crossed, pitch-black armed color attached to his arms, Jieping immediately rushed forward. Bang! A fist and a sword clashed fiercely, and the next moment Jinping was swept away by Baloric's sword. Humph! Fishman! Baloric was full of disdain. Damn you! Momo 10 times the power. The foot of a chopping again rushed to the body of Jieping was shaken. A steady stream of power burst out from the body. Fishman Karate Upanishad. Mirai Guan. Anum. Rumbling. In an instant, countless powerful currents were condensed by Jinping between his palms, and the terrifying punching intent was like a sea current, but also like a swimming dragon encircling his body. Instantaneous bursts. Momo 20 times palm. The fish palm wrapped in fist intent immediately surged, slapping down towards Baloric like a small mountain. Tough guy. The umbrella staff was crossed, and the blood-red sword chi exploded into a rushing beam of light. With a hard stomp of his foot, Baloric, who held his sword in both hands, stabbed out. Bang! 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 Space trembled as the terrifying sword chi and the fish palm ruthlessly collided together, black and purple thunderbolts constantly bursting out between the two. Asshole! I'll kill you! Momo 20 times the power. Boom! Furious to the extreme, Jinpei once again uses his Momo fruit ability, and the pressure on Baloric instantly doubles, and at the same time, Evening's face began to look unusually pale. He had just gotten the Momo fruit, and the load of using it like that was huge. Bang! 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 Baloric, whose feet kept retreating, cutting two extremely long grooves in the ground, suddenly laughed. Only know how to use brute force? He, what a poor fishman. Clamor. With a jolt of bat wings behind him, Baloric immediately leapt into the air. Then he flipped dozens of times, and in the blink of an eye, he slashed down towards Jinping. Miso! Sword chi spread across the sky, and the 100-meter-high sword pillar seemed like a pillar in the sky as it rumbled down. And because of Baloric's sudden departure, Jubii, whose fist had not dissipated and whose palm had blasted the ground, immediately fell to the ground. One could only silently watch the swordlight fall. Roar! Suddenly, a roar that shook the heavens and the earth rang in Baloric's ears. Buzzing. The ocean currents were surging as if a gale was blowing, and in the eye of the wind, a huge tail was whistling from top to bottom, blanking out the light and suddenly going black before his eyes. Baloric looked incredulously overhead. How? Bang! The words just fell out of his mouth and he was immediately slapped into the bottom of the sea by the huge tail of the Sea King class. Roar! In the next moment, countless more hissing sounds stormed up, and large and small Sea King species waved their tails and opened their bloody mouths, swarming towards the underground Baloric. Shoo away! A Sea King class crashed down headfirst, and the Dragon Palace shuddered. Bang! The three huge tails seemed to be stacked on top of each other and slammed down towards the pit in unison. At that moment, the large palace completely collapsed. Mu Ling stared dumbfounded at everything in front of him, and the head was densely packed with numerous Sea King types that covered the light all the way up. He could have sworn that he had never seen so many Sea Kings as he had today, even if he had drifted on the sea every day. Looking at White Star, who was still crying bitterly on the side, Mu Ling helplessly waved his hand. True to form. Poseidon, king of the seas. No wonder it's so feared by the world government. It was believed that if White Star really had fully mastered the ability to manipulate the Neptune class, the world government would never even put it in their eyes, no matter how strong a person was. But facing such thousands, or even millions, of all the Sea King classes assembled within the entire sea, it all seems so insignificant. Bang! 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 Baloric is still taking a beating. The heavy body count alone is enough to weigh him down. Instead, Jubii pulls out the rejuvenation pill that he himself gave him before the war at the top and tells Neptune to take it. Maki Ling didn't stop it, since he had already given it to Jinping. What he did with it was his business. Asshole. Thumbs up. Scarlet sword light instantly burst out from within the pit, and 3 or 4 Sea King classes immediately turned into roiling flesh and blood in the swordlight. Then Baloric in his fury leapt out, and at that moment he was pale and as old as he had been when he first saw him. Roar! The Neptune took a bite out of it. Baloric's body flicked around and dodged with a sideways turn, then stretched out his sharp bloody claws as if they were sharp swords and plunged them into the eyes of the nearest Sea King class at once. Anum! Crashing sound. In the next moment, the massive Neptune class began to dry out, a steady stream of blood pouring down its arms into Baloric. The Sea King class hissed in pain, its huge body constantly twisting, but to no avail. In a matter of seconds, Baloric, who had retracted his arm, was clearly much younger, while the Sea King class in front of him collapsed to the ground as a dry corpse. TSK, is that a dog's way of saying you're desperate or hungry? All started on the beast? Just as Baloric turned his gaze towards the other Sea King class, Makiling's icy voice entered his ears. Note, stuck on the text. Chapter 82 Lone Red, Pawn, Duong. The two swords clashed and sparks flew everywhere. The sharp cripple chopped at the umbrella staff, pulling out a thin sword mark. Naturally, Balorik was not willing to show weakness. His sword chi tore through the extreme flame, and his entire body transformed into a red phantom, ghostly appearing on the right side of Mu Ling. Rosusako's hegemony covered his right arm as he threw a punch. Fire fist, bang! The two fists clashed fiercely, and in the next moment, the terrifying extreme flame lunged towards Balorik. Humph! With a cold snort, the umbrella staff condensed a blood-colored sword aura and cut through the flames. Only in the next second, a sense of foreboding filled Balorik's mind. With the top level seeing color turned on, he sensed Makiling's heart, and saw the direction of his opponent's next strike. Ha! In the back, the right hand holding the umbrella staff backhanded. Snap! In an instant, a large hand was even faster than him, rushing to hold down his arm in death before the umbrella staff chopped out. How? Just as this thought flashed through Balorik's mind, the right leg that condensed blazing extreme flame ruthlessly kicked at the chest. Boom! Balorik immediately flew backwards, while Makiling rushed up at an even faster speed. Bang! 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 Balorik, who had rolled dozens of times in a row, was about to raise his head when a brilliant light immediately flashed through his mind. The bat wings stirred, and his body, which was about to fly away, shook, followed by a heart-rending, severe pain that struck his entire body. Sneer at. A pair of bat wings were actually torn apart by Makiling. Sound of escaping laughter. Instantly, blood erupted, and the morose white bones were exposed on Balorik's back, which was extremely creepy, and as the blood drained away, Balorik, who had just regained a bit of his youthful state, paled once again. What? Despite being able to perceive my heart by means of the seeing color, your dying body, has it lost track of the head's reaction time? Makiling had realized this from the very beginning of the sparring session. Because of the Sea King-like attack, it caused Balorik's blood loss, although the other party sucked the blood of a Sea King-like afterward, but obviously not as effective as human blood. Asshole. No, 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 I forbid it. You're calling me old. Boom. The face became whiter and whiter, and the whole person seemed like a devilish Balorik, with surging fangs piercing through the lips, while the bloodstained lips gave off an extremely eerie feeling. Clanking. The battle continues. At this point, Balorik had gone completely insane, fighting desperately to make Makiling feel like a broken man. The sword blades of both sides collided, and the overflowing sword chi turned all the surrounding buildings into ruins, and the ground was covered with countless terrifying sword marks. Bang! Blocking the sword, Balorik's sharp bloody claws were just about to grab towards Makiling when they were blasted out by a punch in the twinkling of an eye. Anum! Click! 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 The bones crumbled and the bloody claws hung down helplessly, apparently shattering all the bones in his hands. Lion Power Space Chopper. With a kick that flew off Balorik, Makiling immediately took to the air, and countless sword chi surrounded his body, condensing into a giant chopper. Anum! Rumbling. Immediately after that, space collapsed, and a small chopping wave exploded out from the scattered fragments of void in the air, turning into a rain of swords that shot towards Balorik in an all-encompassing manner. Although he had already known that Makiling would deliver the strike, Balorik's body could no longer support any reaction from him. Makiling was right. He was old, and all his bodily functions were completely unable to keep up with the speed of his head's rotation. Damn it! I'm a lone red. Don't look down on me. Miso. Sword chi swung, and the umbrella staff turned into a phantom constantly swung out in Balorik's hands, intercepting a chopping wave. Sound of escaping laughter. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and Balorik, who couldn't withstand this sudden and sharp attack, immediately bent his body in an arc. Thumbs up. In an instant, densely packed sword marks covered his entire body, with horrifying blood gouges everywhere, and countless amounts of blood gushed out of his body and dripped to the ground. And Balorik, even older, scolded. The sword flashed, and the cripplingly sharp blade hitched itself to Balorik's neck. Although the bat can rejuvenate you, it has a fatal drawback. Once you run out of blood to replenish it, you'll not only age, but you'll become even older than you are now. The umbrella staff in his hand had long since lost its former sharpness, and at this point it was like a crutch, strongly supporting Balorik's body. Full of gauntness, his face was pale, his eyes were lifeless, and the gasps from his mouth became more and more rapid. Asshole! Abominable! If only I could regain my youth like you. In that case, I would never lose. Damn it! With a flash of flowing light, Mu Ling put the crippled chi back. Balorik's eyes lit up, thinking that Makiling was going to let himself go. Oh, you're clearly thinking about farts. How can I let you go? I just suddenly thought of the best way for you to die. the power of space condensed in his hand, and in the next second, it was accompanied by the sound of space crumbling. A black and purple void door appeared behind Balorik and swallowed him up. Die slowly of old age in the endless distorted space. Mu Ling said icily. Well, now that the enemy is dead, send these Sea Kings back. Waving his hand, Mu Ling looked at White Star and said in a cold voice, but people. Woo woo. Seeing the lingering smell of blood as well as the specks of blood on Mu Ling's body, White Star was immediately shocked into tears. Maki Ling. With that, he turned his attention to Neptune. If you don't want your daughter's secret to be discovered by the world government, it's not a bad idea to continue to keep these Sea Kings as guests in the Dragon Palace. After saying that, without paying any attention to Neptune's pale face, Maki Ling dragged up Jinping and flew out of the Dragon Palace. Beep. Host kills Balorik and loots his animalistic batfruit phantom species vampire form. Clamor. With a flash of flowing light in his hand, a dark purple devil fruit covered in weird patterns appeared in Mu Ling's hand. Geez, did this old thing die so fast? It's a shame about the top-seeing colors. Beep. Host kills lone red Balorik for the first time, issuing a quest reward. Spirit rank sword skill / phantom sword dance +1. Note, when I say stuck in the text, I'm stuck in the thought process in my head. Besides, am I a potato who casually jams the text? Pride. Chapter 83 Training. Warm currents surged in his mind, and an exquisite and brilliant sword light echoed before Mu Ling's eyes. Spirit rank sword skill phantom sword dance? Isn't this the skill of my great sword and soul? Not bad for the system. It's a whole lot to take in. Just looking at the bat fruit in his hand, Mu Ling was a bit confused. Who's gonna eat this? No one would want it even for free, right? There's no semblance of a power bonus, and the only benefit is that it gets younger when it feeds on human blood. Guess only some bigots like Balorik would want it. Recycle. Beep. Is the animal-based batfruit phantom beast species vampire form devil fruit recovered? Okay. Beep. Plus 300 spirit points. Not bad. The recycling system is very strong, although most of it is hacked by middlemen. Upon returning to the wicket, the rest of the group had returned and were preparing to depart, and Makarin realized that Hiryu was wiping the blood from his sword. Hiryu, you fought someone? Evening wondered. A group of guys who call themselves the new Fishman Pirates just now mouthed off telling us to get the hell out of Fishman Island, or are we humble humans? Hiryu smiled sinisterly, his meaning unmistakable. Even Ping was stunned. He naturally knew what kind of people the new Fishman Pirates were that Hiryu was talking about. His face darkened slightly, and Jieping suddenly recalled that he was once as incomparably human-hating as they were. Perhaps, without tag, one might have been like them. Evening, take the helm. Iceberg shouted from the sidelines while preparing to set sail. Yes, no longer thinking about it, his mind suddenly remembered the party of his own murder, the captain's rushing anger. Jieping suddenly felt that this kind of day is actually not bad. Rumbling. In full view of everyone, the evil spirit rose up and floated in midair as it continued to travel toward the front. Half a day later, come on. Click, click, click. Maki Ling moved his muscles and swung his right hand toward the void. Clamor. A flaming long sword appeared in his hand, and then looked towards Enelu. Enelu? I said things before the war at the top, and now it begins. And Hiryu, I'll leave the training of Bony to you. Oh yeah, and bring Iceberg. A good shadow fruit is turned into a ship repair tool? Did this nigga add the wrong points? Maki Ling was upset. Don't worry, Captain. I'll take care of this. Smiling, Hiryu stood up and pulled out the demon sword Thunderstorm. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Anilu, Bony, and Iceberg instantly blackened their faces. It was as if they had already seen what would happen to them if they were bloodied. Let's do it too. Rustle. A path of yellow sand surrounded both sides of Old Sand's circumference, followed by terrifying black magnetic sand that exploded with a shocking aura. Evening. I still have to steer the ship. It's not like it's going to touch the reef in the air. It's the same with or without you. Come on. Old Sand was dissatisfied. Asshole. Can't you respect my work? Boom. In the next second, wielding a fish pond that had skyrocketed several times, Jieping rushed forward. On the other hand, electricity flashed and thunder roared. Countless black and purple thunderbolts were wrapped in flames. Swords were waved, and every now and then there would be one or two cries of pain from Anilu. Bonnie, watch your back. My sword is closing in on you. Bonnie immediately turned around and swung the leg of lamb bone back towards the back of the room. Bang! The next second he was slapped away by Hiryu's sword. How dare you believe the words of the enemy? I really don't know where you got your supernova name from, Hiryu said in a cold voice. Whooshing. In the next moment, a flash of black color suddenly stormed up under his feet. It was the shadow of the iceberg, which at that moment transformed into 3 sharp spears. facing straight upwards. Oh, a means of attacking by surprise? Not bad. The moment he retreated backwards several steps in a row, Shilio swept his sword across the room, cutting off the 3 shadow spears. His body then lagged, and he rushed towards the duo as if he were a cannonball. Duong! The thunderstorm and the sheep's leg bone clashed together fiercely, and then a splash of colorful light blossomed in Bonnie's left hand as she slapped her palm. Is this your magical ability? Immediately, his body fell backwards, and in the process, he rushed his foot to kick his opponent hard in the stomach the moment Bonnie touched his body. Bang! Bonnie flew in response, crashing into the roughly spread mast of the ship behind her. Immediately after that, Hiryu struck an inverted hook, and in the instant he flipped, the red sword light cut out. Iceberg naturally had nowhere to hide, and like Balorik, his mind was desperately trying to dodge the sword's light, but his untrained body simply couldn't react in time. Shadow Pillar. Clamor. Subconsciously, Iceberg used his usual trick of supporting heavy objects. Click. Expectedly, the shadow pillar shattered in half before it could last a breath. Damn Hiryu's big asshole. Again. Enraged at being kicked off, Bonnie's pretty face darkened and she swung her leg of lamb bone and charged. Bang! 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 Sword chi was strewn across the room. Sparks splashed everywhere. The sheep leg bone that had been refined was not as good as the demonic sword thunderstorm, but it wasn't far off, and it was whistled by Bonnie holding it in her hand. Not bad. That's it. Go on. You're the weakest in the whole pirate group. That's all. Do you still deserve the status of a royal crew member? Asshole. I'll fight you. Pawnee was pissed off and attacked with more and more ferocity, and naturally, Hiryu would use this momentum to hone his opponent, and would not instantly explode with overwhelming power to defeat him. Rumbling, with a flash of his body, Ma Qiling, who had dodged the thunder, stepped forward with his right foot, crossed the distorted space, and appeared behind Ani Lu in the next second. A punch was thrown straight to the heart of the waist, while Aniru was still rising from the ground. Makarin observed the surrounding area, growing more and more satisfied with what Hiryu was doing. Not bad. Then at the beginning of the Hiryu. At this point, he's not only strong and one of the first to follow him, and has the brains to do it, he's really becoming more and more of a co-captain. Hawkeye is better than Hiryu, but his lone personality doesn't lend itself to being a co-captain. Aha! No! Where's Hawkeye? McKeeling's head whipped around and he saw Hawkeye sitting on the mast of the ship, full of loneliness and vicissitudes. Can't you guys even out my opponent when you're fighting like crazy? From Hawkeye's true colors. Note, thanks to good looking is good rewarding for the popping sprinkles as well as the hypnosis charm. Also there are numerous bounties from my brothers. Thanks. A million thanks. Chapter 84, The Big Mom Pirates. Boom. With a slight side of his body, dodging the golden rod that smashed down on his face, Mu-Ling's left hand was like a swimming dragon, grabbing the golden rod and pulling it towards his arms. Naughty. In the next moment, rolling thunder rushed down the golden rod into his body, and the golden rod held in his hand turned into thunder in the blink of an eye. Thunder raged, constantly impacting Mu-Ling's body, but to no avail. Captain, you this. Enelu wanted to say something and had a captain you're cheating look on his face. Bang! The thunder was shattered by Mu-Ling's claw, turning into 2 pieces that dissipated in the air, and then his right hand gripped the hilt of the Flux Dragon sword backwards. Thunder, Bagua. Rustle of skirts. The sword light that was mixed with terrifying thunder power passed by in a flash and swept past Enelu's body. Only in the next second, Makurin froze, looking at Enelu, who had dissipated after being cut in half by his own sword. Thunderbolt? TSK, not bad. When did you develop this? Just when you don't know it, Captain. Suddenly, Enelu's flirtatious voice sounded behind him. Bang, bang, bang. The cracking sound of the golden rod falling continued to explode. So confident? The corner of Mu-Ling's mouth lifted up, not even looking behind him, and the fingertips in his hands gently went up. Clamor. A black and purple void door appeared in front of Ani Lu. Enelu stopped himself in a hurry, but he knew what it was like to enter this. At the same time, a void door similarly flashed out in front of McKeeling's eyes. Waving his sword and chopping it out, countless flaming sword chi immediately rushed into the void, bursting out in unison in front of Anelu's eyes. Miso. Sword chi turned into rain, and the sky was filled with sword light that turned into fronts and attacked. Damn spatial abilities. The golden rod in his hand whirred as Anelu fended off the sword light while retreating backwards, while the seeing color in his head was constantly capturing Makurin's location. It's too slow. Your seeing colors still need to be strengthened. Accompanied by countless sword lights, Mu-Ling rushed out of the void door. Sneer at. Blood erupted as Makiling didn't show any mercy and chopped at Anelu's right shoulder. The body then turned into a phantom, ghostly appearing on the other side. Strengthen the power of your electric waves and sharpen your seeing colors. Mu Ling said in a cold voice. 6,000-volt thunder dragon. Roar. The raging thunder dragon opened its bloody mouth, but it was shattered in the blink of an eye by Mu Ling's punch. Skills need to be reinforced too. Boom. Swinging his fist wrapped in extreme heat, he punched Enelu hard in the chest. Sound of escaping laughter. Spitting out blood furiously, Aniru flew backwards once again. Half a day later, the fight is over for everyone. Iceberg's entire body lay on the deck, unconscious, supposedly passed out from exhaustion. Enelu's face was pale, and there was some blood hidden at the corner of his mouth. Bonnie did the same, leaning on the bone of the goat's leg with both hands, as if she would fall the next second. For their part, Jinping and Old San were calm, but their hands, which were trembling in unison, indicated that this battle was not as easy as it appeared to be. Of course, other than Makiling, the one who had the easiest time was Hiryu. Captain, from now on, I'll only be responsible for refining Bonnie. Iceberg should start with the most basic body refining, Shilio said in a deep voice. Before joining the evil spirit pirates, Iceberg was the world's top shipwright, and even the mayor of the water capital. Having never had combat experience, he now had the powerful shadow fruit, but his body mass and basic abilities were far from being able to keep up. Only in the next second, with a flash of golden light in his mind, Mu Ling suddenly thought of something. That's not right. Didn't I help this guy refine his spirit body? Shouldn't I? Makiling froze, then a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. The bastard pressed on, not even realizing how much energy his body was hiding. Iceberg is a shipwright, so by definition it doesn't need to be very strong. But this is the sea, where strength reigns, so the grind stays the same. Hiryu, you practice him hard. Iceberg, who had just woken up, fainted again after hearing this. Just like that, day after day, the evil spirit pirates crowd carried out hard grinding every day, while Jubai still takes on Old Sand. Makarin hones in on Aniru, and Hiryu, who had an easy time of it in the beginning, is getting more and more stressed out, because Hawkeye finally couldn't help himself. After training Iceberg with Bonnie, Hiryu would then fight Hawkeye again. Captain, you, Hiryu big asshole, damn it, let's see me turn you into a 3-year-old baby. Not bad swordplay. Vladimir, can't you do it anymore? January, exhale. The evil spirit cut through the sea of clouds and sailed in towards. Makiling sat cross-legged on the ship's mast, a phone bug in his hand. Having just gotten off the phone with Hancock, the Navy had been quiet lately, and hadn't been bothering itself. I guess the day is coming when Akane and Green Pheasant will fight for the position of Naval Marshal? It should still be Akane's victory, with Green Pheasant quitting the Navy and joining the pirates as an undercover agent. But with Blackbeard's pirates gone, where does Green Pheasant go? Beep. Does the host open the 5 consecutive draws? Okay. Beep. 50 points paid. Makiling realized that it was as if he had a compulsion to rack up 5 consecutive draws. Heavy BGM plays in your head and then the pot of gold starts to crumble. Boom. Thanks for the patronage. Sword Nurturing Gourd +1. Thanks for the patronage +1. Soul Thirsty Hand +1. Mighty K-Brand Tights +1. Clamor. 3 streams of light fleetingly disappeared from sight. It's not bad this time. 2-3 open. Sword Nurturing Gourd. Nurture the sword with pure essence. Repair and grind it. And refine it to purity. Up to 3 swords. Oh, this sword raising gourd is the equivalent of a sword box in the world of immortals? Not bad. Touching the purple golden sword Nurturing Gourd, Mu Ling's mind moved, and the fluorescent dragon and crippling chi dual swords immediately flew out of the warehouse and rushed into the sword Nurturing Gourd. The second draw is the Soul Thirsty Hand. Extracts the enemy's blood energy and creates an explosion the moment it's full before turning it into an attack. It's okay, although it has a chicken scratch for me right now. But Lucky Draw really does draw anything. Looking at the light green tights in his hands, and it's fucking Metcalf brand. Gee, that's one of the few black spots in Emperor Kai's life. Open the presentation. Mithraea brand tights, increases strength by 20%, speed by 20%, and defense by 20%. Makiling. This thing has buffs? It's okay, since it works so well. Let's leave it for Anilu to wear. Captain, a pirate ship has been spotted on the sea, and this pirate flag is the flag of the Big Mom pirate group. Suddenly, the lookout shouted out to Jinpei. Big Mom pirates? Makiling frowned and looked over. Chapter 85, Katakuri. The huge pirate ship was filled with decorations symbolizing cake treats, and the ugly Big Mom pirate flag fluttered in the wind. Jia, surprisingly, it's the new world's 4 emperors. The Big Mom pirates. Old San laughed grimly. I wonder if Big Mom himself came. Mostly no. It should be one of his men. Maybe it's her son. He's got a lot of sons anyway. Ha. The crowd laughed in unison. TSK. This thing called fate. It's really wonderful. Skimming his lips, Maki-ling laughed. Big Mom, the old woman. It's been a long time. Just the next moment, Mu-ling's face full of smiles turned into killing intent. Back in the Locust Pirates, this woman was the one who liked to go against him the most. Iceberg. Then with a high shout, Maki-ling, who was holding his arms, stood up in the air and looked down at the pirate ship underneath. What? What Captain? Iceberg froze. Bastard. Did you let Hiria beat your brains out? Go ahead and attack them. Let's see the power of the evil spirit. Macaron said without a trace of anger. Got it, Captain. Iceberg immediately agreed. And then, in a single bound, he scurried into the evil spirit's most confidential cabin. The crowd was thrilled. Even Hawkeye, who had never pretended to be a colorful person, had a touch of unnaturalness appear on his face, simply because the legendary ancient weapon, the thing that has terrorized the world government, is finally going to get its first shot. Woohoo! In an instant, a heavy hooting sound resounded throughout the evil spirit ship, and then a square crater with a length of 100 meters appeared on the large deck. Click, click, click. The sound of metal, the sound of gears turning, the sound of the elevating platform slowly rising. All of a sudden all kinds of sounds mingled together in a lively mess. Immediately afterward, a huge object slowly rose up and appeared in the eyes of the crowd. A flat, but extremely thick, but also has a long tens of meters of the cannon chamber appeared. The crowd was dumbfounded. What the hell? It's just an ordinary cannon, Old Sandy said in dissatisfaction. It's just a lot bigger, Hiria said lightly. Anilu, it's no fun. Bonnie, is this the one shot that destroys an island? Evening, I feel hungover. Maki-ling frowned, a little disappointed after looking at the gun chamber in front of him. The same thing that was on Bundy Wold's ship. The increase in volume did skyrocket the power of such a huge shell, but still no qualitative change. Ha? Oh yeah? Suddenly, Iceberg's voice reached everyone's ears. Don't ever blink. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, the iceberg in the cabin pushed the thrust lever in his hand after a hard push. Boom! A heavy popping sound instantly plummeted within the chamber, followed by gears turning, and more than 30 giant secondary cannons immediately appeared around the circumference of the stout chamber. Click, click, click. From start to finish, no more than 3 breaths. Don't be in a hurry, there's more, continued Iceberg. Clamor. The next second, a blue blossomed with a strange light of the crystal column appeared in the rear of the gun, clicked twice, from the rear of the gun to open a small door. The crystal column was completely set in. Scold. As if it had been injected with a soul. Streams of light exploded, and ghostly blue beams of light continuously flowed around the circumference of the cannon. Crashing sound. As if sensing something, the 30-odd secondary cannons began to blossom with light at their chambers, condensing into a pillar of brilliant light that shot straight toward the main cannon's chamber. Bearing 1345, 567. Prepare to fire. In an instant, the heaven and earth changed color. The azure sky was covered by a ghostly blue light, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a bizarre ghostly blue. Instead, the blue beams of light that shot out from the 30 secondary cannons were slowly converging and expanding in the main cannon's chamber, becoming more and more prevalent, and their aura climbed to the peak. Rumbling. The energy was constantly condensing, and the explosive sounds that shook the sky and earth echoed in everyone's ears like a violent wind and rain. Sakichi. Geez. Unbelievable. Awesome. Energy stored. Countdown to launch. 10, 9, 8. The sea. Katakuri's brow furrowed in disbelief as he looked overhead. Extremely strong seeing color bay, which can briefly foretell the future. So he saw, just a moment ago, the destructive artillery fire engulfing himself. No, this can't be. His face changed drastically, and Katakuri's entire body began to become manic. He was afraid. The crisis came from the sky. Brother, what's wrong with you? The sister of one of the Charlottes was uneasy. Run. Get out of here. Everybody run. Boom. Katakuri's heartrending, frenzied roar completely stunned the crowd. What are you talking about, brother? What quick run? Ha ha ha. We're the 4 Emperor Pirates. It's hard to believe that someone would come after us. Humph. These days stay on the ship every day. And Big Brother even called to tell us to hurry back. So annoying. The bones are almost rusty. I've long wanted to have a good fight. I'm really looking forward to what clown will dare to come against us. These idiots. A bunch of eye candy. Katakuri was simply furious. I saw it with my own eyes. And you don't believe me? But although he was angry, looking at the crowd, Katakuri's sense of responsibility as an older brother suddenly surged back into his heart. One must protect them even if one dies. Boom! With a wave of his arms, the Nomi arms covered in armed color bay aura immediately stretched out to huge lengths, hugging 4 or 5 of his younger siblings into a ball. Just as Katakuri was about to force his way out, Rumbling. This is the moment when the sky falls. A shocking explosion resounded overhead. Countless rays of ghostly blue light shone in along the windows, as if this was the only color left in heaven and earth within this moment. Asshole! Katakuri burst out, and his entire body immediately transformed into a giant glutinous rice that would protect all of his younger siblings to the death. The wind gusted, the waves roared, and the ship instantly crumbled. The surface of the sea trembled, and horrible craters in the seabed opened up under the shelling. Crashing sound. The seawater poured in, and countless corpses of Sea King types exploded into roiling flesh and blood, melting into the blood-colored vortex. His eyes went black, and after Katakuri only felt a pain in his back, he didn't know anything else. Note, brothers beg to differ. Chapter 86 Invitation Card 2. The dust has settled. Aboard the Evil Dead, both arms and legs blew up in unison and were engulfed in cannon fire, with a shocking and horrific wound at the back, in which the charred white bones were still visible. The crowd looked at it for half a day before they recognized who this person was. This is Big Mom's second son? Charlotte Katakuri with a bounty of 1,057 million belly? Why is he here? Actually, I'm more curious. His siblings had his protection, and it makes sense that only 2 of them are dead now, but why isn't he dead? Hiria gave a puzzled cry, then looked aside at the iceberg. The others did the same, looking at the iceberg one after the other. That's a shelling that destroyed an island. With that kind of horrific view of destruction, the crowd wouldn't believe that Katakuri would survive such a barrage. Looking at the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Iceberg froze, then a bitter smile appeared on his face. This guy is very smart. With all his limbs broken off, only his head and torso body have been preserved, which means that he should have gone all out to protect these 2 key positions in the final moments of the shelling. That's not a suitable reason. Iceberg, Maki Ling said in a deep voice. If the ancient weapons couldn't even blast a tiny Katakuri to death, Maki Ling would really be greatly disappointed. Hey, it's true, Captain. Hit the nail on the head. My admiration for you is simply, cut the ass kissing and get on with it. Oh, mainly because at the last minute I took the liberty of scaling down the power of the barrage, as well as the buildup of power, and the maximum load degree of the energy crystals, Iceberg said in a deep voice. The reason for doing so? Mu Ling's face remained unchanged as he looked at the iceberg. Because I'm not sure of everything, Iceberg said helplessly. A sure thing? Are you saying that in fact, even you yourself are not quite sure of the true power of this barrage? Old San reacted quickly and immediately caught the meaning in Iceberg's words. That's right, because the last time an ancient weapon, the Pluto, came out, it still only existed in rumors, and even though I have the Pluto's design drawings, I've never actually harnessed this extremely destructive weapon. Then wouldn't this time be just the right time to understand? Bonnie queried. Iceberg, because the position we were in just now was far less than the distance of the main gun's attack. Are you worried that if you strike with all your might, you'll implicate us? Part of that exists, but of course, the bottom line is that I'm not sure if this cannon can be fired successfully because it's never been attempted. And while it's theoretically 100% successful, the uncertainty of something like this is just too great, and with the lives of our entire crew at stake, I'm afraid to make any risky attempts. But this time, even though I've only used 50% of the power, I can tell you with certainty that my mastery of the ancient weapon Pluto is infinitely close to a state of perfection. Oh, interjection indicating that one has just learned STH. When Iceberg said this, the crowd understood. The 100% theory is successful, but the uncertainties involved are not guaranteed by anyone. Naturally, Maki Ling didn't say anything. Errors existed in any precise equipment, and no robotic assembly line existed, even for the world's top shipwrights. It is just like the atomic bomb in the previous world, which was introduced only after countless attempts. Iceberg is justified in having such concerns. The crowd stopped their murmurs and then turned their gazes to the 3 people lying on the ground. Now that you're awake, don't pretend. I think you recognize who I am. The crowd's heart was shocked. Unbelievingly looked at slowly opened his eyes Katakuri. What strong willpower. Red pupil Maki Ling? Evil spirit pirates. I didn't expect to meet you guys. Kill me. Covered in blood. Kaji's eyes were dull and obviously ready to die. Kaji, one of the 3-star generals of the Big Mom pirate group, is powerful and possesses the seeing color hegemony that can briefly foresee the future. However, Maki Ling wouldn't let him die, because in the entire Big Mom pirate group, he was considered the one that Maki Ling appreciated the most. Out of step with the rest of the family. Not greedy, not murderous, but instead doing everything in his power to protect his family and giving Luffy the utmost respect in his battle with him. Besides, taking that old woman's strongest son under her wing. Will it piss the old woman off on the spot? Gee, that's fun to think about. Join my pirate crew. Be my companion. Boom! His godless eyes instantly exploded into a ball of brilliant light. Ka Air was completely stunned by Makiling's invitation. This was followed by endless anger. Asshole! Are you humiliating me? I'm a member of the Big Mom pirate group. My name is Charlotte Katakuri, and I'm the son of Mom. I would never betray my family and join your pirate crew. Kaji said this almost in a growl. TSK, TSK, what a good and loyal son. Muling disdainfully skimmed his mouth, his face full of sarcasm. You treat that old woman like a mother, but have they ever treated you like a son? Once they fall into mania they will disown all their relatives. Even their own sons will be taken away from their souls, and instead of having any guilt afterwards, they just get worse and worse. Is it worth it to have a mother like that? Word for word. Ka Air froze on the spot. Of course he knew what kind of person his mother was, so many sons in her eyes, but just a tool. Even by himself, he was only a slightly stronger tool. Angry? Of course Kaji was angry. Watching a loved one die in front of your eyes, or by your mother's own hand. Humph. I still have a family. I have younger siblings that I have to protect. It's not as bad as you say. Protecting his younger siblings was kind of the only belief that Kaji had sustained. Oh, yeah? Muling smiled wryly. Then with a flash of flowing light in his hands, 2 emerald green rejuvenation pills appeared in his hands. Chapter 87, Family? Kindred Spirits? Anum. Whooshing. Accompanied by 2 sword lights, the rejuvenation pill struck into the mouths of 2 Big Mom pirates, a man and a woman. The male is Charlotte Conti, a huge, lanky man who specializes in physical skills. The female, on the other hand, is Charlotte Flamp, petite and sweet-looking, and one of Katakuri's loyal little lickspittles. The brother control. You, what did you do to them? Stop it, bastard. Red Pupil Makiling. I'll kill you. Katakuri, who had his siblings in mind, immediately tensed up, wondering what it was that Makoran had typed into the mouths of the 2. TSK, don't talk, be quiet and watch the show. Oh. Makiling laughed and held his arms ready for a good show. The crowd did the same, and although they didn't understand what the captain's intention was in doing this, they also followed Makiling's example and watched the show. It's just a bit of a waste of the rejuvenation pill. Oh, this place? Headache, where am I? Suddenly, Conti and Flamp, who were bathed in a green healing glow, slowly opened their eyes under the tremendous medicinal power of the rejuvenation pill. Conti, Flamp, you guys, great, you guys are awake? Seeing the 2 waking up, Kaji instantly became agitated, twisting his body one way or the other and roaring furiously. It's brother's voice. Brother, where are you? Great, Katakuri brother is alive. Quick, save us brother. As if they had found their backbone, Conti and Flamp immediately sat up and looked around. Ah, Jesus, who are you? Monster, fuck off monster. Suddenly, Flamp, who saw Katakuri for the first time, panicked. Your brother Katakuri? Conti exclaimed. Although Katakuri had long since lost his human form, with all his limbs severed and only his body and head left behind, Kant, who was familiar with the other party, recognized him. What? This monster is a brother? No, that's impossible. Monster? It was then that Katakuri remembered that his scarf, which had shielded his mouth, had been incinerated with the cannon fire. Then their own horrible teeth and mouth had been seen by them, right? His face suddenly dimmed for a few moments, and Katakuri looked powerlessly at Makoran. Release my siblings and I'll promise you anything. Don't be in a hurry. The show has just begun, isn't it? Muling smiled mysteriously, but it startled the other 2. Heavens, you're the Red Pupil Shepherd Spirit? Flamp covered her mouth and trembled. How did you end up here? Were you the one who destroyed our pirate ship? Ha! With a light smile, Muling waved his hand and looked at the 2. Now there's a task I want you to help me accomplish. Boom! Muling's icy smile was like the breeze in the middle of Yangchun March, gusts of it piercing the bones and constantly impacting in the hearts of the 2 men. A sea pirate of the same generation as Mom, now the 5th king of the sea, and a bounty of 4 billion belly on the Red Pupil of Macaron. Such a character. The 2 were dumbfounded for a moment, not knowing what to say. Oh, can't understand? Let's put it this way then. Help me accomplish a task and I'll let you go. Knock. With a shock in their hearts, a flash of light immediately flashed across the eyes of the 2. Let us go? Mr. Makiling, feel free to mention any task, as long as I can do it. No. We will do our best and risk our lives to complete the mission. The 2 of them yelled at each other, completely ignoring their brother, who was surrounded by broken limbs and bloodstained. Ka Air, on the other hand, was full of despondency, and although he was a bit saddened by his siblings' heartlessness, he didn't really care much about the situation at hand, as being able to stay alive was more important than anything else. Only, would Makiling really let them go? Kaji didn't believe it. Holding out his hand, Makiling signaled the two to be quiet. There's no need for you to put your lives on the line. It's just a very small thing. Take a message to Ling Ling for me. I'll collect on the past sooner or later. And tell her to wash her neck and wait for me. Okay, that's it. Now you can go finish the job. With his hands spread out, Mu Ling laughed. Conti froze with Flamp, a skeptical gleam in his eye. That's it? Just a message for Mom? Are you really going to let us go? What? Don't believe me? Now you can leave. Mu Ling said breathlessly. Seeing that Mu Ling didn't look like he was deceiving them, the two men got excited. Much thanks to Mr. Makiling. We're on our way. And we'll be sure to bring the word to MOM. Don't worry, we'll complete the mission. Goodbye Mr. Makiling. The two of them immediately got up, and without looking back they were about to flee outside. Slow down. Mu Ling suddenly spoke out. The two of them shuddered and stopped where they were, drenching beads of sweat having long since drenched their backs. He forgot to say one thing. In fact, this task is not necessarily for the two of you to complete. I'm talking about any of the three of you to go to two people to complete this task. So, aren't you going to talk to your brothers about it? Bang. Kaji, who was just about to speak, was immediately gagged by Haryu. Haryu, who had already seen through what the captain was up to, said with a sneer on his face. No, Mr. Makiling, I don't think there's any need to discuss it at all. I'll just go with Flamp's sister. That's right, it's better for a monster like that to stay here. Of course, I mean the monster. No, brother. He's not physically able to accomplish the task in time, so it's better for me to go with Brother Kant. He's already a loser, so just go to hell. I know Brother Katakuri, and he is more than willing to stay by himself and protect us. That's right, my brother has always taken care of us, so this time, I really don't want to see that monster-like face again. He's already like this. He's not far from death, so he might as well fulfill us. Gradually, the two men's words grew meaner and their voices sharper, not caring in the slightest for the angry Kaji. Sadness, helplessness, despondency, disappointment. At this point Kaji didn't need Harriet to cover his mouth anymore because he didn't want to talk at all and couldn't speak. Kant, his own brother, was saved countless times by Kaji, and even for him Kaji nearly lost his life once. Flamp, his favorite sister, well-spoken and adoring of himself, often following his ass brother to brother. But now, gentle laughter. Is this what one considers kinship? Is this the family you want to protect even at the risk of your life? Note, brothers brush up on your free gifts. Can't afford to eat anymore. Woohoo! Chapter 88, New Member, Katakuri, TSK, it's really worthy of being a son or daughter of Big Mom. Saying flip-flop. What a no-nonsense asshole. Makiling clapped his hands in praise. The two didn't say anything, their faces complex with their heads bowed, but definitely not half as guilty as they should have been. Calling us assholes. Aren't you Red Hitomi Makoran? Everyone is not a good person. The pirate world is weak and the only thing that is true is to survive. As for others, affection? Sorry, there is no such disgusting stuff in the Charlotte family that you have to be careful of getting killed by your own mother every day. Well, since you've chosen to abandon Katakuri, you're on your way. Thank you, Mr. Makiling. The two of them hurriedly thanked him. Sneer at. Accompanied by the sharp sword light, two heads flew up high, and it was none other than Conti and Flamp. Dull eyes were filled with incredulity. Jia, the captain did say he would let you go, but I never said that. Hiryu said sorrowfully, throwing an approving look at Hiryu. Macaron thought to herself, Hiryu, you're really getting to know me. Katakuri was still lying calmly on the ground. Even when he saw his younger sibling die, his eyes didn't even flicker. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. He, who considers protecting his family the most important thing in his life, never expected the betrayal to come so quickly. Well, don't you want to thank me? I helped you kill two traitors. Hiryu smirked. Thanks a lot. Katakuri thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Nice. Very nice. At once, Hiryu laughed even louder. Decisive, clean, thorough, able to quickly remain calm in the midst of ups and downs, and able to instantly come to a realization even if everything previously done is denied. Not bad for someone the captain looks up to. He looks like he's figured it out? Makiling smiled faintly and looked at Kaer. Big Mom is not worth keeping, and your family relatives are even more greedy, clinging to you like a leech, desperately drawing on you but never knowing how to return the favor, not knowing how to be thankful, much less understand your intentions, and even to see the good affection in your heart as a tool so that you can give it away for all eternity. Come on, have you figured it out yet? The way I look now, can I still join the evil spirit pirates? Kaji, who was full of bitterness, said in a deep voice, TSK, this new guy is pretty cocky. How dare he not trust the captain? Enelu said in a strange voice. Ha 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 ha, later on. He'll be too surprised to speak. Old Sandy laughed grimly. Captain Fantastic is at it again. Bonnie clapped her hands in anticipation. Hawkeye, on the other hand, was dumbfounded and looked at a few people curiously. Unsure. Clamor. With a flash of flowing light between his palms, the rejuvenation pill appeared and was immediately shot into Katakori's mouth by Maki Ling. Beep. Charlotte Katakori refining spirit +1. Beep. Charlotte Katakori refining spirit +3. Crashing sound. A rich green light wrapped Ka-Air's body, and in an instant, Ka-Air's eyes widened as an itchy, overwhelming sensation filled his body. The next moment, his entire body was dumbfounded. Limbs. He felt the limbs. How is this possible? It's true. Touching a thigh. Then an arm. Not a robotic arm. Not a prosthetic, but real flesh that existed. Miracle. It's a miracle. Bang. Kaji immediately half-kneeled in front of Maki Ling. Big Mom had done him a favor by raising him, which he had now long since repaid, while the Maki Ling in front of him had done him a favor by recreating him. Katakori meet the captain. The fact that he didn't bring his last name with him means that from this day on, Katakori, as a person, is not half related to Big Mom. Yes, Maki Ling bellowed, and from today, the evil spirit pirates had added another person to their ranks. Set sail. Set sail. Understood, Captain. Training continues. Don't. The iceberg was on the verge of crying. 1 month later, Cake Island. Well, since Katakori is dead, it's dead. The Big Mom, whose bloated body sat around the seat, chewing desserts constantly in his mouth, looked down at Paraspero with a frown. Any idea who did it? Report, Mom. Yes, evil spirit pirates. 7 younger siblings, all dead, Paraspero said in a deep voice, but from his face he couldn't even see half a bit of sadness. Bang! A man broke in. There's a piece of information from the evil spirit pirates that was sent to you specifically by Akatsuki Makoran. But what's very puzzling is that the channel for this piece of information is an internal channel unique to my Charlotte family. Charlotte Sentis, the Minister of Intelligence who specializes in handling intelligence, suddenly broke in and exclaimed, "Oh, an internal channel? Strange. What's the word? Say it," Big Mom queried. "I'll collect on the past sooner or later. And by the way, call Mom you. Sentis suddenly wanted to speak. Asshole. Don't say anything yet. Big Mom was enraged. The whole person seemed like a madman, and his eyes began to turn blood red. He said to him, wash your neck and wait for him. Bang! The table in Big Mom's hand falls over with a thud. Asshole. Since Katakori is dead, why are you still alive? In a rage, Big Mom seemed to disregard everything, and in an instant, the entire palace was enveloped in a mist. And at the center of the mist, a pair of blood-red eyes were regal and terrifying. After a long time, he looked at Sentis, who had fallen to the ground. With that, he picked up the phone bug at hand and dialed a number. Brubbleblade, French town. Surprisingly, it's you, an old woman, not dead yet? On the other end of the line, a gruff male voice came through. Asshole. Cursing angrily, Big Mom held back his anger and said, how about what we talked about last time? Oh, what is it? Hee, since you've forgotten then forget it. Anyway, counting the time, this Macaron fellow will soon arrive in Kazunokuni. I would be afraid of him? I don't know who lost a duel with him back then. Even the thundering 8 trigrams were lost. Old woman, do you want to die? As if it had touched Kaido's scales, the anger could be felt through the phone. Big Mom, let's put away the useless anger for now. You and I both know in our hearts what strength that guy is today. Okay, I agree. So much the better. Snap, the phone was hung up, and Big Mom and Kaido, who was far away in Kazunokuni, simultaneously revealed a sardonic smile. Note, many thanks to my brothers for the gifts, and to my reading friend, Lion Bonesong, for the roll call. Already changed it, huh? Got dizzy and made a big mistake. Sorry guys. Chapter 89, A Fiery Battle. Rumbling. The lightning in the sky was as if the thunder god was furious. Silver snakes danced about, and black and purple thunder constantly exploded above the head of the evil spirit. Rattling thunder crash. Looking at Katakori, who was on the deck, Enelu roared furiously, and the golden rod in his hand turned into thunder, and he blasted down towards the ground. A nice offense. Just doesn't work on me. With an icy cold cry, Katakori's arms were immediately covered by armed color bajuan, and the originally soft glutinous arms immediately became as hard as iron. Boom! It instantly collided with the thunder, and immediately afterward, in the midst of the raging thunder, those arms pushed against the raging thunder, disregarding the blazing heat, and rushed through everything. Bang! Enelu dodged the punch with a flash of his body, Then his entire body transformed into thunder and swooped down. Bang! 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 The shadow of the fist was heavy, and raging sparks kept splashing out in all directions. TSK, looks like this guy Anilu is going to lose again. True to form, Katakuri is really strong, but this guy Aniru is incredibly talented, and the progress he's made in this month is astounding. Who's next? Seems like it's you, old Shah, right? I'm looking forward to it. Hiryu laughed thievishly, and although the underground Katakuri's face was unchanged, his heart was trembling. This guy called Raijin Aniru has improved so fast. Because of his fruit's ability, lightning doesn't have an effect on glutinous rice. If rubber can, so can glutinous rice? From the Aniru who was being overwhelmed by himself just a month ago, he had actually been able to fight against himself. What a man who has the power to fight with Admiral Yellow Saru. The corners of his mouth raised in a smirk, and Katakuri's fists immediately exploded, as if they were two explosive hammers, ruthlessly slamming towards Anilu. Bang! 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 Lightning exploded, and the body of Anilu, whose golden rod in his hand turned into a phantom, flickered as he kept dodging the punches that were coming at him. 30 million volt thunder beast. Roar! The thunder drum behind him trembled violently, and then a strange beast bathed in thunder light rushed out. Gnome heavy hammer strike. Clamor. In a blink of an eye, the glutinous rice bursting hammer transformed into a phantom, immediately transforming into more than a dozen heavy fists, smashing the thunder beast into slag in one go. Roar! Immediately afterward, Anilu slammed both fists back over his body and slammed them down hard on the thunder drums. Instantly, countless thunder beasts as well as thunder dragons instantly burst out from the thunder drum. This was also the change that Anilu had made to his skills after the last battle with Makurin. Nice! Katakuri praised. And in the next second, a fiery and unstoppable flame breath exploded from his body. Glutinous rice roasted rice cakes. Bang! 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 In a blink of an eye, countless flaming glutinous rice arms that were drawn out in huge lengths kept bursting out, transforming into roiling fist shadows, punching the thunder beast's body one after another. Fire splashed in all directions. Thunder surged, and countless ripple-like shockwaves cascaded and spread out in all directions. Boom! Maki Ling reached out his hand and used his overpowering aura to intercept the flames and prevent it from damaging the evil spirit. Iceberg? How about that? You still questioning your fighting room? Bonnie grinned. Iceberg. Okay, I was naive. I haven't suffered the beatings of society. I was young and rash. In the middle of the day. Phew. A bruised and swollen Anilu lay on his back on the deck, panting heavily, but that white face was smiling. He lost again. To Katakuri. As a Big Mom pirate group Royal Vice level of Katakuri, the entire evil spirit number pirate group in addition to the Makiling, Eagle Eye, only Hiryu can fight with it, and do not fall into the wind. Anilu wants to surpass him, and it wasn't a good time for Katakuri. Scorched black and with short purple hair sticking up like a hedgehog, having had his body refined by the shepherd spirit, his strength had long since far exceeded that of the original. Brubbleblade, French town. Suddenly, a sound of a telephone bug rang out from Makiling's arms. The faces of the crowd were strange, and all of them couldn't help but heave a laugh. That pirate empress looks like she's checking the captain's watch again. Go. Let's go drink. Shilio shouted. Bonnie, Iceberg, I want meat. I'm starving. Are we going to have to get a cook on board? That's right. Iceberg's cooking is just awful. Oh, that's a nightmare. Katakuri makes a pretty good baked rice cake. Concubine misses you so much. Aha! Makiling said woodenly. Have you? Miss my concubine? Think about it. Right. Makiling answered with extreme difficulty. Would it be good for my concubine to come to you then? Hancock said carefully. No. What are you doing? Snake lady? You're not allowed to leave Nine Serpents Island. Bang. By the sound of it, I think it's thee that's been kicked out. Damnable old thing. Concubine is going to find Makiling. Concubine has long been a member of the evil spirit pirates. Damnable Snakeheim. You're the king of the Nine Serpents Island. And now that the relationship between the Nine Serpents Island and the world government is so tense, how can you just... Ouch. Old body's face. It looks like the iron-headed waifu woman should be stepped on by Hancock. Woohoo! Suddenly, the ship shuddered, followed by a heavy hooter that resounded across the deck. Then came Jinpei's voice from the watchtower. Report, Captain. The Don Quixote pirates vessel has been sighted. And, ahead of them, there is a small boat on the run. Should be being chased by the Don Quixote family. Note, it's so uncomfortable to be out there and calling from a cell phone. Income is down again. Ooh, so sad. Chapter 90, Don Quixote family cadre. Hanging up the phone, Makiling's body slowly floated up into midair, looking at the ships that were constantly traveling on the sea, and that flamingo pirate flag was constantly swaying with the gusty winds. and in front of the Don Quixote pirate ship, a half-sized black sailing ship was running for its life like mad. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Mu Ling felt that this black ship, whether from the appearance or style, seems to be very similar to a certain country. Captain, shall we? Enelu smirked, but he remembered that someone had almost killed Jinpei in Old San in the Top War. Even though we don't all see eye to eye on a regular basis, it's something we do as a family. What is our status? Maki Ling asked rhetorically. A pirate. What do pirates do? Kill? Kill? Enelu muttered as he froze. Snap. Shiria slaps Enelu on the side of the head. Idiot. We're pirates. Of course we're going to rob. Rustle of skirts. In a blink of an eye, a flash of blood-red swordlight burst out from the thunderstorm and chopped down towards the pirate ship on the sea. Asshole Hiryu, wait for me. With a furious cry, a pair of thunder wings manifested behind Enelu and immediately flew up into the air, condensing a thunderbolt in his hand and smashing it down towards the Don Quixote pirate ship. Rumbling, thunder rolled overhead, and a popping sound of air being ripped out of his ears was unrelenting. On the pirate ship stood a man and a woman respectively, none other than the Don Quixote family cadre Sugar, a young girl with the outward appearance of a 10-year-old child but the real age of a 20-year-old girl. The other is a Don Quixote family cadre, Derringer, the child of a fishman and a human, with a tall, thin body and a cold face, but with a pair of ladies' high heels on his feet. Did you hear anything? Sugar wondered. She had a vague sense of foreboding. No. Derringer's face was frosty, and he didn't care at all about Sugar's words. By order of the Joker, it is imperative that those 3 people on the black ship in front of you are apprehended. He wouldn't dare to be sloppy. No, it's very wrong. At this moment, San Sugar only felt that his body was engulfed by an intense crisis, and he was filled with cold sweat and fear on the spot. Get out! Bang! 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 In an instant, the sword light streaked across the sky, and the sharp sword awnings instantly split the pirate ship in two and crumbled apart as if it were an axe that opened up the sky. The raging thunder fell immediately afterward, completely shattering the hull that was divided into 2 halves into slag. Asshole! Who is it? How dare you attack our Don Quixote family? Derringer, the half-fishman, was on the verge of losing his temper, dragging the long unconscious Sugar as hard as he could towards a piece of swimming wood. TSK, truly worthy of being from the Don Quixote family. What arrogance! An icy voice sounded above his head, and Derringer immediately looked up, and the next moment fell into deep despair. Pale skin, huge earlobes, and a vague flicker of electricity all over his body. Evil spirit pirates! Thunder God Anilu! Derringer said word for word, but his body couldn't stop trembling. Yo, you kid even recognize this god. Knock. Upon hearing Enelu admit his identity, Derringer's heart sank completely. The evil spirit pirates, the 5th emperor of the sea, the remnants of that old era, the one that even Joker couldn't afford to mess with, the horrible man. In the middle of the day, when Sugar slowly awoke from his stupor, he saw Derringer on his knees, trembling. Yo, awake? A voice that sounded like a devil's whisper resounded in his ears, and then after seeing the person who spoke, Sugar, whose liver and guts were cracked, almost fainted on the spot. Red? Akatsuki Makoto? Why did we meet this man? Jesus. Woo. Uncle, don't kill me. I'm still a child. It's all because Doflamingo forced me to. I'll die if I don't join his clan. I'm really just a kid under 10 years old. Woohoo! In an instant, San Sugar, whose head was spinning rapidly, howled as she hugged McKeeling's thigh, tears in her voice. Moreover, she kept pouring out the abominations of Ming, as well as her innocence and goodness. Click one's tongue. Mu Ling, who saw the scene, couldn't help but shake his head. Childish fruit ability Sugar, underneath the appearance of a seemingly 10-year-old child, is actually a 20-year-old girl, so it's better to stop pretending to be young, right? After saying that, ignoring San Sugar's horrified gaze, Maki Ling looked at Bonnie and said in a cold voice, "Since you like to act young, you have to act like it." Had, Bonnie said with a bad smile. Finally a use for myself. It's too hard. Clamor. In a flash, a dazzling beam of light flowed through Bonnie's hands and shot towards the Sugar without mercy. At that moment, it was as if Sugar heard a voice. Congratulations on receiving a young love package from Pony. No, don't. Wow. In the light, Sugar's panicked voice came to an abrupt end, turning into a baby's cry in the next second. Everyone present only felt a chill down their backs, and their eyes changed as they looked at Bonnie. I thought it was a mascot, but I didn't realize it had this kind of magical function. Sneer at. The light of the sword was fleeting, sweeping across Derringer's neck in a single blow. Well, the troublemakers have been dealt with. It's your turn next. Turning around, with a face full of smiles, Mu Ling really felt that the saying that fate is too good to be true was really half true. Deck. The three people bound into dumplings looked at Mu Ling in panic, sweating profusely. Note, although the Straw Hat Gang meets Momonosuke 2 years later, based on their escape from the land of Wabi-Sabi and their delay in Punk Hazard. It's almost now, and at this point almost a year has passed since the war at the top. Chapter 91, The Black Charcoal Kanjuro Who Tears His Face Off. The young lord of the Mitsuki clan. Mitsuki Momonosuke. One of the 9 of the Red Sheath. The Foxfire Jinbei Gate. Kanjuro Kuroten, who is named one of the 9 of the Red Sheath, but is actually a traitor. The three of them trembled and knelt on the deck, looking fearfully at Mu Ling and the others. Although they had just crossed over not long ago and suffered the capture of Black Charcoal Orochi as well as Doflamingo, they had heard something about the sea world today. Moreover, the conversation between the two of them, Mac Ling and San Sugar Derringer, just now, they had heard it clearly. The 5th Emperor of the Sea, the Red Pupil Makiling, the world-shattering evil dead pirates. Snap! Momonosuke's trembling body hid behind Jinman, his hands clutching the other man's shirt in deathly fear. The ability to listen to the sound of all things allowed him to sense at the first moment the monstrous killing intent of Mu Ling as he looked at himself. And while Momonosuke was looking at Makarin, Makarin was likewise sizing up the other man, the son of Mitsuki Goten and Mrs. Toki. According to the description of Momonosuke in the anime, they were sent to the present from the Great War of Wakuni 20 years ago by Mrs. Toki traveled through time and space with the power of the Superman line of Toki fruit. Baidu Encyclopedia has confirmed this. They are then pursued by the Black and Tan Orochi, and on the way Reizo is seriously injured and goes to Zao, while the three of them encounter a storm at sea on the way to escape, and are again pursued by the Donkey Kong clan. Sheesh, it wasn't easy. Momonosuke Yuboi Temo finally fell into my hands. Back in my previous life when I watched anime, like many pirate fans, I have long hated this guy Momonosuke to the bone and to the core. Whoa! Suddenly, with a twinkle in his eye Momonosuke immediately let out a loud cry at the top of his voice. Whoa father, it looks like we can't escape death today. My poor son Jinman couldn't help but burst into old tears as well, stroking Momonosuke's head one by one. I'm sorry that my child can't honor you in your old age. Whoa, it's daddy who didn't take care of you. At once, the voices of the two men who were holding each other's heads began to hoarse. The crowd was impassive, indifferently watching the father-son pair in front of them without saying a word. Instead, there was a hint of intolerance on the faces of Jiaping and Iceberg. Captain, shall we? Iceberg said lustily. He's a shipwright and a former mayor, and he can't stand to see that. And Jiaping is also a little bit of intention, although he has killed countless people, but not like the old Shihilio these people, cold and heartless. Stupid Jubii, they're acting, Hiria said without a word of humor. You can't even tell from this? You're really getting worse. Jiaping, old San was also speechless. Instantly, both Momonosuke and Kinnikuman stopped crying and stared blankly at the crowd. Discovered. Why don't you cry? Come on, cry. It's looking great. Bonnie was disgruntled, and the leg of lamb bone kept bobbing up and down in her hand. Asshole. Boom. In an instant, taking advantage of the crowd's one moment of inattention, Gene Wayman burst out with a cry, and the long blade in his hand immediately raged with Foxfire. Foxfire Ryu, Fire Ryu Ichiban. Leaping forward, the terrifying Foxfire transformed into a blazing flaming blade chi and chopped down fiercely towards Mu Ling. Bastard! How dare you resist? Hiria drew Thunderstorm and swept the Kitsune away with a sword block in front of Makorin. At the same time, Kanjuro, who was waving the brush in his hand, immediately drew a big black bird, and then dragged up Momonosuke and flew towards the sky. Yo, surprisingly, you want to run away? It's really an act. Analu smirked and glanced at Jinping and Iceberg, then turned into a thunderbolt and immediately chased after them. Bang! 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 1 minute later, Jinman collapsed helplessly to the ground, beside Kanjuro Momonosuke, who had been recaptured by Aniru. As for Iceberg and Evening, they had long ago lowered their heads and stopped talking. Asshole! 2 actors? Cheating on our feelings. Whoa! No! Let my father and uncle go! Snap! Momonosuke cried out in pain as he threw his arms around Makorin's thighs. We're just ordinary people from the land of peace. We were chased all the way here before we escaped. I'm still a kid under 10. Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, Momonosuke hit the ship's mast hard in a parabola. It's true that pretending to be young happens every year, but this year it's especially common. Sanding Sugar in front and Peach Helpers in the back. You guys are really trying to make a career out of pretending to be young. Ha! The common people of Kazunokuni? Is that so? Makiling smiled wryly, then said icily. Mitsuki Momonosuke, son of Mitsuki Goten, the daimyo of Wakoku 20 years ago. Foxfire Kinmon, one of the 9 of the Red Sheath, a vassal of the Mitsuki family. As for you TSK, named as one of the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath, but in reality is the black charcoal Orochi's mole sent into the Mitsuki family. Black charcoal Kanjuro. Boom! In an instant, the three people who had been caught by Mu Ling's words were completely dumbfounded. There was a slow incredulity in his eyes. Kinnikuman's body went limp and he fell to the ground. An indescribable despair loomed over his head. It's amazing how this guy surprisingly knows everything. Momonosuke's identity as a young master. His own identity as the 9 warriors of the Red Sheath. And Kanjuro's inner. Kanjuro you. Is he telling the truth? You guys are black charcoal Orochi's henchmen? Reacting. Kamaman was immediately horrified. If what Makiling said was true, wouldn't it be that the identity of the young lord, as well as the secret of our arrival in this era, were all known by the black charcoal serpent? Ha 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 ha, I'll admit it since I'm dying. Suddenly, a strange and extremely strange laughter burst out of Kanjuro's mouth. A bunch of idiots. And the Red Sheath 9? I poo. At once, Kanjuro, who had completely torn his face off, stopped pretending, looking at the two people on the ground with a grim smile on his face. I, Kanjuro Kuroten, am a member of the Kuroten family. Ha ha ha, the famous Foxfire Kinmon of Kazunokuni? Nothing more than that. Young Lord Mitsuki. Nothing worth mentioning. Note, I apologize for the late post tonight. It should be normal tomorrow. I apologize. And many thanks to my brothers for the gifts. Potato bowed. Chapter 92 Makiling's plot. Momonosuke's death. To think that I am considered a man after my own heart. Naive enough to share all my secrets with me. Ha ha ha. Fooled. Fooled by my perfect acting. Right? Do you know why the family got poorer and poorer back then? It's because every time black charcoal Orochi came to borrow money, I would take the opportunity to lend him double the amount. Hey, I'm also the one who snitched on that Goten guy for sneaking up on Kaido. Thinking of the scene before that Goten guy died. Ha ha ha. It's just great. Kanjuro laughed heartily as he danced around with his hands. But you clearly went with us to rescue the family head that day, Jinyuman said incredulously. Ha! With a cold smile, Kanjuro folded his hands as if he was doing a curtain call with extreme grace. Everything, for perfect acting. Since both of his parents were involved in the theater industry in Wakuni, Kanjuro was very passionate about acting since he was a young boy. More than anything, he was immersed in his performance. Bastard! Kanjuro! You abomination! Aha! I'll kill you! The furious Jin Weiman could no longer suppress his inner anger. His blade burst into foxfire, and he went towards Kanjuro to kill him with his life. Boom! The foxfire and the huge paintbrush clashed together fiercely, and a roar erupted. It's just impotent rage. And what can you do with rage when it comes down to it? Bang! 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 The two of them instantly battled into a ball, and all of a sudden, flames exploded and sharp blades flew. Kanjuro, who was no longer in hiding, exploded his amazing drawing skills, a sharp weapon bursting out from under his brush and continuously smashing into Kamen Rider. The Jinwei men were incompetent, failing to protect the family head and thus being victimized by traitors. Right now the young lord is in critical condition, and the Jinyu sect is still powerless to do anything about it. But at least, I can kill you, traitor. Anum. Rumbling. In an instant, the shocked Jinwei man cared about nothing but one thought in his mind. That is, handily killing his enemy, Kanjuro Kuroten. The two fought more and more fiercely, their swords waving, flames bursting, and their strokes blooming with deadly light. Makiling and the others, on the other hand, clasped their fists and watched the good show, just short of holding a melon in their hands. But this guy, Bonnie, was eating a mouthful of lamb with a glance at the play. Looking at it, Makiling was a bit greedy. Momonosuke, on the other hand, half kneeled on the ground in despair, his entire being as if he had lost his soul, and looked at the battle before him in a godless manner. He knew he was going to die, with the body of a man under 10 years old, but the mind of a man in his 20s. The always loyal Kanjuro was actually a traitor? This completely broke Momonosuke. Bang! Kanjuro was swept away by a sword and slammed into the ship's mast, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. Help! Help me! I'm one of Black Charcoal Orochi's men, Lord Kaido's men. If you save me, I'll make sure Lord Kaido takes care of you. Crowd. It's not a cutie. I'm afraid. Right? Die. Boom! Foxfire exploded, instantly bursting into an incomparably powerful aura in Jinwei Men's hands, cutting Kanjuro down with a single slash. Thus, the traitor of the Mitsuki family, Kanjuro Kuroten, died at the hands of the Kinko clan. Thank you all. Although it was the enemy, Kamen looked away. If these people wanted to stop themselves, it would be practically effortless. No harm done. You go. Waving his hand, Makoran decided to let Kamen Rinpoche leave. Really? Really? Jinwei Men was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Really? Makiling nodded. Much thanks, Your Excellency. Jinman was so excited that he almost cried on the spot. and immediately hugged Momonosuke and prepared to leave. You can go. He must stay. Ha! What does your excellency mean by this? The brocade guards who were stopped by Makiling were confused. It means nothing. I'm going to hand him over to Kaido on a matter of vital business only. And as for you? The head of the Red Sheath 9, right? If you want to retrieve the young lord, go gather your men and ask Kaido for someone. Bang! After saying that, Makiling slapped his big hand fiercely towards Jinweimen's body, and looked at the other party who slowly rose up into the mid-air, and then kicked him away. Half a day later, on the Sea of Clouds, Captain, are we really going to make a deal with Kaido? Give him to that Kaido guy? On deck, Hiryu wondered. No, I lied to that guy, Makiling said flatly. Ha, so, then you are? It's just a matter of finding some trouble for Kaido. Each of the Red Sheath 9 are loyal to the Light Moon family. If they knew that the only remaining young lord fell into Kaido's hands, TSK, guess how crazy they would be? Mu Ling said with a bad smile on his face. What's more, they're not ordinary samurai either. Each one of them has extraordinary strength. I'm sure Kaido will have a headache next. At once, Hiryu laughed. And everyone laughed. Pirates don't just fight and kill. Proper intrigue is necessary. But they may not believe you, Captain? Old Sandy wondered. It doesn't matter. It's supposed to be a random act. If you dare to come, just kill them. Mu Ling waved his hand, not putting the Red Sheath 9 warriors in his eyes in the slightest. The crowd also realized that it was just the captain having nothing better to do than to try to get Kaido in trouble. The bad guys. It's a bunch of vicious bad guys. Momonosuke's body kept retreating, but a cold light flashed at his waist. He was going to kill Makiling, the man who was attempting to stir up the entire Light Moon family. Only the tender Momonosuke never realized that his little trick had long been exposed to the public eye. What about him? Boni looked over at Momonosuke, a dazzling light blooming in her hand, clearly ready to turn this pretender into a 3-year-old. Asshole! I'll kill you! Holding the dagger, Momonosuke stabbed down at Makoran like a madman. Mitsuki Momonosuke, will kill this guy even if I die. Ha! Sneer at. And straight as a sword, sharp sword light instantly burst out from Mu Ling's fingertips. In an instant, Momonosuke's disbelieving expression stopped in mid-air, and blood spurted out of the broken neck as if it were a spring. Terrifying flames then erupted from the palm, sweeping Momonosuke's body away. After a few breaths, there was no longer a Momonosuke between heaven and earth. No system voice sounded in his head. It seems that at this point in time Momonosuke has not eaten that artificial devil fruit. Keep moving. Yes. Note, the king of thieves can be inappropriate. Momonosuke must die. Chapter 93 Angry Zhao. Bang! The boulder crumbled, and a thick voice roared furiously with endless anger. What? What did you say? Jinyuman? The young lord has been captured by the evil spirit pirates, to be handed over to Kaido? At this moment, the physically tall Duke of Inuarashi was no longer as gentle as he used to be, the long blade in his hand bursting in gusts, his sharp fangs intensifying in his mouth, into an endless fury. This is the island of Zoao, the back of the Elephant Lord and home of the furries. At this point, 2 months have passed since Momonosuke was killed. The country of Kazunoki is too dangerous nowadays with the black and tan Orochi, as well as Kaido, on the hunt. Knowing that he would never be able to enter alone with his own strength, Jinman took the trouble to climb up to the body of the Elephant Lord, and came to the Zao, seeking the 2 men, Duke Inarama and Cat Viper, who were also members of the 9 of the Red Sheath. Bastard! The evil spirit pirates. This guy Akatsuki Makoran. The Cat Viper was trembling. The family head was dead, and now even the only remaining young master had been captured by the enemy. I'm going to kill them. Reizo, who was recuperating from his injuries on Sawo Island, grimaced and didn't say anything. There's one more thing. There's a spy within us, and the death of the family head back then had a lot to do with him as well. Jinweimen said in a cold voice. What? There's a mole? No wonder the family head's night attack on Kaido was discovered back then. Asshole. Who the hell is it? The 3 immediately shook with more than just anger. It's Kanjuro. He's from Black Charcoal Orochi, formerly known as Black Charcoal Kanjuro. Surprisingly, it's this fellow Kanjuro? Instantly, the 3 of them were filled with horror. How could it be him? Damn it, where is he? I'm going to kill him now. The Duke of Inuyasha was the first one to react, and immediately gripped his sword and prepared to go and kill Kanjuro. Reizo kept his head down and didn't say anything. He was still a bit incredulous about Kanjuro's identity as the traitor. This is a good companion who was once born and died together. He has been killed by me, Kikyumon said dismissively, his face devoid of any expression. Without mentioning that traitor, our immediate priority is still to rescue the young lord. Inuyasha, right. Never let the young lord remain in danger. Cat Viper, but is the young lord really at Kaido's? Will Akatsuki Makarin lie to us? Reizo, there's no other way out. It doesn't matter if it's Kaido or not at this point in time. The major has to be saved. And we must avenge the family head's death. So, travel to the land of Wabi-Sabi. Gather your companions, overthrow Kaido's brutal rule, and free the entire land of Wabi-Sabi. There is nothing else we can do. Boom! Jinweiman cut the huge mountain in front of him with a slash and said icily, "The evil dead." Boom! The popping sound came, and the iceberg, which looked like a monkey, nimbly flipped dozens of heels backwards to dodge the glutinous fists that fell from the sky. The moment his feet then lagged, a black shadow shot out of his body and swam across the deck like a swimming dragon, charging towards Katakuri on the opposite side. Shadow? That's your power? With a gasp of surprise, Katakuri did not dodge, allowing the shadow to spread to his feet. Shadowthorn, Blackthorn. Crashing sound. In an instant, countless strands of slender black shadows immediately exploded out of the round pile of black shadows under Katakuri's feet, attaching themselves to Katakuri's body as if they were vines. Immediately afterward, sharp edges appeared, and a black thorn emitting a cold light burst out from the vine and stabbed in. Is that the extent of it? Katakuri, whose entire body was covered by aura, was a bit disappointed that the power of this move was too weak. Oh, yeah, Iceberg, who was standing in the distance, let out a light laugh, then swung his right hand heavily towards the void. Shadow stab, possession, clamor. The black shadow that constantly bound Katakuri suddenly moved and began to gradually spread, getting bigger and bigger, as if it were flowing water filling the entire body. Katakuri remained still, quietly feeling the pressure on his body. In just a few breaths of effort, black shadows densely covered his body, wrapping Katakuri in death like an extremely snug black straitjacket. In an instant, Katakuri's face finally changed, revealing an extremely rare surprise. Your own body seems to be out of your control? Is it because of the shadow? The iceberg controlling itself? At once, Katakuri smiled, amused. Oh, surprisingly, it's a control-type move? Iceberg, this kid can do it. Bang! Hiryu, who was chopped up by Hawkeye's sword, was surprised in mid-air. Still too weak, Hawkeye glanced at it without paying much attention to it, and continued to spar with Hiryu with each other's sword lights. Nice idea, but this level of power, I get out of it easily. Boom! With a slight tremor, the shadow that bound Katakuri immediately began to pass over the surface of his body and gradually dissipated. Shadow, shadow, shift, shadow. The corners of the iceberg's mouth rose, after a slight flick of his fingertips. Clamor. In the next moment, his body appeared behind Katakuri, and where he had originally stood was a blurry black shadow. Scold. A cold flash in his hand was placed on Katakuri's neck. The victory is decided. In an instant, everyone present was stunned by Iceberg's tawdry to explosive maneuver. Oh, surprisingly, you swapped positions with the shadow, thus achieving instantaneous movement? Not bad. It looks like this Iceberg fellow also has serious cultivation. The moves are indeed good. It's just that the power still needs to be honed. Old Sand nodded. Boom! The moment the Overlord color burst out, the iceberg flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. Aha! You've developed the shadow fruit quite well in 2 months. So from today onwards, you'll start honing your body. Bang! 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 A ball of glutinous rice flung from Katakuri's hands and condensed into 2 giant two-handed dumbbells. Extremely heavy. Your speed is fine. Now it's just a matter of strength as well as hegemony cultivation. No one can help you with this kind of thing. You can only rely on yourself to keep practicing. Iceberg nodded. No one knew how much work he had put in over the past 2 months, but there's no way around it. The only way to not get pulled further and further away is to keep getting better. He's still at the bottom though. Captain, islands sighted in the waters ahead. Shall we go down and resupply? Suddenly, Jin Ping, who was standing on the watchtower, shouted. Yes. Makiling slapped his palm on the ship's mast. At once, the sea of evil spirits began to slowly sink. Note, thanks to Reed, Freak, for sending in the Great God certification. A million thanks. Potato bow. But please also do it in moderation. Free gift potatoes are happy enough. Chapter 94, Punk Acid. Half a day later, the crowd came near the island. Gloomy, dim, and dead. The grayish-white sky enveloped the sky over the island as if it was covered by a layer of haze, giving off an extremely depressing atmosphere. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Raging fires spread throughout the island, and before they even got close, the crowd was subjected to the blazing, unstoppable heat. Roar. At the same time, a terrifying hissing sound came faintly from the flames. It seems like a deserted island, doesn't it? Hiryu wondered. It seems to be uninhabited. What a big fire here though. Is there a volcano on this island? I think we'd better go. This island has been deserted for a long time, and most likely no one lives here. Bonnie said sullenly. The meat on the ship was almost gone. Soon she'll be out of food. Wait. Muling stopped the crowd and then soared into the sky, looking down on the entire island. Sure enough, this is Punk has said. The huge island was split by flames and ice. Half of it was hot fire and the other half was cold ice. Fire and ice. After the abdication of the Marshal of the Navy, Sengoku, Admiral Green Pheasant and Akane came here to fight for 10 days and 10 nights for the position of Marshal. Again, it's a battle between the frozen fruit and the magma fruit. That's why the island is the way it is today. Let's go. Go check it out. This place has a very hidden secret. Selling the story, Muling stepped onto the island. The crowd didn't know what it meant, but looking at the captain's enigmatic smile, they knew something interesting was bound to happen. The sword energy rushed through the flames and cut a path for people to walk on. A few minutes later, roar! The horrible hissing in the distance grew louder and louder. By the way, Bonnie, don't you want some barbecue? It's in here. Suddenly, Muling remembered the matter of there being another fire dragon on this island. That's delicious. Really? Bonnie rubbed her stomach in surprise, and then the whole thing ran forward as if it were a gust of wind. It wasn't long before Bonnie's delighted voice came through. Wow! It's a dragon! It's actually a dragon! Roar! Asshole! How dare you yell at me! Bang! 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 Accompanied by the sound of a lamb's leg bone waving, the crowd heard the fire dragon wail in agony. Hirio's a big asshole. Come on! Hurry up and get over here! Asshole! Can't you talk properly? Watch out, I'll kill you! Hiria didn't have the good sense to say, "Humph, better be polite to my old lady. Be careful, I'll turn you into a 3-year-old baby in one go and beat you to death with one finger." Bonnie naturally said unwillingly, "Humph, I'm a 3-year-old baby who can just beat you up. Yo, wanna fight, Hirio, big asshole? Come on." Miso, Hiryu, who swung his sword around and cut the fire dragon into pieces in 3 passes, clasped his arms and glanced at Bonnie. "If you don't bake it well, I'll beat you up." Humph. A grinning Bonnie gave a disdainful grunt and made a roast. Half a day later. "Wow, Bonnie, you can do it. It's much better than Iceberg's cooking." Jin Ping, who was eating happily, exclaimed, "Iceberg, how come you didn't cook before?" "Bonnie, I think this guy is just starving, this is why he did it himself." "Act like it. This lazy woman. All she does is eat all day." The rest of the group nodded and all looked at Bonnie with unkind eyes. "Bonnie, didn't we agree on a mascot? What happened to the little cook?" Rumbling. Suddenly, an earth-shattering pop exploded in the distance, as amazing as a cannonball landing. Someone is fighting on this island? Old Shah immediately got up and looked into the distance in confusion. It shouldn't be. Isn't this a deserted island? Boom! Before the crowd's words fell, another heavy popping sound suddenly rose. Immediately afterward, everyone felt the tremor of the island. "The other side is strong," Katakuri said in a cold voice. "Looks like something interesting is happening. Have you eaten yet? Then let's go check it out." Clapping his hands and throwing away the branches in his hands, Muling said with a smile on his face, "Punk Hazard is inhabited, but by Caesar, the T-Beard pirates, and other unimpressive characters. Oh, by the way, Rose seems to be here too." However, according to his strength, it was by no means possible to make such a big commotion. If one's guess was right, it must be those two. Gee, it's really a life-changing experience. And it's better to come early than never. Rumbling. The blazing magma transformed into a roiling magma bomb, emitting a terrifying hot breath, and slammed viciously towards Green Pheasant. "Stop resisting needlessly, Green Pheasant. In this battle, it's you who lost." Ice Age. Click, click, click. Cold ice seals immediately exploded out from between Green Pheasant's palms, transforming into a blade of ice that rushed into the roiling magma projectile. In the next second, all the magma collectively turned into ice sculptures, stagnating in midair, hideous and terrifying. Bang! But when the Green Pheasant, who had done this, fell violently to his knees, gasping for breath, bathed in blood, large swaths of burns covered his entire body, and at his empty left leg, the cold ice skyrocketed and transformed into a new left leg, and the Akane in the distance was no better. The whole person was like a bloody man, standing tenaciously. Behind Akane, there were endless flames, and beneath Green Pheasant's feet is the infinite ice field. Under the mingling of ice and fire, it was clear at a glance which was stronger or weaker. "No, I will not cede the marshalship to you." Green Pheasant braced himself and slowly stood up, only to fall down again. As much as he hated to admit it, he knew he had lost big time. Retracting his body of magma, Akane, whose left arm manifested a magma-glazed arm, let out a long sigh and said in silence, "Alas, although you and I have different philosophies, but please don't worry, I will carry out justice to the end." With that, Akane turned away and left Punkacid in a small, pre-prepared boat. to meet the marshalship that will soon be his. Asshole! Asshole! Bang! An enraged green pheasant slammed his fist down hard on the ice and tried to get up to give chase, but fell back down again. Damn it! I didn't lose. I can still fight again. Suddenly, a flirtatious voice reached Green Pheasant's ears. Gee, if it isn't Admiral Green Pheasant. What? Got your legs broken? Clamor. The raging sword light flickered and came, transforming into the appearance of Makiling. At that moment, Green Pheasant was completely dumbfounded. How could he not have thought that he would run into this guy? Red Hitomi Makiling. Here, Chapter 95, The Green Pheasant. Underneath the black robes, the handsome face was one that even Green Pheasant would recognize if he turned into ashes. Akatsuki Makarin, the evil spirit pirates. You, why are you here? Ha! Makiling let out a light laugh and didn't answer Green Pheasant. Instead he flirted. Just wandering around. By the way, just watching a good show. Click, click, click. In an instant, a terrifying ice seal spread out from underneath Green Pheasant's feet, supporting his body as he stood up. With that, he exhaled a mouthful of cold air that transformed into an ice blade, glaring angrily at Mu Ling. Come on, I may be injured, but I'm more than capable of dealing with pirates. Come on you can't even stand up. Looking at the faltering Green Pheasant who was still clinging on for dear life, Makiling was truly unable to raise half of his interest in fighting. Asshole, don't you underestimate me. Green Pheasant was enraged. You'd better get well first. I don't want to bully the disabled. Mu Ling waved his hand, his face full of disdain. Damn it! Bang! 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 The furious Green Pheasant immediately dragged his heavy body towards Mu Ling and ran. Only before he could run 2 steps, Mu Ling didn't even make a move. He collapsed on the ground. Rustle of skirts. In the next second, a green elixir struck down the sword chi into Green Pheasant's mouth. Half a rejuvenation pill was enough to make Green Pheasant's injuries better and enable him to move freely. A green healing glow blossomed within his body, and Green Pheasant looked at his body in disbelief at the constant flow of abundant power. Own injuries. Surprisingly healed? How's that? Lost a duel with Akane. Lost your leg. And lost your position as a Navy Marshal. Isn't it tempting to quit the Navy now? Boom! With a huge shock in his heart, Green Pheasant looked at Makiling incredulously. How does this guy know what I'm thinking? That's right. Just now when he watched Akane leave without being able to do anything about it himself, Green Pheasant's heart already had the intention of quitting the Navy, because he can't accept the definitive definition of justice in terms of Akane's planning. The O'Hara incident. The Watertown incident. Green Pheasant had long ago realized that he and Akane had different philosophies. So what if I am? Do you still want to invite me to join your pirate group? Green Pheasant, who had recovered from his injuries, stood up and coldly gazed at Makiling. You think too much. You're a Navy and I'm a pirate. I'm not killing you right now, mainly because I just can't bring myself to be interested. Too weak. Not interested in killing, but the next time I see you, you won't be so lucky. Spreading his hands, Makiling suddenly smiled. Come on, come with me to a place that I think will inspire you. After saying that, Makiling turned around and left, and Green Pheasant hesitated for a moment and reluctantly followed. Half a day later, after crossing the ice field and going over a small hill, far away, Mu Ling saw a tall institute. It should be the institute where Caesar developed the artificial devil fruit. Caesar, former scientist of the Naval Academy, gas fruit ability, brutal in nature, likes to use the human body to do all kinds of experiments. Joining forces with Ming and Kaido to create artificial devil fruit, his greatest desire is to surpass Burger Punk. No, Punkacid is clearly a deserted island. Why is there an institute here? The moment he saw the institute, Green Pheasant exclaimed, "Go away! That's what I'm showing you." With that said, looking at a group of centaur patrols rushing from the distance, Makiling looked towards the iceberg. "I'll leave it to you. No problem? Don't worry, Captain." Iceberg knew that Mu Ling was testing the results of his own cultivation during this period of time, so he naturally said with confidence, "Jia, I didn't expect an outsider to intrude. Kill them." Suddenly, a group of half-man, half-horse fellows galloped in from the distance, weapons in hand and full of scorn. The man at the head is the former captain of the T-Beard pirates. T-Beard. Rustle of skirts. In a flash, the iceberg moved, his body gradually becoming a blur as if he were a black shadow rushing towards the centaur patrol. "Ha, how dare you make a move against us? Nice courage. Kill him. Put a crocodile body on him. Sneer at." In an instant, sharp edges and cold light exploded, and more than a dozen shadow spikes immediately ripped up under the man's feet, piercing through his skin, crumbling his bones, and killing him beyond repair. Magathy he's dead? Bastard. Abomination. Charge. I'll take his skull for a soccer ball. The furious T-Beard immediately ran wildly, rushing towards the iceberg at a very high speed. Bang! The sword raised and chopped down hard, smashing into the spot where the iceberg stood. Only the next moment T-Beard froze, as the iceberg in front of him had long since disappeared. Idiot! I'm here! The voice came from behind and was accompanied by a sharp cracking sound. Shadowhorn gun! Sound of escaping laughter. T-Beard was shaken, looking incredulously at the black tip of the gun that penetrated his chest, opened his mouth, and finally collapsed powerlessly. Shadow Spike, Shadow Rider dance. With an explosive shout, Iceberg's body immediately transformed into a phantom, and the Shadowhorn gun in his hand quickly spun around as if it was dancing. Thumbs up. The madly rotating Shadowhorn gun was like a meat grinder, constantly skimming over every pirate's head, rolling up large swaths of blood and gore. A few short seconds later, the blood-soaked iceberg stood in the center with no one else around it. Boom! Cutting open the door of the institute with a sword, Mu Ling walked into a huge basement. A pungent and unpleasant odor came rushing in. Maki Ling froze, and after seeing the scene in front of him, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he turned his head to look at Green Pheasant. This is where I'm taking you. Well, anything you want to say? In a flash, after seeing the basement in its entirety, everyone's froze. Dismembered limbs and broken arms littered the ground. The bodies of skinny children were strewn at their feet, and hundreds of jars soaking in green liquid all had a child less than 10 years old floating silently inside. Eyes closed, motionless, with terror on his boyish face, and a tube sticking straight into his skull on the top of his head. Dead as a doornail. In vivo experiments. These words immediately appeared in Green Pheasant's mind. Then his eyes turned crimson, and countless cold ice seals flowed around his body. Chapter 96, The Crushed Green Pheasant. Asshole. Damn it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A bunch of. How dare you prey on small children with such cruelty. Click, click, click. The old lethargy no longer existed. At this time, the Green Pheasant was full of fierce face, as if it was a demon. Tears were faintly welling up in eyes that were reddened from anger. Terrifying ice seals densely spread all around his body, spreading to the entire basement, turning it into an ice field in the blink of an eye. Green Pheasant couldn't believe it. How could such cruelty happen right under your nose? How can you not know all about it? Asshole. Looking at the limbs and broken arms all over the ground, remorse, anger, and a wave of tyranny surged into Green Pheasant's heart. At this point, he wanted to kill someone, and the rest of the crowd froze on the spot. Just like Green Pheasant, though we are all badasses and have done no shortage of things to hurt the world, but something so cruel as to use the human body for living experiments was never thought of. This is so anti-human. Who? Since you brought me here, you must know? Quick, tell me who did this. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Green Pheasant tore at the collar of McKeeling's coat and roared furiously. Bang! But in the next second, he was sent flying by McKeeling's punch and smashed heavily on the ground. Ha! Caesar Karang, I'm sure this person is not unfamiliar to you, right? Mu Ling sneered. Caesar Kuro? Green Pheasant froze, a strange laugh fading into his mind, along with the evil figure. Is that the guy who was expelled from the Navy Science Department? Is he the one who did it? He founded this institute? Green Pheasant exclaimed. Yes, that's him. Maki Ling smiled and stretched out his finger to point around. This place is what he built together with Doflamingo and Kaido. Artificial Devil Fruit Institute. Boom. Everyone's head shook as they looked incredulously in front of them, and then looked around again. Artificial devil fruit? Did I hear you right? Hiryu was confused. Can devil fruits even be created? Old Sandy said in horror. Unbelievable. This asshole is definitely a genius, but just as cruel to a fault. Green Pheasant didn't say anything. Of course he knew about the artificial devil fruit, but that had always been a project done by the chief scientist of the Navy's Science Department. Burgapunks. But Caesar, how could he? Although I don't know much about artificial devil fruit, I do know what it takes to develop one. Perhaps the monetary aspect doesn't need to be taken into consideration, but the equipment and instruments, the most precise technology, and the core technology within it. Ha! And where did that come from? Waving his hand, Maki Ling looked at Green Pheasant, whose face gradually became horrified beyond measure. A dead silence fell over the scene. Each face had a thoughtful look on it. Phew! Phew! Pheasant's ragged gasps echoed extraordinarily clear in the silent basement. Breathing became more and more rapid, and the horrible ice seal grew colder and colder. Bastard! It's the King's Seven Musketeers Don Giovanni Doflamingo. No, it's not him. He's not powerful enough with. It's the world government. It's the financial and material resources they provide to Caesar. Suddenly, Green Pheasant, who had it all figured out, roared. Doflamingo may be able to purchase the latest Naval Academy equipment and facilities, as well as top technology, but all this was done with the knowledge and acquiescence of the world government. Without the permission of the world government, Doflamingo could not buy these equipment technologies at all. Boom! Suddenly, Green Pheasant's body shook, his eyes widened, and his entire body stood woodenly in place as if he had been completely crushed. It's not right. Since the manufacture of artificial devil fruit requires such cruel live experiments, the Academy of the Navy headquarters. Burger Punk? Wouldn't it be just like Kaiser Kuro, carrying out all this in secret? Does he know about the war marshal? Perhaps not knowing, perhaps knowing all about it, and more perhaps, his upper tier. In an instant, a never-before-seen confusion flowed from the eyes of Green Pheasant, who had discovered the truth. Even after being defeated by Akane, he was never like this. Navy headquarters, world government, where he serves, where world peace is maintained and justice is served. Ah! A sharp, killing pain struck Green Pheasant's entire body as if his head had been struck by lightning. Sound of escaping laughter. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and Green Pheasant's body swayed as he fell to his knees. Tears welled up in his eyes and he opened his mouth, but realized that nothing could be said. Sad. At this moment, Ching Pheasant felt that he was really sad to the extreme. The highest fighting force of the Navy, the world-famous Admiral, in the end is only over a gun in the hands of power. Looking at Green Pheasant, whose spirit was infinitely close to the point of collapse, Maki Ling guessed that the other party must have thought of this layer of Burgapunk, while perhaps not as brutal as Caesar's live experiments. It's not far off in estimation. It's not even a good thing. Rumbling. In an instant, a column of ice that etched the marrow of the heart and was cold to the extreme rose up from the ground, as if it were a cage trapping the entire institute in death. Wow. 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 Ice suddenly rise, diffuse to every gap. A few minutes later, even a mosquito cannot escape the ice prison openly molded. A cruelty never seen before surfaced on Green Pheasant's face. Help me. I was wrong. I'm willing to be captured. Put me in Propulsion City. Let me out. It's cold. My body. Looking at Caesar, who couldn't stop begging for mercy within the ice prison. Green Pheasant didn't say a word and didn't have any intention of trying to capture him at all. I will never forgive you for committing such a heinous crime, Green Pheasant said in a cold voice. The coldness within the cage grew more and more prevalent, and the icy coldness that penetrated deep into the marrow of the bones continued to erode into the bodies of everyone within the institute. Snow Fruit Ability Monet's face was ashen, and she was helplessly paralyzed on the ground, and beside him, Caesar went from begging for mercy at first, to cursing angrily, and eventually collapsing to the ground, staring helplessly out of the cage. Frost attacked the body, the frozen limbs could no longer move, and gradually, everyone within the ice prison turned into ice sculptures. TSK, how about it? With your revenge avenged, do you want to join my pirate group now? I'm inviting you with all my heart. I still hope you won't refuse for good. Sneer at. The Flux Dragon sword was instantly sheathed. Note, thanks a million to my brothers for the gifts. Chapter 97, Green Pheasant joins the order. The sky-rushing sword aura instantly burst out from Mu Ling's body and shot straight up into the clouds. Green Pheasant didn't say anything, his dull gaze sullenly gazing at the ice prisoner. Kaiser Kerrang is dead, and the culprits who killed these children have been put to death. But he couldn't get any happier inside, because of the big hand behind the curtain that manipulates everything, induces, directs, and a host of other inhumane behaviors. And yet, there was no ambush. Looking out at the blue sky and sea, Green Pheasant looked up slightly, the sunlight shining comfortably on his face. Green Pheasant who exhaled a long breath, as if he had vomited out all the filth in one gulp. The whole person looked much more energetic all of a sudden. From this day forward, world government, Navy headquarters, no more Green Pheasants. I agree to your invitation and would like to join the evil spirit pirates. Greetings, Captain, Green Pheasant said faintly. Sneer at. After the fluorescent dragon returned to its sheath and disappeared into streams of light in his hands, Mu Ling smiled. Tisk, how did you suddenly come to your senses? Is it because you're afraid of my great strength? Pheasant, believe it or not, I'll throw a frozen capsule in your face, being in a different position to see more. Sometimes you don't need a high position to set you off if you want to promote the idea of justice. Though I'm no longer in the Navy, the justice in my heart will never be erased, and though you're the captain, I'm going to reserve the right to make my own choices against the enemy. Also, I would never take a shot at a civilian. That is the condition of my joining, Green Pheasant said seriously. If Maki Ling had spoken out against it, he wouldn't have joined the evil spirit pirates even if he had to fight for his life. Don't worry, although a group of us aren't considered good people, we're not executioners who kill on sight, much less on innocent civilians, provided, of course, that the other side doesn't mess with us. After a pause, Mu Ling suddenly said seriously, as for you reserving the right to choose against the enemy, this I do not oppose. But if you dare to betray your companions and put their lives and deaths at risk, boom! A terrifying aura instantly burst out from Mu Ling's body. Then you won't blame me for being unkind. Even across the mountains and seas, I will kill you. You know I can do it. Good. I agree. Green Pheasant agreed cleanly and very cheerfully. Yes. Thus, the former Admiral Green Pheasant, after seeing a series of tawdry maneuvers by the world government, finally became a pirate. 1 week later, Navy Headquarters, Marin Vado, reporting to Marshal Akane, Admiral Green Pheasant he quit the Navy. Boom! In an instant, accompanied by this Navy's shocking words, everyone in the large conference room had sideways glances, filled with disbelief. Snap! A brand new newspaper slapped on the table, none other than the latest World Economic Times. The huge photo stained the entire newspaper, and the pirate flag fluttering in the wind was none other than the evil spirit pirates, and the lone figure on the deck was incredibly familiar to everyone present. It was Green Pheasant. This is Green Pheasant. He quit the Navy? Joined the evil spirit pirates? Vice Admiral Fiery Mountain was horrified. Jesus, what the hell is going on here? Even Lieutenant General Tsuru, who was always calm and collected, couldn't help but stare in shock at this moment. Fake, right? How is this possible? It should be true. With Green Pheasant's character and strength, no one can force him, even if it's the red pupil shepherd spirit. There's no way Green Pheasant will give in. But a great admiral of the Navy is now an enemy of justice? The crew of the 5th Emperor of the Sea? This is unbelievable. At once, everyone's eyes strayed slightly, looking in unison at the new marshal, Akane, sitting in the main seat. Akane? What are you all looking at me for? What exactly happened that day? Why did Green Pheasant suddenly quit the Navy and join the evil spirit pirates? Gazing at Akane, Carp murmured, how the hell should I know? I was surprised too, alright. In the battle for the marshal, Green Pheasant lost, and then I took a boat out of there, and I didn't know anything after that. Akane waved her hand, speechless, and after saying that, Akane froze and reacted. That's not right. I'm the boss of the Navy. I'm the new marshal of the Navy. Carp, what's with the questioning tone, you old man? It was just that at this moment, everyone present paid no attention to him at all. Instead, one by one, they talked loudly. Bang! Blazing lava instantly rippled across the tabletop as Akane raged. Let's not dwell on the question of why the other side made the choices they did. All you need to know is this. The present-day Green Pheasant, once an admiral, our companion, has now become an enemy of justice, a member of the evil spirit pirates. From today on, anyone who sees Green Pheasant must never be spared. It's settled. With a big hand, Akane snatched the door. At that moment, doubts, anger, strange laughter, gloating and many other expressions clearly echoed on every single face. This is getting really interesting. Yes, beep. Host refines the Spirit Fluorescent Dragon Sword +5. The Fluorescent Dragon Sword has been upgraded to the Spirit rank. Host refining Spirit Crippling Chi Sword +3. Host refining Spirit Natural System Extreme Inferno Fruit +1. Host refined Spirit Mutation Overlord Color /Shura +1. Host Spirit Refining Demon Sword Art +1. Boom! In an instant, Mu Ling, who was sitting on the deck, was shaken. Raging blood chi continuously burst out from the layers of his body, and the whole person seemed like a god of killing. And all of a sudden, everyone felt this powerful pressure. This is the captain's overlord color? So strong, there's no comparison to the captain. My dominant color. The captain is simply a demon. On the deck, Mu Ling's eyes were tightly closed, sensing the benefits brought about by spirit refining. Open the control panel. Supreme Spirit Refining System. Host, Maki Ling. Bounty, $4. 000. Weapons, Fluorescent Dragon Sword, Spirit Level, Cripple Chi, Spirit Level. Fruit, Extreme Inferno No. 2. Storm No. 2. Space No. 1. Puffy No. 1. Body, Mortal Rank, Spirit Refining No. 12. Abilities, Thundering Bagua No. 3, Mastery Level, Lion Sword Dance No. 2, Mastery Level, Mutant Overlord Colors /Shuriken No. 1, Mastery Level, Armed Colors Hegemonic Aura No. 1, Mastery Level, Breaking Army Ascending Dragon Strike No. 3, Minor Achievement Level, Hearing Color Hegemonic Aura No. 1, Mastery Level, Fluttering Like a Stunner No. 2, Mastery Level, Breaking Air Batusai Chopping No. 1, Mastery Level, Spiritual Rhinoceros One Sword No. 2, Mastery Level, Mirage Sword Dance, Introductory Level. Avatar, Demon Sword Art No. 1, Spirit Rank. Greedy Hands, Demon Chopper, Immortal Rank, Soul Thirsty Hands. Ninjutsu, Fire Transportation, Haworyu no Jutsu. Spirit Points, 100. System Points, 30. Power, 600. Speed, 500. Defense, 700. Life, 420. Nice. Significant increase in strength, defense and so on. The corners of his mouth rose as Mu Ling slowly opened his eyes, only to realize that it was already dark. Looking at the dark sea of clouds, suddenly, Mu Ling saw a light. In the distant sky, it seemed as if there was such a golden light flickering in the clouds. Chapter 98 The Golden City. Weather anomaly? Mu Ling didn't care and walked towards the crowd. At this point in time they are having a party. Damn it, Bonnie, you're eating this meat before it's even cooked. Iceberg, who was grilling the meat, said in a depressed voice, what do you care? I like it rare. Drink. I will drink all of you down today. Green Pheasant, come on. This wine is not strong. Come on. Chill it. Katakuri, have you baked your rice cakes yet? I'm starving. Assholes. Can't you guys wait a minute? Katakuri didn't take it well. But old Sandy, you've done a pretty good job with this sand cup. Drink your wine. Makiling quickly blended in. Bang. Suddenly, a golden light stormed up from the distance and exploded into the sky, turning into a sky full of fireworks. In an instant, the night sky was dazzling with golden light. It's beautiful, Bonnie murmured with a slight blush on her face. Strange. Why are there people setting off fireworks here? Golden fireworks? Uncommon. Gold glitter. Why do I feel that this firework is spraying out gold? Old Shah's eyes stared, puzzled. Ha ha ha, Old Shah, are you a drunk asshole? How could gold turn up in the fireworks? Shilio taunted loudly. It's not right. Ignoring Shilio, the old sand flicked between his palms, and in an instant a whirlwind struck into the distance, swirling up the gold dots that kept falling into the hands. Gold indeed. Spreading out his hand, a little bit of gold, glittering gold crushed grains appeared in the palm of old Sandy's hand. Boni, Skunichi, I can't believe it's really gold. Evening, fireworks made of gold. Oh my, how rich must this be? It's just gold. What's all the fuss about? Enelu disdain. Where he is on the empty island. Gold for nothing. No one wants it. Well, the crowd glanced at him disdainfully and continued to look at the gold. Captain. At that moment, even Shilio, who normally didn't care much about money, couldn't help but look at Mu Ling with glowing eyes. We're pirates, Captain, Katakuri exclaimed. Such a trenchant approach. Even his original Big Mom pirate group did not have this kind of means. I'm not interested in gold, but someone who can have so much gold must be an expert, Hawkeye said in a deep voice. In a flash, everyone got excited. There's gold to grab and a fight to fight. Let's go, Captain. Finally we can let loose and have a big fight. I'm getting tired of fighting Bonnie every day. Bonnie, Hiromo, big asshole, you have the guts to say that again. Go. Clamor. Looking at the glorious golden city in the distance, Mu Ling waved his hand, and the evil spirit immediately cut through the sea of clouds and hurried away. Monster Tesoro? Lord of the Golden City? Gene Fruit Ability. TSK. Interesting. Bang. The huge evil spirit ship descended from the sky and smashed heavily on the surface of the Golden River, splashing a large amount of golden water. Asshole. Who is it? Damnable guy. How dare you be so arrogant? I'm going to kill these guys. Just the next moment, the water splash fell, and those pirates who had spoken out of turn, but after seeing that pirate flag, they all lowered their heads and didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Geez, what do I see? It's the fifth emperor of the sea, the evil spirit pirates. Look, you guys, that man, he is Red Poople herding spirit, and Hiria the rain, Aniru the god of thunder. No, this can't be. My eyes, what am I seeing? It's actually Admiral Green Pheasant? Turtle, didn't read the paper. Green Pheasant quit the Navy a long time ago and is now a member of the evil spirit pirates. Sakichi, even the Admiral has joined. Assholes, are you trying to get us all killed by being so loud? Get the hell out of here. Ignoring the murmurs in his ears, Mu Ling and the others looked around at the streets, buildings, and so on, all made of gold, and had long been stunned. Even Mu Ling, who had seen this scene in his previous life, couldn't help but be shocked by it. Geez, it's all gold. How is this possible? Monster Tesoro. Suddenly, Green Pheasant spoke in a cold voice. Tesoro? Green Pheasant, you mean that monster Tesoro? Jinping exclaimed. Oh, you know this person. Jubi? No. Superman Department Golden Gold Fruit Ability. Known as Monster Tesoro. The underground world's golden emperor. Sitting on the world's largest gold casino. Owns 20% of this world's berries. The surface industry and underground industry is very developed, but also contacted countless nobles. Rumor has it that he utilizes the power of gold, but privately, he is able to manipulate even the world's nobles. The celestial dragons. Boom. The crowd froze. The Skrulls? That's those guys who are as fat as pigs? What's the big deal? I almost slaughtered them. Crowd. Ah, This guy Aniru. Jia. Wouldn't that be better? Shilio smiled grimly as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Old Sandy, the bones are loose from the days of comfort. So I can finally do something big. Katakuri, Underground Gold Emperor? TSK? That's arrogant enough. I just don't know if his strength is as worthy of the name of monster. Go guys! Boom! Rushing away from the Golden River. Ignoring the various complicated looks around them, the crowd headed towards the interior of the Golden City. In the meantime, in the huge Golden Palace, the doors opened and a beautiful woman in a long red corseted dress walked in. Tezoro-sama, there's a group of very interesting guests outside. In front of the window was a tall man in a pink suit, none other than the Underground Golden Emperor, the monster Tezoro. Note, clarify a little Dozens of chapters only appear once the system interface. Where the water, cover your face, adds up to 200 words. Don't worry people, there will be battle scenes soon. A question online should I pull monster Tezoro into the fold? Chapter 99, The Paper Drunk. With a hint of arrogance on his arrogant face, looking out of the window at the lights and the countless people who were intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves from gambling, Tezoro smiled disdainfully. Oh, interesting guest? Who? Turning around, Tezoro's fingertips blossomed into a cloud of gold that bloomed between his palms like a fountain of water. It's someone your lordship wouldn't expect. Baraka brushed her long hair with her jade hand, showing off her flirtatiousness. Hearing you say that makes me even more curious. Tezoro gradually walked towards Baraka, a glint of gold in his eyes, looking excited. The fifth emperor of the sea, the evil spirit pirates. They have crossed the river of gold and entered the city. Baraka laughed. Pupils suddenly jerked. Tezoro froze. He didn't expect it to be this group. Interesting. A very interesting bunch indeed. Treat them well. I'll be there later. With a turn of his body, his face full of smiles instantly turned into a grimace. Tezoro stepped into the darkness with a beat. Understood my lord. With a slight tilt of her dimpled body, Baraka sneered and turned her head away. Inside the Golden City, clamor. In an instant, the sky was filled with gold dust that floated down from the sky, like a grain of rain that was as fine as it could be, waving over the crowd. Tisk, it's a golden rain. Immediately Bonnie cupped her hands to receive it, her eyes full of desire for gold. Exhale. The breeze passed by, echoing around Mu Ling's body, causing not a single grain of gold dust to fall on him. Is this the means by which you can control your enemies? Have the gold dust fall into the person's body and thus be controlled by Tezoro, turning them into golden sculptures at the drop of a hat. Oh Tezoro, this guy. What a badass can be. Oh, is there something odd about all this gold dust? The subtle mind of the old sand but instantly discovered the small movements of the pastoral spirit, immediately followed the gourd to raise the wind sand to blow away the gold powder. Glancing approvingly at old Shah, he was worthy of being the guy who had once single-handedly planned to disrupt the country. That's a bright observation. Something's not right. There really is something odd about these gold dusts. Enelo muttered as he realized that the gold dust that had fallen on his body was gradually penetrating into his skin. Naughty. A ball of lightning instantly erupted all over his body, dissolving and dissipating those gold powders in the blink of an eye. The others weren't so lucky. Even Hiryu was unaware of the trick. Don't worry. I'll help you. Enelu was all smiles, with a feeling of inexplicable vengeance. Roar. In an instant, raging thunder dragons exploded out of his body, surging into each of them separately. Inside the Golden City, by fixed, by big, by small, gentlemen, press your bets. Bang! The huge sifter slammed down hard on the table, followed by a handful of casino staff lifting the lid. 465. 15 points big. Miso. Suddenly, just as the referee had shouted those words, a red yet extremely subtle swordlight exploded out from Hiryu's fingertips. It chopped at the three tiny sieves. Rain no Shiro, right? You lost. The referee, who was full of bad jokes, smiled and laughed, only for his face to change dramatically in the next moment. For his hand, which was trying to retrieve the chips, was at that moment being held down by a scabbard in a death grip. Do you want to renege on your debt? This is the Golden City, Lord Tezoro's territory. The referee shuddered. Smoke exhaled from Hiryu's mouth, and his icy gaze pierced the referee's face as if it were a sword. So what if Tezoro? I'll cut him down with my sword if I'm pissed off. Not to mention. Speaking of which, Hiryu smiled slightly, his face revealing a wry look. Do you have bad eyes? This is clearly a 3-point small. What? Bullying me in plain sight? Knock. His heart sank, and the referee, who felt the gust of killing intent coming at him, immediately turned his head, but he was dumbfounded on the spot. The three sieves that were originally 456, 15 points large, were surprisingly all 1 point at this point. This can't be. I remember clearly. Oh, so you mean I'm cheating? Hiria said sorrowfully. No, that's not what I meant. The referee was dumbfounded. The other side. Game on. With the referee's order, all the cars flew towards the distance. Whooshing. Ha ha ha, I'm the fastest. Gripping the steering wheel, Enelu, full of excitement, put his foot on the gas and passed one race car after another. Asshole. Arrogant bastard. The racer in second place immediately sat up and scrambled a heavy machine gun from the steering wheel of his race car and swept it up in a frenzy. Immediately after that, artillery shells, howitzers, pistols, bazookas, and countless other horrors burst out in unison and blasted towards Enelu. Yo, so this is still violent racing. Interesting. Bang. After a light snap of his fingers, thunder instantly surged in the sky, and thunder light rolled down from the sky. Ah, bastard. How dare you play a trick? Damnable guy. I'll kill you for sure. Rumbling. In the next second, the man who had threatened to slaughter Anilu was suddenly reduced to ashes in a thunderstorm. 2 hours later. Gee, what a joy to win so much money. Carrying a large bag of gold coins on his back, Enelu slowly walked from the distance, but he had been banned from racing activities. The reason is the destruction of roads. So did the rest of the crowd, each one making a fortune. Good evening, gentlemen. Suddenly, a beautifully dressed and gorgeous Baraka came towards the crowd, holding a fan. Crash. With a flick of his fingertips, the lottery machine that was placed in front of Mu Ling's eyes immediately shook, eventually stopping at 3 sixes. Crashing sound. At once, large clusters of gold coins surged out and were placed in front of Mu Ling. Oh, I can't imagine that not only is Mr. Akatsuki Makoran's strength superb, even this luck is so invincible. Slightly swaying her petite body, Baraka ruffled her long hair, her eyes instantly swirling with a touch of flavor as she said with a smile. Not bad. Nodding his head, Mu Ling did not hold those bright and slender jade hands. A beauty trick? Cut. Not even close to Hancock. Note, hemp oil. Got a cold. Dizzy and dying. Chapter 100 Tesoro. Looking at the hand hanging in mid-air, Baraka's face froze. Hee, I didn't expect Lord Makiling to be so insensitive. Like that. But people will be sad. Not waiting for Makiling to step back, Baraka immediately took Makiling's arm with both hands, exerting such a deep force that even that touch of pride was squeezed out of shape. Let's go. Gentlemen who have traveled a long way. My lord is very eager to meet you. Ho ho ho. Looking at her jade hand that was gently holding onto Makiling's arm, Baraka was happy. What, the fifth emperor of the sea, the red pupil of the pastoral spirit, still have to drink the old lady's foot washing water? Mu Ling didn't say anything, but he was able to clearly feel as if a force was constantly flowing out of his body. Is this the power of the lucky fruit? Beep. An enemy is sensed forcibly plundering the host's chi. Beep. The system has made a counterattack. Beep. The enemy's chi has been fully plundered. Bang. The system's voice in his head had just fallen, when Baraka, who was supporting herself by her side, shuddered, tripped over her left foot and right foot, and fell to the ground in a dog's poop. Mu Ling was stunned. System, you still have this operation? Hug. Sorry, Mr. Makiling. Accidentally. Badly embarrassed, Baraka held out her hand toward Makiling. Makiling? Baraka? The atmosphere stood still, and Baraka looked at her hand hanging in mid-air, wanting to find a crack in the ground immediately. Damn guy, to be indifferent in the face of a great beauty like me. Are you blind? Only the next moment, when Baraka stood up with her own strength, a breaking sound suddenly came from above her head. Bang! A golden chandelier fell from the sky, swept through her hair, and hit the floor. Baraka is cracking up. What the hell is going on? Is there something wrong with your own luck? Why did this series of bad luck happen to you? Makiling smiled without saying anything, pretending that nothing had happened. Half a day later, the crowd finally arrived in the middle of one of the largest palaces in the city. Asshole. 4. Why is it small? Ah. Big. 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 Damn it. I lost again. Bang. A man in a suit was immediately held down by the staff. 1 billion belly is owed and he will be sent to hard labor now. No. Let me go. I didn't lose. Please lend me some more money. 200 million. No. 100 million. 50 million okay. Woo. Bastard. Tesoro you big asshole. You cheated. Sneer at. In an instant, a golden thread shot out of the temple and pierced through the man's head, bursting into flowers of blood. 2 crews then hauled the body away. Ha ha ha. I believe this is Mr. Akatsuki Makoran. Tesoro, who had been waiting for a long time, smiled and took big strides towards Makiling and the others, while his eyes were secretly glancing at Baraka on the side. Distracted, Baraka nodded, very reluctantly. She always felt that the disappearance of her luck had something to do with Makiling. Your Tesoro? Nodding her head, Mu Ling looked at the tall man in front of her, a flash of color in her eyes. His wife was taken by the Tenria people, and he later became a slave and snatched the golden fruit at an auction held by Doflamingo. Later on, he rose all the way to the top, and his methods were so amazing that Ming could only put down his hatred and cooperate with him first. Well, since we're here, let's gamble. Tesoro gave a large wave of his hand, followed by the sound of a man's growl as a huge cylinder of metal slammed heavily between the two men. Oh, single, double. The starting chip is $100 million. Dare to play? Tesoro looked at Makiling. Hey, what's there to be afraid of? Makiling laughed lightly and sat cross-legged beside Tesoro. Yo ho ho ho, we can lend you 300 million in chips, oh, said Baraka with a beaming smile. No, we have our own money. Bang, bang, bang. Bags of gold coins smashed in front of Baraka. As much as 500 million. The corner of Tesoro's mouth twitched. Was the luck of these guys so OU? The next second, though, a grimace flashed across the corners of his mouth. Let's play with you first. What about the evil spirit pirates? No one is a match for me in this golden city. I am God. I guess single. Tesoro murmured. Then I'm a double minion. Want to up the ante? He add another billion. Mu Ling lightly laughed. Good. Worthy of being the fifth emperor of the sea. The red pupil shepherd spirit. Without luck. I'll see how you can beat me. Be my slave and work for me for the rest of your life. Yo 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 ha. Rumble. There was a loud bang. The big man who descended from the sky. The long axe in his hand was tigerish, and then his head slammed into the column. Click, click, click. The column crumbles to reveal the huge sieve inside, and the points on it are exactly 1 point. Single. Miso. In a flash, without waiting for Tesoro to speak, Mu Ling's fingertip slightly flicked, and an extremely fine sword she rushed to the bottom of the sieve. Crash. The sieve lifted up by the sword's energy made a muffled sound, turned its head, and became 2 points. Double. Oh, looks like Lady Luck is really favoring me, huh? I won. Mu Ling looked towards Tesoro. The corner of his mouth raised in a smile, but his body was cleansed of a murderous aura. Note, it's hard to get through. My head is like a mushy mess. But thanks to readers 10-7 for the character call, the hypnosis charm, and the inspiration capsule too. Thanks a lot. A million thanks from a potato with a cold. Chapter 101 Tesoro who can't afford to play. Instantly, Tesoro's 3 men's faces changed, looking at Mu Ling in an unkind manner. The sieve was clearly placed in the singular just now. They must have played a trick. Oh, what? Can't afford to lose and want to make a move? Sneer at. Shilio said sorrowfully, the thunderstorm in his hand, which emitted a blood-colored glow, was slowly sheathed. I can't wait, exclaimed Anilu. Come on, you guys lost. 1 billion berries, bring it on. Bonnie gnawed on a piece of meat and didn't have the heart to say. The rest of the crowd gazed at Tesoro with smiles on their faces, and at once, the atmosphere of the scene was tense to the extreme. Ha ha ha, worthy of being a red pupil shepherd spirit. I'm the one who lost this round. Suddenly, Tesoro laughed instead of being angry and looked at Mu Ling with a fierce light in his eyes, before ordering someone to push the chips in front of Mu Ling. Still dare? Makiling looked to Tesoro. I'll add 2 billion this time. Do you dare? At this point Tesoro's tone had a hidden anger in it. What's there to be afraid of? Bang! The iron chunks crumbled again, revealing the double-digit sieve inside. Double. It was Makiling who won. By UBU. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from Tesoro's fingertips, and it rushed towards the sieve. TSK, the dog is jumping over the wall, waving his hand. A sword light shot out from Mu Ling's hand, instantly dispersing the golden light, and then immediately reversed and shot towards Tesoro. Asshole. Tesoro, who had shattered the sword light with 1 punch, was furious, and immediately stood up and extended his hand towards Mu Ling. Bang! In an instant, the crowd's feet began to tremble, and strands of thick gold bars instantly burst out of the ground, as if they were wrapped around the crowd like pythons. Miso! Sword chi streaked across the air, and the Mu Ling who had broken through the gold bar swung his right hand toward the void. Scarlet Cripple instantly sheathed his sword. How nice to be like this. Dawdling! A sword chopped down. Duong! In an instant, it clashed with the long sword made of gold in Tesoro's hand. Sneer at. The body slid several meters on the surface, and Tesoro, who had a stream of dominating energy entwined in his hands, blasted the ground with a palm. Gold bomb! Bang! 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 In an instant, the ground crumbled, and the terrifying financial flames were sharp and blazing, exploding violently in all directions. Ignoring the oncoming flames, Mu Ling, whose body was like a breeze, appeared in front of Tesoro in a single breath. Fire fist, the fist wrapped in blazing extreme flames fiercely blasted out, Asshole. Damn you. Don't underestimate me. With a vibration of his aura, he placed the golden sword across his chest, and immediately after that, the raging gold immediately surged around Tesoro as if it were water, and in the next second it transformed into a pair of extremely hard golden armor. Click, click, click. The sword crumbled and turned into pieces scattered on the ground. Tesoro's face changed at the sight, and his body continued to retreat backward. TSK, it's only been a few rounds, and you want to run? Extreme Inferno Emperor Sword. The sword she broke through the clouds, and the terrifying extreme flame seemed like an emperor in fire, rushing through the golden fire, and with a single sword strike, he chopped the golden armor on Tesoro's body. Bang! Tesoro fell in response and was cut down with a sword. Lord Tesoro, Baraka exclaimed, and was about to go after her when a beautiful woman carrying a huge leg bone of lamb stopped her in her tracks. Against my evil spirit pirates? You've got a lot of guts. Ho 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 Joelle Bonnie, you think you can stop me? Come and try it. Then, Bonnie said angrily. Exhale. The sound of breaking air gusts stormed up, and the glittering lamb's leg bone immediately whirred in Bonnie's hand, smashing into Baraka. Hee favored by luck, I am just standing here not even moving. You can't even hit me. Bang! As soon as the words left her mouth, in an instant, a sharp pain hit her, and Baraka felt as if she had hit her head on a small mountain. His eyes went black and he immediately fainted. Idiot! How dare you not even dodge and stand and let me hit you? Bonnie said with a face full of disdain. The light between his palms then flashed and he charged towards Baraka. In the next second, Baraka, who was originally graceful and charming, turned into a 3-year-old baby. Bubu. As the bullets came, Hirio's body was like a blood-colored phantom, running through the rain of gunfire towards Tanaka, who kept jumping up and down. Oh, not bad for speed, but don't dream of catching me. It can travel through any field of organic matter, and with a flash of its body, it immediately disappears into the ground. Shilio chopped his sword but was not annoyed. His sharp eyes carefully roamed around. In the back, bang! The bullet is deflected by the sword, and Tanaka disappears again. Oh, jumping up and down little mice. Hirio smiled, his eyes slowly closing, and in an instant, the seeing color hegemony turned on. Bang! Just as the bullet discharged, Hirio moved. The body was like a long rainbow of sword chi and immediately disappeared in place. Sneer at. The sharp sword aura cut the bullet in half, and then before Tanaka could react, a sword through the chest. Tanaka, whose eyes were drifting apart, collapsed unwillingly to the ground, dead beyond repair. Humph, garbage. Retrieving his sword, Hirio looked around, trying to find any other interesting opponents. Rumbling. Suddenly, the entire golden city began to tremble as a giant golden fountain rose from the ground. Enjoy the joy of gold. Tesoro's arrogant voice spread throughout the golden city. Sound of escaping laughter. At that moment, the gold in the sky poured down as if it were rain, and everyone that was stained instantly turned into a golden sculpture. 100 million volt 10,000 thunder dragons. Roar! Thunder drums exploded, followed by thousands of brontosaurus shooting out of Anairu's body and swarming towards the sky. Zigzag. Under the terrifyingly high temperature of the lightning, the golden rain was immediately melted and dissolved. Bastard! Thor Anilu you bastard! Seeing that his golden rain was broken, Tesoro immediately growled in anger. TSK, fighting me and having the leisure to do something else? Looks like I went too easy on you. Boom! Blazing flames rippled up in layers on his right foot, and before Tesoro could react, Makiling kicked down. Bang! 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 Swooping all the way down, Tesoro, who had destroyed countless golden buildings, smashed hard into the ground, shaking out a giant crater. How do you think I should kill you? An icy voice sounded behind his head, and Tesoro's pupils shrank as he looked incredulously at Makiling behind him. So fast! Is this the true strength of the fifth emperor of the sea? The red pupil Makiling? Good! So strong! Chapter 102, that's it? Tesoro froze, and those brash eyes no longer had the same self-importance they had earlier. Ever since he captured the Gene fruit he's been on a smooth ride. Even Don Giovanni da Flamingo had to put aside his hatred to turn enemy into friend with himself. Afterwards, he even indirectly manipulated the world's nobility, the Tenryu, by using the charms of gold. Until then, Tesoro's ego had once reached its peak. Within this golden city, which was all made of gold, he was the supreme god, and countless people would die because of him at the drop of a hat. As if he were a god, he manipulated everything in the city, causing everyone to look up to his nose. He was, without a doubt, the only god in the city. Bang! Thoughts were interrupted, and his head felt as if it had been viciously smashed by a piece of steel, as Tesoro's head was immediately stomped into the ground by Makiling. Click! 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 The gold on the ground crumbled as Tesoro's head sank deeper and deeper. Sharp pain struck his entire body, but Tesoro wasn't very concerned. However, that feeling of extreme humiliation of being stepped on by Muling caused him to burn with rage. Humiliation. Endless humiliation. Tesoro remembered. Thoroughly. Once upon a time, I was treated like this. Rumble. In an instant, Tesoro's angry hiss resounded through heaven and earth, and the entire golden city began to tremble. Asshole. I am Tesoro. No one can underestimate me. Red pupil herding spirit. I'll kill you. Bang. 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 Terrifying explosions burst out one after another within Tesoro's body, and the golden ground instantly became as if it were ocean waves, with a steady stream of them converging towards Muling's feet. Ha! Funny! Instead of choosing to kill the bastard at the first opportunity, Makiling took a few steps backward and watched the gold-covered Tesoro grow stronger and stronger, his aura becoming more and more prevalent. Is this what the golden gold fruit looks like when it awakens? Using the entire golden city as a medium to bring one's power to its peak. Jia. Not bad this Tesoro guy. Shilio laughed grimly. Humph. Green Pheasant didn't say anything, but instead shot an ice seal from his hand, rescuing the children fleeing around from the torrent of gold. Bang! The ground trembled, and all of a sudden, a golden giant several feet tall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Red pupil herding spirit. I want you to die. A golden longsword made of gold appeared in the giant's right hand and smashed down towards Muling. Bang! 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 The chilling sound of breaking air came in bursts. Trying to kill me? With you? Without dodging or dodging, Muling's body leaped and met the falling golden sword. Roar! Instantly, a terrifying dragon's roar hissed out from within Muling's body, and immediately afterward, dozens of fire dragons surrounded the palm of his right hand and melted into it, using his hand as a claw. With a rumble, Muling caught the sword in the air. Extreme Inferno spit. Boom! In an instant, endless blazing flames exploded out of the palm as if it were a dragon's breath, spreading to the entire sword. Extremely strong Ryusakura hegemony. Extreme flame power. Click, click, click. The golden sword instantly crumbled into slag. Ting. Immediately after, crippling chi sheathed. Sword chi blood tied a sword swing. Demon sword technique 100 ghosts night walking. The sword chi gathered by thousands of evil delusions instantly chopped at the giant's waist. Bang! A horrible crack burst open and broke from it. That's it? Standing in the air with the tip of his right hand sword facing downwards, Muling gave a disdainful cry. Tesoro, who had just recovered his giant body, completely stormed out. Asshole! You're pissing me off. Ah! Golden flames coalesced in Tesoro's eyes, and streaks of what seemed like red energy flickered continuously on his massive body. Golden divine fire. By Ubu. In the next second, thick golden laser rays instantly burst out from Tesoro's eyes, similar to Yellow Monkey's moves, but several times more powerful. In the anime, Tesoro's move sinks a naval warship 10 kilometers away. Click, click, click. White spatial power rippled between Muling's palms, and then a black and purple void door appeared in front of him. Without any sound, the golden divine flame was swallowed up. In the next moment, another void door was appearing behind Tesoro. Bang! The giant's chest was instantly pierced by the radium rays, and large chunks of gold began to fall, hitting the ground hard. How? My golden divine flame actually. Tesoro was confused, his huge head looking at his chest, the two hideous and horrible wounds. You were actually injured by the attack you sent out? What's going on here? Miso. Sword light streaked across, and blood-colored sword chi filled with tyrannical thirst for killing instantly reverberated around Muling. Cripple in hand. Sword across chest. Tesoro, the golden emperor of the underworld. It's just like that. Ma Keling, who had originally intended to take Tesoro under his wing as a junior, was sort of a little disappointed, though amazingly gifted and awakened the fruit by his own power. But ultimately, it's still weak. The seemingly strong golden fruit is not normally weak in either defense or attack, and rightly so. How else could you be defeated by a fourth block Luffy, who isn't even at the royal vice level? No fun. Murmuring, looking at Tesoro whose face gradually became angry, the blood-colored sword chi instantly chopped out. Demon sword art blood rain devouring soul. Rumble. A sword. The Milky Way, hangs straight from the 9 rivers. The terrifying blood-colored sword chi instantly flew up into the clouds and then poured down like a long river. The fingertips condensed a sword chi that shot into the river of blood. Snort! In an instant, the river of blood exploded and turned into a rain of swords, devouring Tesoro in the blink of an eye. Go! Retracting his sword, Makiling didn't turn around because Tesoro was bound to die. What a captain! Tesoro! Nothing more. I didn't enjoy the fight today, but it was good fun. He also made a lot of money. Carrying 2 large bags of gold coins in her hand pony, smiled and said, "Clamor." Suddenly, Mu Ling saw a strange figure. When everyone started to flee towards the outside, that person was actually fleeing towards the interior of the Golden City. The seeing color opened, and after seeing the person's face, Ma Keeling understood. Karina, the little fox with superb theft skills, Nami's accomplice and best friend, and likewise, a popular songstress in the Golden City. Gentle laughter. The body is really good. Upon returning to the ship, the crowd noticed lights rising from the sea from a distance. It's the Navy. That was fast. A keen sense of smell. Green Pheasant grimaced and didn't say anything, anger flashing in his gaze as he looked at the naval warship. Beep. Host kills Tesoro and loots his superhuman gene fruit. Clamor. With a flash of light between his palms, a golden gourd-shaped devil fruit covered with weird patterns appeared in Mu Ling's hands. Chapter 103 Gourmet Tablecloth? That's the golden gold fruit? Sitting on the deck, Mu Ling looked at the gourd-shaped golden fruit in his hand and was a little confused for a moment. Who's this thing for? Eating by yourself? Forget it. He had already eaten 4 devil fruits himself, and he still knew the truth that he couldn't chew too much. Give it to old Sandy so he can synthesize sand and gold? It felt just like that though. More abilities didn't mean strength, and the more he was given would instead hinder his development of his own fruit abilities. Think of Carp, unstoppable by his dominance alone. Zephyr had a saying that Macarin remembered well. Don't rely too much on the ability of the fruit. Ma Keeling felt it was right. More choices would instead affect the development of the fruit, and it wouldn't even be able to be awakened. Clamor. With a flash of flowing light in his hand, the golden gold fruit disappeared between his palms. Let's put it away for now. Beep. Host defeats Gilder Tesoro for the first time. Release mission reward. Gilder Tesoro? That name. Fantastic. McKeeling's expression instantly became strange. Gourmet tablecloth +1. Clamor. With a flash of flowing light in his hand, a tablecloth emitting a precious light appeared between Mu Ling's palms. Isn't this a high-tech product from the 22nd century in the world of Doraemon? How could you even take this as a reward? Mu Ling froze, then spread out the tablecloth in front of her. Her heart moved at will, and in the next second, a steaming bowl of Master Kohn's braised beef noodles appeared. Sauté. Well, that's the flavor. Not bad, not much use, but a nice bonus for the evil spirit pirates who had no cook. 3 days later, boom! With a wave of sword energy, Mu Ling's body was like a stream of light, instantly appearing on the side of Eagle Eye. Extreme Inferno, Heavenly Inferno / Miso. The rushing flame sword chi was like a rushing lance, stirring up the sea of clouds and coloring the entire sky red. Good timing. Hawkeye let out a long whistle, and the black blade knight between his palms immediately flipped over, being held in his hand backwards, and carried this sword hard. Rumbling. The deck under his feet was overwhelmed and burst out with a mournful sound, while the face of Iceberg, who was standing in the distance, instantly became extraordinarily ugly. Hawkeye, you guys. Immediately after that, Mu Ling's body leaped, and from the top down with 10,000 swordlights, he chopped down towards Eagle Eye. The body did not move, but Hawkeye, who was concerned about the hull of the ship under his feet, also immediately took to the air and intercepted the swordlight from midair. Madaka. The 2 swords clashed, and the horrifying sound of gold and geese clashing resounded throughout the entire arena. Clanking. The 2 immediately battled, raging sparks continuously spraying. 1 sword, 2 swords. In just half an hour, the 2 had sparred with each other for hundreds of rounds. The sword chi that exploded from the sparring session tore apart the entire sea of clouds, and the deck was covered with dense and terrifying sword marks. Lion's Might Extreme Inferno Chop Wave. Sliding backwards several meters, Mu Ling's feet stalled and a backhanded swordlight chopped over. Thump, thump. Hawkeye started to move, running forward at a fast pace. In an instant, a giant green sword arc exploded out from the sword's body and collided hard with Chopper Wave. Bang! Sword chi filled the air, and the terrifying shockwave seemed to spread continuously towards the surroundings like ripples. And just in the moment when the 2 sword lights cancelled each other out, the sword shadow came, and like a cannonball, Mu Ling swooped all the way down, pointing straight at Eagle Eye. Although he was surprised by McKeeling's speed, Hawkeye reacted at the first opportunity. The sword was crossed in front of his chest in a blocking stance. Duong! Hawkeye was immediately decapitated. The sword then came out like a dragon, and Mu Ling didn't give his opponent any chance to catch his breath. Roar! A golden dragon head made from the convergence of sword chi instantly appeared, hiding the sword in his body. Mu Ling immediately transformed into a rainbow of sword chi. Breaking Army Rising Dragon Strike. Bloody mouth bloomed up, biting down on the body of the Black Dagger Knight's sword with a deadly bite, and the biting sword aura kept forcing back Hawkeye's body. 1 step, 2 steps. Finally, Hawkeye was enraged, and the terrifying sword chi immediately burst out from his body, wanting to counterattack. Miso. The sword light passed in an instant. The mandatory hegemony effect of the breaking army's rising dragon strike ended, followed by the upturned sword light that rushed to the sky. Sneer at. The black blade was picked up, and all of a sudden, Hawkeye's empty door opened, and the light of the sword tore through the bloody flesh of his chest in a flash. You lose. Although in the emergency Hawkeye used his domineering aura to protect his chest, he was still cut out by McKeeling's sharp sword light with a horrifying sword mark. Phew. 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 Panting, Hawkeye leaned back against the ship's mast, a trickle of dense sweat sliding down his forehead. Although he wasn't hurt much, he was the one who lost the point-to-point sword fight. Gee, this Hawkeye guy managed to match the captain to such an extent. I guess only Green Pheasant on the whole ship can hold his head steady. Hiria the asshole, all step aside. Hilliard. Assholes, watch what you say. Come on Green Pheasant, let's try it. Suddenly, Enalu, who was playing with a golden rod in his hand, walked up to Green Pheasant and said seriously. Yes. Putting the cold coke down in his hand, Green Pheasant took off his jacket and looked at Enalu with a burning gaze. Katakuri, we're coming too. Seeing Anilu in this state, Hirio couldn't sit still at once. Well, come on then. Shaking his head helplessly, Katakuri was filled with hopelessness. Both he and Hirio were about on par with each other. Perhaps his former self was a bit weaker, but after having his body restored by the captain, his strength surged all the way up. Anum. Click. 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 Anilu was just about to launch his attack when a sudden gust of coldness came from beneath his feet. What speed? With a startled cry, Anilu immediately transformed into lightning. Anum. Nuisance. Lightning bursts and instantly destroys the frozen Aniru as he leaps up, only to see Green Pheasant, who is holding an ice blade, falling from the sky in the next second. Bang! The golden rod clashed hard with the ice blade. Thunderbolt explosion. With a flick of his fingertips, a lightning ray exploded from Anilu's fingertips like Yellow Sara's laser, instantly piercing through Green Pheasant's body. Click, click, click. No blood flowed out, and at the same time, Anilu saw the strange smile on Green Pheasant's face across the room. This is an ice doppelganger? Not good. In an instant, a coldness came from behind him, and Green Pheasant, whose body was covered in ice, held Anilu in a death grip. Then Anilu became an ice sculpture. Good. You lose. Waving his hand, Green Pheasant's face remained unchanged as he glanced disdainfully at the ice sculpture. Click. The ice sculpture crumbled, and Aniru, whose body was purged with lightning, raged. Again. At once, the rod and blade clashed once again, and the battle became a mess. Brublum, French town. Suddenly, the chest of Makiling, who was watching the battle, trembled, and a call came. Hello? What's wrong with Hancock? Did you miss me again? Boom! Destructive explosions rolled in. In an instant, the terrifying explosion on the other end of the phone nearly shattered through Muling's eardrums. Chapter 104, 9 Snake Island. Knock! The heart instantly sank to the bottom. A wave of ominous thoughts filled Muling's entire body. Hancock, you. What happened to you? No one answered, and there was nothing more on the other side of the phone than the deafening sound of artillery fire. McKeeling's expression changed. His expression became tense, and his tone became more and more urgent. Talking. Where are the people? Hello? Hancock? What granny? Speak up. Rumbling. The terrifying artillery fire still continued, even though McKeeling's voice was getting louder and louder, and in the end they all even became hissing. Still no response. Her hands and feet were cold, and Muling even felt that her limbs had long since stiffened. A moment of silent coldness struck his body. Without realizing it, has the woman Hancock taken such an important place in my heart? In an instant, blood chi surged and a creepy killing intent continued to spread around Muling. Hydra Island came under fire. Is it the Navy? Or Kaido? Or the world government? Makiling wasn't sure. He wasn't even sure if Hancock was safe at this point. Asshole. Enraged, Makiling blasted his fist on the deck. Boom! In an instant, the evil spirit violently trembled, and a mountainous and extremely powerful might instantly enveloped everyone's head. At once, everyone noticed the captain, who was in a highly uncharacteristic mood at the moment. Captain, you what? What's wrong? Hirio froze. His face was full of grimness, his killing aura was rampant, and his horrifying blood aura was constantly raging. It seems like it's been a long time since we've seen a captain like this. What's wrong, Captain? Boney timidly inquired of Evening. I don't know. It turned into this after I took a phone call. Is that Sister Hancock calling? Could it be? At that moment, everyone's face changed, as if they understood something. 9 Serpents Island. Something has happened to the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. Although the captain often acted like he didn't care, it was obvious to everyone. Hancock had long occupied a deep place in McKeeling's heart. On the other hand, the green pheasant on the side changed his face slightly, as if he had thought of something, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Iceberg. In. Departure. 9 Serpents Island. Got it, Captain. Rumbling. The airborne evil spirit instantly turned around, as if it were a sharp sword, and headed in the direction of 9 Serpents Island. Snap! A large hand slapped on the ship's mast, and in an instant, the puffy fruit was on fire. Then a ball of wild wind ripped up between Mu Ling's palms, constantly propelling the evil spirit with increasing speed. Only, the anxious McKeeling was still not satisfied. Iceberg. At the current speed, how much longer until we reach 9 Snake Island? Captain, our current speed is already very fast. We can arrive in about a day. Iceberg immediately replied. Too slow, Mu Ling said in a cold voice, and at this moment, everyone felt the anxiety in Mu Ling's tone. Okay, leave it to me, Captain. With an assurance, Iceberg immediately disappeared into place and ran into the cabin. Boom! A few seconds later, from within the hull of the evil spirit, a thunderous explosion instantly burst out. Immediately after, the ship began to shake, accompanied by the sound of metal clattering. 2 blue crystals emitting an ethereal light suddenly burst up at the bottom of the ship. Bang! 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 In an instant, like rocket boosters, the 2 long ghostly blue rainbows instantly burst, and the evil spirit flying in the air was like a phantom flying towards 9 Snake Island. Scold! The sword light was waved, and the dense spatial power clung to the fluorescent dragon sword, and then the sword light wielded by Mu Ling cut out a spatial crack. Clamor! The sword-like evil spirit's speed grew faster and faster, constantly traveling through twisted space. Each space jump was 1,000 miles away. 1 hour, 2 hours, 9 Serpents Island. Rumbling, cannon fire in all directions. Smoke filled the air. The originally peaceful 9 Snakes Island at this time no longer have the tranquility of the past. Dozens of warships were docked on the huge rolling sea, each of which had hundreds of huge guns mounted on them. Bang! 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 The cannon chamber fired, bursting into a dense fire, aiming for none other than 9 Serpents Island. Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. Just after the round of shelling, a muffled voice came out from the naval warship, none other than Admiral Mole of the Navy headquarters. All naval warships ceased their attack immediately. Although at this time the smoke on the gunnel no longer filled the air, it brought an intangible deterrent. Humph, you don't have to say anymore. My concubine is the king of 9 Serpents Island, and my concubine's will is the will of all 9 serpent subjects. Concubine will not yield, and the 9 Snake Islands will not yield even more. Kneeling down to the world government. Ha, only you Navy would do that. Boom! In an instant, a condescending and cool voice came from the island, echoing throughout the sea. Damn the Pirate Empress! Bang! Mole's fist struck the hull rail. Full of rage, turning against the world government and the Navy headquarters in Marinvento, he decided to join the pirates. Do you want to continue to be recalcitrant after doing such a thing? Do you want all the children of the 9 serpents to be destroyed because of one man? Mole said angrily. Lieutenant General Mole, since the other side won't agree to a settlement, order the warships to continue their attack. At that moment, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider of the Navy headquarters stepped out from the cabin and said in a cold voice, but the order issued by the world government this time is for us to subjugate the 9 Serpents Island and make it submit to the world government's command. Lieutenant General Mole retorted, the enemy is stubborn. Should we continue to waste time with them? The Ghost Spider was enraged and his aura changed. Don't forget that the world government has also said that if Hydra Island is stubborn to the end, then it will launch a devastating artillery attack. So what the hell are you holding back? Lieutenant General Mole. Note, I'm sure you all already know the main female character. Yes, it's the #1 beauty in the pirate world, Boya Hancock. Brothers free gift brush up potatoes here to thank you Allah. Boing boing. Chapter 105, One Sword to Kill. 9 Serpents Island. Why is my concubine's phone bug here? Willow eyebrows raised. Hancock, who was deploying his defenses, raised an eyebrow and saw the phone bug that had fallen to the ground. Oh this I just made a phone call. Granny Watsit said calmly. For who? Hancock suddenly had a bad feeling. It's that godly sweetheart of yours, Granny Wacky said without a word of humor. What? Bastard. What a granny you old thing. How dare you go, without the concubine's consent? Wake up, Snaky. Boom. In an instant, the wacky granny roared to the heavens, and an extremely powerful might exploded out of that skinny body. Because of you, the 9 Serpents Island is now in danger, and all of the 9 Serpents subjects will be plunged into deep water, and you won't agree to submit to the world government. But our island alone will never last the next round of shelling, so let's face it Snaky, at this point we can only rely on outside forces. That sweetheart of yours, The evil spirit pirates couldn't have been a better choice. At this moment, Hancock saw the light of wisdom in the eyes of the, but my concubine doesn't want to hold him, and yet it's a chance to test whether he's true to you, isn't it? At once, Hancock was silent. Beautiful eyes looked up at the sky and twinkled with longing. Is it really coming? Naval warships. In the face of Lieutenant General Ghost Spider's questioning, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was silent. It was only Boa Hancock alone who made the unforgivable mistake of turning against him in public. Thousands of the people of Hydra Island are innocent. Although Hydra Island does not agree to surrender and submit to the world government, we must not destroy the entire Hydra Island because of the fault of one person. The Flying Squirrel looked complicated and trembled. Womanizer. Save those words for the Marshal. Glancing disdainfully at the Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider stepped forward. All naval forces, target Hydra Island and launch a covering barrage. No way. I will never allow you to do that. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was enraged. Fuck off. Fools. You're the one who should fuck off. Wanna fight, asshole? Anyway, I won't let you do that. Snap. Suddenly, just a moment before the two were about to cross swords, a crisp sound of a floor being knocked on came out of the cabin. Yo ho ho ho, are you two going to kill each other in the face of a great enemy? A tall body, clad in a navy coat. The word justice stands out clearly. It was the new admiral who stood out from the layers of selection within the Navy after the Ministry of the Navy's withdrawal of Green Pheasant. The original text was World Conscription. I changed it here. The effect is the same. Vine Tiger. Humph. After hearing these words from Fujitsu, the Flying Squirrel and the Ghost Spider grunted coldly, but they no longer went toe-to-toe. Although the old man was only sent here to prevent something unplanned. But now that the two of you have gotten into an argument, the old man will have to come out and say something. A pirate is a pirate. And even with a layer of world government trappings, you can't hide that brutal nature. However, these thousands of Nine Serpents children are innocent, Fujitsugu said in a deep voice, his cloudy eyes seeming to be thinking about something. Humph. Ghost Spider snorted coldly, but immediately pulled out the phone bug in his hand. The orders of the world government cannot be changed, and since the other party does not agree to surrender, they are my righteous enemies. There's nothing more to say. Start the offense. The muffled voice came from the other end of the line. It was the new Marshal of the Navy, Akane. The Flying Squirrel's face changed, and he wanted to say something but didn't. Ghost Spider strides forward and shouts, "All Navy, attack! I'll see who dares!" Bang! At this moment, the sky collapsed, and a majestic and incomparable terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire scene. Miso. In an instant, the sky was densely covered with fire, and the rushing flame soared. She was like a wild dragon climbing up. Extreme Inferno, King's Landing. Roar! More than a dozen flailing fire dragons instantly rose up and surrounded the sword, chopping at the Ghost Spider. Sneer at. The sword light was fleeting, and the body of the Ghost Spider, who had no defense, gave a lurch as a line of fire blossomed all the way down from the center of his eyebrow. Boom! Looking at the Ghost Spider's slowly collapsing figure, all of a sudden, everyone froze. Ghost Spider Lieutenant General Geez, that pirate flag. It's the evil spirit pirates. The fifth emperor of the sea, the evil spirit pirates. It was Akatsuki Makoran who killed Lieutenant General Ghost Spider. One sword. Just one sword. And the Ghost Spider Lieutenant General is dead. Bastard. Damn pirates. Avenge Lieutenant General Ghost Spider. Rumbling. A heavy popping sound resounded through the sky as the evil spirit appeared above everyone's heads like a behemoth. Sister. Yes. It's brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is really here. The two Booyah sisters were excited. Humph. This kid is not bad at all. It's not in vain that the snake lady is obsessed with him. Granny Wacky said softly. Rustle of skirts. Mu Ling, who had killed the Ghost Spider with a sword, flew towards Nine Serpents Island in the next second as if he had gone crazy. Only when he got closer and saw the unharmed Hancock, he froze. Are you okay? Maki Ling. You really came. Oh. My concubine misses you so much. Hang Cook, who had embraced Maki Ling with one hand, instantly went pear-shaped and cried silently. You're okay? Fine? Maki Ling looked Hancock up and down again, and he was really fine. But why didn't you say a word on the phone? I thought. This. Hancock got up in desire to speak. The call was made by the old body. What's wrong? Granny Watsit said in dissatisfaction. Maki Ling. Finally. I understand why Hancock always liked to hit you. He killed my Navy Vice Admiral with one sword. Red Poople Maki Ling. Today I will leave you here no matter what I say. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a terrifying cracking sound rang in his ears. When he looked back, Mu Ling saw the Vine Tiger, who was stepping on a huge rock and hovering in the air, gazing at himself angrily. "Oh, General Fujitaka? Out now?" The corners of his mouth rose, and a flash of anticipation flashed in his eyes as Mu Ling's fingertip sword chi surged, then swung toward the sky. Ting! The sword light flashed and the sword roared. In an instant, as if it had received some kind of signal, the hull of the evil spirit violently trembled, and a huge energy cannon slowly rose from the deck. Note, many thanks to my teammate, 10-7, for the box of blades haha. Gee, what trepidation and delight. A million thanks. Chapter 106, Destructive Shelling. Click, click, click. In an instant, a heavy metallic popping sound resounded throughout the entire world. A ghostly blue beam of light shot up from the deck of the evil spirit. Immediately afterward, 30 cannon chambers appeared around the giant cannon. Creepy chambers, but a ghostly light slowly emerged. Bearing 109, 365. Countdown to launch. 10, 9, 8. Bang, bang, bang. The explosions became more and more violent, gradually climbing to the peak. And all of a sudden, it was as if everyone present had hazily sensed that heaven-destroying might. What are you going to do? Looking at the evil spirit's flickering spectral light, which grew brighter and brighter, Fujitsugu, for some reason, had a hidden palpitation in his heart. What do I want to do? You guess? Although he was smiling, the indifference on Mu Ling's face pierced deep into the heart of Tu Hu. Asshole. Scold. A dense purple halo instantly filled the surroundings of the vine tiger, and the staff blade in his hand was slowly drawn out as he rushed towards Mu Ling at an extremely fast speed. Whatever you're going to do, I'm going to stop you today. Bang! The crippled chi came out of its sheath and clashed hard with Fujitsugu's gravity sword. In an instant, a majestic and incomparable power attacked his entire body. It was Fujitaka's terrifying fruit ability. Gravity. Clanking. Sword light waved. Mu Ling's figure flashed, and a triple slash was struck from top to bottom. Instantly, the stone slabs underneath the feet of the vine tiger cracked and exploded into a terrifying crack. Gravity sword, mighty tiger. The sword light flashed, and the slender staff blade immediately wielded countless gravity sword chi in Fujitsugu's hand. At once, space was modified by gravity, becoming twisted and hideous, as if a fierce beast was biting down. The body immediately retreated. Flying backwards in midair, Mu Ling's hands formed a seal. His mouth instantly condensed blazing flames. Fire transportation, howling fire dragon jutsu. Roar. The howling fire dragon technique that was mixed with extreme inflammation skyrocketed in momentum, and his body was several feet tall, and his lurid blood bowl bypassed the gravity manticore, pouncing on the body of the vine tiger. And at the same time, with a wave between her palms, Mu Ling opened a door of emptiness to swallow gravity whole. This was followed by opening the void gate again over the naval warships, releasing the gravity tigers in full. Bang, bang, bang. In the next second, the gravity-eroded navy fell to their knees on the deck as if a huge mountain had been pressed over their heads. Admiral Fujitaka, what are you doing? The flying squirrel's sword light swung and kept resisting the gravity in the air, but it was already at the end of its strength. Bastard! Akatsuki Makaringu, how did you do that? The Fujitsugu who chopped the flames into pieces was confused. His own attack was actually counterimposed on the navy by his opponent? How is this possible? How did he do it? Demon sword technique, 100 ghosts nightwalking. Boom! Terrifying blood chi immediately exploded out, and the tide of blood-colored sword seemed like a thrillingly large hand, instantly attacking and strangling the Fujitsu tiger's neck to death. Eat you. Jia, the thirst for blood. Meat. I want meat. Let me drain your blood. In an instant, Tuwa's eyes were crimson, and he who had his mind eroded by countless evil delusions simply didn't know how to resist. Asshole. What did you do? Get out of my head. What are you guys? Fire. Finally, the countdown ends and the energy builds up. Rumbling. In an instant, accompanied by Icebird's final wild roar, the evil spirit violently trembled, and a ghostly blue energy cannon instantly burst out from the main cannon. The target, dozens of naval warships. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of air-breaking sounds came, and the terrifying energy shells were like the cannon of extinction, enveloping the heads of the crowd. Instantly, everyone was dumbfounded. Bang! A Navy man fell to his knees, full of despair and helplessness. Geez, are we going to? It's finished. The red pupil herding spirit. It's really strong. Assholes. Stand up and fight them. I will never submit to a pirate. Damn it. By virtue of its own strong willpower, Fujitaka finally dispelled the evil delusion in the brain, but blinked and saw the destructive cannon. Gravity sword, matchless. Too late to make any thought, Fujitaka immediately waved his staff blade. Countless purple gravity sword chi burst out from his body and shot towards the small island on the nearby sea. Damn it! Red pupil herding spirit. I will never forgive you. Rumbling. In an instant, dozens of small islands trembled and rose up from the sea, the moment the energy cannons fell. In the nick of time, it condensed into a stone wall that covered the sky, trying to block the energy cannon. Humph. Mu Ling felt disdain for Tu Hu's childishness. Bang! Flames exploded, and the stone wall that had gathered countless islands to form the wall instantly blew up, transforming into a piece of burning stray bullets that came crashing down. In this moment, time stood still. Looking at the scene that destroyed the sky and the earth, everyone's breath paused. Boom! More than a dozen naval warships were immediately swept up in the cannon fire and instantly melted by the blazing heat. Hundreds of navies disappeared without a trace, without even uttering a single scream. The surface of the sea churned, the sea water backed up, and huge whirlpools rippled up one after another. Click, click, click. The warship was overwhelmed and let out a mournful cry before being torn apart and shattered. By now, close to more than 30 naval vessels, only one or two sporadic ships remained in an instant. Note, annoying. Work is so annoying. LOL. Thanks a lot for the gifts, brothers. A million thanks. Chapter 107, Ichiro Edo. Exhale. After the gale, a cool breeze passed by, blowing the pirate flag. Because of the fear of a spillover to Hydra Island, and because the naval warships stood well dispersed, so this one shot that was not applied with full force only captured more than 10 warships, only to make the iceberg not expect it. The remaining dozens of warships were unexpectedly torn apart by those countless terrifyingly huge underwater whirlpools. Nice job, iceberg. What an ancient weapon. Ha ha ha. The evil spirit slowly landed, and the moment it touched the seawater, it once again rippled, and at this time, the sea's surface, no longer the previous days of azure, floating corpses all over the place. Scarlet blood will erode the sea surface, followed by countless Sea King-class corpses slowly floated out. At this moment on the sea, as if the earth's purgatory. Jesus, how did he do that? The standing on the huge platform in front of the Nine Serpents Palace had seen this scene from the beginning to the end. Terrifying strength, nearly invincible. That heaven-destroying cannon caused dozens of naval warships to fall in unison. Crashing sound. Watching the waves splashed by the aftermath of the explosion continue to lap against the shore in front of them. V was silent. Originally, I thought that the red purple Makiling was just a man who was extremely lucky to be able to obtain the Snake Lady's favor. Having lived a long life and seen a lot, she had always felt that way about things she didn't care about so much, but now she was wrong. The Mu Ling at this time brought her too many surprises. This was a true emperor, a man who could fight against the world government. It's us who are high on the list. Granny Watsit sighed. Ha, what did you say, dead old woman? Hancock wondered as he didn't hear clearly. Nothing, you silly woman, Hancock. If it weren't for the enemy, I'd have flown up there with my foot. Sound of escaping laughter. Blood gushed out of his mouth as Fuji Tiger, who was lying on the wreckage, slowly woke up from his stupor. Just after seeing this hellish scene, he almost fainted again as his eyes went black. Red poople herding spirit. Old me will never forgive you. Vine Tiger roared. Just after saying this, he spat out another mouthful of blood in a rush of fire. The whole person instantly shriveled up, and his already old face became weaker and weaker. Ha, with the way you look now? Letting out a cold laugh. Mu Ling felt that at this moment, he was like the villain of villains, surprisingly forcing the always gentle and mild Fujitsugu to this point. From now on, Nine Serpents Island is the place of refuge for my evil spirit pirates. The world government, the Navy headquarters, who would dare to hit it? Humph, that's what happens. Me so. In an instant, the sword chi spread out. The terrifying dazzling sword light was like a demon with teeth and claws, and it chopped down towards the Fuji Tiger. I respect you as a person and understand your ideals, but you're the army and I'm the thief. Killing you is the unchanging theorem of the ages. Mu Ling's ice-cold face did not contain any emotion, and the 3-foot green peak in his hand was like an evil claw, chopping straight down. Rumbling. Just the moment the sword light fell. What a mouthful. Killing life, sure a chop. A voice that was thick and wrapped in supreme majesty came from afar, shocking the entire scene. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a giant black-purple sword arc exploded from beyond the sky, and the sword light was invincible wherever it went. The biting air-breaking sound was as if it was thunderous and incessant, exploding in Mu Ling's ears. Humph, shrinking fellow. Cripple Chi instantly came out of the sheath. The fire dragon surrounded the sword, and Makiling topped it with one sword. Boom! Explosive roar immediately suddenly, was dead against the sword arc as if a crazy rotating drill, constantly impacting the crippled chi sword body. Clanking, raging sparks continued to spray, and terrifying shockwaves bloomed in layers as if they were ripples, echoing in the air. Oh, not bad. I guess it must be that samurai from the 5 Elder Stars who's here, right? Such a terrifying sword. She was not in the least bit weaker than Hawkeye's. The only one that Makiling could think of was that old samurai who was one of the 5 elder stars who held the primordial ghost chef in his hands. Heavy sins, I will never keep you today. At the very moment when Mu Ling chopped the sword arc, a stream of light came from beyond the heavens, and the glittering sharpness was none other than the tip of the primordial ghost chewer's sword, stabbing straight at him. "And never leave me behind? With an old thing like you? Duong!" The sword body was raised horizontally to block this sword light, followed by the moment when Mu Ling's body leapt high into the air. Broken sky Batusai chop. Miso. In the next second, 2 terrifying circular sword arcs were instantly swung out, released at close range, without any defense. Ichiro Edo, one of the 5 elder stars and a former samurai of the Kazunokuni, immediately felt the crisis from above his head, made up the name at random. Haha. Bang! The sword was placed across the top of his head, and monstrous killing intent instantly burst out and flowed through the sword, as if a substantial killing aura had long been formed. At that moment, the 2 swords intersected and ruthlessly clashed together. Immediately after the explosion came, the 2 sword lights cancelled each other out, and Makiling and Edo took several steps back at the same time. Red pupil herding spirit. Nice sword technique. A smile appeared at the corner of Edo's mouth, but it was incredibly creepy. Humph. Old thing, do I need you to evaluate my sword skills? Mu Ling didn't have the good sense to say. I just can't get used to these guys who rely on the old man, as if it's such a supreme thing to get a word of praise from him. You're only about 10 years younger than me, so I'm afraid that old thing's phrase is wrong. What do you care? Hey, regaining your youth and staying young for 40 years. Interesting. Edo suddenly smiled, looking at Makiling with a blazing gaze. It was just that Makiling suddenly frowned. It's not right. Why is this guy talking so much all of a sudden? It doesn't fit his samurai status, does it? Rumbling. In an instant, Mu Ling only felt that the sky was spinning, as if the entire world had begun to tremble, and a powerless sense of weightlessness instantly struck his entire body. Upside down chaos. Suddenly, an icy voice echoed behind Mu Ling. Chapter 108, The Heartless 5 Elder Stars. Just in the moment when the intense weightlessness hit Mu Ling, the horrifying scenes appeared. The heavens and the earth were upside down, and the sea of clouds in the sky began to sink violently as if it had suddenly been filled with lead. The evil spirit ship on the surface of the sea, as well as the countless small islands, at this time, was getting higher and higher as the sea continued to rise, as if it had lost all gravity. The body hanging upside down was nothing, but for some reason, Mu Ling only felt that at this time. His heart was in chaos, couldn't say what it felt like. It was incomparably depressing and irritable. Sword chi instantly burst out all over his body, and without the permission of Mu Ling, it chopped down in a haphazard and surging manner towards the surroundings, breaking up the sea and chopping up islands. There was even a sword light that was still rushing towards the evil spirit. Disorder condensation. Suddenly, accompanied by a heavy muffled sound, the body of the bald old man in a black suit shifted. 1 second he was 100 meters away, but the next moment he appeared in front of Mu Ling's eyes. It was none other than one of the 5 elder stars, the Superman system Chaos Fruit ability. Buck, stretching out his big hand, Barker made a fierce grab towards Mu Ling, who was hanging upside down in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Terrifying bursts of air-breaking sounds struck, and in an instant, everything stopped in this area that had long been disorganized by the ability. The sea ceased to rise, and the descending sea of clouds stayed in mid-air. This? Bonnie exclaimed. Stopped? My body actually. Hiria looked incredulously at the 5 old Starbucks in the distance. This space has been completely disorganized, and it's all controlled by him. The meticulous old sand immediately realized the oddity of this. Exhale. Magnetic sand rose suddenly, echoing around old Sandy. It seems that in this area, he can only control our bodies, but not our abilities. Green Pheasant said in a cold voice. Not much was known about the 5 elder stars, even if he was a Navy admiral. I didn't realize the ability was so unbelievable. Another old man has appeared. What? Can't you wait for that lord of yours to get his hands on me already? Boom! McKeeling's words were astonishing, and instantly, Edo and Buck stayed in place. How did you know? Edo, Buck roared, trying to stop his opponent, but it was too late. In an instant, all those who heard the words were dumbfounded, looking at the 2 people who were pale and in a trance. A series of thunderous explosions filled the minds of all of them. Lord Im? Who is it? Listening to the tone of the 2 5 elder stars, it appeared to be an existence that must not be spoken of lightly. Granny? Lord Im? Have you heard of it? Hancock inquired, his tone low, and Thea's face was even more somber than hers, for in that very instant, she thought of a certain vague existence that had been vaguely, almost speculatively, present in the history books written by countless generations of 9 serpent kings. There is no evidence, no written description, only a single cryptic word, either indirectly or suggestively reminding future generations. There is that one character that exists, and now they understood that Lord Im, whom even the world ruler 5 elders were not allowed to mention freely, was that mysterious being. Seeing the horror on the faces of the people around him, at this moment, Edo's intestines were almost green with remorse. If Lord Im knew that he had accidentally confirmed his existence, then he would surely be. At that thought, Edo raised his eyebrows, as if hesitating something on his face. Edo, Buck murmured. I understand. The tight frown dispersed, and monstrous sword chi instantly burst out from Edo's body, sweeping across the entire field. I don't know why you know about that lord's existence, but since you know all about it, I can't keep you, and everyone present today must die. Rumbling. In an instant, rolling thunder flashed in the minds of the people, and swirled in a gust of wild thunder. No one doubted the truth of this statement simply because he was speaking from the mouth of the 5 elder stars. The person who carries the jade ring is guilty of a crime. Just because we know the secrets of that so-called Im-sama, we all have to die? Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Edo moved. In his hand, the Hatsune Mikoto instantly blossomed into a stream of black air that encircled the sword and filled the entire body. The samurai robes were windless, and with a fierce face, Edo chopped down towards the distant navy with a single blow of his sword. Shura Purgatory Reincarnation. Miso. The black and purple giant sword arc slashed out with a single stroke, instantly destroying a naval warship. Asshole. Damn you. What 5 old stars? Just a bunch of assholes. Ah. My body. I hate it so much. Shattered. Torn. Blood spurting, accompanied by the warships that gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. Dozens of navies collapsed in anger and unwillingness. In this moment, time stood still. The navy on the only 2 remaining warships were utterly dumbfounded. Didn't die under enemy fire, but under the swords of his own men. The mouth of his throat was sweet, and his blood churned as another large mouthful of blood spurted out of Tanhu's mouth. Great sadness shone in his eyes. Is that the ruler of the world government? The 5 elders? It's simply a bunch of bastard. Old me will never spare you. Fujitsugu's voice had actually become distorted due to his anger. It's just a man who's going to die. Ghost cheer swung, and the black-purple sword light chopped down towards Fujitsugu, then chopped down. And right at that moment, in the nick of time, Ma Qiling, who was dead-bound by the ability of the chaotic fruit, suddenly picked his fingertips, and a void door immediately appeared. There was then a flash of green light, and the rejuvenation pill, which was overflowing with a healing green glow, struck into the mouth of the Fujin tiger. Note, the transformation is coming to Fujitaka. And many thanks to my reading friend, Snow with the Heart, for the dozen hypnotic charms. Thank you. Brothers free gift brush up a million thanks. Chapter 109, The Annoyed Barker. In an instant, Fujitaka's body was enveloped in light. The blood at the corners of his mouth began to fade, and the countless wounds on his body that had been inflicted by the artillery fire, as well as the sword's light, healed instantly. Unbelievably looking at his hands, the feeling of weakness disappeared and was replaced by endless, abundant physical strength. Fujitsugu was completely confused. My injuries healed? Was it the green light? Although he didn't know what was going on, but he immediately guessed that it must be McKeeling's work. Oh, what a great mockery. Fujitaka let out a sad cry. The 5 elder stars, who were on the same side, wanted to kill themselves, but Mu Ling, who was an enemy, saved them instead? Red pupil herding spirit, I owe you my life. With a silent cry, Fujitsugu drew the sharp-staff sword at his waist and looked at the terrifying black-purple sword arc. Bang! A sword crossed the sky and shattered the sword arc. At this moment, Fujitaka's aura changed. The 2 5 elder stars stayed dumbfounded, woodenly looking at the vine tiger that was wrapped in rich purple light, a little unable to accept it for a while. Originally, the beast had long been trapped and dying, but the vine tiger was healed like a person who was fine. I once destroyed my own eyes, just because there are too many dirty and nasty people in the world to look at them. But now what you and others have done is really the wrath of heaven. Madaka! With his feet on the stone floor, Fujitsugu's sword aura surged, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Edo and chopped down with his sword. Clanking, sword chi filled the air. An unprecedentedly terrifying killing aura exploded out of Tanhu's body, obviously moving with true anger. He was a cynical man, though usually gentle and kind. What a world-ruling pentagram! My ass! Edo never expected the Hall of Admirals to be so naive. Without any defense he was immediately crushed by Fujikyu. Asshole! When had he, as a 5 elder star, ever suffered such humiliation? I think you blind man really wants to die. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying black sword chi was like a raging storm, and it rushed down towards the vine tiger. Hee old man would never die in the hands of someone like you. Duong! The moment the two swords clashed, and the biting sword chi collided, the shockwave that shook the entire field immediately rose up, spreading out in all directions. Afterwards, Fujitsu swung his backhand round, and his sword carried thousands of gravity, all of which bombarded on top of Ghost Che's sword body. Bang! 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 The popping sound suddenly rose. Edo naturally would not let Fujitaka be so arrogant. His body swayed and his feet moved a few steps unhurriedly, killing Solomon. This sword was like the descent of hell. Are you the one who screwed up? Barker looked at Mu Ling, whose body was hanging upside down in front of him, and said icily, "What exactly is this magical ability? How can you instantly restore someone on the verge of death?" Instantly. Looking at Mu Ling's young face, a wave of reverie instantly surged through Buck's heart. Disorder compression. Rumbling. The large hand towards Mu Ling immediately clenched, as if it wanted to crush Mu Ling to death with a single claw. In the next moment, all the objects suspended in midair rushed madly towards Mu Ling as if they had been summoned. Bang! 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 The suppressed air-breaking sound was like a death bell, approaching towards Mu Ling step by step. See? In less than a minute, you'll be enveloped in these things, crushed, out of breath, shattered your bones, dead as a doornail. The pale face came up, and Buck threatened Maki Ling with a sardonic smile. But I can let you go, as long as you tell me the secret to regaining your youth. Otherwise, I can kill you right now. Boom! The huge island blasted through countless boulders and lunged towards Mu Ling at an extremely fast speed. Buck, on the other hand, had a winning look on his face. In this area, you are only able to control my body. With such means, you want to kill me too? Oh, you're clearly thinking about farts. Maki Ling's disdainful laugh immediately stung Buck. Asshole. Looks like you won't give in until I give you a taste of your own medicine first. Bang! The giant island attacked and smashed down towards Mu Ling's head. And at that very moment, with a flick of his fingertip, a black and purple void door instantly appeared behind Mu Ling. Accompanied by flirting, Maki Ling disappeared into the twisted space. Boom! The giant island smashed into the air and blasted heavily into the seawater. This is Hanadimo's space fruit? Barker froze, looking incredulously at the place in front of him where Maki Ling had disappeared, his heart having long since turned over in a huge wave. After Hanadimo, who was also one of the 5 elders, was killed by Akatsuki Makoran, world government agents began a worldwide search for the Superman system space fruit, simply because this fruit is so rare. But how could Buck not expect that it would actually be in Maki Ling's body and be eaten by the other party? His face grew somber, and a wry smile rose to Buck's cheeks. A double fruit powerhouse? Oh, surely there is an ulterior motive. Spacefold. Click, click, click. In an instant, Mu Ling's terrifying voice instantly sounded behind Buck. Immediately afterward, space crumbled, and 2 fan-shaped black-purple cracks burst out on either side of Buck's body like blades of the void, slicing down viciously. Sneer at. Blood light erupted. Without any defense Barker, both arms were immediately cut out 2 narrow blood marks, revealing the white bones in them. Asshole. Damn you. Barker was enraged. Not caring about his bloodied and bloomed arms, he immediately swung a palm down towards his back. Bang! 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 The power of the chaotic fruit immediately burst out, but hit an empty space. At this time, Maki Ling had long since dived into the middle of the distorted space, brows furrowed, a wave of annoyance rising in Buck's mind for no apparent reason. Although the Superman system Chaos Fruit was powerful, it had no way of doing anything against a space fruit powerhouse. Note, brothers, brush up on your free gifts. I have to write at night because I have to work during the day. I'm sorry, there's really no way around it. Thank you all. Chapter 110 The Tough 5 Old Stars. Boom! Sword light streaked across the room, and the furious Fujitsugu was on fire, his body bathed in purple gravity, and he chopped Edo out with a single sword strike. Although no eyes could be seen in those cloudy eyes, it was as if they had infinite killing intent that kept spewing outwards. As a Navy Admiral, I am clad in justice, and what I carry on my shoulders are the prayers of countless civilians. Today you have turned right and wrong, killing and brutalizing. You are really against justice. So die. Miso. The sword light waved, and countless purple gravity sword chi burst out from the staff blade, waving towards the heavens. And after doing all of this, Fujitaka's face was vaguely pale, obviously due to de-energization. Sneer at. The staff knife returned to its sheath, and little by little the cold blade disappeared from sight. In the next moment, Edo's face instantly changed abruptly, and after jerking his head up, a light of disbelief flowed from his eyes. Rumbling. The terrifying giant meteorite that was wrapped in blazing flames and covered the sky and the sun came crashing down. In an instant, space trembled, and the terrifying air-breaking sound was like a march of doom as it bloomed with a final glow. Edo's face changed drastically as the sharp gusts of wind continued to tear his samurai robes, and even from a distance, he could feel the blazing heat from above his head. Asshole! Ting! The crisp sword sound shook the world, and a purple strange mist swirled violently from the primordial Onitsuki's sword, encircling Edo's body. Let me! Buck suddenly spoke up. Then his hands were placed in front of his chest, and a wave of disordered fruit power burst out, but there was no first attack, as if he was brewing something. I can handle it myself, Edo said, disgruntled. You come and help me keep an eye on this red purple shepherd spirit fellow. I'll help you defend against the meteorite. Barker's mind was clear that he would never be able to deal with Makiling, who was hidden in the void, so it would be perfect to let Edo deal with Makiling. As for whether or not Edo could beat Makarin, that was not something he considered. Disorder reverse. Bang! A messy, chaotic beam of light burst from Buck's hands and blasted in front of the falling meteorite. It instantly exploded into a hard wall, and in the next second, the flames at the meteorite's circumference began to shrink, growing weaker and weaker, and eventually disappearing without a trace. Immediately afterward, the space in the barrier, which had long been in chaos, began to quake and shake. Boom! The meteorite shuddered and began to shrink up at a speed indiscernible to the naked eye, rapidly changing towards its initial form. This was one of the abilities of the Chaos Fruit, modifying the point in time within that space, though the range was extremely small and the load on Buck's body was immense. TSK, it's really worthy of the Superman system Chaos Fruit, but you're unlucky if you meet me. Suddenly, a voice with a hint of teasing rang in his ears. Miso, Edo, who had been waiting for a long time, chopped down towards the void gate with a single sword. Ting! The sound of the sword suddenly rises, and the sword cuts through the waves. Wherever the tip of the crippling chi sword reached, a spatial fold was like the surface of a lake with ripples, spreading out in all directions. In the next moment, an arcane water curtain was formed. Spiritual sword. Xuanji water curtain. Chop! The sky-rushing sword chi pierced through the 3 layers of Xuanji water curtain at once, and the sword power immediately surged 3 times as much, intermingled with the blazing extreme inflammation, transforming into a giant sword arc, and heading towards Edo to meet him. Bang! 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 The 2 sword lights instantly clashed together. Only in the next second, the spirit rhinoceros sword shattered the black-purple sword chi and engulfed Edo. At the same time, with a flick of Mu Ling's fingertip, a huge void door suddenly appeared in the middle of the chaotic space, swallowing the meteorite inside. Drops. Large beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks and fell to the ground, and Mu Ling, whose clothes had long been soaked, had obviously overexerted himself. Mud. Opening a void door capable of holding a meteorite of that size is loaded that big? However, the arrow had to be fired, and Makiling immediately opened a void door again before Edo could react, appearing above the heads of the 2 5 elder stars. Bang! 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 The sound of breaking the air, without the boundaries of the time reverse current, and the air friction meteorite body, once again burst out of the horror of the flame. Bastard! I'm going to kill you! Edo, whose robes were in shreds and only had a bib left, was about to blow a gasket. Idiot! Run! Barker said angrily. Edo froze, then glanced up to see the meteorite close by, pushing right up against the 2 of them. Want to run? Can you guys run away? Mu Ling sneered. Gravity sword killing spirit. With a sweep of the staff blade, the sword light that was interspersed with supreme gravity immediately slammed into the Onitoriku in Edo's hand. Bang! As the huge force struck, Edo only felt his body sink, and his speed immediately slowed down several times. On the other hand, Mu Ling stopped in front of Barker as Extreme Flame Sword and blasted out with a fist. Fire fist. Boom! Barker, who can only throw punches in the heat of the moment, is immediately knocked off his feet by a punch. Asshole! Disorder turbulence. In an instant, the power of the violent chaotic chaos fruit immediately raged through this space. Mu Ling's body was immediately intercepted by an invisible force, and his speed became extremely slow. Click, click, click. Thunder raged and countless black and purple thunderbolts exploded in the sea of clouds. Because of the turbulence in this space, all of a sudden, all of the people whose bodies were bound by Buck immediately resumed their actions. The leaping Onilu immediately intermingled with the falling thunder. The golden rod in his hand has long since disappeared, transforming into 10,000 feet of thunder, held in the hands of Anilu to death. How dare you fight against God? Damn you! Die! Rattling thunder crash. In a flash, the thunder fell, straight at Buck. On the other hand, the blood-colored sword chi in Hiria's body instantly exploded out, cutting out a terrifying sword trail in the air and chopping down towards Edo. Ice Age. Click, click, click. As the ice seals suddenly rose, Green Pheasant's icy eyes exploded with an unprecedented blaze as he looked at the 5 elder stars. Though no longer an admiral, when he saw that the heartless Gold had gone after the navy, Green Pheasant was furious. Note, a word about Green Pheasant here. Now he was a pirate, and it was a law that there would naturally be casualties in a war between the navy and pirates. So naturally Green Pheasant didn't care. But the 5 elder stars were different. They were considered a betrayal. And as a person in a high position who ignored the lives and deaths of those underneath him, Aoji was naturally furious to the extreme. And many thanks for the gifts, haha. Chapter 111, The Desperate 5 Elder Stars. Asshole. Angry ice seals instantly stormed up from underneath his feet, transforming into 4 pillars of the sky that appeared around Edo. Green Pheasant, you actually became a pirate. Unforgivable. Edo shouted angrily and swung his longsword, then slashed at the icicle. Bang, bang, bang. Ice shards strewn across. A thrilling sword mark covered the 4 ice pillars, and it looked like the opponent was about to break through the ice pillars to escape. Sneer at. The blood-colored sword chi blasted down and swept across Edo's back, cutting out a terrifying sword mark. Blood erupted, and there was a faint flash of white in the constantly rolling flesh. Momo hundredfold Shirakawa Shoiken. Anum. Rumbling. The fish palm was hidden in his waist, and in an instant, a strong to an extreme fist instantly blasted out from Jinping's palm. The sea current was raging, wrapped by the fist intent, forming a terrifying shockwave that fiercely struck Edo's waist. Sound of escaping laughter. Blood spurted wildly, and Edo's face immediately turned pale and white as he took 2 helpless steps backward. Although the 5 elder stars were strong in battle, they were still not enough when facing these 3 people joining forces. Green Pheasant, Rain Hiryu, and Seaman Jinpei. Assholes. 3 abominations. I'll kill you all. Thumbs up. In an instant, Edo, whose entire body was wrapped in black demonic chi, looked like a demon, his blood-red eyes glaring at the 3 of them in fierce anger, while his terrifying demonic power swelled more and more within his body. I just want to ask you one thing, about the secret experiments conducted by Punk Hassad Caesar. Are you aware of it? Green Pheasant said in a cold voice. The live experiments and the deaths of countless innocent children have always been a thorn in Green Pheasant's heart. Ha! Suddenly, Edo laughed a weird laugh. Jie, you say this matter alas. Ching Fei, you are still too tender No wonder it's not Red Dog's opponent. Asshole, why did you do that? Green Pheasant said angrily. There was already no need to ask. By looking at Edo's expression, Green Pheasant understood everything. Just pariahs. What's the why? What's a few deaths as long as they make the Lord happy and gain power? Ha ha ha, you don't understand. When you're on top of the world, all you can see at a glance are ants. What does it matter if they live or die? Do giants care about the fate of ants? Joke. Boom! Explosions continued within the body of Edo, who was laughing long and hard, and instantly, everyone felt this powerful oppressive force. TSK, just you and you're on top of the world? Just a dog under him. Suddenly, Muling's ice-cold voice rang out, and immediately afterward, there was that shocking sword sound that resounded through this side of the world. Get out of the way, all of you. Sneer at. The fluorescent dragon sword slowly came out of its sheath, and as if it could no longer be restrained, dazzling swordlight continuously burst out from within the scabbard one after another. Vast, magnificent. The rushing white sword awnings seemed like brilliant heavenly might. Supreme vastness. Immediately, the demonic chi within Edo's body was immediately suppressed by this supreme vast sword chi. The faces of the crowd changed as they immediately withdrew 1,000 meters away after feeling this sword energy. On the other hand, Katakuri frantically swung his glutinous rice giant fist, turning it into a sky of fist shadows and blasting it down towards Buck. Anum. Rumbling. Thunder fell, and just as Buck was blown away by a punch, Anilu, thunderbolt in hand, charged down. Anum. Naughty. The body of Buck, who was about to stretch out his hand against the thunder, trembled as blood and light erupted from his waist, and the sharp magnetic sand plunged into his waist as if it were a sharp sword. Assholes, how dare you! Barker was furious that these normally insignificant mice had brought a great threat to himself at this time. How does this make Barker, who has been in a high position for years, suffer? Boom! Only in the next moment, he was engulfed by the lightning, and the terrifying thunderbolt swam crazily in his body, constantly destroying every skin and internal organs. Ah! Ting! Just as Buck let out his final scream, the sword roared to life. Muling stood in the air. The fluorescent dragon sword in his hand was glowing in all directions, emanating supreme sword might and filling this heaven and earth. Clamor. His left hand gently brushed the sword, and in an instant, a vast and righteous chi filled heaven and earth. At that moment, the gusty wind suddenly rose, and the Muling standing in the eye of the wind had a huge sword in both hands, too much above his head. Immediately afterward, his righteous voice, though not loud but clear, traveled into everyone's ears. The righteousness of heaven and earth is everlasting. Do not seek to kill the immortals, but cut down the ghosts and gods. Taiji Xinqing Ghost God Decree. Chop. Bang. 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 In an instant, the horrifying air-breaking sound came instantly like a fierce wind and rain. At this moment, time stood still. Heaven and earth lost color, and the only thing in everyone's eyes was that flash of sword light. The sword light fell swiftly, and where the tip of the sword pointed to, cracks suddenly rose and space shattered. With this sword, the sword chi reached 30,000 miles, and the sword light traveled across the 19 states, destroyed and invincible. Under the vast sword chi, the infinitely suppressed Edo, the demonic power in his body stopped clamoring as if it had met a natural enemy. Edo's blood-red eyes showed a touch of despair, as well as the madness of finally placing his life in danger. He knew he was going to die. He had completely miscalculated Makiling's strength. Ha, my name is Ichiro Edo. Ichiro the samurai. Come on, Red Pupil Maken. Use your strongest strike and come to an end with the old man. Killing Solomon. At this moment, Edo, who was on the verge of death, finally picked up the dignity of martial arts that he, as a samurai, had long since abandoned for a long time. Boom! Demonic chi filled the air, and the black and purple Ghost Chu's sword body completely turned into a pitch-black mass, without any flashy movements. There was only one sword, a flat and unimpressive sword, swung towards Muling. Click! In an instant, the supreme great fast sword primordial Ghost Chu instantly collapsed. Edo's body, on the other hand, was cut off at the waist by Howrant's sword chi. Edo, whose bones shattered and whose body was split in two, didn't let out a single scream. Instead, the upturned corners of his mouth indicated that he was happy now. Subsequently, the falling meteorite became a complete graveyard for Edo, and together they were rooted into the deep, bottomless sea. Edo, Barker, who had sprung out of the lightning, roared with rage and waved his large hand frantically, trying to use the disordered reverse current to rewind time in the space where Edo was. Gee, there's still time to care about other people. In that case, you go and be buried with them too. Chop chop rice cakes. Bang! Katakuri's right arm instantly skyrocketed and transformed into a giant glutinous rice wolfsbane full of barbs. Afterwards, the armed color hegemonic aura immediately attached to his right arm, and like a hammer of destruction, he smashed down towards Barker. Momo hundredfold power. Fishman Karate Upanishad Morayanan. Boom! The fist's intense sword, and the terrifying sea currents gathered in the fish's palm as it blasted out, rattling thunder-shocking sky. At this moment, Analu was like a god of thunder descending into the world, and countless thunder condensed in his hands, eventually transforming into a giant sword of thunder. Aimed at Buck's body, it came crashing down. Chapter 112, The Wrath of the Navy Headquarters. Boom! Following in the footsteps of Edo, one of the 5 Elder Stars, Buck also instantly dissipated into the lightning. So far, 3 of the 5 old men who ruled this world had died. Beep! Host kills Ichiro Edo. Now releasing rewards. Spirit rank famous sword-born tooth +1. Clamor. With a flash of flowing light in his hand, a white jade-like slender sword appeared in Muling's hand. Like crippled chi, the stream of light emerging from the sword exudes a gust of bizarre demonic aura. Muling froze, lifting the born tooth in front of his eyes, with an undisguised surprise in his eyes. I can't believe it's this knife? A famous sword that is sharp and extremely powerful, forged from the teeth of the great ancient demon Inuyasha. However, it could not kill anyone. On the contrary, even in a dying person, as long as they were cut by the natural teeth, they would immediately recover as before. How can you even draw this knife? Awesome system. If unleashed with true compassion, a wave of the sword can save 100 lives. This is the ultimate mission of the Born Tooth, and likewise what Inuyasha expects of his son. Kill Sumaru. Gee, compassion? A touch of strangeness appeared on Muling's face. He was afraid that he would never be able to open it in his life. It's nice to get natural teeth though. Makiling was satisfied. The only shame is that Buck ends up being decapitated by Aniru when the Chaos Fruit doesn't arrive. However, after turning his eyes, Muling felt as if he had gotten a little greedy. It doesn't matter if I get it or not. Waving his hand, Muling opened the void gate and swallowed the limbs and arms on the surface of the sea, as well as the corpses of the many navies in it. Then his gaze turned toward Fujitsugu. Originally more than 30 warships, at this time has long been empty. All the navy was killed. Only Fujikyu was left standing dumbly in the air. Cloudy eyes vaguely have a trace of grief flashes. Well, want to join my pirate group? Makiling generously threw out an olive branch towards Fujitaka, but figured that Fujitaka wouldn't accept it, even after witnessing the darkness of the world government firsthand. No, Thank you for your Excellency Makiling's kindness. At this time, Fujitsugu's mind had changed a lot, as could be seen from the way he addressed Muling. The world government, which represents justice, not only does something heavenly, but also wants to kill everyone present because of a secret. And the pirate Makiling, who is an enemy, saves the day in the nick of time. Fujitsugu was a bit puzzled, but he wouldn't simply change his mind. A pirate was still a pirate, but a Makurin was a bit different. So you want to keep going back to Navy headquarters? Makiling wondered. Not anymore. Fujitsugu shook his head helplessly, his face full of despair. You join the Navy with a passion for justice, only to find out that it's all a waste in the end. The meaning of one's life? Where the hell is it? Instantly, bewilderment, helplessness, not knowing what to do, and many other emotions filled Fujiku's heart. So you're not going to dispense your own idea of justice? Green Pheasant suddenly spoke out. Although he had never come into contact with them before, Green Pheasant instantly sensed that the justice in the other's heart was the same as his own. No, justice will never disappear, and the darkness in the world will eventually be defeated by justice. Of this I have no doubt. How about traveling with me? Green Pheasant said in a deep voice. Only Fujitaka continued to shake his head, and after looking at the wreckage of the warship on the surface of the sea, he turned around and walked away. He, like Green Pheasant in general, didn't want to go back to the Navy headquarters where the world government was holding him by the throat. Step on top of a mountain and travel the world to understand what's in your heart. After such a sentence floated in the air, Fujitsugu's figure could no longer be seen. Makiling didn't stop it because at this point, Fujitaka was no longer an enemy. Go! Waving his hand, Muling instructed Ice Mountain to dock the boat, then turned into streams of light and rushed towards Nine Snake Island. There, at that moment, a lookout was already waiting for him. 1 week later, Navy headquarters. In the huge conference room. Phew phew phew. Ragged gasps echoed through the large room, and each man's face wore a stony expression without a word. Even Carp, who has always liked to laugh and joke around, was full of seriousness at this time, and his eyes were vaguely revealing in anger. Former Marshal of the Navy, Sengoku, was now sitting between Carp and Vice Admiral Crane, his head bowed in silence. Warlord. Suddenly, Peach Hair let out a furious cry, her willow eyebrows raised, and she even called the warlord by his name, obviously angry to the extreme. I ask you, is it true that you don't know anything about punk acid? I don't know. Old man. Warlord shook his head. What about Burgapunk? Does that asshole conduct inhumane living experiments just like Caesar? Peach Bunny pressed again. Although the Naval Academy is under the Navy, it is under the direct orders of the world government. I have no right to command. Facing the questioning of his junior mama hair, at this moment, the warlord was like a defeated general, despondent. Punk has sad living experiments, the deaths of countless small children. When he heard the Navy report this, warlord couldn't believe his ears. Immediately afterward, the battle report from the Battle of Nine Serpents Island came in 3 days later. The entire Navy headquarters was in an uproar. 2 of the 5 Elder Stars are killed in battle. Admiral Fujiku quits the Navy, and the evil spirit pirates win a huge victory. The entire Navy headquarters then learned everything from Fujiku's mouth. And then came this scene at the moment. Bunny, calm down. Lieutenant General Tsuru snapped, stopping Mama Hair from pressing on, as everyone here could see that Warlord wasn't lying. Calm down? How do you expect me to be calm? Experimentation in vivo? A small island of children have died at Caesar's hands. Asshole, asshole, asshole. How dare we in the Navy be the last to know? The furious Peach Bunny said 3 assholes in a row, shaking with rage. And it was the pirates who killed Caesar and avenged these children. Strange shame. At once, Mama Hair's angry voice spread throughout the entire Navy headquarters. Chapter 113, Akane's Choice. In an instant, the scene fell into a dead silence. At this moment all the senior admirals of the Navy headquarters were in the middle of the conference room, and in the face of Peach Hair's angry hissing, no one said anything, much less retorted, each with his head down and his face clouded over. The cruelty of Punk Acid's incident, the world government's disregard for it, even tacitly allowing it, and the Hydra Island incident a week ago. 30 naval vessels with 1,000 naval personnel on board were killed, as were Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, and 3 rear admirals. The new admiral, Fujiku, survived but decided to quit the Navy and travel the world. And with the last message from Fujitaka, a horrifying truth gradually surfaces. The world's ruler, the pentagram, has gone to great lengths to hide a secret, slaughtering the Navy in public to cover his tracks. Asshole. Bang. The huge round table in the conference room shuddered violently, but it was the Lieutenant General of Fire Mountain, who had always been at peace with himself, who erupted. Persecuting civilians and treating the lives of admirals like dirt? What do they want from the world government? In that case, guys? What's the point of us being in the Navy? A navy that has long since become a sword in the hands of power. I see no reason not to be. Clamor. With a large wave of his hand, Lieutenant Firebrand slammed his navy coat with the word justice emblazoned on it behind him to the ground. The irony of the clear word justice being laid out so straight in front of everyone's eyes was unmistakable. I'm quitting the Navy. Boom. In an instant, the whole room roared. No one expected that the normally taciturn and cold-spoken Fire Mountain would actually have such a big reaction. Calmly light a fire on the mountain, Lieutenant General, Warlord said in a deep voice. No, I'm calm now. My head isn't half as impulsive as it should be. By the way, I'm out of the Navy now, and I'd like to ask Mr. Warlord to stop addressing me as Vice Admiral. Fire Mountain said icily. You, calm down. Fire Mountain. Impulsiveness is the devil. Calm yourself first. At once, all the generals who were usually friends with Fire Mountain persuaded. There is no need for any further persuasion. Gentlemen, my mind is made up. The fire-burning mountain that had left these words turned around and left without any half-heartedness. You're about Zephyr, aren't you? The Fire Mountain. Carp suddenly voiced. Snap. The footsteps came to a screeching halt, and Fire Mountain's body stopped and froze in place. His eyes gradually became moist, and the likeness of his former mentor came to his mind. Because of Zephyr, because of Whitebeard too. Although you don't show it, you've been harboring a grudge against the world government in your heart for a long time. Not following Zephyr out of the Navy in the first place. That's just as well as you feel you're in the position you're in nowadays to better dispense justice. Just nowadays. Carp didn't say any more, but everyone understood. With the only belief that had sustained him to remain in the Navy gone, it made sense that Firebrand would be able to make that choice. Stay, Lieutenant General Firebolt. The world government has failed you, but the Navy is definitely different. Bang! The current Admiral Akane, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up, his fiery magma breath constantly surging within his body. Complaining is the behavior of the weak. Escaping reality is even more of the weakest of the weak. Ha! Suddenly, Akane laughed, a flash of self-deprecation on her face. All of you have had your displeasure and questioned me, including Green Pheasant, who once saw me as an alien in the path of justice. I know all of this. The O'Hara incident, the Suikoden incident. There have been people who thought I was doing something wrong. I don't refute it because I think I'm right. Now that the world government is brutal and ruthless, are we, as the strongest claws under our command, to be complicit with them? I, Akane, the current Marshal of the Navy, never agree. Bang! Akane bellowed angrily, awakening the crowd, and the square table in front of her instantly crumbled, then turned into a cloud of ash under the scorching lava and dispersed with the wind. Even if there is a difference in philosophy, a difference in practice, a difference in the way of acting and handling things, but we are the Navy, and we ultimately share the same faith. That's justice. Dying for one person to save the whole world. Sacrificing the small to accomplish the big. This is where Akane's philosophy differs from the crowd. Not to say it's wrong, but it just needs to be the right thing to do at a particular time. A particular period. As of today, the Navy headquarters is separated from the world government. There may be countless paths to justice, countless choices, but, in the end point is the same. May there be no more sin in this world. Bang! The hammer is set. Akane's angry face was etched in everyone's mind in the large conference room. Warlord laughed and laughed. Ha ha ha, Sakaski. The old man supports you. Carp laughed. Asshole world government. We are a righteous Navy, and it is our goal to destroy the evils of the world. LT. General Tsuru, not bad. Peach Bunny, oomph. The holy land of Manhwa. Darkness in the palace. Greetings, my lord. Two mellow voices echoed through the palace, traveling far and wide. Edo and Buck are dead? There was no emotion in the ethereal voice, as if he didn't care about anything in the world. The head of the high crown of him stood quietly before the throne of the void, although he was asking questions, but the pair of golden pupils were looking far into the distance, as if everything in this world was in his eyes. Yes, my lord. The only two remaining 5 elder stars trembled, bean-sized beads of sweat sliding down their faces, their clothes behind them long soaked. Not only was the task of killing the red pupil herding spirit not accomplished, but he was killed by the other party. Worse yet, at this point, it was as if the Navy headquarters already knew everything that had happened that day. Thinking about this, the two couldn't help but lower their heads more and more, their bodies trembling with unease. Go down, clamor. Im waved a large hand. No blame, no anger. When the two men had retreated, the pair of hands as white as jade slowly rose up into the palms of their hands. It was a dark purple devil fruit covered in weird patterns. Note, sacrifice one person to save the world. Sacrifice the world for one person. I think that's where Akane differs from the crowd's philosophy. Though the pirates are anime, they map the real world. And just like Naruto, everyone has a reason to stick it out to the end. Chapter 114, Redemption Swordborn Tooth. 9 Serpents Island. Bang! The short seemed to fly up from under Hancock's feet like a parabola. Get lost, old thing. I want to go out to sea with my husband. With a flick of her snow-white thighs, Hancock disdainfully said, Damnable snake lady. You are the king of the 9 Serpents Island. How can you abandon all of the 9 Serpents' children because of a man? You're being irresponsible and irresponsible to 9 Serpents Island. The dirt-covered woebegone rose from the ground and spoke angrily. Humph, there's no point in talking more. My concubine is leaving. Clamor. The sultry Hancock leapt forward and jumped onto the wicked spirit, which was about to take off. See you later, sister and brother-in-law. Take care of yourself. Sister. Damn you. Snakeheim. Come back here. Bye. With a wave of his hand, accompanied by a heavy roar, the wicked spirit pulled itself up from the sea and slowly sailed into midair. Half a day later. Deck. Captain. You. Hey, that sword you pulled out earlier. Let me see it, will you? Suddenly, Shilio shyly came in front of Makiling and said with a smile, although the natural teeth appeared for a short period of time, it was that glimpse that made Hiria deepen that sharpness in his mind. As a fellow swordsman, Shilio's sense of smell was keen, and caught a whiff of a supreme sword. Again, because he was also a swordsman, the desire for a famous sword made Hiria pull no punches, wanting to see the born tooth. Oh, you've got a good eye, Hiryu. With a flash of flowing light in his hand, the jade-white born tooth between Mu Ling's palms was instantly sheathed. The name of this sword, Born Tooth. Ting. The sword roared suddenly, exploding into a terrifying shockwave in Mu Ling's hands. In an instant, the entire evil spirit ship was covered by a violent demonic aura, and everyone felt this highly unusual power. A demon sword? Surprisingly, it's another demon sword? Shilio exclaimed in shock, a look of alienation flashing across his face. Because of Thunderstorm, his sense of demonic chi could not be said to be deep, and the feeling that this born tooth brought to him was no weaker than Thunderstorm. Look, try it. Shilio hurriedly took the born tooth with both hands, held it in his hands, and made a forceful chop towards the distant sea of clouds. Boom! Terrifying sword chi accompanied by gusts of demonic power instantly exploded out, splitting the huge sea of clouds in two and cutting through a chasm that seemed like a heavenly rift. What a powerful sword! Katakuri, who had been watching, murmured, the captain will be a Sancho Ryu swordsman from now on. Bonnie grinned. A battle or not? A flash of battle intent exploded in Eagle Eye's eyes as he looked at Mu Ling expectantly. Crowd. This fighting maniac. Want to try the true power of this sword? Hiryu? Suddenly, Makiling looked at Shilio with a wry smile on his face, with a chill in his heart. Hiryu's legs unconsciously took a step back as he felt that there was always an unkindness in the captain's smile. No, don't try, right? Hiryu shuddered. Stand still. Sneer at. In an instant, a silver moon sword light burst out from the born tooth and chopped down towards Shilio at an extremely fast speed. There was no defense, or if there was, Hiryu couldn't dodge the sword. The sword light slashed through Shilio's chest, cutting through a horrifying sword scar, but not a single trace of blood flowed out. Captain Yu. Why? Dang. The heart sank. Hiryu covered his chest in disbelief and slowly collapsed. He couldn't believe that the captain would suddenly take a shot at him. Captain Yu. Hiryu's dead? No. That's impossible. Captain, why would you? The crowd froze. No one could believe the scene in front of them. But Hiryu, who had fallen to the ground, verified the news in an unmistakable way. Is the captain possessed by demonic energy? Or are you completely insane? Snap. In full view of the crowd, Makiling didn't pay attention to the crowd's uncomprehending gazes and instead kicked Shilio without any good humor. Stop playing dead and get up. The acting is pretty good. Crowd. In an instant, the word flogging surfaced in the minds of the crowd. Geez, Hiryu. In an instant, Bonnie only felt her legs go limp, and if not for Hancock at the side immediately holding her up, she would have sat directly on her but on the ground. Swindle. Swindle, 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 swindle. Enelu was appalled. He said and glanced at the crowd as if conditioned to react. Well, now no one's calling me a hick. How is this possible? Isn't Hiryu being captained? Old Sand, who was always calm and collected, was also confused. Instead, Green Pheasant and Hawkeye's eyes instantly flashed gold, as if they saw something, and shifted their gaze to Born Tooth. I'm not dead? Helios stood up and touched his chest. The sword marks were gone. There was no blood, nothing more than a shredded shirt. The Born Tooth, the sword of the benevolent, aka the sword of redemption. Only save, not kill. Ting. Under the sunlight, Born Tooth's demonic aura remained unchanged, but it gave off an extremely vast and awe-inspiring sense of atmosphere. Only saving lives? No killing? This. Hiryu was confused, and realized why the captain was testing his sword on him. That's right. Of course. Stygian Moonbreaker doesn't count. Makiling added silently in his heart. Marin Vado. Vice Admiral Crane, transfer it. We must get to the New World to set up the new Navy headquarters before the world government realizes it. Have you chosen a new headquarters location yet? Warlord looked to Akane. Chosen. What place? Dressrosa, the home base of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Akane murmured. The crowd was stunned. Without the constraints of the world government, Akane was considered to have completely liberated herself? How dare you be the first to go after Doflamingo? By the way, isn't Yellow 8 back yet? Suddenly, Akane looked to Mama Hare and inquired. No. Peach Rabbit blushed a little. At once, a touch of ominous foreboding surfaced in the hearts of the crowd. Don't worry, with Yellow 8's strength even if he's not an opponent, he can get away at will. What's more, Warlord paused and continued. That old thing Carp went over there too. Exhale. The crowd was relieved. Inside the Institute of the Naval Academy of Sciences. Boom! The iron fist wrapped in the supreme armed color hegemonic aura was like a cannonball, fiercely bombarding that mechanical arm. Anum. Rumbling. The entire research institute was trembling, and the atmosphere was icy to the extreme. Note, I'll be back to normal updates tomorrow. I've been a little busy at work the past 2 days. Sorry guys. Free gifts to swipe up haha. Chapter 115, The Fugitive Burgapunk. TSK, what a shame for you. Carp. Suddenly, a pale voice came from the darkness, followed by a rich metallic clicking sound, and the hard mechanical arms retracted. And on the other side of the corner, Yellow Monkey silently watched what was happening in front of him, his face pale and unusual, a touch of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth, obviously seriously injured. Burgapunk? Oh, you old thing has finally shown his face. Carp changed his usual playful smile and said with a grim expression on his face. Those steel-hard fists instantly blasted towards the darkness. Exactly the same intel that came in from Punkacid. Also in Burgapunk's institute, admirals found the bodies of countless babies as well as men and women. The very same live experiments that outraged everyone. Asshole. In the name of the Navy. But behind the scenes they are doing such a heartless thing. Carp was furious. And being known as a naval hero was something he could never tolerate. Bang! Shocking bursts of sound snapped up. And the moment the two fists interlocked, the entire institute began to tremble violently. Anum. Crashing sound. Electricity shot out in all directions. And the mechanical arm that had been shattered by Carp's punch immediately crumbled and displaced, with countless metal components scattering wildly in all directions like sharp swords. Thumbs up. The metal elements penetrated the bodies of countless Navy men, splattering them with large swaths of blood. Damn you! Battle Mamamaru bellowed angrily and instantly swung his battle axe, whirring and spinning rapidly in his hand, intercepting one by one the sword-like metal in midair. And at that moment, the splattered components rushed around. A large number of metal instruments were blasted into slag, and there was a burst of electricity, and the white ceiling of the institute shook with it, threatening to topple over at the drop of a hat. Ha ha ha, Carp, you old thing. I can't believe you even defeated the one that old man worked so hard to develop. Not bad for a hero of the Navy. In the midst of the turmoil, Burgapunk's laughter grew wilder and wilder. Asshole. I am now officially arresting you in the name of the Navy. Burgapunk, you are removed from the Navy. Looking at the fallen admirals around him, Carp was shaken to the core. Old me must kill you today. Anum. Rumbling. In an instant, the gusts of wind rose up, as if a fierce dragon like Carp transformed into a black shadow, with both fists of dark black hegemonic aura flowing, and climbed up to the peak of his aura. Kill me? Ahaha, with you? Or the Navy headquarters in its present state of disrepair? Even the world government doesn't dare to speak out of turn. Just you guys? The next moment, Burgapunk struck. Anum. Click. 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 Metal exploded as a ghostly blue beam of light instantly tore through the darkness, bursting out in a burst of eerie spectral light and blooming violently. Bang! Carp's fist collided with the ghostly blue beam instantly. Anum. Click. 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 Terrifying black-purple shockwaves exploded, spreading in all directions like ripples. Get out of the way. Yellow Ape was horrified and immediately used golden light to protect his surroundings, followed by a golden curtain of light that enveloped all the surrounding Navy. Darn it, asshole. Battle Mamamaru reacted extremely quickly, instantly shielding his body with his battle axe. Thumbs up. The biting rush continuously cut a bloody mark on his body, and in no time at all, he turned into a bloody man. Anum. Click. 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 Black and purple thunderbolts exploded where the two met, followed by large swaths of space collapsing, revealing a twisted and bizarre space. Sound of escaping laughter. Burgapunk in the darkness spurted a mouthful of blood furiously, then pulled up the huge robot behind him and disappeared into the distorted space in a flash. Asshole carp. Wash your neck and wait. Sooner or later, I'm going to kill you. Clamor. The crumbling space gradually mended and perfected itself. And looking at the warped space that kept getting smaller, Carp couldn't take that step after all. Twisted space. An endless abyss if you're not careful. Damn it, to let him get away? Battle Mamamoru said in exasperation. Be content. You're lucky to keep your little life. Yellow Ape said without a word of humor. The robot that had suddenly appeared earlier had given him a great deal of grief. Extremely strong body, super fast speed, and that god knows what radium ray. The fight was suffocating for Yellow Monkey. Go! Looking at the faltering institute, Carp murmured. Not being able to capture Burgapunk didn't sit well with him. Yellow Sorrow, have you chosen a new Navy headquarters? Already picked. What place? Dress Rosa. Yoho Akane this guy. Funny. At once. Yellow Sorrow laughed. War Mamamoru, who was on the sidelines, silently mourned for Doflamingo in his mind. Poor guy. Cherish the few moments of joy you have left. Miso, miso, miso. Between the sword lights, countless dazzling sword lights like black dragons burst out from the fluorescent dragons and rushed towards the person opposite. Ting. In an instant, the famous sword griffin was instantly sheathed, and the terrifying sword she shot straight up into the sky, cutting through the sea of clouds and tearing out a huge, horrifying wound. Red Pupil Makiling, are you crazy? Even if Shanks was well cultivated, he was enraged by Makiling's unreasonable style of fighting. Cut the crap. Take my sword. Breaking Army Rising Dragon Strike. In the next second, Mu Ling held the hilt of the fluorescent dragon sword in his hand and hid the sword in his body. Materializing the sword, she immediately transformed into a golden dragon and tore down towards Shanks. Bang! The sword body was horizontal. Griffin's sword tip stabbed straight to the dragon head. 1 step, 2 steps. The raging sword chi constantly stimulated his body, forced his body step by step backward. Forced bully rush. Shanks is simply clueless. Rising dragon strike, chop. Miso. Rushing upward sword light, accompanied by a mandatory effect. The griffin's sword body was immediately picked up, cutting a biting sword mark in front of Shanks' overbearing aura-covered chest. Chapter 116, The Pirates Expo. Bastard. Akatsuki Makoring, you bastard. Taking several steps backwards, Shanks was infuriated. Why did I take this route today? I was unlucky enough to meet up with this guy's evil spirit ship. As a result, when he was just about to exchange pleasantries, Mu Ling opened his mouth. Yo, minding your own business again? This is really something that an uncle can tolerate, but an aunt can't. What's wrong with me minding my own business? Did you eat your family's food? Stopping his retreating body, the furious Shanks immediately swung his backhand, and the black sword light instantly chopped down towards Mu Ling. Duong. Mu Ling, who had just shattered the sword light, saw Shanks' body that had broken through the sword light and was close at hand as soon as his eyes went black. Yo, speed is good. With a slight side of his body, dodging the tip of the stabbing sword, Mu Ling immediately transformed into a clear wind and immediately floated down behind Shanks. Broken sky Batusai chop. Miso. In an instant, 2 black and purple sword arcs as if they were silver moon curved hooks instantly burst out, directly at Shanks' neck. Is that all you got? Shanks let out a disdainful cry, leaning his body back as the arc of his sword grazed the tip of his nose in a flash. His body then instantly leaned forward, twisted up, and leapt into mid-air, rapidly spinning while countless rays of sharp sword light stormed up one after another. There's no rush. You'll find out later. The corners of his mouth rose, and a wry smile surfaced on Mu Ling's face. Extreme Inferno, Heavenly Inferno slash. Bang! The rushing flame sword she chopped straight down, rushed through the sea of clouds, and smashed heavily on top of Shanks' head. Duong! Raising his sword to block, Shanks' legs immediately dug into the deck, exploding with a muffled sound. Extreme Inflammation, Heavenly Inflammation, Thousand Cutting Valley. Bang! 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 In an instant, a roiling flame chopper poured down, instantly drowning Shanks. Captain! Used as phonetic caca. At the same time, the moment the bullet was loaded in Ben Beckman's hand, a golden rod glowing with lightning appeared at the center of his brow. You're not allowed to move this time, said Anilu with a smirk. Thor Anilu. Ben Beckman sighed, his face turning hard. Sneer at. To fight? I'd be happy to. Thunderstorm sheathed his sword, and the raging sword chi was like a red snake surrounding Jesus Boo's body, making him unable to move or do anything. The last battle is still fresh in my mind. I'm really looking forward to it. Old Sandy said sorrowfully, but his eyes were looking at the big fat man in the red-headed pirate group. The meat in his hand looked so flavorful. Bonnie murmured. Crowd. Bonnie the foodie. Looking at the swords-drawn crowd, Shanks' face instantly grimaced. What the hell do you want? Oh, what do I want? Mu Ling laughed, and with a fling of his long sword, He immediately cut a huge chasm in the sea. You've been following my evil spirit for 3 whole days and you're asking me what I want to do? Funny. At once, Shanks was dumbfounded. Frozen in place. Asshole. Who followed you for 3 whole days? I clearly. Shanks burst out in a rare manner. Oh, distinguish what? There's a secret. Tell me. Makiling was happy. Sure enough, this one had something to hide. Whoa. Suddenly, a seagull flew in the sky with a newspaper around its waist. Skillfully taking the newspaper and throwing a fish into the seagull's mouth, Evening slowly opened it. An invitation. Pirates World Expo. Pirates from all over the world are invited to come and watch the final road to Lavendaru. Oh, the Pirates Marvelous Expo? Is that asshole Barrett up to something again? Makiling said to himself. The moment he saw the invitation, he guessed everything. You, red pupil hurting spirit you, how did you know? Shanks looked at Makiling with his mouth wide open in disbelief. Oh, Mu Ling understood. It seems that this bastard was also going to participate in the Wan Bo Hui, and also knew that this Wan Bo Hui was actually a conspiracy that this guy Barrett had come up with. Interesting. Shanks, this kid. You've been hiding it pretty well. You know that? TSK, that's how you know. Of course that's how I know. You. Shanks stuttered for a moment. He naturally had his secrets, so of course he wouldn't believe McKeeling's bullshit. Who is this Barrett? Husband? Hancock wondered. Once the right-hand man of Pirate King Roger, a man whose strength rivals that of Mr. Riley. All the same, this is a guy who hates me to the bone. Mu Ling laughed lightly. Crowd. You really have a lot of enemies. Captain, since you also know about Barrett's plot, why don't you and I join forces? Fuck off. Who wants to team up with you? Are you worthy? Shanks. Bastard. Akatsuki Makoring, you arrogant bastard. Mustn't we suffocate to death by joining forces with you? Everyone else is going to fight for Ravdru's final path, but you're going to be the peacemaker. No energy. Makiling shook his head, his face full of disdain. Damn it. Do you have any idea how many people would have died in Barrett's plot once it was allowed to succeed? The balance of the world would be upset again. Shanks said angrily. World balance? Makiling gave a strange cry and looked at Shanks with a gaze that gradually became grave. Why is this guy so passionate about this world balance thing? Is it true that you're a natural warm-hearted person? A peacemaker? It's not right. If Mr. Redhead is worried about this issue of world balance, then I guess you're overthinking it. Because at this moment, this world is in complete chaos. Clamor. Jinpei spread out the newspaper, and the huge blackened letters at the top of the paper were printed into everyone's eyes. The awakening of the Navy headquarters. A betrayal? Is it a betrayal? Is it an awakening? The world government's choice? The Naval Academy has been destroyed. The genius scientist Bergapunk, 500 years ahead of mankind, has disappeared, and traces of human experimentation have been found in the Academy. Cruelty together. Premeditation? A maze? Oh, this world in total turmoil. Written by Morgans, president of the World Economy newspaper. Chapter 117, on the eve of the 10,000 expositions? Dark tide surge. What? The Navy headquarters has defected from the world government? For a moment, Shanks exclaimed as if he had heard the most absurd lie in the world. It's true, Chief. Beckman's brow furrowed as he looked at Bergapunk's untold crimes in the newspaper. And for a moment he too was lost in thought. What's so surprising? With the things the world government did on Hydra Island, it's only natural for the Navy to secede. Green Pheasant calmly said, but the constantly trembling brow indicated that he was in an unsettled mood at the moment. Old Sandy, I have to say the Navy chose wisely on this one. So many Navy members died tragically at the hands of the 5 Elder Stars. No one else would be able to bear it, right? But with this defection from the world government, I'm sure the Navy's overall strength will be drastically reduced. After all, many navies are more than happy to serve the world government as a dog and pony. GGG. The crowd laughed, and as pirates, they were very happy to see this. Ugh. Letting out a long sigh, Shanks grimaced and didn't say anything, obviously thinking about something. Go! Waving his hand and ignoring Shanks, Makiling turned to look at the endless sea and suddenly smiled. The world government that has finally bared its sharp fangs, the naval headquarters, which had resolutely rebelled, waiting for an opportunity to move on the Emperor-class pirate powerhouse, as well as the revolutionary military government that still silently observes everything from the shadows. Pirates from all over the world are invited to view Ravdru's Barrett. Sheesh. This world. It just keeps getting more and more interesting. Clamor. The evil spirit set sail toward the final land of the Pirates' World's Fair, the island of Didias. At the same moment, Kaido, who was in the land of Wabi-Sabi, similarly received this invitation. Kaido, who had received the newspaper, saw the news about the Navy and his pupils contracted slightly before he let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, world government. Navy headquarters. Damn those bastards. Go kill each other. Kaido was excited. This was kind of the best news he'd received in a while, because just a short time ago, the hidden vassals of the Mitsuki clan within the Kazunuchi country suddenly, as if on drugs, not only plotted to kill the faithful dog Black Charcoal Orochi, but also uprooted all of Kaido's henchmen within the Hanazono capital. The movement was as fast as a flow of water in a single breath, and Kaido, who was far away from the rabbit bowl, had no defense at all. Immediately afterward, Epidemic Quinn set off at the head of a crowd of pirates. A half-month-long tug-of-war began in the flower capital. Asshole, this Quinn guy is such a loser. Rumble of a stomach. Taking a sip from the flask in his hand, Kaido tossed the invitation he had glanced at. Pirates Manabio? Ralph Drew's final road? Jack said in surprise. Are we going, Lord Kaido? Go! Of course you're going, Kaido said grimly, but there was a flash of cunning in his eyes. But there's only falsehood in this, isn't there? Lord Kaido. Ashes frowned. After all, it was the ultimate path that all pirates dreamed of. Killing each other was necessary, and there would only be one winner, and that was Lord Kaido. But on the matter of Lavenderoux's intelligence, Ashes is very skeptical about the veracity of it. This is the treasure of Roger, the king of pirates. How can he give it away so easily? It doesn't matter, whether it's true or not. I have only one purpose anyway. Jack and Ashes looked to Kaido at the same time, full of confusion. That bastard Akatsuki Makoran is bound to be involved in this pirate mania. Jia. When the time comes, Kaido was full of grimace. But I'm afraid we're not the evil spirit pirates, Jack wanted to say. Kaido and Ashes instantly turned pale, looking at Jack with a vaguely unsympathetic gaze. Asshole, what are you talking about, Jack? Ashes exclaimed. But Jack kept his head down, not daring to look at the two men, but muttering in a low voice. When he thought of his miserable appearance during his last battle against the evil spirit pirates, Jack couldn't help but physically tremble. Although he possesses an extremely strong defense, under that biting sword light, only waste, Kaido exasperated. But don't worry, I'll join forces with that old woman this time. Red poople herding spirit, be a good boy and wait for death. At once, Kaido's insane laughter was heard throughout the island. Universal Island. Bang! The muffled sound of a heavy object landing on the ground came from inside the hall, while the maidservant who was cleaning outside the hall looked as if nothing had happened, her face flat, apparently long accustomed to it. Bang! 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 Various exquisite cake treats on the table were swept away by a large hand, and then the table crumbled and disappeared into the air as ashes. Damn it! I'm going to kill you, red pupil shepherd spirit! Shocked in anger, Big Mom holding Napoleon's huge sword, Prometheus crouched on top of his head, as if full of long hair due to anger and burning violently. Katakuri, you traitor! You don't deserve to be my son! I will kill you! Bang! Thinking of his second son Katakuri's betrayal, Big Mom was instantly furious, and with one punch he blasted a large hole in the wall of the palace beside him. Brubbleblade, French town. Suddenly, the phone bug rang, and it was Kaido the 100 Beasts calling. Hello? What's going on? You want to die, asshole? The highly unstable Big Mom opened his mouth to curse, not giving Kaido any face. Looking at Ashes and Jack's strange stares, Kaido exploded on the spot. Do you want to die, old woman? I'm coming to Universal Island to give you a ride. Immediately afterward, the two cursed for more than 10 minutes. Pirate Wanbo will. That bastard will surely come. Then you and I will join forces. Mom, this is such delightful good news. Red pupil herding spirit shall die. GGG. Headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Bardigo. The White Land. Pirate Manbokai? Inside the White Palace, the world's biggest criminal, Munch D. Long, spoke softly. Are we going? Go. Of course I'm going. Looking at the Demon King, the dragon firmly said. Why? We're not pirates? Claire wondered. Now that the world is in turmoil and the Navy is going against the world government, it's a good opportunity for us. Dragon, do you still want to? That's right. Chapter 118, Doflamingo, Pawn, Dress Rosa, Bang! On top of the huge palace, sky-charging magma leapt up in a single bound, bursting out of Akane's body in a steady stream. Meteor volcano. Bang! 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 In an instant, the terrifying magma bombs were like a single cannonball, shooting up in the sky and rushing towards Dressrosa's royal palace. Akane, do you really want to fight me to the death? In the smoke, Akira hissed frantically. Today you, dead. Whooshing, silk threads flew from his fingertips, shooting toward the clouds as if they were sharp swords, and with the power of the silk threads tugging at the clouds, Doflamingo flew up into midair, his body constantly flickering as he dodged a single magma bullet. Rumbling. As the war raged, The subjects of Dressrosa took refuge in the safety zone set up by the Navy, looking at a cadre of the Don Giovanni family who had once flaunted their power and arrogance, and caused them untold misery. One by one, they fell in a pool of blood under the Navy's near unbeatable offense. Great! Doflamingo is finally going down. Spring has come to Dressrosa. Long live the Navy! Long live the Navy! Woo woo! Heavy hooters sounded, and countless navies, armed with sharp blades, marched in groups towards the royal palace. By order of the marshal, all naval forces are not to retreat. Attack! Leave no one of the Tangier's cadres behind. Bastard! How dare the abominable Navy! Sticky cannonballs! Bang! 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 A scruffy old man's body instantly shook as countless white and extremely sticky slimes burst out of his body and rushed towards the Navy. Oomph! Snap! A pair of black fists transformed into a roiling fist shadow, shielding the Navy of the crowd and deflecting all the slime. It was none other than Navy First Officer Kirby. Cadres of the Don Giovanni family who brutalized countless civilians. Today is the day you die. Clamor. With a flash of his body, Kirby disappeared into place, and with his hands empowered with armed color hegemony, he punched Torber in the head. Click. Skulls crumbled, dead as a doornail. The only thing that awaits the cadres at this moment is death, without arrest or imprisonment. Assholes. You assholes. Joker will kill you. Suddenly, an unusually sharp voice rang in KB's ears, and then the earth began to tremble as terrifying popping noises continued to reach everyone's ears. Rumbling. A huge castle giant several feet tall rose up from the ground. It was none other than Pika, one of the cadres of the Donkey Kong family and a stone fruit ability. Bang! The huge rocky palm slammed down, splattering countless sand and Navy bodies. With the subsequent earth-shattering popping sound, Pika instantly broke through the safety zone set up by the Navy in his stride, trampling dozens of civilians to death with a single step. Damn it! Kirby was enraged, and the Navy 6 kept climbing on his feet, working his way upward toward Pika's body. Damned little worm! Get off my body! Thumbs up! In an instant, a sharp barb appeared on the rock giant that covered the sky, skimming over KB's body and cutting out countless blood marks. No! I'm never going down there! Asshole! Damned Don Giovanni! Unforgivable! Kirby didn't stop, letting the barb stab his body and bleed all over the floor. I'm in the Navy! Ah! Bang! Finally, Kirby arrived at Pika's head and threw a punch. Used as phonetic caca, the rocks crumbled, but the cracks were extremely small, and were simply insignificant to the entire rock giant. Bang! 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 One fist, two fists, densely packed fists blasted down as if they were phantoms. Whoa whoa whoa! Darn little mouse! Are you scratching? Pika was furious, and while Kirby's punches were weak, it didn't feel good to be ridden over the head and blasted with a hammer. Bang! 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 The rock giant moved, his tens of meters long slap slamming hard on his head, only for KB to blink and dodge it. It was followed by another punch, and then the whole thing began to spin around rapidly. Choking little rat, I'm going to drop you. Bang! Finally, Kirby slammed hard into the ground and rolled over a dozen times on the ground, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. Whoa whoa whoa! Let me stomp you to death. Exhale. The sound of breaking air came in bursts, and the huge rocky paw blasted down towards KB as if it were a small mountain. Colonel Kirby, stop it, asshole! Damn it! Aha, with these soft fists of yours, you can't even be considered as scratching. Bang! In a flash, as it looked like Kirby was going to die under his feet, a black light shot in from the distance. Oh, a soft fist? Wahahaha! I'll give it a try. Covered in dark golden flowing light hegemony, Carp's body instantly appeared beside Kirby and threw a punch. Rumbling. Time stood still. The giant foot stopped, and everyone froze. Click, click, click. A crack burst out from underneath his feet, then spread out countless cracks, densely packed as if it were broken glass, instantly blooming, without making any sound. The Pika, which was several feet tall, shattered into crumbs without a word. The other side, the great Spitfire. Boom! The fiery lava instantly engulfed Ming and sank into the rolling smoke. Asshole! Akane, you wait for me! Sneer at. A silk thread flew out, and then the earth under his feet turned into a white line of barren waves made up of countless strands of silk threads, encircling Ming's scaly body as he kept fleeing towards the coast. Yo, where you going? A golden light intercepted Ming in mid-air, and it was none other than the lethargic yellow ape. Crashing sound. The fingertips shone with golden light, and in an instant, the crisis of death loomed over Ming's head. Sorry, you won't be arrested this time. Go to hell. Boom! A rich golden light exploded in the midst of one of the 7 musketeers under the king, the once world aristocrat of the Tenryu, Don Giovanni Doflamingo. Death. Chapter 119, Stupidity. 1 week later, Diaz Island. A crescent-shaped island located in the New World near the Windless Zone. At this point in time, the place is hosting a vast celebration, known as the world's largest pirate celebration, Pirate Man Fair. Likewise, this is a huge black market where all the pirates who come here can exchange the treasures of their choice. And the organizer, Festa, is a well-known big shot in the underground world. The four-way street is active throughout the underground world, and has close dealings with characters from all sides. And with his deliberate guidance, this pirate manifest was finally a success. Countless invitations were sent to all over the world, inviting famous pirates from all walks of life, as well as the 5 emperors of the New World, supernovas, and other powerful people, all rushing here one after another. And Festa had only one request for all the participants, and that was that they were not allowed to leak the news to the world government as well as the Navy headquarters. But Festa was clearly overthinking it, and at this point the Navy as well as the world government didn't have time to worry about them. Bang! In an instant, before a pirate ship could dock, it was buried by countless cannon fires and disappeared into thin air. Jia asshole. Last time you killed my crew. This time you finally let me find a chance. Damn you. You almost hurt me, know that? Suddenly, next to the destroyed pirate ship, a pirate that was caught in the wave of cannon fire instantly became furious. Yo ho ho ho, how dare you scold me? Do you want to die? Bang! The chamber of the cannon bloomed with thick sparks, and more than 10 cannonballs instantly bombarded the pirate ship that had initially launched the attack. The whole coast was in chaos. Everyone is a pirate, and has always taken revenge without a fight, and they fight to the death at the drop of a hat. Rumbling. Just as the crowd was fighting, thunder suddenly roared in the clear sky, and a silver snake streaked across the center of the clouds. Divine punishment. Boom! Countless silver snakes converged to form a terrifying thunder pool, which then transformed into prime thunder pillars swarming down. In an instant, the world was quiet, and all the pirate ships anchored off the coast were turned into ashes, destroyed by the thunder. Immediately afterward, a behemoth accompanied by a heavy muffled sound came crashing down in full view of the crowd. The pirate flag flying at the ship's mast caused all the pirates to be shaken. That's not. Geez, it's the evil spirit pirates. The 5th emperor of the sea, the red pupil herding spirit, is actually here as well? Radru's final path has attracted even such a powerful person. It's over. We're hopeless. That thunder from earlier. Could it be the god of thunder? Anilu? Terrible. That's already the case for Aniru as a crew member. So wouldn't the captain, Akatsuki Makoran, be? A dead silence fell over the scene. Everyone looked at the slowly descending evil spirit with wide eyes and breathed in sharply. I didn't expect you to join the evil spirit pirates. What a surprise. It's nothing, just a lost bet. Looking at Shanks, who was full of surprise, Hawkeye said in a deep voice, okay, we should go too. Exhale. Accompanied by the sound of the wind, another pirate ship scurried out from the stern of the evil spirit, none other than the redhead pirates. The crowd on the island had been completely dumbfounded. The evil spirit pirates, the red-haired pirates, with 2 emperor-level powerhouses arriving in unison. They were only afraid that they wouldn't even be able to get the leftovers. Damn it, why is red-haired Shanks here too? Oh, if you say that, could it be that you're looking down on the red pupil herding spirit? No, I'm just surprised. Go, forget about Radru's final path and try to get something useful for it. Nah, so what if the 5 emperors of the New World? I can fish in the water while they're fighting. Oh, good advice. All of a sudden, the arrival of the 2 emperor-class pirate ships not only didn't eliminate the crowd's anger, but instead fueled it. Sakichi, it's so great here. Asshole, keep your voice down. Duong. Nami didn't have the heart to slam her fist into Luffy's head. The Straw Hat Pirates, who had just finished 2 years of cultivation, had likewise received an invitation to the Pirate Manifesto. What a hoot! Here, Sanji laughed softly. Looks like we need to be careful. Glancing at the crowd of pirates around him who were full of bad jokes, Solon said in a deep voice, I suddenly came down with a disease that would kill me if I attended the Pirate Mania Expo. So Duong. Nami, how about now? Usopp, whose head is raw, okay, much better. Gentlemen, greetings to all the pirates present. Suddenly, the host's voice was heard throughout the island. The treasure left behind by Roger, the king of thieves, the legendary final road. Lava Drew. The game starts now. Wahahaha, give me the duck charge. The treasure left behind by the captain will be received by me, Bucky the Great. Boom. Feet stormed up and a flying Bucky was dressed in a giant red robe, and his whole body looked much taller. Oh, it's Bucky? Shanks let out a surprised laugh, then laughed again, obviously thinking of what the two had been. Haha, now leading all the way is none other than one of the crew members of the former Pirate King Roger. Bucky, gentlemen, what are you waiting for? Boom. In an instant, all the pirates were excited, striding all the way upwards, ready to summit the treasure island. Just who knows, in the deep underground waters of the island where Manhwa will be held, a submarine with a shark-like silhouette was lurking here, and in the midst of the submarine, a tall and formidable back-headed man was silently observing everything through a screen. Ahahaha, even Bucky the Brat is here. Oh, isn't that Shanks guy? Now he's the 5th emperor of the new world. Asshole. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Barrett was instantly furious. Red pupil hurting spirit. Damn you. Today is the day you die. Ha 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 ha. Note, 3 more shifts are done. What are you waiting for with your free gifts? Potato bowed. Chapter 120, Descendant of the Devil. Douglas Barrett. Boom. Suddenly, heavy popping sounds came out from the island, while Bucky, who had just landed on the treasure island, trembled and panicked as he looked at the countless beastly monsters that had been unleashed before him. Roar. The earth rushed, the roar shook the sky, and the bloody mouths in the sky bit down towards Bucky. Asshole. Bucky bomb. Bang. A red bomb burst from Bucky's feet and blasted into the midst of the beasts without even a splash. Bucky froze and was about to turn and run away. Bang. Suddenly, right in the center of the Bucky bomb burst, a beautiful treasure box was flying up into the air with the explosion. Instantly, countless people's eyes were attracted to the treasure box. This is none other than the greatest treasure of this pirate manifesto, the hidden treasure box that hides the final path of Ravendrew. OMG. So, could that one be? It's the treasure box that hides Lavender's final path. Sakichi. So Captain Bucky saw the location of the treasure box at a glance. I'm sorry, Captain Bucky. I thought your attack had failed. What a crew of a former pirate king. Bucky's little lickspittles instantly went crazy, each one of them waving a flag with a red face. Ha ha ha. A bunch of assholes actually don't believe in this great master. Never mind. I'll just forgive you guys this time. Bucky's face paled, but his heart rose in a single ecstasy. Old man's luck is really good. Snap. He leapt into mid-air, but the moment Bucky took hold of the treasure box, rumbling, smoke and dust rose in all directions, and the center of the treasure island was directly smashed through from the bottom, and the huge island was torn apart in a split second. Bang, bang, bang. The rich sound of breaking air suddenly rose, a strong shockwave like ripples spread out in all directions, knocking countless pirates into the sea at once. What man? The black shadow sprang out from the ground, and Bucky, who had just gotten the treasure box, changed his face dramatically. Then the gust of wind blew his body, and when he was not careful, the treasure box in his hand flew out. The treasure in his hand disappeared. Bucky was naturally anxious. Only in the next second, the stiffness of his body froze in place. Yo, the rightful owner has appeared. Mu Ling's tone contained a faint mockery. A few minutes later, the smoke cleared. The devastation was all over the 4 or 5 split treasure islands. There were only 2 people standing. The devil's descendant, Douglas Barrett, the man with the lucky bully color. Bucky the clown. You? It's actually you? How is this? Bang! With an ice-cold face, Barrett's body flashed and immediately rushed forward, and with a shocking kick, he kicked Bucky in the face. His body then transformed into a black dragon, with black and red thunderbolts flashing around his body, and he killed into the crowd like an overpowering dragon. Bang! Supernova monster Monk Urki swung the stone pillar in his hand, only to have it shattered by Barrett's punch, which pierced through the pillar and smashed into his face. Bang! 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 Urki rolled hundreds of meters in a row, smashing a huge crater underneath him. Is this a supernova? The generation of extreme evil? Boring. Asshole. I'll kill you. Click, click, click. From the body of Becky, the gangster godfather, a small door suddenly sprang open, followed by the appearance of countless black-clad men armed with guns. Bang! 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 Bullets crackled against Barrett's body, but there was no reaction, and the next second, against a storm of bullets, Barrett arrived in front of Becky and threw a punch. Kill him. Go, brothers, at once. Supernova Apu, Drake, Hawkins and the others, along with Luffy Sanji and the others who had just boarded the island, rushed towards Barrett. No, this can't be. How did this guy get out? The stiffened Bucky immediately rolled and crawled towards his back to escape. Douglas Barrett, descendant of the devil, a demonic man. With just one look, Bucky fled without a fight. Click, click, click. With his skull crumbling, Mob Godfather Becky didn't even have time to react before Barrett slapped him to death. This was followed by a punch that blasted Luffy and then grabbed Hawkins' head and slapped it hard. Sound of escaping laughter. One of the men behind Hawkins immediately vomited blood. Roar. Drake transformed, turning into a fierce dragon and biting towards Barrett in one bite. Average strength, but courageous. Snap. The hands covered in Ryusakuro's dominance thrust forward, holding Drake's fangs down dead center and slowly bracing them. Woo woo, Drake was more than furious, but his angrily opened mouth grew wider and wider, and he was about to be torn hard in half when he was about to be torn in half. Asshole. Exhale. In the nick of time, Luffy, who had been knocked away by Barrett's punch, charged again. Go you. Rubber cannon gun. Bang. The cannon gun clashed hard with Barrett's left fist, and Drake took the opportunity to escape. Exhale. A fresh breeze blew Barrett's long hair. The scene fell into a dead silence. Strong. One punch a supernova. It's just ridiculously strong. Everyone was looking at the tall man in front of them and getting overwhelmed. Ha ha ha, come on. I'm the true pirate king in this world expo that gathers all the mighty of the sea. Letting out a long laugh. Barrett's bravado was so great that an air of disdain was born as he looked down on everyone. Arrogant guy. Calling himself the Pirate King? Go Captain Bucky. All crew members of Pirate King Roger. Surely Captain Bucky won't be afraid of him. Charge. Kill the bastard. Captain Bucky is the future Pirate King. Bucky, who was taking a step backward, was dumbfounded. Oh, Bucky kid? What? Want to kill me? Come on then. Barrett was fit as a fiddle and instantly rushed in front of Bucky and threw a punch. Duong. In the next second, a narrow sharp blade blocked his fist, and it was none other than the famous Sword Griffin. Long time no see. Barrett, one-armed, red-haired, and covered in sword energy. It was none other than the red-headed Shanks. Note, thanks to readers, shocked, for sending 14 likes. Potatoes a million thanks. Thanks again for that. Chapter 121, Cracked Bucky. Oh, Shanks brat? What's the matter? Didn't you and Bucky always hate each other? A sneer broke out on Barrett's grim face and flirted with the other man. Humph, don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm here to stop you today. Boom. A fist and a sword instantly exploded into a burst of terrifying impacts, scattering towards the surroundings. Bucky, who was the closest, was blown right out of the air. Shanks? Bastard. Who told you to mind your own business? If you hadn't gotten in the way, this lord would have already gotten this guy. The gray-headed Bucky stood up and broke into a fit of rage. Amazing. Truly worthy of being Captain Bucky. Even the red-haired Shanks, one of the 5 emperors of the New World, had to protect him. Indeed, we are companions in the same boat. Brotherly love. That was awesome, Captain Bucky. Not even a redhead's face. Bucky. Shanks. Brotherly love? Are you guys kidding me? Ha ha ha. These crew members of yours are adorable. Bucky. Shanks laughed out loud. Then the sword came out like a dragon, and countless sword lights were manifested from Griffin's sword body, and it smashed down towards Barrett. Bang. 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 The explosive sound was like thunder, shaking the entire heaven and earth. The arms attached to the Ryusakura buster instantly flung out and slammed into the sword, followed by Barrett's body reversing and swinging another fist round towards Shanks' head in a sweeping motion. With an extremely high drop, dodging the punch, Shanks swept his sword around and chopped at his opponent's waist. Is that all you got, Shanks? Duong. Barrett, who held Griffin in his fist, roared furiously and actually lifted Shanks off the ground with a handful of his own powerful strength. Hee, you really are as strong as ever. Laughing softly, Shanks didn't panic, his body lending its strength to the moment he was about to be slammed into the earth. Miso. The body quickly rotated, and a ray of biting sword light burst out one after another, ruthlessly chopping at Barrett's body. On the other hand, the evil spirit pirates crowd was quietly standing still and watching the good show. TSK, this is the devil's descendant Barrett. Ha, the strength is really strong. Analu wondered. This isn't his full strength. You'll see it later. Hiryu murmured. As a former head caretaker, he was well acquainted with Barrett by now. But are we really just going to watch the show here? Not do anything? Hancock wondered as he took McKeeling's arm. Don't rush. The fun is yet to come. Will there be enemies coming? But isn't the Navy all on its own now? Cocking his little head, Hancock was filled with curiosity. I can't say. This Barrett guy is so ambitious that this pirate manifest has become his complete home turf for announcing his return to the world. Therefore, the rest of the Emperor-level powerhouses will definitely not sit idly by. Did you mean to say, you asshole? Old Sandy glanced at Hiryu without a good look. That's right. It's what you assholes think it is. Bang. While Shanks was fighting Barrett furiously, Bucky slowly stood up. Look, Bucky's going to strike. Go on, Captain Bucky. Kill that arrogant bastard Barrett. Let's see a battle between the Pirate King's crew. In an instant, all the crew members of the Bucky pirate ship began to shout wildly. Finish him, Bucky. Go on, Bucky. Kill Barrett and give him some color. In time, the wildly cheering pirates evolved from the initial 100 to thousands and tens of thousands. The ones who were hilarious, the ones who really thought Bucky was awesome, and the ones who were stunned by his Pirate King crew status. The whole place was chanting Bucky's name. Bucky. What a bunch of pigmates. Bucky's whole body was bad at once. You guys are trying to push me into the fire. That's Barrett. Even if I used to be on the same boat, I wouldn't dare talk to him on a regular basis. Rumbling. Just as Bucky was considering how to tactically escape, thunder instantly rolled across the sky and countless black and red thunderbolts blasted through the clouds. In an instant, the originally clear and sunny Treasure Island immediately became wildly windy, with pouring rain mixed with thunderclouds gathering together. It was just that no one saw that a huge long black shadow was appearing and disappearing in the clouds. Geez. What? What is this? Why did it get dark all of a sudden? No. This must be Lord Bucky's trick. Ahahaha. Worthy of Captain Bucky. Even the weather can change. Maki-ling. Well, the pirate world brainstorm is number 1. And the Bucky pirates deserve it. Red poople herding spirit. Rumble. In an instant, a roar that shook the heavens and the earth came from overhead, accompanied by a fierce wind and rain, plus lightning and thunder, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Clamor. The figure flashed, and a green dragon with a vertical length of hundreds of meters suddenly swam out from the clouds, shaking apart the sea of clouds, and the terrifying dragon's mouth continuously roared out the name of Mu-Ling. Dragon. One of the 5 emperors of the New World. Once the strongest creature on land, sea and air. Kaido the 100 Beasts. Rushing flames accompanied by a terrifying dragon's breath fell from the sky, and without much of an opening, Kaido moved straight into action. Sound of escaping laughter. The flames instantly engulfed the evil spirit pirates crowd. Oh my god. Isn't that New World 5 Emperor? 100 Beasts Kaido. Why is even he here? Bang! Barrett, who had landed a blow against Shanks, immediately saw his body go backwards, skidding on the ground for several meters. TSK. It's really getting interesting. Even this guy is here. And unlike Barrett, Shanks' face suddenly changed as he looked at Kaido in deep thought. The changes are getting worse. It's not looking good. Bang! The sword chi dispersed the dragon's breath flames, and then a ball of extreme inflammation ripped up between Mu-Ling's palms. In an instant, the Flame Emperor, the 10,000 flames submitted. TSK, I didn't realize even you were here, but you should know you're no match for me. Oh, I thought of that. So, where's Ling Ling? Stop hiding and come out together. Clamor. In his hand, Cripple Chi swung out a sword chi and chopped down towards Kaido. There's no hospitality in reuniting old friends. Why don't I kill someone first to help the fun? Rustle of skirts. The body flickered, and countless dazzling sword lights burst out from Mu-Ling's body, as if the sword chi rainbow was unceasing and unending. Bang! 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 Terrifying air-breaking sounds exploded one after another, and in a few breaths, Mu-Ling arrived in front of Quinn, who had just boarded the Treasure Island. Excuse me, that's you. Note, this chapter keeps on going. Brothers free gifts brush up thank you. The gains have been getting smaller and smaller lately. Woo-hoo-hoo. Chapter 122 Joining hands to defend the enemy. Sneer at. In an instant, dazzling blood-colored sword chi instantly burst out from between Mu-Ling's palms, flashing in front of Quinn's eyes. The sword flashed and was invincible. In a fleeting moment, a blood-colored sword mark swept across the front of Quinn's neck, and Quinn, who was one of the 3 plagues of the 100 Beast Pirates, didn't even react. Just as he was about to open his mouth to call for help from Kaido, a surge of blood churned through his body, working its way up his throat and pouring out of his mouth. Eyes wide, Quinn covered his neck in disbelief, trying to say something but collapsing helplessly. A sword through the throat, Quinn the epidemic, and death. Beep. Host kills epidemic Quinn and loots its animal ancient species Brachiosaurus fruit. Clamor. Light flashed between his palms, and the Brachiosaurus fruit appeared in Mu-Ling's hands. Bastard. Red pupil herding spirit. I'm going to kill you. Kaido in the sky roared wildly in madness. Before the division is ready, the body will die first. This has not even started the fight. One of our own generals will receive the box lunch. How did this make Kaido, who had always been high-minded, suffer? Awesome. That's one of the 3 plagues, but it didn't even last a single sword in the hands of the red pupil shepherd spirit. Red pupil herding spirit. How terrifying. Bang. In an instant, thunder raged in the air, and countless silver snakes coiled around Kaido's dragon's tail, exploding with a shocking roar. Yo tail, well? It doesn't look very coordinated though. Do you want me to fix it for you again? Maki-Ling realized that since awakening from the City of Propulsion, with the passage of time, his little broken mouth from his previous life had miraculously returned. I can't help but flirt with Kaido when I see him nowadays. Asshole. Seeing Mu-Ling mentioning which pot is which, Kaido instantly became furious. His dragon tail transformed into a thunderbolt, and in the next second, he smashed down hard towards Mu-Ling. Thunder, Bagua, Anum, rumbling. The dull breaking sound echoed between heaven and earth. the air was scorched, and a thick charred smell spread around. And all of a sudden, everyone looked at the furious dragon's shadow in the sky with their jaws agape. Hee hee, I would too. Ah num. Naughty naughty. With a light laugh, the crippled chi in Mu Ling's hand also then transformed into thunder, and the raging thunder power flowed and swirled in the sword body. Bang! The two thunderbolts instantly clashed together. Ah num. Click, click, click. In an instant, space shook and countless black and red thunderbolts exploded one after another around the two men, splashing in all directions. In just a few seconds, dozens of pirates were caught in the aftermath of the battle and died. The crowd panicked. Run! A battle of this level is definitely not something we can get involved in. Could this be the strength of an Imperial-level powerhouse? It's horrible. Bang! A sword and a tail stalemated together. The sound of golden gob interlacing was unending. Ha ha ha, how dare you use my best trick against me? If I remember correctly, you stole this from me. Kaido laughed out loud, and the dragon's tail once again vibrated, applying constant pressure towards Makiling. Stealing lessons? TSK, you're as shameless as ever. Kaido's face was stunned. Then he remembered that he had lost a bet and used the thunder gossip as a betting stake. Cut the crap. You definitely can't escape me today, Kaido said in annoyance. Beep. Thundering 8 trigrams refining spirit +1. Bang. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sharp stabbing pain came from Kaido's dragon's tail. Tricks are good, but it depends on who's using them, doesn't it? Sneer at. Blood erupted as the sword light shattered the thunder and viciously chopped at the dragon's tail. Split in two, hanging out on the spot. The thundering 8 trigrams after refining the spirit 3 times were something that Kaido could resist. Ha ha ha. You're a tailless beast? Makiling let out a teasing laugh, then yanked on the severed tail that was shooting blood. Ha! The muscles of his body surged, and bursting into shouts, Mu Ling held the broken tail in his hand and pulled it with deadly force towards his arms. Dragon form Kaido's body immediately became uncontrollable and charged towards Makiling. Extreme Inferno Emperor Sword. Ting! The rushing flaming sword chi shot straight up into the sky and ruthlessly chopped at Kaido's dragon horn. Click! The golden dragon horn followed in the footsteps of the dragon tail and immediately crumbled apart. Asshole! Aren't you going to make a move yet, old woman? The dragon's tail was chopped off and the dragon's horn was broken. The furious Kaido immediately roared towards the distance. Mamamo, I didn't think you were so useless as an old thing either. Bang! 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 The earth trembled, and the tens of meters tall Big Mom immediately came running wildly from the distance with a head full of fiery hair and thundercloud Zeus on one side of his side. In the next second, Big Mom leapt up high, as if he were a cannonball, and chopped down towards Mu Ling with Napoleon in hand. It's really been a long time, Makiling. Die! Weequay! Boom! The huge Napoleon instantly skyrocketed, a terrifying black and red thunderbolt constantly flowing around Big Mom. Dead old woman, coming so slow, I'll kill you sooner or later. And at the same time, Kaido moved, diving into the clouds and transforming into a human body. He descended from the sky with a wolf's tooth stick in his hand. In an instant, the two Emperor-level powerhouses struck out at the same time, with only one purpose in mind: kill the Makiling. Oh my god, it's even Kaido the 100 Beasts and Big Mom at the same time? Forcing two Emperor-level powerhouses to join forces to defend their enemies. The red poople herding spirit is really too strong. Wahahaha, that's it, great job, go on, kill that bastard Mu Ling. Ha ha ha, Bucky laughed out loud. Ting! The sword light suddenly rose, just at the moment when crippled chi came out of the sheath. Mu Ling's face completely iced over. The blood-red overlord-colored Shura field instantly burst out, and countless channels of blood chi surrounded the circumference, forming a ring-shaped blood array like a domain. The left hand was extended towards the void, and the fluorescent dragon that turned into streams of light appeared with it. Bang! A sword light burst out from the crippling chi, as if a mist of sword gas slowly spread out. The light of the sword was faint, and the speed of the sword was ridiculously slow. But that was it. The Big Mom that fell from the sky with Kaido instantly changed his face. Both sensed that the sword light, which appeared to be plain but brought great threat to the two, was very unusual. Bang! 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 Immediately after that, the second blade stream Mu Ling swung his sword once again, one sword chopping out the other following closely behind. The sword light was becoming more and more prevalent, the aura was becoming stronger and stronger, and the speed at which Mu Ling swung his sword was also as if it were a raging wind and rain, constantly accelerating. Miso! Sword light filled the air, suspended in mid-air. Mu Ling's twin swords had long since become phantoms, and the dense air-breaking sound was like thunder roaring across the field. Futatsu Ryu Phantom Sword Dance. At this moment, monstrous sword intent filled the heavens and the earth, and the mid-air Mu Ling was like a god, looking down upon the world. Chapter 123, The War Begins. Ha ha ha, It's just a bluff. Able to be killed by me teaming up with this dead old woman. Ma Qiling, you're enough of an asshole to be proud of yourself. Crackle! Terrifying thunder burst out in Kaido's hands. At this time the sharp wolfsbane has long been transformed into thunder, tearing through the air, carrying thousands of unstoppable momentum, bombarded down. Sword chi filled out. All kinds of dazzling sword light was like sword mist, layered on top of each other, wave after wave, scattering out towards the two of them one after another. Ting! In an instant, the sword cut through the waves, and where the tip of the sword pointed, the air instantly spread out like the surface of a lake, and bursts of ripples spread out in silky curves. Xuanji water curtain. Clamor. The sword light was waved, and 2 layers of arcane water curtains immediately appeared in front of the sword light. Immediately, the sword chi that penetrated the Xuanji water curtain immediately skyrocketed several times and condensed into a sky-destroying sword aura. At this moment, heaven and earth changed color, and a fierce wind swept across the entire battlefield. Anum. Rumbling. The attacks of the 3 immediately clashed together. In an instant, everyone felt the trembling beneath their feet. Terrifying tremors stimulated everyone's heart over and over again. The sea of clouds overhead was broken through, and Kaido's descending body came to an abrupt halt the moment it collided with the sword aura, stopping in midair. The same goes for Big Mom. Click, click, click. Immediately after that, a thick black and red thunderbolt surrounded Kaido's and Big Mom's bodies, the very same spatial ripples that had exploded after the sparring match, standing in the distance to protect Joba behind Sauron full of light. Such a biting sword chi, to every swordsman with the heart of a strong man, is tantamount to a deadly poison. Can't help myself. Ding ding ding. Swift impact like a sword flying scattered. Boom smash smash Big Mom body. But even a trace has not left. But Big Mom is furious. The opponent actually blocked his and Kaido's attack with just one move? Outrageous. Mama Mo. Mooling you bastard. You've underestimated us too much. Boom. Accompanied by Big Mom's frantic roar. Thundercloud Zeus on one side of his side suddenly flew towards Napoleon and melted in completely. Anum. Naughty naughty. In an instant, the Napoleon with raging fire and thunderous explosions shook once again, instantly shattering countless sword chi. And Kaido was also not willing to show weakness. The wolf tooth stick disappeared, and in its place was a black and purple thunder. The fierce thunder force continuously broke through the sword chi, and gradually approached towards Mu Ling one by one. Ha ha ha, since you don't want to be underestimated by me, then have the guts to come and kill me. Boom! As soon as Ma Qiling's words fell, the sword chi completely collapsed and was crushed by Kaido teaming up with Big Mom. The next moment, against the 2 lurid shockwaves, Mu Ling resolutely rushed up. Bang! Crippled chi and Napoleon collided hard, and there was a splash of sparks. The body then turned in a smooth motion, and the left-handed Flux Dragon blocked Kaido's wolfsbane as well. Clanking, the 2 swords interlocked, and Mu Ling quickly rotated his body, constantly fending off the attacks from the front and back. Lion's Might Extreme Inflammation 1000 Cutting Valley. Miso. In an instant, the dual swords spanned across the room, and the madly spinning Ma Qiling chopped out a flame-chopping wave from his hands. It tore through the air and blasted at the 2 men. Bastard! I can't believe I even learned that old guy Golden Lion's best trick. Big Mom yelled. Speed up the attack. Kaido bellowed. The wolfsbane in his hand flew up fast and shattered a chopping wave with a single blow. Asshole. I don't need you to remind me. Damn old woman. It'll be your turn when you kill Ma Qiling. Mama Mom, that really scared me. Anum. Rumbling. Explosions continued in the sky and sword lights flew. On the other hand, the evil spirit pirates, who were enemies, faced off against the 100 Beasts pirates. Yo, if it isn't the little flying bird that I half crippled last time. What? Here for some more abuse? Sneer at Shilio, whose eyes flashed with blood, slowly sheathed Thunderstorm in his hand, pointing directly at the Inferno Plague ashes in front of him. Humph, I hope you'll still be able to laugh later. Ashes said icily as the corners of his mouth twitched. Bang! In an instant, the body of the flame-filled Inferno Plague ashes shook. His hands and feet transformed into dragon claws, and in a few breaths, he transformed into a toothless pterodactyl. Roar! The terrifying roar of the dragon shook heaven and earth, and the blazing flames seemed to be able to melt everything as if they were rapidly coming towards Shilio. Your strength hasn't increased, but you've gotten a lot more vocal. Clamor! With a flash of his body, like a ghost, Hiria dodged the flame attack, followed by his feet exploding and stepping out of a deep pit, and in a few breaths, he arrived in front of Ash's eyes, a sword chopped down. Duong! The attached arm-colored dragon clawed against the sword, and then the dragon's mouth opened, and a large mass of blazing dragon's breath spewed out. Withdraw your sword. Swing it. The flowing Hiria sword body swung out immediately with a chopping blow from the top down, splitting the red flame in two. But so, Hiryu faded. Asshole. It's you guys again. A toothache filled his body as Drought Jack looked at Anilu suspended in the air. Extremely fast, strong attacks. Against him, other than a hard fight and strong endurance, there was nothing one could do to this guy at all. Damn it, can't I get a different opponent? Jack said in annoyance. TSK, you're scared? Anilu teased with a grin. Roar. A mammoth roar exploded from Jack's mouth, and lurid waves of sound immediately flew in all directions. How dare you look down on me? Bastard! Kill you! Bang! The dual swords instantly blasted and smashed together with the golden rod. Divine punishment. Anum. Rumbling. Thunder surged and condensed into a pillar of thunder, and it smashed down hard towards Jack's head. The corners of his mouth quirked and a touch of bitterness appeared on Jack's face. Mud. Here we go again. It didn't hurt, though, and at best, the hairs were splintered and charred. But this feeling of having nowhere to hide but to take a hard punch, it's so damn unpleasant. Bang, bang, bang. Thick hair immediately burst out from Jack's pores, transforming into an ancient mammoth that stood tens of meters tall. War trample. Boom. With a leap of his body, the two elephant legs, which seemed like pillars in the sky, slammed down towards Anilu like a small mountain. Chapter 124, Jack's Miscalculation. Humph. With a cold snort, looking at the lumbering mammoth, Anilu's body flickered and immediately dodged the war trample. Only just after withdrawing 100 meters away, two sharp ivory tusks swept across as if they were sharp swords. Naturally, Anilu didn't fight him hard and disappeared once again in the form of lightning. Knock! The heavy beating of the drums exploded. 100 million volt thunder welcome. Roar! In an instant, accompanied by a dull roar, hundreds of thunder beasts instantly burst out from the thunder drums. Their thunderous bodies not only stirred up a burst of thunder, but also opened their bloody mouths and bit down towards the four elephant legs, jumping up and down little monkeys. Your ears are just plain ugly. Jack, who had swept his ivory tusks across the room and shattered countless thunderbolts, suddenly exited and provoked. Knock! At once, the word seemed to pierce into Anilu's heart like a needlepoint. Asshole! Say another word. Anilu stormed out. Hey, I'm sure I've been fooled. Jack laughed in his mind. Ever since he knew that his own Kaido-sama was going to join forces with Big Mom here to deal with the evil spirit pirates, Jack had been thinking hard about a way to deal with Thunder God Anilu. Then there's only one. Force your opponent to fight you hard. So, one has to provoke the other person to completely forget all that kind of anger first. Hey, hard to touch. One will not lose to this guy. Just say it. Dalek. Weirdo. It's a disgrace to humanity to look like you. Ugly big-eared monster. I'd have killed myself to death if I were you. Jack intensified his undisguised taunting of Anilu. Asshole. I'll kill you. It's been a while since Aniru heard the title of Big Ears Monster. It's fine to be told off by other normal people. Anilu was used to it. But the point is, what right do you, a mammoth, have to call me ugly? War trample. In a flash, taking advantage of the moment when Anilu froze in anger, Jack's elephant leg was raised high and he stomped down towards Anilu's head. Anum. Rumbling. In a flash, looking at the mammoth giant leg like a small mountain above his head, Anilu didn't dodge. His body was raging with electric current, and large masses of thunder power kept pouring out from his body. At this moment, the thunderclouds were dense and the thunder churned, as if the end was coming. 300 million volts, Thor. Bang, bang, bang. The air that was filled with lightning power instantly burst, and the rich smell of charring accompanied by gusty winds drifted into the distance. At this moment, the thunder god, who was several feet tall, rose up from the ground. His armed color hegemonic aura covered his entire body, and his arms, which were glowing with thunder, seemed to be shaking the heavens as if they were facing forward. Bang! His feet shook, and a terrifying ripple swept out from underneath Anilu. Jack's legs were deadlocked against him, stalled in midair. No! Impossible! Why is your power? Looking at the legs that could not move, but instead were lifted higher and higher, Jack panicked. Today, you will die here. Rattling thunder symbiosis. Boom! Thunder spread, invading Jack's body in a steady stream along both of Anilu's arms, traveling to various parts. Magnetic sand desert Vedra blade. Sneer at. In an instant, a sharp black magnetic sand blade ripped up from the ground and chopped towards Charlotte Owen's body. Humph. Crocodile? Fist of high heat. Boom! Owen stretched out his fist, which was so hot that it had already turned hot and flaming red, and blasted it onto the magnetic sand. Anum. Click, click, click. Owen, a Superman lineage heat fruit powerhouse, is able to heat up any object he touches with high temperatures. It is even magnetic sand. The corners of his mouth turned up, and Owen glanced disdainfully at old Sandy while his mouth sputtered. Waste. In a flash, as soon as the words fell, Instead of dissipating after being heated by the high temperature, the magnetic sand became more and more cohesive, becoming sharp and unstoppable. Duong! The magnetic sand blade swept over the fist covered by the hegemony, cutting a black mark. It didn't cause any injuries, but it was a huge blow to Owen. Although your high temperatures will cause the magnetic sand to lose its magnetism, sand, however, is the thing that is least afraid of high temperatures. Exhale. The old sand with a cigar in his mouth exhaled deeply, condensed a giant serrature between his palms, and threw it out towards the Big Mom pirate group. Rustle. The wind swept around. The yellow sand in the sky formed a giant tornado, and the sand mixed with magnetism was as sharp as a sharp blade. Asshole. Don't be too arrogant. Heatwave Manhwa. Being the old sand flicked the face of Owen, looked at his younger siblings behind him, and immediately became infuriated, and his fiery red fists were fiercely smashed into the air. Bang! 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 The air was scorched, creating a terrifying wave of heat that emitted a flaming aura as it shot towards Shalon. The other side. Why? Why did you betray Mom? Brother? In the gale, Charlotte Paraspero, who was the eldest son of the Charlotte family, was looking at Katakuri angrily. There's no why, brother. I just don't want to keep living like that. Moms who go crazy at any time. Mothers who kill their sons at the drop of a hat. I'm sick of it. Katakuri's voice was getting more and more agitated. But that was it. He still hadn't said anything about the betrayal of his two younger siblings and their ruthless abandonment that day. Paraspero was momentarily speechless, dumbfounded by Katakuri's words. No other reason than that the other guy was telling the truth. Even he, the eldest son, the minister of candy in the Universal Island, has the fate of facing the loss of his soul by Mom at any time. But isn't there anything at home that makes you worth keeping? How dare you throw yourself into the enemy's camp and become our life and death enemy? Brother, wake up. Have you been compelled? Paraspero said bitterly. On the one hand, like the Katakuri of old, he was extremely fond of his younger siblings. On the other hand, an extremely high combatant like Katakuri would be an extreme headache to become an enemy. Bree, where is it? After hesitating for a long time, Katakuri then shouted out a name with difficulty. Charlotte Bray, one of his favorite sisters. Bree's disfigurement was also the result of revenge by her enemies because of him. Chapter 125, The Intensifying War. Seeing the struggle on Katakuri's face, Paraspero's heart felt happy, realizing that the other party was still thinking about his family. Katakuri, come back. Bang! A huge crater appeared between the two. Say no more, brother, Katakuri said icily. The road has gone out. Then there can be no more half-repentance. Besides, I don't really like the Universal Island. At least, within the evil spirit pirates. I am very comfortable. I love it here. Spreading his hands out in front of him, Katakuri said flatly. But you, big brother, what is there to say to such a traitor? Have you forgotten Mom's orders? One of the Big Mom pirate group's desert 3-star generals, Charlotte Smudge, suddenly spoke out. The huge palm then took hold of the unknown pirate beside him. Naughty. A steady stream of purple liquid flowed out of the pirate's body, and his face gradually became dry and devoid of moisture, eventually turning into a dry corpse. The Superman system squeeze fruit can drain all the water from anything, including the human body, and turn it into its own energy. Sneer at. After absorbing the moisture from the pirate's body, Smudge, as if he was suffering from a drug addiction, had a soothing to the extreme smile on his face, and then the long sword at his waist slowly came out of its sheath. By order of Moem, kill the traitor Katakuri. Even though you're my brother, you who did this kind of thing, realize it. As a fellow desert triple shogun, Katakuri is stronger than Smudge, but not by much, by a long shot. So at this point Smudge was completely confident in taking down the brother he once looked up to beyond measure. Since we can't talk about it, let's do it. Rustle of skirts. In an instant, Katakuri's tall body disappeared into place, tearing out a cracking sound as it rushed towards the two. Candy sweet sting. The giant lollipop in his hand swung forward, and in an instant, a solid red candy spike exploded out of Paraspero's hand, and at the same time, Smudge moved, his huge longsword containing a layer of red pale mist, looking at the gradually approaching Kaji. A sword chopped down. Have bullying our evil spirit pirates figured out how to die? Who? Paraspero and Smudge instantly changed their faces and looked towards the top of their heads. Momo hundredfold Shirakawa Shoiken. Boom! In an instant, the black shadow attacked. The roiling fist intent was mixed with a terrifying sea current, and the fishpalm that looked like a small mountain blasted down. Bang! 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 The sharp candy spikes crumbled as if they were eggs touching stones when they encountered the overwhelming fishpalm, turning into pieces of red debris scattered on the ground. On the other hand, Smudge's sword chi exploded, stirring up a groove in the ground. Sea Warrior Jinping, today is the day you die. Sticky roasted rice cakes. Sneer at. The glutinous fists wrapped in armed color immediately burst with fire and clashed hard with the sword chi. Rumbling. The sword aura was shattered. But Katakuri's fist didn't stop, and the next moment it appeared in front of Smudge's eyes. A punch is thrown. Duong. Smudge immediately crossed his sword to block, his body falling back a few steps under Katakuri's immense power, his feet cutting 2 grooves in the ground. You've gotten stronger. Smudge's face was calm, but his heart had already turned over in a huge wave. At their level, wanting to be 1 point stronger was tantamount to reaching heaven. Katakuri surprisingly, bang, surging 100-fold. Sailor VA was punching through the spikes and slamming his palm on Parasparrow's head, but it was stopped dead in its tracks by a barrier made of red candy. Candy Man. Suddenly, just as Jinping was about to break this turtle shell with another slap, Parasparrow, hiding under the barrier, burst out. The giant lollipop swung forward, and the solid barrier instantly transformed into a thin, cicada-like layer of red liquid that bound Jinping's legs in a death grip. Ha ha ha, my Candyman is indestructible. You won't be able to escape no matter what you try, asshole. With all his strength, Jubai tried to withdraw his feet from the candy's restraints, but to no avail. Hee hee, you've underestimated me too much. Momo 100-fold foot slap. Click, click, click. In an instant, Jething's feet exploded 100-fold, instantly shattering the Candyman's bonds before he stomped down towards Parasparrow. Bang! The candy barrier crumbled and displaced like paper mache. Asshole. Paro, who had flipped dozens of heels in a row, said angrily, evening's strength is surprisingly troublesome. Yo, looks like you guys are in trouble, brother. Jia, it's really lively here. Traitor Katakuri, see warrior Jinpei? Tell you what, why don't I come along for the ride? Snap. Suddenly, the sound of a crisp slap came, only to see a man holding 2 swords, walking slowly from the distance, and behind him were dozens of men who looked exactly like him in appearance. Superhuman cookie fruit ability. One of the 3 generals of the Big Mom pirate group's dessert. Charlotte Schur. Ahem. Crystal. Bang. 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 The Kriegsmarine brandished their twin swords, their sharp blades aimed straight at Jinping. Victory is destined for Mom. Today you are all going to die. Attack. Click. 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 Suddenly, the atmosphere within the battlefield instantly turned cold, and a terrifying ice seal appeared like a silver snake rippling up and spreading on the ground. Ice Age. Clamor. The man with the chilly aura stood silently in front of the Kleenex, while an ice sculpture stood in front of him. Lifelike. Former Admiral Green Pheasant. Parasparrow murmured. Bang! The sword light flashed, and after swinging the last chopper out, Mu Ling disappeared into a ball of fire. Asshole. Don't even think about running. The enraged Kaido and Big Mom instantly catch up, though no injuries, not even minor ones, appeared. However, that one flame chopping wave caused them to be in a sorry state, with large swathes of scorched black marks all over their bodies. Asshole. We're 2 Emperor levels joining forces, but we're being pressed by the other side one after another. Go to hell. Thunderfire strike. Rumbling. With the double boost of Prometheus and Zeus, Big Mom's fist immediately blended thunder and fire, and the terrifying aura continuously exploded and attacked Mu Ling. And at that moment, Mu Ling stopped and hovered in midair, countless sword chi bursting out from his body and resisting his surroundings. Immediately afterward, a fierce wind rose, and a terrifying tornado strands surrounded out. Chapter 126, Sword Blade Storm. Rumbling. Thunder rolled in an instant, and countless silver snakes surrounded Storm's head as electricity flashed and thundered, raging across the heavens and earth. At this moment, the Mu Ling who stood in the eye of the wind waved both of his swords, and one after another flame sword chi burst out from both of his swords, attaching itself to the perimeter of the storm. At that moment, a giant flame tornado appeared openly. Miso. Sword chi surged, and the dense sword light wrapped the storm as if it was a gyroscope full of barbs, spinning crazily. In an instant, the sound of thunder, the sound of flames bursting into flames, and the sound of sword light tearing through the air to make a cracking sound were all at once a noisy mess that echoed throughout the battlefield. The name of this move. Mu Ling's clear voice spread to every corner of the battlefield. Blade Storm. Instantly, the entire room was shocked. Everyone unanimously raised their heads to look at the tornado that could reach up to the sky, and had their mouths wide open with jaws agape. Thunder exploded, flames erupted, and sword chi filled the air. So the might of heaven and earth could not be stopped by human power? Oh my god. Doomsday. This is clearly Doomsday. The red poople herding spirit is actually this strong? I'm afraid that even Kaido and Big Mom teaming up are no match for him. Asshole. Accompanied by Big Mom's angry roar, the thunder and fire mingled fists instantly blasted and smashed into the periphery of the sword blade storm. Click, click, click. black and red thunderbolt burst out of the body. Big Mom hands of thunder and fire in the moment of encountering the storm immediately subsided. Defeated. The extreme Inferno Emperor who possessed supreme might was not something that could be resisted by the flames of a small Prometheus. Bang! Big Mom, who was wrapped in extreme flame, was immediately swept out by the sword light. However, with his tough body, he didn't suffer any injuries, but his right arm was burned extensively by the extreme flame, which was shocking to the eyes. Mu Ling's face remained unchanged as he continued to urge the sword blade storm to keep sweeping towards Big Mom. Asshole! Don't be so arrogant! Roar! A dragon roar! Dragon head and body, legs and hands united into a dragon claw. Kaido at this time has been a half-dragon man state, compared to when it was in dragon form. The compact body at this time not only possessed terrifying strength, but also extreme speed. No more headache-ridden malpractice. This was the first time Kaido had shown this form in front of the world. Thunder, Bagua! Bang! 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 The wolf-tooth rod instantly exploded, rolling up a burst of spatial folds, and with a single strike, it smashed into the outer perimeter of the sword blade storm. Naughty naughty. The two different camps of Thunderlight collided with each other and fought fiercely. Time seemed to have stood still at this moment. The only sound was the sound of the electric current scurrying and the black and red thunderbolts that were produced after colliding with each other. Bang! Finally, a tiny gaping hole appeared at the outskirts of the storm, and Kaido in his half-human dragon form actually smashed through it hard. Heavens! The red pupil McKeeling's stance was actually broken? Fuck off! It counts for that much of a hole? This form of Kaido is so strong. The murmurs of the surrounding pirates were incessant, and a burst of them reached Barrett's ears. Assholes! 3 abominations! Barrett was shaken with rage. This pirate manifest was originally organized by himself to make a perfect appearance and announce his presence to the world. How can you be completely upstaged? Damn Shanks! I'll kill you! Bang! Barrett's body shook, and possessing the Mergence fruit, he gathered the surrounding objects and became enormous. Die! Bang! A punch is thrown, only to be blocked in its entirety by Griffin in Shanks' hands. Ha! You're a little too impatient. Shanks, who understood what was going through Barrett's mind, didn't panic. Clanking, the sword swung and blocked one of Barrett's angry punches. On the other hand, after seeing the storm's periphery pierced, instead of showing any hint of nervousness, Makoran's face looked at Kaido with interest. Thunder Flame Dragon Breath. Boom! The dragon's mouth immediately skyrocketed. A stream of terrifyingly hot dragon's breath filled Kaido's mouth, coalesced into a ball, and blasted in towards the small hole in the storm that had just broken open. Spacefold. Wow! 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 White spatial power surged through his palm, followed by a vicious swing towards the raging dragon's breath. Click! In an instant, at the center of the straight pillar of fire, a spatial crack instantly burst open, splitting the flames in two, as if a piece of paper had been folded. The pillar of fire was flipped up high, turned over, and then miraculously shot toward Kaido. Dumbfounded Kaido? What happened? Where am I? Who am I? It wasn't until the dragon's breath blast hit his head that he reacted. Bang! Slamming heavily to the ground. Kaido didn't make the first choice to retaliate. Instead he was dumbfounded and his eyes were confused. What? What's going on here? Why did Kaido get hit by his own attack? The move bounced back? The doubts of the crowd were equally in Kaido's mind. What the hell is wrong with you? His own dragon's breath had turned around and charged towards him? This nifty dragon's breath has rebelled? Clamor. And just as Kaido froze, McKeeling's palm changed, and the white space power instantly rushed behind Kaido as if it were a sharp sword. Click, click, click. Space crumbles. A terrifying doorway of space appeared, revealing the confused, dizzying, upside-down distorted space within. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. The powerful suction immediately tore at Kaido's body, pulling him bit by bit into the middle of the void. Roar! What? What is this thing? Asshole! Get off me! The dragon's roar shook the sky as Kaido frantically struggled with his body, but to no avail. The powerful suction force was like countless pairs of tentacles, entangling his body in death and desperately pulling him inward. Old woman, help me, Kaido said in horror. Mom, why would I save you? Old lady. Big Mom laughed out loud, having absolutely no intention of saving Kaido. Hee hee, if you think you can deal with Makiling with your own strength alone, I have nothing to say. Kaido, who was being held down to the ground with all four claws, struggled for his life, and his angry roar spread throughout the battlefield. Chapter 127, Drought Jack. Pawn. After hearing Kaido's words, Big Mom's heart shook, but his face did not change. Instead, it was full of wry smiles. Want me to save you? Well, is not impossible, but after the completion of the matter, your thing must belong to me. Thumbs up. Thick. Sharp claws cut an extremely deep groove in the ground, and Kaido, who was dead against his body, grimaced as the corners of his mouth twitched. Historical text. Of course Kaido knew what Big Mom was talking about, but he didn't want to give it. What that thing? I don't know. Come on, help me. If I die, you won't live. At once, Kaido's miserable low roar was heard throughout the battlefield. TSK, looks like it's not strong enough. Makiling and the storm laughed and urged the storm of sword blades to keep approaching towards Kaido. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. In an instant, the wind was fierce, and the biting sword light chopped at Kaido's whole body at once, cutting out dense wounds. Kaido completely panicked. His body was retreating. Half of his body had stepped into the middle of the distorted space. Asshole. Here, I'll give it to you. Okay, quick, come and help me. Boom. In the next second, a terrifying might burst out from within Big Mom's body, and dark red flowing cherry hegemony spread from both arms to Napoleon's sword. Weak way. A sword chopped down, and in an instant, Makiling similarly moved. Want to save someone? You don't think too highly of yourself. Clamor. The sword blade storm immediately dissipated, followed by blood-red sword chi crippling chi sword body burst out. Demon sword art demons and ghosts. The sword roared to the heavens, and rushing blood awnings exploded out of Mu Ling's hands, followed by a sword plunging into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy muffled sound immediately issued from the ground. In an instant, the entire treasure island began to tremble. Originally smooth, flat ground, instantly became ups and downs. A small hill that constantly uprooted densely appeared under the feet of Big Mom and Kaido. His heart shook. Kaido vaguely felt a sense of foreboding, and his body struggled more and more desperately. Asshole! You hurry up! The chastised Big Mom wasn't angry. She knew this wasn't the time to be angry. Rumble! The massive Napoleon instantly chopped into the void door behind Kaido, exploding with a rushing roar. Click! 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 Densely packed black and red thunderbolts continuously rushed against the void door, while at the same time, the ground rioted, and countless raging blood-colored sword chi burst out as if they were ground thorns. Thumbs up! Sword chi filled the air, ruthlessly impacting the two men's bodies, cutting out streaks of blood. Bastard! Mu Ling, I'm going to kill you! Damn you! The two who were covered in blood and had countless bloody cuts stabbed out of their bodies were shaken to the core. The rest of the surrounding pirates were not so lucky and died in the bursts of sword energy. Bang! Thunder God Enelu, who was several feet tall, copied the thunder in his hand and smashed it on Dropjack's front right leg in one go. Click! The leg bone crumbled, and the huge mammoth instantly toppled to the ground. The right leg had long since become scorched black, revealing the ghastly white bones within it. Damn it! Jack growled loudly, his sharp ivory tusks swinging wildly in all directions, trying to kill Anilu. Bang! 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 The huge body kept flailing as Jack moved in a deadly manner, crawling in the direction of Anilu. Click! Another thunderbolt descended and smashed into his hind legs. At that moment, one of the 100 Beast Pirates' 3 plagues, second only to Kaido, was completely paralyzed and unable to move. The blood underneath his body was like a river gushing out from a source, eroding a large portion of the ground. There was no half-luster in the dim eyes, only a monstrous, and nowhere to vent, rage. Asshole! How dare you! Bang! Enelu's thick fist blasted into his head in one fell swoop. Pins and needles of excruciating pain struck his entire body, and Jack was speechless. This is what happens when you disobey God. Rumbling, thunder surged in the sky, and the body of Aniru, who had transformed into the god of thunder, gradually shrunk, but the thunderbolts in his hands became purer and purer. Bang! Turning into his normal size, Aniru leapt forward, his figure flashing amidst the countless thunderbolts. In an instant, everyone in the entire battlefield felt this tyrannical power that was rising. Asshole! Stop it! Kaido, who had just been able to escape from within the distorted space, ignored his scaly injuries and the dragon's tail that was shattered when the void gate collapsed, and ran towards Jack without saying a word. Big Mom, on the other hand, deadlocks Makiling from stopping Kaido. Rattling thunder crash. At this moment, the Anilu that descended from the sky was like a true god, carrying all the thunder in his body and crashing down. Boom! There was a clap of thunder within the flat earth, accompanied by the light of thunder in Anilu's hand, and 10,000 fathoms of thunder poured down, completely engulfing Jack. Thus, the 100 Beasts Pirates Drought Jack died, and with that, Aniru fell to the ground, gasping for air. Clearly the load of using out this move was quite heavy on him. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the sound of air breaking exploded in his ears, and the blood-soaked Kaido transformed into a long, bloody shadow, and smashed down with his wolf's tooth club. Although he was seriously injured by the demon sword technique, Kaido, who had been overwhelmed by rage, had long since disregarded everything, and the speed that instantly erupted was a bit of a surprise even to Makorin. Quinn's dead, and now Jack's dead. You're killing all of my right-hand men. How dare you kill Jack? Then die. Only the next second, there was someone even faster than him. A flash of sword light instantly blocked in front of Kaido against the ferocious wolfsbane. Madaka! A sword and a stick immediately intertwined, exploding with a burst of shocking sounds. Sword energy was spreading in front of Enelu, and the one who saved him was none other than the world's #1 great swordsman. Hawkeye my hawk. Chapter 128 Death. Hawkeye my hawk? Anyone who gets in my way will die. Bang! The half-human dragon state of Kaido's body immediately shook. His muscles soared, and the wolf tooth stick in his hand was instantly as heavy as a small mountain. Clanking, the sound of gold and gore clashed as Hawkeye's body began to retreat, his feet pulling out 2 long marks on the ground. Anum. Whooshing. Suddenly, 2 long, narrow, dark shadows shot from the distance, roaming the ground. In the moment of infinite proximity to Kaido, 2 sharp shadowhorn lances rose up from the ground and poked hard at Kaido. But the moment it touched Kaido's body, it crumbled and displaced, dissipating into black shadows that swam back into the iceberg. Chock-a-block bugs. Roar. The head instantly twisted, and the fiery dragon's breath immediately spewed out towards the iceberg. Iceberg froze, shocked by Kaido's amazing defense. Is this guy that thick-skinned? However, looking at the raging flames, Iceberg was naturally not stupid, and immediately shifted and swapped positions with the dark shadow in the distance, dodging the impact of the flames. Bang! Hawkeye withdrew his sword in response, taking a few steps backward and raising the black blade high in his hand. Chop! In an instant, a crisp sword roar echoed through the heavens and earth, and a giant green chopping wave exploded from the black blade, viciously chopping at Kaido. Duong! The wolfsbane baton was protected in front of his chest, blocking the sword light to death, and then immediately changed position and flew up into the air as Kaido fought to raise it. All of the evil spirit pirates must die. Bang! The wolf's tooth rod smashed into the ground, and instantly cracks spread all over the place. The mountains collapsed, and the entire treasure island began to shake violently, and while Hawkeye's body was unsteady from the shaking of the earth beneath his feet, Kaido moved, instantly came to the front of the eagle eye, followed by a stick smashed down. Without any defense of the eagle eye immediately sprayed blood wildly and flew out, and just as Hawkeye had just stabilized his body, black shadows struck behind him. A backhand was swung, but because it had a dominating aura, the sharp blade was immediately blocked by Kaido's right arm. Taking a few steps backward, Hawkeye's mind was struck by a sudden crisis. No good. Bang! The moment he had just lowered his head, the wolfsbane brushed the top of his hair and blasted into the ground. Hawkeye's body was immediately sent flying, and was then grabbed by Kaido's right leg, and fell hard towards the ground. And with this force, Hawkeye's body twisted, a pirouette in the air, and in the moment when that face was infinitely close to the ground, he broke free from the restraints, and then used the momentum to slash out with his sword. Sneer at. Blood light erupted, and the biting sword chi immediately cut a sword mark in front of Kaido's chest, and the location of the sword mark was exactly where Mitsuki got Anda had once chopped by virtue of Yama. Aha! Damn you! Taking the pain, Kaido immediately roared wildly, more in humiliation than anything else. As the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, he himself had been left with a sword mark on his chest for the second time. Kill you, Duong! The angry wolfsbane slammed down so hard that Hawkeye was outmatched and flew backwards. Even Hawkeye, whose swordsmanship was superb and unrivaled, had to avoid Kaido's strong brute force for the time being. Mom, your crew seems to be dying. Big Mom, who was swept away by Mu Ling's sword, was not angry, but rather joyful, and said sorrowfully, my crew is not that easy to deal with, even if the opponent is this Kaido guy. Glancing at Hawkeye, who was being pressured by Kaido, and Iceberg, who was making a bit of a harassing attack from time to time, Maki Ling said indifferently, it's not about being heartless, it's about believing in them. But more than that, shouldn't you be worried about your sons? Big Mom instantly colored. Click, click, click. The ice seal collapsed, and the legions of Kleenexes that had been condensed into ice sculptures by Green Pheasant's Ice Age instantly turned into a field of shattered ice, scattering helplessly to the ground. Click. Suddenly, just as the ice seal crumbled, a man with long blue hair and 2 long braids jumped out. It was none other than Charlotte Krieger herself. Ha ha ha. What about Grand Admiral Green Pheasant? Wasn't expecting this move? You killed nothing more than a legion of cookies I made. Ha ha ha. Krieger arrogantly let out a loud laugh. After just a few moments of laughing and realizing that the opposite side of Green Pheasant didn't show any semblance of surprise, He clapped his hands in exasperation and summoned hundreds of cookie-cutter legions once again. Attack! Kill him for me! Who? In a flash, a mouthful of cold air was exhaled, and a flash of impatience flashed across Green Pheasant's lazy face. His hands condensed a ball of cold ice and threw it forward with force. Frozen time capsule. Boom! The ice seals crumbled and turned into cold air that froze all the legions of cookies into ice. And just as Cryptograph was about to speak, he realized that Green Pheasant had disappeared in front of him. Asshole! Where are you? The words came to an abrupt end. A bone-piercing and heart-rending chill came from the back of his neck, and all of a sudden, the entire Krieger's entire body was bad. Frozen cold seal. Anum. Click, click, click. Terrifying ice seals burst out from underneath his feet, spreading bit by bit to Crystal's legs, waist, chest, and up to his head. And the immobile Krieger could do nothing but watch the ice seal sweep over him. The blood was frozen and the white skin took on a sickly black and purple color. One of the Big Mom Pirate's sweet spot 3 shoguns. Charlotte Krieger. Death. Kryptonite. Bastard. You killed the Krieger. Green Pheasant. How dare you kill one of our Charlotte family. Seeing Cryptograph's death, the duo of Parasparrow and Smudge immediately said angrily, "Hey, you guys better take care of yourselves first." Anum. Crashing sound. Accompanied by Katakuri's strange laughter, countless clusters of white donuts immediately appeared in front of Smudge's eyes. Only, at first glance these were just ordinary donuts. But the hollow center brought Smudge a great sense of crisis ability after the awakening of the known fruit. She, who was very familiar with Katakuri, immediately guessed this. Bang! Black light emerged, and a thick and massively long glutinous rice arm instantly burst out from the center of the donut. Nugumi Jinyo! Bang! 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 Katakuri shouted explosively, and in an instant, a sky full of fist shadows struck, and the fist covered in black armed color immediately turned into the form of a sharp wolfsbane, charging fiercely towards Smudge. Chapter 129 3 Stars of Dessert. Removed from the list. Asshole. Katakuri. You're underestimating me. Snap. Looking at the raging fists, all of a sudden, Smudge displayed a speed that was extremely incompatible with his body. Bang. 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 Fists and shadows crisscrossed, bombarding the ground and the air, exploding with a muffled sound. Instead, Smudge swam between the shadows of the punches as if he were a swimming fish, dodging a terrifying punch. Body flashing and placing his longsword at his back, Smudge swung his hands forward and grabbed 2 unknown unlucky pirates. Click, click, click. The purple eerie light swirled. The pirate's body dried up. The moisture in his body instantly sucked clean by Smudge. Immediately after that, Smudge's body, which had absorbed this power, began to skyrocket to about 10 meters tall, and so did the long sword in his hand. The white sword swirled with a layer of dense purple mist. Awaken, Katakuri. Boom! The sword light blasted down, cutting through the ground and tearing out an extremely deep crack. Katakuri, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, suddenly changed in color and immediately dodged to the right, but was instantly engulfed by the sword light. Sneer at, without uttering any screams. After the sword light dissipated, Katakuri's body had completely turned into ashes. He don't blame me, brother. I'm also following mom's orders, Smudge mouthed his apologies, but his face was all smiles. Apparently, there was no guilt for her at all for killing Katakuri. No. Suddenly, the smile on his face came to a screeching halt, and Smudge looked at the spot where Katakuri had disappeared in surprise, raising an eyebrow as he realized something. On the ground in the distance, a white, sticky mass was sitting still. This is glutinous rice? Smudge froze, a bit puzzled, but the next moment, as if she understood something, her face instantly became extremely ugly. It's a diversion. The long sword in his hand was swung backward without thinking. Bang! The sword was gripped by a large black glutinous hand in a death grip. Sensing that it was not good, Smudge was just about to retreat, but his waist suddenly shook, and the needle-like stabbing pain after being hit hard by a heavy object hit his whole body. Katakuri, who had already detected Smudge's move by using his seeing colors, used his doppelganger to attract his opponent's attention, then silently came behind Smudge and threw a punch. With his waist and eyes smashed, Smudge only felt a softness in his body, all his strength gone. With a bang, the longsword fell helplessly to the ground. Bang! 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 1 punch, 2 punches. Countless punches exploded from Katakuri's hands. Dense punches poured down on Smudge's body like a torrential downpour. Sound of escaping laughter. Blood spurted wildly and the power dissipated as Smudge's body changed back to its original size. All the bones in his body were shattered and he was helplessly paralyzed on the ground, while those eyes were slowly transformed from the initial anger to pleading. Spare me, Katakuri brother. No, don't kill me. I'm your sister. Release me. Smudge begged bitterly. Clamor. The punch comes to an abrupt halt, stalling just above Smudge's head. Katakuri was spoken for. It's 10 times worse, but it's still your own sister. You're on your own. With a turn of his body, Katakuri spared Smudge and turned towards the other side of the battlefield. Ha. Suddenly, just the moment Katakuri turned around, Smudge, who smiled wryly, flicked his fingertips and hooked a clear glass bottle filled with a purplish-red liquid out of his chest shirt. TSK, my dear brother. Even though you betrayed us, it's still the same as before. Same love for us. Same foolishness. Bang! A sword and a claw intersected fiercely, and after blocking the dragon claw of Inferno Calamity Ashes, the wind suddenly gusted in Hiryo's ears. The tens of meters long wings of fire immediately slapped from the right side. Hiryo immediately bent his body as the flames grazed his back and whistled past. A dragon's foot then kicked him in the cheek. Duong! Shilio raised his sword to block. Then his hands gripped the hilt of the sword. With the help of this force an upside-down hook, the sharp tip of the sword swept through the chest of Yin Disaster Ashes from the bottom to the top, chopping out a horrible sword mark. Asshole! Ashes was more than furious, and even though he had a hegemonic aura to protect his body, he still left a clearly visible wound on his chest. Bang! Just before he could say 2 more harsh words, Hiryo rushed up again. A sword swept away the oncoming dragon claws, and with a flash of red in his eyes, the sword flicked around and ruthlessly slapped on Ash's head. The demon sword Thunderstorm then crossed forward, and the blood-colored sword she chopped back the dragon's mouth of the Inferno Calamity Ashes, sending it flying tens of meters away. What's going on? You haven't improved at all since last time. No fun. Clamor. With a swing of the long sword, the biting sword chi was flung towards Ashes, who had just landed on the ground. With his right arm covered in armed color protecting his chest, Ashes, who blocked the sword light, shook his feet and rushed up again. The red flames all over his body became more and more pure, and the golden flames vaguely revealed a reddish-red color, with a hint more of a tyrannical aura. Madaka! The sharp dragon claws and the thunderstorm collided together fiercely, bursting into a roar, followed by Ash's body turning, the whole person leaning back, but his feet ripped through the air to pick off the sword from top to bottom. Roar! The red-colored flames seemed to be able to burn everything, instantly burning underneath Shilio's feet. The blazing fire was unstoppable. Shilio hastily retreated several steps back, escaping from the flame range circle, and then just at that moment, the gusty winds suddenly rose, and countless flames were swept up, as if they were rising up like fire dragons. With a raised eyebrow, Hiryo sensed that something wasn't right. This sudden gust of wind is? Crashing sound. In an instant, the fire dragon soared, its huge fire wings constantly flipping over and its sharp-pointed beak spinning up as quickly as a sharp sword. At this moment, the Inferno Plague Ashes was like a propeller that rolled up a 10,000 feet tornado and rushed up towards Shilio. Shilio's face changed, his body sunk down slightly, and his thick aura echoed around him. A trace of red mist swirled out from Thunderstorm's sword, wrapping around his body, and those gloomy eyes were covered in the color of blood. You know, Hiryu, today is the day you die. Sneer at. Rhea placed it on his waist and made a drawn sword stance. Hiryu's aura skyrocketed. I take back what I said earlier. Compared to last time, you are indeed a bit stronger. But, it's only a little bit. Kill the prana. Scold. Scarlet sword light fleeting. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be covered by the color of blood. Monstrous killing intent, resentment all filled in this sword. Click, click, click. Bursts of sound continued, raging sparks bursting open the moment the sword collided with the sharp beak. Terrifying black and red thunderbolts surrounded the bodies of the two men. But the spinning body of Inferno Calamity Ashes was becoming slower and slower. Chapter 130 Buried in his final form. Bang! A dense burst of sound broke through the sky, and the blood-colored killing intent skyrocketed to the extreme at this moment. At this moment, Shilio was like a demon, his crimson eyes constantly releasing a bizarre red mist, which was like waves that ruthlessly impacted the flames and swept them away. Jie Calamity Ashes. Today is your time to die. Terrifyingly strange sounds as if they were demonic whispers emanated from Hiryo's mouth, echoing over and over again in Ash's mind. Boom! The demon sword Thunderstorm in his hand instantly exploded, and the madly spinning Inferno Plague Ashes. His aura instantly tilted down towards one side, suppressed by this monstrous demonic aura. Asshole! Fire exploded, thunder rolled, and Ash's narrow pupils grew wider and wider as a flash of demonic blood color flashed by. Ting! The sword roared to the heavens, and Ash's body suddenly stopped spinning. Thumbs up! Countless terrifying blood gouges instantly burst open from the surface of his body, like a sieve net, bursting out a bloody sword that splashed out in all directions. Opening his mouth, Ashes tried to say something, but it was filled with the ever-churning blood. Boom! blood chi burst out, and Ashes, whose body was occupied by endless demonic chi, suddenly swelled up and became like a water balloon filled with water. Instantaneous bursting. At this point, the 100 Beasts pirates Yen Plague Ashes died. Sneer at. Thunderstorm back to the sheath. Shilio Long exhaled a mouthful of smoke. The body of the demonic aura has been in the eyes of the color of blood also subsided. A flash of pallor flashed across his face, obviously due to the fact that killing Ashes was also a result of going all out. The sound as well as the shockwave from the explosion of the embers instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Geez, the strongest of the 3 plagues of the 100 Beasts pirates, Inferno Plague Ashes is actually Rain Hiryu. That's scary. How can it be so strong? It's ridiculously strong. It's over. Now that the 100 Beasts pirates' 3 plagues have all been wiped out, Kaido is only going to go crazy. Really worthy of the evil spirit pirates. Captain Red Hitomi Makiling to 1 against 2. Battle 2 royal level. The men are not the slightest bit weak. Boom! Stalled in midair. Kaido just felt his head explode. Ashes is dead. The 3 plagues were all destroyed. Gaze once again turned. He brought the 100 Beasts pirate group crowd at this time have been dead. Disabled. Ling Kong's 6th son is even in the red hair pirate group crowd of men in critical condition. Done. It's all over. The top combatants had all fallen. And the middle tier was even more damaged. Assholes. Akatsuki Makarin. You know Shiro. The guys from the evil spirit pirates. I'll kill you all. Boom. The furious Kaido's body was surging with air currents. And terrifying thunder flashed all around, bursting out in bursts of muffled sounds. Only in the next second, Kaido, who was overwhelmed by anger, didn't realize that a fist tens of meters long was smashing towards him. Bang! The huge black metal fist blasted hard into Kaido's head. In an instant, Kaido flew out, his entire body rolling dozens of times on the ground as if he were a cannonball, eventually smashing a huge crater in the ground. A faint odor of blood remained in the air, apparently spit out by Kaido in the process of being sent flying. Rumbling. In an instant, everyone stopped breathing, their eyes staring unblinkingly at the giant robot that suddenly rose up to a height of 100 meters. What? What is this thing? I can't believe you can injure Kaido. The 100 Beasts? Is it the latest technology from the world government? Bang! The next second, the robot moved, and dull pops kept coming. Originally, I had planned to settle the score with you guys one by one after resolving the Akatsuki Makurin. I didn't realize it had all scurried out. Just right. Let's just settle you all at once today. At once. Everyone knew who the tall robot was. The devil's descendant Barrett. Gee, what a merged fruit powerhouse. Mu Ling, who had forced Big Mom back with a sword, hovered in midair and laughed lightly. Facing Barrett in his final form in person is much more exciting than watching anime. The power was also really strong enough to punch Kaido until he spat out blood. It was only a sneak attack, but it wasn't bad at all. Bang! Inside the pit, Kaido pulls himself up. Large chunks of skin shattering around his waist, revealing bloody gore. Barrett, ha! Kaido laughed, a deranged smile on his grim face that looked a little crazy. Bang! As soon as he swung the wolf tooth stick in his hand, Kaido instantly a thunder shadow rolled up a gust of wind, madly rushed towards Barrett. Dare to make a move to hurt me? Then you go to hell. Click, click, click. Thunder swept in. Thunder, Bagua. Bang! In an instant, raging arcs of electricity slashed through the body of the mechanical giant, bursting into a violent explosion. Rumble! The metal crumbled as large chunks of steel came off Barrett's body and hit the ground with a heavy thud. Barrett immediately took several steps backward, the wound filled with electricity and flashed with a demonic, ghostly light, breaking Barrett's defenses with a single blow? Is this the true strength of Kaido the 100 Beasts? Barrett is no match for Kaido. It's hard to say. The other party didn't use their full strength either. However, not waiting for the crowd of pirates to be surprised for a few seconds, the injured metal giant shook, and as if the broken parts had been elementalized, it immediately disintegrated into dense black particles, drawing nutrient energy from the ground in a steady stream to achieve the effect of self-healing. What kind of ability person is this? Kaido frowned, puzzled. He had never seen such an ability. Bang, bang, bang. The wounds gradually healed, while Barrett's body gradually became bigger and bigger. The giant wrapped in black continued to rise, his aura getting stronger and stronger, appearing in the eyes of the crowd as if it were a high mountain. Straight to the giant one. This is the final form of the mergence fruit. Jia now begin. Moment of carnage. Note, updates will resume tomorrow. I'm really sorry. I really am. Make yourself a goal that you have to accomplish. 3 more tomorrow. Do what you say you're going to do. Chapter 131 Barrett's Rampant Massacre. Crashing sound. It was at the moment when Smudge tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand, his body swirling with a strange black and purple light. Katakuri's body immediately disappeared in place, turning into a ghostly black shadow that appeared behind Smudge. Rumbling, the sword chi shot straight through, cutting through the ground and exploding with a terrifying crack. In the next second, the distant mountain was instantly split in two by the sword chi, cutting through it. It was evident that this sword was powerful. After a sword hit a blank, lying on the ground, Smudge's face changed dramatically. His body was wet with cold sweat, and his face was even more pale. Until then, she hadn't remembered that Katakuri's amazing seeing color Bay was able to briefly foretell what was going to happen in the future. Spare my brother. I won't dare to do it again. Let me go, brother. I'm your sister. Katakuri did not speak. No emotion surfaced on his frosty face, only endless killing intent. I was concerned about the love of brother and sister. Let her life. But how did not expect to turn his head as a monstrous killing intent swept. Bang, bang, bang. The thick arm instantly exuded a fiery and unstoppable aura. This time Katakuri did not have a soft heart, much less hesitated, and the barbed roasted rice cake giant fist instantly swung at Smudge's head. Boom! Smudge's head burst open like a hammered watermelon, his brain bursting with blood. At this point, Big Mom Pirate Group Desert 3 General Star, so removed from the name. Katakuri, you, how dare you? The moment he saw Smudge die, Big Mom's voice instantly became shrill from anger, and a hint of blood color gradually emerged from his black pupils, clearly shaken to the core. No, it can't be. Smudge is dead? She's actually dead? Paraspero exclaimed. Bastard! Damn you, Katakuri, you shameful traitor. I'll kill you. Charlotte Owen instantly became furious. Kill him. Avenge Sister Smudge. We will execute the traitor. I'm going to break him into pieces. At once, all the members of the Big Mom Pirate Group began to speak ill of Katakuri, and the atmosphere climbed to its peak, chattering and noisy. Rumble. In an instant, a thunderous roar resounded in everyone's ears, and then everyone felt an extremely terrifying might slowly approaching. Suddenly, the small mountain-like thick metal arm instantly now above Charlotte Owen's head, rolling up countless gusts of wind and then falling down. Bang! Owen didn't even react to the punch. But even if Owen reacted, he couldn't actually dodge it because the punch was just too big. Chitinous little bugs that only make noise. Remember, only the weak show their displeasure with words. Barrett retracted his fist, and although Owen, who had been smashed into the ground, was not dead, his bones had long been shattered. No different from death. Asshole. Owen No, that's impossible. How could Owen? We're the Big Mom Pirates. Kill him, Mom. Avenge Owen. Bang. As soon as the words left his mouth, the huge fist fell once again, the gusts of wind whistling against everyone's despairing cheeks as it blasted down. Following in Owen's footsteps, 4 or 5 more people were knocked into a vegetative state by Barrett's punches. Ahahaha, I'm Barrett. All of you, Big Mom Pirates, the Charlotte family, nothing more than that. Bang, bang, bang. Barrett, who kept letting out wild roars, went completely insane the moment he saw the blood. With every step that the alpine-like body took, the entire treasure island would explode with a dull thud. Under the long-awakened merge fruit ability, everything on the island, whether it was land or pirate ships or high mountains, was swallowed up and turned into part of Barrett's body. And what was even more exaggerated was that the Barrett giant in front of him not only had an amazing defense, but his body was wrapped tightly in the armed color, without the slightest opening. It is important to know that such a wide range of armed color coverage is by no means something an average person can do. Bang! The massacre began. Giant Barrett's double fists were like heavy hammers, slapping hard on every member of the Big Mom Pirate Group. Asshole! Get out of the way. I'm going to kill Barrett Boom! Napoleon burning red flame instantly and Cripple Chi ruthlessly collided together. With a turn of the sword, the body of Makiling, who had resisted Big Mom's sword, immediately transformed and soared into the sky, looking down at Big Mom while slowly throwing out his sword. Extreme Inferno, Heavenly Inferno slash. Miso! The rushing flame sword chi went straight up into the sky, and finally chopped hard in front of Big Mom's body. Stopping it. Do you really want to be immortal with me? Makiling! Big Mom roared. She didn't care about the death of her son and daughter during the day. Anyway, there are many children, and there are more when they die. But right now, the top combatant, not counting the traitorous Katakuri, is only Paraspero. The pirate manifest had started in just about 2 hours, and he had already lost most of the members of his own pirate group. Yo Ling Ling, what are you talking about? Haven't we been immortal for a long time? Mu Ling said with a smile. Asshole. You. Big Mom was momentarily speechless and even more furious. Aren't you enemies with that Barrett guy? I'm not asking for your hand. Get out of my way. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill Barrett. No way. Why? Because I like it. Looking at the angry Big Mom, Maki Ling sneered. What does Barrett, the madman, mass murdering your Big Mom pirates have to do with me? On the contrary, I think it's pretty good. Good kill. Wonderful kill. Boom. In an instant, Big Mom's eyes were red, and his former clarity was gone, plunging him into a state of insanity. Kill you, Mu Ling. You and I will not rest in death today. Ha ha ha, it's long overdue. Clanking. The two swords clashed and sparks flew everywhere as the two fought together once again. Chapter 132 Barrett's Strength. New World, Dressrosa. The new Navy headquarters today. Inside the huge conference room, a live stream was playing on the white walls. The very same live stream of the Pirates World Expo. From the world's latest economic times. This is Barrett, the descendant of the devil, who was on Roger's Pirates for a while. Looking at the video that had fused with the mountainous earth, resembling a pitch-black mountain like Barrett, Momo Hare couldn't help but exclaim, ha ha ha, that's him, that's the guy. I didn't realize that after countless years of living as a criminal in Propulsion City, not only has he not gotten weaker, he's gotten stronger. Carp laughed out loud. Jia, just let the pirates run amok? Aren't we going to do anything about it? Suddenly, a burly figure in the darkness chuckled. You can go if you want, but I'm not going to issue orders. Glancing faintly at the new Grand Admiral, Green Ox, who had a wry grin on his face, Akane murmured, ha ha ha, just kidding. The pirates won both we. Ha, good. Let the pirates kill. Weaken its strength. For us is a thing that cannot be better. Green Bull waved his hand and laughed. LT, Jen, Crane, but Barrett, although he's showing extreme strength right now. Oh, doesn't LT, General Tsuru think highly of this guy? A man asked rhetorically. Little Crane is justified in thinking so. After all, the other party has not shown any real strength from the beginning until now. Moreover, there's also a red pupil shepherd spirit who doesn't lose in the face of two emperor levels. Interesting. This pirate manifest is getting really interesting. Warlord said and laughed. But I vaguely seem to see the Revolutionary Army? Could it be that I'm mistaken? Someone was surprised. The Revolutionary Army? What do they want? I don't know. But be careful. That's right. It's as if they become more aggressive without restraint during this tumultuous time in the Navy. Rampant. Pirate Man Expo site. Rumbling. There were bursts of sound, and shockwaves like ripples kept spreading in all directions. The battlefield had long been in chaos at this point. The Big Mom who fought with Maki Ling to the death. The Barrett who went on a killing spree. And the 100 Beasts Kaido who finally stopped watching the show after seeing his fists land on the members of the 100 Beasts Pirates and stormed out in a rage. And Shanks, who had lost his opponent, actually fought Hawkeye. After killing the ashes of the Inferno Plague, along with Vulcan Old Sand, they deal with Hiryu of Perispero. One man alone battles three sons of the sky, Aniru, Ben Beckman, who fought Green Pheasant to a standstill. Just like that, the entire Treasure Island was instantly in chaos. Cries, shouts, sorrows and many other sounds mingled together in a cacophony. This asshole. Why do I feel as if he's countless times stronger than before? Looking at the blackened giant Barrett, Bucky shuddered. He had met Barrett on what had once been Roger's pirate ship. Did it even get stronger after so many years of being imprisoned in Propulsion City? For a moment, associating it with the red pupil shepherd's spirit who had suffered the same thing, Bucky's heart was puzzled. I'd been locked up myself. How come I didn't get stronger? Hasn't it stayed long enough? Rubbing his chin, Bucky, who had long since slipped away, frowned, apparently pondering whether he should make another trip to Propulsion City. Otherwise, these pirates under his hand always regarded himself as a master like that bastard redhead. And that's not good. Ha ha ha, even the mighty Big Mom pirate group can only do nothing in the hands of this man. Thousands of miles away in the surveillance room, Festa, whose face was full of arrogance, exclaimed in excitement after seeing this scene. This is the power that can destroy the New World's 5 emperors as well as the admiral. This is the power that can become the pirate king. Sure enough, my vision is as accurate as ever. Working with him is the right choice for me. Ah ha 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 ha. Festa laughed out loud. The more unorthodox strength Barrett showed, the more he would get as a collaborator. Win-win. However, asshole. Just a little kid who used to follow Roger's ass. How dare you make an enemy of me? Who do you think I am? Boom. After seeing Barrett kill dozens of 100 Beast Pirates members with one punch, Kaido was completely enraged. Wolfram and Hart crossed forward, and facing Barrett, who was unknown how many times larger than himself, Kaido moved. Bang, 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 breaking through the air. Kaido, who was gripping the wolfsbane in his right hand, suddenly made a swinging gesture. I'm 100 beasts. Kaido. There were no flashy moves, and even less fancy movements as well as posing as cool. The might of this wolf-tooth baton was simply swung out with the purest strength. Rumbling. With one fist and one stick, countless terrifying shockwaves were whistled up in an instant. The violent air pressure caused the pirate ships floating on the surrounding sea surface to be lifted off. And this, too, was only the aftermath. Click, click, click. Black and red thunderbolts flashed and shook while the two men retreated in unison, cutting a distance of more than 100 meters on the ground. Haha, is this the strength of an Imperial-level powerhouse? What a turn-on! In the next moment, Barrett's face remained unchanged as he continued to swing his huge fist towards Kaido. Bang! 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 The ground trembles, as ant-like Kaido in the face of Barrett, without the slightest fear. Sparring is only pure power duel, without any tricks. A punch and a stick are all swung with all the power of their own. This guy, he seems to be quite a bit stronger than in the anime. Blocking Big Mom's thunder and fire impact, Maki Ling flipped dozens of meters in the air and coldly gazed at Barrett, who was fighting Kaido fist to fist. Now if someone told him that Barrett was no match for Luffy, he made sure that he would beat that person to death. Bullshit. No. The strength of an emperor-level powerhouse. Barrett has always been like that, and today it looks as if it's going slightly further. Sneer at. The fluorescent dragon was sheathed, and a touch of cruelty flashed across the face of Mu Ling, who held both swords in his hands. Sorry Ling Ling, the first Imperial to die. That's you. Note, there's one more chapter It might be late. Chapter 133, Nothing is Impossible. Bang! Sword chi spread across the sky. The sky-rushing sword aura was held in Mu Ling's hand, and it chopped down towards Big Mom. Duong! The Big Mom riding on Thundercloud Zeus immediately raised his sword to block, and after his body shook, he immediately raised his left hand high and yanked it fiercely in the direction of Maki Ling. Fire in the sky. Anum. Rumbling. In an instant, terrifying pillars of fire exploded out of Prometheus' body and poured down, wanting to devour Mu Ling in one fell swoop. Gee, Prometheus? Tai. Extreme flame burst out from his body, and in an instant, a Flame Emperor's aura enveloped the entire field, reigning over the world. Roll back. Mu Ling shouted angrily towards the pillar of fire. In the next second, a bizarre scene occurred. The pillar of fire that burst out from the Prometheus, the moment it encountered the extreme flame, as if it was like seeing a natural enemy, it even immediately dissipated into the air. The only thing that remained was the lingering gust of incandescence. This can't be right. Big Mom roared wildly. Prometheus is a toy given to him by the nuns, a flame given to life. How could it be drank back by the Makling? What's impossible? Later on, you will witness countless impossibilities. Like, you're about to die. Bang! As soon as the words fell, Mu Ling's body disappeared in place, and the sword light in his hand filled the air, heading towards Big Mom's head. Big Mom wasn't careless and held Napoleon in both hands and blocked hard. Anum. Rumbling. With an explosive sound, Big Mom was chopped off by a sword and smashed hard on the ground. Immediately after that, before the other party could slow down, the ghostly figure reappeared behind Big Mom. The pupils suddenly shrunk violently, but years of combat experience made Big Mom forcefully hold back the inner tremor, and his right hand condensed a pillar of fire and flung it towards his back. Get out! The flames subsided once more, and the sword light exploded out of the subsiding flames, viciously chopping into Big Mom's arm. Anum. Click, click, click. The sword chi impacted the hegemonic aura over and over again, as if it was chopping on steel, bursting out with a burst of sounds of golden gobbles clashing. Finally, blood erupted and a clearly visible sword-marked blood gash appeared on Big Mom's right arm. How is this possible? You actually chopped through my hegemony? Big Mom panicked. While the dominance was hard, it was not unbreakable. It's as if the four-block Luffy, whose entire body is covered in hegemonic aura, was hammered half to death by Kaido's bat, and that was also due to breaking open the hegemonic aura. And now that Big Mom's dominance has been broken, it proves nothing but one thing. That's the power gap between the two. Told you nothing was impossible. Sneer at. Sword-chopped waves. A layer of water mist from the tip of the crippling chi sword burst out, blooming three huge Xuanji water curtain, breaking army rising dragon strike. Hiding his sword in his body and wielding his sword chi, Mu Ling transformed into a long rainbow of golden sword chi, and the huge golden dragon head above his head was made up of countless sword chi, surging away. Bang! Dozens of meters tall, like a small mountain. Big Mom feet towards the ground. Thick momentum constantly in the body cohesion. Damn you, bastard Maki Ling. Big talk, do you really think you can kill me? Not too arrogant. Weak way. In an instant, the two violent to the extreme sword chi instantly rushed together. Click, 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 continuously rushed through three layers of Xuanji water curtain. The power exploded several times. Maki Ling was covered by a golden color all over his body, and the oncoming shock waves were all dispersed. This is the mandatory hegemony effect of Breaker Rising Dragon Strike. which protects against all impacts when the move is cast. Of course, the strength gap is negligible if it's too big for nature. The chopped sword light was stopped dead in its tracks, and the Napoleon in his hand began to tremble violently. The tearing sound that exploded when the sword lights intertwined was at that moment as if it was a beast that was slowly opening its mouth and gradually biting into itself. Big Mom, whose heart was shaken and whose face vaguely had a touch of pallor, suddenly took a step backward. Even she didn't quite understand why she had taken this step back. Was it because the skill was inferior? Or were they afraid by this terrifying aura of Mu Ling? Or, one had already admitted deep down that he was not McKeeling's opponent, and mentally lost first. And it was this small step that broke down like a 1,000-mile dike destroyed by an ant-hole. Roar! The golden dragon roars. Riding on the victory of Mu Ling immediately appeared in front of Big Mom, followed by a rushing upward sword light, from the bottom to the top of the ruthless chopping out. Sneer at. The sword light was fleeting, but it left a terrifying sword mark on Big Mom's chest. No, it's not true. This can't be happening. Big Mom exclaimed once more. His own self, who possessed very human defense, was still chopped through the skin by his opponent, leaving such an ugly sword mark, despite his overbearing aura protecting his body. Clamor. The dual swords were withdrawn, and McKeeling gripped his knuckle bones. Told you nothing was impossible. Of course, it's not going to happen again. Those words won't be repeated. And of course, there should be a good chance that you won't hear them. Bang! In an instant, space collapsed, and the Mu Ling, who had transformed into a phantom, suddenly rushed into a void door on his way to explode. The next moment, the void door appeared behind Big Mom. Space darkening extinction. Click, click, click. The black and purple void fragments accompanied McKeeling's fists as they exploded in knots, striking hard at Big Mom's waist like a black mad dragon. Note, 3 chapters ahoy. Time for bed. Good night to you all. Get an early night. Chapter 134, The Big Mom Who Thoroughly Stormed Out. Bang! Bones crumbled, and a steady stream of power surged out from Mu Ling's fist like a flood. White spatial power encircling his right arm, breaking through space, shattering the void, and continuously impacting Big Mom's body. Asshole! Big Mom reacted quickly, and she sensed McKeeling's presence the very moment he appeared behind her. Only, it was too fast. Even if she was faster, it was not as fast as the spatial dimming blow. A punch that transcends space, unaffected by gravity and unimpeded by air resistance. A hard blast slammed into her waist. Click, click, click. Big Mom's body shook, and a color of pain that she had never seen before surfaced on her face. Large patches of skin were instantly broken open, revealing the gruesome white bones in the flesh and blood. Immediately after that, the bones also began to shatter, turning into white bone fragments that disappeared into space. Damn you! Strongly enduring the sharp pain in his waist, Big Mom's body twisted, and the huge Napoleon swung over as if it were a giant flaming sword. Spacefold, clamor. In an instant, 2 black and purple blades of emptiness appeared on both sides of Big Mom, like falling guillotines on a death penalty table, ruthlessly crashing into Napoleon's sword. Mom, help me! Napoleon, who felt the crisis of death coming on, immediately roared furiously. Click! Space collapsed, and the tough Napoleon immediately disintegrated into 3 pieces, leaving only a bare hilt held in Big Mom's hand. And Napoleon, who was given a soul by Big Mom, died with the sword. Napoleon! Big Mom wailed and immediately threw away the hilt of the sword in his hand, waving his huge fist and then smashing it towards Mu Ling. Face unchanged, Mu Ling also then raised his fist, and the terrifying extreme flame transformed into dozens of fire dragons encircling his right arm as he fiercely blasted out. Bang! 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 1 fist, 2 fists, countless fist shadows crisscrossed around the 2 of them, exploding in a burst of terrifying impact. With a flash of his body, Big Mom's burly but extremely flexible body immediately dodged McKeeling's fiery fist, only to be kicked in the chest by McKeeling in the next second. Click! Mu Ling, who had already gone all out and was bent on killing Big Mom, did not have the slightest reservation, and this kick not only sent the opponent flying, but also shattered his sternum. Sound of escaping laughter. Big Mom, who had fallen to the ground, failed to hold back and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The whole room shook. Oh my god. Big Mom was, actually, completely suppressed by the red poople shepherd spirit? Suppression? It's clearly a popping hammer. Could it be that an imperial-level powerhouse will die here today? No good. Looking at this stance of Akatsuki Makorin, he really wants to kill Big Mom. But, this is an imperial level? One of the 5 emperors of the New World. Just like this, one can only say that the red poople Makiling is too strong. Bang! Turning his body into a phantom, Mu Ling immediately displaced 100 meters, appearing behind Big Mom before she could stand up and slamming his fist down. Rumble! The earth trembled, and Big Mom's head crashed into the ground like a cannonball. Immediately after that, Mu Ling's fist shadows kept on coming, densely packed, stormy fists instantly exploding, bombarding the ground one after another. Bang! 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 Big Mom, who was being held down on the ground by Maki Ling in a deadly burst of hammers, did not have the power to fight back at all, even though she was called a monster and also possessed a defense that was hard for ordinary people to reach. It was just that when facing Maki Ling, who had refined his spirit body 11 times, he was suppressed on all fronts. Finally, a few minutes later, a set of combination heavy punches to finish the job. Mu Ling leaped and flew into midair, and with a flash of streaming light in his hand, the lightweight fluorescent dragon sword appeared. Asshole! Damn it! Damned Maki Ling, I will send your soul to hell! Boom! Hissing sounds of rage to the extreme came out from the ground, and the moment Maki Ling withdrew his hand, Big Mom pulled his head out of the ground. Bathed in blood and with red eyes, Big Mom was as miserable as the devil at this moment. The originally bloated and obese body was actually slowly shrinking and becoming thin. Clamor! In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, and a black-green fog burst out from the Big Mom's eyes, encircling Mu Ling's body. Is this the power of the soul fruit? A soul-taking space that can take in the life force of others? Roar! A miserable roar suddenly entered Mu Ling's ears, and immediately afterward, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly surfaced on the black space wall. Maki Ling, sacrifice all of your life to me. Become my sustenance and just die. 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 Big Mom's terrifying roar echoed throughout the space, unceasingly, giving off a creepy feeling of extreme awe. Looking at the black-green fog that surrounded his body, Mu Ling tightened his grip on the fluorescent dragon, and in an instant, a wave of berserk sword chi instantly exploded from his body. Trying to take my life force? Hee, you're afraid you're overthinking it, Ling Ling. But before you die, I have a secret I want to tell you. I wonder, do you want to hear it or not? Mu Ling laughed. Secrets? The bloodshot eyes froze and a hint of doubt flowed through them. What secret? Big Mom said in an evil voice. Of course it's about the nun's secret. Rumbling. The moment Mu Ling shouted out the two words nun, the entire soul space began to tremble. Asshole. No talking. I don't want to hear it. Kill you, asshole Maki Ling. I'm going to take your life force and make your soul suffer and die without a burial place. I'll kill you. For a while, it was as if Big Mom had been extremely violently stimulated, and the entire person began to speak incoherently, becoming more and more agitated. Oh, so resistant? It seems you know that the killer of the nuns was yourself? Don't say it. I told you not to say it. The hysterical hissing of Big Mom was heard throughout the space. Oh, if you don't tell me to say it, then I really must say it. The sword was slowly raised high, and in an instant, a wave of vast righteousness was cleansed from Mu Ling's body. TSK, deluding yourself. Not only did you kill the nun, you just swallowed him alive. You, the real killer of the nuns. Boom! Big Mom went completely berserk, and because of her emotions, the entire soul space began to disorganize, collapsing and dissipating in large swaths. Ting! Right at this moment, a shocking sword roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and a vast, thick, out-of-this-world righteousness rose up. The righteousness of heaven and earth is everlasting. Do not seek to kill the immortals, but cut down the ghosts and gods. Taiji Shinching Ghost God Decree. Chop! In an instant, the Mu Ling suspended in midair was like a true deity, his icy cold eyes devoid of any trace of emotion. A sword chopped down. Chapter 135, Big Mom, Pawn. Bang! 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 In an instant, the vast sword chi that cleansed the surroundings instantly broke through all illusions, and the entire soul space was destroyed. It's back to reality once again. In an instant, the vast sword aura that filled heaven and earth immediately shook the hearts of all the pirates in the room. Maki Ling, I want you dead. The Big Mom facing the sword light was like a madman, opening his blood-seeping mouth, and his horrible strange screaming waves of sound continuously impacted the sword chi. He then stomped his feet and leapt up, covering his domineering arms as if they were sharp swords. Weequay! Rumbling. The sword chi chopped heavily on Big Mom's arms, immediately bursting out with a roar that shook heaven and earth. Terrifying waves of chi exploded violently from between the sword chi and Big Mom's arms, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Black and red thunderbolts burst out one after another, stimulating the eyeballs of everyone present one after another. In an instant, even Barrett and Kaido, who were in the midst of a life and death struggle, couldn't help but stop their bodies and looked at the distance in disbelief. This kind of sword chi? Can you block it yourself? Barrett looked at his synthetic, tough body for a moment, caught up in his lack of confidence. Kaido, on the other hand, stared blankly at Maki Ling, a strong sense of crisis suddenly surfacing in his heart. Big Mom is done. Bang! Just as Kaido was thinking this, a piercing popping sound instantly struck, and a fierce wind that swept across the battlefield rolled in. As for the Big Mom under the sword, his arms broke, and like a kite with broken strings, he ruthlessly smashed into the ground, exploding into a giant crater. Asshole. I want. Big Mom struggled to get up, only to fall down again after spitting out a mouthful of blood furiously. Defeated. The 5 emperors of the New World. Charlotte Ling Ling was utterly defeated. My god. Big Mom lost so completely? Truly worthy of being a red pupil herding spirit. Who can stop him? A powerhouse that transcends the imperial level. Could he be the future pirate king? Big Mom, 100 Beasts Kaido, Whitebeard, Redhead. Will they be a match for Akatsuki Makoran? Amazing strength, completely above the imperial level. Space collapse. Looking at Big Mom, who fell on the ground like a dead man, Mu Ling slowly stretched out his right hand, and a wave of white space power rippled out. Clamor. Big Mom's body began to sink as a black and purple void door appeared beneath her. Click, click, click. Space gradually crumbled, not unlike when he dealt with Kaido earlier. At this point, not only is Big Mom being swept into the warped space, but her body is crumbling with it. She lost, to die. Paraspero in the distance was filled with horror. Fearful to the extreme, he couldn't even say a complete sentence at this point. In the next second, there was no half hesitation of Paraspero. One could even say it was subconscious, complete with inner drive. Running away. Turned his head and ran. Did not look at the imminent death of Big Mom a glance. Did not have half a bit to stay. As if the person who was about to die is just a stranger. Katakuri watched with a complicated expression as Big Mom was swallowed up by the void little by little, his body turning into fragments of the void and dissipating into the wind. Exhale. A long breath, as if letting go of the shackles in his heart. As if relieved, Katakuri closed his eyes and stopped talking. So far, the New World's 5 emperors. Charlotte Ling Ling, who was once a member of the Locust Pirates along with Makiling. Death. Beep. Host kills Charlotte Ling Ling and Lutzer's Superman Soul Fruit. Beep. Host kills the New World's 5th emperor for the first time, issuing a quest reward. Spirit rank sword skill Soul Thirsty Demon Ceiling /+1. The long unseen system is finally making an appearance. TSK, if you hadn't released the quest rewards, I would have forgotten about your existence. Mu Ling flirted in his heart. System. It's the damn author who won't give me a chance to appear, but soon my latest mechanism will be finished. When it is. Clamor. With a flash of flowing light in his hand, a touch of lavender and covered with weird patterns of devil fruits appeared between Mu Ling's palms. This is the Superman Soul Fruit? The ability to take the life force of others and give them souls? Good stuff. Just as Mu Ling was surveying the soul fruit, everyone froze. Big Mom her? She's dead? Disappeared? Completely killed by the red pupil shepherd spirit? No, that's impossible. That's a royal level. There really is an imperial level death. What the hell is? What's going on? The entire room was shocked, and a pair of eyes that were blinded by the light looked at Mu Ling woodenly. Unable to speak, the scene fell into a dead silence. Ha ha ha, what a captain. Hirio laughed out loud. Green Pheasant, the first emperor to be removed has appeared. Nice kill. Bonnie exulted. Amazing sword chi. Terrifying sword skills. Is this the man who surpassed Hawkeye? Solon, who had cut back countless minions with one sword, looked at the Wadoichi text in his hand and fell into deep thought. Bastard. This guy, Mu Ling, actually did kill Ling Ling. Despite being a rival, there was no joy for Kaido after seeing the scene of Big Mom's death. Instead, it's full of rabbits dying. Next to be killed by Makiling? Could it be yourself? Navy headquarters. How is this possible? Red pupil Makiling he's actually strong to this extent? Bang! Peach Hair immediately got up, his face full of disbelief. This was immediately followed by a sense of loss that filled the room. The gap in strength between himself and him was getting farther and farther. TSK, I didn't realize that a pirate Manabu would have an imperial class fall. Wouldn't that be a good thing for us? It's hard to say. It's certainly good that Big Mom is dead, both for the Navy and the civilians, but the strength of the red pupil herding spirit is too much. Are you confident in dealing with him, Green Ox? Warlord looked aside to the man in the darkness. Gee, I'm sorry, I don't think I'm arrogant enough for that. What about you? Sengoku then looked back to a grim-faced Carp. I don't know, old man. Carp, who was not as playful as he used to be, said in a low voice. The whole process of Big Mom's death was in his eyes. That exquisite and incomparable sword, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Even Big Mom, who was known as a monster, couldn't resist it. Of course, Carp felt he could block it. However, who could guarantee that Makiling didn't have any more powerful moves besides the sword? Fighting Big Mom? Did he really give it his all? Carp didn't understand and couldn't see through it. In an instant, The large conference room once again fell into dead silence. Chapter 136. Barrett and Kaido reach a consensus. Pirate Man Fair. Above the treasure island. In a remote corner. I really can't believe that Big Mom, the 5th emperor of the New World, died just like that? The Siren King, who was dressed as a woman but had angular and lanky muscles, was appalled. The very moment the pirate Manhwa opened, the Revolutionary Army, led by Dragon, also arrived on Treasure Island. Then the melee broke out, and a few people hid peacefully on the sidelines, watching the crowd fight chaotically. Immediately after that, Big Mom died, totally hiccuped. They were killed by Mu Ling with a single sword, and then their corpses and bones all disappeared within the distorted space. Amazing swordsmanship. Munch D. Long, whose entire face was buried under a green coat, said in a deep voice with a flash of surprise in his eyes, "In your place? How about it?" Ignoring the human demon king, the dragon's narrow eyes looked dead on at Mu Ling, who stood in the air in the middle of the battlefield, with that overwhelming demeanor that was as sharp as a sword. "I don't know." After a long moment of immersion, the dragon spoke in a deep voice. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army who had fought against a behemoth like the world government for several years, he naturally had his own pride, but now his determined heart began to waver. "What if it was you? Can you take that sword?" "So is our plan." Saber, who was on the sidelines, suddenly voiced his inquiry. "Continue. Absolutely go on, because I can feel it. He's one of a kind with me, having the same philosophy." A stream of light exploded from his eyes, and the dragon confidently said, "Well, we support your choice," Saber said helplessly. He had always felt that aligning himself as a companion with such a dangerous fellow as the Red Pupil Shepherd Spirit was undoubtedly a very foolish and extremely dangerous thing to do. And he always felt that the Straw Hat Kid within the battlefield at this time, he actually had an inexplicable affinity for him? Strange. What's going on here? Saber couldn't think clearly. Bang! Right after Makiling killed Big Mom, Barrett and Kaido gradually slowed down in their brief shock. Heavy hammer blow. Boom! The Barrett giant's body shook, and his terrifying mechanical giant fist smashed down hard towards Kaido like a small mountain. Duong! The blackened wolfsbane immediately parried the fist, and Kaido only leaned back slightly in the face of such a heavy blow. Hot breath! The half-dragon man form of Kaido instantly skyrocketed his dragon's mouth, and the blazing flames poured down like a giant wave, engulfing Barrett instantly. Only the next moment, after the flames dissipated, Kaido's brow grew furrowed. "Not bad, it's not much different than a hot shower. It's okay, but the water is a little cold." Barrett, who was intact under the terrifying heat breath, was nothing more than a slight scorch on that hard metal body. Instead, he laughed and taunted Kaido one by one. "Asshole." Kaido was enraged and charged with his wolfsbane. Bang! Relying on his own super strong defense, Barrett took Kaido's baton hard, and then opened his huge arms to deadlock the other party's shoulders. "Asshole." Kaido was furious, a shock instantly bursting out of his body, but he couldn't get rid of those vice-like hands. Bang! 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 Barrett, who had grabbed Kaido's body, began to run wildly, and at once the ground trembled and countless black cracks burst out from under his feet. Boom! In an instant, Barrett, who had been running wildly for at least several hundred meters, shook his feet and leapt, and the moment he stayed in midair, his alpine body immediately twisted, blasted down towards the ground. Darkness descended, and everyone looked at the high mountain that roared down above their heads, their hearts trembling with fear. "Run! The island is breaking up. Damn Barrett, asshole! Jia jia jia! Run to your heart's content and cower. All tremble under my strength." Burst! Anum! Rumbling! Barrett landed heavily, and the huge treasure island was immediately torn apart by the impact. Kaido, on the other hand, who was held in Barrett's death grip, was completely buried, and his entire body was blasted into the ground, his life and death unknown. At this moment, the whole room shook. Geez, falling from close to 10,000 meters, and completely bombarded by Barrett's body. A man shuddered. Could it be that two emperor-level powerhouses are going to fall today? Another person said in horror. The devil's descendant Douglas Barrett. How terrifying. Even Kaido the 100 Beasts is no match for him. Ha ha ha, what 100 Beasts Kaido? That's all there is to it. Barrett laughed out loud. Bang! In the next second, the ground broke open and Kaido and his half-dragon form jumped out. The laughter came to a screeching halt, and a stiff-faced Barrett's entire body was dumbfounded in place. "No, not dead? You didn't die like this? Asshole! Damn you!" Barrett gritted his teeth. He knew that the 100 Beasts Kaido was strong, but he didn't think it would actually be this difficult. Is that the extent of it? Moving his body, Kaido winded down, falling from the sky from 10,000 meters high. I don't know how many times I've played such a trick myself. Of course, despite acting like he didn't care, Barrett's blow was still a considerable blow to Kaido. His face grew somber as Kaido's brain, unlike his body's, began to function. Bang! Just for a moment the two raised their fists against each other. I have a plan. Do you want to hear it? I have a plan. Do you want to hear it? At once, the two men facing each other spoke in unison. Simultaneously. Oh, both of them were simultaneously stunned. Then they looked at each other, both understanding the other's choice. I think we need to let go of our hatred for a moment. That's right. Just do it. In an instant, the two men with evil intentions reached an instant consensus. Just because. That man is just too bright. Similarly, the two also felt the crisis of death in that earlier sword. Note, 1 chapter haha, but will be earlier tomorrow. Thanks a million to all of you for your gifts. Chapter 137 Mu Ling who was caught off guard. Pirate Man Fair. At this time, because of the red purple Makling, Barrett, who was a descendant of the devil, and Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, who was one of the 100 beasts, hastily allied. Bang! Kaido, who had a strange gleam in his eye, suddenly stormed up with a punch that struck Barrett hard. His body shook. Barrett immediately took a step back in pain, and was about to open his mouth to angrily curse Kaido's shamelessness when he suddenly glimpsed that cunning gaze. So it is. It's a surprise. Asshole. Kill you. Bang. 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 In an instant, Barrett's body exploded continuously, and the horrible impact instantly spread out in all directions like ripples. Immediately after that, Barrett acted. His body immediately disappeared into place, transforming into a huge black shadow. His huge fist as if it was the fist of destruction slamming hard towards Kaido. Kaido's eyebrow jumped as he pondered if he should fight back. After all, how does this punch not look like a good catch? Asshole. Stand still. Barrett snarled, but his eyes blinked silently at Kaido. Kaido realized on the spot. Acting? I'm good at that. The body that was ready to dodge instantly stopped, and similarly stormed up with a pair of punches. Rumble. The moment the fists clashed, the entire island of treasure began to shake violently. And Kaido reacted. He himself was absolutely cunt by this Barrett guy. The punch was never staged. Asshole. Thinking that it was an act. So without any defense Kaido immediately flew backwards. Blood spurting wildly from his mouth. His face white. Obviously suffering from considerable internal injuries. Jia if we don't act a little more realistic, won't we be seen through? Barrett let out a strange laugh. And with a flash of his body, he immediately charged towards Kaido, who was infinitely closing in on Makorin. When they catch up to Kaido, the two wrestle once again. The fists and shadows were staggered, and countless bursts of sound suddenly rose one after another, swirling in the air, and the two of them were positioned in such a way that they were constantly approaching towards Mu Ling. Of course, everyone in the room, even Mu Ling, who was standing on the sidelines watching the good show, didn't notice their plot. Husband, which one of them do you think will win? Hancock, who was by McKeeling's side, wondered. No one is going to win. Why? Because of me? Ah, because of Shanks, and some guy who was hiding in the corner silently observing all this. McKeeling laughed softly and continued. Don't look at them fighting to the death right now, but they will never fight to the death with the other side putting their lives on the line, because they know that once the other side is dead, the next one to die will definitely be themselves. Oh, that's right. Hancock nodded and glanced his gaze over to the battlefield, and for a split second, those delicate eyes widened instantly. Boom! Right at the moment when Kaido and Barrett exchanged punches and both of them stepped back in unison. Bang! 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 The two black gales immediately rushed towards Mu Ling at an extremely fast speed. Get out of the way. Froze. Did not expect the two. This hand of Mu Ling subconsciously a push away from the side of the Hancock, followed by a flash of light in the hand, crippling instantly out of the sheath. Boom! There is no defense. Mu Ling can only barely raise the sword to block. There is no time to dodge. Let the two large fists immediately blasted in crippling chi sword body above. Sound of escaping laughter. The next moment, Mu Ling together with the crippled chi in his hand flew backwards, rolling hundreds of meters on the ground, until it stopped when it hit the high mountains behind him. Rumbling, the mountain cracked open. Densely packed cracks crisscrossed the mountain, and then transformed into a huge boulder burying Mu Ling's body. Ha ha ha, bastard McKeeling, didn't expect that. Kaido laughed out loud. Damn you, I'm going to kill you today. In an instant, the whole room was stunned. Originally, the two of them, who had been fighting a deadly battle, had unprecedentedly joined forces to deal with the red pupil McKeeling. Hancock froze, then screamed like crazy. Assholes, those two abominations. Bang! Shilio, who had retreated from Perispero with a sword chop, angrily said, and then his body transformed into a phantom and immediately rushed towards the place where McKeeling had fallen. Don't worry, this is the captain. Jubai said in a deep voice, incredibly confident in Makoran. I didn't realize that Barrett and Kaido had joined forces? Then wasn't the earlier battle acting? Enelu gave a puzzled cry, and then the golden rod in his hand was immediately flung into the sky. Rumbling. In an instant, the thunderclouds were dense, and countless silver snakes converged around the golden rod, crazily spitting out lightning. Blast off! 10,000 feet of thunder. 3 of them within the 6 sons of Lincoln instantly turned into flying dust and disappeared into the thunder. Asshole! Kaido, who was spitting flames from his mouth, immediately emitted a terrifying aura from his body after seeing the scene of the death of Lincoln Rocco. Those minor characters will be resolved later. Killing this Makiling fellow is our main thing. Barrett was disgruntled. Humph. Thor Enelu, solving your captain will be the end of you. Bang! As soon as the words fell, a large hole broke open in the mountain, causing smoke and dust to rise and stone chips to fly about. Makiling, who was dressed in rags and had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, jumped out of the ruins. Barrett and Kaido looked at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. Although it wasn't an all-out strike, in the place of either of the two, after receiving this heaven-destroying double-fisted bombardment, it would be impossible for them to be as relaxed as the current Mu Ling. Sure enough, teaming up against this guy was the right thing to do. Assholes, you two guys, you really want to die. Boom! In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, and the sea of clouds was cut open by the sword chi, tearing apart thousands of miles. Just a moment ago, when Mu Ling's body was struck by both fists, he clearly felt that death-like sense of crisis. Without any defense, the empty door was wide open. If he didn't have a body that had been refined by the spirit, he would surely die. Bang! Without any unnecessary nonsense, Barrett and Kaido immediately transformed into black shadows and attacked heavily. The body dodged Kaido's fist, and then the sword turned lightly, drawing a sword flower in the air like a swimming dragon, deeply engraved in the palm of Kaido's hand. Immediately afterward, Makiling's body leaned back, and Barrett's heavy metal fist grazed the tip of his nose, bursting through the air with a cracking sound as he dodged it. Ha ha ha! Horrible hot breath. Boom! Blazing flames burst out of Kaido's mouth, but was immediately cut in half by crippled chi, followed by the sword-like knot scattered, ruthlessly smashed in Kaido's head. Asshole! Go to hell! Behind him, Barrett took advantage of Makiling's moment to counterattack and slammed his fist into his opponent's waist. Space! Makiling muttered and dodged by stepping inside the void door. Just the next moment, a void door similarly appeared behind Barrett, slowly opening to reveal Makiling's body. Extreme Inferno Emperor. Chapter 138, A Glued Battle. Boom! The skyrocketing sword awnings rose up from the ground, and more than 10 fire dragons instantly surrounded the sword body, and it chopped down towards Barrett's back. Click, click, click. Instantly flames erupted, metal crumbled, and a sword scar that emitted a fiery aura continued to wash over the wound, destroying the structure within. Just after the sword, a sudden gust of wind came from behind him. Extreme Inferno Fire Fist. Mu Ling withdrew his sword with his right hand and hit it in front of his chest. Then a fire dragon surrounded his left fist, a stream of flames bursting out of his hand and finally transforming into a solid glazed form. Clamor. Dark red flowing cherry hegemonic aura instantly covered, accompanied by a heavy rumble, and clashed hard with Kaido's fist. Click, click, click. The flame blaze gradually crumbled, and the bones of Kaido's hand exploded with a shattering sound. Asshole! Kaido, who ate the pain, was furious. New hatred and old hatred all surged to his heart, and he swung his fist towards Mu Ling like a madman. Bang! The two of them once again sparred with each other, and a terrifying shockwave accompanied by black and red thunderbolts instantly covered the entire field. After crossing his arms towards his chest and blocking Kaido's fists, Makiling turned his body around and his sword light streaked across the room against the small mountain of Barrett's heavy fists. But the next moment, Kaido, who was sparring with Makiling, rolled in and charged, lightning exploding between his palms, right at Makiling's head. Makiling, whose body was immediately thrown backward, tried to dodge Kaido's punches, but was immediately blasted in the back by Barrett's punch. Bang! For a while, the two of them attacked like a raging storm, causing Mu Ling to get a bit overwhelmed. Ha ha ha! Kaido laughed out loud and clasped his hands into the shape of a heavy hammer, falling hard from the sky towards Makiling's head, and Barrett wasn't willing to show any weakness. His two small mountainous palms instantly closed, completely locking down Mu Ling's circumference. Clamor. The void door appeared behind them, and in the heat of the moment, Mu Ling leaned back and disappeared between the two. As soon as the punch hit the ground, Kaido and Barrett immediately turned to look behind them, searching around for any sign of Makiling. Broken Sky Batusai Chop. Miso appeared in the middle of the two people, Mu Ling hand holding crippling chi, placed in the neck, then swung violently. In an instant, sword light erupted, and a giant sword arc immediately chopped at the chests of the two men. Asshole! Kill you! Bang! 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 Blood light erupted, and the sword chi continuously damaged the skin on Kaido's chest, but Kaido hardened against the sword light and rushed to Makiling's body. Thunder, Bagua! Spacefold, Duong! The moment the huge wolf's tooth rod was swung out, it seemed to have hit a hard wall, instantly breaking from it and being split in two by the void blade. Immediately afterward, Makiling's entire body transformed into a phantom, instantly rushing to Kaido's chest and blasting out a fist. Sound of escaping laughter. Scarlet blood spurted out of his mouth, and Kaido's body immediately curled up like a shrimp, and a terrifying fist mark had collapsed in front of his chest. Just as Mu Ling was about to continue swinging his fist, Barrett on the side immediately slapped his palm down. With a flash of his body, Mu Ling disappeared into place, but he still couldn't escape the range of the palm's slap. Jia jia jia, completely crushed Makiling. Bang, 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 accompanied by Barrett's gigantic palm. The wind instantly rose up in a frenzy, and horrifying air-breaking sounds exploded in Mu Ling's ears like thunder. Damn it! With a turn between his palms, Mu Ling prepared to open the void gate to leave this place. Ha ha ha, I'll never let you get away with this. Kaido, who had been knocked to the ground by Makiling's punch, charged again, spewing flames from his mouth furiously, forcing Makiling to raise his sword to parry, but missing the best time to open the void gate. Anum, rumbling, the moment the giant palm blasted down, the ground trembled, and the treasure island, which was originally in pieces, completely shattered, and Mu Ling's body completely disappeared in the eyes of the crowd. Makin, Hancock said in grief. Did the red pupil hurting spirit, killed by Barrett's slap? No way. Hard to say with that level of pounding. Ha ha ha, see that? Your captain is dead. Parasparrow, who had escaped earlier and then been stopped by Hiryu, laughed out loud. Sneer at. The blood-colored sword chi instantly came swiftly, cutting through his candy tunic with a single stroke, cutting a terrifying wound in his chest. Asshole! Strongly enduring the severe pain in his chest, Parasparrow flung a huge lollipop in his hand, and in an instant, the sky full of candies swung out, like a river towards Shilio. Captains don't die so easily, and you're just showing your ignorant stupidity when you would think that. Ha 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 ha, the eldest son of the Charlotte family? Is that all you got? The body twisted, and Hiryu, who was glowing with blood, immediately slashed his sword across the air. Wow! 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 The sword chi rushed through the river of sweets, as if it were a heavenly Danang that split in two from it. Snap! The sugar water that had solidified in midair turned solid and spilled down beside Hiryu, but at the moment, Hiryu had disappeared. Snap! A heavy footprint appeared not far from Parasparrow, but there was no one in sight. Snap! The footsteps grew more and more rapid, and the air was as if a stealthy man were running fast and furious, and that appalling sense of crisis instantly spread all over Parasparrow's body. Asshole! You! Where are you? Parasparrow immediately raised a candy shield on himself, and the next second he was blown to smithereens by a sword aura, and he hadn't seen Hiryu's body since the beginning. Sneer at. The sword light suddenly came from behind and cut a bloody scar on Parasparrow's back. Immediately afterward, the sound of footsteps became turbulent and densely packed, with countless sword lights raging from all directions. A full chop to the body from Parasparrow. Thumbs up, behind him, waist, chest, legs, arms, etc. After just a few minutes, Parasparrow was a complete bloody man. Asshole! Where the hell are you? Come out! I'll kill you! Damn it! Ah! Parasparrow is mad, can't escape, can't fight, and he doesn't even know where his opponent is. Although the hearing color bay could briefly capture Hiryu's bearing, the extremely fast speed of the other party simply made it too late for him to react. It's over. As if a demonic coldness rang in his ears, then the air gradually appeared in Hiryu's body. Finally, Parasparrow saw Hiryu's body, yet it is close at hand. Sneer at. The sword's light was fleeting, and then Parasparrow's head rose high, only to hit the ground hard. Eldest son of the Charlotte family. The other side. Ahahaha, you fellow is finally dead. I'm afraid you've been slapped into mud by my palm. Looking at the earth in tatters beneath his palm, Barrett laughed out loud. He would never believe that under this level of attack, the red pupil herding spirit would still be alive. Bang! Suddenly, as if in response to the other party, a terrifyingly dull sound instantly stormed up from Barrett's palm. Bang! 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 Explosions came one after the other, as if they were thunderclaps resounding in the heavens and earth. An extremely hot, and excruciatingly painful pain then struck Barrett's entire body from his palm. The small mountainous palm suddenly shook, and Barrett froze as he realized that his hand was slowly lifting uncontrollably. Chapter 139, Shank's Weirdness. Tai. In an instant, An endless sea of fire burst up from under Barrett's palm, like a slowly blooming and gradually blossoming fire lotus. Dozens of giant flame lotus petals immediately rose from the sea of fire, as if a large hand was topping Barrett's palm higher and higher. Asshole! I will never let you get away with this. In the next second, the angry Barrett endured the sharp pain in his palm, ignoring the crazy burning of the flames. His left hand then pressed down hard as well. Boom! The flames were immediately slapped apart, as if the balloon was full of balloons being smashed by a palm. And the wildly sputtering flames were like a rocket bursting out in all directions. It was just that although it was slapped apart, the ever-spreading flames were getting more and more exuberant, converging and condensing under the palm. Suddenly, Barrett's palm shook as the familiar feeling of oppression returned. He could feel two blazing palms rising hard against his palm. Bang! 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 The explosions continued to shake the space. Even Barrett, who had both hands out in unison, had trouble resisting that massive force for a moment. Extreme Inferno, Sea of Fire. In an instant, Mu Ling's angry voice resounded through the heavens and earth, transforming into layers of sound waves that exploded in the flames. Immediately after that, the flames filled the entire battlefield and also came to Barrett's feet, frantically searing his legs. Both arms were completely lifted off the ground, and a flaming giant several feet tall, comparable to a giant Barrett, rose up from the ground. With a sharp pain drilling through his feet, Barrett immediately looked down, only to find to his horror that his body, which he had synthesized using countless mountains, boulders, ship hulls, and the like, was actually burning in this sea of fire. How is this possible? Why is this flame? Barrett panicked and immediately used the synthesis fruit to create an incredibly wide barrier for himself to protect his feet. And at that moment, Mu Ling, whose body was filled with extreme flame, had already taken a big step and rushed towards him. One punch then slams into Barrett's face. Bang! Flames shot out in all directions, spitting madly, leaving dense black patches of markings on the hard, synthetic metal. Barrett's body, on the other hand, went completely backwards and tumbled over. Roar! Because of the sea of fire, Kaido immediately transformed into the form of a green dragon. His massive body coiled in the middle of the clouds, and behind him was 10,000 feet of thunder. Dragon's breath. Golden red flames exploded out of the dragon's mouth, viciously ravaging Mu Ling's body. Only in the next second, the dragon's eyes froze and Kaido was confused. The terrifying dragon's breath that was capable of burning out everything. Not only did the flaming giant form of Mu Ling not cause half a bit of damage, but instead melted into his body and became more and more crazy. Kaido! Maki Ling bellowed. The huge palm of fire then exploded through the air, ripping Kaido's tail in one hand at breakneck speed. A hard yank downward. Bang! 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 Lurid black and red thunderbolts streaked across the sky and earth as Kaido fled forward in a deadly attempt to break free of Makorin's bonds. Die! Maki Ling immediately extended his left hand, both arms coming out in unison, trying to rip Kaido back. In an instant, a huge force struck, and Kaido's body, which hadn't even lasted a second, shook as he came charging viciously towards the ground. Rumbling, the huge green dragon was smashed into the ground with a handful of hard blows, and the originally broken treasure island completely shattered, turning into a piece of small islands floating on the surface of the sea. Ha! Mu Ling burst out. His arm once again exerted force, and he actually instantly grabbed Kaido's dragon body and flung it into the air. Phew phew phew. Both arms kept exerting the flame hurting, stirring up the sea of clouds and fanning up large swaths of gusty winds. As for Kaido in Maki Ling's hands, at this moment, he was like a small earthworm, circling back in the air in a circle. Bastard Maki Ling, I'm going to kill you. Get off me. Damn you. Kaido was infuriated. The dragon's body twisted as hard as it could but still couldn't escape from Makorin. And then he could only look at the mountain that was getting closer and closer and close his eyes. Bang! The mountain was instantly smashed to pieces, and Kaido huddled in the midst of the rubble, his face full of dishevelment. The 100 beasts Kaido surprisingly, he was completely suppressed by the Akatsuki Makorin. So is Barrett. Terrible strength. Bang! 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 Explosions continued, and Maki Ling once again tangled with the duo of Kaido Barrett, blasting Kaido with a punch. Maki Ling spun his body around to avoid Barrett's punch, followed by placing his hands on his chest. Crashing sound. In an instant, dozens of fire dragons flowed and roamed between his palms, finally condensing into a giant crimson crossbow. Click, click, click. Space shook as the crossbow without any strings slowly compressed, tore, and pulled itself into the shape of a terrifying full moon. At that moment, the wind swept and formed a huge cyclone around Mu Ling's body. Extreme Inferno, Sunset. Whoa! A terrifying roar instantly echoed out, and a golden-colored and covered in terrifying flames three-legged golden crow immediately burst out from the crossbow. Because it contained the power of space, the speed was simply indiscernible to the naked eye. Kaido, who sensed the crisis in his heart, immediately got up and fled to the right. Sneer at. But just a breath of effort. Without any warning, Kaido, who had just flown up, his body suddenly came to a screeching halt in midair as if he had been stopped by something, and then frantically retreated backward, continually crashing into the ground, bearing out grooves up to 100 meters long. Whoa! The golden crow lifted its wings, followed by a large ball of flame that erupted around Kaido's waist and traveled up and down his body, completely engulfing him. Aha! My body! Damn it! Kaido, who was being burned by the extreme flames, desperately twisted his body to extinguish the flames, but it was to no avail. Ting! The sword roared, shattering the sea of clouds and poking a large hole in the sky in an instant. Shanks struck out. The moment McKeeling's fire palm was about to slap on Kaido's body, it stopped it. Red-headed Shanks? Why is this guy saving Kaido? Minding your own business again? You can't kill him, Maken, Shanks said in a cold voice. On what grounds? If you say you won't kill, you won't kill? McKeeling didn't have the good sense to say. Of course, naturally in his mind, he didn't think Shanks was minding his own business. It seems that this Shanks guy should know some hidden things. McKeeling guessed in his heart. Kaido on the ground froze, woodenly looking at Shanks. Even he could not figure out why his nemesis would save him? Asshole. I don't need you to save me. Fuck off, Shanks. When we kill McKeeling, you'll be next. Kaido stormed out. Being sympathized with by his opponents was certainly the greatest insult to him. If it weren't for a number of reasons, I would never have saved you. Shanks let out a light laugh, and in his hand, Griffin instantly exploded with a stream of biting sword chi. Looks like you're determined to make an enemy of me today? Clamor. Muling's body gradually shrunk, his flames dispersed, and he transformed back into his human body. It can't be helped. I have reasons why I have to do this. What do you know? Can't say. Facing McKeeling's questioning, Shanks' face was filled with difficulty, and those narrow eyes vaguely revealed a sense of horror. That reason doesn't convince me. McKeeling laughed, crippling chi instantly sheathed in his hand, pointing at Shanks. He hated the feeling of being kept in the dark. Note, brainstorm what he knows about one of the D's, their dusty history, Im's secrets, the origin of the devil fruit, Shanks' reasons for keeping the world on an even keel, and what he knows. Good brain burn. Chapter 140, Kaido, I'm going to kill him. Boom! In an instant, two streams of sky-charging sword chi intersected in the clouds, as if they were two sword dragons that were at odds with each other, tearing apart. Bang! 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 Terrifying waves of air immediately burst out from the middle of the two men, continuously diffusing towards the surroundings, and a fierce wind suddenly rose up. Madaka! Crippled Chi and Griffin ruthlessly collided together. The sound of Gingo interlacing is unending. The sword turned around, and Mu Ling condensed a force of emptiness between his palms, transforming it into a blade and flinging it towards Shanks. Click! 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 Wherever the blade went, the space shattered in bursts, revealing the black-purple colored twisted space within. Although he couldn't see what McKeeling was flinging out of his hands, but looking at the space that was gradually crumbling, Shanks didn't dare to be careless and immediately raised his sword to block. Sneer at. Only this strike was blocked, and the void blade pierced through the sword to cut a bloody scar across his chest, and immediately after that, McKeeling's ghostly figure appeared, and the sharp sword light immediately stabbed down towards Shanks' head. Buzz. The tip of the sword stabbed in the void, while the instantly bent Shanks swung the sword light in his hand, and swept it towards McKeeling's legs. Duong! The sword was blocked with a vicious slash from above, and the powerful force caused Shanks to tilt his body at once, nearly falling to the ground. Are you really going to fight me? McKeeling, we're not enemies. I'm doing this for a reason. Shanks yelled. Bang! With a sweep of sword chi, Shanks' body immediately slid backward several meters, cutting two extremely deep grooves in the ground. You're the one who wants to be my enemy, Mu Ling said icily. Then his sword came out like a dragon and killed again. Clanking, the two swords interlocked and an uppercut chopped away the sword chi that Shanks had shot out. Demon sword technique 100 Ghosts Nightwalking. Boom! Scarlet sword chi instantly burst out from the crippling chi. Countless only false convergence into a long river of sword chi. Eat you. Be my food. Delicious blood. It smells so good. There it is again. Shanks murmured low, then closed his eyes to ignore the demonic whispers in his ears. Dozens of sword lights immediately swung out in the next second, chopping the blood-colored sword chi into pieces. And the moment the sword chi subsided, Mu Ling appeared, chopping Jerry aside with a sword, then sheathed the fluorescent dragon in his left hand. Miso! The dual swords were waved. Countless ripples of sword chi burst out from them, and the speed of the sword chi gradually became swift from its initial slowness. Swinging through the air, he rushed in front of Shanks with great speed. Phantom sword dance. No good. With a dark cry of misfortune, Shanks' body immediately shifted and tumbled backwards dozens more times, but was still being chased by the sword chi. Once the balance is broken, what will greet this world will be a catastrophe. Kaido can't die. Barrett can't die. I'm doing you a favor. Shanks, whose hands transformed into phantoms, resisted the sword chi to the death while loudly discouraging Makiling. The end of this world? Ha! What does that have to do with me? I don't know what secrets you really know, but when it really comes to that day, even the strongest person, I will cut him down by the sword. So, Kaido, I'm going to kill it. Boom! Just at the instant the last sword light fell, Mu Ling's body tilted backward, and his entire body disappeared into the distorted space. Bang! Shanks, who was holding the sword, immediately flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. The body twisted, forcing the retreat to stop in the air. Only the Makiling in front of him had long since disappeared. Spacebound. Click, click, click. In an instant, Kaido, who was standing at attention, shuddered, accompanied by a cold, unforgiving whisper in his ear. Space instantly collapsed and exploded at each of Kaido's limbs. Immediately after that, countless twisted tentacles suddenly burst out from within the twisted space, binding Kaido's limbs as if they were ropes in death. Makiling! Bastard! Kaido immediately reacted that this must be Makiling's doing. TSK, 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 it's gotten smarter. The void door appeared. Holding the crippling cheese, Mu Ling lightly laughed. His eyes gradually became crimson, and a stream of blood chi continuously cleansed around his body. His heart trembled. Looking at the Makiling at this moment, a sense of awe suddenly rose in Kaido's heart without reason. Where exactly is the peak of this man's power? Why did he become so strong in such a short time? Kaido couldn't figure it out. But looking at Makiling's right hand that had long since turned crimson, he instantly panicked. No, no, don't, Kaido said sharply. The body twisted and struggled in death. But how could it not escape from the twisted tentacles? The demonic arm had gradually caressed his head. Anum. Crashing sound. In an instant, Kaido could only feel the blood chi in his body churning, and as if called upon, a steady stream of blood was bursting out of his body and surging towards Makiling's right hand. No, don't. Shanks is right. The balance of the world will come to an end once it's broken. Kaido, who was assaulted by a strong sense of crisis all over his body, was completely hysterical and kept roaring wildly. Stop pretending and talking like you know what you're talking about. Of course, so what if it's extinction? That won't change my determination to kill you. As for the future, God stops God. Buddha stops Buddha. Just do it. The devil's hand is gradually approaching. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asshole. I'm Kaido the 100 Beasts. Boom. Finally, the anxious and angry Kaido exerted all his strength and broke free of the tentacles, just as he was just about to flee in the distance. Snap. Instead, the crimson demonic hand pressed heavily on his head. In a flash, the very moment Makorin's demonic hand touched Kaido's forehead, soul-thirsty demon sealing slash, Mu Ling whispered softly. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of an explosion suddenly rose, and a blood-colored gale instantly burst out from Mu Ling's hands, condensing into a blood-colored spiral that ravaged Kaido's body over and over again. Like a meat grinder, Kaido's blood was continuously plundered and condensed in Makiling's hands. Kaido was completely flustered. The blood drained from his body on a wide scale, and his dizziness only made him feel a blackness in front of his eyes. Let go of the old man. Help! Somebody help me. Crazy. Makiling, you're a complete and utter lunatic. Spare me, Makiling. We were once the closest of companions. We're all in the same boat. Gradually, Kaido shifted from the initial angry curses, threats, and even rage, to now begging for mercy. This scene, however, left everyone in the room stunned. Kaido the 100 Beasts is actually begging for mercy? Red pupil hurting spirit. It's really too strong. He's not really going to kill Kaido, is he? Geez. Formerly there was Big Mom. Now even 100 Beasts Kaido is it going to be? Stop. Shanks let out a furious cry and immediately ran towards Mu Ling with a chop of his foot. Madaka. Suddenly, a bloody light shot from a distance, intercepting Shanks in midair. Jia, our captain is going to kill someone, and no one is going to stop him. Who? Exhaling a large mouthful of smoke, Hiria said sorrowfully. Chapter 141, Little Prophecy. Anum. Crashing sound. The blood-colored meat grinder continued to plunder Kaido's blood, forming a blood-colored storm that surged towards the hand that Makiling had pressed on Kaido's forehead. Ting. In an instant, the crisp sword sound shook the heavens and earth. A long sword that was covered in golden light suddenly appeared behind Mu Ling, and as a steady stream of blood chi surged in, that long sword became more and more pure and creepy, just like a demon that was about to open its bloody mouth. It gives a sense of extreme power. And at this point, Kaido had long since transformed back into his human body after a great deal of blood had drained from him. The dim eyes were filled with resentment. If eyes could kill, Mu Ling would have died thousands of times already. The body became parched, and the black skin revealed a ghastly white color without any blood. Kaido, life is short. No, Shanks exclaimed. Sneer at. The blood-colored storm stopped, and the light of the sword behind Mu Ling finally reached its peak. It was held by Makiling. In an instant, heaven and earth lost color. A horrifying blood mist assaulted the entire field, and a monstrous murderous intent enveloped everyone's head like a blood curtain. Humph. What's the use of running away when soldiers come to fight? I don't know what you're really taking into account. Maybe those unknowns are really powerful. But, even if you are not defeated, even if you die, and no regrets, rumble. The bright sword light instantly chopped down, and the murderous bloodthirsty aura that swept across the field immediately engulfed Kaido's body. Asshole. I'm not willing. Makiling, I'm not willing. I'm Kaido, the 100th beast. I am the strongest. Bang, bang, bang. Kaido exploded into a final roar. The island then crumbled, and the sea was instantly chopped by the sword chi to create a giant rift in the sky, from which it was torn apart. Rolling waves of blood came crashing down, eroding a large blood stain in the sea, as terrifying as a dead sea. When the smoke clears and the dust settles, Kaido had turned into dust in the air and disappeared completely. One of the 5 emperors of the New World, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, Pawn. For a moment, time stood still, looking at the miserable sword marks on the island and the sea in the distance, and then at Kaido, who had disappeared without a trace. The crowd was silent. Kaido the 100 Beasts? Just like that. Dead? This is too terrifying sword technique. It's as if I saw hell from that sword just now. Demon. The red pupil Makiling is a demon. The captain's dead. Run. Don't kill me. Terrible man. At once, after seeing Kaido's death, the few remaining multitude of pirates of the 100 Beasts pirates fled, hugging the driftwood and riding the small boat, really not wanting to continue to stay here for a minute. Naval Headquarters Punkacid. The scenes from the Wan Fair were still being broadcast live on the huge walls, while not a single person made a sound in the entire conference room. Carp's face was not sad or happy as he stared stonily at the sword marks remaining on the ground in the video, not saying a word. Peach Bunny had long since gone weak in the knees and sat bolt upright in her chair, beads of sweat trickling down her pretty cheeks while her back had long since encroached on the wetness. Yo, I didn't think Hyakki Kaido would die. Red pupil herding spirit. This fellow seems to be getting more and more terrifying. Yellow Ape bristled, his face full of complexity. It's kind of a good thing, too. After all, 100 Beasts Kaido is dead. Lieutenant General Firebolt said helplessly. Aha, sort of. But what exactly should the red pupil herding spirit do? The Green Ox said with a desire to speak. It's better not to start a conflict for the time being. I'm actually more concerned about the series of strange actions by the red-haired Shanks. At that moment, Warlord hit the nail on the head and spoke out. Strange. Why would he want to save Kaido the 100 Beasts? Although it was a live broadcast, the crowd in the video could only get a generalized view, as they could easily be swept in by the aftermath of the battle if they were too close. So Shanks' words to stop Makiling were not heard by the Navy. Could they be enemies in the open? Secretly allies? Someone was surprised. This shouldn't be, should it? It's hard to say. There must be unknown secrets in it. What a bunch of headaches. Who says otherwise? After a short period of discussion, the conference room once again fell into a dead silence. Everyone kept their heads down and didn't say anything, but in their hearts they were silently contemplating the future. Akane's brow furrowed in thought. The heartless world government, the unparalleled red pupil Makiling, the sea that is about to be shaken again, and some enemies lurking in the shadows, the navy of the future. And where does it go from here? Beep. Host kills Kaido the 100 Beasts and loots his fish fruit phantom beast seed green dragon form. Beep. The host has successfully killed Kaido the 100 Beasts. Now release the reward. Minor prophecy +1. Clamor. With a flash of streaming light in his hand, a red banana-shaped and weirdly patterned devil fruit appeared in Makiling's hand. It was the animal-type fish fruit phantom beast species green dragon form. G. With Big Mom's soul fruit. This 10,000 expo will be worth it. After taking the fish fruit back into the warehouse, Mu Ling then carefully examined the flickering point of light in his mind. Minor prophecy spells. Makiling was slightly dumbfounded. Prophecy? That was a metaphysical word. In the known pirate world, it seems that only Aaron's sister, Charlie, possesses this ability. And it's still an open question whether it's accurate or not. Clamor. There was an instantaneous surge of warmth in his mind. and the moment Mu Ling tapped on the light point, a massive energy instantly burst out from within the light point and surged into his body. Minor prophecy technique, can make a short prophecy about everything. Time limit, 1 minute. Upper limit? Success rate? Well. It's also really esoteric stuff. And surprisingly a bunch of question marks. Might as well try it first. Maki Ling immediately turned his gaze to Ben Beckerman, who was confronting Green Pheasant not far away. Hey, that's you. Ben Baker Mice. TSK. I predict that you'll be out of luck soon. Clamor. In a flash. No one saw. Not even Mu Ling. A little bit of light suddenly burst out of his mouth and rushed towards Ben Beckman just after Mu Ling said those words. Bang! Flames shot from the muzzle of his gun, and immediately after Beckman missed with a shot, his body flickered, ready to shift to another spot and attack again. Click, click, click. Cold ice seals continued to ripple up and swim across the ground, chasing Beckman's body over and over. Bang! Suddenly, a bizarre scene occurred. A banana peel that had been eaten had somehow crept up at Beckman's feet. The results are obvious. Crying sound of child. Sliding on his feet. Beckman immediately tripped over a banana peel and was then completely frozen into an ice sculpture by the incoming ice seal. Chapter 142, Pirate Manifestation. The end. The scene fell silent. The crowd of red-haired pirates covered their eyes and were filled with shame. Shanks was even more wide-eyed with disbelief. In all honesty, tripping over a banana peel is not a pretty sight, especially when it's an overpowered, extremely high-strung mastermind like Ben Beckerman, who is also the wise guy of the red-haired pirates and a vice-captain level figure. It's even harder to see. Frozen into an ice sculpture. Beckman's face was full of speechlessness, and his high-cool image instantly disappeared, still maintaining the posture of being tripped over and half-leaning in the air. At the same time, a trace of doubt could not help but rise in his heart, although the banana peel appeared strangely. At that moment, Beckman, who had sharp senses, had indeed sensed it, but it was as if there was an invisible force in the underworld that compelled him, forced him to step down. Is it because I'm getting older? My body can't keep up with my brain? It's just that even Beckman, as smart as he is, couldn't have anticipated the secret. Boy, that's a good little prophecy. Maki Ling laughed strangely twice. Then after surveying the surroundings, he darkened his face in the next second. Damn it, Barrett the asshole is gone? When did you sneak out? Is it in receiving a reward? Or was it in trying out a little prophecy magic of my own? However, Makurin knew that it must have been Festa, the guy who organized this Pirate Mania Expo, who had escaped with Barrett. Depressed for a moment, Mu Ling didn't care much. Just kill it next time we meet. Anyway, the two are life and death enemies. They do not go to find him. According to that guy's character, will also take the initiative to find their own trouble. Not thinking about this, Mu Ling turned his head to look at his companions. Hiryu, who had been sparring with Shanks for a while, was taunting the crowd of red-haired pirates in one way or another. What with all the crap about old guys Ben Beckman's age being pulled in by redheads to be pirates and not seeing the legwork, the angry red-haired pirate group crowd almost made a move on the spot. Hancock, on the other hand, stood with Boney, one on his feet, the other with the leg of lamb bone whirring in his hand, beat the minions under the Big Mom pirate group to tears. An iceberg had long since taken refuge on the ship. The earlier battle wasn't something he could get involved in, and he was also in possession of an extremely powerful killing weapon, none other than the evil spirit at his feet. Enalu, on the other hand, gripped the golden rod and gazed at the red-haired pirate group's crowd with a deadly stare, with the intention of starting a fight at the drop of a hat. No other way. Old rivalry. Jia. 100 beasts Kaido. Big Mom are dead. Red-haired Shanks, do you want to be like them? Old Sandy laughed grimly. What a hilarious pirate feast. No one would have thought that two Imperial-level powerhouses would both fall. Even Ping said in a deep voice. Katakuri didn't say a word. No expression could be seen on his unsad face, and Green Pheasant did not continue to act after seeing Beckman break the ice and escape, his eyes complex and not knowing what he was thinking. It's time for the farce to end. Let's go too. Waving his hand, Maki Ling glanced around, not seeing the treasure box that hid the permanent pointer to Ravdru, and spoke out. You're just leaving? Don't you want to ask me something? Shanks said in surprise. He himself had previously revealed many hidden secrets. Could it be that Mu Ling? No need. I've already killed the man, so what's coming will always come. So what if I learn about it in advance? It's nothing more than fighting someone stronger. So what? Rumbling. A heavy muffled sound slowly stormed up, and the evil spirit, which covered the sky, pulled up and flew into midair. Shanks. His face went black. Asshole Maki Ling. That's a hell of a thing to say. Made me look like a clown. Exhale. Suddenly, a fierce wind instantly swept across the entire battlefield. rising up from the flat ground and transforming into an endless storm that shot up into the clouds. In the next second, the deck of the evil spirit, which had just risen less than 100 meters into midair. Suddenly there were 3 more people, none other than the Revolutionary Army's Munchd Dragon, Saber, the king of the sirens, sneer at. Looking at the sudden trio on the deck, Shilio's face instantly sank, and the thunderstorm in his hand was slowly sheathed. The world's most feared criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, surprisingly, showed up. Lao Sha, jia, I didn't expect the leader of the Revolutionary Army to actually come. What are you doing here? Green Pheasant said in a cold voice. You are not welcome here. Clamor. Bonnie's huge goat leg bone flung forward, viciously. Rain Hiryu, former Admiral Green Pheasant, and Bonnie the big stomach girl. Don't get so excited. We didn't come to fight you guys. Waving his hand, the dragon calmly said. So what are you guys? Katakuri queried. Of course I'm looking for your captain, the Akatsuki Makarin. Saber didn't have the heart to say. Oh, looking for me? Clamor. A ball of fire instantly flew out of the cabin and appeared on the deck. It's none other than Makiling. In fact, he had seen the Revolutionary Army's movements when the Great War broke out, but hadn't paid much attention to it. After all, there was no injustice. From another perspective, both have the same purpose. 5 emperors of the New World. Oh no, there are only 3 emperors left now. What is it? Just say it, don't beat around the bush. Mu Ling said impatiently. TSK, what a handsome boy. Suddenly, before the dragon could open his mouth to speak, the human demon king laughed out. The corners of old Sandy's mouth twitched uncharacteristically in the distance. Nima! What the hell? Immediately, Mu Ling took a step backward, pulling himself farther away from the human demon king. Chapter 143, The Origin of Devil Fruit. Seeing Mu Ling retreat, the human demon king was even happier. The bright red nails were gently placed on her chest, looking at Makiling with a face full of compulsion. Yo would you like to try the joy of becoming a woman? It's cool. Yo. Clamor. In an instant, everyone except Hancock and Boney who were present, including Saber and Dragon who were standing beside the Siren King, took a step back in unison. How dare you, asshole? Damn it, are you looking for a beating? Hancock raged in unison with Boney. Yo ho ho ho. Looking at the imposing 2 women, the Demon King laughed instead of being angry. What 2 beautiful girls then? Would you like to become a man? Sister can help you guys. Crowd. You're really a man and a woman. However, no one saw that old Sha's face on the side immediately darkened. Mu Ling didn't say anything and looked at the dragon with a smile, his eyes full of mockery. TSK, your Revolutionary Army is really full of talents. Awesome, flirted Makiling. Enough. The dragon finally couldn't look on anymore and bellowed angrily. This asshole. It's a disgrace to our Revolutionary Army. I should have known better than to bring him. Bummer. The Siren King gave the dragon a womanly blank look without any good reason. The dragon froze, then rose up with a bitter smile on his face. Well, it's time for the farce to end. Your Excellency Makiling, can you have a word with me alone? The dragon said in a deep voice. No need. Just stay here. But, the dragon turned his head and glanced at Green Pheasant. No subtlety, no concealment. Greatly generous, its meaning is self-evident. Although at this point in time, Green Pheasant has been detached from the Navy headquarters, but how he really is deep inside is anyone's guess. It was inevitable that the dragon would have scruples. Green Pheasant's face immediately turned cold, but he didn't say anything. Got up and headed for the cabin. No need. Just say it here. I can trust it. Mu Ling flatly let out a cry, stopping Green Pheasant. After looking deeply at Makiling, the dragon then spoke. The evil spirit pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Make an alliance. The dragon spoke out of turn, but the faces of the evil spirit pirates crowd didn't show the slightest bit of surprise, for this result, more or less, had flashed through the minds of all 3 of the Revolutionary Army countless times since their appearance. After all, apart from the alliance, the 2 are left to fight. Oh, an alliance? Why? Makiling queried. He couldn't figure it out. Because we share a common enemy. World government? That's right. I'm sorry, but I don't feel like I need any allies in this matter. Still, please don't be so busy rejecting it first. Your Excellency Makiling. The dragon laughed lightly, full of mystery, as if he was confident about his alliance. Reason? Origin of devil fruit. Boom! In a flash, the dragon's short sentence was like a thunderous explosion in the crowd's head. What do you know? Hiria said sharply. Evening, the origin of devil fruit? Isn't that something that's born and raised? Makiling didn't say anything and quietly looked at the dragon. Sure enough, whether it's Shanks or the dragon, these people know a few hidden secrets. Ha! The dragon let out a light laugh. as if he had already expected the crowd to ask questions, and then waved his hand and laughed. I'm sure you all know that the devil fruit is possessed of the ability to be cursed by the sea, and that any devil fruit power user who encounters the sea will be limbless until they die. Nonsense! Who doesn't know that? Enelu didn't have the heart to say, don't sell out. Hurry up and say it, or else my old lady will clean you up. Bonnie, who was standing behind Mu Ling, said with a milky ferocity, Dragon, I wonder if you all know about Treasure Tree Adam. Suddenly, the dragon uttered an inquiry. Treasure Tree Adam? The crowd was dumbfounded. Then they turned their heads and looked at the iceberg standing at the end of the crowd. The evil spirit was built using the material of the Treasure Tree Adam. And so was the Miles of Sunshine, the pirate ship of the King of Thieves. Roger. What? What's wrong? Of course we know about the Treasure Tree Adam. It's the rarest and most rare tree within this world. Iceberg muttered. Yes, it is indeed the rarest tree in the world. But, have any of you ever seen this tree? Or, hearsay, ever heard of anyone who has seen this tree yet? Not waiting for the crowd to answer, the dragon continued to laugh. The precious tree Adam. Everyone thinks he is a tree. But the word Adam, do you not associate it with anything? Knock. The crowd was shocked. Adam? The legendary man who stole the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden. The origins of mankind. Maki Ling froze. He didn't realize that the pirate world was all about Adam's story? Cut. What Adam? It's just a guy who steals fruit. It's not as powerful as our Pangu's opening of the heavens and the earth. A hint of realization flowed out of their eyes, and the crowd slowly came back to their senses, their faces still having undisguised astonishment, as well as trembling hands, as if the secrets of the world were known in an instant. But what does this have to do with the origin of the devil fruit? Hancock wondered. Adam, perhaps in the eyes of mankind, was the originator, the founder of mankind, but not in the eyes of God. Suddenly, the dragon's voice became low, and there was a hint of extra gloom on his face. Sinners, blasphemers, this is Adam in the sight of God, and a tree named after a criminal, even with the addition of the word treasure tree, still can't hide his crime. Humans don't need intelligence, they just need to know how to obey. Mechanically insensitive. And the tree that bears the forbidden fruit is the initiator of wisdom and, likewise, the source of evil, commonly known as the devil's fruit tree. Boom! In an instant, the dragon's not big but thunder-like voice exploded one after another in the crowd's heads. Treasure tree Adam? The devil's fruit tree? And all these devil fruits we ate turned out to be born from the treasure tree Adam? After a brief moment of daze, evidence, Mu Ling suddenly said in a cold voice. Oh, evidence? Sorry, there isn't any. The dragon spread his hands out, a smirk lifting the corners of his mouth. These words of the party are all catching the wind. Is no evidence to show that. Crowd. Nima. It's all your guess. That still says it like it's true. Chapter 144, Interesting World. And then what? What does this have to do with our alliance? Maki Ling looked at the dragon and whispered. He wasn't going to believe that everything the dragon had said was nonsense. Purely blind. This bastard must have known some evidence. Just that for the time being the two of them had not formed an alliance. So they deliberately did not say anything. Hee of course it's related. What relationship? Suddenly, the dragon's gaze flickered, and a hint of weirdness and some mystery hung on his face as he said, I wonder how you all feel about God. God? The faces of the crowd were stunned. Then thought, high and mighty? Powerful? The one who created this world? The crowd discussed it with you and me. The so-called gods are a bunch of insatiable blood-sucking leeches. Boom! Instantly, the dragon spoke up and said, he needs the faith of mankind and the most reverent and sincere gaze that mankind can offer him. Needs mankind to selflessly offer everything to him. He's going to take control of everything, including this world, where we are. So that's when the divine messenger appeared and descended upon the world. For example, someone who has done God's will leads God's messengers to this world and eventually unites the whole world. World government? Such a thought immediately flashed through the minds of the crowd. A divine messenger? Could it be that him? The true ruler of the world government? With a shock in his heart, Maki Ling thought of this, but didn't show it. It stands to reason that after completing the mission assigned by God, the mission of the divine messenger should end and return to where he originally was. Only suddenly, for some reason, the God Emperor doesn't want to leave here. So, the world government appeared, and the God Emperor became the supreme world nobleman Tenryu. Transgress the rights of God and take this world completely into your own hands. When he said that, the dragon let out a long breath and then smiled. Of course, all of the above is just me making things up, so don't take it seriously. Gentlemen, crowd, asshole, I believe in you, you bad old thing. Then it's a deal. Starting today, my revolutionary army and the evil spirit pirates are officially allied. In the gale, came the firm voice of the dragon. Yes, Makiling said dryly. The three revolutionaries then planned to leave the area. By the way, Saber, if you have time you might want to visit Luffy and Ace. Trust me, you'd appreciate it. Just a second before the three of them were about to leave, Muling laughed. Ha? Oh no. No. Saber, whose head was full of fog because he knew too many secrets, was a bit dumbfounded for a while and could only respond one way or the other. Bang! A few minutes later, the trio managed to land safely in the storm. Captain Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates? Whitebeard's second captain? Fire Fist Ace? Why would the red pupil herding spirit specifically remind you of these things? The human demon king was puzzled. I don't know, but I can feel as if they know me. Saber muttered. Then his body violently trembled. The whole person, as if stimulated by something, immediately fell to his knees. Veins rippled at his forehead. His mouth was constantly bursting out painful roars. Aha! My head hurts. Aha! Saber, what happened to you? Doctor, get a doctor. Watch me. Healing hormones. Sneer at. In an instant, everything calmed down. And with the end of the Pirates 10,000th Expo and the departure of the crowd, the originally lively Treasure Island was completely quiet. I don't know how long it took, but the days and nights changed. And the black and white changed. Bang! A figure broke out of the devastated ground. Underneath the red robes was an extremely funny face with a large red nose that I'm sure would make a laugh out of anyone who saw it. None other than Bucky the Clown. Hey, sure enough, I, Bucky the Great, am the luckiest man in the world. Cut it out. The treasure box was opened and then a permanent pointer appeared in Bucky's eyes. A permanent pointer to the final road. Lavender, which I didn't get to go to that year because I had the flu. Finally catching up with Captain Roger. Ha ha ha, the greatest treasure in the world. It can only belong to me, Bucky. Wahahaha. In an instant, the empty island was filled with the sound of Bucky's excited to the point of excitement laughter. Captain, why are we allied with the Revolutionary Army? Did you believe what they say? On the evil spirit, Harriet looked at Makiling in disbelief. It's just that. What with all the devil fruits, gods, god envoys and such? It sounds like a monstrosity. Bonnie muttered. It's hard to say. After all, devil fruit originally appeared mysteriously. That can't be such a stretch. The main body of history. The vanished 100 years of history. Green Pheasant said in a deep voice. For a moment, the crowd froze. Maybe it's possible that what the dragon said was true. Doesn't the disappearance of 100 years of history correspond exactly to the coming of the divine messenger? Half-truths, I guess. Don't believe it completely. And don't disbelieve it completely. Muling spoke out. He felt that although the dragon's words were justified, there were still a lot of doubts in them that did not stand up to scrutiny. In pirate history, the world government came into existence precisely because of a country that had no name and was known only as the Great Kingdom. The 20 allied nations, which had been oppressed for years because of their brutality and inhumanity, joined forces together, defeated the Great Kingdom and eventually established the world government. The Great Kingdom, on the other hand, had all of its information wiped out by the world government, and that was the 100 years of disappearance. However, history is written by the winners, so there's good and evil in this. The Skrulls, once descendants of the Allies, were raised like pigs. The Sea Princess, who played a decisive role in the Great War, has suffered a great deal of injustice to her descendants, and that great kingdom is most likely the legendary one of the clans. The corners of his mouth rose, and Makiling smiled. Gee, this world, interesting. It's really getting interesting. Note, I remember Otis saying that was an old monster who had lived for many years. Of course, the novel has to let itself go a bit. And please brush up on your free gifts, huh? Thank you, a million times over. Chapter 145, The Beginning of Turbulence. The Holy Land of Manhwa. Darkness in the palace. Bang! A heavy rumbling sound suddenly resounded throughout the palace. The true ruler of the world government, at this moment, he was standing before the throne with a face full of anger, and those golden eyes instantly burst out a creepy cold aura. No? Can't find it? Why? Boom! The angry roar caused the 5 elder stars at the bottom of the steps to instantly go limp, not from fear, but from being hardened by the terrifying to the extreme aura. Reporting to Coronation the world government has only found a handful of devil fruits so far, but it's all just a bunch of unimportant fruit, and the most important space fruit, fish fruit, soul fruit, gold fruit and many devil fruits were not found. Bang! Thunderous explosions instantly came from the throne of the void. Golden pupils opened wider and wider, and uncontrollable anger madly burst out from it. Asshole! The big world government can't even find a few devil fruits in the area. Get your ass out there and find it. Imam said angrily. The 5 elder stars were filled with fear, but the corners of their mouths raised a bitter smile without reason. Back to Lord M. There is a matter that needs to be reported to you. Say, the space fruit, unsurprisingly, should be inside the red pupil shepherd spirit right now. Furthermore, we have discovered a law that whenever an ability is killed by an Akatsuki Macaron, the devil fruit to which it belongs will disappear without a trace. What? An exclamation of surprise came from him from the throne. An endless silence followed. There was silence in the large palace, and no one spoke. The golden pupils were bright and dark, complicated to the extreme, obviously thinking about something, and the 5 elder stars remained dead on the ground, not daring to move a single bit. Clamor. Suddenly, the Im in front of the throne disappeared, like a ghost, and in less than a breath, he appeared behind the 5 elder stars. The two were oblivious to this. If that's the case, what's the point of having you losers? A voice that was cold to the core slowly came out. Sneer at. The white jade-like palms were like blades, plunging into the 2 men. Immediately afterward, the 5 elder stars, who hadn't even uttered a scream, died instantly. Pop, pop, snap. Im holding a crimson devil fruit in his hand walked up the steps, his heavy footsteps gradually resounding and echoing through the palace. The hands that were infested with blood, however, suddenly bloomed with a strange light that sucked the blood clean. Groan. The door behind the throne was opened, and an outdated room slowly imprinted itself into Im's eyes as the door opened. And right in front of the gate is a huge straw hat. One of the D's? 3 days later, Whitebeard Pirates Base Camp, Decamus Island. Rustle of skirts. The calm island suddenly burst into a ball of fire, instantly traversing half of the island at an extremely fast speed, and finally stopping in front of a palace, transforming into a human form, which was none other than Firefist Ace. Pops. Out big. Sound of a crash. Ace, who was holding the latest newspaper, rushed into the temple, but immediately frowned. Pops, why are you drinking again? Didn't the doctor say that you can't keep drinking anymore or you'll get worse? Ace said in dissatisfaction. Haha, don't worry Ace, after the last top war, that brat Makiling didn't know what he did to old man. The old man was cured a long time ago. Whitebeard, who was reclining in a huge chair, laughed out loud and picked up the jug of wine beside him and poured another large gulp into his mouth. Ace. By the way Ace, what did you just say about something big happening? Marco wondered from the sidelines. Oh yeah, right. Pops, look at this. Ace handed the paper to Whitebeard. No more looking. Just say it. Yes. Seeing this, Ace gushed. Didn't we receive an invitation to the Pirate Man Fair a while ago? Although we, the Whitebeard Pirates, didn't go. Mr. Macoran's evil spirit pirates have already Big Mom Pirates, and the 100 Beasts Pirates have all participated. And the real person behind the organization of this Pirates World Expo turned out to be the one-time descendant of the devil, Douglas Barrett. Oh, it's actually this guy? Whitebeard let out a surprised cry, a hint of realization on his face. And then what? The melee started after that, but no one expected that Big Mom and 100 Beasts Kaido, both of whom are also one of the 5 emperors, would die under Mr. Makiling's sword one after another. What? Marco immediately exclaimed. Whitebeard was also filled with surprise, clearly stunned by the news. It's true, 1,000 times true. There are many witnesses. Big Mom, 100 Beasts Kaido and Barrett teamed up to deal with Mr. Makiling, and the result. That's it. Ace threw his hands up in disbelief, even though the news had been known for a while. Oh my god, Akatsuki Macaron actually killed Big Mom and Kaido by himself. Incredible. The thing is inconceivable. In an instant, the entire Whitebeard Pirates were abuzz. Humph, that asshole kid. Whitebeard bristled in displeasure, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes, but in the next second he let out a loud laugh. Nice job. Ha ha ha. The Evil Dead. Beep. Spirit rank sword skill soul thirsty seal demon / refining spirit +1. Beep. Spirit rank sword skill phantom sword dance refining spirit +1. Beep. Spirit rank famous blade born tooth refining spirit +1. Open the control panel. Supreme Spirit Refining System. Host, Makiling. Bounty, $6. 000 000 000 000. Weapons, Fluorescent Dragon Sword, Mortal Order, Cripple Chi, Spiritual Order, Born Tooth, Spiritual Order. Fruit, Extreme Inferno number 2, Storm number 2, Space number 1, Puffy number 1. Body, Mortal Rank, Spirit Refining number 11. Abilities, Thundering Bagua number 3, Mastery Level, Lion Sword Dance number 2, Mastery Level, Mutant Overlord Colors / Shuriken number 1, Mastery Level, Armed Colors Hegemonic Aura number 1, Mastery Level, Breaking Army Ascending Dragon Strike number 3, Minor Achievement Level, Hearing Color Hegemonic Aura number 1, Mastery Level, Fluttering Like a Stunner number 2, Mastery level, Breaking Air Batusai Chopping number 1, Mastery level, Spiritual Rhinoceros 1 Sword number 2, Mastery level, Mirage Sword Dance, Introductory level. Avatar, Demon Sword Art number 1, Spirit level. Greedy Hands, Demon Chopper, Immortal level, Soul Thirsty Hands. Soul Thirsty Demon Sealing Chop, Spirit level. Ninjutsu, Fire Transportation, Haworyu no Jutsu. Spirit points, 200. System points, 100. Power, 700. Speed, 800. Defense, 850. Life, 500. Oh, it's been a long time since I've looked at the panel, but my own attributes have become so strong? The bounty has also risen to 6 billion. TSK. I'm afraid that old man Whitebeard is not as high as myself. Makiling smiled. Then opened the warehouse again. Golden fruit. Fish fruit. Soul fruit. What about selling it to the system store? Or eat it yourself or someone else? For a while, Makiling was in a bit of a dilemma. Chapter 146, Bonnie, happiness comes too suddenly. Eat it yourself. Right? There's already 4 of them, so there's no point in taking any more. Forget it, let's just ask everyone's opinion. And if no one really wants it, let's just sell it to the system. System, will you please be a human being? Groan. Just as Makiling was in a dilemma, the cabin door was pushed open, and Hancock, who was wearing a red dress with a flirtatious face, stepped in. Husband, it's time to eat, Hancock said softly, his sticky voice sending ripples down the spine. The clean and pretty face was as glittering as the bright moon, and it was beautiful beyond compare. And after watching Hancock shrink into his arms little by little, those coupled arms wrapped around his neck in a death grip. Makiling, didn't we say we were going to dinner? What are you doing? This, is it eating you or eating? Is this the kind of person I am? The third emperor of the new world. Read Hitomi Makiling? 10 minutes. Oh no, it was an hour later. The sore and sweaty Hancock then lazily snuggled into Makiling's shoulder and embraced each other as they walked out of the cabin. The wicked spirit was now traveling towards the Universal Island. It's also the home base of the Big Mom pirate group, Katakuri's old neighborhood. Big Mom is dead, but the body of history is still inside her palace, and Makiling wants it. And Katakuri was eager to go back and visit, as he was really relieved to see his sister. Bree, iceberg, how long will it probably take to reach the Universal Island? Back to the captain. According to the current speed, half a month will be enough. Yes. Nodding, Makiling helplessly opened his mouth and allowed Hancock to feed himself. Ooh-hoo. Yes. Here are 3 devil fruits. You-ahoo. Hancock's had enough. I'm full. Crowd. Demon fruit? Hiryu was surprised. Oh, is that for us? Captain, how did you? So many devil fruits? Bonnie cocked her head in confusion, and then her face changed dramatically. Could it be that you, Captain, are the legendary incarnation of the devil's fruit tree? Makiling. Crowd. Good. It's decided. You, Bonnie, will definitely be included in these 3 devil fruits. Addicted to being a mascot. Humph. It's all the faults Hoshi left to spoil. Hiryu? I'm not taking the blame for this. Obviously, Captain, you've always put up with Bonnie alright. Anilu, yes. I can't believe that pony, the supernova that was famous in the sea, has become a complete waste. Bastard Anilu. Believe it or not, I'll turn you into a 3-year-old. TSK, the amount of food has increased, the strength has regressed, and this temper really hasn't changed at all. Old San laughed. Bonnie, woohoo the bastards, it's all directed at me. Bristling, Bonnie cradled the leg of lamb bone in her hand. In this cold world, the only thing that can bring a little warmth is this leg of lamb bone. The golden fruit, the ability of the Tesoro we met in the Golden City. Soul fruit, Charlotte Ling's ability. Animal fish fruit phantom beast seed green dragon form. 100 beasts Kaido's ability. 3 kinds. Which one do you want? Boom. In an instant, the whole room was stunned, including Hawkeye, Katakuri, and even the always steady green pheasant. They couldn't help but be filled with shock. That's not right. Aren't these the people who died under the captain's sword? So the captain can. Shut up, Anilu. Suddenly, Hiryu interrupted Aniru's self-talk with a face full of anger. And the ever-brutal Anilu immediately understood and lowered his head to stop talking. Snap! The leg bone of the lamb fell to the floor, and Bonnie had been completely frozen. This, happiness comes too suddenly, doesn't it? Looking at the solemn captain, Bonnie knew it was real, not a dream. Oh Captain, you're too good to me. If I wasn't close to Sister Hancock I'd have to. Hancock? Ahem. Quickly, choose, Makiling said awkwardly. Ha ha ha, I'm a pirate. Of course I want the golden fruit. He, that's a golden fruit that can change into endless gold. Lots and lots of gold. TSK, that's good. Bonnie happily tilted her little face up in joy. Look, eat it. With a flash of flowing light in her hand, a golden and weirdly patterned devil fruit appeared in Bonnie's hand. By the way, Bonnie, are you a devil fruit power? As if thinking of something, Mu Ling casually asked. No, it's not. I haven't eaten any devil fruit. Oh, that's right. Mu Ling understood. That magical ability to return people to their old age should be what Bonnie was born with. Gee, gifted Bonnie. Hardly a mascot raised by himself. And while Bonnie was consuming the golden fruit, Maki Ling turned his head to look at the crowd. There's nothing to hide. After all, everyone guessed it. That's right. I can loot the devil fruit of anyone whose powers I kill. These 3 fruits are the best example. So, who wants it? Clamor. The soul fruit and the fish fruit were laid out in front of the crowd. Splash. The 2 fruits slowly rolled down to Hiryo's feet. The double-eyed Hiryo froze. Then his head shook like a rattle. I don't want it. I haven't even perfected my transparent fruit yet. I don't want it either. The rattling thunder fruit hasn't even been awakened yet, Hiniru stated as well. So do I. Fruits are ultimately an external force. It's your own strength as well as the cultivation of your hegemony that counts. Green Pheasant murmured, his meaning unmistakable. I only have swordplay in my heart. Ability refutation is rather unhelpful to me. Hawkeye refused. Immediately after that, Old Sandy Evening Iceberg and the 3 of them also rejected the 2 devil fruits one after another. The reason is the same. You haven't even developed your own fruit yet, and you can't chew on more than you can chew. Amount. No one wants it, and this is terribly embarrassing. Maki Ling frowned, then looked to Hancock. If even you don't want it, it's really disgraceful. And just when Hancock was about to refuse, cough. Maki Ling gave a dry cough. Hancock. Then helplessly. Concubine wants soul fruit. Good. Worthy of the pirate empress Hancock. She really does have a vision. Clamor. In a flash of flowing light, the soul fruit appeared in Hancock's hand. As for this fish fruit, sorry about that. Send it into the system melting pot with that Brachiosaurus fruit. Chapter 147, Dragon Yuan. For the last time, is it true that no one wants it? Maki Ling inquired. The crowd shook their heads, and if they had been a bit hesitant and intentional earlier, they were already determined at this point. System, recycle the fish fruit and Brachiosaurus fruit. System. I hate that this is becoming a last resort option for mods. Beep. Animal ancient species Brachiosaurus fruit. Redeem 200 spirit points. Beep. Animal fish fruit phantom beast seed green dragon form. Redeem. Suddenly, the system's cold, mechanical voice came to an abrupt end. I don't know why. It was just a moment. This was followed by a fluctuating noise that spread throughout Mu Ling's mind. Maki Ling. Where is he? Why is there no sound? This guy isn't hacking my fish fruit, is he? It's black on black. System. You come out to me. It's okay to be a black broker, but now you have the nerve to take it all for yourself? Buzz. In an instant, Mu Ling clearly saw that right in the depths of his own mind. A golden ripple instantly blossomed like a water droplet on the surface of a lake. Roar. In the next moment, a shocking dragon roar shook the entire mind, echoing in Mu Ling's ears. What? What is this thing? The dragon's roar continued while a huge 5-clawed golden dragon silhouette immediately appeared amidst the gusts of alarm. The golden pupils did not carry any hint of emotion, and the 2 golden dragon whiskers fluttered in the wind, creating a golden wave. The terrifying dragon might was like a monstrous might, instantly bringing Mu Ling an endless sense of oppression. And even in his mind, this might did not shrink by half a point. Mu Ling was dumbfounded, looking at the golden dragon silhouette in front of him, his entire being confused. A 5-clawed golden dragon? Why did the Chinese divine beast appear in his head? The system still didn't reply, but the noise disappeared. And although he didn't know what had happened, Maki Ling always felt that there was a connection with the fish fruit green dragon form. After all, Kaido bears an inexplicable resemblance to the Chinese dragon after his incarnation as the green dragon. But what the hell is going on here? For a while, Maki Ling was in deep thought. It went on like this for half an hour, and the crowd on the deck after seeing Maki Ling's eyes tightly closed in an appearance of being in meditation. Then they left and did not bother. And during this half hour, no matter how much Maki Ling called out to the system, he did not get a response. Instead, it was the earth-shattering dragon roar that had long since roared his brain. Mud, have you screamed enough? Finally unable to endure it, Mu Ling angrily said, a 5-clawed golden dragon is great. A 5-clawed golden dragon can roar in someone's head. The golden dragon's eyes suddenly flashed with a stream of light, and the silhouette stopped, looking at Mu Ling woodenly. The dragon's mouth then opened angrily, and it charged up towards Mu Ling. Panicked, Maki Ling immediately tried to hide, but realized that this was the main form of consciousness in his mind, and there was no place to hide. Mud, I just scolded you. As for that, boom! With a blackness before his eyes, Mu Ling only felt the golden dragon's shadow penetrate his body and disappear into his mind, and it was as if a little something had gone inside him. Opening his eyes, a wave of rippling golden chi continuously flowed and swirled within his body. This is? In an instant, at this moment, it was as if Mu Ling felt that endless power was rising in a steady stream, climbing to the peak and converging within himself. Beep, the animal fish fruit is automatically destroyed, and the host gains a meager amount of dragon yuan. Finally, the system that had been playing dead appeared, a shocking gift for Makiling. Dragon yuan? Could it be that golden dragon shadow just now? That's right. Why is there dragon element in the fish fruit? Mu Ling asked the query he wanted to know the most. Devil's fruit? A 5-clawed golden dragon? It's not even close. It's not even close. Because the fish fruit's green dragon form. At the moment it was on the verge of destruction. As if it sensed something, it autonomously detached and chose the host. As for the reason, this system is under investigation. And the 5-clawed golden dragon is the form of dragon element that best matches the host. The mechanical voice of the system slowly spoke, explaining everything for Mu Ling. Oh so, whatever the reason, the old man is a hanging wall himself, and now there's just one more hanging. Is that rare? What's a dragon element though? Dragon yuan, which is equivalent to dragon power, possesses the physical characteristics of a dragon. Those who are rich in dragon energy will be able to take on the form of the dragon they belong to, and the sky will fit perfectly. Boom! Makiling's heart shook. Transforming dragons? Oh boy, a 5-clawed golden dragon. But is it so handsome? Because of an obsession with his past life. Even if the fish fruit that could transform into a dragon was placed in front of Mu Ling's eyes, Ma Qiling, however, did not even look at it. Nothing else. It's just a fake. Of course the host shouldn't be too happy too early. With the host's meager dragon yuan, it's already good enough to be able to mobilize a trace of dragon power. As for the transformed dragon, hello, wake up host, it's long past dawn. Nima, Za Iron has an old heart. Mu Ling, who was full of depression, waved his hand and immediately disappeared into the middle of his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that countless pairs of eyes were gazing at him. Oh husband, you finally woke up, Hancock said delicately as he wrapped his arms around Makiling's neck. Geez, the captain is finally awake. 3 days, the captain has been in meditation for 3 whole days. No food or drink, just sitting on the deck. What a captain, what a great job, Ma Qiling. He froze a bit as he listened to the crowd's exclamations of surprise. 3 days? Hasn't it only been a half hour or so? Without speaking, Mu Ling slowly stood up. His heart moved at will, and in an instant, a golden wave burst out from his body. The original black pupils, on the other hand, were immediately bathed in a layer of gold color. Roar! A 5-clawed golden dragon silhouette swam out from behind him and flew towards the clouds. Hiryu, cut me with your sword. Suddenly, Ma Qiling said in an urgent voice. Ha! This, isn't it Captain? Hiryu's whole body was bad at once. Does the captain have a problem with me? Trying to teach me a lesson? Hey, I'm not going to fall for that. How resourceful I am. Hurry up or I'll kick your ass. The body of Shilio, who was about to run away, stalled, and the corner of his mouth raised a bitter smile, then accompanied by the sound of the sword. The thunderstorm on his waist was instantly sheathed. Anum, rumbling. In an instant, golden light exploded, tearing through the clouds and dispersing the black curtain. And underneath the rich golden light was Hiryu's incredulous expression. One finger. The captain surprisingly blocked his thunderstorm with just one finger. Chapter 148, The Big-Faced Mu Ling. My god. Without realizing it, has the captain gotten this strong? Poor Hiryu. Jia, if it were me, I would have wiped my neck with one sword. Crowd. Standing around and talking is what you, old Shah, are talking about. Duong. The sword was gently flicked away, and in an instant, it was as if Hiryu, who held thunderstorm in his hand, felt a monstrous force coming towards him. So scary. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of breaking air suddenly rose, like a heavy blow to Shilio. The body immediately quickly backward, feet constantly sliding on the deck, bared 2 factory warehouse black marks. It wasn't until after his body hit the deck fence that Hiryu got over his shock. Be so strong, Captain. And Ma Qiling, who had sent Shilio flying with a single finger, let out a long breath and looked at the sea of clouds above his head, his body shaking for an instant. Roar! Rolling waves of golden sound continued to burst out of his mouth like layers of shockwaves. It instantly broke through the sea of clouds and shot straight at Xiangyu. Clenching his powerful fists, he felt the unprecedented strength within him. This is the power of Dragon Yuan, the dragon power of the 5-clawed golden dragon, and this is only the strength after obtaining a little bit of diluted Dragon Yuan. If one fully grasps the power of the 5-clawed golden dragon's Dragon Yuan, wouldn't that be At that moment, McKeeling's breathing began to become rapid. The power brought to him by the dragon element in his body was completely beyond his imagination. System. How can I obtain Dragon Yuan quickly? McKeeling wanted this power very much. Very thirsty. Beep. Due to the current dimensional bindings, there is only one way for the host to obtain the power of the dragon element if he wishes to do so. What? Everything is as it should be. Nima. Mu-Ling cursed angrily in his heart, but didn't say anything. Originally, things like dragons were very rare, not to mention the pirate world at hand. Taking back the golden dragon elemental power that was cleansing his body, Mu-Ling's excited heart slowly calmed down. By the way, system, are there any dragon dollars for sale within the system shop? Suddenly, Mu-Ling thought of the system store. Beep. Sure there is, but the system wanted to say something, and the meaning was clear enough. And Mu-Ling had also entered his mind with his consciousness and tapped the system store open. Win dragon power /1%, 10,000 spirit points. Fire dragon power /3%, 20,000 spirit points. Lixalan's power /20%, 80,000 spirit points. One copy of adaptive dragon yuan, 100,000 spirit points. There were many more after that, but McKeeling was no longer able to look at them. Looking down at his only remaining balance, 500 spirit points, he hadn't found the dragon element of the five-clawed golden dragon, but thought that adaptive dragon element should be able to. But 100,000 spirit points. Mud. You might as well kill me with a knife. Can we get a discount without the system? McKeeling said with a smile. No. The system refused mercilessly. Hey, don't everything is negotiable. No discussion. Damn you. Don't force me. Mu-Ling said angrily. Ha, you threaten me? Sneer at. Cripple Chi put in the neck. Mu-Ling viciously said. If we don't get a discount, let's just die together. System. How can someone like you be my host? Jesus. Alright, how many discounts did you say? The system said breathlessly. Of course it's 10% off. At this moment, the system wanted to touch Mu-Ling's cheek and ask him, who gave you the courage to be so shameless? Why do you have such a big face? Disagree? Then let's just die together. The cripple in his hand was once again placed in front of his neck by Mu-Ling. Fuck off. Clamor. A flash of light flowed through his brain, and apparently the system left. And the prices of all the dragon dollars in the mall were all discounted by 10%. Even with a discount, Mu-Ling still couldn't afford it. That's Temo. Half a month later, the evil spirit pirates crowd arrived at the Universal Island. It's just this huge island that was once ruled by Big Mom, gathering all races, representing prosperity and flourishing. By now it had long been shell-shocked and devastated. Underneath the sky that was shrouded in smoke was the cracked ground, where countless flowers, plants, trees, etc., that had been given souls had fallen to the ground one after another, long dead. And the countless Big Mom pirate group guys were all sprawled out on the ground one by one in a mishmash of corpses. These should be the pirates who didn't go to the pirate manifest and are stationed on the 10,000 Kingdoms Island, Katakuri said in a deep voice. And after seeing this scene in front of him, even Mu-Ling was slightly surprised. It shouldn't. Did Big Mom's sons and daughters die out? And how did the island become like this? The once prosperous Universal Island did not expect to have fallen to such a state. Could it be the redhead pirates who did this? Maybe it's the Barrett that escaped the Manaboy too. It's just that right now the body of history, I wonder if it's still there? Mu-Ling's face became ugly. Asshole. Bang. 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 Suddenly, countless bullets immediately shot out from the smoke rising from the ground and rushed towards the evil spirit. The bullets hit the hull and only left a white mark, unable to hurt the evil spirit in the slightest. There are enemies. Launch the attack. All hands stand by. Next round of firing. Boom. Accompanied by muffled sounds, the bullets and shells in the sky converged in a mass, as if they were raining down like a storm. Asshole. Enelu didn't take it well, then flicked his fingertips. Rumbling. Thunder descended from the sky, shattering the rain of guns and bullets before dissipating all the hundreds of black-clothed men on the ground into the thunder. Unusual technological weapons are even less powerful. I don't understand why the Universal Island was overrun by a bunch of guys like that. Hiria held his cigarette in his mouth, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Maybe it's this one. Clamor. A gust of wind suddenly swirled within the flat ground, followed by the body of a black-clothed man on the ground gently swinging, the weapon in his hand immediately flowing into Old Sandy's hand along with the wind and sand. Jelma 66, the most famous military organization in the North Sea, famous for scientific warfare, its strength should not be underestimated. And Big Mom died, and the remnants of the Big Mom pirate group, most of whose main force died at the World's Fair, were defeated by such an enemy. Not uncommon. Chapter 149 Angry Katakuri. Germa 66? That world-famous Vinsmoke family? That's right, that's them. Known as the kings of the North Sea, they are powerful and do not rely on devil fruit abilities, but instead utilize the science force to gain great strength. I didn't realize that they would set their sights on the Universal Island. It's only natural. After all, the Big Mom pirate group of today has long existed in name only, but since we've messed with our evil spirit pirates, Gia, count them out. Captain, let's get out of here. Katakuri looked at Makorin, his words filled with anxiety. The faces of the people who were talking tightened, as if they had all thought of something. Now that Germa 66 has wreaked havoc on the Universal Island, according to the cruelty of the other side, then the corpses all over the ground. Is there one of them is Breeze? If that were true, they knew that Katakuri would go mad. Mu Ling waved his big hand, and in an instant, the huge evil spirit ship began to slowly sink, landing peacefully amidst the sound of explosions and countless clouds of smoke. Go! Bang! Just as the evil spirit had landed, Katakuri leapt down, and with his body transformed into a phantom he ran towards the palace in the center of the island in the distance, running wildly all the way. He was like a wild beast, charging all the way, but anyone who dared to block his path was brutally killed. Meanwhile, inside the palace at the very center of the Universal Island, "Father," a flirty voice rang out. "What's wrong?" On the throne, a blond man with a long sword spoke coldly. None other than Vinsmoke Gage, Patriarch of House Vinsmoke, Commander-in-Chief of Jelma 66, and King of the Kingdom of Jelma. Without any trace of emotion, the cold eyes contained an infinite killing aura. But even in the face of his own daughter, the evil spirit pirates are here. It just arrived at the Universal Island, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family. Vinsmoke Leiju whispered, "Oh, it's that evil spirit pirates. One of the three emperors of the New World? The eldest son of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Ige, who was dressed in red, coldly said, just in time. Kill them, father." Vinsmoke Niji, bathed in blue, exclaimed. The green-clad Yongji did not speak, but looked quietly at his father on the throne. However, the battle intent in his eyes could not be concealed in any way. Are you guys crazy? Don't you know who the captain of the evil spirit pirates is? Akatsuki Makorin. That's one of the three emperors of the New World. The man who killed Big Mom and 100 Beasts Kaido by himself. Reiju, who was filled with horror, was completely enraged by her brother's stupid words and shouted, "Ha ha ha ha, we are the invincible legion of Jelma." That's right, it's just the evil spirit pirates. Can't you see that even the huge Big Mom pirate group was captured by us? In normal times, maybe we wouldn't be a match for them, but nowadays the Jelma 66 Legion, which has gained great technological prowess, a mere pirate. Looking at her brothers, who had been transformed to have no feelings whatsoever because of the family genes, Reiju was dumbfounded. She had told her father the news with the intention of running away quickly, but, having lost your relationship, you don't even have the basic ability to take stock of the situation? For a moment, a flash of bewilderment flashed through Reiju's eyes. Gaining great power while losing feelings for the Vinsmoke family. Is it really as powerful as you see it? Boom! Just the situation in front of him had long since not allowed him to think too much, and a heavy roar instantly resounded through the palace. In the next second, the huge palace gates began to shake and then came crashing down. A tall man's figure stood in front of the door, his angry gaze resembling a flame that wanted to burn everyone to death. "Where's Bree?" Katakuri said coldly. "Oh, the eldest son of the Charlotte family? Katakuri, didn't you betray the Big Mom pirate group a long time ago? What? Now you're here for nostalgia?" Niji laughed lightly. "TSK, I'm really sorry. I don't know what kind of person Bree is to you, but anyone who's a member of the Big Mom pirate group, it seems like, it's all dead. Ha ha ha, the Big Mom pirate group long ago became history. The kingdom of Jelma 66 is the strongest." For a moment, time stood still in this moment. Niji's words seemed like an ever-spinning black curse that kept echoing in Katakuri's mind. Bree's dead? His favorite sister is dead? The sister who had an ugly scar cut into her face because of herself was dead? Ha! Suddenly, Katakuri, who was meticulously keeping his head down, smiled. He was trembling and laughing more and more violently. Just laughing, but a bloody tear came out of the corner of his eye. Anum! Click! 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 Black and purple thunderbolts stormed across both of Katakuri's fists. "Bree, but my dear sister." Anum! Rumbling, the thunderbolt grew louder and louder, and a red shockwave instantly exploded out of Kaji's body, continuously impacting everything around him. Bang! 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 The walls crumbled, the floor cracked, and Gaji, sitting on his throne, finally paled. "Kill him!" Clamor. With a wave of their long swords, the four members of His Highness immediately charged towards Kaji. He, stupid guy. How dare you challenge our Vinsmoke family? Niji sneered. and his blue body immediately turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared in midair. In the next moment, Niji appeared in front of Kaji's eyes, and his fist, which was coalescing with a large amount of lightning, instantly blasted at Kaji's chest. Duong! Thunderclap lands a vicious punch to the chest covered in armed color buster. Asshole! Kaji backhanded Niji in the head, sending him into the ground. Niji! Damn you! Kill him! In an instant, 3 terrifying attacks immediately rushed towards Ka-air. Only at that moment, Kaji had long forgotten everything, as if the only thing in his eyes was Niji's hateful face. Just because he said that, they're all dead. Chapter 150, The Great Battle of Jelma. Bang! Just as the 3 attacks were about to hit Katakuri's back, Yo grew bullying our evil spirit pirates. You Jelma 66 are really tired of living. Sneer at. Thunderstorm came out of his sheath, and the blood-red sword chi instantly burst out, evolving into a roiling sword chi that intercepted all the attacks. The evil spirit pirates reign no Hiryu? Rages said in a deep voice. Then the vermilion lips slightly opened, and a deep purple poison arrow of the same type as Magellan's instantly burst out from the fiery red lips that contained a highly poisonous poison. Pink poison arrow, shooting towards Hiryu. Only Hiryu didn't even look at Reiju and didn't put him in his eyes at all. And just at the moment when the poisonous arrows were about to close in on Shiryu's body, a golden barrier instantly rose up from the ground, intercepting all of the poisonous arrows. TSK, what a woman covered in poison. I've come to meet you. Having just gotten the golden fruit, pony can't wait to try out her abilities. The fingertips were slightly picked, and 3 channels of gold that seemed like sharp swords sprang out like water under the feet and swam towards Leijio. Joelle Boni, the big stomach girl? Just you? Clamor. With a disdainful cry, 2 pink feathered wings suddenly blossomed on Reiju's back, causing her body to instantly take off into the air, dodging the gold's charge. Oh, can still fly? However, my golden fruit is not just that. Oh. Full of smiling eyes, bony-hearted will. 3 channels of gold immediately like a swimming dragon is constantly chasing after Leijio. In the air cut out a road of golden curves. Fun! This golden fruit is so much fun. Bony's fingertips flew, maneuvering the golden water currents to form an encircling circle, trapping Reiju within it. Spark return. Facing the once great General Green Pheasant, Iji didn't have a trace of fear or trepidation. His hands exploded with reverberating flames, and the tech shoes under his feet were like jets bursting out with powerful wind pressure as he rushed towards Green Pheasant. Flame? Green Pheasant muttered, a smirk on his face. How dare you use flames against yourself? Frozen Storm Pheasant beak. Whoa! In an instant, a crazed ice bird immediately exploded out of Green Pheasant's body, its sharp-pointed beak shining with a cold light as it rushed towards Iji. But in the next moment, Green Pheasant's face changed, looking a bit stunned, because at the very second when Storm Pheasant Beak was about to rush towards Iji, dozens of black-clothed men unexpectedly defied life and death and blocked in front of Iji, forming a wall of people, who eventually turned into pieces of ice sculptures and shattered into slag. Reformers without feelings. The Vinsmoke family really deserved to die. At this moment, Green Pheasant was enraged. Rustle of skirts, with a splash of ice. The next second Green Pheasant's large hand that had turned to ice had brushed against Iji's neck. However, Iji's face did not change. It was as if they were so unconcerned about Green Pheasant's attack. Click! The left arm protecting his head turned to ice and crumbled away. Iji, who did not have any pain on his face, opened his eyes roundly, and then a hot, dazzling, and extremely blinding fire instantly burst out from Iji's eyes. Sparklight fist. Bang! 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 The air pressure of the battle suit burst, and Iji's 2 fists were like phantoms, frantically slamming towards Green Pheasant at the speed of light of 10 punches a second. Ice Age. Click! 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 Terrifying ice seals instantly flared up, and a steady stream of them sprang out of his body. Iji, who was swinging wildly, blinks and is frozen into ice. The red eyes kept shooting flames, while the fiery red battlesuit, cooled by the ice, was fading and losing its power. Without showing any mercy, Green Pheasant's punch shattered Iji's ice sculpture, cut it out. His body was torn apart, and Iji's head rolled to the ground, resignation still lingering in those eyes. Vinsmoke Ige, D, bang, bang, bang. Niji, who had been punched into the ground by Katakuri, was just about to fly out of the pit as lightning, bang, immediately slammed back by Katakuri's fist. Asshole. Damn you. I'm a Vinsmoke. Niji's heart burned with rage, and although they couldn't feel half the pain of being transformed, the immense sense of humiliation made him grief-stricken. Power generation lightsaber. Nuisance. Electricity surged, raging lightning power coming out of the blue battlesuit and pouring into the sword of lightspeed in Niji's hand. In the next second, Niji's body disappeared, and the only thing that was left was the electric light that kept flickering in the air that was gradually approaching Katakuri. Oh, interesting. Enelu raised an eyebrow, just as he was about to strike. Ha! Give Bree back her life. A terrifying aura instantly exploded from the tearful Katakuri's body, stopping Eniru in his tracks immediately. This guy said Onilu without a word of humor. Arrogant guy. Go find your sister in hell. Click, click, click. Lightning flashed as Niji's body kept appearing around Katakuri, attacking frantically, each sort of fatal blow. Scold. A brilliant light exploded in his eyes, and Kaji, who had turned on his seeing color, immediately captured Niji's whereabouts. Sticky roasted rice cake. Sneer at. The blazing flame power instantly baked the glutinous rice, condensing it into a giant roasted rice cake fist in the shape of a wolfsbane. It slammed down instantly, hitting the hammer in the midst of countless phantoms, hammering down hard on Niji's head. Blood erupted as if it were an exploding watermelon, red and white bursting out in unison, following in the footsteps of Ige, Vinsmoke Nej, D. Sneer at. The three golden rays kept chasing after Rage's body. Then the encirclement became smaller and smaller, and the gold immediately turned into a bit of golden rain under Bonnie's urging and melted into Rage's body. Her body shook, and Reiju immediately sensed the difference. Bang. After a ringing finger, in Bonnie's smiling eyes, Leijio gradually transformed into a golden statue, which smashed heavily on the ground, but did not break. Chapter 151. Bang! Old Sand's body was instantly pierced through by a wave of green light, which then dissipated into wind and sand in the air. Darn it! Vince Makyonji let out a low cry, and his body immediately transformed into a green rainbow, drawing a graceful curve in the air towards Old Sand. What a heartless thing to do, to just watch your loved ones die without doing anything. Clamor. Two sharp magnetic sands transformed into spikes, breaking through the green awns with great speed and ruthlessly plunging into Yongji's legs. Oomph. Their deaths are just them being too weak too, and the weak are not to be pitied at all. Boom. A green combat suit of Yongji as if he would not feel the pain of the magnetic sand piercing through his legs. That pair of green gloves instantly skyrocketed, like a dragon scroll towards Old Sand's neck to press down. No emotion, can't feel any pain. What a boring life. Shaking his head and looking at Yongji's grimace, Old Sandy gave a moment of silence for him. A half-moon crescent sand blade then exploded out of his right hand. Turning into wind and sand, he appeared in front of Isamu in the next second. Death Sand Blade. Rustle. The horrible yellow sand swept over Isamu's body, taking away all the moisture. Yongji, whose skin gradually became dry and dull, whose muscles atrophied and whose eyes gradually lost their light. Instant death. How? I can't believe my kids. Finally, Vinsmoke Gaji, who was sitting on the throne, could no longer sit still and was filled with horror when he saw that the supreme masterpiece that he had carefully cultivated was actually defeated by the evil spirit pirates in a matter of 3 or 2 blows. Sneer at. In a flash, the sword light attacked. The bright sword was like a black dragon, and in the next second, it stood in front of Gaji's eyes. Ha! Vince Mock Gage, the leader of the Kingdom of Jelma. I heard you were a scientist and a colleague of that Burgapunk guy. Come on, tell me everything you know, and I might just as well keep you alive. The long sword in front of him was as terrifying as a beast's open bloody mouth, but Gaji frowned lightly. That asshole Burgapunk? Sorry, I have nothing to say to you evil spirit pirates. Boom! With a flash of his body, the golden battle suit appeared behind Gaji, followed by a tight grip on the long sword in his hand. Click, click, click. For a moment the electricity surged, and the boots on Gaji's feet flashed with electricity, then spun wildly. Bang, bang, bang. The electric current shook the space, bursting into a burst of horrifying breaking sounds. At this moment, Gaji was like a blue arc roulette wheel, and finally, with a high leg lift, he kicked fiercely towards Makiling. Sneer at. In a flash, the sword light cut through the current and instantly penetrated Gaji's right leg, splitting it in two. Immediately after that, Makorin's body slightly tilted, dodging the long blade of electric shock that chopped down on his face, and his left hand covered in Ryosakura hegemony immediately shattered the blade, followed by a stranglehold on Gaji's neck. Click, click, click. The horrible sound of a crumbling neck bone reached Gaji's ears. The leader of Jelma's 66th Legion, the king of the North Sea, was now being held down by Mu Ling like a little chicken, playing God. Fancy, unbearable. Makiling's voice like a demon's whisper reached Gaji's ears. One strike and he was bound in his opponent's hands. Gaji froze, followed by an endless surge of anger. Asshole. Abominable. I still have my ambitions unfulfilled. How can I die here? Ah! Gaji roared wildly, his suffocated red face as hideous and horrible as the devil's. One last question for you about Burgapunk. You say it or you don't say it. Asshole. I'll never tell you guys anything. Gaji roared with his mouth wide open. Bang! Instantly, Gaji's head was like an inflated balloon that immediately burst. The red and white things such as blood and brain matter that were splashing around were all blocked by an invisible force the second before they approached Mu Ling's body. Stubborn, Mu Ling said icily, but her face was not half as lost. Regarding the information about Burgapunk, he had only inquired about it with the idea of trying. If not, forget it, it's just an evil scientist anyway. What about her? What about the captain? Bonnie pointed to Vince Mokleju, who had been turned into a golden statue, and looked to Makiling. This woman. Makiling frowned. Unlike the rest of the Vinsmoke family, the woman retained a modicum of humanity. And the current Mu Ling wasn't like that moment when he had just stepped out of the city of advancement and killed people on sight. Forget it. You're on your own. Let her fend for herself and see what happens. Waving his hand, Mu Ling said indifferently, "Oh, got it, Captain." Bonnie said faintly. And then Bonnie just doesn't care about Reiju anymore. Really left to its own devices. On the other hand, Katakuri on the other side cried tears of joy, because just a moment ago, his favorite sister, Bree, was suddenly walking out of a mirror. Because of her unique fruit ability, Bree can travel within a maze of mirrors, and wherever mirrors appear, there is a way for her to escape. With that, she escaped the attack of the 66th Legion of Jelma. "Take her, Captain," Katakuri murmured as he fell to his knees in front of Makorin. Makiling. To be honest, Makiling didn't want to bring it. Just Katakuri. "Don't do this, brother," Bree suddenly voiced. "I'm not staying on the Isle of Wonders, and I'm not getting on the boat with you. And you? Hey, I've been thinking about it for a long time. I'm going to my father's hometown, a remote island where it's peaceful. No wars, no hookups. I'm tired of everything here. Promise me, okay, brother?" Perhaps he could see Makorin's difficulty, or perhaps he really was tired of everything. But looking at the smiling face, it was as if Katakuri saw Bree as a young child, innocent and flawless. Finally nodding heavily, he sent Bree away from the place, Decamus Island. On this day, the calm island once again boiled over. Saber, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, arrives at the Whitebeard Pirates base camp, and he asked to see Fire Fist Ace by name. Chapter 152, Meeting of the Brothers. What? Saber, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, wants to see me? Inside the palace, Ace, who had pulled his face out of his dinner plate, looked at Marco in horror. That's right, it is indeed the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Ace, you know him? Looking at Ace, Marco was also filled with confusion. Sabo, who didn't bring any of the Revolutionary Army's soldiers with him, dared to travel alone to the Whitebeard Pirates base camp? And mouthing off about meeting Ace. What a nerve! Just kidding, how could I possibly know anyone from the Revolutionary Army? Ace was speechless. However, in the next second his face darkened, as if he had thought of something. The whole man was instantly plunged into great grief, and muttered to himself, "Could it be? No, it can't be. It's absolutely impossible." Shaking his head vigorously again. "Marco, what are you doing here? Acting like a comedian?" Half a day later, thump thump, Saber, dressed in a blue ceremonial suit, holding a black hose and wearing a black gentleman's hat, walked inside the palace. "Your revolutionary saber?" Marco murmured. Since a small sabo was not enough to alarm Papa Whitebeard, Marco was the most qualified person in the room to ask questions. "That's right, Your Excellency must be Marco, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates." Saber was all smiles, but his narrow eyes carefully scanned the palace for a week, but did not notice the presence of Fire Fist Ace. "Ha, isn't Fire Fist Ace here?" Saber had only seen Ace's face in the newspaper, but it was a picture of a lowered head being escorted, so, did not see the full face of the other side. LOL, aren't you being a bit hasty yourself? Just because of the red Hitomi Makiling's words, he came alone to such a dangerous place. However, even though he was thinking this way, Saber always felt that there was a vague voice inside of him that was constantly reminding him, "Go for it, go meet Fire Fist Ace." Bang! In a flash, just as Saber was still immersed in his personal world of serious thought, a man in the crowd suddenly rushed out, stumbling a little in his haste, and falling to his knees with an unsteady weight. By the time he looked up, he was already full of tears. Eyes reddened from excitement looked dead at Saber as countless fire dragons exploded out of his body, tracing a graceful curve in the air around his body. In this moment, time stood still. Saber, who was standing in place, was struck by lightning and froze in place. Tears, unbeknownst to me, had long since drenched my cheeks. "Saber, I can't believe you're not dead? Asshole. Great. Ha ha ha. It's really you." In full view of the crowd, Ace roared with excitement, only to look into Saber's confused eyes and Ace froze. "Asshole, what's that look in your kid's eyes?" "Well no. Don't you recognize me? I'm Ace." "Ah, I'm the older brother. And you're my younger brother. Snap. Rushing forward with one strong step, Ace roared wildly as he threw his arms around Saber. Ace? Big brother? Brother? We're brothers? This. Bang. In an instant, Saber only felt as if his head was going to explode, and a terrifyingly fierce force was like a giant hammer that was desperately pounding on his head. Boom. 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 Thunderous booms exploded one after the other, and Saber collapsed in Ace's arms with his legs in a heap. The grim-faced Saber's veins rippled and his rising purple cheeks were as terrifying as a demon's. My head. Ah! Ace. Luffy. Me? Who am I? I'm Saber. Bang! The head hit the ground hard, exploding into a crater. Looking at the agonized Saber, Ace had completely panicked. He couldn't understand how his brother, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, had become like this. Get out of the way, Ace. I'll do it. Crashing sound. In an instant, a steady stream of healing green light exploded from Marco's palm and flooded into Saber's mind. Gradually, the roar subsided and Saber's face returned to normal. 1 week later. Here, keep drinking. Ha ha ha, you're Ace's brother. That's my Whitebeard Pirates family. No drunkenness tonight. Saber. He himself seems to have been drunk for 3 days in a row since he sobered up. But after thinking about meeting Luffy with Ace soon, Saber was happy again. Universal Island. Inside the original Big Mong's dessert palace, Mu Ling, who was holding a giant sheet of paper in his hands, was sitting quietly at the table with his brows furrowed. That day, the sky broke, and the nightmare, too, descended completely. They, the ones who call themselves gods, have finally come, descending on this world with a giant tree. Strength, powerful strength. They are a bunch of lunatics, a bunch of cruel and ruthless, bloodthirsty demons. It's just strange that the demon didn't attack us, but instead disappeared without a trace in a flash. We don't know what's going on here, but we found trees left behind by the demons. Oh, maybe they forgot too. But it's this incredibly stupid thought that has brought us down to hell. The system's disjointed voice echoed in his head, and because the body of history was broken, the system translated it in a very awkward way. While sitting on the chair, Mu Ling's eyebrows were getting tighter and tighter, and his heartbeat was slowly accelerating. Although it was mutilated, a few short sentences allowed Mu Ling to detect something fishy. Call yourself a god? With huge trees. The king of the 20 countries that once created the world government? A bloodthirsty demon? The forgotten devil's fruit tree? And at that moment, after a long period of silence, the system finally said the last sentence in the body of this history. Conspiracy. The devil's plot. We were really wrong. Terribly wrong. Even through the paper and hundreds of years, it was as if Mu Ling could hear the despairing to the extreme sadness from the system's cold mechanical voice. Chapter 153, Searching for the Body of History. Conspiracy? A devil fruit conspiracy? Anyone with the ability to take a devil fruit will be involved in this huge maelstrom? Too deep in the conspiracy to get out? And are the chroniclers of the body of this history the people of the Great Kingdom? The legendary D1? Maki Ling didn't dare to be sure, because what was mentioned in the body of history was just too vague. But if it was really guessed by Maki Ling, then the world is really going to be in a huge panic again, and no one will be spared. System. Is devil fruit really a conspiracy? Maki Ling inquired of the system. Beep. Please host, express yourself completely. Devil fruit contains mysterious power that can give those who eat it great strength, but with great disadvantages. If that's premeditation, then yes, the system icily said. Actually being taunted by the system. Can you parse this power? Beep. This power is now sleeping and unable to find its source. So far, this system has parsed it more than 10,000 times. Well, I didn't realize even you couldn't do anything about it. Maki Ling's head was a bit confused. The mysterious devil's fruit tree had fallen into a deep sleep? Was it forced? Or actively? Should we wait until all the devil fruits have blossomed? Is it time to wait until then for it to awaken and reap its harvest? Why do I get a Naruto Otanashi clan vibe? Shaking his head, the topography of the body of history in Mu Ling's hand turned into streams of light and was put away in the warehouse. Still have to find all the body of history to get the final answer. Clamor. Pushing the door open, Maki Ling walked out of the palace and returned to the evil spirit. Hiryu was still relentlessly wiping his thunderstorm. Old Sandy, on the other hand, is resting his eyes. Green Pheasant lounged lazily on the mast of the ship, creating a bit of chilly air every now and then to cool the entire evil spirit. Captain Yu, look, Bonnie, who was lying on her back having fun with the golden fountain, immediately exclaimed, Maki Ling, let's play, but can we put down the barbecue first? And there's no fear of poisoning. Then Maki Ling gathered the crowd together and told them everything that was written in the body of history. There was a moment of silence. There was dead silence on the large deck. everyone frowning as they pondered the sudden crypticness of the situation. So, according to the main text of history, those, guys who call themselves gods are the ones who destroyed the great kingdoms of old? Hawkeye said in a deep voice. Don't rule it out. But, according to this, is not the whole world deceived? But why haven't these world government guys established any faith? Religions? To win the hearts and minds of the people? Could it be because the devil's fruit tree is sleeping? And when will it awaken? I don't know. Maybe waiting for the time to be right. And when is the time right again? Boom. Looking at old Shah, who was chattering on and on, like 100,000 reasons, Hiryu was instantly enraged. Bastard crocodile. How would I know? I'm not some fruit tree. From where would I know the time is ripe? Crowd. I think the most crucial thing right now is that we must first secure our own safety, which is the devil fruit we've taken, whether or not we are being controlled by a force that will have the effect of controlling ourselves. Green Pheasant said calmly, then looked to Captain Makiling. Even Green Pheasant himself hadn't realized that he was now used to relying on Makiling. There is, but in slumber. Of course, it's a demon waiting for an opportunity, so this time before it awakens is our chance. What should we do, Captain? Evening queried. Let's go ahead and collect the body of history and get the real history. To be honest, suddenly knowing so many hidden secrets, even Mu Ling had nodded his head for a while. Historical text. It refers to an indestructible stone monument cast by the ancestors of the Mitsuki clan of the Kazunokuni kingdom during the blank 100 years. Of course, according to the tone of the people who recorded it in the main text of history, there is still doubt as to whether or not it was actually forged by the Mitsuki clan. Instead, there are two types of historical texts. One is the 4 reddish-colored road-marking historical texts that record information about the location of Raftru. The other is the 26 pieces of historical texts that record a blank 100 years of history, including 9 pieces of historical texts that record important information. When the information on these 26 historical texts is combined, it creates a complete article documenting a blank 100 years of history. The true historical text, which is cast and sent around the world. And the act of researching the historical text is defined as a crime by the world government. The only interpreters of the main body of history are the Cookie Clan and the many scholars of O'Hara. Robin is also one of the many scholars of O'Hara. Of course, this did not include Makiling, the man who was open. Clamor. The evil spirit slowly rose up, plucking away the heavy sea of clouds and heading off into the distance. Report, Captain. Target Kazunokuni. It will arrive in about half a month. The iceberg controlling the ship exclaimed. Yes. Set sail. Set sail. Jubii. Left full rudder. Good. Got it. Clamor. The ship immediately tilted, then picked up speed and headed quickly toward Kazunokuni, the land of peace. Click. The longsword exploded with a terrifying sound as it chopped through the bones. Rumbling. In an instant, smoke and dust rose in all directions, and the large cave was cut off by Jinwei Men's sword and crumbled apart from it. The land of peace. From now on it will be truly free. Looking at the pirate corpses all over the ground and the island that had become ruins, the long-haired Transfiguration slowly returned his long sword to its sheath and said in a deep voice, "This is Onigashima, the home base of the 100 Beasts pirates, and until this moment, because of the death of Captain Kaido of the 100 Beasts, Onigashima has been completely overrun by the righteous armies of the Wakoku, represented by the Akatsuki ninjas, accompanied by the death of the last pirate, the once king of the sea. The 100 Beasts pirates completely became history." Chapter 154, The Disappearing Bucky. Kaido the 100 Beasts is dead, but the young lord is missing. The red pupil herding spirit is really lying to us, utilizing our anger so as to achieve the goal of dealing with the 100 Beasts pirates. Damn you, asshole. The Azura child's burly fist slammed hard into a side hill, and immediately the mountain crumbled and smoke rose up in all directions. It's my fault. I was careless. If I had recognized Kanjuro's identity earlier, the young lord would never have fled after me, thus falling into the hands of the red Hitomi Makoto spirit, Kanejiro said in agony. No, it's not your fault, Kamen. That's right, damn red pupil Makiling. I'm going to kill him. But, suddenly, a gentle voice interrupted the crowd. It was none other than the first flower girl of the Kazunokuni, the daughter of Mitsuki Gatanda, Mitsuki Niwa. Although it's important to find my brother, are we really a match for the evil spirit pirates? You know that the other party is the man who killed Big Mom and 100 Beasts Kaido. At this time, the news of the pirate Manabio had already spread throughout the world, and even the faraway land of Kazunokuni had gotten the news. Even if we are undefeated, we must retrieve the young lord. But, I am just afraid that the young lord has long been. River Song lowered his head and said silently, "Asshole, what are you talking about? Shut up, River Song. How dare you disrespect the young lord?" The people's faces changed, and they looked at River Song angrily. Mitsuki Niwa's face tightened as well. And it wasn't just her. The thought had already crossed the minds of almost everyone present. Will the young lord survive his encounter with the ruthless Red Hitomi Makarin? 3 days later. An unknown island. Crashing sound. The small boat plucked away the surface of the sea, blooming a ripple, and headed towards where the sea and sky met. Wahahaha Lavendaru. The final way. I, Master Bucky, am the strongest man in the world. Captain Roger's treasure will soon be mine. Although a bad cold made this ending many years late, I eventually found it. Ha ha ha. Glancing at his wrist, the permanent pointer to the final path. Ravdru. Bucky, who was sitting alone in the boat, burst into a frown and couldn't help humming. Here was an unnamed island, and the boat was on its course at the moment, and it was Lavendaru. The sun was just right on the azure sea, there were no gusts of wind or storms, and everything was so thriving. Just, in the next moment, Bucky, who was lying on the ship, only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, as if he was enveloped by some huge object. Opening his eyes, a giant pirate ship was dead ahead, blocking the path of the small boat. Yo, I didn't realize that after all these years, you guys are still as happy as ever. Bucky. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in Bucky's ears. Red hair, broken arm, and a long sword at his waist. Red-headed Shanks. Bucky's old acquaintance, nemesis. Face darkening. Bucky didn't say anything as he realized that at this point Shanks had a look on his face despite the flirtatious tone he used. But it was a gravity he had never seen before. It's not a good thing that it's coming. If you're here to catch up, I'm sorry. Excuse me, Bucky said coldly. No one could stop him from finding the treasure. Even Shanks. Stop it, Bucky. Trust me. Oh, are you kidding me? Who am I, Master Bucky, to listen to you? Bucky's entire being was enraged. I'm doing this for your own good. Shanks remained calm. Bastard Shanks, don't you know that's the thing that bothers me most about you? A sincere look on your face for my benefit, and a mouth that says things that make you very uncomfortable. I'm a pirate. Bucky instantly exploded, his right hand holding the knife bursting open in the next second and swinging hard towards Shanks. Duong. Before the sword was even sheathed, it easily blocked the cold aura. You're no match for me. Bastard, don't mention this to me. If it wasn't for you, would I have eaten this quartered fruit? It's just you being greedy. That's your fault too. Trust me. Keep going. You will die. Fuck off. This is my own business. None of your business. Turning the rudder and accelerating, the small boat immediately skirted around the giant pirate ship and headed off into the distance. Exhale. The breeze was blowing Shanks' hair. With a look of helplessness on his face, Shanks suddenly shook his head. I'm sorry, Bucky. Lavender, I would never let you go. Ting. The heavenly sword light instantly rose up, and the terrifying sword chi shot up into the sky, cutting through the sea of clouds, and then chopped down towards the small boat. Rolling. The sea surface was sliced by the sword chi as if it was cut off from it, all the way down to the bottom of the sea. The boat crumbled and Bucky's body flew up into the air as if it were a floating cloud. Half a day later, the sea eventually returned to calm, as quiet as if nothing had happened. This, of course, does not include the scattered wreckage of small boats at sea. Report Captain. No. Found Bucky the clown. What? Shanks froze, looking at the man in disbelief. He was just trying to stop Bucky, so he didn't hit him very hard, only shattering the boat. Looked all around? Looked no less than 10 times and still no Bucky the clown. Could it have escaped? Someone wondered. Impossible. The other party is a devil fruit ability, cursed by the sea, so, probably dead, Beckman said in a deep voice. Boom. Shaken. Shanks' face became more and more somber. I know. Return to the ship at once. The body turned and disappeared onto the deck. Without speaking, Beckman lit a cigarette and put it to his lips, looking at Shanks disappearing back. His eyes were getting more and more complicated. What on earth are you? What's on your mind, Chief? Chapter 155 Fei Che. The Dog of the Heavenly Mountain. A long time later, when the redhead pirates left, the sea that leads to the final road, Raftru. Whoa! A huge bird of prey in the sky spread its feathered wings, followed by its body tipping in the air and throwing the man at its back into the sea. Bang! A red figure descended from the sky and smashed heavily into the sea. It was Bucky the clown who had been decapitated by the redhead with a sword. Bucky's body then began to sink, eroded by the seawater without any semblance of buoyancy, gradually sinking towards the bottom of the sea. The bird of prey, meanwhile, hovered overhead, its eyes, obscured by glasses, glittering with complexity. Raftru, the final path. I can't believe you ran into me. I'm so proud of you, Bucky the clown. Lucky, clamor. In an instant, the feathered wings flashed, the sea churned, and a huge wave rolled in, washing Bucky, who had long been in a coma, onto the shore. Bucky survived. Snap. Feathered wings stirred. The bird of prey landed steadily beside Bucky in a single dive. And then his wings and feet morphed into a pair of human-like arms and legs, his eyes gazing into the distance, lost in contemplation. Morgans, president of the World Economic Times. People call big news Morgans. Animal-based bird fruit albatross form ability. Back at the Pirate Manifest, Morgans had set his sights on Bucky the Clown, and likewise, learned about the other's acquisition of the permanent pointer. And right after the redhead decapitated Bucky with his sword, Morgans immediately propped up his body and ducked into the clouds, which avoided the red-headed pirates patrol. Lavender's secret. What is red-haired Shanks fearing? What fun! The world government. And that rumored I'm Sama. Humph. Let's just see what all the fuss is about. Clamor. In an instant, the winds were fierce, and countless storms exploded out of Morgause's body, and those bird eyes had long been reddened beyond recognition, filled with bitter hatred. 1 week later, the evil dead. Hiryu, pair of threes. Old Sandy, 4 twos. Bomb. Stupid Hillary. You're out of the plane. Bonnie said with hatred, itching to get on the plane herself. Shut up. I don't believe he still has a fried 3 with a pair. Airplanes. King Bomb. Snap. The cards fell hard toward the deck, and old Sandy won. Asshole, where did you get so many bombs? Hiryu, who had been blown up twice in a row, stormed out. GGG, there's no way around a good hand. Old Sandy smiled and offered his hand to Hiryu. 10,000 berries. Bring it quickly. With eyes spitting fire, Hiryu was just about to pull out a knife. He didn't care about 10,000 berries, but all he cared about was the fact that he had lost 3 games in a row to old Sandy. How can this be tolerated? Yo, want to renege on your debt? The captain is watching. Mu Ling, who was sitting on the sidelines watching the battle, glanced at the iceberg with a smile and shook his head breathlessly again. Blame it on old Sandy. Who told Hiryu not to see it for himself? Then be honest and eat the boar. Snort snort husband, you see. Iceberg, this guy even. Hancock grinned and whispered into McKeeling's ear, while on the other side, Hiryu was full of displeasure as he pulled out the money and handed it to old Sandy. Clamor. The next second, a black light emerged from the corner of his eye, and Hiryu watched as the 2 king bombs on the deck, as well as the 3 twos, turned into black shadows and returned to the iceberg. Rumbling. Hiryu froze, his hand handing the money stopped in midair. Thunder rolled in his head, and his eyes instantly turned crimson. Losing 3 games in a row. Old Shaw's smug and smelly face as well as his taunts were still vaguely echoing in his ears. Bastard crocodile. I'm going to kill you. Ha ha ha. These 2 guys have finally been discovered. McKeeling laughed out loud. Hiryu's afraid he's going to be pissed off. Iceberg, you idiot. Couldn't you hold on a little longer? Old Sand cursed Iceberg in anger. I've let you win 3 rounds. What more do you want? If I keep winning, Hiryu has to kill me. Bastard. You 2 are dead today. Whoa. Crackle and jingle. There was a violent crash on the deck, and a scream of remorse from the iceberg. Half a month later, the land of peace. Clamor. Flying through the clouds like a flooding beast, the evil spirit broke through the sea of clouds and crossed the turbulent and treacherous mountains to the land of Kazunokuni. Captain, we've arrived in Kazunokuni, Iceberg said in a deep voice. Good. Land it. Rumbling, accompanied by gale force winds as well as a heavy roar. The evil spirit slowly landed, arriving at Kazunokuni Ninari. Captain, shouldn't we go to Onigashima, the home base of the 100 Beasts pirates, if we want to find the body of history left behind by Kaido? Enelu wondered. If the estimation is correct, without the presence of the 100 Beasts Kaido, the Island of Ghosts is afraid that it would have long since been flattened by the angry 9 warriors of the Red Sheath. McKeeling said indifferently. Oh, interjection indicating that one has just learned STH. The crowd came to a realization, and then the corners of their mouths lifted into a smile. Poor Red Sheath 9. I'm afraid they're still in the dark. But what are we here for? Find someone. Who are we looking for? Husband? Flychi the Sky Mountain Dog. Is that a person? A descendant of the legendary swordsmith Goucher. A guy who can forge famous swords. Clamor. The crowd hadn't felt anything yet, but Hawkeye and Shiro on the side immediately glanced over, with a blaze in their eyes. The famous knife. Naturally, it has a fatal attraction for swordsmen. Half a day later, the people came to the village of 9 Mile Braided Hat, the place where Fei Che, the dog of the heavenly mountain, lived in seclusion. It's so poor here. Looking around at the ragged, yellow-faced people, Bonnie lamented. Kazunokuni is like that except for Hanazono. Look at the way these people are looking at us, as if they are rejecting us? Yes, the people of the land of peace reject all outsiders. This is not looking down on us outsiders. Snap. Suddenly, Mu Ling stopped in his tracks, while in front of him was a simple grass hut. If memory serves, this is where feature, the dog of the heavenly mountain, lives. Likewise, it is also the place with the great fast sword XXI Kobo Tenka Hashizum, as well as the demonic sword 2 Anatori. Chapter 156, The Surprise Tenguiyama Feature. Who are you guys? Are you here to see my master? Suddenly, a sweet little female voice came into the ears of the crowd, with a green kimono and a lovely face. It was none other than Tianshan Dog Fei Che's disciple, Xiao Yu. Superhuman devil fruit ability. Specifics unknown, but can pinch an edible blob from his face, and beasts that consume the blob, as well as artificial devil fruit ability, will tame it and turn enemies into friends. What a cute little girl. Bonnie immediately came up and petted Jade's head, taking another piece of meat out of her pocket and handing it to Jade. Thank you, big sister. But this, looking at the roasted meat, Jade was a bit tempted, but even though her stomach was rumbling with hunger, she didn't reach out her hand to take it. It's okay to eat, we're Ace's friends. Looking at the understanding little Jade, Mu Ling laughed. What, Brother Ace? You guys are friends of Brother Ace? Jade was suddenly dancing with excitement. The land of Wabi-Sabi, where he had come and befriended the people before Ace had been captured. Shu Yuk is one of them. In no time at all, Jade, who had gotten a bunch of goodies from Boney, walked in. Then it came out with a man wearing a Tengu mask with feathered wings behind him. It's none other than Tenguiyama feature, and at his waist, he was pinning 2 long swords. The heavenly feather chop, the famous sword that can even cut through the sky. Demon Blade 2 Anatora. In an instant, the 3 of them, Mu Ling Eagle Eyes Shilio, immediately sensed 2 drastic sword intent that was continuously coming towards the 3 of them. Just before the crowd could speak, the Tengu Shan Fei Che in front of him disappeared into thin air and pounced in front of Hawkeye, his eyes blazing at the Supreme Great Fast Sword Black Dagger Knight. I can't believe it's the Supreme Great Fast Sword Black Sword Knight. Next, this is? Demon Sword Thunderstorm? With a turn of his body, as if sensing something, Tenguiyama Fish lunged at Hiryu once again. Crowd. This man, I'm afraid, is not right. Master, Jade said awkwardly. Ahem. Since they're Ace's friends, let's all come in. Half a day later. I don't know what you all are looking for from me. Tengu Mountain Feature didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point. Honestly, if it wasn't for Jade as well as Ace's face, he really didn't want to meet the crowd. After all, no matter what, he, Tengu Mountain Feature, was also a generation of forging masters. Of course, he automatically ignored his earlier ugliness. I didn't expect Tenguiyama Feature-san to still be in seclusion. Is it possible that the news of the death of Kaido, the 100 Beasts, you don't know? Mu Ling lightly said one sentence, but it caused Tengu Mountain Fei Che's face to change drastically. What? Kaido the 100 Beasts is dead? How is this possible? The country of Kazunoki is closed to information, and if you don't deliberately seek it out, you simply don't know anything about the outside world, not to mention being in the village of Hagasa, a place where survival is extremely difficult. What's impossible about that? Just at the Pirate Expo, 100 Beasts Kaido and Big Mom both died there. It's been known to the outside world for a long time. Mu Ling gave a light laugh and explained. This. Tenguiyama Feature could no longer speak. Kaido had occupied the Land of Peace for 20 years, and no one would understand Kaido's terror better than he did. It was breathtaking, desperately powerful. But today, Maki Ling had told him that Kaido was dead? Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Your Excellency is not fooling old me for fun, is he? Tengu Mountain Feature said in shock. Not so much, because I'm the one who killed them. Boom! Tengu Mountain Feature froze, thunder rolling in his head as he looked at Mu Ling in disbelief. It took half a day to digest the news completely. This was followed by a tremendous surge of ecstasy. Kaido is dead, and the demon that dominated the Land of Peace for decades is gone? The good old days of the Land of Peace would soon be upon us, and one would not have to remain in seclusion to avoid Kaido. I'm sure your Excellency isn't just for the purpose of breaking this news to old man? He sure is a smart guy, so I'll get right to the point. I'll take it. Second generation Ghost Cheer, and Sky Feather Chop. It's mine too. I'll give you 30 seconds to think about it. Mu Ling didn't use his might to shock the other party because there was no need to. I'm sure the other side wouldn't be stupid enough to fight the man who killed Kaido. With his face cloudy, bright and dark, Tenguiyama Feature lowered his head in silence. Didn't show too much surprise, obviously having thought of that already. After all, his identity was there, and the people who sought him out were either forging famous swords or were playing with the idea of these 2 swords. It's not strange to see it. Your Excellency killed Kaido and is a hero of my Kazunokuni. As a matter of fact, it would not be out of the question for both of these swords to be gifted to your Excellency. but the famous sword has a spirit, and it is up to your excellency to subdue it. Clamor. With a flash of flowing light in his hand, the dual swords on Tengu Mountain Fei Che's waist were immediately placed in front of Mu Ling, but they were not sheathed. Oh, interesting. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile as Ma Qiling gripped the black and purple sheath of his sword in front of him, and drew out the second-generation ghost chewer as soon as he did so. Clamor. In an instant, black light exploded, and the entire room was united by an evil demonic aura, and the right hand of Mu Ling, who was holding the hilt of the sword in a death grip, suddenly shook, but a strand of black mist surged into Mu Ling's body along his right arm. Demonic chi has entered the body. Your Excellency, quickly abandon your sword, Tengu Mountain Feature exclaimed. Ha! Ma Qiling laughed, his face full of disdain. With it, rolling. In an instant, a majestic and incomparable, more atmospheric pure demonic power burst out from Mu Ling's hands, surging into the second-generation Ghost Chu's sword body like a charge. Chapter 157, Next Stop, Flower Capital. Ting. Right at the moment when the demonic chi surged into the body of Ghost Chu's sword, as if resisting the attack of foreign demonic chi, the second-generation Ghost Chu's sword roared in all directions, and the majestic sword intent immediately attacked the entire arena. This is demonic aura? How is this possible? You, a human, actually have a demonic aura? And you, the demonic aura in your body has actually surpassed the demon sword second-generation Ghost Cheer? Looking at the demon blade Ghost Che, who was struggling hard and bursting out with a mournful cry or two from time to time, Tenguiyama Feature froze. It was hard to imagine that a humans would actually possess such a huge amount of demonic power. Yo, still quite stubborn? Clamor. A flash of flowing light at his waist, the crippling chi that exploded from the sword nurturing gourd pulled out a sword flower in the air and ruthlessly chopped at the Ghost Chair sword body. Duong. In an instant, the sound of gold and gold gorges interlacing in an endless stream. Was crippled chi carries a powerful demonic power instantly subdued the demon sword Ghost Che. Immediately with a waist sword, powerless rolled to the ground. It was only when Ma Qiling held Ghost Cheer in his hands again that everything changed. A steady stream of mild demonic power surged down the hilt of the sword into Mu Ling's body, seemingly pleasing him. That's more like it. Ma Qiling laughed out loud and successfully collected the second-generation Ghost Cheer. Evil people should be evil people grinding. Deal with Ghost Che such disobedience. It is necessary to be more unruly crippling chi out. Afterwards, Mu Ling looked his gaze toward the great fast sword 21 worker Heavenly Feather Chop. Once the saber of Mitsuki Goten, he was a pair with Yama and managed to leave X-shaped sword marks on Kaido's body. The Heavenly Feather Chop that can cut the sky apart. The slogan is pretty loud. I just don't know if it's really that good. Thinking that, with a big wave of his hand, Mu Ling grabbed towards the Heavenly Feather Chop. Hilliard, it's over. The captain won't even leave me any soup. Hawkeye also had a darkened face and glanced at Ma Qiling without any good humor. This guy, at least let us touch it. Boom! The blood-colored Shura field immediately opened, and the dark red flowing cherry hegemony extended down Ma Qiling's right arm to the body of the Heavenly Feather chopping sword. Ting! Without saying a word, the Sky Feather Chop instantly succumbed. The powerful domineering aura caused its resisting momentum to instantly crumble, and after two powerless mournful cries, it took the initiative to show goodwill with Mu Ling. Tengu Mountain Flyshare. He had been thoroughly surprised. After seeing that Mu Ling had exceeded his expectations time and time again, he resigned himself to his fate. Letting out a long breath, Tengu Mountain Fei Che's face changed, and he solemnly looked at Mu Ling and said in a deep voice, "It is their true destiny that the second-generation Ghost Cheer and the Heavenly Feather Chop can be possessed by a character like your excellency. I have been here for decades, incognito, in order to stay out of Kaido's sight and thus protect these two swords from the evil one. Today, Old Me is considered to have no more regrets. Gentlemen, farewell to this." Clamor. With a wave of his long sleeve, Tengu Mountain Fish closed the door. "Big sister, be sure to come find Jade." Looking at the crowd that was gradually walking away, Xiao Yu, who was holding a large pile of food, reluctantly said, "Bye Jade." Bonnie waved, then faded out of Jade's sight. After returning to the evil spirit ship, Macarin raised the ship into mid-air, and then flew towards the flower capital, the most prosperous city in the land of Wabi-Sabi. Fluorescent Dragon, Crippled Chi, Born Tooth, Sky Feather Chop, second-generation Ghost Cheer. Looking at the 5 long swords hovering in front of them, Shiro and Hawkeye's eyes instantly turned red. "Captain, don't even think about it. It's all mine," Mu Ling immediately said viciously, not giving she any chance to speak. Hilliard, as a swordsman, and a swordsman of Mu Ling's strength, he never minded that he had many swords. The sword is the second life of the swordsman, and Mu Ling will not let it go to others. Grab it yourself if you can. Thinking of this, the shadow of a famous sword gradually emerged in Mu Ling's mind. The big fast knife 21 workers Yama, able to slice through hell's Yama with a single sword. Moreover, that sword was capable of ingesting an existence that possessed a domineering aura, and it was even more evil than the second-generation ghost chef. Hey, light, moon, sun and, Captain, where are we going next? Hanazono. Ha, what's the point of going there? Husband? Hancock wondered. Find a woman. Kazunokuni rabbit bull. Boom. The huge prison was cut off with a sword, and then countless Wakoku criminals armed with sea stone shackles ran out of it. These are the criminals who were imprisoned by Kaido the 100 Beasts and labored all day long to mine the Hellicite ore. Day after day, year after year, people die of old age and exhaustion. Until, that is, the arrival of the Red Sheath 9. Freedom! I'm finally free! Oh my god! It's really great that Kaido the 100 Beasts is dead. Thank you, my lords. It was someone from the Cookie Clan who saved us. The offspring of Lord Godanda, the savior of Wakoku. The light has finally come to this land again. And after liberating the entire Rabbit Bowl quarry from the criminals, Giantman, along with the Duke of Inuarashi, and the rest of the trio turned and left for the next location that was still suffering. Ju, has your brother gotten in touch? Giantman looked behind him to Kakunasuke and inquired. And the brother of Kiku no Seijin in his mouth is the 16th captain of the white-bearded pirates nowadays. To hide. Contacted. Brother said he'll be arriving in Kazunokuni soon. Kikunuchi, who was dressed as a woman, said coldly, I'm sure Ezo will have a hard time with that. Why do you say that? Giantman looked to Inuyasha, who had spoken. We're dealing with the evil spirit pirates. It's Akatsuki Makoran, while Whitebeard is on good terms with the other side. With this relationship, I'm afraid Ezekiel will. Glancing at Kiku no Se, the Duke of Inuyasha wondered if he could. Giantman's face darkened, and he suddenly regretted a little bit that he had asked Kakunasuke to contact Ezo. It's not that Izanami is afraid of Izanami turning against him, but would that make it difficult for Izanami? No, brother would never do that. Kikunuchi bellowed. Now that the young lord's life and death are unknown, my brother and I are even more of the Cookie Clan vassals, vowing to live and die with his excellency. Back then, after the death of Ota Daijinjo, my brother had a death wish, but was saved by Whitebeard, and joined the Whitebeard pirates just to return the favor. Young lord, you must be rescued, even if the enemy is the red poople shepherd spirit. Exhale. The wind was raging, blowing the long hair of Kiku no Se, the face as pretty as a woman's. But the hatred was overwhelming, and at the same time, just as the Red Sheath 9 warriors and the others were discussing how to deal with Mu Ling, instead, the evil spirit pirates crowd arrived at the flower capital. Let's go! Hanazono's #1 flower girl, Mitsuki Niwa. I hope you know what you're doing. The corner of his mouth lifted into a sneer. It was a smile that belonged to a pirate. Chapter 158, The Dusty Truth. 1 week later, Chambord Islands, inside the knockout bar. Sound of a crash. The sound of a newspaper turning over. On the front stage of the bar, Styx Riley held the newspaper in his hand, and imprinted the news he had read countless times into his eyes once again. Even after all this time, I still can't imagine it. Red Hitomi Makoran, this guy is so ruthless. You know that Kaido and Big Mom used to be companions in the same boat with him. On the newspaper, Mu Ling's unrivaled style of standing in the air and pointing his sword at the world was deeply imprinted into the hearts of everyone who saw this photo. What's so rare about that? Once the Rocks pirates each had a heart of gold and hated to kill each other. Isn't it normal for Makiling to do that? Shaki, who was wiping down the drinking utensils, said in a cold voice. That's true, but I just didn't think he'd make it this far these days. He's changed so much. Change? Shaki was surprised. Yes, so much has changed from the old him. Dots of memories surfaced in his eyes, and Riley's mind once again reverberated back to the tender-faced teenager from back then. As long as we're human, we all become. You're still the same old man. Exhale. Picking up a side glass of wine, Riley closed his eyes and took a sip. There have just been so many changes in the recent past. The Navy breaks away from the world government, kills Doflamingo, and occupies Dressrosa to make it the new Navy headquarters. And Riley also discovered, right now in the Shampoo group of islands, but suddenly a lot of new faces. Not a pirate, but an agent of the world government. Finally getting to me? Is it because you're afraid I'll tell everything? But, a little too late for that. Oh, world government. Laughing softly, Riley's mind rang with Captain Rogers' words before he left. Sorry, Riley. We came and found out too soon. Yeah, indeed it was too early. So early that Captain, you were so poisoned that you had to end up giving yourself up. All the actions that were originally planned will be turned into floating clouds, and we can only pin our hopes on the younger generation. Let the age of the pirates of the sea come full circle and form an extremely large force. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes, and the more he thought about it, The deeper Riley's mind instantly surfaced a giant shadow that could be as tall as the sky. The branches and trunks that covered the sky and emitted a horrible hissing of that one human-faced devil fruit. With one look alone, Riley almost had trouble pulling himself together on the spot. Meanwhile, the ruddy tablet, the dusty history, that chilling truth. Groan. The bar door was opened and a one-armed man walked in. Long time no see, Mr. Riley. Boom. The green phantom instantly stretched out and flew backwards. Bang, bang, bang. His feet kept chopping the ground hard, exploding a huge crater, using it to dissipate this powerful force. In the next moment, the green ox, who had steadily stopped his body, swung both of his fists and blasted down towards his back. Madaka! The sound of gold and gold crisscrossing in an instant. The green ox only felt that both fists as if bombarded on the steel general toughness. How dare the traitor make a move? With an icy voice, Rob Lucci in a black suit then turned his hands into claws. 10 King's gun. In an instant, a shockwave that was terrifying to the extreme seemed to explode out of the fingertips like a pinprick, stabbing towards the green ox's chest. A traitor? Oh, that's interesting. Stupid guys, being kept in the dark and not knowing anything. Be your loyal dog in peace, but be careful. Don't ever let your master kill you before it's too late. Duong. The shockwaves from the 10 King's gun were like bullets, densely impacting the green ox's chest without causing any damage to it. Lucci's face changed as he was about to continue his attack. Bang, bang, bang. The lurid breaking air instantly stormed up. The green ox's huge fist was like a small mountain, carrying thousands of terrifying momentum. A punch would send him flying to 100 meters away. Sound of escaping laughter. A huge punch mark on his chest caused Luigi's chest to cave in, and blood poured from his mouth. The Navy. It was never meant to serve the world government. Our allegiance is to justice alone. Anum. Rumbling. The thunderous sound within his body stirred, and the green ox's originally tall body instantly skyrocketed again. Strong muscle mass exploded violently, layered with explosive power. Of course, you won't understand what you're saying to a loyal dog of the world government like you, but for daring to trespass on the Navy headquarters, stay here today. After saying that, the green ox's body shook and immediately transformed into a green hurricane, appearing in front of Lucci's eyes in the next second. Asshole! What the hell are you talking about? Lucci wasn't a fool, and the green bull across from him, as an admiral, naturally had no reason to cajole himself. Knock! His heart shaking, Lucci's face gradually became ugly. Could it be that there really be a secret that you don't know about? Roar! His clothes broke open, revealing his golden yellow fur, and his eyes became hideous and terrifying as Lucci transformed into his panther form and rushed towards the green ox like a sword. Yo animal ableist. Coincidentally, so am I. With a wry smile, the green ox punched towards the leopard's head without saying a word. Bang! Like a kite with broken strings, Lucci, who was raging one moment, flew backwards with a mournful cry the next, rolling dozens of times in a row. He didn't stop until he hit the wall behind him. Ugh! Not having enough to eat means you don't have any strength, and your punches are becoming soft. Skimming his lips, the green ox was clearly not very satisfied with his punch. Blood-stained Luigi, Navy on the huddle. Please be a man. Grand Admiral Green Bull. The world government is really getting more and more rampant. How dare they blatantly infiltrate the headquarters? Clamor. Red light exploded as Naval Marshal Akane approached, speaking in a deep voice. This man is called Rob Lucci. He is a CP0 direct agent who guards the Skylanders. I wonder why the world government has asked him to come. Could it be testing us? More than likely. Could it be that they are beginning to fear that secret being known to us as well? Not to underestimate our Navy's intelligence system. Humph. With a cold grunt, Akane raised a giant fist of blazing magma and shattered Lucci's bones with a single blow. Then like a discarded dog, he threw Lucci in front of a Navy man. Take it to jail. Got it, Lord Marshal. Chapter 159, The Bitter Chuanjiro. The flower capital of Kazunokuni. It was nearing nightfall. Snap. In mid-air, the fireworks rose up and transformed into huge golden flowers blooming in the night sky. Kaido the 100 Beasts is finally dead. All this is the glory of the Mitsuki clan, the daughter of Lord Gatanda. Mitsuki Niwa, the savior of my country of Kazuki is also. Today, all the goods in this store are discounted by 10%. Don't ask me why. Because I'm happy. Ha ha ha. This land has finally seen the light. Snap. Firecrackers exploded. Fireworks bloomed. And Mitsuki Niwa, dressed in full regalia, accompanied by one of the 9 warriors of the Red Sheath, Chuanjiro, slowly ascended to the high platform. Instantly, the scene was once again at another climax. And just then, A group of uninvited guests suddenly arrived on the land of the flower capital. Yo, it's a busy night. Looking at the fireworks overhead, Hirio groggily said, that bastard Hyaki Kaito is dead. So naturally the people of the land of Wabi-Sabi rejoice. And the Mitsuki clan will once again be in control of the entire Kazunokuni. After all, in everyone's eyes, they're the ones who are the big heroes for destroying the 100 beast pirates. Jia. In that case, it's really sad to be forgotten. Don't bring the word we with you. You feel sorry for yourself. I don't. Asshole. Do you want to fight, Anilu? Come on. Quiet. Mu Ling said in a cold voice. Instantly, Anilu and Old Sandy came to a screeching halt and lowered their heads to stop talking. If you want to fight, you'll have plenty of opportunities later. After putting down such a sentence, Makiling looked at Mitsuki Niwa, who was standing on a high platform in the distance with tears in her eyes and constantly thanking the people of the Kazoku country. Clamor. The body immediately disappeared in place like a ghost, passing through the bustling crowd as if it were a sword rushing through the crowd to the stage. What a guy! Chuanjiro, who had blonde hair and was escorting Mitsuki Niwa, was the first to notice that something was wrong. There are enemies. Sneer at. The long knife was sheathed, bursting out with gusts of air-breaking sound and chopped down towards the black shadow. Duong! The blade was stopped by the golden rod, and then the raging lightning followed the rod all the way straight up and attacked into Chuanjiro's body. Nice haircut, but I'm your opponent. Enelu gently smiled. Then his right arm violently exerted strength. Actually, with the strength of one hand, he instantly knocked the two-handed sword-holding Transfigurator away. Bang! 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 Smashing into the crowd, Chuanjiro rolled several times, knocking over countless pedestrians before coming to a stop. There's an enemy. Geez. Lord Chuanjiro, are you alright? Protect Niwa-sama. Come on people, damnable enemies, you'll never get out of here today. TSK, that's noisy. Who are you guys scaring with your staggering? Old Sand frowned, and two wild winds immediately rose up between his palms, one on the left and one on the right, and they were thrown over. In an instant, the world was quiet, all the angry cries of sorrow gone. The sound of the wind whistling through the large street was also all that remained. Who are you guys? What are you doing? With panic covering her delicate little face, Mitsuki Niwa's entire body immediately stepped back uncontrollably after seeing that Transfigurator was sent flying by a single move. Bastard! Don't hurt the lady! Bang! After hearing Mitsuki Niwa's scream, Transfiguration Jiro instantly became anxious and stood up with a carp, followed by two biting swords she instantly bursting out from his blade. Naughty. The fist that was glowing with lightning light immediately blasted out, shattering the sword energy. Immediately after that, Aniru disappeared into thin air, and when he reappeared, he was already standing behind Chuanjiro. Snap! In an instant, lightning exploded, and his right hand, which was cleansed of terrifying electricity, was like a claw that ruthlessly pressed down on Chuanjiro's neck and slowly lifted it above his head. Stop it, let go of Mr. Chuanjiro, assholes, who the hell are you people? Mitsuki Niwa said angrily. Oh, wasn't it you guys who've been looking for me? What? I'm standing in front of you in person now, and you don't even recognize me? The black brim of his hat slowly faded away, revealing a white, handsome face. Mitsuki Niwa froze, looking woodenly into Makiling's eyes as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was a horrible face that Niwa would never forget. Red Pupil Makiling. You're Red Pupil Makiling. Assholes. Evil spirit pirates bastards. I'm going to kill you. Chuanjiro, who was standing in midair by the neck, instantly yelled with red eyes. Snap. With a single slap, Enelu slapped Chuanjiro on his angry mouth. I think you really want to die. Blood splattered and a mouthful of white teeth stained with blood rolled to the ground. Thunder power surged into his body along the palm of his hand, and Transfiguration Jiro, whose entire body had long been stiff and paralyzed, could not utter a word at once. Damn it, let go of Mr. Chuanjiro. Hurry up. Mitsuki Niwa immediately drew a knife from his waist and stabbed at the Makiling in front of him, but the next second he was kicked off by Makiling. Want him to live? Well, that's fine. Hand over Yama. Rumbling. Mitsuki Niwa, whose mind was thunderstruck, instantly froze in place. Yama? How did the other side know that Yama was in their hands? But try to get it out of my hands. Forget it. The great fast sword Yama has long since been turned to dust along with my father, and is not in my hands, Niwa said in a cold voice. Oh, yeah, dishonest people can be punished. Makarin laughed, then glanced at Enelu. Click, click. Click! Lightning raged, and the large hand around Chuanjiro's neck immediately contracted as a sound of crumbling neck bones reached Niwa's ears. Chuanjiro's face rose to a blackish-purple color. His entire body began to have difficulty breathing. His limbs were constantly struggling and twitching, and he looked like he was going to die on the spot. Oh mix. Asshole. Oh. Niwa froze, then immediately went wild. Here. I'll give it. Yama is in my hands. I'll promise you anything if you let Mr. Chuanjiro go. Watching his transfiguration gradually breathed heavily and his struggling limbs slowed down. Niwa's entire being was on the verge of collapsing. Chuanjiro, who has been around to protect him since he was a child and is dependent on each other, naturally has an importance to Niwa that is different from others. TSK, 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 TSK. Waste of time. Analu's hand let go and the limp mess of transfiguration immediately passed out on the ground. Go on, lead the way, but don't let me find out you lie to me. Otherwise, scold. With a flash of brilliant light in his eyes, a sword chi instantly burst out from Mu Ling's fingertips, immediately leveling the distant sumo platform. What a horrible man. Letting out a deep breath and holding back the fear in his heart, Niwa walked towards the flower building not far away. At the same time, his fingertips waved lightly, signaling the rest of the Red Sheath 9, who were hiding in the dark corners, not to appear. Chapter 160, Yama. That little thought and action of Niwa's was naturally seen clearly by Mu Ling, but the 9 men of the Red Sheath. It's not bad in the whole of Kazunokuni, and it can bring a little bit of trouble to Kaido as well, but in the eyes of Mu Ling, they were just a bunch of dogs and chickens. Bastard. Red Pupil Makiling. I'm going to kill him. The cat viper with inverted golden hair all over his body was obviously furious to the extreme, and if it wasn't for the Azura child's death grip, he would have been the first to charge up. Idiot. What do you want to go for? Get yourself killed? That's the Akatsuki Makarin. So what should we do now? Are we just going to stand by and watch the young lady be taken away? Cat Viper roared. Let's notify the Kinsengumi and the others first. Reizo gave a helpless cry, and the slightest hint of shock welled up on his face. The young lord has been captured, and now Chuanjiro has been beaten half to death. Not to mention the young lady has been taken away. Strange shame. This was the greatest insult to the Cookie Clan. And just as Cat Viper and the others were contacting Kamen Rinpoche and the others far away in the rabbit bowl, Mitsuki Niwa had arrived at the flower house with the evil spirit crowd. The most famous grotto in Wakuni is located in the center of Hananomaki, and it is also the place where Hikaru Hanako became the #1 flower girl in Wakuni. And Yama is hiding here. After walking for about 10 minutes or so, Niwa led the way with Makarin following close behind. While on the way, Hancock looked over at Niwa every now and then, a comparative look in his eyes, followed by a great deal of relief in his heart. He's so average looking. Groan. The door to the flower building was opened and Niwa stepped gingerly into the courtyard, pushing open a loft before glancing worriedly at Transfiguration before pushing open the floor again under Makarin's threatening gaze. Empty. It's right here. Niwa pointed to the black floor and looked to Makarin. Go on. Mu Ling wouldn't recognize that the other party was playing with himself unless neither wanted to live. Anum. Ding dong. The greenish-white fingertips lightly knocked on the floor, and an echo immediately came from the dark underground. Obviously there was something else underneath. Don't. Niwa-sama. That's the family's saber. It must never fall into the hands of such an asshole. Snap. Inalu slapped another big mouth on Transfigurator's face. You're the only one who can talk, aren't you? Snap. You're the only one with a mouth, aren't you? Asshole. With a furrowed brow, Niwa fought back his anger and pushed through the basement door under the floorboards and slowly walked in. Inside the dark room, the only thing that stood still was an old, outdated chest. Removing a key pendant from his chest, Niwa opened the case. Clamor. In an instant, a terrifying and bizarre to the extreme sword chi instantly exploded out of the box in full view of everyone. Evil, devouring, fear. A number of emotions immediately washed over the room. After waving his hand, Mu Ling dispelled the sword chi and saw Yen Demon in the box. The scabbard was purple in color with petal carvings, and the weird sword chi was emitted from the scabbard. This sword chi? What a terrifying sword. Hiryu was horrified. Let it be sheathed. Hawkeye couldn't wait to get a glimpse of Yama. Sneer at. Without saying a word, Ma Qiling, who had raised Yen Demon, instantly drew his sword. At that moment, the sword roared in all directions, and terrifying sword chi erupted out in all directions like flowing clouds. This is my father's sword from back then, the dragon slaying Yama, Niwa said in a deep voice, but a hint of cunning suddenly flashed in his eyes. The difference between Yama and ordinary famous swords was that it could absorb the hegemonic aura of the person holding the sword and forcefully release the Ryasakura hegemonic aura. If the opponent's will was not strong enough and his level of hegemony cultivation was not top-notch enough, he would be instantly sucked dry of his hegemony by Yen Demon and die. Humph. Damn you. Let you die by Yama's sword, Niwa said with indignation in his heart. Maki Ling naturally knew this. Yama, built by Sauron's division, Kusaburo, and Sauron was able to barely adapt to Yama and not have his hegemony drained by Yama. In addition to his great strength, he also has the credit of writing with Michi no Ippono. However, it's just a Yama in the district. Boom! In an instant, sword light streaked across the sky, and the purple Yen demon sword body in his hand was held by Mu Ling the moment he held it. An instant change occurred. Crashing sound. Without Maki Ling's consent, the dark red flowing cherry hegemonic energy in his body unexpectedly opened on its own, covering Maki Ling's right arm. Immediately after that, Yen demon seemed like a giant vortex that constantly extracted hegemonic energy, plundering Maki Ling's hegemonic energy one after another. The body of the sword was covered in domineering aura, turning it into a dark black and purple color. The captain's hegemony is actually being absorbed by this sword? Not good. This sword is not right. Captain, watch out. Seeing Maki Ling's face instantly turn pale, the crowd angrily looked at Niwa. Are you the woman who did this? Ha ha ha. A bunch of fools, who don't even understand the horrors of Yama demon, but still want to harness Yama demon? Red pupil Maki Ling, abominable fellow. You're just going to be sucked to death alive by Yama. Ah, sucked clean. Ha ha ha. Immediately, Chuanjiro burst out laughing, his hideous face filled with madness. Sneer at. What a lot of crap. With a flash of blood-colored sword light, Thunderstorm slowly returned to its sheath in Hiryu's hand, while on the ground rolled the large head of Chuanjiro. Mr. Chuanjiro. With a sob, Niwa ran over to him. TSK, I can't believe I'm still being underestimated. Maki Ling, who was feeling Yen demon's powerful sword chi, naturally heard Transfiguration Jiro's arrogant voice. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes as he looked at Yen demon, who was gradually becoming stronger in his hands. Is that all you've got? Since you like sucking on the bully, oh, then I'll let you suck it up. Rumbling. In an instant, the blood-red cultivation field stormed up, forming a murderous array, and terrifying blood-colored sword chi surged madly down the arm towards Yen demon. Note, I've seen some readers say that they've written the Mitsuki Ichi as villains. Ahem, there's no way around it. The protagonist is the bad guy. So in my writing, those who go against the protagonist are the villains. Chapter 161, The Submissive Yama Demon. Ting. Angry sword chirps exploded out from the Yen demon sword's body, desperately absorbing up Mu Ling's overlord color hegemony. The suction force suddenly became several times stronger, and at this time, Yen demon was like a demon with an open mouth, devouring crazily. Nice! A flash of color flashed across his eyes, and Mu Ling couldn't help but think highly of Yen demon. How could he even absorb his own dominant color? What a powerful sword! It managed to last so long under the captain's dominating might? Shiro said in horror. It's up to the captain to choose. Jia. What's the point of angering the captain, even if you're a famous sword? 1 second. 2 seconds. After a minute of this stalemate, Yama began to change. The original black-purple sword body had now turned into a blood color, and the rich blood gas enveloped the hilt of the sword. Ting! The sword roared suddenly. Violent shaking rioted in Mu Ling's hands. Obviously Yen demon began his final struggle. Oh, sucked my dominance and now you want to run? Boom! The flowing Sakura hegemony and Scarlet Buster color burst out in unison, breaking through Yen demon's last line of defense with absolute suppression. Buzzing, perhaps sensing the terror of Mu Ling's domineering aura, the Yen demon covered by the dark red sword aura began to tremble slightly, as if it was afraid of something, emitting a low buzzing sound. Oh, wimped out now? Late. In that instant, instead of fading, the two overbearing auras became more and more ferocious, constantly impacting Yen demon's sword body. The trembling became violent. The sword slumped low, and a tragic to the extreme sword sound burst out from Yen demon. It's actually going to disintegrate on the spot? Niwa, who was crying, also couldn't help but stop, staring dumbfounded at the Yen demon in Maki Ling's hands. Not only had Yen demon lost to him, but at this moment he was actually trying to completely destroy? This is something that even my father failed to do. A great panic gripped Hinawa's entire body, dark and silent and cold. That we'd have to deal with a man like that? Not caring that he was still in danger, Niwa began to worry about the rest of the Red Sheath 9. Brother, Transfiguration's revenge must certainly be avenged, but at the cost of the entire Red Sheath 9, Niwa would never want to see that. Besides, paying all the price, whether or not you can kill this man, Dayan not so sure. Clamor, devouring, stopping. At this moment, Yen demon was just like a well-behaved puppy, quietly held in Mu Ling's hand, and the dark red sword body kept sending sword chi towards Mu Ling's body. Oh, is that all there is to it? Seeing Yen demon yield, Mu Ling, who still wanted to push the limits further, came to an abrupt halt. Miso. In a flash, sword chi surged, and Mu Ling, who had pulled out a sword flower in the air, immediately chopped towards the outside of the room with a sword. Sneer at. Without any fancy tricks, the moment Maki Ling swung his ordinary chopping blow, the body of the Yen Devil sword instantly blossomed with the most dazzling red light, and a horizontal sword arc with a vertical length of 100 meters shot out violently. The sword light was fleeting, and then countless houses and courtyards were all destroyed. Click, click, click. The aftermath of the sword light landed on the ground, and crisp bursts of sound suddenly rose as a 10,000-meter-long sword mark appeared on top of the earth. Rumbling. After the destructive roar, looking at the scene in front of them, everyone froze. Good, great, terrifying sword chi. A shocking scene appeared. The entire ground was cut flat as if it was tofu, and in the 10,000-meter-long sword mark of the earth, the two sides of the crack were smooth and even, as horrifying as it had been carefully polished. How is this possible? Geez, it's inconceivable that this is just a casual strike from the captain? The crowd gasped. The sword that cuts through hell. Is this your power? Looking at Yen Demon, the corner of Mu Ling's mouth rose to reveal a smile of satisfaction. Beep. Great Rapid Blade Yama Refining Spirit +1. Beep. Yama has been promoted to the Supreme Great Fast Blade. Ting. The body of the sword Yen Devil sword that had been refined once became more and more slender, while the terrifying aura within the sword also gradually climbed. You can absorb the hegemonic energy, if I continue to warm you with it, plus the efficacy of the sword nurturing gourd. The Great Fast Sword? No. The Supreme Great Fast Sword? No. In my hands, you will be a famous sword capable of growth. Natsuki Niwa was in utter despair. Shamboard Islands. Knockout bar. Since Mr. Riley has said so, I'll take my leave. Standing up, the red-headed Shanks walked out the door of the bar and disappeared into the crowd. Riley sat quietly on the couch, his mind filled with what Shanks had said earlier. The mystery that had puzzled him for years was also finally solved. Ugh, Bucky, Riley lamented. I didn't realize Bucky was dead, or at the hands of Shanks. Though even if Shanks doesn't make a move, Bucky, who has a permanent pointer, once he arrives at Ravendrew and discovers the secret, it would still be dead, or even end up worse than dead. Still, there was a bit of sadness in Riley's heart. What's this little guy Shanks doing here? Shocky walked out of the room, puzzled. It's nothing, the little one is just worrying about nothing. Riley laughed softly. What do you mean? Always trying to stifle disaster ahead of time. But he doesn't know. No, maybe he does, but still wants to try. It's just that what should be faced, must be encountered after all. I believe in the times, the age of the sea thieves. In this moment, there was light and hope in Riley's eyes. Deep in the holy land of Manhwa, a forbidden land, an existence where even the celestial dragons are not allowed to set foot. Bang! Inside the black cage, a dark shadow was thrown in. The ones who did it were two expressionless men in black. Click! The airglass shield over his head instantly shattered, revealing a bloated but ugly face. Asshole! Who did this? I'm a world nobleman Tenryu. I'm a Moaicu saint. I am the ruler of this world. No one answered, and the black-clothed men standing on both sides of the cage were even more unheard of, pale as a dead man's face without half an expression. After about 10 minutes, a man in a white robe walked in, a thin syringe in his hand, aimed at the head of the Moaicu saints. Sneer at. Stick it in. Chapter 162, Divinity. Clamor. A steady stream of bright red blood poured down the head of the Moaicu saint into the syringe, and under the syringe is a body that is gradually becoming dry. The eyes were lifeless, the white skin became black and yellow, and eventually failed to utter any screams and died a silent death. The white-robed man remained expressionless, as if he had no reaction to what he had done. Groan. The cell door was opened, and out of place in the darkness behind him, the sun shone brightly in front of him, shining warmly on the robed man's face. Good morning, Lord Moss. At that moment, an old Skylander man actually bent down and politely greeted the robed man the moment he saw him. Nodding, the perennial unabated frost did not melt when he met the old man. Looking at Moss, who had turned his head away in silence, the old man also looked like he was taking it in stride. It was only those pale eyes that glanced quietly at the cell in the darkness, until the gates are closed. Snap! The sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the palace. Snap, snap, snap. 1 step, 2 steps. Moss slowly walked up to the high platform that led straight to the throne, his white robes behind him still out of place in this palace shrouded in darkness. On the throne of the void, I waited quietly for Moss to arrive, but those golden pupils, they were looking into the distance. Only, the high crown on top of his head was tilted slightly, but it was as if him didn't notice this. My lord! On one knee, Moss cupped his hands around the bright red blood, which was apparently extremely eerie inside the ghostly blue crystal vial. Come on, Im said icily, and then his white jade-like right hand stretched out from his long sleeve, lingering in mid-air. Unhurriedly, Moss drew the liquid from the crystal vial into a syringe and inserted it into Im's right arm. The slightly tilted high crown became straight, like a sword rushing to the sky, straight into the clouds. The golden pupils were also no longer lax and coalesced. But the next moment, brows furrowed. Im not happy. The purity of the energy in the blood is so sparse. Wastes. I really don't know what's the point of keeping them. Bang! The entire palace shuddered momentarily. Only because of Im's anger at that moment. Moss fell to his knees at once. His frost-covered face filled with trepidation as he said, "Back to your excellency, there are no pure divine races for them to reproduce, and the bloodline purity of the descendants born with humans will naturally become thinner and thinner." "I know," Im said icily. He naturally knew the cause of the thinning bloodline, but was just angry. Only he didn't see the flash of resentment in the eyes of Moss, who was kneeling in front of him. Bang! Im, who had just stood up, instantly went limp and collapsed on the throne. A wave of heavenly vertigo hit his body. "Me? My body? Why?" Emma blushed slightly and looked at her weak hands as if she had thought of something. Clamor. In an instant, a ball of golden light exploded violently from the golden pupils, gazing dead on the Moss in front of him who had long since stood up and was full of strangeness. You're not Moss?" Im's tone was not half doubtful, but evidence-based and firm. "Oh, I didn't expect that. I really didn't. How worthy of Im-sama to keep a cool head after such an encounter. Oh no. Lord Moss should be your puppet, right? I'm sorry, I accidentally killed him. Oh ho ho ho, you're not mad at me, are you?" At once, fake Moss threw his hands up in the air and danced around. It was as if the entire palace had become his stage, leaving him to play the ultimate one-man show. Im didn't say anything, looking at the fake Moss in silence. "Oh, not speaking, are you silently recovering your body? I'm sorry, don't dream Im. This poison was left behind by our ancestors specifically to deal with you. Divinity. Does that sound familiar to Im-sama?" Im instantly changed color, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Divinity. A poison that only exists in the divine realm. But when it says it's highly toxic, it's not quite. On the contrary, those who have taken it will not only open up the power of the bloodline in their body, but also increase their strength greatly, possessing a part of God's ability. It's just that this kind of thing that does 100 good things is fatal to the God Emperor. Clamor. Fake Moss ripped the human skin mask off his face as soon as he could, revealing a face that was old as hell. Though pale, Im recognizes him. "Dalyalik Jetsi. I didn't think it would be you?" "That's right, that's me, Dalyalik Jetsi, the patriarch of the Dalyalik clan. But after being long dead for decades, wasn't that a surprise? Didn't expect this to happen, did you? Ha ha ha, ever since coming to this world, the ancestors of my Dalyalik clan have been suspicious of you, and divinity is what has been handed down from our ancestors. Persuade the people to stay in this world, and then single-handedly establish a world government and become the ruler of the entire world, enshrining all 20 gods on high." Flowery words and beliefs. Then the 20 gods who lost the energy to sustain the god realm died one after another, and that's when you rose to power, finally revealing his true purpose, to keep all the celestial dragon clan captive in this holy place. Mary Jo Adam. Bastard. We are the god race, the descendants of the gods, and we're being treated like this by you. Damn you. Jetsi growled angrily, her face flushed with the slightest hint of excitement, obviously from extreme repression. It all came out at the moment. "Ha, I'm sure you're wondering, why is it that the heavily vetted MOACU Saint harbors divinity from within him? It's just a piece of trash, to be used by you as a victim for plotting against me. It's worth it for him to die." Imam's face remained unchanged as he faintly said, "Smart, but he's my favorite grandson. Bastard. Damn him. The one who disobeyed the will of the gods and dishonored the name of the divine messenger. Today is the day you die." Chapter 163, the second historical text. Scold. A ghostly blue dagger was drawn from Jetsi's waist. "I know that unusual weapons can't kill you at all. So, he. Jetsi, whose face was full of sardonic smiles, did not change his color, gripped the dagger with his left hand in a death grip, and slashed it fiercely. Sneer at. Black blood instantly burst out from the palm of his hand, infesting the dagger, and the original ghostly blue light immediately turned black. Black blood? You've even been to the Forbidden Land? In a flash, the moment she saw the burst of black blood, Im couldn't help but exclaim, "Ha ha ha, that's right. Not only the Forbidden Land, but even that altar I've been to. So, that's your real secret." Snap. Jetsi took heavy steps, one step at a time, towards Im. His eyes exploded with a ferocious light like a wild beast, and his crimson eyes stared at Im's chest. "Stab it in. Just stab it in and it'll all be over. The fate of the family, the catastrophe of the world, will be ended today. By me, Dalyalik Jetsi. Die. At this moment, time stood still, and the dagger glowing with black light instantly plunged into him's chest. There was no reaction, and the poisoned him could only watch what was happening. Clamor. Black light exploded, tearing through flesh and blood like a sharp blade, and a narrow fissure immediately appeared in him's chest. Imu's face showed an agony he had never seen before, and his body trembled as he couldn't help but twitch. Ha ha ha, this feeling of being on the verge of death? Isn't it wonderful? Use us as sustenance for your immortality. You who have lived for so many years, have you ever thought that such a day would come? Frantic Jetsi drew his dagger as soon as he could, then threw it on the ground. His right hand, on the other hand, had long been engulfed by black light, the range of which was getting bigger and bigger, and gradually, the whole person was plunged into darkness. He knew he was going to die, knew from the beginning, perhaps, that he had been a dead man on that day decades ago when he had faked his death to orchestrate all this intrigue, but at the end of his life, he was able to drag him to be buried with him. He thinks it's worth it. Only in the next second, the smile on Jetsi's face froze. A human head-sized human-faced devil fruit, but suddenly slowly molted out from the wound on him's chest. The eyes were tightly closed, but the hideous mouth was getting bigger and bigger. The sharp fangs seemed like the giant mouth of the abyss, opening up immensely, even surpassing him's body and coming in front of Jetsi's body. Asshole. Interge, boo-hoo. Unwillingly, Jetsi disappeared into thin air after cursing his last words. The darkness of the palace was quiet once more as sat quietly on her throne, her face flickering. Instead, a chilling sound of chewing bones was intermittent and echoed. The land of peace, the island of ghosts, inside a gloomy cave. Clamor. Muling flipped over the already topologized body of history, while beside him was a huge stone tablet. It was exactly what was rummaged from where Kaido was resting. Obviously, the Red Sheath 9 and the others didn't care about it, or maybe they didn't find it. Mitsuki Niwa is imprisoned, and the evil spirit pirates crowd is collecting the treasure of the 100 beast pirates. Incidentally, a lot of artificial devil fruit was found, apparently a backlog of Kaido's future and for the ministry to take. Beep. Now start surveying for artificial devil fruit. Survey in progress. It lasted about half a minute or so before the system spoke. Beep. Artificial devil fruit, a remnant developed by Burgapunk and later taken over by Kaiser Kuru, has a certain element of invisibility, and failure will cause the ability to laugh out loud. However, there is no discovery of that unique and bizarre energy from the artificial devil fruit. The system's cold mechanical voice echoed in Muling's mind. Failure would be a big laugh. This Maken knew. Kira in the anime is like that. It's just that there's no more of that weird energy in the artificial devil fruit. Did Burgapunk discover the secret as well? A secret that belongs to the devil fruit. His face became ugly, and it was only then that Muling realized that this secret was known by so many people. What's wrong with husband? Hancock, who was beside him, said softly. It's nothing. It just feels like the world has suddenly gotten complicated. Petting Hancock's little head, Makiling was a bit speechless. It feels like I'm the one in the dark. That's a pretty deep hide. These assholes. Instead of choosing to continue developing artificial devil fruits, however, Burgapunk concentrated on development and living experiments. Must have sensed that all this was just a useless exercise. So, this also confirms that Burgapunk isn't with the world government, and to put it bluntly, isn't on the same page as in not either. But what was he doing all this for? Self-preservation? Pursuing the pinnacle of technology? Maki Ling couldn't figure it out a bit, so he simply didn't think about it, and then pretended to hold up the body of history. The system to translate. System. If you can't read it, then why are you pretending? Beautiful food. Oh my god, I've never eaten anything as delicious as this. God. And they are God. Brings things we can't imagine and have never seen before. And they call it technology. What the heck is technology? No one understands it. But everyone understands one thing. They are supreme. The king is getting more and more excited about them, expecting them to come up with that immense ship again, comparable to an island. They also have a very incredible, oh yes, technology. On a distant island, a line of people came in a hurry, across 1,000 mountains, and that, too, in an instant. The great king began to curry favor with them, wanting to take their technology for himself. Oh, don't do it, my great king. It's like asking a tiger for its skin. The kingdom, it'll come to an end. And this is just a prelude to disaster. The system's voice ceased, and the body of history spoken out of Muling's mouth also came to an abrupt end. Shasta couldn't be bothered to digest them. An adoring and almost worshipful gaze glanced at Muling. Awesome captain. The captain sure can read the body of history. Husband is awesome. What a captain. Technology? Why does it feel like the body of this history doesn't match the last one a bit? Analu wondered. The body of history is disorganized, And the order we look for is not the order in which it is recorded. Green Pheasant said in a cold voice. Oh, so that's it. Note, a cool song is sent to Potato. Chapter 164, Heavenly King? Clamor. Frowning slightly, Mu Ling unfolded the body of history in his hand and suddenly inquired about the crowd. Look at this sentence. You guys, pointing to a passage in the text. Mu Ling read. The king is growing more and more excited about them, expecting them to bring out that immense, island-sized ship again. What do you say? The ship of the wheel recorded in this sentence? Could it be the ancient weapon Hades? The crowd's faces tightened, and their eyes showed astonishment. A ship comparable to an island? I don't think so, not to mention the size difference. What the hell is a ship? It's almost like a product of the last century. Iceberg laughed lightly. Hiryu, I feel a bit like that. Unimaginable. Island-sized ships. Evening exclaimed. Never heard of such a being. It may or may not have been destroyed in the Great Battle. Nah, I think it's highly likely that it's Hades. Suddenly, Hawkeye, who had always been silent, spoke up. Did you notice that word in the text? Technology. The era that the chroniclers are in is one that doesn't have the word technology. So even if that ship that is comparable to an island is strong and subtle, it's just a powerful ship in their eyes. Conventional perceptions. What they see and hear binds their minds. And after so many years have passed, even with the iceberg of Pluto's design plans, do you dare to guarantee that this is the original one? Never changed. Design? Looking at Hawkeye's sharp gaze, Iceberg was speechless for a moment. He certainly didn't have any guarantees. And at this point, hundreds of years had long passed since the Hades had appeared. Where was he to know what had happened in the meantime? So now there are two confirmations. With a glint in his eyes, Green Pheasant continued in a deep voice. 1. The ship described in the text is not the Hades, but a huge ship that may have been destroyed long ago. 2. The ship comparable to an island is the ancient weapon Hades, and it was brought into this world by that group of outsiders. It's just that the second argument, if it's correct, is that piece of technology recorded in the text that can travel across thousands of mountains in an instant. Could it be the King of Heaven? Boom! In an instant, everyone froze, looking at Green Pheasant in disbelief. The three ancient weapons. The King of the Underworld is today's evil spirit ship, and the King of the Sea is the mermaid Princess White Star. Only the mysterious King of Heaven shall not be known. No, it won't. The King of the Underworld, the King of the Heavenly Kings, are all brought in by outsiders. Could the King of the Sea be, also? It might be possible that it possesses some special bloodline power. Just the ancient weapon Tenno? Surprisingly in the hands of the world government? Why have you never seen them used? While it's possible that the group of outsiders brought it into this world, there's no chance they're looking for it now? Suddenly, Mu Ling interrupted the crowd's murmurs and lightly laughed. There are many legends of Tenno, and the only one that comes close is the sprawling continent that Anilu is going to, the moon. And the Sea King was by no means anything like an ability with a special bloodline, but the kings who are silent in the sea, the Sea King classes who are out of place in the pirate world. Rather, it's a bit unlike a product of this world, and the technology of the pirate world seems to reinforce what the text says. With top-of-the-line technology, they don't even have cell phones that can make simple calls, so they have to hold on to their phone bugs to get in touch with each other. Being able to modify robots and conduct live experiments. Yet even building a sea light rail is so much work. There is very little civilian-friendly technology, and most of it is used for war. And when I first watched the anime Makiling was very puzzled by the pirates' technology. Say top bar. Some technology is indeed super top, but say backward bar. Some aspects are indeed broken. So, it should be that in the process of even development, there was a forced technological invasion by outsiders, which led to becoming what it is now. No way? They can lose all their own stuff? Hiryu wondered. What's impossible about that? It might have been lost in the Great War back then, but where the hell is the King of Heaven? The Sea King, and the Underworld King all have their own legends, but news of the Heavenly King has never appeared. Clamor. Suddenly, Mu Ling pointed his fingertips upwards, then pointed to the sky. Iceberg reacted quickly and immediately understood what Makiling meant. Captain, are you saying that the King of Heaven could be in the sky? Inside the empty island? Right. Since we can't find the Heavenly King on this continent, it's possible in the sky. No, not on the empty island. Makorin murmured, pointing at Enilu again. There's a big possibility that it's in that boundless continent. About the boundless continent. You might want to ask Enilu. Clamor. The crowd twisted their heads in unison to look at the dumbfounded Enilu. Enilu? Captain, will you please be human? I don't know shit about knowing. Didn't you catch me just as I was about to go to the boundless continent? And forcibly dragged into the pirates by you, the join or kill kind. Instantly, Enilu's entire being was bad. I don't know. I just remember that it's the place I aspired to be and planned to go there after the battle with the Straw Hat Pirates in the first place. And then the captain caught it. Ha ha ha. Hirio laughed out loud and took credit for pulling Ainalu into the fold. The boundless continent is not an empty island. It's the moon. Sky King. There's a good chance it's right there. The crowd nodded, convinced of Mu Ling's words. After all, the captain was an existence that was able to decipher the body of history. All considered a remarkable scholar. Ha ha, looks like our next stop is the moon? Anilu perked up. Finally, I can go to the boundless continent that my heart has longed for. Then let's go. I've given them a chance for revenge and they haven't shown up for so long. No wait. Waving his hand, Mu Ling retrieved the historical text back into the warehouse, then turned around and walked towards the door. The moon? Could it also have a historical text? And just at that moment, a medium-sized ship pulled up to the shore of Ghost Island. It was the rest of the Red Sheath 9 warriors and others who had arrived quickly. Note, the cool moonlight has made a box for my thoughts. Chapter 165 Battle against the Red Sheath 9 heroes. Bastard! Miss really fell into the hands of the Red Pupil Makiling? As soon as he stepped off the ship, the always gentle Duke Inuyasha immediately looked angrily at Cat Viper. Yes, we saw it with our own eyes. Cat Viper lowered his head, not daring to retort. As a retainer, sworn to protect the head of the family as well as his master's family, he himself watched as his lady was taken. The Cat Vipers all want to die for their sins. What's the use of talking about this now? Where is Miss? Quickly lead the way. Jinwei Men said anxiously. River Song, it's on this island. And the evil spirit pirates crowd is here too. Kiku no Sung, then what are we waiting for? Let's set off. Even if we die today, we must save the young lady. Sneer at. The long sword was sheathed, and a terrifying killing aura instantly struck the entire field. Obviously, at this point, Kiku no Se had long been furious to the extreme. Go! The Azura child said icily, the long sword at his waist glittering and permeating a creepy cold aura. Kill the Red Pupil shepherd spirit. Save the lady. The damnable evil spirit pirates. The young lord is in their hands. The majesty of the Mitsuki clan cannot be lost. If we can't save young master, how will we have the face to face the family head? Slaughter the Red Pupil shepherd spirit. Destroy the evil spirit pirates. And just when the crowd was so emotional that they wanted to tear Makiling alive and eat him alive. For popping sound. Suddenly, a sound of crisp applause came from within the forest in the distance. TSK, 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 what arrogance! The flirtatious voice echoed out from none other than the evil spirit and his party who were preparing to leave the island of ghosts. Having just stepped out of the cave, they met the Red Sheath 9 warriors who had just arrived in the twinkling of an eye. Makiling even felt a bit unbelievable. Pinched? So this is the Akatsuki clan's vassal, the Red Sheath 9, of Kazunokuni's great fame? It doesn't look so good. Old Sandy said disdainfully. It's just a bunch of dirtbags. They were just a bunch of punks and hooligans before they became the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath. But to actually try to destroy our evil spirit pirates? Big talkers. In that case, kill it. Click, click, click. Bones crunching, Anilu, who was moving his wrists, was already a bit impatient. Only the Red Sheath 9 on the opposite side were dumbfounded. I can't believe we met so soon. Wouldn't that be a little fast? Bastard. Release my lady, and young master Momonosuke. Sneer at. Foxfire erupted, and the long sword at Jinwei Men's waist instantly burst out, and with a single stroke, he chopped down towards Mu Ling. TSK, I let you live in the first place, but I didn't realize you didn't take it seriously at all. Naughty naughty. Lightning exploded, and Anairu, who had disappeared from his original position, instantly rushed in front of Kamen Rider and slammed down with a stick. Bang! Not even a single round of Kamemen fell in response and flew backwards, hitting the ground hard and skidding dozens of meters to roll to the feet of Duke Inuyasha. At once, everyone's eyes were red. Giantman, are you okay? Assholes. A bunch of assholes. Rustle of skirts. The longsword was glowing with electricity, which was the fur tribe's natural skill, and the Duke of Inuyasha and the Cat Viper shot out in unison, like sharp swords towards Anilu. Yo, trying to outnumber me? What a bunch of shameless guys. The golden rod swung forward, and Anilu collided hard with Duke Inuarashi. For his part, Jiaping punched and fought Cat Viper, while Hirio and Boni sang in unison, with the wind at their feet, against the oncoming Reizo and Kawamatsu respectively. Sound of escaping laughter. Just as Hirio's sword was about to cut into Reizo's head and was about to separate his body from his head, a cloud of white smoke instantly enveloped Reizo's body. Then in full view of everyone, Reizo disappeared. Where is everyone? Shiro froze, turning on his seeing colors and immediately sensing Reizo right behind him. Miso! The blood-colored sword chi exploded out, and the sharp sword light swept across Reizo's waist, splitting it in two in the blink of an eye. But a surprising scene appeared. The decapitated Reizo actually disappeared once again into a cloud of smoke. Remnants? Hiryu was surprised. No, it's a diversion. Sound of escaping laughter. Reizo stepped out of the smoke, and beside him was an exact replica of him. Interesting, is it a jutsu from the land of peace? Hiryu laughed, looking at the two Reizo with amusement. In that case, just kill them all. Bang! His foot stomped violently, and all of a sudden the flying rocks splashed. Hiryu slashed his sword at Reizo. Ninjutsu Hanari Shuriken. Leaping up, Reizo flung his right hand, and in an instant, a hand sword burst out, and then transformed into countless coldly glowing hand swords in midair, and rushed towards the charging Hiryu in unison. Awesome! Bonnie, who was fighting River Song, exclaimed. There really are ninjas in Kazunokuni. The evil spirit crowd was also surprised by Reizo's jutsu. Maki Ling, however, suddenly had the vestigial feeling that he was watching Naruto. Multiple shadow shuriken? TSK, looks like it really is jutsu. Duong. After shattering a shuriken with a sword, Hiryu, who felt no much aftershock between his palms, showed disappointment on his face. That's all there is to ninjutsu? Fancy and unbearable. Ting. With the cross of his sword, he killed against the raging storm of hand swords. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks splashed in all directions. The demon sword thunderstorm that was gradually approaching Reizo's body instantly exploded with strands of blood chi, and just like a pinprick, it stabbed into Reizo's chest, who was unable to react at all. Sneer at. Blood splattered. His eyes were rounded. And Reizo, who had a large hole stabbed in his chest, fell from midair and smashed into the ground, died horribly on the spot. Reizo is actually dead? Aha! Kill you all. Duong. Kiku no Se slashed down with his sword, but was immediately cut out by Hiryu's backhand. On the other hand, Boni's fingertips on the other side picked, and a large strand of gold instantly burst out from the ground, like several golden snakes wrapping around River Song's body. Die. Anum. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. The leg bone of the goat whistled and swung hard at River Song's head. The watermelon burst and River Song exploded on the spot. Chapter 166, The 9 Heroes of the Red Sheath. All wiped out. No! River Song, how dare you kill River Song? In an instant, the jealous Red Sheath 9, their eyes red with rage, looked at Bony. Drops. Bright red blood fell to the ground along the lamb's leg bone, and instead of being half uncomfortable, Bony, who had just killed River Song, laughed. You're even laughing? Kiku no Se pointed at Bonnie in horror. Kill this woman. Avenge River Song. Scold. The Azura child with a long sword in his hand had unusually swift speed despite his bloated size. The long sword in his hand was even sharper than ever, bursting out a chilling sword chi. Bang! With a flick of her fingertips, Bony's golden column exploded out of the ground and slammed hard into the Azura child's waist. The body flashed, while the other party had not yet stabilized. Bony's feet generated wind, covered with a layer of golden armor. A strand of gold seemed to flow like water clinging to the top of the goat leg bone, like a golden giant hammer. Bang! 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 Broken air sound burst one after another. The black Azura child has not yet reacted from the previous blow. It met the giant hammer head on. Boom! It smashed solidly into his head and flew backwards. TSK, I didn't expect the titular Red Sheath 9 to be so childish. It's only a matter of killing a River Song. Don't ever forget. Us. But a pirate. Gold Siege. Clamor. In an instant, Bodhi's right hand turned into a palm, and then the moment her fingertips slowly opened, countless golden water dragons flew out from between her palms. It drew a sinuous curve in the air and rushed towards the Azura child. Asshole! Damn you! Rubbing his head, the Azura child stood up, only to find himself long ago in a golden color. What is this thing? Duong! The golden water dragon was cut off by the Azura child's sword, but in the next second, it turned into chaos, and countless golden spikes emitting a cold light extended out from its surface. And at that moment, the Azura child realized that he had been wrapped up in the golden dragon and surrounded into a golden ball. On the surface of the sphere, a single spike was gazing at itself icily. No! Jinyuman exclaimed sadly. Late, with an icy smile, Bodhi's right palm clenched heavily as if she was crushing something. In contrast, the golden ball that wrapped the Azura child not far away was instantly dried up. Thumbs up. The sound of spikes plunging into flesh and blood, though short and only a split-second's effort, was incomparably clear in everyone's ears. Blood flowed down the slits of the golden orbs, and Kinnikuman closed his eyes in despair. He knew that the Azura boy was dead. Gee, Bonnie's gotten so mean now. Iceberg marveled. That's what she was supposed to be. You think the title of supernova was earned by being nice? Hiria said in a cold voice, and then cut back Kiku no Chancellor with a sword. Humph. Since you have uttered the slogan of destroying our evil spirit pirates, you are fighting against us. Whether they live or die, this war has long been beyond their regret. Bang! The body's blood chi flourished. Without any fancy skills, dry and sharp Shilio a sword after a sword, like the momentum of the open mountain, bombarded and smashed down. Rumbling. Strong shockwaves continued to burst out from the intersection of the two swords, spreading out in all directions like ripples, and Kiku no Se gradually became physically exhausted in the face of Hiria's strong offense, his trembling legs retreating again and again, cutting two huge long grooves in the ground. Asshole! The sword light suddenly rose, and in an instant, Kiku no Saika, who had been forced to retreat no further, finally exploded. Rain no Hiryu, don't be so arrogant. Falling moon flare. Miso. Sword light streaked across the room, and the ice-cold-faced Kikunosung held his long sword in his hand, slowly raising it high in the air. Suddenly, a sliver of moonlight reflected down, followed by a silver moon-like sword arc that instantly chopped down, aiming at none other than Hiryu. Hahaha, finally going to show your true colors? Shilio laughed out loud, then leapt down, his blood chi surging to the extreme, actually wanting to directly receive this sword. Bang! The two streams of sword light ruthlessly collided together, immediately startling rolling waves of air that filled the entire battlefield. It was just that the seemingly powerful silver moon sword arc only lasted for a second or so before it was crumbled by Hiryu. The red sheath 9. But so, sneer at. The blood light swung, and the fleeting light of the sword gently skimmed over Kiku no Se's neck as it cut through the silver moon. The red sheath 9. Minus one more member. Jinbei Men, Duke Inuarashi, Cat Vipers, the famous red sheath 9, who had shaken the entire Kazunokuni, were now down to 3, shocking the two Inuyasha Cat Vipers with a single blow. Enelu transformed into a thunderbolt and leapt high into the air, suspended in mid-air. Rumbling. In an instant, thunder surged overhead, and countless silver snakes hovered in the clouds, opening their sharp fangs to continuously gulp down the lightning. This moment was like the onset of doom. Kamaman froze, looked over his head in despair, and his trembling body slowly lowered. Damn it! I hate it! Damned red pupil herding spirit! Asshole! Already desperate to the extreme, Jinwei Men madly roared up, the whole person as crazy as a devil, eyes red, full of fierce face, rattling thunder crash. Thunder shook the sky, and Anelu's icy voice echoed out, holding the rushing thunder in his hands as he apparently announced the deaths of the 3. A vassal of the Cookie Clan will never fear death. I'm sorry, family master, we are going after you. Boom! Vast thunder rumbled down, sweeping across the entire battlefield and engulfing the trio. Note, is it written to the point of poison? Red Sheath 9 warriors cannot be killed? How overnight earnings greatly reduced. Readers halved. It's over. It's really cool. Boing boing. Chapter 167, Traveling to the East China Sea. Go! Waving his hand, with no expression on his face, Ma Qiling, who seemed to have no fluctuation about the death of the Red Sheath 9 and the others, walked towards the coast in the next second. Hey, it's been a long time since I'd been active. Cool. Ani Lu, who had fallen from the sky, said with a smile, following in Ma Qiling's footsteps. But Captain, there's something I want to tell you. Suddenly, Jinping stopped Ma Qiling. What? Ma Qiling queried. The Kiku no Se that Hiria killed just now was none other than Whitebeard's old man, Captain Izumi of the 12. His own brother, Jinping said breathlessly. Ma Qiling froze, then remembered this matter. Oh, by the way, Ezo's brother is one of the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath, Kiku no Sunon. Even Macaron, who had seen the anime, had forgotten all about it. Why didn't you say so? Tried to say it, but Hiria's sword was too fast. Hilliard, am I to blame for the speed of the sword? Let me think. Ezo or whatever. Muling doesn't put it in his eyes. It's just a small character, but he's a captain under that old man Whitebeard's banner. If he avenges his brother's death and gets himself killed in return, will that make that old man Whitebeard's face look bad? Not so much, I guess, but there's definitely a disconnect in the relationship between the two. What a pain in the ass. Clamor. A golden light exploded from Muling's fingertips, followed by the sound of crisp coins echoing in the air. Lucky coin. Makorin used it on Kiku no Se, and then he ordered Hancock to leave Mitsuki Niwa here and wait for Kiku no Se to come back to life. This is considered to be benevolent and give enough face to Whitebeard, right? If the two still do not die want to find their own revenge, then I won't be blamed for not giving Whitebeard face. Rumbling. Bursting suddenly, the evil spirit that covered the sky slowly rose into midair, looking down on the entire land. Half a day later, beep. Host body refining spirit +1. Fluorescent dragon sword refining spirit +1 to advance to spirit rank. Minor prophecy art refining spirit +1. Promoted to minor predestination art. Second generation ghost cheer refining spirit +1. Heavenly feather chop refining spirit +1. Deck. Open the control panel. Supreme spirit refining system. Host, Makiling. Bounty, $6. 000 000 000 000. Weapons, fluorescent dragon sword, spirit level, crippled chi, spirit level, born tooth, spirit level, heavenly feather chop, mortal level, Yama, spirit level, second generation ghost cheer, mortal level. Fruit, extreme inferno number 2, storm number 2, space number 1, puffy number 1. Body, spirit level, spirit refining number 12. Abilities, Thundering Bagua number 3, mastery level, Lion Sword Dance number 2, mastery level, Mutant Overlord Colors / Shuriken number 1, mastery level, Armed Colors Hegemonic Aura number 1, mastery level, Breaking Army Ascending Dragon Strike number 3, minor achievement level, Hearing Color Hegemonic Aura number 1, mastery level, Fluttering Like a Stunner number 2, mastery level, Breaking Air Batusai Chopping number 1, mastery level, Spiritual Rhinoceros One Sword number 2, mastery level, Mirage Sword Dance, introductory level. Avatar, Demon Sword Art number 1, spirit level. Greedy Hands, Demon Chopper, immortal level, Soul Thirsty Hands. Soul Thirsty Demon Sealing Chop, spirit level. Ninjutsu, Fire Transportation, Haworyu no Jutsu. Spirit points, 500. System points, 200. Power, 750. Speed, 830. Defense, 900. Life, 520. Exhale. Letting out a long breath. Muling slowly opened his eyes. The bounty hasn't changed, but the various physical signs of the body have gone up quite a bit. In the next second, a large head appeared in front of Makiling's eyes. Iceberg, you guy. You want to get killed by being so close? Hey Captain, where are we going now? Iceberg inquired as he looked at Makiling with a smile. Has half a day passed already? Oh that. Then it's good to go to the moon and look for the ancient weapon Tenno. Hancock, wow. The moon. I'm looking forward to that. Bonnie, I wonder if there's anything good to eat. Old Sandy, Anilu would be the most excited one, with a mouthful of grins up to his big earlobes. Nima, Analu, who was grinning from the side, instantly facepalmed and looked at old Sandy icily. Only the iceberg didn't move, didn't go to the cabin, didn't go to the helm, and instead looked at Muling with a face full of expectation. Makiling, go set a course. What are you looking at me for? I know. It's just that. How do you get to the moon? Iceberg was confused. Makiling also froze and looked at the sky. Yeah, how do you get to the moon? It's not going to break through the atmosphere? This Temo doesn't have to suffocate in place. Woohoo! Suddenly, just in the moment when Makiling froze, alarm bells rang loudly in his head. Beep, dragon-shaped creature found, captured in the pirate world, surveyed for dilute dragon elements. Beep, shouting 3 times in a row. The system's voice was on the verge of bursting Muling's head. Spotting dragon-like creatures? Surveying for thin dragon elements? Muling, who had stayed dumbfounded, then showed ecstasy on his face, and his entire body became excited. Where are the dragon-like creatures? Beep, target sighted. Millennium Dragon. Bearing, the Dragon Valley in the East Sea of the pirate world. The system said icily. The smile on his face came to an abrupt end. So it's a 1,000-year-old dragon. This Muling had thought of it long ago, but it was nothing more than a slightly larger lizard. I didn't realize that there was even dragon yuan hidden in my body. It's not bad. It's thin, but it's okay in large quantities. Clamor. With a wave of his big hand, a gale of wind wrapped around the hull of the evil spirit, turning it around in an instant and heading towards the east. Captain, are we? To the East Sea. What? The crowd exclaimed. Captain, you're getting too fast for this. But the East China Sea. It's not bad, either. Hancock laughed softly. Iceberg, I want to go back to the water capital. Old Sandy, I want to go to Alabaster. Hiryu, watch out for the chop. Stupid crocodile. Asshole. Wanna fight? Come on. Bonnie, the East China Sea is good too, as long as it can be tasty. Hawkeye and Green Pheasant were full of indifference. Both of them were tired and lazy in nature anyway, so it was the same wherever they went. Only Enalu was filled with disappointment and his whole body collapsed. Got it. Boundless Earth. Can't go again. Once again. The captain cuts off. Chapter 168, Shocked Morgans. Half a month later, the sea around an unnamed island has just experienced a storm. The island was covered with whistling seawater, and the sea currents bursting out from the ground directly blasted the island into 5 pieces scattered over the sea, while the island was even more of a mess. Snap! Huge wings whirred, whipping up a gust of wind that swept over Bucky's body and slapped him hard to the ground. Morgan's body then dwindled down to humanoid size and landed on the ground. Damn that storm! What an abomination! crashing sound, shaking the rain off his body. Morgans grumbled about why he was so unlucky. Only Bucky beside him was silent. This one's not dead, is it? Shaken. Morgans panicked a bit and immediately looked down at Bucky. Eyes tightly closed. Soaking wet, Bucky face pale, quietly lying on the ground. No different from a dead man. Knock. Heart falling to the bottom. Morgans was just about to yell when he did. Sound of escaping laughter. In an instant, a cloud of water spat out of Bucky's mouth and poured hard on Morgan's face. Wahahaha, I'm Bucky the Great. How could I die? You stupid bird. You've been tricked by my old man. Ha ha ha. Instead of being fine, Bucky, who had leapt to his feet, came to life, grinning broadly and mocking Morgans. Silly bird? Morgans was instantly furious, only to freeze in place the next moment. Is he playing with himself on purpose? Doesn't this prove that the other party has already discovered himself? How did you find me? Morgans exclaimed. Ha ha ha, isn't it unexpected, silly bird? Old son has long found you. Bucky laughed on his haunches, full of mockery. This time Morgans, however, did not lash out, but instead looked grimly at Bucky. Months-long stalking that he thought would go undetected. Oh, can't figure it out. Sure is a stupid bird. Asshole. Are you looking for death? Hey, you're not going to kill me. At least not before reaching Raftru. Morgan stuttered for a moment, rendered speechless by Bucky's roguish speech. All the same, his mind began to mutter. Is this guy really a disgrace to that Roger Pirates? The stupid and underpowered Bucky the Clown? How did you suddenly get smart? Thinking of this, Morgoth took a closer look at Bucky. No change. Still big red nose. Same as the village head too, cutie. The same smile. How on earth did you find me? I've always been hidden in the clouds, and even more so, I've never been exposed. It's very simple. Counter-tracking, scouting, and not leaving a single corner untouched. Isn't this the basic qualities of a pirate? Bucky waved his hand and said indifferently. Morgans froze, then stormed off. Are you fucking kidding me? Bastard. What basic skills of a pirate? With your strength, you'll find me? What kind of joke is that? Suddenly, a light flashed in Morgan's eyes, as if he understood something. You guessed my existence from the first time I saved you? Even Morgans himself was incredulous when he said this. Ahaha, silly bird isn't too stupid. You're absolutely right. I miraculously survived being decapitated by that bastard Shanks? Gee, that's funny, but at first I was just guessing. And in the months that followed, little by little the traces were exposed, hidden in the clouds. Well, it's indeed a good means of tracking. It's just that whenever you raise your head, there's always a black dot in your eyes. That's not good, is it? There are many birds on the sea, but albatrosses are rare. You like to record events, so every now and then a drop of ink falls from the sky, and it happens to fall on my nose. Yeah, don't look at me like that. It's just such a coincidence. A grinning Bucky looked at the stunned Morgans with a smirk on his face, no longer looking as comical as he used to. Are you really Bucky the Clown? Pointing at Bucky, Morgan said incredulously. You're not possessed, are you? What's with the sudden enlightenment? When did you get so smart? Bastard. This master has always been smart, alright. Although this master's strength is poor, but at least I'm also a trainee on Captain Roger's ship. It's normal to have such a little skill. Right, Bucky said in dissatisfaction. This stupid bird actually underestimated himself. It's true that you're pretty stupid on a regular basis, but you can't be smart once in a while. Ha, bastard Bucky. How dare you fool me, and fool me for 2 full months. I'll kill you. Bang, 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 crackle. After a long time, Morgans looked across the room at Bucky, who was still laughing with a bruised nose, and was filled with doubt. What are you laughing at, you fellow? And now the ship is gone, and you can't fly to Lavendaru by me. How do you do it? Morgans was bitter. As a journalist he cared nothing for strength or anything, but had a devout love for nothing but breaking news, first-hand latest sightings. And being the ultimate path to Ravdru has always been a dream of his, enough to drive him crazy with excitement. Afraid of what? Suddenly, Bucky was full of concern, then rubbed his face where Morgans had blasted him, and grinned again with toothache. Don't forget, this isn't my first time here, and just a few years ago, that asshole Shanks and I lived on this island for a while. Turning his head and looking around the island, a wave of nostalgia passed through Bucky's eyes. Red-headed Shanks? He tried to kill you and you're still thinking about him. Morgan said with disdain. It was Shanks' outburst that was to blame, or he wouldn't have been exposed himself. Oh, kill me? Won't happen. As much as I hated him, I knew him incredibly well. Though I don't know why that bastard Shanks is trying to stop me from going to Lavender, even going so far as to put his hands on me. But finding the treasure has been my lone, unwavering dream, and no one can stop me, not even if he's Shanks. Besides, I'd like to see what could have brought the mighty Captain Roger to that point. Knowing that Mr. Ship's doctor is the greatest doctor of all time. At this moment, looking at the boundless sea in the distance, Bucky's gaze gradually became gloomy, and far out to sea, a sound of leaves slapping against tree trunks gradually came out of the cave. Amazing. Regency. Chapter 169, Kaleidoscope Writer's Eye. Exhale. The gale whistled past, and the huge evil spirit crossed the upside-down mountain to the mysterious East China Sea. After a month, the evil spirit pirates crowd finally arrived at the East Sea. On the deck, looking at the map formed by the light screen in his mind, Mu Ling's eyes were tightly closed as he looked dead at the red dot at the center. It was the very place that was the target this time, the Valley of the Dragon. Captain, we have arrived at the East Sea. Iceberg stepped out of the cabin and looked at Mu Ling. Left full rudder. Bearing about this place. On the sea chart, Mu Ling's fingertip pointed to a valley in the far southwest of the East Sea. Okay, Captain, that's a little ways away and about 1 hour to arrive. Roughly counting the time, Iceberg came up with a pertinent answer. Yes. Nodding, Makiling continued to close his eyes and tapped on a sign-in option in the upper right corner of the system panel. The option was made available after the system was upgraded half a month ago, but it's always grayed out and won't click. Now that it was finally possible, Mu Ling's eyes trembled, obviously a little excited. Finally a new feature for the system, you pitiful bastard. Beep. The host signs in for the first time in the Eastern Sea and receives a reward. Kaleidoscope Sharingan +1. Clamor. In an instant, Mu Ling's body intuitively shook, and then a sharp pain that hurt to the depths of his soul rushed up to his eyes. Click, click, click. The tightly clenched fists began to explode. The fingertips were white from being pressed down, and Mu Ling's face had a grimace that had never been seen before. The sensation was as if there were hands that were slowly ripping out one's eyeballs and replacing them with a new set. The kind that hurts until it spasms. But even though his body was convulsing, Mu Ling still didn't let out a single miserable scream, and insisted on living through his teeth. Tai. After about half an hour, the intense pain slowly flowed away like the sea ebbing, and only then did the sweaty Mu Ling breathe a sigh of relief. Huge waves then churned in his mind, rolling up a 10,000-foot tsunami that continuously impacted Mu Ling's mind. Opening his eyes, 2 reddish-colored red-ons instantly burst out of Mu Ling's eyes as if they were sharp swords. The 3 black hooked jades slowly took shape like a demonic claw, tearing apart all illusions and emanating a terrifying aura. Is this the Kaleidoscope Writer's Eye? After clenching his fists and feeling the power of his eyes, Makiling was a bit disappointed. Is that the only extent of it? As soon as the words fell, the 3 hooked jades seemed to have heard Mu Ling's disdain and became angry, immediately spinning rapidly, faster and faster, only stopping when it turned into a black chaos. Oh, starting to change? With a cry of surprise, as if he could see straight through himself like Mak Ling, his heart was secretly thinking about what kind of pupil art he would actually get. Clamor. The red aura exploded, and the chaos within Mu Ling's eyes instantly spread and flew, as if 3 hand swords were inserted around the eye sockets, forming 3 eyes that were separated from each other, yet constantly fused. Divine might. Makiling instantly recognized the power that this kaleidoscope sharing will I brought to him, an ability that belongs to Uchiha Bando, the temporal ninjutsu, which can teleport an enemy, or even yourself, into space and time, thus displaying the ability to be unselectable by an attack. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Mu Ling smiled in satisfaction. It's not a waste of suffering. Gee, that's what you personally asked for. Captain. No defense, no fighting back, much less dodging. Keep your word, Captain. Analu laughed at the thief. Cut the crap and fight quickly. Mu Ling didn't have the good sense to say, Old Sandy, Gia Analu, this if you lose you can retire the ship yourself. Bonnie, it's just so embarrassing, but I always feel like the captain is punking the stupid kid Anilu. Hiria said with a bad smile. Katakori and Hawkeye, on the other hand, looked at Makuring curiously, wondering what exactly was the source of the other party's such confidence. Sorry, Captain. Anum. Rumbling. In an instant, Analu, who had shaken his fist, had a terrifying electric light flashing between his palms, and a thunder fist then struck Makurin's chest hard. Sound of escaping laughter. At once, a frightening scene appeared. At the very moment when Anira's fist blasted into Makiling's chest, the raging lightning light seemed to hit the air, but it actually went straight through Makiling's body. The confident Anilu fell to the ground in a dog-eat-dog heap, the deck scorched with a not-so-small crater. The iceberg's face instantly darkened. Bastard Anilu, follow me later to fix the ship. That? No. Stupid iceberg, is that all you're concerned about? Haven't you seen the captain him? Bonnie was confused. Geez, where's your body, Captain? Turned into air? Incredible. The wide-eyed green pheasant looked at Makiling without blinking, trying to discover the secret. Husband you? Hancock carefully reached out his hand until he touched McKeeling's thick chest. Almost scared her to death just now. Captain, you punked me again. Anemalu, who was full of bitterness, slowly stood up, as helpless as he could be, knew there was no good in it. A cunning captain never loses. You're the dumbest person on the ship. Who else would you be? Only in the next second, Mooling's eyes changed slightly as he sensed an extremely faint pain from his eyes. Side effects of kaleidoscope sharing wheel? Can too much use cause blindness? Gee, that's scary. After the short hiccup, the crowd had arrived over the Dragon Valley. Is this our destination? How come there's nothing? Deserted mountains. Endless deserted mountains. While the sea churned around the perimeter, there was not a single plant on the island. Not a single green cover in sight. Anyone who looks at it doesn't want to set foot in it. Birds fly away from 1,000 mountains and people disappear along 10,000 paths. That is the best way to describe it. Oh, interesting. After looking at the location of the red dot that was clear on the map in his head, right in the middle of this barren mountain, Makiling laughed. Chapter 170, Extermination? Mooling's Tangle. A blindfold? Or is it some kind of illusion? Interesting. This is the legendary Dragon Valley. Boom! The hearts of the crowd were shaken by Mooling's words. What? Dragon Valley? Hancock said in surprise. Is it the legendary dragon? How is this possible? Don't dragons only exist in legends? But there are only barren mountains under our feet, and Dragon Valley is, right here? I don't doubt your word, Captain, but how did you do it? Hirius said in horror. Without speaking, a strand of spatial power suddenly floated up on Mooling's fingertips, glowing with a white halo, blossoming into dots of light patterns that spread out like water. The barren mountain in Mooling's eyes then changed, transforming into a giant bird's eye view made up of countless filaments of light points. This is it. By UBU. Aiming at the one area in the diagram that was flickering with black light, Mooling pointed down with a single finger. The white spatial power instantly resembled a needle mane, plunging straight into the barren mountain, startling 10,000 waves. Rumbling, the earth began to tremble, and dense white cracks burst out, exposing themselves to the eyes of everyone. What is this thing? It's changed. Green. I see plants. Goodness. Could it be that the barren mountain is just a blindfold, made to keep the world from discovering the mysteries of the Dragon Valley? True to form. Captain, you even managed to spot this. As the cracks crumbled, green valleys, creeks and rivers and other intoxicating scenes, like being in a fairyland, appeared in everyone's eyes. Hey, finally found you guys. The hair spun between his palms, and under the ability of the puffy fruit, the evil spirit under Mackling's feet immediately exploded with a roar and slowly fell down towards the forest. Roar! In an instant, the roars within the Dragon Valley shook the heavens, as if thousands of thunder drums were pounding violently, shaking this part of heaven and earth. Thick and sturdy dragon body, wings full of feathers, a head of 1,000-year-old dragon soaring in the sky was like being struck by lightning, foolishly looking at these uninvited guests who broke the boundary of the Dragon Valley. This was followed by an angry roar. What a racket! Waving his hand impatiently, the muttering Enelu immediately summoned a thunderbolt that dispersed all of the many thousand-year-old dragons surrounding the ship. Roar! Only this move angered the many thousand-year-old dragons more and more. It's really worthy of being Dragon Valley, to see so many thousand-year-old dragons. It's a miracle. It's unbelievable. A dragon that only exists in legends. I've actually seen it with my own eyes. Legendary 1,000-year-old dragons. I heard that their dragon bones can create a medicine for immortality. What? Clamor. In an instant, the hearts of everyone except Mooling paused for a second. There was an unanimous look at Bonnie, for it was from her mouth that the words came. Longevity. Live indefinitely without becoming old, much less dying, without worrying about loss of strength due to declining bodily functions. Instead, it will become stronger and stronger by having unlimited life. Raspy gasps echoed through the crowd, looking at the many thousand-year-old dragons that kept opening their pointed mouths and roaring at them. The eyes of the crowd changed and began to blaze, as if they were looking at a fine pair of medicinal herbs in terror. Even Hancock, Hawkeye, and Green Pheasant, dragons, though rare and only in legend, are seen by the world as sea kings. Just bigger food. Favor, this food is not ordinary. Put away your little thoughts. Suddenly, Mooling's icy words were like a pot of cool water poured over the hearts of the crowd. Rumor has it that a 1,000-year-old dragon's keel can develop a longevity drug? Oh, who dares to be sure that, after all, it's just a legend. Rumor, half believe half doubt is good. Immortality? Oh, may also be the immediate death of the poison, may also say. Also, which of you will develop the immortality pill? Even if the dragon bones were placed in front of you, who would? Or is there someone in this world who has refined it, but someone who lives forever? Have any of you heard of them? The people's faces tightened. and clarity gradually appeared in their eyes. Just now they were all just for a moment washed out by the word immortality. At this time, a careful thought. They thought of the curves and paths. And the bottom line is that you guys believe the words of a foodie? Glancing at the crowd, Mu Ling disdainfully said, Bonnie, who is silently eating her melon. Looking at the crowd's dawning realization and a look of why didn't I think of that? Their noses were almost turned out of breath. Captain, do you have a problem with food? Believe it or not, I'll bite you. Of course, McKeeling's earlier words were all made up, just like he said, half true. Perhaps it was because the modern people's three views were still at work. When Mu Ling saw this thriving scene under his feet, with countless thousands of years of dragons soaring freely in the air, he suddenly thought of the famous movie Avatar. Is it really necessary to destroy such a race? Free and natural? For a long time, Mu Ling had killed countless people, but most of them were guys who actively messed with him, or it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that they were enemies. So at the moment, he hesitated. The butcher's knife that rests on the heads of many thousand-year-old dragons has long been raised high, but it was slow to fall. Kill? Or not to kill? That's the question. Destroying a race for such a meager amount of dragon yuan. Although Mu Ling was hesitating, his heart had already made up its mind. The self-proclaimed bad guy just couldn't do it. Extermination. That does seem a bit anti-human. Foolish host. It's not like killing is the only condition for wanting to obtain dragon yuan. Suddenly, as if sensing Mu Ling's entanglement, the system's unkind voice entered his mind. Isn't killing the only condition? What about the other? Get the other person to recognize you from the depths of their heart and open their heart to you wholeheartedly. And that's all there is to it. It's very simple. Ma Keeling, looking at the surrounding thousand-year-old dragons that were 3 layers inside and 3 layars outside, radiating hateful gazes. Getting approval from the heart? Open the door to your heart? It's still easy? Your sister. See the watch on my hand? Hey, isn't it nice? Sorry, just bought it last year. Chapter 171, Taming. Roar. In an instant, a majestic and incomparable dragon roar that shook heaven and earth exploded from the ground, and a shockwave spread in all directions like a ripple. This was a guy that was bigger and stronger than all the Millennium Dragons present, and had a kingly aura emanating from his body. Lord of the Dragon Valley? Chief of the 1,000-year dragon? Glancing at the other party's leader, Mu Ling continued to lower his head and muttered under his breath, not caring about the other party's anger. But it was just a bigger lizard. If Mu Ling wanted to kill it, he would only need a wave of Overlord color cultivation field to slaughter all the Millennium Dragons present. It's just that he doesn't want to. Rumbling. In the next second, the ground began to tremble and the winds gusted, but the Millennium Dragons surrounding the crowd could no longer hold back. Upon being called by the chief, one by one, their eyes were red, their wings were violently spread, and they constantly rolled up the gusty winds in a foolish manner. A 1,000-year-old dragon that was originally only light red in color, but under the leader's roar, large clusters of roaring flames instantly burst out of its body and burned on the surface of its body. Roar! Raging pillars of fire erupted from his mouth, forming a giant fireball that instantly enveloped everyone's heads. Interesting. How dare you fight back? Naughty. Thunder and lightning exploded between his palms, and Anilu swung his hand towards the top of his head. In an instant, the electricity broke through the flames and dissipated the fireball. Just the next moment, the moment the fireball dissipated, countless clusters of colorful fireballs, water dragons, and gusts of wind came whistling, but it was no threat to Aniru. TSK, such a weak elemental dragon? Shaking his head, Mu Ling slowly closed his eyes, not caring about anything above his head. For an attack of this magnitude, Aniru could have fended it off all by himself. Instead, Mu Ling entered the Supreme Spirit refining system in his mind, because he remembered that there was one thing that could deal with these savage monsters. A treasure from another anime. Of course, specializing in these disobedient guys. Tap on the system mall. Open the search function. If memory serves, this should be the contraption. Of course, I hope the system didn't lie to me. It's a mall that communicates with all worlds. Clamor. Suddenly, light flashed before his eyes, and an exquisitely carved shelf appeared in Mu Ling's eyes. The shelves, on the other hand, were filled with a wide array of treasures that emitted a dazzling treasure light. Just the next second it all disappeared, leaving only a cloud of white light suspended in midair. That's the guy. It was only when he saw the selling price, 200 spirit points, that Mu Ling's brows furrowed. System, did you just secretly raise the price? Is this thing that expensive? Fart. Host, don't slander me. This system has always been fair and square. In good conscience to do business. That year in the Universe System University 10, 550 graduates. This system is highly praised by the teachers and students. Oh, a graduate? Critically acclaimed? Gee, aren't you damn well an abandoned system? Host, you're the one that's bleeping. The system was enraged. While Makiling left the system realm with a smile on his face, the moment his eyes opened, Muling felt something suddenly more in his palm. Roar. The roar outside was still loud, but it was a scream. Raiden in hand, Aniru was whisking the guys around. The originally green forest was drenched in blood, and the Millennium Dragons of various colors had now turned scorched black, their fur standing on end, hissing angrily as they ran away. Ha! Clamor. With a light laugh, the wind condensed between his palms, and between the waves of Muling's hands, the storm came and swept up all the 1,000-year-old dragons, and then smashed them heavily on the ground. For a time, the wailing was so widespread that the entire Dragon Valley boiled over. Rustle of skirts. With a flick of his fingertips, a pill emitting a pure white light was shot into the mouth of the Dragon Valley leader by Muling. Woo-woo, the leader of the Dragon Valley shuddered, then trembled violently, struggles flowing from his eyes, and his huge head swayed unyieldingly. How come the effect isn't the same as in the anime? Makiling was surprised, but didn't do anything about it, patiently continuing to watch. The surrounding crowd, on the other hand, looked at Makiling strangely, wondering what the captain was doing. A white donut? What is this? Is it good? Bonnie eyed it and just about drooled. In about a couple minutes. Bang! As if giving up all struggles, the Dragon Valley leader's body leaned back and collapsed, moving as if dead. And just as the group of dragons thought the leader was dead, they were opening their mouths wide and preparing to wail. Woo-woo! Suddenly, an eerie and low voice echoed out, as if a little intimidated and with a little ingratiating. The angry dragon's eyes disappeared and were replaced by innocent, flawless, well-behaved and cute eyes. It's so worthy of the Momotaro brand of taming donuts from Doraemon. This works. Barrage. Looking at the Millennium Dragon Chief whose head kept rubbing against his pants leg, Muling heartily praised him. Roar. In an instant, the group of dragons exploded. His own chief had succumbed to an outsider? To completely recognize your enemy as an abandoned dog? Strange shame. Anum. Whooshing. His right hand transformed into a phantom, and a sword chi wrapped in a donut burst out from Muling's fingertips, shooting into the mouth of each of the 1,000-year-old dragons. After a long time, the entire race of 1,000-year-old dragons fell under the might of Momotaro dumplings. How did this, Captain? Incredible. A miracle. It's a miracle. It's getting really hard to read the captain. Captain, that gnocchi. Can I have one? Makiling. Bonnie, stop it and step aside. Then, under the guidance of the system, Muling slowly placed his hand on the head of the Millennium Dragon. Clamor. In an instant, golden light shot out, wrapping Muling and the 1,000-year dragon in it at the same time. The 1,000-year-old dragon that had long recognized Muling as its master, on the other hand, opened its heart and actually took the initiative to send the thin dragon Yuan in its own body along its brow. Chapter 172, Absorbing Dragon Yuan. Half an hour later. Clamor. In an instant, Muling's eyes turned golden, and a faint dragon's might exploded from his body, spreading outward as if it were a wave on the surface of a lake. The dragon Yuan condensed within the bodies of close to 200,000-year-old dragons surged into the various orifices and sinews of Muling's body in unison. The constant stream of dragon Yuan was thin, but it was superior to the many, like countless small streams converging into rivers and surging into the sea. Although it couldn't be talked about as a sea, the density of the dragon element at this point was almost comparable to the fish fruit. Roar! The silhouette of a five-clawed golden dragon sprang out from the top of Muling's head, opening its sharp claws, and the dragon's eyes were filled with supreme majesty. The 1,000-year-old dragons boiled over, each with their heads lowered, not daring to look away, but hissing heartfelt piety from their mouths. It's the scent of a higher power, with just a trace of dragon Yuan. If it wasn't for the fact that Muling was deliberately collecting them, I'm afraid that they would have long ago fallen to their knees and become incontinent with fear. And the evil spirit pirates crowd was the same. The strong dragon might pressured them to breathe. As long as a trace of resistance was born in their hearts, they would see the pair of golden dragon eyes in their minds. Those eyes, cold, icy, not to be disobeyed, as if they could put them to death in an instant. Letting out a long breath, Muling withdrew his dragon might, felt the still thin dragon Yuan in his body, and silently sighed in his heart. Still too little. High praise for these 1,000-year-old dragons. Boat, Captain? Shiro looked at Makiling in shock and apprehension. Did he feel like the captain was possessed? That pressure just now clearly did not match the captain's aura. I'm fine, Muling said icily, then waved his palm toward the air as if he was stirring something. Dragon elemental residue. right in the air that the crowd could not see. There was a trace of dragon elemental power that seemed like a mist floating at that moment. Only it was censored down. Because of purity. Because of quality. Sort of a salvaged batch of dragon dollars. Although these remnants were not half as useful to Mu Ling, they were as precious as treasures to regular people. Clamor. In the blink of an eye, white spatial power condensed on Mu Ling's fingertips, splitting the airborne remnants of the dragon yuan into 9 parts. Everyone close your eyes. Faces changed as everyone felt this strong and domineering dragon yuan power almost at the same time. This? What's this? Get ready. Anum. Whooshing. 9 clusters of golden light shot into the mouths of the people one after another. With a jolt, the evil spirit crowd only felt a heat in their throats, and the scalding hot dragon energy immediately transformed into a ball of light flowing down their throats and into all parts of their bodies. Oh my god. It's... Enelu exclaimed. At the moment his body was covered in thunderous light and accompanied by a dragon's roar. Shut up, stupid. Shilio cursed angrily. Then without a word, he desperately absorbed the powerful force. The rest of the people were the same. Even Bonnie, who had never been in the right mood, had her eyes closed tightly and her face full of seriousness, not daring to make any moves. This is the opportunity. More than that, it's an extremely valuable opportunity to get them off the ground. The crowd had seen it all before, although they didn't know how the captain did it. Half an hour later, looking at the crowd that had gradually stabilized, Mu Ling let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that the fear that they wouldn't be able to adapt to the power of the dragon element was basically lifted. Afterwards, Mu Ling also sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and carefully sensing his previous gains. Because they didn't have Mu Ling's powerful body, the crowd's absorption of the dragon element was very slow. The clock is ticking a little bit. In the blink of an eye, 1 day, 2 days, half a month passes. A faint golden light overflowed around everyone's body. And although they didn't have a strong dragon's might, their bodies were countless times tougher than before. The first one to open his eyes was Anilu, with a bit of golden light hidden in the black and purple thunder, and a purple dragon tattoo on his brow. What amazing power! Clenching the fist that was filled with explosive power, the benefited Anilu was elated. Immediately afterward, the crowd awoke one after another with happy smiles on their faces. Suddenly it feels like my body has become much lighter. Old Sandy waved his arm, surprise on his face as he said, "No, it should be that we're getting faster." Clamor. In an instant, Hawkeye drew his black dagger knight and took a swing into the air, then froze. Both the power and the speed of swinging the sword were several times stronger than before. This is just too. What a captain. Ha 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 ha. Sure enough there's meat to be had. Following the captain laughed Boney. Let's go. It's time for us to get out of here. Shaking the dust off his body, Mu Ling stroked the Dragon Valley chief's big head, turned around, and left the place. Anum. Rumbling, the evil spirit slowly rose into the air, and when it flew up over the Dragon Valley again, the power of space between its palms transformed into countless points of light, which were scattered around the Dragon Valley. Huge space barriers rose up, hiding the legendary Millennium Dragon clan from the world once again. Mu Ling didn't want to be picked up by someone else because of his own negligence. Flying up into the sky above the East Sea, Mu Ling didn't speak, and the crowd didn't even bother to question the source of this power. Don't ask, just be quiet and collect the opportunity. The crowd understood. Captain, are we going to? Now. Icebird looked over at Makiling. Let's go to the empty island first, and then Enelu will lead the way to the boundless continent, just as you originally planned. It's not the Ark Proverbs, but the wicked has more than enough to get there. Got it, Captain. Enelu, who had made countless preparations for traveling to the boundless continent, had long been impatient. Originally, he had wanted to go conquer that land, but now, he was interested in the ancient weapon Heavenly King that Mu Ling had spoken of. After all, he had seen the power of the evil spirit. Bang! Suddenly, the evil spirit shuddered slightly as if it had hit something. Muffled noises all around. What is it? I guess it's a bird of prey in the air, but this height, a flying bird shouldn't be able to reach it. Ha! Icebird wondered. He then heard a crisp smack in the face. A huge and hairy green eagle survivor was flying towards the crowd on the deck with red eyes. Note, hemp oil. Finally sent my girlfriend away so I can write in peace. Thanks for the gifts, guys. Happy Cinco de Mayo, everyone. Haha. Chapter 173, The Strange Longsword. Haha, Icebird, you missed the mark. Bonnie scoffed. This? How is this possible? The icebird that was slapped in the face couldn't believe it. Bang! 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 The eagle survivor was very fast. His huge wings stirred the airflow, bursting out a burst of sharp air-braking sound. Boom! This was followed by a headlong crash into the deck mast. The ship shook slightly, while Flycatcher, who had collapsed on the deck, stood up as if he was unaware of the pain, and then looked to the iceberg. Roar! With a hysterical roar, like a life and death enemy. The huge body rushed up towards the iceberg. Asshole! Iceberg was ashamed and angry, and a shadowhorn lance immediately manifested between his palms, stabbing down towards the pouncing bird of prey. Sneer at. Blood erupted as the tip of the gun pierced through the feathers and stabbed a huge hole. Roar! A frightening scene appeared. Instead of falling, the pierced bird of prey became more and more frantic, and a strand of green eerie light began to burst out from the wound. It was like a fountain, splashing away. What? What is this thing? Iceberg was horrified, and then tried to reach out his hand to touch these green points of light. Don't move the iceberg. Back off immediately. Sensing something bad, Mu Ling immediately shouted, but it was already a step too late. The iceberg whose skin had just touched these green spots of light hissed miserably in the next second. Aha! My hand! Instantly, everyone froze. It was just less than a breath, and the right hand that had just touched the point of light, surprisingly, rapidly skyrocketed at a speed discernible to the naked eye, corroding away an inch of skin and flesh. Clamor, turning into firelight, Mu Ling instantly appeared in front of Ice Mountain, and the sword light suddenly rose up and swept through Ice Mountain's palm, plucking out the dead flesh that was corroded by the green spots of light on the spot. He was then sent flying with a slap, and Hiryu and the others immediately caught him. What is this? Highly toxic? How can the poison be so strong? It was shot from inside this flying bird. Why aren't the birds of prey corrupted? Stupid iceberg. Stupid. The captain told you to retreat. It's lucky that the captain appeared in time, or else the iceberg would have only died long ago. A spatial force condensed between his palms, and like a cover, Mu Ling absorbed the green points of light flying toward him, and at this moment, the blood-soaked bird of prey's eyes grew redder and redder as it opened its sharp beak and pecked down towards Mu Ling's head. Sound of escaping laughter. The moment the spikes were about to close in, the flying bird exploded and was torn into pieces by countless space blades. The blood stains in the sky shot out violently, but they were blocked by the spatial barrier. Ting! Suddenly, a sword chirping sound that shook heaven and earth stormed up on the deck, followed by countless green eerie points of light scurrying out from the shattered and sliced corpses of the birds of prey, coalescing into a green long sword. Mu Ling was frozen in place by this sudden sword light. It wasn't that he was frightened, but he was affected by those negative emotions contained within the sword light. Killing, cursing, brutality, bloodlust. Within a short second, Mu Ling, whose body hadn't even come into contact with the longsword, was suddenly occupied with these negatives in his mind. Boom! Subconsciously, the scarlet overlord color within Mu Ling's body instantly exploded out, followed closely by that bizarre demon sword art. Eyes became crimson. The demon sword crippled chi in the waist-raising sword gourd also seemed to sense the power of the opposite long sword, turned into a stream of light and hung in the air on its own, and the green long sword confronted each other. This is a demonic sword that is similar to the crippled chi? Because of the demon sword technique, the negative emotions were cancelled out, and Mu Ling, whose mind gradually regained clarity, looked at the long sword with a grave expression. There is such a sword in the pirate world? Rustle of skirts. Just as Mu Ling was about to reach out his hand to hold the long sword, as if he had sensed the fierce demonic aura within Mu Ling's body, the green long sword immediately transformed into streams of light and disappeared above his head. TSK, trying to run? He. I'm a Maki named Sword Terminator Spirit. What a powerful sword aura, Hawkeye said in a deep voice. No, this is a demon sword. Shiro felt a demonic aura from the green longsword that was more violent than a thunderstorm. Then the corners of his mouth edged up. He could sort of see that the captain's nature would never let go of the sword. This time, though, Hiryu would like to fight for it. After all, as fellow swordsmen, who would mind having more famous swords in their hands? Bang! In a flash, following closely in McKeeling's footsteps, Shilio leapt down from the deck to a small island that the longsword had flown towards. Gee, Hawkeye, don't you want to go for it? Old Sandy said with a bad smile. He had a feeling that Hiryu was going to be in for a rude awakening. There's no need. I'm sufficient with Knight. Hawkeye's expression was very grave as he continued after a pause. What's more, that sword gives me a very unusual feeling. Unusual? What kind of feeling is that? Green Pheasant wondered. The sword aura contains a demonic aura, but that's just an illusion created by that sword to cover up something. I can feel that horrible aura of ominousness, a source of horrible disaster like a plague. Boom! The crowd's hearts were shaken and they stopped speaking, but a wave of worry rose in their hearts for no reason. What kind of sword is this? Unnamed island. What are you doing here? Looking at Shilio, who had arrived a step slower than himself, Maki Ling frowned. Don't be like that, Captain. Last time the 3 famous swords of Kazunokuni. This time it should be my turn, right? Hiryu commiserated. Amount. Looking at the aggrieved Hiryu, Maki Ling was a bit embarrassed. Isn't he really going a bit overboard? After all, Hiryu was someone who had taken the initiative to follow him, and Makarin still cared about that. Ahem, well then. I won't argue with you. This sword will be yours. But, Makiling's face became grave. This sword is not ordinary. Compared to an unusual demon sword, he is more like an evil sword. You must be careful. After saying that, Makiling sat cross-legged and pointed towards Shilio to the place where the longsword had disappeared, then closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Ha ha ha, thanks a lot, Captain. With a big grin, Hiryu left then, anticipation in his eyes. Note, guess what sword this is? Chapter 174, The Great Battle of Boni. Rumbling. A few minutes later, with a dull roar, the evil spirit landed on the surface. Where's Captain Hiryu? Off to find that sword. Mu Ling said in a deep voice. Oh, something's wrong. Captain, what's gotten into you today? Surprisingly generous for the first time? How dare you give up your sword to Hiryu? Tai, who the hell are you? How dare you impersonate our captain? Sound of escaping laughter. The crowd burst out laughing in unison without holding back. Makiling, Bonnie, have you foodies gotten too puffed up lately? 3 days without a fight, and the upper room is covered. Ka-chow, ka-chow. Bone knuckles crunching and a ferocious light flashing in his eyes. Makiling slowly got up. Come on, Bonnie. It's been a while since I've trained you. It's just as well that I have the time now. Let's see if you've regressed in strength. Ha ha ha. This time, the crowd was unable to hold back any longer, and they all burst out laughing. Go Bonnie. See if the captain is really a fake. I admire your courage. Bonnie, true to form. Bonnie, this guts. Tisk. Rustle of skirts. In an instant, Makiling, who had transformed into fire, instantly appeared in front of Bonnie's eyes, and with his finger as a sword, he chopped down towards Bonnie. I don't dare. I won't dare anymore, Captain. Bonnie immediately shouted, but her men were not weak. With a flick of his fingertip, more than 10 golden pillars instantly exploded out from beneath Mu Ling's feet, condensing into giant snakes that bit into Mu Ling's sword chi with a single bite. However, after a few seconds, the giant snake's mouth was burst by the sword chi and turned into a sky full of golden shavings. Bonnie's face was unchanged, as if she had already anticipated this scene. Clamor. Captain, watch out. His left hand swung towards a wave in a smooth manner, and a ball of colorful light condensed between his palms, striking towards Mu Ling's chest. Is it the ability to rejuvenate people? Makiling hurriedly stepped back and dodged out of the way. Although I don't think this ability will work on myself, but if I get turned into a 3-year-old, it would be a shame. The slap fell short, but Bonnie laughed. After withdrawing his left palm, he immediately swung out his right palm, which had already been poised for launch. Golden Karma Fire Explosion. Crashing sound. The gold spread out like a stream of water, and the giant snake's exploded head coalesced once again. In the next moment, a strand of red blood that looked like blood vessels filled the giant snake's entire body like lines, spreading to all parts, and that red blood was a terrifying stream of karmic fire. Oh, Bonnie's good. Something. Nice use of the golden fruit. It looks like this bony fellow came prepared to piss off the captain on purpose. The crowd is not stupid. See Bonnie line and flow a 1-2 operation. I think it must be a long time to plan. Boom! Flames erupted, and the giant snake's speed was so fast that it instantly pounced in front of Mu Ling, but the next second it was chopped up by the protective sword light. But all the same, Bonnie's purpose was served. A terrifying explosion of karmic fire instantly surged up, and the endless karmic fire immediately engulfed Mu Ling's body, burning it violently. Click, click, click. Bonnie, who was holding a huge goat leg bone in her hand, stood in place, and her armor made of gold wrapped her body along with the goat leg bone all around. Always be on the lookout for a Makiling attack. Not bad, Bonnie. Looks like it's been put through some hard work. In the karmic fire, Mu Ling's calm voice came out. Miso. Sword light streaked across the sky, and the sky-rushing sword aura burst out from the center of the flame, instantly splitting into two, and Mu Ling rushed out of the fire. Duong. The fingertip sword chi ruthlessly chopped at the sheep leg bone, and in an instant, the hard gold on the surface of the leg bone immediately crumbled in sections, turning into fragments that fell to the ground. After a mutual sparring blow, knowing that she was undefeated, Bonnie followed the massive force and flipped dozens of times to get out of the battlefield. What a captain! Sure is awesome. Bonnie smiled sweetly, but a golden light suddenly swept through her eyes. Nice! With a clear cry, Mu Ling disappeared in place in the blink of an eye, and in the next second the ground beneath his feet for miles around turned into a pool of gold after a split second. Crashing sound. The water was raging, and countless sharp golden lances surged out of the water, like a golden torrent rushing towards Mu Ling. Bang! 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 Terrifying bursts of air-breaking sounds came in bursts, and the lance pierced through the air, swarming down with 10,000 momentum. With a flash of his body, the mid-air Mu Ling immediately inverted his body with a difficult twist to meet the golden torrent behind him. Immediately after that, a ball of spatial power condensed between his palms, transforming into a white point of light, and then breaking the surface with a point. His fingertips pointed downward with force. Boom! The twisting, spinning, collapsing space instantly shattered the golden torrent into slag. And just as Bonnie was about to launch an attack, a finger had gently tapped on her brow. You! Aha! No more fighting! No more fighting! I admit defeat! Before Maki Ling could say anything, Bonnie held her head and squatted on the ground, screaming one after another. Keep up the good work! Oh! Nudging Bonnie's head, Mu Ling lightly laughed. TSK, TSK, Bonnie can It's still pretty rookie though. That golden torrent move just now was good. Admitting defeat is a great idea too. Bonnie. Mu Ling didn't say anything and sat cross-legged on the ground, carefully sensing the sword chi in his body, and that's when Hawkeye came over. What's going on? Maki Ling wondered. I'm worried about Hiryu. Hawkeye's words made Maki Ling freeze. Why? He was sure the ever-quiet Hawkeye wouldn't say that for no reason. That sword. It's very unusual. In my memory, there is a sword that resembles him, Hawkeye said in a deep voice. What? Cursed evil sword. 7 stars. 7-star sword? Mu Ling was a bit puzzled. Theater version. Maki Ling is seen. But the 7 stars, is it that strong? In the theatrical version along with the last owner was decimated by Sauron and disappeared completely. And the Sauron of that time, in Maki Ling's opinion, was really weak. Or is the sword's upper limit based on the owner's strength? And since this is the East China Sea, the location could be right. At that moment, Mu Ling's face gradually became gloomy. If it really was the 7-star sword, I wonder if Hiryu could resist that evil aura. Chapter 175, No Staying. Rustle of skirts. Suddenly, just as Mu Ling was thinking this way, a blood-colored sword chi shot from the other end of the island, drawing a long curve at an extremely fast speed, and swept through the corners of everyone's eyes. This sword aura. It's Hiryu! Bonnie exclaimed. What does he mean by that? Jia. Could it be that he got the famous sword and is showing off to us? Old San said sorrowfully. Nope. This sword chi is not right. Duong. At some point, Mu Ling, who was sitting on the ground, had disappeared and appeared at the end of the sword chi, and his fingertips, which were glowing with white light, were pinching the blood-colored sword chi. In an instant, curses, fear, thrill, compulsion, and other heavy negative emotions burst out from the sword chi, wanting to invade Mu Ling's mind. Bang! The sword chi burst into pieces, and then the void door appeared, and Mu Ling stepped in with one foot. Roar! On the other side of the void door, a human-like roar shook heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, at the other end of the island, skyrocketing green awns rose up from the ground, dispersing the sea of clouds and spreading an evil aura. Not good. Something's happened to Hiryu. That sword chi just now was clearly him asking for help. Follow the captain, bastard. Something is really wrong with this sword, Hawkeye shouted angrily. He then turned into streams of light and rushed into the void gate right after Mu Ling, and the crowd followed close behind. Rumbling. Explosions sounded in all directions, and the terrifying green shockwaves were like airwaves, causing Mu Ling, who had just stepped out of the void door, to instantly act as if he was facing a great enemy. Sneer at. Yen Demon came out of his sheath, and the bizarre blade pattern scattered gusts of strange aura, dispersing the green aura around Mu Ling continuously. The palm of his hand slapped fiercely towards his back, and instantly a white wave of air condensed by the power of space was blasted fiercely onto the ground, blowing out a large area of space that hadn't been eroded by the green gas. Be careful with these green sword-ons, don't get your mind eroded. The faces of the people who arrived later changed, and then they struck out. Crashing sound. Yellow sand filled the sky, and old sand catalyzed a storm between his palms, rolling up a large amount of green awns and spreading them in all directions. Green pheasant was even more direct, coming in with 1,000 miles of ice, freezing the gases in cold ice. Roar. In an instant, just as the people were striking out, a hysterical roar exploded, shaking everyone's heart. Hiryu's voice. Bang! Sword light streaked across, blood chi exploded, and the terrifying green sword aura continuously impacted Yen Demon, wanting to break through the defenses and rush into Mu Ling's body. With red eyes and a green longsword, Shilio had long been controlled by the 7 stars and reduced to a killing tool, and that sword light from before was Shilio's last-minute distress signal towards the crowd. Miso. The sword light waved, and with a backhanded swing towards the front, the raging sword intent immediately forced Shilio back, and then Maki Ling sized up Shilio in front of him. This sword is the cursed 7 stars without a doubt. It also seems that the decapitation by Sauron within the theatrical version was fake and just a way to get out of it. A well-deserved evil sword. Boom! Extreme flames exploded into the air, and the rushing flaming sword chi shot straight up into the clouds. Heavenly flame chop! The sword light went straight down and slammed hard into the top of Hiryu's head. The strength of Shilio, who was controlled by the 7 stars, sword, easily chopping the heavenly flame chop, and then the entire person transformed into a green sword chi and disappeared into thin air. Over here, click, 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 wherever the tip of Yen Demon's sword pointed, space shattered in sections. Shilio was forced out and was just about to say something when the second sword light followed and chopped down again. However, there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he smiled extremely weirdly. Kill you, damned bastard. Boom! Waves of air rolled, and 2 long swords that were equally bizarre and filled with a large amount of evil intent fiercely staggered together. Clanking, immediately reversing his body, Hiryu didn't even look behind him and intercepted Makiling with a sweeping strike. Sneer at. Makiling fell back a few steps, but Shilio was unrelenting, vowing to kill his opponent as he rushed up. The cursed 7 stars? Surprisingly, even Hiryu can't defend against it? Katakuri shuddered. Is Rain Hiryu weak? Instead of being weak, it was incomparably powerful. Looking at the entire evil spirit pirates, it definitely ranks in the top 3. Of course that's just a guess, because it's been so long since they've been out of action that no one knows exactly what it's like. But even Hiryu still hadn't resisted the 7 stars' mind erosion. Don't worry, it's absolutely fine with the captain, Bonnie said confidently. Oh, I'm not too worried about that one. I'm just afraid the crisis is over and Hiryu will be miserable. The crowd froze, looking away from Hiryu, who was full of obscenities and greeted Makurin's family one after another. Although their minds were eroded, looking at the captain's increasingly dark face, the crowd felt that Hiryu was going to be finished. Bang! A sword chopped back Shilio, and taking advantage of the moment the opponent flew backwards, Muling's right hand gripped the 7-star sword body in a death grip. Surrender to me or crumble to death. The 7 stars have spirits. Even if it wasn't a sword spirit, it was something extremely evil, eroding people's hearts and controlling the swordmaster. This is not something an ordinary famous sword can do. Boom! A stinging pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow of the palm instantly attacked Muling's entire body. The 7 stars were resisting. That one thorn-like green aura wanted to break through the skin of the palm and surge into the body, thus controlling the hurting spirit. And the opposite side of the controlled Hiryu was still cursing. Mud! Muling was completely enraged, and his body's overlord-colored Shura field opened up. Boom! In an instant, the domineering aura of pride instantly shattered the green aura, and with a single healthy step, he rushed towards Hiryu. Yen Demon turned into streams of light and returned to his sheath. By now Makiling had already used both fists. Muling, who had originally intended to leave the 7 stars alive and take them under his wing, had completely dismissed the idea. The demon sword art was on full fire, and Muling, who was filled with a terrifying demonic aura, looked at the 7-star sword body that was chopping down, and without saying a word, he blasted out with his fist. Bang! The 7 stars trembled, and their rich green aura instantly dimmed considerably. Ryuzakura's domineering aura covered his arms, and with his hands clenched around the 7 stars, Makurin kicked Hiryu off and slammed him into the earth. Asshole! Don't even bother! Click! 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 The 7 stars were roaring in sorrow, and under the enchantments of Overlord Color Shura, Demon Sword Art, and flowing Sakura hegemony, the space between Muling's palms collapsed, and a densely packed white crack instantly covered the body of the 7-star sword. Ha! Shred the old man! Click! Accompanied by the explosive sound that shook the heavens and earth, the 7 stars instantly collapsed. Chapter 176, The Final Land. Ting! The 7 stars with a mournful cry instantly burst, the green sword body turning into fragments in the sky, reflecting Muling's hideous face. Since you don't want to submit to me, then just fly away in ashes. Tai! Blazing extreme flame burst out from his palm, ragingly burning the 7-star fragment. The 7 stars were lamenting, even when the sword body crumbled. It was as if they all retained consciousness, desperately cursing and swearing at the shepherd's spirit. Gradual. It was hot, red, and eventually turned black, becoming a wisp of green smoke floating in midair. Roar! In the next second, a horrible skeleton emerged from the green smoke, its hideous fangs resembling a ferocious beast, and its eyes could not be seen through its empty eyes, but everyone could feel the extremely creepy aura from it. A thief's heart is not dead? Muling said in a cold voice. Miso! The demon sword technique came out in unison, a terrifying demonic aura filling the surface of his body as he coldly gazed at the 7-star skeleton. And right at this moment, before Muling could make any reaction, the sword nurturing gourd on his waist trembled violently, and the fluorescent dragons inside the gourd continuously impacted the surroundings, wanting to fly out of the sword-nurturing gourd. Filled with astonishment, Mu Ling didn't know what the fluorescent dragon sword meant by this. Trying to get out? Or did you see the 7 stars in a battle rage? Rustle of skirts. A palm slapped towards the sword-nurturing gourd, and in an instant, a flash of golden light blossomed between heaven and earth. And then the flux dragon sword chirped more than once, and the majestic dragon's shadow exploded out from the sword's body, and the giant golden dragon's head raised high, looking at the 7-star skeleton. Roar! In one gulp, he swallowed the 7 stars cleanly. Maki Ling. What does this mean? Flux dragon sword is stealing my head? And that dragon phantom is? Why do I feel the power of dragon element from it? And the dragon shadow that devoured the 7 stars. The golden dragon body seemed to become more and more substantial, no longer presenting an illusion at the dragon's head, but a real existence. His brows furrowed, just as Mu Ling looked at the dragon shadow at a loss for words. Woo-woo. Suddenly, the dragon shadow that exploded out of the fluorescent dragon, however, scattered around Mu Ling's body, and then rubbed his head against Mu Ling's cheek in an extremely intimate manner. After 2 joyful soft chirps, it flew into the fluorescent dragon and disappeared into streams of light inside the sword-nurturing gourd again. A series of operations watched as Maki Ling was dumbfounded. This is Flux Dragon Sword Spirit? But why was it in dragon form? Could it be that when he absorbed the dragon element that day, a part of it scuttled into the fluorescent dragon sword, thus giving birth to the sword spirit? Well, that's a possibility. That terrifying 7-star skeleton was, without a doubt, the evil sword spirit within the 7-star sword. As the same sword spirit, it was only right that the fluorescent dragon would devour it. Gee, good job. Touching the sword-nurturing gourd, Mu Ling was happy. The fluorescent dragon sword followed his own battle for many years. The two feelings naturally not unusual famous sword can be compared. Now born sword spirit, the happiest than the pastor spirit. Bang! After a long time, the dizzy Hiryu stepped out of the pit, rubbing his head and looking around in confusion. What happened? This is me. Fighting someone? Asshole. Who hit me? Stand out. I'll fight you to the death. Damn you. At once, Hiryu's angry roar was heard all over the island. Awesome. First time I've ever admired you so much, Hiryu. Old Sandy applauded. Only the expression on his face was full of gloating and a look of watching a good show. So true, Hiryu. Something's up. Gutsy. Ani Lu. Honor him as a man. Hiryu froze, an ominous thought surfacing in his mind. How do these guys feel? A little weird. By the way, what was I doing earlier? Oh, take in that long green sword though. Bang! In an instant, sword light burst out, and Shilio, who had just climbed out of the hole, was instantly smashed back again like a cannonball. On the other hand, the distant Maki Ling continued to walk towards the evil spirit ship as if it was nothing, not seeing the slightest trace of having struck out just now. Dropping his head, Hiryu no longer wanted to say anything. He's already thinking about it. Damn! I can't believe I'm in the gutter. Go to the empty island. Got it, Captain. Rumbling, the evil spirit pulled up, splashing countless sand and dust, and flew up into the sky. The sea. Bang! The king of the sea, a sea king class several feet tall, fell heavily to the bottom of the sea with a roaring sound. Blood erupted, and 3 terrifying claw marks tore through the hard skin, revealing the terrifying white bones within. Awesome! Morgan Zugai, Bucky praised. Cut the crap. Where are we now? Are we almost at Raftru? Soaring through the air, Morgans didn't have a good time, and on his back sat none other than Bucky. Bastard, luckily I realized in time that there was something wrong with this permanent pointer. Otherwise you would have been lost in the ocean long ago. How dare you yell at me? Bucky retorted. Clamor. In a flash, the huge albatross body sighed. Suddenly the wind whistled. Dead grasp. Morgan's body of Bucky has long been ashen. Scared liver and gall. Lead the way quickly, or I'll throw you into the sea. Asshole, just go in this direction. This permanent pointer is faulty, but with my memory, it's never wrong. Boom! The sea of clouds was shaken apart, and Morgan's huge wings were like sharp swords as he flew straight toward the front. And just as they passed through a sea area, in an instant, the heaven and earth changed drastically. The original azure sky disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by thunderstorms and howling winds. The black sky was filled with a desperate aura of death. There were no plants, no animals, and not even half a flying bird could be seen in the huge sky. It's not the night, but it's a million times scarier than the night. This is it. Bucky roared in the howling wind. This is the final land. Raftru. Chapter 177, The Boundless Continent. Rumbling, accompanied by a heavy roar. The evil spirit, which walked above the 9 heavens, plucked away the heavy sea of clouds, broke through one shackle after another, and descended onto the empty island. What? What is this thing? A ship, a huge ship. Geez, why is there a ship coming out of the sky? Unbelievable. God, this must be a miracle. Instantly, all the residents of the empty island who saw the evil spirit ship half kneeled on the ground and reverently looked up at the evil spirit ship in the air. Ha ha ha, mortals, I am a god, the highest god. Bang! In the next second, just as Anilu stood on the mast of the ship and let out a loud laugh, a huge golden giant fist slammed into him hard. Bony, what are you doing? Anilu said angrily. Yo, how come even a god can be knocked down? You're a watered down god who's adulterated. Ha ha ha, the old Anilu problem is back. Where's the medicine? Quickly give it to Anilu. Poor guy, I thought it was cured. The crowd immediately burst out laughing, looking at the sprawled out Anilu for a moment. Bunch of assholes, Anilu muttered without a word of humor. He then jumped onto the ship's mast once again and looked at the sea of clouds in the distance, layer after layer, and after carefully discerning the direction, he pointed towards the southwest side. This should be it, if I remember correctly. Snap! Jepping at the helm swung his right hand round and pumped the rudder full, and at once the evil spirit accelerated, charging all the way up. The underground inhabitants of the empty island, on the other hand, had their heads lowered further and further downward. Half a month later, rumbling, click, 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 electricity flashed and thunder roared within the black space, and countless hissing and roaring sounds echoed in the ears of the crowd. Tai! A flame rose between his palms and slowly floated up into midair, illuminating the entire space. The obsidian-like boulders were being densely arranged around the walls, flickering with a strange light under the flames. This wasn't the void. Makiling was sure of it. It's something like a channel or something. After a half-month-long air travel, Makiling and the others finally arrived here under the guidance of Anilu. Through this passageway, it should be the boundless continent. Looking ahead, Anilu spoke in a deep voice. No way. You can reach the moon through here? Hancock was amazed. As mysterious as it seems, this is too much of a stretch, isn't it? You know the moon is inside space. I can't believe it. It always feels like Anilu is fooling us again. The crowd was talking and listening to Anilu's black face. These assholes. Am I so untrustworthy? But Makiling was a bit of a believer. After all, it wasn't the first time that he had crossed the passage to reach the moon. Isn't that what Otsutsuki Sherman did in the final chapter of Naruto? Roar! Suddenly, a colorful giant lizard burst out from within the surrounding walls, and with its bloody mouth open, it rushed towards the evil spirit. Bang! Lightning exploded and the lizard collapsed into a charred mess. It was just that one wave had not yet subsided and another wave had risen, followed by a dull burst of sound that had exploded from all around. Roar! In an instant, the very moment the lizards were killed, dozens more huge black lizards burst out of the walls. Assholes! What are these things? TSK, sort of an appetizer for the sprawling continent ahead? Interesting. It looks like this passage is their lair. That bastard Anilu sure did lead us the wrong way. Anilu. Ting. The sound of the sword suddenly rose. Yen Demon unsheathed his sword. The sword light streaked across the room, and countless chilling sword chi instantly flew out. Thumbs up. The black-purple sword light pierced through the bodies of one lizard after another, stabbing out countless horrifying blood holes. In just a few breaths of effort, the lizards in the entire passageway were decimated cleanly. The blood flowed into rivers, and the surrounding area was filled with a frighteningly strong smell of blood. And the crowd noticed the weirdness in the passage. That one densely packed giant obsidian around them turned out to be the lizard's eggs. There were big and small ones, some of which were about to break out of their shells, and you could even see the flickering eyes in them from a distance. Anairu, who was just about to destroy these eggs, was stopped by Makarin. Don't do these unnecessary things. Arriving at the boundless continent as soon as possible is the important thing. Shoo away. All the way forward. All the way to decapitation. Accompanied by the thunder of swordlight. 1 week later, the crowd finally left the passage. Clamor. A flash of light appeared before their eyes and the light reappeared for all to see. This is the boundless continent? No, it won't. It's hard to imagine. It's nothing like the moon I imagined. Husband? Where's the broad cold palace? Where is Chang'e? And that little rabbit? Didn't you say it's all here? Why can't I see it? Hancock, who was holding Makiling, wondered. Makiling. Not a single living creature could be seen in the barren land, and the dim sky overhead seemed to be covered by a thin layer of gray mist, with no sunlight visible at all. Dead air. This is the first impression of the crowd. The Heavenly King is really here? Why does it feel like there's no one there? Look for it. After all, it was just a guess earlier. Waving his hand, Mu Ling urged the evil spirit to slowly fall. It was nothing like the moon he remembered. There was no suffocation, much less that sense of weightlessness. Sure enough, anime is anime, and Anilu, long ago, was dumbfounded. The scene before him was a far cry from the moon he had hoped for. Snap! The soil on the moon was so soft that Makiling was able to step on a small pit with a light foot, and the sides of the pit revealed dots of white powder in the black land. What's this? Grabbing a handful of dirt, he spread it out in his palm, and sure enough, the white powder was interspersed with dirt that looked out of place. Is the soil unique to the moon? Why do I feel as if this is the ashes of something that has burned? Well, kind of. Inhaling, Mu Ling noticed a pungent odor coming from the white powder. How does this smell? Smell a little similar to Punk Hasadine? Chapter 178, Boundless Continent, Burgopunk. Bang! In an instant, the shadow of a dragon appeared on Mu Ling's right arm, followed by countless fire dragons that surrounded it, and he fiercely punched towards the earth beneath his feet. Rumbling, the earth trembled, and densely packed black cracks immediately burst open along with Mu Ling's fist. As if it were a bun, the layers of the large ground bloomed, revealing the black to white ground therein. The first layer of the ground was dark and dark, interspersed with stars of white powder. Just as the cracks continued to burst open, more and more white showed in the eyes of the crowd, and the smell in the air, the smell of the flames that had been burned, was getting stronger and stronger. Surely there is something odd about this earth, Mu Ling thought in his heart, and then he threw another punch, and immediately, the cracks collapsed even faster, and more white appeared. Jesus! This? In the next second, everyone's faces instantly became unsightly and black beyond recognition. Under the feet of the ground, black has disappeared. Dense bones are quietly placed in the ground, and those white powder is the residue of the bones after being burned. Bang! With an extremely ugly face, Green Pheasant struck out. Bursts of cold light like spikes dug hard into the ground and then ripped apart. Asshole! Green Pheasant burst out, for at his feet, the deep cracks in the ground were also full of white corpse bone powder. At this moment, everyone realized something. That is, this piece of earth that they were standing on was unexpectedly all made of countless corpses and bones. Vom! Hancock and Bonnie bent over and vomited instantly, and the rest of the crowd, even assholes like Hiria's old Sandanalu, couldn't help but change their faces dramatically, a little out of sorts. Although often boasting of being a bad guy, the sight of the entire earth being paved with corpses and bones makes this a little hard to bear. As for the original inhabitants of this sprawling continent, their fate, I'm sure, needs no further thought. Bereft of conscience, anti-human. Yes, Burgopunk did this? Green Pheasant murmured. The voice was soft, but it contained endless coldness. Once the chief scientist of the science department of the Navy headquarters, Burgopunk. Don't know. Need to verify. Makiling said faintly, but everyone understood as well how similar this scene at the foot is to Punk Has Sad, and how different it is only in numbers. Half an hour later, a research base as far as 10,000 meters long appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Inside, the lights were brilliant and countless men with guns and white robes were looking around warily. Under the lights, the silhouettes elongated by the light were like beasts with open bloody mouths, looking intently into the distance. Asshole! Bang! In an instant, like a cold blade, Green Pheasant took the lead and rushed up, his body flowing with ice, a cold aura gradually approaching the base along with his body, and wherever he went, he was frozen for miles. And Green Pheasant's roar drew the attention of the base's military, and there were countless lights shining down on them, as well as a furious storm of bullets and artillery fire. Click, click, click. The ice wall that covered the sky rose up from the ground like an impenetrable barrier, stopping all the attacks. And by now, Green Pheasant had already broken through the base gate. Death to all of you. Without his usual lethargy, the Green Pheasant at this moment was like a frost demon, countless ice spikes bursting out around him, piercing through the chests, heads, legs as well as limbs of one person after another. No, they are not of this earth. Who the hell are you people? Who? My body. Asshole. Help. Somebody help me. Where's White Bear? Hurry up and call these guys for backup. At once, countless miserable screams stormed up one after another, accompanied by blood, as each figure fell into a pool of blood. In the next second, dozens of other people's faces were stunned and confused as they looked at the black space around them, a bit at a loss for a moment. What is this place? Where are we? Clamor. In an instant, a terrifying green mist filled the air, and a pair of eyes of shocking beauty appeared in the middle of everyone's mind. Hancock's red lips moved slightly, and then a green as good as air current of life force burst out from everyone's body and surged into those beautiful eyes. At once, dozens of people who had lost their lifespan fell to the ground. Golden divine fire. Boom! Accompanied by Bonnie's angry roar. Her eyes instantly turned golden and burned violently. Immediately after that, 2 channels of divine fire and golden light burst out from both eyes, and wherever they went, ashes flew into oblivion. Miso. Sword light waved. Countless bloody sword chi shot out in the thunderstorm. Blood-stained Shilio was as if there was a horrible bloody meat grinder standing in the crowd. The tip of his sword constantly swiped across one throat and split it in 2. And just as the crowd was venting their anger and desperately slaughtering, instead, Makiling arrived at the center of the base, a huge white institute. Thick black smoke came out of the chimney, as well as that strong smell of burning corpses and bones. It should be Burgerpunk without a doubt. He mysteriously disappeared after being attacked by the Navy at the institute, not realizing that he had come to the boundless continent. But looking at how long ago the base was, the world government was only afraid that it had long ago connected to the boundless continent. That heavenly king is in the hands of the world government? And just as Mu Ling's mind was storming, countless tall, white-robed, stormy bears had already surrounded him. Pacifists go further. White bear, also made by Burgerpunk. Just with these goods, you want to stop me? You're underestimating me, aren't you? Burgerpunk. Ting. Sword roar stormed up, hand-holding crippling cheese Mu Ling demon sword art sword chi fire. Demon sword art demons and ghosts. The blood-colored sword chi exploded out and smashed into the ground. In the next second, the black sky was illuminated, and countless rays of radium shot out from the white bear's eyes to surround and kill Makiling. Humph. With these things, carrying the roiling radium rays hard, Mu Ling's fingertips flicked. Snort. Blood gas erupted, and densely packed sword chi was like ground thorns, bursting out from the ground to tear all the storm bears present into pieces. The 1-2 punch is simply effortless. Suddenly, Mu Ling's face changed slightly. Bang! In the nick of time, right at the moment when the blood chi subsided, a pair of huge mechanical fists exploded out of the smoke and dust, aiming straight at Mu Ling. Chapter 179 Heavenly King, Power of Space. Red pupil herding spirit. I want you to die. Anum. Rumbling. In an instant, the stone broke through the sky, 10,000 feet of waves rose up from the ground, and the rolling smoke accompanied the mechanical giant fist like a giant mountain. Bang! 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 Terrifying air-breaking sounds ripped up, tearing through the air, and even space began to tremble. Is this your true strength? Transforming yourself into an android? Interesting. Ting. The black-purple Yama swung out from Mu Ling's hand like a black thunder, instantly bursting out countless bright sword lights, and finally condensing into a giant sword mane that opened up the sky and the earth, and chopped down towards Burgerpunk. Click, click, click. A fist and a sword immediately intertwined in a ball, bursting out gusts of sparks, and a horrifying popping sound then shook heaven and earth. And where the two intersected, black and red thunderbolts suddenly exploded, constantly shooting towards the surroundings, and a research institute collapsed under the thunderbolts. Seeing this scene, Burgerpunk became more and more furious. This base on the moon was the result of his efforts over the years. Kill you. At that moment, the other fist swung out, directly breaking the spatial barriers and penetrating through the distorted space. And in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Mu Ling. It looks like the person who broke space and captured Stormbear last time. That's you. Wow. A ball of spatial power condensed between his palms, and Mu Ling also then blasted the void with his fist. Immediately, dense white spatial cracks spread all over the center of the fist, and it crumbled apart after a loud boom. Are you talking about that poor little bear? TSK, Revolutionary Army Cadre Bartholomew Bear. Do you really think I don't know who he is? Stupid people. I'm only afraid that they would have been tortured to death by that group of celestial dragons by now. Instead of being furious, Burgerpunk, whose fist was shattered, let out a loud laugh. Sick, Makiling said without a trace of anger. Bang! The sword light surged, piercing through the mechanical giant fist that had been frozen for a long time, and chopping it off in unison along with the right arm. How dare you speak up even at the end of your life? Today is the day you die. In an instant, the sky-charging sword aura shot straight up into the sky, like a pillar of light descending vertically, hacking into the midst of that darkness. Knock! As if chopping on the hard and incomparable steel, the heavy muffled sound was like a bell ringing and swung open, and the gust of aftermath was like ripples spreading out in all directions. Anum. Naughty naughty. The current raged, and the institute on the ground, located in the center of the base, finally crumbled, revealing the true form of Burgerpunk. What kind of monster is this? Oh my god, is this Burgerpunk? Which evil scientist? This is clearly going to be a monster. Asshole. Burgerpunk, why did you do that? Green Pheasant roared, with a grimace on his face and various metal components all over his body. Burgerpunk was no longer considered a human at this point. The broken body, chest is broken open a big hole, Whole a black and purple door of the void is vaguely scattered light. Thick veins, again like metal pipes, in which a stream of blackish-purple water was gushing from the gate towards various parts of Burgapunk's body. At first glance, the other party's entire body seemed to be supported by the door of emptiness in front of his chest. His face changing, Burgapunk glanced at Green Pheasant, then smiled. "Oh, Green Pheasant? I didn't realize that you, who quit the Navy headquarters, had joined the evil spirit pirates. He who once raised goodness and justice has turned his head and fallen into the abyss. Funny. Ha ha ha, that's funny." Burgapunk instantly laughed out loud, his large mouth made of metal this moment. "Menacing, asshole. I'm asking you why you're killing these civilians. Don't you realize they're just unarmed men? Asshole." Bang! A burst of cold ice instantly exploded out of Green Pheasant's body as his feet exploded. "You'll want to do it?" Click, click, click. In the next second, the mechanical remains on the ground that had been chopped up by Makiling seemed to be attracted by a great force, and they were restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. Die! A punch was thrown at Green Pheasant. At once, the ice seal collapsed. As if struck by lightning, Ching Pheasant's face violently white, and then a large flushing appeared on the face. The mouth is the blood-gurgling sound of escaping laughter. It was just that one wave had not yet subsided, and Green Pheasant's body unexpectedly twisted and gradually shrunk into a spatial node. "Green Pheasant!" Hiryu exclaimed. What is this thing? Not good. Green Pheasant is dying. Asshole. Damn that Burgapunk." The faces of the evil spirit pirates crowd changed and immediately ran towards Green Pheasant. Heavenly King! Makiling immediately understood, and his stony eyes stared dead on at the gate in front of Burgapunk's chest. This guy had lost his heart and fused the Heavenly King with himself. No wonder he could make the power of space. That would make sense of everything, but since Burgapunk got the Tenno, it means that this passage to the moon is not known to the world government, and neither is him. In an instant, the color of blood erupted, and both eyes of the Shin Megami Tensei Kaleidoscope Sharingan came out in unison. The power of space was on fire, and just in the nick of time, just at the moment when Green Pheasant's body was about to disappear into the space node, it was brought into the other dimension by Makiling. Where is everyone? Black pupils glanced around in all directions for a moment, and Burgapunk froze a bit. How did Green Pheasant disappear in the blink of an eye? Has he already been killed by himself? That fast? Miso. Sword light attack. A leap up to fly into midair. Mu-Ling left hand toward the void. A stretch. Dark red cripple chi into a stream of light accompanied by the left hand. Ting. The next moment, a touch of light red sword light with cripple chi gently chopped out. The speed is very slow. Immediately after that, another sword light swung out. At the same speed, but slightly faster than before. 1, 2. After just a few breaths, the roiling sword light continuously chopped out from the dual swords, and Mu-Ling, who stood in the air, was like the eye of the wind in a storm. His icy eyes sword chi flourished, chopping out endless sword light. Awaken! Burgapunk! Phantom Sword Dance. Chop! Chapter 180. Burgapunk. Pawn. Miso. The sword light waved. Tens of thousands of sword light continuously chopped out from the twin swords, like a ripple fiercely blasting and smashing in front of Burgapunk's chest. The sword-scarred body kept backing up, cutting several extremely deep grooves in the ground. Although the damage was not high and the sword light did not cut through his mechanical body, but the insult was extremely strong. Red pupil herding spirit. You have underestimated me. Boom! Burgapunk roared, and despite his anger, he could feel the power contained in the gust of sword chi. Both arms instantly opened toward the front, but a spatial force gushed out along the thick, open veins at the arms. Click, click, click. In the next second, the space collapsed and black and purple fragments flew in the sky, revealing the hollow and twisted space within. Ha ha ha, know what this is? This is the Heavenly King, the power of Uranus, the King of Heaven. How could the world government have ever imagined that the most mysterious ancient weapon of legend, the Heavenly King Uranus, would be in my hands? Burgapunk laughed crazily. All over the Wound has long been no human appearance of his like the return of hell-like horror. In the next second, accompanied by muffled sounds, all the sword chi of the Phantom Sword Dance was instantly swallowed up by the distorted space and disappeared amongst Burgapunk's arms. No matter how many times you unleash your attacks, they will disappear into my spatial gap. Die! Rumble! The 10-foot-tall mechanical body rose up from the ground, and the legs made of all metal clicked and exploded with a burst of sounds of interlocking golden gorges. Immediately after that, the two mechanical fists were wrapped with the power of space, and then they smashed fiercely towards Mu-Ling. Anum! Naughty naughty! Lightning raged, and electricity surged through the clear purple sword. Thunder! Bagua! Bang! Makiling slashed out with his sword and clashed with Burgapunk's arms. Terrifying chi waves rolled away, spreading in all directions. Burgapunk's huge body in the sword-light swing, backward several steps. The foot of the building institute is destroyed countless. Amazing power. With a light laugh, Burgapunk's broken arms recovered once again. It's just that with the power of space, no matter how many times this body is destroyed, I can recover it all in a second. Well, were you surprised by my powerful self-healing abilities? It's not too late to submit. I can spare you. With that, Burgapunk held out his right hand, a touch of sincerity on his grim face. Be my henchman, Red Pupil Maken. I can make you my supreme commander, second only to me. And after I conquer this continent, you'll be the true one under all. Maki Ling. Though it is not clear what happened to Burgapunk to make such a scientist so evil, but of all the enemies I've fought, you're the first to try to subdue me. Oh, are you thinking about fart food? You kill civilians. I don't care, because none of that has anything to do with me. But Sky King, it's mine. There's a price to pay for taking what's mine and keeping it for yourself. Fingertips were picked. The corners of his mouth rose as Mu Ling's heart moved slightly, sensing the moment when the wandering sword chi in the void instantly burst into flames. Rumbling, the void crumbled. The black night sky turned into fragments in the sky, and the hollow black-purple twisted space was overwhelmed as it burst into a final roar, releasing countless sword chi. Early on, after Maki Ling knew that Burgapunk and the Heavenly King had become one, he added the power of space to the phantom sword dance, and in an instant, the sword chi that had been swallowed up by the void completely exploded. Burgapunk froze, looking at the shattered void with a bit of disbelief. Spatial disintegration? No, this can't be. Why do you also have the power to control space? I have paid so much, even going so far as to fuse my body with the Heavenly King. Why did you actually do the same? Looking at the spatial power swirling between Mu Ling's palms, as well as the constantly crumbling void at the tip of Yin Demon's sword, Burgapunk was about to doubt his life. Bang! 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 Sword chi exploded as tens of thousands of sword lights rushed in unison towards the Tenno on Burgapunk's chest. Asshole! Don't you dare! The door of space emerged once again, wanting to swallow the sword light within. Clamor! The dual Shin Megami Tensei Kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes were on fire, and the two space nodes instantly struck both of Burgapunk's arms. Click! The mechanical arm split in two and crumbled away from it. With a vertical leap, standing on top of Burgapunk's head, Mu Ling stood in the air, and Yin Demon in his hand immediately waved out countless sword lights, carrying gusts of spatial power, completely locking up this part of heaven and earth. No, don't! I haven't gotten my revenge yet. I'm going to destroy the world government. I'm not willing to do it. After space was sealed and without the skill to continuously replenish the power of space, Burgapunk's arms could no longer recover. And at the same time, the Phantom Sword Dance's sword light was already approaching the Heavenly King. Don't worry, I'll help you get your revenge. I'll take it, Heavenly King. Ting! The sound of crisp sword chirps shook the heavens and earth, echoing out. His right hand brushed the tip of the sword from the hilt, and Yen Demon, whose supreme greatness was retained in the body of the sword, suddenly flourished with sword chi. The righteousness of heaven and earth is everlasting. Do not seek to kill the immortals, but cut down the ghosts and gods. Chop! No! Burgapunk roared, but to no avail. Boom! In an instant, the sword light chopped down, the ground began to tremble, and dense folds of space covered Burgapunk's body. Sparks flew in all directions, and the metal fell off, turning to ashes in the light of the sword. Eyes gradually becoming darker, Burgapunk's eyes gradually closed. He could feel his body disappearing, as did the hometown, his parents and brothers, his family and friends that had disappeared. Let's hope you do. Mentally, he muttered that Burgapunk was dead. And after his body disappeared, a black and purple door within the empty void was flickering brightly and dimly. Uranus, the King of Heaven, one of the ancient weapons. Only, at this moment, the Heavenly King looked a bit abnormal. The Heavenly King, who had been heavily injured by the sword chi because of the demon chopper, caused the entire space at this moment to become disorganized. Click, click, click. The explosions continued, and the void near the Heavenly King began to peel off as if it were wall skin, exposing large swathes of spatial debris. Space collapse? McKeeling's face changed. Chapter 181. Lie? What? What happened? Rumbling. Large swaths of space began to collapse, revealing the deep unknown space within it, like a monster that was gradually opening its bloody mouth, gazing intently at everyone. Jesus! What's going on here? Suddenly, the space underneath Hancock's feet instantly collapsed, and a powerful suction force exploded from the hollow cracks, continuously tearing at her body, trying to pull it into the void. No good! Sister Hancock! Bonnie exclaimed in surprise, and then with a wave of her arm, the thick, snake-like golden snake instantly wrapped around Hancock's waist and yanked him back. It was just that the suction force of the void rift was incomparably strong, and after a few short seconds of stalemate, the powerful force even tore away even Bony. Help! Asshole! What the hell is going on here? Katakuri's brow furrowed as Nomon's giant fist swung out, bringing the two back in a single bound. Get back on the wicked! Iceberg roared furiously while black shadows floated under his feet, constantly changing shape with the distant shadows so as to perform super long distance displacement, desperately running towards the evil spirit. Right, everyone, get to the evil dead. Hiryu burst out. Naughty naughty. Electricity raging. Analu's body immediately turned into a thunderbolt, rolled up the ground running wildly. Jinping, under the strong suction of the void rift, actually arrived at the deck of the evil spirit ship in just a few seconds. And old Sand, who had turned into yellow sand, arrived immediately. After that, with the help of a few people, Hancock, Bony, and Katakuri arrived on deck in a hurry. Ma Qiling, who was standing in the distant air, sighed in relief. Since Iceberg had said for everyone to go back to the evil spirit ship quickly, he had the means to be able to escape from the suction of the rift. His face sank, and Mu Ling looked at his feet, which were completely disorganized and constantly bursting with distorted spatial nodes, and his brows tightened. He had realized what this scene in front of him was. Uranus, the Sky King, a space-based supreme weapon, a super-ancient weapon. Only now it was being chopped in pieces by his own demon chopper. It was hard to say if it was destroyed or not, but it didn't feel too good. And right now the space is disordered, and the twisted void within it is bursting with space storms. Even for him who possessed the power of space, if he was not careful, he would be swept into the spatial turbulence and encounter a spatial storm. TSK, I told you to get your hands dirty and play big. Ma Qiling laughed bitterly, his eyes shining with tentativeness. Uranus, the ancient king of weapons. He wanted it badly. Although the heavenly king was in a bad situation now, he had not been completely destroyed, and such a supreme treasure capable of spanning thousands of mountains could be much more enticing than the unusual power of space. For a while, Mu Ling was caught in a choice, and it was in such a daze that the sound of explosions suddenly rose, and terrifying spatial turbulence exploded out of the void. The earth trembled, the sky and the earth changed color, and a black-purple storm instantly engulfed Mu Ling's body. Rumbling, heavy muffled sounds instantly stormed up, and the crowd only felt a jolt in their bodies before the evil spirit slowly rose up into midair against the immense pressure. Bang! 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 Right at the hem of the hull, ghostly light surfaced, and dozens of barrels accompanied the sound of gears turning, revealing up the blackened chambers of the cannons. Gentlemen, be careful! Snap! With a high shout, Iceberg, who was standing inside the cabin, slapped his palm down towards the evil spirit's console. Woohoo! In an instant, a ghostly light emerged, and a majestic and incomparable power violently exploded from within the dozens of gun chambers, becoming more and more prevalent and fuller. Good, great, Bonnie said in a daze. What an iceberg! Now there will be nothing to fear. Just, where's the captain? Where's the captain? Suddenly, Jinping twisted his head and looked around, but he did not see Ma Qiling's figure. Looking further into the distance, the only thing that could be seen was the collapsing void as well as the distorted space, which was continuously bursting into a roar and flashing with black and purple thunderbolts. Knock! Everyone's heart sank as an ominous premonition surfaced. Did the captain not run out? It can't be. Even that bastard Eniru ran out. Nah, maybe the captain himself didn't want to run. Ignoring Boney's speech impediment, Anilu spoke in a deep voice. Evening, right. Tenno. The captain must want Tenno. The crowd was silent for a moment. Green Pheasant is missing too. It can't be. Asshole. I'm going to save the captain. Miso. Shilio instantly transformed into a swordlight and was about to rush towards the place where Mu Ling had disappeared, only to be pulled back by Katakuri the next second. Assholes. Trust the captain. He'll be fine if you assholes die. It's already too late or everyone dies. Hold on to the hull. It's about to launch. Bang. In an instant, accompanied by the roar of the iceberg, dozens of cannon chambers were instantly fired, the ghostly light flashing to the extreme, holding up the heavy hull of the wicked spirit. The knots bursting as they desperately flew towards the air, and the spatial cracks on the ground disappeared in place the moment the evil spirit departed. New Navy headquarters. Dress Rosa. Bang! The Navy Marshal's door pushed open from the outside and a burly man walked in. It's none other than the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the Green Ox. Ahahaha, it's so exhausting and my stomach is croaking with hunger. Snap! Green Ox sat on his butt on the couch, picked up the teapot on the table and drank it all in one go. Then unwrapped 3 bags of Sinbei snacks and poured them out with one big mouthful. Click, click, click. There was a sound of gnashing of teeth. It was the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. Akane, asshole. Shouldn't you have reported to me first when you returned from the land of peace? Looking at the green bull, Akane spoke angrily. Ahahaha, good day, Lord Marshal. The green cow then unwrapped another packet of snacks and proceeded to eat them. Akane, asshole. Ninth bag up. This is my snack. Bang. Green cow. Akane slapped the table angrily. Sorry. I'm really hungry. I'm so sorry, Akane Marshal. Groan. The door to the room pushed open from the outside, and Warlord walked in with a grin on his face. After all, this bastard Green Bull just wiped out all the remnants of the 100 Beast Pirates in Wakunasato, as well as the Big Mom Pirates on the Universal Island. It's just a little snack. Forget it. Sakazuki, you can't really be that petty. Can you? Warlord smirked. Whoa. What's that in your hand? Old man? The latest Sunbae snack? Click. 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 In an instant, with lightning fast speed, Warlord ate the immortal shell cleanly in 3 tries, not even leaving a bit of residue for the green ox. Green cow. Akane. Warlord Utamo. Chapter 182 Justice. What's the situation? It's just like that. A bunch of dirt dogs. A couple of major generals and lieutenant generals will take care of it. It's not even my turn to make a move. Green Ox lazily said. Okay. With a nod, Akane stopped talking and lowered her head to the paper. Because of the establishment of the new Navy headquarters, the sea seems calm these days. Pirates in the New World, because of the distance, are quickly quelled, and outside of the New World, it doesn't matter at all. The pirates are no longer causing trouble, the people are living in peace, and everything seems so thriving. Most people think so, but Akane felt differently. It's too quiet. It's kind of scary how quiet it is. The enemies on the surface are not scary. The guys lurking in the depths of the darkness, waiting for an opportunity to move, are the most dangerous. And pirates? Are they a peaceful bunch? It's not. So perceived the crisis of the Red Dog will send the Green Cow to Big Mom Pirate Group and the 100 Beast Pirate Group, the remaining remnants of the party one by one to clear. Never to be a problem. Just, the frowning Akane grimaced. World government. The dastardly bastards had disappeared into obscurity, never to be seen again since the Bergapunk Institute had been raided by the Navy. Is it waiting? Or plotting some sinister scheme? Bang! The door to the Marshal's office was pushed open again. Lieutenant General Tsuru, in a navy coat, walked in with mama hair. The face is hard to see. At that moment, the Green Ox and Warlord who were eating in the room immediately stopped and looked at the two of them with unblinking eyes. Meeting of the senior admirals of the Navy. With those words, Lieutenant General Tsuru turned to leave, and the Akane few weren't half as displeased as anyone who knew, and understood beyond a shadow of a doubt, the deeper meaning contained in Lieutenant General Tsuru's words. Half an hour later, inside the conference room at Navy headquarters. What's the matter? Hasn't it been peaceful lately? Why is it suddenly time for a meeting? A senior admiral of the Navy looked at the people around him in confusion. I don't know. Could it be that the red poople shepherd spirit has started messing around again? Someone wondered. No, I haven't received any information about the evil spirit pirates. The vice admiral in charge of the Naval Intelligence Service said in a deep voice. A meeting of the senior admirals of the Navy headquarters. I think it's Vice Admiral Tsuru who's back with Vice Admiral Mamahair. Suddenly, a heavy voice interrupted the conversation of several people, and it was none other than the Lieutenant General of Fire Mountain. What? Did? As if thinking of something, someone's face instantly changed and exclaimed. That's right. Bang! The doors were pushed open, led by Akane, followed by Sengoku, Lieutenant General Tsuru, Carp, Mamahair, and a few others. The meeting is called to order. Accompanied by Akane's voice, the crowd took their seats. World Government, the world's largest international organization with more than 170 member nations, founded 800 years ago by 20 ambitious kings, headquartered in the Holy Land of Malakea, and known to the outside world as the Five Elder Stars by the Navy in the Cipher Pole, CP, and the Seven Musketeers of the Shichibukai gather the nations, obey their laws, and maintain order. But this is the same top organization that stands on top of the world, but it is inhumane and tyrannical. Condoned and behind the scenes allowed and supported the Sang Navy scientists Burgerpunk, Caesar Karang, etc., to conduct living experiments and even turned punk acid into a miserable desert island. Countless people died tragically at the hands of the world government. As for the Five Elder Stars, the highest rulers of the world government, 3 of them died at the hands of the evil spirit pirates, and the remaining 2 are unknown. Public enemy of the whole world, enemy of justice, and the Navy headquarters, which has always been known for justice, will never allow such an organization to continue to exist in this world. Bang! Akane slapped the tabletop in anger, her face full of rage. The world government, must be overthrown by the Navy, but force alone is not enough to deal with such a behemoth. Investigate, collect intelligence, and explore with the subtlety of a needle. Finally, with the Navy's investigation, some real truths that only existed in legends are gradually surfacing. With that said, Akane looked at Lieutenant General Tsuru. Next, let me explain everything to you all. 2 hours later, the conference room was silent. Everyone was in the middle of a silence. Even Akane, who was sitting in the main seat, was completely flummoxed by Lieutenant General Tsuru's words. The real ruler of the world government isn't the 5 elders? Instead, it's a guy named him? God? Does it really exist? The 20 allied kings who once created the world government are actually descended from gods? The great kingdom that was destroyed at the hands of the world government? And it's the D-clan? Instantly, everyone looked toward Carp. Carp, clueless. This is too outrageous, isn't it? Everlasting life? Actually lived for 800 years? It's hard to believe. This has turned my perception of the world upside down. In an instant, after a brief silence, murmurs instantly erupted. True thinking, as always, is in the hands of the few. That is why countless people have gone before and given their lives for this true wish, just to stop being ignorant and live under freedom. But when the real thought was literally blown out of the water, it was disbelief and skepticism. That's the way it is, whether you believe it or not, whether you want to agree with it or not. All this, long ago, to hide. One can only deceive oneself, waiting for the final butcher's knife to fall on one's head. As for the rest of the words, I don't want to say more, but why don't you all look at your own chests and see the word justice? What is the Navy for? And what are we fighting for? From the beginning, the Navy's intent was justice. Chapter 183 Additional Rewards. Under the azure sky, there is a towering castle, and around the castle, there is a lush green Shinling forest, and 2 or 3 bird songs will come from the forest from time to time, which will make people's heart quiet and the whole person relax. Where is this place? Staring wide-eyed as she cruised around for a week, doubts were written all over Mu Ling's white face. Wasn't he himself caught in the middle of the turbulence by the spatial storm stirred up by the Heavenly King? I can't believe I'm not dead? And to a place that looks like a fairyland? After a long period of silence, Mu Ling suddenly exhaled heavily. It was as if all the turbid chi in his body had been swept away in this instant. A flash of hindsight broke out on his always calm face. So close. This time, it was a real bit of a risk, almost costing his own little life for a Sky King on the brink of destruction. Space turbulence, space storms, these 2 things unusual people even casually meet anyone, will be doomed. Death can no longer die. Maki Ling would also never think that he was strong this time. Nothing else. Pure luck. However, the Heavenly King should not be counted on. Mu Ling remembered clearly that the moment the space storm exploded, the Heavenly King also collapsed with it, turning into debris that was swept into the turbulence together. Ancient weapon. Uranus, the king of the heavens, just got himself trashed and lost. Shaking his head, Maki Ling was speechless to himself. Beep. Host kills naval scientist Burgapunk. Now releasing reward. Inferno +1. Beep. Because of Burgapunk's own fusion with the Heavenly King, the mission has been doubled, and an additional reward is now being issued. Extreme Ghost Sword Art Storm Style +1. Clamor. In an instant, the sword light in Mu Ling's brain waved, and countless streams of sword chi shot out from all directions, piercing into his body and fusing with Mu Ling. Ting. Sword sounds suddenly, almost at this instant. The cripple chi. Natural teeth. Yen Demon. Tian Yu Yu Chop. Fluorescent Dragon. The second generation of Ghost Che and other famous swords, one after another, constantly shaking the sword-raising gourd wall, scrambling to be the first to want to come out. Extreme Ghost Sword Art Storm Style? Mu Ling froze, immediately closing his eyes and no longer thinking about anything else, carefully sensing in his mind that one exquisite, superb sword light that was incomparable. One hand, glowing with white light, held an extremely dazzling lightsaber that was violently swung towards the sky. Rumbling. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color, and sword chi spread out. Countless chi swords ran in tens of thousands from all sides, coalescing into a giant sword formation, with 24 brightly shining longswords suspended in midair, blossoming with sparkling sword light, giving off an extremely biting aura. The technology is amazing. After a long time had passed, Mu Ling opened his eyes, having completely comprehended and fused the extreme ghost sword art. The next one is Yen Tan. Unlike the super flame jutsu of Naruto, the most intuitive is the Inferno Kakuga Earth Destiny used by the second pillar. The power of the Inferno escape, which had fused the effects of Amaterasu Black Flame, was even more extraordinary. The corners of his mouth rose, and Maki Ling silently thanked Burgapunk in his heart. Gee, little old me is pretty good. With that, I'll go along with your hatred for the world government and avenge it for you. Beep. Inferno refining spirit +1. The next spirit refining time is 100 days from now. Beep. Extreme Ghost Sword Art Storm Style Spirit Refining +1. The next spirit refining will be 180 days from now. After doing this, Mu Ling opened the system panel. Supreme Spirit Refining System. Host, Maki Ling. Bounty, $6. 000 000 000 000. Weapons, Fluorescent Dragon Sword, Immortal Order, Cripple Chi, Spirit Order, Born Tooth, Spirit Order, Heavenly Feather Chop, Mortal Order, Yama, Spirit Order, Second Generation Ghost Cheer, Mortal Order. Fruit, Extreme Inferno number 2, Storm number 2, Space number 1, Puffy number 1. Body, Spirit Level, Spirit Refining number 12. Abilities, Thundering 8 Trigrams number 3, Mastery Level, Lion Sword Dance number 2, Mastery Level, Mutant Overlord Colors / Shiraba number 1, Mastery Level, Armed Colors Hegemonic Aura number 1, Mastery Level, Breaking Army Ascending Dragon Strike number 3, Minor Achievement Level, Hearing Color Hegemonic Aura number 1, Mastery Level, Fluttering Like a Stunning Giant number 2, Mastery Level, Breaking Air Batusai Chopping number 1, Mastery Level, Spiritual Rhinoceros 1 Sword number 2, Mastery Level, Mirage Sword Dance, Introductory Level, Extreme Ghostly Kenshuria Storm Styles, Introductory Level, Avatar, Demon Sword Art number 1, Spirit Level, Greedy Hands, Demon Chopper, Immortal Level, Soul Thirsty Hands, Soul Thirsty Demon Sealing Chop, Spirit Level, Immortal Technique, Dragon Power, Ninjutsu, Fire Transportation, Haworyu no Jutsu, Inflammatory Transportation. Spirit Points, 20. System Points, 300. Power, 800. Speed, 830. Defense, 1000. Life, 600. Boy, defense is up to 1,000 points? I don't realize that my skin has gotten so thick? And this dragon power? What the hell is fairy magic? Is there a connection between the two? The system didn't reply. Obviously not wanting to take care of Makiling. Humph. Getting a good deal is talking about people like you. Do you want me to take it back? Shameless. Never seen such a brazen person. Snap. Suddenly, the sound of a footstep crushing leaves reached Makiling's ears. Anyone? In an instant, Mu Ling immediately disappeared into a ball of fire and rushed into the woods. A man with a white robe and a golden mask on his face was slowly walking from the forest, not noticing the crisis that was gradually approaching around him. Exactly the trouble. Why are these pigs still being kept? How nice to kill it earlier. It's a nuisance to look at. Bunch of assholes. Scold. The sword light suddenly flashed. The man who was muttering came to an abrupt halt. His narrow eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. When he was about to strike, a creeping fear swept through his entire body. He realized that he couldn't move in an instant. As soon as his eyes went black, a black and purple longsword was silently placed in front of his neck, and the creepy sword chi that exploded out of the sword continuously invaded all parts of his body, eroding his organs and bowels. What a fast sword. Who the hell is it? How dare you lay hands on yourself in this place? What man dare to lay hands on this king? Could it be that you don't want to live? Ah! Although surprised, the man's constant aura of being in a high position instantly broke through his inner fear and questioned Mu Ling. Sneer at. The sword light was fleeting. The man miscalculated. The guy in front of him whose cheeks were covered by a black robe. Instead of uttering a single word, his arm fired, and the tip of the sword instantly swiped across the man's neck, pulling out an extremely deep groove of blood. What is this place? Tell me. If you're going to talk crap, you're going to have to go to. With that, the tip of the sword stabbed inward a few more times. The man was silent. He understood that if he dared to talk any more nonsense, this would kill him without hesitation in the next moment. This is Panga City. Who the hell are you? Note, I'm, who appears to be a woman. The leader of the Celestial Dragons and master of the Void Throne, is above the Celestial Dragons and is the true power of the world government. In 906 Pango Castle holding a bounty for Luffy and Blackbeard. He arrives in front of a giant straw hat in a secret room, and later tears up the bounty and decides to get rid of the Sea King's White Star Princess. Explain that haha. While I don't understand why the term Pangu is in the Pirates manga, this is the correct answer from Baidu. It's probably intentional on Oda's part. Chapter 184, The Holy Land of Manhwa, Panga City? Upon hearing this name, the Mu Ling under the black robe froze. Pangu? That's not an unfamiliar name to myself. The mythological world of an axe to split heaven and earth, but also a gas into three chang, eyes into the sun and moon, the body into the mountains and rivers of the superpower. But this is a pirate world. What does it have to do with the mythical Pangu? Knock. Suddenly, his heart sank as if he had thought of something, and Mu Ling's face instantly became extremely ugly. A bad thought came to mind. Could it be that I've traveled again? After the earlier explosion of the Heavenly King, He himself did not survive as imagined, but died? Another soul transplant? Into the world of myths? I am Temo. One couldn't blame Mu Ling for being paranoid, but the three big words, Pangu City, were easily reminiscent. At this moment, Mu Ling couldn't wait to smack himself numerous times in a row. Wave Nima. Have to wave? You wave a chicken Now you've got to be kidding me, don't you? Bang! Suddenly, there was a slight movement between Mu Ling's palms, and from the body of the Yin Devil Sword, a huge force instantly burst out, sending his entire body flying. The white-robed man who was originally restrained by Mu Ling, however, changed his appearance after the next second. Crashing sound. A ripple like a wave of air burst out from the body, constantly spreading towards the surroundings, while gusts of golden light overflowed from the robes. Ha ha ha, this king is a superhuman rebound fruit ability. I didn't expect it. With a loud laugh, the man's body shook, and a violent rebound force instantly burst out, sending everything around him flying and rolling up countless sand and dust. It was just that he who took advantage of Mu Ling's daze to launch his attack, but without saying a word, he immediately fled towards the back through the flying sand and dust. Run away, bastard! How dare you threaten this king just now? If you have the guts to stay where you are and don't go, this king will go and call for someone and will definitely kill you in the most brutal way. Ha ha ha. Listening to the man's arrogant laughter, Mu Ling didn't chase after him, because there was no need. The man flew, ran too slow, waving his hand. Mu Ling looked speechless. Only in the next second, a golden light flashed in his brain and he froze in place. Aha! Something's wrong. What did he just say? A superhuman bounce fruit powerhouse? He's a devil fruit powerhouse. Then here, isn't it still the pirate world? That means that old man is not dead. The dull eyes instantly exploded with an eye-catching luster, and the previously disheveled Mu Ling blinked and was refreshed and renewed. Rustle of skirts. In less than a breath of effort, Mu Ling caught up with the white-robed man, and accompanied by the dragon's roar within his body, he choked the man's neck with one palm, causing him to forcefully land in midair. Bang! The man's body stopped, only to tremble violently after the next second. Good speed. You, who the hell are you? What are you going to do? Snap! A big mouth shattered the golden mask and viciously smacked him in his old face. This is Pangu City? And where is Panga City? Is it on the Great Voyage? Makiling said in a cold voice. He desperately needed to seek clarification on where he stood. After calming down a little, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen the name Panga City, as if it was in. Asshole you! Bang! In a flash, a sandbag-sized fist slammed into the man's face before his words even left his mouth. This was followed by a floor full of blood-stained teeth at his feet. Ooh-hoo! I say, this is the city of Pangu, the continent of Red Earth, the holy land of Manhwa. Stop hitting me. I'll tell you all, the man cried. Being on top of the world and having been a toolman for all his life, he had never been treated like this before. Click! There was the sound of a crumbling neck bone, and the man's unwilling eyes revealed that he was dead. How could he have imagined that he had just returned from the altar, having ingested countless amounts of celestial dragon's blood, and was about to bring it to Imu? I can't believe he died like that. Clapping her hands and not even looking at the dead man, Makiling turned her head towards the forest. Sure enough, just as I had recalled, the city of Pangu was the holy land of Manhwa, the place where Sama was located. Likewise, it is the city where many Tenrya people live. As for why the name Pangu, Makiling couldn't figure it out. Let's just take it as a bad joke from this Onda guy. Clamor. Both eyes transformed into blood-colored Sharingan eyes, followed by the opening of the dual divine might, and a person immediately dropped out from the space node. Green Pheasant. The moment Burgapunk was about to kill Green Pheasant, Macarin pulled him into the god's mighty space, and now it was time to release him. Boat, Captain, you brought me to that place? Saved me from Burgapunk? Green Pheasant froze, and then the smart one quickly figured it all out. Cruising around, unfamiliar surroundings, lush trees, obviously not something a barren moon could have. This is Panga City. Knock. As soon as Mu Ling's words left his mouth, he only saw Green Pheasant gulping and looking at him with difficulty in believing it, his entire body completely dumbfounded. The ancient city of Pangaea? The holy land of Manhwa? But why are we in this place? Apparently, Green Pheasant knew about Pangu Castle. Could it be that we are about to open a final showdown? Against the world government? Green Pheasant, who had brainstormed everything on his own, was instantly thrilled and bad. His entire body was bursting with battle spirit, a steady stream of cold aura overflowing from his body. We were brought here by the Heavenly King, and the final duel has not been opened. But since we're here, let's go and meet that legendary divine messenger, the one who has lived for countless years. After saying that, with a face full of smiles, Mu Ling walked towards the forest in large strides. If I remember correctly, that person just now was walking out along this path. Chapter 185. The Final Way. Lavenderu. Bang! The heavy muffled sound broke the usual tranquility, and the island under the grey sky, at this moment, seemed to be like the sleeping beast that smelled a hint of the living, slowly waking up. At the very center of the island, the branch gently tapped the air, as if it were careless, or more like a casual wave of the arm in sleep. In an instant, the island trembled, and skyward waves of air stormed up from the center and shot straight up into the clouds, cutting through the sea of clouds like a giant sword, and the island is surrounded by a stormy impact. Lightning and thunderclouds, huge waves beat the shore of the chaotic rocks in the air. Asshole! Catch me now! Snap! A pair of giant-tailed, broadly feathered wings instantly exploded out of Morgan's arms, then wrapped up in a ball, like a shield, to protect Bucky to death under the feathers. Jingle crackle, the gusts of wind were mixed with debris, constantly impacting the feathered wings and bursting out with a roaring sound. Damn it, why did this suddenly happen? Are we touching something? Bucky couldn't figure out that the two of them had just boarded the island, and they hadn't even had a chance to be happy when suddenly heaven and earth changed color and fear descended upon them. I don't know. Asshole Bucky, was it you? Did you do something you shouldn't have? Fart. What? You farted? Nima. Bucky didn't have the good sense to curse angrily and simply closed his eyes and stopped talking. The constant howling of the gale in his ears gave him a sense of foreboding. This island, Raph drew, does not appear to be very welcoming to them. I wonder if it was like this back when Captain Roger and the others arrived here. Time passed by little by little. 3 hours later, everything calmed down. The gray-white sky no longer churned. The waters were serene as usual, and the blood-soaked Morgans finally had a moment's respite, lying heavily on the ground and gasping for air. Bastard! Damn Lavender! Once, just this once. I won't come back after that if it kills me. Ha! You're not afraid, are you? Bucky taunted. Afraid? Humph. If you're afraid, go back earlier. It's not too late to sneak away. This lord will not laugh at you. Morgans didn't say anything. In fact, he didn't bother. As a highly educated newsman with an unrivaled passion for news and the latest news, he would not hesitate to step into the abyss even if it was in front of him. As for Bucky, he had long been out of his sight. Toolman only, now that Lavender has arrived. His role, the end. Clamor. Feathered wings stirring, Morgans instantly flew towards the center of the island, leaving Bucky behind. Ha! Can't help it? Interesting. Smiling, Bucky didn't mind Morgan's departure in the slightest, and after a long moment of silence, he then patted the dust from his body and walked slowly towards the island. He wanted to follow in the captain's footsteps and set out on the path again. Years late, he's finally here, and just then, at the center of the island, sneer at, dripping blood spurted out, and Morgan's pupils instantly widened as he looked at his chest in disbelief. That one slender branch. Hot blood gushed out of Morgan's chest along the branch, slowly draining away and being absorbed by the branch. A mass of black surfaced on his chest, a banana-shaped white devil fruit, but it was hooked by another branch, and that's what happened in a split second. Powerlessness filled his body, and the weak Morgans couldn't say a word, but could only slowly look up, trying to see this murderer of his own before he died. This is, the moment of death. Morgan saw it clearly, the devil's fruit tree that shades the sky, eyes open. Bang! The holy land of Manhwa, within the city of Pangea, in the middle of the huge palace, on the throne of emptiness. Suddenly his body shook, and his entire body seemed to tip over, but stopped the moment before he was about to face the ground. This? Awakened? How? Why is it so fast? The golden pupils shone with golden light, revealing a flash of disbelief. Then stood up, those eyes that seemed to see through the world through the palace and over 1,000 mountains. Morgans? President of the World Economic Times? This is Bucky the Clown? A quarterstaff fruit ability, once a member of the Roger Pirates. Did they wake it up? Eyes lowering slightly, seemed to deliberate. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, Im's eyes suddenly changed and he looked over towards Pan Guchang. Under those golden eyes, all illusions would vanish, and the entire Pangu city would look down in her eyes. It was just that after a long time, no abnormality was found. Illusion? No, it's that feeling from earlier. Gone? Intruder? Clamor. The tall body landed on top of the throne of emptiness, the slender fingertips pressed down on the center of his eyebrows, while his other hand was constantly tapping on the armrest. Im was deep in thought. Panga City. Inside the forest. Clamor. The swirling space node suddenly appeared in the middle of midair, and Makiling walked out with Green Pheasant. Captain you? Green Pheasant wondered. Just a moment ago, Without saying a word, Mu Ling opened the dual divine might to pull the two into that space. Then a rarely seen gravity appeared on his face and he didn't say a word. Green Pheasant was confused and kind of looked away. Someone is spying. I wonder if they've discovered us, Mu Ling said in a deep voice, his gaze looking towards the towering palace within Pangu City. The only one who could have such strength must be I'm. It should have discovered it. Although the divine might space opened in time, the instantaneous capture of the aura was enough to put the other party on alert. Spying? Inside Pangaea City? But there are no surveillance phone bugs nearby? Green Pheasant made the rounds, puzzled. There are some things that don't need to rely on technology. Saying that, he looked at the palace's Mu Ling and suddenly smiled. Chapter 186, Hell. Wacky guy. Pheasant muttered, a hint of discontent on his face. I hate this kind of guy who says half of what he's saying and makes a whole lot of mystery out of something that's obviously very simple. Let's go. There should be something of interest to you up ahead. Clamor. After saying that, the two of them, Mu Ling and Green Pheasant, instantly transformed into two phantoms and rushed towards the forest. And at this point, inside the sanctuary of Pangaea City, snap, a man in armor, his body hair and skin all wrapped in steel, half knelt down, his hard helmet immediately lowered after glancing at the figure on the throne. Kowtow to your honor. Instantly, the words echoed throughout the vast palace, a slight hint of joy in the middle voice. Sachieves, that is, this armored man, is in a position similar to that of today's Navy Marshal Akane, the kind of person who belongs to the world government as the commander of the three armies, second only to the 5 old stars. Sachwees, on the other hand, was happy that Lord Im, who had always met only with the 5 elder stars, was finally willing to summon himself, and in doing so, his status would rise with it, climbing to the same rank as the 5 elder stars. Im didn't say anything, her eyes looking straight down the steps at the man, but a twinge of remorse rose in her heart. Shouldn't have killed the remaining 2. Today's large world government has long been unavailable, because he didn't want to be exposed and for the world to know of his existence. Im had always been subtle and reclusive, and would only let his men do anything. Unease, crisis, uncertainty is coming. Lurking enemies within Pangaea City. Now, start removing them. The icy voice came from the throne, and Sagevis froze. The move to look up out of curiosity stopped by the desire to survive that filled his heart. Opening his mouth, he wanted to ask what kind of enemy was it that dared to appear within Pangaea City? Could it be that they wanted to come and die? But just as he was about to open his mouth, he realized he couldn't even get a word out. By UBU, 2 black beams of light shot out from Im's fingertips, traversed the giant length of the steps, and struck into Sachwees in an instant. And with this series of moves, Sachwees didn't even half react, didn't even notice the difference in his body. The beam of light surged into his chest, and then like water dropping on the surface of a lake, a circle of blackness blossomed from his chest, rippling as if towards all parts of his body, even his skin. And that's when Sagevis realized he could talk. Where is the enemy? Is it really inside Pangaea City? Is it the Navy guys? Or the pirates? Bold fellow. Your Excellency, please also rest assured that no matter who it is that dares to intrude into Pangaea City, I will definitely do so. Get out. Bang. Just before the words were out of his mouth, Sagevis was knocked out of the sanctuary with a flash of light. The face of him on the throne was ugly, forcibly resisting the urge to kill this fellow, his heart increasingly regretting his actions that day. Sachwitz. Stupid guy. Roar. A roar similar to that of a wild beast stopped the Mu Ling duo in their tracks. The two looked at each other, both seeing incredulity in the other's eyes. The voice was close, as if it could be reached in 2 more steps, but this heartfelt, frantic and agonizing hissing, at first glance, sounded like the cry of a wild beast, but upon closer examination, it was simply the voice of a human being. What kind of person makes that sound? Suffer unbearable pain? No, much more than that. It was a roar of desperation, fear, madness to the bone. Interesting. Their figures accelerated more and more, following the path in the forest. The two of them kept following the source of the sound, step by step towards the depths, and as the two of them approached, that horrible hissing sound also became clearer and clearer. The more one could feel the pain, despair, and disgust for this world contained in it, and a series of changes began to take place in things around the two men. The onion green grass began to become dark, and a black vine that seemed like a cage gradually became dense. From the initial 3 or 2, it became densely packed, wrapping the entire passageway. Cage, a black cage made of black vines. This, suddenly, a Green Pheasant yelled, looking at the fingertips with horror. What's wrong? Maki Ling wondered. Green Pheasant didn't say anything, and pointed his fingertips at Maki Ling. It's the smell of blood? And extremely thin, if not carefully to the smell, is absolutely not smell the smell of blood. sneer at. In the next second, a sword chi exploded from Mu Ling's fingertips, and with a single stroke, he cut off the right-hand vine. Click! The branch breaks off, revealing the center of it, long since corroded to ash. After rubbing these black powders, a sense of familiarity filled Mu Ling's heart. This is made of human ashes, and these vines are shrunken from the bones of human corpses. Mu Ling said word for word, and although his tone was flat, there was still a hint of disorder. Hundreds or even thousands of meters-long forested cadaveric cages, and the black color given to these vines is made up of countless amounts of blood. It's made over years and years, over time. 10 minutes later, the distance from the roar was already close at hand, and the rich blood light irradiated in the middle of the entire cage, as if it was a blood-dripping hole as frightening and terrifying. There was no sunlight, only the creepy color of blood and the strong smell of blood coming from the exit. Roar! No! Asshole! Asterisk 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 asterisk. I want you to live as if you were dead. Ah! Accompanied by the roar, Mu Ling and Xing Pheasant finally walked out of the blood hole. For a moment, the two were stunned. Even for Mu Ling, the scene in front of him gave him a suffocating, scalp-numbing sense of impact. Blood pool, a pool of muddy blood, countless skulls floating on the water, densely interspersed and upright hand bones around the skulls. That is the belief of a person who wants to live. Outside the cave, there is an azure sky, a serene forest, and the lush green city of Pangu. The people there are suited and booted, smiling and looking so courteous. Everything was beautiful and soothing as a spring breeze, and it is such a thriving place, less than a few hundred kilometers away. But there is such a hell on earth. Real hell. Chapter 187. Hell. This place is hell. Looking at the hell on earth in front of him, Green Pheasant was horrified. How could he have ever imagined that right here in Manhwa, the holy land that stood at the top of the world and encompassed the whole world, such a horrible place still existed? Hell? Oh, it's a slaughterhouse at best. You. Green Pheasant stuttered for a moment, a bit dissatisfied with Mu Ling's very indifferent attitude like this. Mu Ling didn't say anything and quietly looked at the odd decorations around the blood pool. Obsidian-like 10 pillars were placed around the blood pool, emitting a black and red glow. And at the perimeter of the blood pool, the stone steps that were constructed of jade, now long since defiled to black by the color of blood, were carved in. The faces of 4 green-faced and fanged beasts were set among the stone walls, their blood-colored eyes vaguely revealing killing intent. And in the center of the blood pool, in the crevices of countless corpses and bones, a tree actually survived. Yes, Maki Ling was right. It was a tree. Black branches and trunks are thick and incomparable, bare without any leaves and fruits borne, as if the ghost would generally makes everyone who sees it have a cold heart. Only, when the word ghost would flash through Mu Ling's mind, his heart suddenly overflowed with a sense of dissonance without reason. Strange? Why is that? Doubt appeared on his face, and ignoring the Green Pheasant who was getting out of control of his anger on the side, Mu Ling carefully surveyed the tree. Tree branches and trunks are black, and extremely thick, unlike the deadly blood water underground. This tree is a rich vitality. Vitality? Maki Ling finally realized what the strange feeling in his heart was. A tree growing in such a terrifying and creepy blood pool had such a majestic vitality? A bad thought came to mind. Were all these bones, the flesh and blood of dead humans, supplying the tree with sustenance? Maki Ling felt that the word did could be dispelled, and that was the truth. What kind of a tree is it that feeds on human flesh and blood, and lives for sustenance? Altar. This is clearly an extremely evil altar that feeds on living beings and nourishes evil. And these among the corpses, their identities? Suddenly, the corner of Mu Ling's mouth lifted up in a smile. It is not true that the altar must have been made by him. And this tree, could it be the treasure tree Adam? Or, is it that legendary devil's fruit tree? Interesting. It's really getting interesting. Don't do anything rash yet. Let's go there and check it out. Pointing to the west side of the altar, Maki Ling signaled Green Pheasant. Asshole. I'm going to destroy this place and kill that bastard Im. Green Pheasant said angrily. With his intelligence, it wasn't hard to guess that the mastermind behind all of this was the true ruler of the world government. Lord Im. Calm down, Green Pheasant. Don't rush to judgment yet. In case they're just dogfighting, it might be possible. Maki Ling said in a cold voice. Dog eat dog? Frozen. A look of confusion appeared on Green Pheasant's face. Follow me. Clamor. In the next second, Maki Ling transformed into a tiny ball of fire and disappeared in place. Green Pheasant was close behind. In a few breaths of effort, the two jumped off the cliff outside the cave and arrived at the lowest level of the cave, where the blood pool existed. And around the blood pool, there were about hundreds of guys wearing white robes with golden masks, holding some bottles and jars in their hands, looking very busy. Rustle of skirts. Mu Ling's fingertips pointed and a sword chi shot into a hidden corner, immediately causing a not-so-small rumble. Someone? Who? Check it out. asshole. Absolutely no outsiders should be allowed to enter here. The next moment, two white-robed men followed the source of the sound and walked into that corner. Crackle. 3 minutes later. It's okay, there was a landslide and some debris fell down. That's right. Why do you two sound a little? A white-robed man who appeared to be a steward-like man was surprised. Ha ha ha, I've got a bit of a throat infection. And the whole thing is bad after being smoked around every day in this hellhole. The white-robed man laughed dryly. Bastard, don't you know to pay more attention to your health? It's a small matter if you die. But don't delay the important matters of the Lord. If you don't, I won't forgive you. The steward said angrily. Fine, we know. Thank you for your concern, my lord. The white-robed man nodded his head for a moment and watched the steward leave. Then a smirk flashed in his eyes and he gestured toward his side. Go! Underneath the golden mask came the voice of Makiling, and the person beside him was obviously Green Pheasant. Does it have to be like this? Wouldn't it be better to just kill them all? Green Pheasant said breathlessly. Boring. Let's make it more exciting. Muling didn't have the good sense to say. Don't you have that rush of an underground agent infiltrating into a secret organization? It's so icy that your head is frozen stiff. After saying that, the two of them, shepherd spirit, headed towards the place where people were densely populated and where there were constantly people carrying large barrels in and out. Along the way met a lot of colleagues, but they did not say anything, acted hurriedly, as if the robot is mute to do their own work, to the blood in front of the eyes. The horror of the scene has long been accustomed to. Hey, what are you two guys doing here? Suddenly, a burly man roared toward the two men. Chapter 188, Countering the Guests? No. Makiling and Green Pheasant were stunned in unison and froze in place. That's what's been found out? It can't be that fast, can it? Ahem. His Excellency told us to go to that place to help. Just now. Muling dryly coughed. Yes, that's right. Green Pheasant immediately chimed in from the sidelines. My lord? Which lord? The burly man paused, then burst into a rage. Bastard! The maze cave doesn't even qualify me to go there. And there's no way His Excellency would send you two fellows to guard the maze cave. What the hell are you trying to do? Looking at the furious burly man, Makiling and Green Pheasant stayed awkwardly in place. Well, that's how it's done? Green Pheasant glanced at Makiling as if to say, since it's all been exposed, why don't we kill it? Shaking his head, Muling was filled with disdain. Ice Ballast is Ice Ballast and doesn't know how to be flexible at all. Look at me. Bang! Asshole! Suddenly, Muling slammed his palm on the table and shouted angrily, the two of us are guarding the maze cave. This is an order issued by His Excellency himself. As for why, do we have to explain to you? Are you the one who can question the words of the Lord? Saying that, Muling's body was filled with a murderous aura, and his icy gaze was aimed at the strong man, with the intention of making a move at the drop of a hat. All of a sudden, the air around the three of them went cold and silent for a few moments, blocking the two of us from traveling to the maze cave and questioning his lordship's decision. Could it be that you are really wanting to die? Boom! In an instant, the burly man on the opposite side of the room was shocked by Muling's words, and his body was stiff and wooden as he looked at Muling. Green Pheasant was also confused. A counterattack? Is that even possible? What a captain! You. The burly man stuttered for a moment, pointing at Muling and stuttering, but it was by no means fear, but rather an unimaginable surprise. You don't get out yet. Do you want to be thrown into the middle of this blood pool by the adults? Muling stepped forward. His tone became incomparably sharp, and his eyes were like a sword ruthlessly thrust into the heart of the strong man. You, asshole, I'm your father. The burly man was cornered and suddenly burst out in anger. I'm Temo, your grandfather. Makiling retorted. At such a time, the momentum should never wimp out. The more arrogant the better. The stronger the momentum, the other party will definitely wimp out first. Can't wimp out. That's the first rule of espionage when a spy is discovered and turned against the enemy. Damn you, Will Paris, you bastard. How dare you insult your own father? Do you want to be put in the family? The angry curses came to an abrupt end, and the burly man looked at the Muling in front of him, suddenly feeling as if things were a bit off. Even if his own son was bratty, he definitely couldn't say such words. You're not Will Paris. Who the hell are you? Makiling ruthlessly discovered. Sneer at. In an instant, the black light in the burly man's eyes flashed, and a flash of sword light that seemed to be able to cut through everything passed by in an instant, before being swallowed up by the endless darkness. Thump. The mask shattered and the burly man's head rolled to the ground like a soccer ball, revealing a pale face. Captain, do we have to keep lurking? Looking at the extremely ill-faced Makiling, Green Pheasant winced and hesitated. It's okay, keep lurking, because he had prepared for this. After the sword, Mu Ling did not draw too much attention from the people around him. But really, Tetmo didn't realize that this old guy was this guy's father. Here, you pretend to be this guy I'm dressed up as now, and I'll pretend to be this old guy. Oh, got it. A few minutes later. Who are you? Maki Ling looked to Green Pheasant. I'm What Paris. What about me? You're my father. Oh, Jinsen. Snap. Clever as hell. Green Pheasant. Snapping his fingers, Maki Ling praised. Only Green Pheasant was dumbfounded in frozen place looking at Maki Ling's back a little confused. How does it feel to be humiliated? Half a day later, the two came to the so-called Lost Cave. Within the blood-colored mist was a huge cave, and around the entrance of the cave were the necrotic vines seen earlier. The two who had just come up to the cave entrance were suddenly enveloped by the thick and monstrous smell of blood. Is this the maze they talk about? That should be it. What a strong smell of blood. Look over there. Suddenly, Mu Ling's fingertips flicked and looked into the distance. Following the direction pointed out by Mu Ling, Ching Pheasant's body suddenly shook. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and a flash of incredulity appeared in his eyes. A few pieces of clothing, and some broken glass covers. It reminded Green Pheasant a lot of the clothes that were discarded on the ground, but you could still tell at a glance that they were made of unusual materials, as well as the shattered glass cover that was shimmering with streams of light. World Noble Scrolls? That's right. Could the corpses within that pool of blood be them? Green Pheasant said in horror. Mu Ling didn't say anything, quietly looking at the entrance of the maze cave where red light was bursting out, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Now, everything is clear. He, who had been skeptical before, understood after seeing this scene. Why are the descendants of the gods, the world's aristocrats, the Skylarks, as bloated, ignorant and foolish as a pig? Im not only gave them supreme power, but allowed them to survive generation after generation in the world. For Treasure Tree Adam, being of divine descent, they're obviously the best sustenance, bar none. Instead of returning after completing the unification of this world, Im, who betrayed God, and his companions, brutally killed the rest of the divine descendants, and enslaved their offspring, contributing fresh blood to himself as sustenance generation after generation, and completing the supply of the precious tree Adam. The dragon's words were concealed, but they were roughly the same. Just facing an old demon like I'm who had lived for an unknown amount of time, Maki Ling had to say that he was afraid, slightly, because it is human nature to have fear of the unknown. But God is not exalted either. According to a certain book, the so-called gods are just the earliest batch of human beings who have gained great power, the category of people who love power and, likewise, fear it the most. Chapter 189, Good News. Clamor. Just after stepping through the door of the lost cave, a rolling wave of heat hit them head-on, rushing towards the two. Along with it, there was a disgusting and unpleasant stench. It was the smell of a body that had been burned, and the stench of a corpse after it had rotted and settled. Green Pheasant's face went white and he almost spit out his overnight meal on the spot. Turning his head to look at the expressionless Maki Ling, Green Pheasant sighed that he really deserved to be a captain, and that he could even hold on to this. Unbeknownst to him, Maki Ling had blocked off the olfactory senses in his body at the first opportunity, or he'll be the first to throw up. In the next second, a giant blood pool that was several times larger than the blood pool outside appeared in front of the two, and above the blood pool, there were more than 10 red pipes that led to various places within the maze, and at the top of the pipe, a man in a long robe and a golden mask was constantly busy. Someone is taking a test tube and extracting reagents from the body. Someone threw the failed body into the huge furnace around them, spreading the stench they had smelled earlier, and at one end over the cave was a prison. Because of the effect of his body being refined by the spirit, Mu Ling's eyesight was extremely sharp, and he could see everything inside the prison from a long distance away. One by one, people in black prison uniforms were sitting in a godless crouch on the floor of the prison. Old and young, male and female. These people have the same characteristics. That is, their eyes are as lonely as ashes. Their hands and feet seem to be drooping on the ground as if they have broken bones. As if anything in front of them can no longer attract their attention. The only thing is to quietly wait for death as the final destination. World Noble Scrolls. These guys who dominated the pirate world, who stood on top of the world, who had the power to control the life and death of anyone in the world. At this point, they were worse than a lost dog. As a pig? No, I'm treating them worse than even pigs. I don't know how these people put up with it. Green Pheasant grumbled as he covered his nose, the pungent odor still coming through even through his hands. Maybe it's habit. These golden-masked people could no longer be called human as a category. Im's puppet. What are we going to do next? Captain, do something? Destroy it, of course. Maki Ling exclaimed with gusto. Enemies meeting enemies, although they didn't see him, but to be able to destroy his plans, Maki Ling was extremely happy to help. Bang! Suddenly, A huge black iron gate rose from a corner over the cave, followed by a man in black armor walking in. "Greetings, Lord Satchwees." In an instant, all the masked men within the labyrinth dropped their business in unison and bowed towards Satchwees. Nodding, Satchwees didn't say anything, his eyes roving a week in all directions as if inspecting something. Im told him that there was an enemy mixed up in Pangea, and the first thing he thought of was the dripping blood cave. If this place is safe and sound, even if the outside world makes a big fuss, it's just a drop in the bucket. Didn't find anything out of the ordinary, did you? The masked man at the head of the group was respectful in the face of Sajivi's question. "Back to your excellency, all is well." "That's good." Nodding, Satchwees was just about to turn to leave when, as if he thought of something, the corners of his mouth lifted into a keen smile. "I hear the little princess of the Delhi's family has been captured by you?" The Delhi's, one of the royal families that once created the world government, and Dolores Ginny, the current generation of Dolores family princesses. Angelic face, devilish body, now taken into the labyrinth and prepared for blood analysis. "Yes, my lord. I'll go and get ready now." The masked man who had long understood Satchkivi's lustful nature immediately lowered his head and respectfully said, and at the same time waved his right hand behind him, signaling the two people behind him to quickly go and bring the little princess of the Delhi's family. Maki Ling. "Pheasant? Little Princess Dolores? What's this? And why didn't you find anyone else but us? Just climbed up okay." Green Pheasant glanced at Maki Ling as if to say, "Captain, have we been exposed again? This old bastard. At his age, he still wants to eat young grass? A black armor is not a good thing at first glance." Maki Ling cursed in his heart, and at the same time, he was speechless and mad. "Can't I have a good lurking experience when it's so hard to have fun? My lord, please set aside the little Princess Delis for a while yet. My subordinate has some good news that I would like to share with you. It's a good news that even Sama will be happy about." What's the good news? At the same time, the masked man and Sicarius were both attracted by Maki Ling's words. "News that will make your lordship happy? Could it be?" Mak Ling, who was wearing a smile on his face through his mask, kept moving his body towards the two, while at the same time, the green pheasant behind him started moving forward, and cold air surged in his icy palm that was hidden under his robes. "Come on, if you dare to lie to us, down there is your new home." Hey, the good news is, you guys are going to die. Scold. In an instant, just before Mu Ling's body infinitely approached the two, accompanied by the roar, raging sword chi instantly exploded out from under the robe, and the mask crumbled, revealing Mu Ling's ice-cold face, as well as the streak of black sword light in his hand. "Asshole, you, who are you? You're not Perkins. What the hell are you?" The two immediately exclaimed in shock, and just as they were about to react, they realized that their legs had long been frozen by a thick layer of cold ice. "Ha ha ha, I'm your father. Extreme Inferno, Heavenly Inferno slash. Miso." Sword chi spread across the sky, the rushing flame sword aura shot straight up into the clouds, chopping straight down from the top, and with a single stroke of the sword, the nearest masked man exploded from it. Chapter 190, Beheading. Click. The mask crumbled, then accompanied by a seal of blood that continued to spurt, the sword light suddenly flashed, splitting it in two. "Well, surprised? Ting." The sword then turned in mid-air, and Mu Ling pulled out a sword flower, immediately chopping down towards Sachiev's. "Asshole, who the hell are you?" Bang! In an instant, the ice seal collapsed and turned into a sky of ice shards echoing between the two, and one strong aura after another instantly exploded out of Sachkivi's body. Duong! A sword and a fist ruthlessly collided together, stirring up layers of waves that scattered in all directions. Top armed color hegemony. It actually directly shattered Ching Pheasant's cold ice and blocked the Yen demon in Mu Ling's hand in an instant. Click, click, click. Sparks splashed in all directions, and the dull sound of gold and gold interlacing constantly exploded in the middle of the two, like two huge dragons that were fighting desperately, not giving way to each other. "My lord is dead, killed by that man. What an abomination. Asshole. Enemy attack. Kill these two guys, they must not be allowed to get out alive." At that moment, all the masked men within the entire maze finally reacted after a brief moment of stupefaction. Freeze, 1,000 miles of ice. Anum. Rumbling. Layers of cold ice condensed in his body. Green Pheasant put his hands in front of his chest, and at the next moment, his right foot heavily chopped towards the ground. Endless cold ice instantly spread along his feet in all directions, and wherever he went, everything was turned into ice sculptures. Frozen fruit? Nature-based frozen fruit? Your former Admiral Green Pheasant. Why are you here? Sachiev's voice was shocked to the core. Humph. A bunch of people. All die for me. Click, click, click. Accompanied by the sound of the cold ice crumbling, In the next second, Green Pheasant waved his big hand, and the ice seal that had been shining with cold light a moment before suddenly crumbled, while those frozen masked people suddenly hissed as if they had exploded. Ah, I broke my arm, my body, my legs. No, damn you, asshole Green Pheasant, the Lord will not let you go. I'll kill you. The ice, which emanated cold air, was filled with broken hands, broken feet, and numerous bodies in pieces. They, who had long since become one with the cold ice, were pronounced dead the moment the ice shattered, and seeing the deaths of his companions around him, Sagevis was completely enraged. Not anger for their companions, but the fact that once these men died, the Lord's plans would be put on hold and delayed. And what will be the disposition of himself, who has been ordered by His Excellency to eliminate the enemies of the city? At the thought of this, Satchweez's body couldn't help but tremble, his pale face filled with rage. Killing fist. Bang, bang, bang. Terrifying sonic booms came in bursts, and Sajivis's right fist instantly looked like a cannonball, breaking through the air, shaking space, and slamming down fiercely towards Muling. Miso, hiding the sword in his body, with the tip of the sword facing downwards. Makiling immediately crouched down his body, and a steady stream of dragon power cleansed away from his body. Roar! A golden dragon head made of sword chi emerged from the top of his head and opened its hideous mouth, breaking army rising dragon strike. In an instant, Muling transformed into a long rainbow of sword chi, shooting out like a sharp sword, and without any evasive dodging, he ruthlessly collided with Sakaides. Anum! Rumbling, the ear-piercing sound of the explosive version instantly struck the entire arena, and a burst of black and red thunderbolts continuously exploded between the two of them, flashing with terrifying flames. The sharp sword chi of the breaking army ascending dragon strike resembled a needle constantly impacting the surface of the fist, and the cleansing sword chi was like ocean waves unleashing impact after impact. Satchweez's body trembled slightly, his body kept retreating backwards under the fierce sword aura, his feet bared two long marks on the ground. Asshole! I will never lose in terms of strength. The top-armed color hegemonic aura was on fire, and Sachives, whose body had skyrocketed several times, had a huge surge of aura, and his body crouched downward in a charging stance, constantly fending off the impact of the sword aura. Humph, just you? With a disdainful cry, the sword glittering Yama split changed the impact situation, and the sword was raised up and held high, activating the forced upstroke effect of the breaking army ascending dragon strike. Roar! Shocking dragon power surged into Makiling's entire body, and his original 1000 plus strength surged once again. Sneer at. The sword light was fleeting, cutting a sword mark in the black armor and sending Sachives flying with a single stroke. Click, click, click. In the next second, white cracks densely spread all over the armor's body, like glass that was about to shatter. Unbearable. Under the black armor, the pale face was covered in shock. Sagevis was stunned. This level of sword chi, and this invincible power that made people simply unable to rise up with any semblance of resistance. Why is it so strong? How could he lose to his opponent in terms of strength? Him? Exactly. Who am I? Hehe, think harder in hell. Rustle of skirts. Makiling's body instantly transformed into a phantom, like a ghost weaving through the air, pulling out several long black shadows, infinitely closing in on Sachives. Asshole! You wait! Giving a stern word, Satchweez turned his head and ran. Just one former Admiral Green Pheasant was already indistinguishable from himself, not to mention this mysterious swordmaster. Asshole! Since when do swordsmen have powers far beyond their own? Satchweez's face was bitter, an expression of being force-fed a shang but having to swallow it. Trying to run? Tai! Look at the sword! Boom! In an instant, the pitch-black maze shone as brightly as if it were day, and a blazing fire burned in mid-air, clinging to the body of Yama's sword. The sword chi rushed through the red mists and pierced through the sky above the maze in one fell swoop. Extreme Inferno Emperor Slash. Chapter 191 Im appears. Boom! The vast sword chi was accompanied by the extreme inflammation that burned everything in the world, blasting down with 10,000 feet of sword light. Asshole! Feeling the surge of sword chi behind him, Sicarius' entire body was suddenly bad. With the wind at his feet, Sicarius' speed increased once again, as if he were a cannonball constantly running towards the outside of the cave. Just after the next breath, the instantaneous sword light crossed thousands of miles and instantly appeared behind him. Spare me! Satchweez yelled. Muling didn't say anything and still kept urging the sword light, chopping towards Sachives. I'm one of Lord Im's men. If you kill me you'll die too. No! Satchweez begged frantically for mercy, and even Im was carried out. Just hundreds of meters, tens of meters, 10 meters. In a matter of seconds, the sword light had descended on top of Sachives' head. The flames burned his body crazily, and his armor, which had long been tattered and torn, instantly crumbled under the blazing heat of the flames. A face horrified to the core appeared in front of the crowd, full of trepidation and the fear of death. Frozen time capsule. And just at this moment, the distant Qing pheasant finished cleaning up the rest of the minions of the right hand, condensed a ball of cold ice. That cold air, as if it can instantly freeze people to death. Click, click, click. Without any defense, Sajivi's body shook, and from the waist down his body was instantly wrapped in cold ice and turned into an ice sculpture. Anum. Rumbling. The sword light chopped down, and the biting sword she instantly blasted and smashed into the ground in a mad rampage, constantly destroying Sakaria's body. Immediately following was the terrifying extreme flame. The crimson flames transformed into several paths scattered on the ground along with the sword light, turning the perimeter of Sachiv's body into a sea of fire. Ah! My body! No! My lord, help me! I don't want to die yet! Damnable bastard! If I don't die, I will definitely slaughter you with the most brutal means. Sheesh! The most brutal means? It's so vegetable and tough. It went on like that for a few seconds, the voice of Sachwi's in the smoke getting weaker and weaker, to the point where he finally couldn't even utter a half-hearted moan. Obviously not far from death. Waving his hand, Maki Ling lost interest and turned around. Destroying this maze here, as well as the blood pool outside, would be considered a great achievement. As for whether or not it will attract him, gee, it's even better that they're here. Sooner or later, they're going to have to face each other anyway. Once he was killed, his own purpose of destroying the world government was considered to have been accomplished at the source. Looking around, it had long been a snowfield. All the masked men had died horribly at the hands of Green Pheasant, and the many scrolls inside the prison hadn't been spared either. All of them are so guilty that they don't deserve to die. Boom! Suddenly, Mu Ling, who was about to send out his sword to chop and destroy this place, froze, and his entire body froze in place, because he sensed a crisis, an unprecedented sense of crisis. An extremely strong and wickedly extreme aura erupted behind him. Sneer at. The long sword was instantly sheathed, and Mu Ling's body disappeared in the blink of an eye. Duong! A beam of light shot out from the sea of fire and struck hard in midair, before exploding with a crunching sound of something metallic. In midair, Mu Ling's body slowly appeared, while the sword of Yen Demon in his hand had spots of burn spots on it. What a fast attack! It's a bit similar to Yellow Ape's laser. Maki Ling muttered. Always proud of his speed, was recognized. That terrifying beam of light actually left traces on the Yen Demon sword. This said Secret Realm opponent's casual attack completely shattered Mu Ling's sword chi. Ha! Mu Ling suddenly laughed, looking at the sea of fire that gradually rose in a cloud of tall black shadows, and said softly, I believe your excellency is Im. Tai. As soon as the words fell, the flames on the ground were suddenly swept up by the gale as if they were windswept, and sucked into the middle of a deep hollow. Sachwi's body appeared, his black eyes incomparably empty, frozen in silence like a puppet on strings, while the dark shadows above his head gradually became clearer. Black draped robes and a dark gold mask that only revealed a pair of golden pupils. It's none other than Im, the true ruler of the world government, one of the former divine ambassadors, and the one responsible for plunging the entire pirate world into a state of disaster. Red pupil herding spirit? A cold, silent and ethereal voice came out from the black shadow's mouth, instantly spreading throughout the entire maze. The tone was light, but it gave Mu Ling a sense of supreme power, as heavy as a mountain pressing down on his head. That's right, it's your grandfather me, Mak Ling said without any ceremony. He's so confident. Really think you are my opponent? A guy who only knows how to hide in a corner and cower is just a guy. What's there for me to be afraid of? Not to mention that you're just an avatar. Nice. Im praised. Only after saying this, he didn't say a word, and those golden eyes looked at Maki Ling without blinking, as if he wanted to see through him as deeply as if he wanted to see through him. Bastard Im, today is the day you die. I'll kill you. Instead, it was the Green Pheasant who stepped aside. Miso. 3 giant ice spears instantly shot out of Green Pheasant's hands, shooting straight at Im, only to pierce through in the next second. Although Im's body looked like substance, it was actually a phantom, and the ice spear couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Annoying little bugs. The fingertip gently pointed towards the void, and instantly, the Green Pheasant who was standing in the distance was like a heavy blow, and the whole person immediately knelt down on the ground, as if his abdomen had been hit by a heavy blow, and his face was full of pain. Space, storm, and Puffy are all inside you. However, it's as if I also feel the power of a fruit, but it's as if it doesn't belong to me? So, can you tell me where it came from? Imzin's head lifted slightly and looked at Maki Ling. Chapter 192, The Power of God. Clamor. In an instant, looking at that pair of golden pupils, Mu Ling only felt a coldness all over his body, and a cold and silent to the extreme darkness surged up into his heart. attacking his internal organs and all parts of his body. In the darkness, it was as if Mu Ling saw those golden eyes slowly blossoming into a world. A universe as vast and silent as a universe. The vast and boundless land, where thousands of living beings stood, opened their golden eyes and looked down on the living world. In the next second, the screen flashed, and Maki Ling realized that he had actually become one of them. Broad and thick body, robust and calloused rough hands, bruised and battered, drenching blood constantly bursting out from the wounds, dripping onto the ground in branding spots of blood. Is this me? Staying dumbfounded, Maki Ling looked at his hands and then called up the system, but there was no half-hearted response. It looks like it was him who messed up. Kill. Suddenly, a person beside Mu Ling roared as if he had exploded. The entire person's face was hideous, and not only was blood flowing from those golden pupils that were only Chongyu's, but he still refused to lower his head. Kill. 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 In an instant, everyone on the boundless earth burst out in unison, shouting 3 times in succession, causing the atmosphere to completely set off to the peak. Countless bladed spears were raised up in unison, and thousands of glittering and cold tips of spears coalesced at this moment, and swung fiercely towards the sky. Anum. Whooshing. The moment the roiling battle blades were wielded out, the sky collapsed and the hot blazing sun instantly disappeared, turning into a black night of raging thunder. The glittering thunder snake, the 10,000-foot thunder dragon that crazily spat out thunder light, swept away a large area of battle blades with a wave of its huge long tail. Don't back down. This is our home. Trespassers, get out. Get out of our world. Anum. Rumbling. In the lightning and thunder, people were constantly dying, their exorbitant bodies falling on their backs, and even if they were dead, at the moment of death, their eyes were shooting straight at Xiongyu, giving vent to their last rage. When one falls, 10,000 rise. Unconsciously, Mu Ling suddenly realized that his own body was actually following everyone else's lead as he shouted and roared in anger, frantically waving the weapons in his hands, even though it all seemed so small. Roar. Roars. Angry shouts. Shouts of murder, the cracking sound of spears plundering the air. At that moment, countless voices burst out one after another, accompanied by wild stormy thunder, and the entire heaven and earth were in chaos. It was just that Mu Ling still didn't understand where she was. Can a man fight against heaven? Why would these people say intruder? And just as Maki Ling was thinking, the next second, a flash of light came in front of his eyes. When Mu Ling was about to raise his fist to blast it away, he found that this body didn't move halfway, letting the lightning enter his body. Then with a bang, Mu Ling knelt down. Sharp stones pierced through the skin of his knees. Dots of blood showed up, but he didn't feel half a bit of stinging pain. Fantasy? Maki Ling suddenly understood. This body in front of me. This scene is not real. No, maybe it was once. A war that exists in history only and is connected to him. Could it be? This is the original pirate world? The divine messenger descends and deceives the world, ultimately drawing desperate resistance from the great kingdom, but ending in failure. This body of his own now should be one of the former D1 clan. And isn't this, in fact, Im's fantasy world? But why did the other person pull himself in here? Was he announcing to himself how powerful he was? Interesting. I'd like to see what kind of trick you're trying to pull. And at that moment, after the massive attack of tens of thousands of people, the thunder finally dissipated, turning into light and becoming one with the night. Ha ha ha, he's dead. Coward and fled. Asshole, the D-clan is invincible. Get out of this world. The crowd began to shout wildly, believing that they had brought together the forces of the people to defeat the invincible invaders and expel them. Frowning tightly, Mu Ling looked at the sky and vaguely felt a sense of foreboding. Boom! This is the moment when the sky breaks. Humble mortal, an ethereal and lonesome voice that traveled throughout the world. The smiles on every face came to a screeching halt and froze. In the darkness of the night, a pair of huge golden eyes, golden and covered with black lines, covered the sky and looked down on the whole earth without blinking. Ice cold, killing, bloodthirsty, brutality, and many other flavors actually flashed in a pair of eyes one by one. Mu Ling finally realized where the wrongness was coming from. I'm exposed so much from those eyes. He was like a monster assembled and merged by the crowd. Because that complex and varied to the extreme look is simply not something that one person can have. It was just too late to think too much. The pair of golden eyes in the sky were glowing like a sun, emitting a terrifying aura. This world, it's time to cleanse. Anum. Rumbling, accompanied by Im's icy voice, the golden eyes exploded. Countless golden threads, thousands or even millions of them, burst out from the golden eyes and swung towards the earth. For a moment, the world was quiet and time stood still. All of them were pierced and burst by the silk threads before they could even utter a final scream. There was nothing Maki Ling could do. He wanted to do something. Not really sympathy, just a subconscious desire to lend a helping hand. But to no avail. He could only watch everything around him falling towards the abyss step by step. Dead people couldn't be more common for a badass like Makiling, but in the blink of an eye, thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of humans died in unison. This was one thing that Mu Ling had never seen or even thought about. This was undoubtedly a great shock, and at the same time, it also caused Mu Ling to have another clear perception of Im's strength, and that's what I'm aiming for. There was no threat, no unnecessary nonsense, only the most intuitive force, over and over again, shook the heart of Mu Ling. Is this the power of God? Don't be so strong. Makiling's entire body was bad at once. Chapter 193, Battle Against Im. Everything in front of his eyes began to become blurred, and Mu Ling realized that his body seemed to have become very, very light, and was about to float. A stream of light shone all around, bursting out from the ground and going straight up into the sky, forming a giant stream of jade. The next moment, darkness consumed all, and everyone disappeared, terminated by darkness. Makiling knew the illusion was going to end, and a second before it ended, he vaguely saw the figures that stood up from the pile of dead people. It should be the remnants of the D1 clan. Clamor. The screen turned once again, and Makiling returned to reality, still in that dark maze, with the huge black shadow of him suspended in midair before him, his eyes full of teasing. Oh, now you can talk. Sneer at. The narrow fingertips flicked towards the void, and in an instant, the duo of Makiling and Green Pheasant appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. A drop of cold sweat slipped from Mu Ling's forehead. Is this the power of space? No. To be able to instantly shorten the space the enemy was in, causing the effect of the sky being at the end of the earth. This had clearly transcended space a long time ago. Thinking of this, Makiling suddenly looked to the side at Green Pheasant, and his black eyes instantly transformed into blood-colored sharing mill eyes. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. A spatial storm suddenly arose, and under the effect of the divine might, the body of the defenseless Green Pheasant kept shrinking, and in the next second, it was transformed into a spatial node and disappeared in the same place, against an opponent as powerful as Emu. It's no surprise that Green Pheasant can't play any role at all. It might as well be stowed away in the divine might space, saving him from having to be busy saving him as a liability when he was too busy to take care of himself. Oh, and what is this ability? A brilliant light flashed in Im's eyes, and he suddenly realized that he seemed to know nothing about Makiling, the little bug that always brought him confusion. For example, the weird eyes just now were different from the spatial power of the spatial fruit, as well as the other party's body, that blazing mass of fire. Im see very clearly, that is clearly the power of the devil fruit, but he is this. I don't know anything about it. You don't need to know. Sneer at. Accompanied by a shocking sword chirp, the fluorescent dragon's sword with a bright golden light shot out from within the sword nurturing gourd and appeared in Mu Ling's hand. Miso. In an instant, sword light streaked across the sky as endless sword chi burst out of Mu Ling's body one after another. The sword's body was like a dragon, so the tip of the sword was like a dragon's mouth, pointing straight at Im's head. Not bad. Looks like you're really not afraid to die. At that moment, seeing Makiling, who had even drawn his sword, Im laughed, his laughter filled with mockery. A little bug that slightly appeared to be choking was just a little bug, but it dared to raise its sword against itself. Roar! In an instant, the dragon's roar shook the sky as a small golden dragon leapt out of the sword, opened its milky mouth and hissed twice towards Im before flying back into the sword once again. A dragon's shadow was clearly visible on the narrow sword. The momentum that Mu Ling had originally saved up with great difficulty was instantly wiped out. This idiot, he's not half as intimidating as he should be. Putting his mind behind him for the time being, at this moment, Mu Ling's face had a gravity that had never been seen before. Even when dealing with the Red Earl, the Heavenly King, and many other experts, they had never been as focused as this. After all, the enemy at this moment was a true god. Bang! In an instant, Mu Ling's body disappeared, transforming into a trail of residual shadows, drawn thin and long, as tens of thousands of sword lights blasted down towards Im like a raging wind and rain. Demon Sword Art Blood Rain. The sword light exploded and exploded into the air. The sword chi then turned into rain, and a sword drew it. The sword light in the sky swung down like rain, all of it pouring towards the ground. Ting! In another blink of an eye, the long sword of Mu Ling, who had used sword chi to turn into rain, crossed the sky, and where the tip of the sword pointed, the turbulent space was cleansed out in bursts. Xuanji water curtain. Clamor. The sword cut through the waves, like the water ripples on the surface of the lake. The two arcane water curtains seemed to overlap like mirrors and lay flat in midair. Thumbs up. The moment the sword rain pierced through the water curtain, it instantly skyrocketed several times, and all of a sudden, the entire Tianlong was wrapped in golden sword chi, densely and finely impermeable. Not bad swordplay. In the face of this heaven-destroying sword rain, Im didn't even move his body, as if even that one sentence of praise was just a polite remark. Thanks a lot, but even better is yet to come. Imminent quips of dark sarcasm didn't enrage Makiling because he knew that the other party was telling the truth. However, if you really think that I am only at this level, you are underestimating me. The fluorescent dragon turned into streams of light and disappeared from his hands. Then Makiling's two fists came out in unison, and the spatial power contained between his fists instantly rushed towards him like a flood. Oh, how dare you want to use this god's spatial power against your master? Funny cocky little guy. Wow. The golden eyes instantly mutated, and for a moment it seemed as if they had grown larger, transforming into overlapping phantoms that constantly stirred up heavy spatial folds, layer upon layer, like sound waves coming towards Mu Ling. Bang, bang, bang. One punch, two punches, three punches. At this moment, Mu Ling didn't care about anything, punching after punching, continuously bombarding the spatial folds. Click, click, click. The void around them crumbled, revealing a black and purple twisting terror that made the space the two were in even more dangerous to the extreme. Because of the violent impact of the two spatial forces, the spatial turbulence that had appeared in the moon reappeared, constantly tearing away fragments and forcing them step by step towards Mu Ling. But Mu Ling couldn't care about that much anymore, because he had to rush to lock onto Im's spatial position the moment the sword rain fell. The Im in front of him was both a doppelganger and equally his own body. With the help of his disordered ability, he stirred up space, causing him, who was far away from the city, to appear here again at the same time. However, after the two spatial folds, his body became illusory again, and he could not be locked down, and any means of attack would also be useless against him. This was a move that Makiling had sort of learned. It has the same effect as divine might. So, die. Rumbling. At this moment, the Mu Ling who kept swinging his fist suddenly roared furiously. His blood-colored cultivation field instantly stormed up, his narrow eyes turned into a blood red, and his body was even enveloped by the blood chi that kept surging. And right at this moment, in those eyes that were occupied by blood red, three sword-like filaments cut out from the pupils and stood around the eyes, forming two bizarre patterns. Kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes, openly molded. System. Refine the spirit for me. Beep. Kaleidoscope Sharingan refining spirit +1. Beep. Kaleidoscope Sharingan refining spirit +3. In an instant, Makiling's eyes changed. A black filament was dense and surrounded his eyes like a circle. The color of blood was gone, and by now it was an ethereal blue, emitting an ethereal light that shook everyone. Chapter 194, in shock. Im's face finally changed. These eyes. At this moment, a never-before-seen sense of crisis struck his body, and as a deity, he actually felt awe in those eyes? What's going on here? Those eyes that emitted a ghostly light. No, a rich purple light, clearly had another power that was not inferior to that of a deity. And at this very moment, the rain of swords in the sky fell in unison. Like a long river of sword chi, the raging sword chi condensed into a substantial longsword, ruthlessly smashing towards him. Ha ha ha, with this meager spatial power of yours, it's impossible to attack my body. Im with his hands open, his sharp fingertips were like sharp blades constantly tearing up the sword energy, while the rain of swords above his head passed through his body without being able to hurt him in the slightest. Clamor. Mu Ling, who was swinging his fist and blasting the spatial folds, suddenly stopped, his eyes closed tightly, as if he was sensing his newly acquired pupil art. Sure enough, it was just as one suspected. The kaleidoscope sharing wheel is, after refining the spirit to the extreme. In the next moment, the Makiling with his hands spread out hovered in midair, slowly opening his mouth like a god. Shenla Tianzheng. For a moment, time stood still and everything stopped. The terrifying spatial turbulence, a fold of space that overlapped together, came to an abrupt end. A faint white shield appeared around Mu Ling, emitting an unusual power. Im stopped moving her hands, feeling a vague sense of foreboding. And just after the stalemate for just a few seconds, rumbling, the heavens and earth trembled, and Mu Ling's body was like an atomic bomb about to explode, instantly blowing up. Instantly, the explosion swept through the entire maze, and even Im didn't have time to dodge it, and was instantly covered, even crushed, by the shockwave. The wind howled, the mountain crumbled, and the entire cave began to tremble violently as large chunks of stone fell from the rock walls and hit the ground heavily. The maze disappeared, and it was as if the huge high mountain had been cut off at the tip. Half of the mountain disappeared, fully exposed to the outside world sight. Rustle of skirts. In midair Makiling's body disappeared, suddenly appearing the moment Im was shocked by the power of the divine rhapsody. 10,000 elephants heavenly guide. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. With his right hand held flat, a storm suddenly appeared between his palms. and a powerful and unstoppable attraction crazily tore at Im's body, trying to pull it over. At this moment, Im finally changed color. The power of the divine law of heaven was simply too strong. Even with spacefolding as a safeguard, he had to fight against this onslaught. However, he didn't expect that he would be caught by Mu Ling. Reincarnation eyes. A must-have ultimate pupil technique in Naruto's Otsutsuki clan that is used by all hands. The ultimate embodiment of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Under the powerful plug-in that was the system, it was successfully pounded out by Mu Ling. Boom! Im's body shook, and after a few seconds of stalemate, he finally failed to resist the power of the Wanxiang heavenly guidance, and involuntarily flew towards Mu Ling's palm. Snap! With his right hand deadlocked around Im's throat. Without saying a word, Mu Ling, whose body was covered in dragon power cleansing and running, exerted force with his fingertips, and with a click Im's collarbone was completely shattered. Aha! That easy? Watching Im, whose body had gone limp, fall to the ground, Maki Ling was a bit surprised. Sound of escaping laughter. Suddenly, Im's body changed, transforming into a small severed tail lying silently on the ground. The gecko's tail-breaking escape maneuver? TSK, how dare you force a hallowed deity to break its tail and run away? Bastard! Red pupil Maki Ling, I'm going to kill you. Bang! 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 Im's voice that was furious to the extreme instantly exploded in mid-air, and those white jade-like hands held out sharp claws and grabbed down towards Mu Ling. With a light chop of his feet on the ground, Maki Ling's body instantly took off into the air. The moment before Im's large hand was about to fall, his hands continuously made seals, and the light of his eye of reincarnation exploded in his eyes. Inferno Kagutsuchi life. Clamor. A purple longbow burning with black flames instantly appeared in Mu Ling's hand. The sword energy then transformed into a long arrow and attached the bowstring. Tai. Right at the moment when Amaterasu burst into flames, the long arrow was shot out viciously, and a burst of air-breaking shrieks stormed up with it. What is this? Imu was surprised for a moment, but was not careless, and his hands conjured a thunder sword between his palms, blocking the Gaju earth life. Sneer at. This? What kind of flame is this? Iman's exclamation of surprise came from the distance, only to see that the thunder sword that was tainted with black flames was actually burning madly. Bit by bit, it devoured it and burned it into scraps. Im, who had hastily discarded his sword, once again had a clear understanding of Makorin's methods. Although the flame was not very powerful to him, it was a means he had never seen before. The unknown is the greatest fear of the human heart. Click, click, click. In the smoke, there was a sound of crunching bones. Immediately after, a purple giant several feet tall, filled with black flames and wearing armor rose up from the ground. Suzanne Can. This was the true purpose of Mu Ling, and adding the earth life was just buying time for himself. Bang! With eyes that spewed fire, Mu Ling, who stood at the center of the giant's brow, was covered in dragon power. Roar! Accompanied by a dragon's roar that shook the heavens and earth, a curve of golden light flowed from the center of Susanu's brow, and then spread all over his body. Ting! In the next moment, without giving him any chance to react, one longsword after another burst out one after another from the waist-raising sword gourd. At that moment, the entire heaven and earth began to sweep up an invincible sword momentum, shocking the whole room. Chapter 195 Extreme Ghost Sword Technique. Im didn't say anything, his narrow golden eyes quietly looking at Macarin, who was using his Susanoo at that moment. The blue giant with a height of several zhang, holding a golden fluorescent dragon sword with overbearing and incomparable dragon power, while the fluorescent dragon sword was attached to a faint layer of terrifying black inflammation. The original face with a hint of mockery and a bit of anger had all but disappeared by now. Red pupil hurting. Who the hell is he? Im, who has survived for hundreds or even thousands of years, sees the ocean as a drop in the ocean and the world as a grain, and the pirate world was nothing more than a vehicle to bear the devil's fruit tree in his eyes, and the living beings of this world are as small as grass and ants to him. Only, at this moment, the mole had displayed a strength that even he had to take seriously, and he had never seen him move like this before. Is it a devil fruit ability? No, that thought was denied by him the next moment. No devil fruit, normal or mutated, could escape his senses. Looking at the sword light that was continuously ejected from that golden long sword, enveloping the entire world as if inside a golden sword net came to cover the sky above his head, Iman's face was grave. Without realizing it, this guy who had only caused him a little trouble at first had actually grown to this point. Should have nipped him in the bud before it was too late. Bang! 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 In an instant, Im's body moved. The 10-foot-tall giant shadow instantly pulled into a phantom, appearing in front of Mu Ling in less than a breath across time. Two large hands, one on the left and one on the right. Flames and cold ice were born in tandem, and they smashed down hard between alternating ice and fire. How dare a humble mortal disobey the will of the gods? turned to ashes. Click, click, click. The large white hand then slashed down with incredible speed, shattering countless sword chi, stirring it up and dissipating it, crushing it into slag. Duong! The muffled sound was like thunder, and just at the moment when Im's palm was about to close in on Makiling, it was blocked. The two light flashes attacked the whole field. The sword chi barrier condensed from the sword chi. At this time it was like a barrier against Im's big hand, so that it could no longer go down by the slightest bit. Crashing sound. Immediately afterward, densely packed sword chi appeared, forming a giant wall rising up from the ground, wrapping Im dead center in it. A barrier made of sword chi? What kind of sword art is this? With a slight change in his face, Im was a bit surprised and said, sneer at. With his left hand caressing the body of the fluorescent dragon sword, Mu Ling, who exuded a terrifying aura, merged his left hand and pointed like a sword, and then a sword light knocked the fluorescent dragon into the middle of the clouds. This is my domain. Rumbling. In an instant, golden light cut through the dark night, tearing through the sea of clouds to explode from it. The dense sword light blasted down. Fluorescent dragon. Yen demon. Natural teeth. Cripple chi. The second generation of ghosts Che, Tian Yu Chop. Instantly dispersed with the sword chi barriers in various locations, condensed into the sword domain. Under the vast sword chi, 24 war sword convergence of brilliant sword array openly stormed up. Extreme ghost sword art, storm style. The moment the sword formation took shape, Mu Ling finally moved. His body transformed into sword light, and holding one of the long swords, he chopped down fiercely towards I'm in the center of the sword formation. Sneer at. The sword light streaked across, swept through Im's palm, cutting out a long spark, and in that fleeting moment, the killing power that erupted made him have to try his best to fend it off. Mu Ling, who turned his body around, reappeared on the other side of the sword formation, holding the sword, swinging it, and chopping it down. A set of actions were done in one go. Im's hands turned into phantoms, constantly fending off the sudden flashes of sword light that came from all directions. His double fists swirling with lightning and bursting with fire. His fists shaking the sky and bursting out with a terrifying sonic boom. One sword, two swords. After a few short seconds, Mu Ling, who had already swung 24 swords, stood in the air in the center of the sword formation, and the 20 battle swords transformed into streams of light and shot into his body. At this moment, the sword chi arrived at its peak, and the rising black flames mixed with the sword chi caused the entire earth to start trembling. Makiling was storing up the final blow of the extreme ghost sword art. Bang! Blasting the sword light in front of him, Im swept his big hand, and the torn gusts of wind transformed into wind blades that shot towards Mu Ling. Humph! You want to defeat me with this level of swordsmanship? You dream! Ting! In an instant, Im's voice was muffled by a sword roar, and the sword aura that had risen like a comet had once again skyrocketed a few points at this point. Ice-cold face full of killing intent, blood-red eyes of Mu Ling, purple giant body instantly wrapped by the color of blood, armor around the body of the golden streamline at this moment, also added a little crazy. At this moment, it was as if heaven and earth were empty, and everything seemed small, even Im. Only the light of the sword exists in the world. Rolling. The righteousness of heaven and earth is everlasting. Do not seek to kill the immortals, but cut down the ghosts and gods. Tianji Shinqing chopping ghosts and gods. Chop. At that moment, the chopping strike that condensed the strongest sword of the extreme ghost sword art of the ghost zapper god slashed down. Im finally colored. No. Why would this power, this level of swordsmanship be possessed by a mortal? This one might. Im was shouting wildly, roaring. Makiling's power exceeded his expectations for this pirate world. Don't underestimate me, asshole. I'm a god. Snap. Im's black shadow instantly folded its hands, and an appalling aura continued to emanate from its body, growing stronger and stronger as it gradually climbed up. Divine tree, melting world. Clamor. In an instant, accompanied by Im's incredulous roar, from behind his black shadow that was several feet tall, and even more spectacular, taller, heaven-like giant tree silhouette instantly appeared. Click. Click, click. The moment the sword light chopped down, the dense and thick trunk of the giant tree, flowing with black and red blood, instantly converged into a shield that covered the sky and blocked the top of Im's head. Chapter 196. New World, White Isle of Bartigo. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. The howling winds kicked up gusts of sand and dust, while a white castle loomed in the wind and sand. General base of the Revolutionary Army. In the next moment, a black shadow kept weaving in and out of the gusty winds, keeping its head down, running towards the castle. Bang! The door to the office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Army was pushed open from the outside, and a good-looking girl with long orange hair rushed in. Chief, something big is happening. Thump. The black teacup was gently placed on the table, and Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army dressed in green robes, was looking at the Revolutionary Army cadre, Kara, breathlessly. What's wrong? So fussy. Chief, it's a big deal. Got it. Say it. Rubbing his forehead helplessly, the dragon sighed. The duel. The final duel has broken out. Kara panicked. A duel? What duel? The dragon didn't react for a moment. Confused. A showdown between the evil spirit pirates and the world government. Bang! The dragon instantly stood up, his face full of horror. What? The evil spirit pirates have started a war against the world government? What? How did it happen so fast? It shouldn't be. I didn't even. The dragon suddenly mumbled something with his head down, obviously a bit overwhelmed by the fact, and more than anything else, defenseless. Is it true? It's true, Chief. Now the whole holy land of Manhwa has been captured. The shadows of the trees that cover the sky, the terrifying swordlight, the battle between the red purple shepherd spirit and Yim are on the verge of destroying the whole of Manhwa. Clamor. As soon as Kara's words were out of his mouth, the dragon grabbed the secret document on the table as soon as he could, his eyes glittering with thought. This was a document sent by the evil spirit pirates not long ago, which recorded McKeeling's conjecture. Can't he wait already? Or, is time running out? Chief, what do we do now? At that moment, the rest of the Revolutionary Army's several group captains came to the office as a whole, all looking at the dragon, waiting for his choice. Let's go, Chief. We're allies, Saber said in a deep voice. It must not. The duel is crucial. Our Revolutionary Army must not attack unprepared, much less fail. A group leader shouted. By not fighting and letting the evil spirit pirates and the world government fight each other, not only can we get a clear idea of Imu's strength for once, but we can also plan for our future plans. After all, the Revolutionary Army, for all its prestige, was truly nowhere near as powerful as the world government. Once it fails, it is a devastating blow. Although he had long been allied with the evil spirit pirates, this kind of thing, in front of the interests, is a dispensable existence. Let's go. Waving his hand, the dragon ignored the crowd's puzzled gazes and looked out the window. Duel. This broke out? What the hell were you thinking? Red Pupil Makiling. Forget it. I'll trust you for once. Dress Rosa. Navy Headquarters. Reporting to Marshal Akane. Word has just come in from Naval Division 6 that war has broken out within the Holy Land of Manhwa. Bang! The blazing eyes froze as Akane, who was sitting in her office correcting papers, froze. Manhwa, the Holy Land? War broke out? He didn't doubt the accuracy of the information, as naval intelligence was always accurate. It's just that it's too sudden, isn't it? Who? Evil spirit pirates. According to the intelligence at this time, Red Hitomi Makarin is having the final showdown with that imp from the legend. What? Akane was in a bit of disbelief for a moment. The news from the division can't be false. I didn't realize that this guy, Akatsuki Makorin, would actually go to war against the world government. Lieutenant General Crane, who was at the side, said in a deep voice. The Green Ox was dying to speak. Launching a duel. It's a perfect opportunity, but the opponent is the legendary God Emperor who has survived for countless years. In the event of failure, my Navy headquarters will be completely plunged into ruin. So that means we have to turn a blind eye? That's what you mean, isn't it, Warlord? No, I choose to fight. A touch of perseverance appeared on his aged face, and the war country with a full head of white hair suddenly exploded with a strong battle intent. This is the shadow of the Devil's Fruit Tree? A flash of color in his eyes, Mu Ling looked deeply at the Devil Fruit Tree in front of him. The body that covered the sky and the thick mountain-like branches were covered with sharp blade-like barbs, hideous and terrifying to the extreme. This is the treasure tree Adam, the rumored Devil's Fruit Tree that gave birth to countless incredible devil's fruits that drove everyone crazy. Even from a long distance away, even if it was just his shadow, he could feel all the evil that vibrated from that tree body. The guy who influenced the entire pirate world has finally appeared in front of him today. Looks like you've really fused yourself with the Devil Fruit Tree. Human or not, ghost or not, God or not, TSK, do you know what people like you are called where I come from? Suddenly, a trace of weirdness surfaced on McKeeling's face. What? Said in a deep voice. The shadow of the giant tree behind him once again soared, facing the sword light as if it had a few points of the momentum of shaking the sky. Stringers, but I always like to call you bastards. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying world-destroying sword light chopped out a giant sword arc that hung straight up to the sky, and then chopped down towards the giant tree shadow. Click, click, click. Sword light burst out, and the sharp sword chi instantly broke through layer after layer of tree trunks, revealing the black blood within. The giant tree's silhouette trembled, and in the blink of an eye, The trunks that had been broken open by the sword chi were replenished in a steady stream, and were even denser and more lush than before. Bastard! You've really angered me, Akatsuki Makoran. Final aisle, Lavenderu. Rumbling. The devil fruit tree that covered the sky seemed to have fallen into a berserker rage as it madly swung its branches and trunks towards the surroundings to smash them. The island was in tatters. The sea was pouring in. Electricity was flashing and thundering in the air, and dull roars as if they were beasts were coming from the carcasses of the trees. Finished? Finished? Is this grandpa going to die here? Asshole. What the hell is this? No. Bang. His body trembled, and Bucky suddenly felt a powerful suction force, as if it was desperately calling out to his body, making him take an involuntary step towards the devil's fruit tree. Chapter 197, A World of Tremors. Come, return my child. A flat voice echoed in his head, seemingly mundane but containing a tone of supreme majesty that Bucky couldn't resist. His body was trembling and shaking wildly, as if he was desperately resisting the inexplicable attraction. Far away from the sky-shading giant tree branches like a wild devil dancing like crazy raging, but Bucky is as if from the other side of the move, felt a hint of pain. Pain? Bucky was in a bit of disbelief. No, don't. I don't. The agonized voice broke off, and a hint of struggle just flashed in his reddened eyes before he was enveloped by a flash of giant tree shadow in the next second. The trunk of the tree swung, emitting a terrifying power as a black ripple shook out from the dancing branches. This was followed by endless darkness that slowly eroded his pupils. Bucky didn't know anything anymore. At least physically that was correct. He lost control of his body, and after being wrapped in darkness, there was nothing else within his sight but black. Outside. At some point, Bucky's slow pace finally brought him to the devil's fruit tree. At once, the branches that had previously been wildly raging stopped waving at this moment in time. A hint of a heartfelt sense of euphoria spread throughout the island from the tree's body. The devil's fruit tree was happy. For some reason. But it was true. Clamor. The tree branch gently swept forward, and wherever the tip of the branch reached, the void instantly shattered. Then Bucky's body was as if it was the most precious treasure, being protected by countless branches and trunks in 1,000 strands, condensing into an exquisite cage and slowly sending it to the top of the devil fruit tree's head. Just like that, the devil fruit tree had sent Bucky's body to the top of the tree the moment after. The branches hung low and drooped helplessly. There was no movement, let alone anything magical happening, as if everything was so quiet and groping, and the whole of Raftru was plunged into dead silence. Just like that, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a little bit of time passed. At this time, it had already been 7 days since Makiling came to the Holy Land of Manhwa, and the news that the evil spirit pirates had officially waged war against the world government had long since spread to all corners of the world, large and small, the underground black market, the dignitaries, the various kingdoms, including the Dragon Palace, which is far away in the deep sea, and the kingdom of Kazu no Kuni. Come and take a look. This is the latest news of the day. The captain of the evil spirit pirates, Akatsuki Makoran, has fought the supreme ruler of the world government, and now that the holy land of Manhwa has been destroyed, the world government is at stake. What? No way? Why is it that I seem to have heard someone say yesterday that Akatsuki Makoran had been killed? Yeah. I have a friend who saw it with his own eyes. Brains all over the place. Another friend from nowhere? No. The news I've heard is that the evil spirit pirates have shaken hands with the world government, and the red pupil Macaron has even paid his respects to the 5 elder stars. You're just a little bit of a stretch, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Everyone isn't ripping anyway, are they? This is the new world, a tavern within a certain island. At this time, countless pirates are talking about the recent storm that swept the whole world, and a variety of true and false news has also spread throughout the streets. What evil spirit pirate group has been victorious? Will set up a pirate government? The red pupil of the pastor spirit is a new generation of pirate king and so on. In short, the more bizarre and outrageous it is, yet the more eye-catching it is. Is it true what they say, Captain? In the corner of the bar, carrying a bottle of wine, Jesus Boo looks over at Shanks with slightly drunken eyes. How is that possible? Even if the evil spirit pirates aren't a match for the world government, Akatsuki Macaron won't die just like that. I'm asking about that guy Akatsuki Macaron's worship with the 5 elder stars. Are you retarded? The 5 elder stars are almost cleaned out by that murderous embryo. Okay, there's no wind without waves, and since this matter has become such a big deal, it means that the evil spirit pirates have indeed launched an attack on the world government, Beckman said in a deep voice. So, Captain, then are we? Beckman looked to Shanks, wanting to speak. He knew the other party's plan, very well thought out, and Shanks was a man who planned and did not act on impulse. Let's go. It's a bit rushed, but a plan is better than a change. It can't be helped. as much as we don't want to be exposed so early. If the red poople shepherd's spirit dies, no one will be able to stop that guy anymore with just our power. Once that happens, the whole world will see another cleansing, or even cease to exist. Fishman Island. Father, let's set off. Go help Lord Macaron. I'd love to do my part too. Inside the Dragon Palace, Princess Whitestar clenched her fist in righteousness. Neptune was filled with embarrassment and stammered up. Two huge forces fighting each other, just like fierce beasts going to war. If a small shrimp like the Dragon Palace got together, wouldn't it be killed alive by a stray bullet? It's not likely that you'll just arrive at the battlefield and get massacred by an unknown AoE. Father, have you forgotten what you said in the beginning? Who saved the entire Dragon Palace? Who saved the White Star from the Red Earl? But, the other side is, after all, the world government after all. Neptune hesitated. You don't go White Star yourself. Not a moment later, within the upper level of the Dragon Palace, various Sea King species, large and small, appeared. The terrifying body was like a mountain enveloping the entire Dragon Palace, extremely intimidating. Since the incident with Earl Red, from Neptune's mouth White Star had understood his identity as the Sea King, for Neptune had vaguely sensed the world government's surveillance of Fishman Island, and was obviously aware of White Star's wonders. And White Star, who had slowly begun to accept his status as a Sea King, had in a short period of time developed an extremely close relationship with some of the individual Sea King classes in his neighborhood, and the range continues to expand at an extremely alarming rate. Looking at his departing daughter, Neptune's face went green and white. It really forces one to be an enemy of the world. Chapter 198. Rumbling. A hollow roar suddenly echoed among the clouds in the blue sky. Immediately afterward, the entire sky seemed to have been blown apart, and a large black hole appeared in the clouds. Click, click, click. The thunder was more than just a roar, and raging lightning rushed out from the cave, accompanied by countless amounts of blood shooting out at an extremely fast speed. I didn't realize there was actually a passageway to the continent. This kid Anilu is still pretty reliable. It's a bit nerve-wracking most of the time though. Nuisance. The lightning dissipated, and above the countless corpses and bones at the entrance of the cave, the evil spirit was slowly sailing out of the cave. 5 days had passed since Mu Ling left the moon. The one that had previously led to the moon had long since collapsed and become impassable due to the shattering of space. Fortunately, over the course of 4 long days, using his own powerful seeing colors as well as his telepathic mind net, Anilu finally found another direct passage to the land. A long-lost sunshine. Bonnie exulted. Iceberg, where are we now? Looking around, Hiryu murmured. The end of the passage. Well, that's right, we're on the Great Voyage. The Western Sea. West Sea? The kiddo we killed earlier should be from the West Sea. It should be, but, where is the captain? Alas, I don't know. The Heavenly King with the ability to cross space was destroyed, causing a spatial vortex that directly collapsed the lunar space, and the captains who were caught up in it could be teleported somewhere on land, or they could be plunged into the middle of the endless void and not be able to find an exit. Iceberg sighed. He was just a shipwright, and this design space field was nothing like a book in the sky for him. Hancock didn't say anything, a sad look covering his stunningly beautiful face. She hadn't slept for 5 whole days because she was worried about Makiling. No, have you forgotten that? The captain also has the ability to control space. Suddenly, Anilu spoke up. So what do you mean? The captain has returned? Evening exclaimed. It's just a guess, but I'm sure the captain will come to us as long as nothing happens. Let's go. Instead of guessing here, we should take the initiative to find it. The crowd looked to Hiryu. The World Economic Times, where the most comprehensive news from the entire world is gathered. Right, why didn't I think of that? Katakori exclaimed. Not a bad offer. Hawkeye smiled. Let's go. Rumbling, pushing through the sea of clouds, the evil spirit immediately set off towards the new world, the holy land of Manhwa. Bang, bang, bang. The sword light kept going downward, like tumbling waves breaking through layers of tree bodies. The sharp sword light tore through the tree trunks, splitting them apart from each other, wave after wave going straight downward. Click. The sound of trees crumbling, the devil's fruit tree that covered the sky, that horrible shadow instantly trembled, and Saswich, who carried Im's body, suddenly half-kneeled on the ground with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Under the powerful sword light, Im, who was just his shadow, was a bit unable to withstand it. Asshole. Damned bastard. You, how dare you? The white-faced Scene growled, the whole person looking a bit out of breath up, but in the very next moment, Im's hands were intertwined and his eyes were closed as if he was sensing something. Crashing sound. Suddenly, densely intertwined and intricate tree roots sprang out from under his feet. as if they were a wandering dragon, wrapping Satchui's body in a deadly tangle and sticking all the way down into the middle of the ground. Without uttering any screams, Satchui's was instantly drained of blood by the roots and fused with the giant tree. The giant tree with extremely deep coiled roots stopped trembling at this moment, and the branches and trunks that had been cut off by the sword chi grew wildly as if they had been nourished. At the same time, all the plants within the entire holy land of Manhwa withered and died in a short moment. Die. Tai. The space in front of the golden eyes shook for a moment, and the moment the golden light burst out, it was as if countless golden eyes appeared in the air, and the circle of black arcs got deeper and deeper and skyrocketed. Thumbs up. In an instant, just like what Mu Ling had seen in the illusion, countless strands of golden silk threads cut through the sky and shot in 1,000 directions. Not good. With a dark voice, Makoran's body shook, and then his entire body leaned back as a huge void door appeared behind Susanoo. Bang! 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 Explosions that shook the heavens and earth instantly swept across the entire battlefield. Densely packed golden points of light appeared on Susanoo's blue armor, which then exploded one after another. Kill you! I'm going to cleanse this world once more. I'm completely frantic. The speed at which the golden threads shot and skyrocketed by a few points again, and the explosions created became more and more amazing. Click, click, click. The armor crumbled and completely dissipated, while Mu Ling's body then stepped into the twisted space. Want to run? Can you run away you? With an explosive shout, the giant tree silhouette behind him began to swing violently, and a branch accompanied by golden threads instantly pierced through the void, forcing Mu Ling out. Duong! With a turn of his body, the fluorescent dragon between his palms immediately crossed towards the front. Sparks flew, and the sharp branches were stopped by the sword. Thousands of branches then followed, frantically stabbing at Mu Ling. The puffy fruit and fluttering shocking body technique was utilized by Mu Ling to the extreme, constantly pulling out countless phantoms as he wandered above the tip of the blade. A sword chopped down, and the next second his body immediately turned back. The branch then grazed his waist and swept viciously. Demon sword art demons and ghosts. Clamor. The sword swung round and instantly cut out a blood chi sword. Tide of Mu Ling once again moved backward to 1,000 meters, pulling out a sword flower. Without saying a word, Mu Ling swung out his sword chi, the tip of the sword plunging straight into the void. Miso. Lion Maigacho Jigaku. Between the sword chi, countless sword lights exploded from the fluorescent dragon and swung into the earth. Anum. Rumbling. The mountains shook, and dozens of mountainous lions cleansed of sword chi rose up from the ground, bathed in terrifying black flames, and rushed towards him with huge paws. Bang! 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 Jumping onto the giant tree's body, he opened his bloody mouth and bit down. The blazing black flames also then stained the branches and burned crazily. West Sea. The crowd of evil spirit pirates, who were preparing to head to the New World, suddenly encountered a giant white ship in the air. The Moby Dick. What? The captain is in the holy land of Manhwa? Our evil spirit pirates have broken out into a final showdown with the world government? How is this possible? We don't know anything, do we? The news has spread all over the world? Everyone knows? You guys didn't even know? The Golden Lion and the Whitebeard duo looked at the crowd in a daze, full of confusion. What the hell is going on here? What the hell is this bastard Makiling up to again? Chapter 199, The Divine Flame. Bastard! Akatsuki Makoran, you bastard! I'm going to crush you into crumbs. Anum. Crashing sound. The crazily swaying branches constantly exploded into the air with a cracking sound, and the thick branches slapped fiercely on the back of the stone lion, wanting to drop the black inflammation-wrapped body of the stone lion. Roar! Another countless sword chi swung out, cutting off the branches on the stone lion's back, and then a gust of wind condensed between Mu Ling's palms, stirring up the black flames. In an instant, the terrifying black flames instantly skyrocketed with the power of the storm, sweeping over half of the tree. Click, click, click. The branches that were scorched by the black flames didn't have half a bit of smoke, but they were dissipating little by little, revealing the black and red heart of the tree in them. In the next second, Makiling sheathed his left hand in crippling defeat, accompanied by a burst of crisp sword roars, and arrived in the air above him's head. Sneer at the two swords. White spatial power slowly surged, while the hilts of the swords had red-colored extreme flames bursting out. Lion's Might Extreme Air Chikajiri Valley. Anum. Rumbling. Mu Ling's roar shook the heavens, and at the same time, a wave of overwhelming sword intent that looked proudly at the entire scene, as if it wanted to cut open everything in the world, instantly exploded in the sky above the giant tree. Immediately after that, hundreds of sword chi shot out in unison, huge fiery red sword arcs madly bursting out from the twin swords, and they chopped towards the giant tree from top to bottom. Asshole! Im was entangled by dozens of stone lions, just like an elephant being entangled by ants. He could not get out of the way at all. he could only barely raise hundreds of branches and trunks, enclosing them into the shape of a shield to defend against the sky above his head, because of the crippling of the devil fruit. At this time, he had not fully fused with the devil fruit tree, plus the giant tree at the moment was only a shadow. Him not able to fully show his strength, temporarily fell into a passive-aggressive stance. Click, click, click. The sword chi broke through the shield gathered by the branches, but in the next moment countless more branches added up. Mu Ling's body turned faster and faster. The sword chi that washed around his body also became more and more dense. The sword light one after another. A steady stream like seawater. Gradually, the branch's counter-supplementation speed has fallen behind the sword light, showing a slight decadence. The golden eyes under the mask flared with rage, and a great sense of humiliation filled him. Myself. I can't believe I've been pushed to this point by such a little bug. Strange shame. This is an insult to God. In an instant, Im, who was several feet tall, closed his hands tightly, and his golden eyes became brighter and brighter, as if a golden red flame was rising in them, melting the pupils. Divine tree blazed fire. Clamor. In the next moment, heaven and earth were illuminated, and countless points of golden light instantly assaulted the entire field. In the shadow of the giant tree that covered the sky, each branch was faintly glowing, and little by little, golden light seemed to cling to the branches like a layer of golden grease, emitting a terrifying aura. The clusters of black flames that were madly burning on the branches and trunks were also slowly extinguished in the golden light and disappeared. Clanking, the sword light smashed on the golden branches, but it didn't have the same effect of opening up mountains and breaking rocks as before. Just like chopping on the hard and incomparable steel exploding out a sound of gold and gold. What is this? Mu Ling stopped spinning. His sword chi retracted, and he gazed at the golden branches under his feet without taking his eyes off the ground. Crashing sound. Just as soon as the words left his mouth, an unbelievable scene appeared. Flame. A sea of golden fire. A red flame that burns everything. The entire devil fruit tree silhouette, surprisingly, instantly burned up and turned into a fire tree. Roar. With a reluctant hiss, dozens of stone lions were melted in the golden flames and dissipated into flying ash. Ha ha ha. Red pupil herding spirit. You'll just turn into ashes in this god's divine fire. Boom. The golden flames immediately skyrocketed, and the huge fire tree was so tall that it could reach the sky, and that one burning branch was like a fire sickle that kept waving at this moment, and it smashed down fiercely towards Mu Ling. Bang! With a flash of his body, the fire sickle brushed against his shoulder, and after it smashed into the ground the mountain crumbled, and the golden flames in the cracks erupted like magma. Maki Ling looked around while retreating, only to find that the entire holy land of Manhwa had long been covered by golden flames at this time, just like the realm of fire that was given to him by him, with blazing golden flames all over the place, in which countless people desperately cried out and ultimately turned into ashes. Ding! Successfully checked in at the holy land of Manhwa. Immortal rank sword technique divine sword royal thunder true technique +1. Why are you suddenly signing in? Mu Ling froze, and then he couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. Immortal rank sword skill, divine sword thunderbolt technique? Fuck me. Awesome my system. Just before he was happy for a moment, the endless sea of golden fire instantly exploded into a head of hideous and terrifying fire beasts, shooting out from the sea of fire and pouncing towards him. A sword chopped a fire dragon, and Mu Ling immediately bent down to avoid the fire phoenix's attack, but the monster behind him smashed down hard from the top of his head. A blazing sensation enveloped his entire body, and Mu Ling, who was in a sea of fire, felt that his body was about to be melted. The fluorescent dragon in his hand and crippled chi also rolled hot, extraordinarily prickly. Extreme Inferno, Heavenly Inferno slash. Sneer at. The skyward flaming sword chi fell vertically, shattering 4 or 5 fire beasts with a single sword, and then chopped down towards the devil fruit tree in the center of the sea of fire. Ha! The beast is still fighting. Today is the day you die. Whooshing. Hundreds of firesides instantly exploded out of the sea of fire, as if they were swimming dragons drawing extremely long curves, pulling out a line of fire in the air and rushing towards Mu Ling from all directions. Demon sword art blood rain. Miso. Sword chi condensed and a sword turned into rain. The roiling sword chi was like a raging wind and rain bursting out from the fluorescent dragon, exploding in the sky and waving down. The fire sickle was blocked, but it still went forward, breaking, reborn, and surging up in a steady stream, rattling thunder shattering, rumbling. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook, thunder rolled in the black night, and raging silver snakes converged into a thunder spear that was held in one person's hand. It was Anilu who had just arrived. The holy land of Manhwa, TSK. It seems to have ceased to exist. Jia. Is this him? It's really great that the captain is okay. This bastard kid, Mu Ling, has a lot of guts. To come to a place like this all by yourself. Where's Green Pheasant? It's not dead, is it? Finally, the evil spirit pirates, the white-bearded pirates, arrived at the now holy land of Manhwa. Chapter 200 War. Rumbling. Thunder exploded, and the black and purple thunderbolt held in Aniru's hand instantly pierced the sky, accompanied by an ear-piercing shrillness, and swung viciously at the fire scythe. Bang! 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 The sound of breaking air suddenly rose one after another, and at the moment when the lance in Anilu's hand touched the fire scythe, thunder light swam all over the place, just like a giant thunder net covering the entire holy land of Manhwa, blocking all the fire scythes that were ready to attack and completely sealing them off. What is this? Look at this shape. It kind of looks like a tree. A burning tree. It's not the devil's fruit tree, is it? By the way, where's that I thought he was fighting the captain? Shirley looked around. There were flames all over the place, but nothing that fit him. Sneer at. With a sword chopping back the countless fire scythes, McKeeling's body leaned back and stepped into the void door, and in the next second he appeared on the deck of the evil spirit ship in midair. Husband, you're fine. Oh. My concubine missed you so much. Husband, you really scared my concubine to death. The moment he saw Mu Ling, the heart of many days of longing and aggression instantly gushed. Hancock could no longer hold back his emotions. A hug. Mu Ling then cried. The golden lion, who was about to open his mouth to flirt with Mu Ling, instantly stagnated. It should be the devil's fruit tree, right? Old man can vaguely feel it. Do you feel the same way? Sky looked to Whitebeard and said, aha, same thing. After all of our devil fruits are born from this tree. It's not too much of a stretch to say it's the power of the origin. Well, I'm fine and alright, aren't I? Don't worry, Hancock. Rubbing the little head in his arms, Mu Ling kissed that jade-like forehead, and his heart didn't go into a trance for a moment. It was the feeling of being out of this world that came with these days of encounters. At this moment, looking at Hancock in his arms, the one familiar face around him, the corners of Mu Ling's mouth rose as he silently said in his heart, that's so nice. Ooh, Captain, it's really good that you're okay. Bonnie said happily. Gia. It looks like we'll be able to have a good battle again. Old Sand was excited. The legendary god's messenger TSK, what a thrill. What are you waiting for? Go! Rumble. In an instant, thunder roared, and Anilu, who was bathed in lightning, looked like a thunder god, holding a thunderbolt in the air, constantly shattering one fire scythe after another. Dare to bully our captain. Seek death. Sneer at. Scarlet Sword. She instantly burst out from the thunderstorm, and the sky filled with swordlight over the entire battlefield, pouring down towards the most central fire tree. Bang! 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 The sword she shattered countless fire beasts and ruthlessly chopped on the branches of the fire tree. At once, the fire tree trembled, and Imam's hysterical roar shook heaven and earth. Bastards! Lowly mortals! Chitinous little rats! None of you will escape today. Could this voice be I'm? But how do I get the feeling? Is coming from that tree? Whitebeard froze and frowned. Yes, that's the tree. The crowd's faces were stunned. Then they looked at Mu Ling. This tree, that's him. He's fused with the devil's fruit tree. Boom! In an instant, Mu Ling's words were like a blow to the head, smashing into the hearts of the crowd. This guy, he actually fused with the devil fruit tree? That's okay for Temo? So what's he a thing now? A tree man? A human tree? Maybe it doesn't count as a thing. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed, and the laughter made him grow angrier and angrier. Alright, let's do it as soon as possible before it's too late. Whitebeard laughed and patted McKeeling's shoulder. Then you have to be careful. Don't die here. Mu Ling teased. Ha ha ha. The old man won't be defeated so easily. But this old man, Sky, might not be. At that moment, both Mu Ling and Whitebeard burst out laughing. The golden lion on the side, however, blackened its face. Two assholes. It's just a little imp. The old man is enough to deal with him without any effort. Sky said arrogantly. Ha ha ha, you old thing. Take care of yourself still. Neither of them refuted Shurji. After all, they had all known each other for many years, and now that the final battle was about to break out, it was anyone's guess whether they would live or die. There's not much point in talking about this anymore, and that's why Whitebeard took Sky in. Good. Get on. The final battle. This, a war. A man can shake the heavens and destroy the gods. Boom. In an instant, countless flying lights exploded in midair, and at this moment, everyone struck out. Lion's might endless chopping wave. Boom. Suspended in midair, the golden lion's hands opened. Tens of thousands of swordshi instantly burst out from Sakura 10-heeled withered wood, waving out one giant chopping wave after another, tearing through the fire scythe, shattering the fire beasts that came before and after, and hardening the sea of fire to open up a path. Space shock. Click, click, click. With his feet on the boulder that had been given the ability to fly, Whitebeard clenched his left hand into a fist and held a clumping cloud cutter in his right. Duong! A fist shattered the pouncing golden flames, and then the blade, like a dragon, came down from the top, accompanied by the ever-shattering void, and slashed down with a heaven-splitting strike. Immediately, densely packed spatial cracks burst out from the tip of the blade, tearing through the sea of fire and spreading towards the fire tree. Sticky roasted rice cakes. Bang! 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 Katakuri body sword. Black and purple armed color hegemonic aura shrouded the whole body. Elastic and extremely hard glutinous rice. Instantly transformed into a huge wolfsbane stick. Black barbs and the firelight glittering gusts of murderous aura, constantly spreading towards the outside. One punch, two punches. In a matter of seconds, Katakuri's entire body seemed like a madman. His fists transformed into a sky of fist shadows, punching and striking the branches in front of him. Sound of escaping laughter. The branch was shattered, and without any expression on his face, Katakuri continued to swing his fists like a robot, following the path opened up by the golden lion with both fists, all the way forward. Chapter 201, Crazy Im. Look out! Suddenly, right behind Katakuri, Ace let out an explosive cry, and in mid-air, his speed instantly increased several times, his fists condensing into a ball of flame. Keep your head down. Without saying a word, Katakuri's body immediately crouched downward upon hearing Ace's voice, and in an instant, a pillar of fire grazed his head and shot past. Anum. Rumbling. The fire dragon that was formed by the convergence of golden flames was immediately covered by another kind of flame and engulfed in it. Glutinous fruit. I take it back. Rustle of skirts. Seeing that one strike had failed, Emo urged the giant tree shadow, and the roots of the tree filled with golden flames in the sky instantly burst out from the ground, as if they were earth thorns lined up and approaching towards Katakuri. And when Katakuri, who sensed the danger, was about to retreat, he was entangled by dozens of fire dragons in front of him, and could not get away at all. Magnetic sand burial. Sound of escaping laughter. In the wind and sand, Old Sand's icy voice rang out, and then the sky was suddenly covered by black magnetic sand, swarming down and ruthlessly smashing into the ground spikes. Clanking. The moment the hard magnetic sand encountered the golden tree roots, the entire battlefield instantly exploded with a burst of golden gobbles, which exploded more than once and echoed through the sky, and with the descent of a thunderbolt, Katakuri was out of the crisis. Bam! Suddenly, an extremely sharp sword aura swung out violently behind the crowd, and it was Hawkeye who came rushing forward step by step, stepping on the boulder. Scold! The black sword body was particularly eye-catching in the flames, but the sword chi flowing in the sword body was slowly climbing up as Eagle Eye gradually moved forward. Black Blade, Jedi. In an instant, the Eagle Eye in the flames was like a god of killing, and the black blade in his hand was more like a sharp weapon that broke through everything. Following the path opened up by the crowd, the huge green sword arc chopped on the torso of the fire tree in the blink of an eye. Anum. Rumbling. The sword chi broke through the flames, tearing out a sharp, thin gash in the tree's body, frantically swimming and constantly impacting the heart of the tree therein. Ah! The fire tree took a hit. Its branches trembled, and the empathetic Im instantly screamed in agony. Cool. Well done, Hawkeye. Katakuri immediately praised. So true, Hawkeye. That stunning and unparalleled sword. The crowd praised Hawkeye. Snap. Just in the next second, Hawkeye's body suddenly trembled and his entire body fell on its back. Hawkeye! What's wrong with you? Quick as a flash, Old Sandy immediately raised a storm that swept him onto the deck, densely dotted by the flame burn marks all over the Hawkeye chest. Black coat is being stabbed through the paper like a huge crack. Chest skin is in the flames under the impact of the charcoal black. In order to cut out that sword, Hawkeye had actually swung his sword hard against the impact of the golden flame. Bastard! I'll kill you! At once, Enelu was furious, blue currents surging through his body, his white skin gradually turning into blue, and his body shape surging up more and more. 2 billion volts, Thor. Anum. Rumbling. At this moment, the sky seemed to explode, and endless thunderbolts like the hammer of the god of thunder bombarded the earth, shattering the golden flames. Humph. Rattling thunder fruit. It's all mine. Im's face immediately became ugly, and he urged the tree trunk to burst out, instantly wrapping Thunder God on Elu in it. There. It should be okay now. Seeing Hawkeye's injuries, Mooling exchanged a rejuvenation pill from the system mall without saying a word, causing him to take it. Looking at the green light bathing Hawkeye's chest, Mooling's eyes changed once again. Clamor. The moment the spatial node appeared, along with the divine might space, a silhouette dropped out. It was Green Pheasant. Captain. Is this Green Pheasant was a little confused as to what was happening to him. Rustle of skirts. Makoran disappeared into thin air and rushed towards Enelu, who was being wrapped tighter and tighter around the trunk of the tree. Bang! 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 By the countless branches and trunks converged into the cage. Thunder rolled. Countless channels of lightning power from the gap summary burst out, but still cannot hurt the cage in the slightest. The teacher died before he could get out. Ahem! Anelu's heart was beyond stifled at this point. Ha ha ha! Ringing thunder fruit. Return! Anum! Naughty naughty! In a flash, accompanied by Emu's insane laughter, the branch burning with golden flames changed in the next second. A flash of blackish purple floated up the branch. It was the power of the rattling thunder fruit, which was constantly flowing down the branches and trunks of the tree from within Anelu's body and shooting into the fire tree. The crowd's faces changed. This was like trying to directly deprive Anilu of his fruit ability. It's more about putting Anilu to death. Clamor. The thunder light faded, and Anilu inside the cage was trapped by the branches, and the Reikage form dissipated as the thunder power disappeared, transforming back into his human form. Bastard! Me? I'm God's Anilu. How dare you take my power? I want you dead. Incompetent rage. Snap! Anilu fell down, his clothes in shreds, and a little blue light was floating on his white chest at the moment, flickering brightly one by one. This is the power of his rattling thunder fruit. At this point it's going to be taken away from him. Ha ha ha! I am the Lord of Demons. You lowly mortals, power-stealing worms. Today, everyone must die. Ting! Suddenly, Im's crazy laughter was stopped by a sword roar, and immediately afterward, heaven and earth shook. Thunder roared, and tens of thousands of sword lights accompanied by thunder instantly attacked the entire field. 9 heavenly Xianxia, transformed into divine thunder. Brilliant heavenly might. Lead with your sword. Divine Sword Royal Thundercut. Chapter 202, the crowd arrives. Shocked Im. Anum. Rumbling. In an instant, the heaven and earth trembled. The sun and moon were lightless. Endless thunder filled to the entire Chongyu. Silver snakes danced in the thick clouds, and tens of thousands of thunder crazily spat out lightning. What kind of ability is this? Enelu was horrified. When did the captain even possess the power to catalyze thunder? This is simply. For just a moment, Anilu suddenly felt a bit of a road trip with his thunder ability. Solid to the point of not being able to pay interest. This asshole kid, he's really getting good. Looking at the infinite thunder coiled in the clouds, Whitebeard said in a deep voice. Although he knew that the sword was not directed at himself, Whitebeard's heart still had a hidden palpitation, deterred by the power of heaven. It seems that old man is really old, Shirji said with a face full of despondency. The original brat Mac Ling who could only look up to himself was now an existence that he looked up to. Zentamo. Solid. Awesome. What a captain. Divine Sword Royal Thunder True Technique? Already healed. Hawkeye lowered his head and looked at the black blade in his hand, and underneath his despondent expression was a gradually rising intent to fight. Swordsmanship. There is no end to it. Finally one day one can cut such a sword and surpass this sword. Bang! The sky broke open. A giant dark hole appeared in the clouds, and in the hollow blackness, an unrivaled amount of thunderous light was faintly shining and was slowly converging. Want to defeat me? Don't you dare. Kill you. Red Pupil Maken. Im came in a complete frenzy, and in the shadow of the giant tree, a pale face flickered in and out. A person that had never been seen before, but those golden pupils allowed Makiling to recognize this person's identity in an instant. God made him. Boom! In an instant, the thunder converged, and the Muling standing in the air with his hands raised high above the fluorescent dragon. The whole person was like a god of killing, and his icy cold gaze was dead on the Im and the sea of fire. Ting! Sword light streaked across the sky, and the dense sword chi pulled the thunder, and at this moment, the earth and sky began to shake. Die! A sword chopped down. No way! Divine Tree Shakti glow. Clamor. The sea of fire churned, the golden pupil became incomparably huge, and the entire body of the devil fruit tree seemed to be transformed into a pair of golden pupils. The branches and trunks blossomed and blossomed all of a sudden, and the fruit, which was made of a convergence of golden light, burst open after the next second. A sharp to the extreme light spike rolled and burst out in all directions. Everybody back up. With an explosive shout, Whitebeard's 2 fists came out in unison, and a terrifying white void crack spread throughout the entire space, fending off the golden light. But tens of thousands of golden lights still came up like seawater. Retreat! Our presence here will only distract the captain. Everyone retreat from the battlefield. Sky slapped his big hand towards the void, and immediately countless boulders rose from the sea of fire, lifting the bodies of the people towards the evil spirit. Humph! Puffy fruit! It's all mine! No one is going to run away! Imam said angrily, and the huge branch trembled once again as several more golden lights shot towards the crowd. Boom! only to be pierced by a thunderbolt in the next second and crushed into dust. You're the one who shouldn't be running. Madaka. Swing your sword and chop. In an instant, the giant sword, which was condensed from the roiling thunder light, instantly swung down from Mu Ling's hand and ruthlessly smashed into the top of the giant tree's head. Click, click, click. The black and red thunderbolts wandered irregularly between the giant tree and the sword light, as if they couldn't withstand the two huge forces and fled madly, shining in the sky and earth. Click. Suddenly, the sword light that chopped at the tree's body began to crumble section by section, piece by piece, turning into thunder and disappearing. A smirk had just appeared on Im's face before it came to an abrupt end in the next second. The tree trunks that were chopped by the sword light unexpectedly crumbled and displaced just like the broken sword light. This can't be right. Click, click, click. Accompanied by Im's heart-rending roar, the sword light crumbled and dissipated into thunder, while the tree body under the sword light was taking a step towards the abyss. Click. The branches and trunks broke and fell to the ground in hundreds of pieces, devoured by the golden flames and turned into flying ash. TSK. Any one of these trunks could be a treasure that cuts through steel. Pity. Clamor. A lazy voice rang in his ears, accompanied by a golden light. A yellow ape with a golden striped suit appeared on a boulder on the sea of fire. Admiral Yellow Sorrow? The crowd froze. The Navy was coming too? But it's normal. Now that the whole world knows that the final battle has broken out in the holy land of Manhwa, with the Navy's pissy nature, it won't not come. I don't know if it's friend or foe, Hiria said in a deep voice. Why don't we just do it all at once? It's better to kill him first before thinking about all this. After all, that guy is the most troublesome. This is the devil's fruit tree. Why do I look like a person? With a rough voice and a burly body, a big man with a tiger's back stood next to Yellow Sorrow, none other than Admiral Greenox. Looks like we're not too late. Sneer at. The hot magma forced back the golden flames, and standing on a high platform of magma that rose out of nowhere was none other than Akane. Could this guy be him? He's fused with a devil fruit? With wisdom sprinkled in his eyes, Warlord instantly had insight into everything. So, all we have to do is destroy the tree is win. Right. Carp leapt to his feet, then craned his head to look behind him. Hey, aren't those the two assholes? Sky and Whitebeard? Still alive? Sky, Whitebeard, Carp the asshole, the old thing. Bang, bang, bang. Terrifying bursts of air-breaking sounds came, and the light of the sword in Mu Ling's hand surged once again, section by section, constantly exerting pressure towards the giant tree. At this moment, Im's face had turned white, and a drop of golden blood slowly overflowed from the corner of his pale mouth, clearly having received a not-so-small amount of heavy damage under this sword. Let's get on it too. Boom! With an explosive shout, Akane kicked the magma-high platform, and her entire body transformed into a giant ball of magma, charging fiercely towards the giant tree. Clamor. With a wave of his hand, countless curtains of light gathered from golden light enveloped the entire field, and Yellow Ape's body disappeared, blending into the curtains of light. Laser speed. Ha ha, that's what hurts. With a long laugh, Greenox's body changed instantly. His navy justice coat ripped open and black scale armor covered his back. The mouth becomes longer, revealing hideous and horrible sharp teeth. 10 fingers are growing sharp claws. The body shape soars until hundreds of meters before stopping. Animal-based tiger fruit phantom beast seed Taudai form. This is the ability of Admiral Green Bull. Offense, defense, and strength. Get the hell out of here. All of you. Anum. Rumbling. In an instant, countless thunderbolts roared down, smashing towards the crowd of navies. Makiling was furious. How dare these assholes try to steal heads? How can this be tolerated? Chapter 203, Heart of the Tree. Emu's defeat. Makiling, you old thing. What are you doing? Carp didn't have the good sense to say, "Humph, get the hell out of here. I'll be enough to deal with him." Scold. The sword light swung once again, instantly cutting through the sky, instantly chopping down the devil fruit tree's body just as it was about to heal. Click, click, click. Im tried to resist, but the branches that had just risen up were like grass under the light of the sword, and they were wiped out. The next second the sword light broke through the giant tree's defenses and tore through the tree's body, revealing the green, swirling, thick liquid within. Clamor. Instantly, a green healing glow assaulted the entire room. An extremely good smelling scent with a little bit of fragrance came to the surface, while the aura within the heavens and earth seemed to have become a lot denser in this instant. The black sky looked as if it had been dispersed by an invisible hand that plucked the clouds and dispersed them. And some of the pirates or navies who were suffering from hidden illnesses miraculously realized that their injuries were healed at this moment. Aha! Asshole! Aha! In an instant, Im was like mad. His branches trembled chaotically, and countless golden balls of light exploded randomly onto them as if they were uncontrollable. I'll kill you all. Cleanse this world. Aha! Damn those guys! Chomping little rats! A bunch of heart of the tree. That sort of moulings that cut through the tree's body, that greenish swirling thick liquid, was none other than the devil's fruit tree's heart. Although the devil's fruit tree symbolizes evil, it is indeed one of the rare treasures in heaven and earth, and the heart of the tree is his very foundation. So, who had been wounded to the root, was instantly Spartan. This is a holocaust for the entire world, though eradicating the evil pirates is the righteous way of our navy. But at this moment, in the name of the navy, I put aside all grudges and am bound to guard the entire world. Naval Marshal Akane shouted towards Makiling. These words put Makiling in a pretty good mood. Of course, grabbing heads and whatnot was just something that Makiling talked about. Most of all, Makiling didn't want the Navy's help. The way is different. Besides, it's not time for you guys to strike yet. Thinking of this, a golden light flashed in Muling's eyes. He had a guess in mind. Clamor. A large hand swung towards the giant tree, but the right hand, glowing with golden light, this time failed to loot anything from its target. Greedy hand failed? No. Maybe. Go. How could we let those Navy assholes get the jump on us? We're pirates. Kill him. Ow vo 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 vo. At that moment, the crowd of pirates standing in the distance but can no longer hold back. In the stone steps directly to the devil's fruit tree built by the ski, a huge group of people rushed up. For his part, Makiling had a strange look in his eyes. Sky equals infrastructural maniacs? Older and older, yet still somewhat useful Classifieds. Sky, who was building a bridge, suddenly sneezed. Strange. Why do I feel so humiliated? Me so. Shilio stomped his foot, and in an instant, his entire body flew up into midair. Sneer at. In the next second, he drew out the scarlet thunderstorm from his waist, and chopped down countless sword lights towards the heart of the devil's fruit tree. The heart of the tree. There is the root of the tree. Everyone attacked towards the center of the tree. The warlord who was rejected by Makiling was furious, but that didn't stop from observing the other party. Combined with the direct variety, he guessed that there was the deadliest spot in the entire devil's fruit tree. You have a very sharp eye, worthy of a wise general. Warlord, Muling silently praised in his heart. Shishiwe Gasho Jigaku Dragon Rising. Roar. Sword chi waved. At this moment, Shirkei seemed to be dozens of years younger. The dual sword swung out, sword chi blasted into the ground, and in the next second, it pulled out about 10 stone dragons. The dragon's body swung and roamed among the branches, and as Shirkei's fingertips picked, the 10 stone dragons instantly wrapped around the giant tree as if they were vines, causing its branches to be unable to move anymore. Bang! 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 Dull pops swirled out through the tree carcasses as Imam, already enraged to the core, struggled desperately to get up. Duong! At that moment, a white blade cut through space and arrived next to the tree body. In an instant, just at the moment when the clump of clouds sliced and chopped at the tree's torso, in shocking screams shook the room. Magnetic sand, mass grave. The wind and sand swept in, constantly swiping a bloody mark on the tree's body and chopping off the branches. Gold karma fire. With a large wave of her hand, 2 reddish-purple rays burst from her eyes and struck hard at the heart of the tree, in becoming weaker and weaker. Beautiful. With a secret praise in his heart, Muling's sword chopped the ripples and both swords came out. Xuanji water curtain. Anum. Crashing sound. Wherever the tip of the sword reached, a burst of ripple-like space began to vibrate violently, condensing into several giant arcane water curtains. And with that, Muling's dual sword swung out, a wave of sword light cleansing away, instantly skyrocketing several times the moment it penetrated the water curtain. Phantom sword dance. Boom! This sword was absolutely unrivaled and stirring. This sword, opening mountains and breaking rocks, pointed straight at the heart of the tree. Click! Accompanied by the sound of trees crumbling, sword light shot out, and countless attacks coming from all directions instantly bombarded and smashed at the heart of the tree in a swarm. Asshole! I won't let you go. Bang! The heart of the tree was destroyed, and whose roots were all gone, could no longer support himself, and a dense crack covered the tree's body, as well as his body. Hancock! Makiling suddenly bellowed. Rustle of skirts. A red shadow appeared in front of the crumbling and displaced tree body. The black pupils faded to gray, and a gray mist shot out of Hancock's eyes and wrapped around him's body. Deprivation of life. Hand over your life force. Note, why are they all talking about it ending? I was planning on changing worlds to continue writing. Awkward. Can't even watch it? Boing boing. The potatoes are so pathetic. By the way, thank you to all the readers who have given gifts over this time. A million thanks. Clothesline. Bow down for you. Chapter 204, The Illusory God. Wow. In an instant, the gray mist was like a strip of hideous, evil claws that wrapped around him's body in death. Soul fruit? Asshole. It's mine. It's all my stuff. Bang! Before the words left his mouth, a blood-colored crack exploded with a click on Im's angry face. In the short seconds that followed, like a ceramic man about to shatter, Im was in utter despair. With this sword, not only did it cut off the roots of this devil fruit tree, but it also chopped him into the abyss with a single stroke of the sword, never to be recovered. The gold faded, and Im's eyes turned gray, distinct from the gray mist that wrapped around his body. Mysterious life force. Ah! Screaming miserably, Im's eyes opened angrily, and in the next moment the green life force that was pulled out by the gray mist instantly gushed out along Im's 7 orifices in a steady stream. Returning to Hancock's palm, the greenish life force seemed so out of place in this battlefield. Having Hancock take Im's life force was a point that Maki Ling had thought of early on. Waste maximization bar sort of. It's just a pity that the power of the origin in the heart of those trees has long been dissipated without a trace under the light of the sword, and used to replenish the aura of this heaven and earth. There was a sigh on his face. Even if he had taken Imu's life force away from him, Maki Ling felt that he had lost out. GGG. Suddenly, a strange laughter entered Maki Ling's ears. It's none other than Im. On the verge of shattering, he was currently looking at Mu Ling with a leathery smile, and the smile that he made to raise on his cracked face was ugly to the extreme. The same gleam of ghostly light flickered in those empty pupils. Don't think I'm going to die just like that. Don't forget. I'm a god, eh? Don't. Never. Never rush. Oh. Ha 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 ha. Boom. In an instant, Im's body turned into flying ash and dissipated between heaven and earth, accompanied by a thick smoke that assaulted the entire field. Exhale. A gust of wind rose from old Sandy's palm, and after dispersing the smoke, the crowd saw a body lying still where Im had disappeared. Satchwitz, the carrier that previously carried Im and the devil's fruit tree void. The charred black body was covered with the same cracks, and the whole person was as dead as a dry corpse long ago. What kind of person is this? Old Sandy wondered. Im's men. What? What is that thing? Click. Suddenly, right at the center of Satchwitz's brow, a grain of golden light shattered open and dissipated into dots in the air. Beep. Congratulations to the host for killing the God Emperor Im, illusionary god, for the first time. Now release the reward. Beep. Lord level sword domain +1. Clamor. In an instant, warm currents surged in Mu Ling's brain, and a mysterious and strange Sanskrit text suddenly echoed in his mind, emitting an extremely regal sword intent. Miso. Sword chi spread across the sky. The pouring sword intent blossomed around him like a torrential rain, and the moment he smashed into the ground, the sword chi covered heaven and earth, up to the Cheongyu, down to the Blue Springs. All of them were covered by the sword chi. At this moment, Mu Ling felt that he was the god of this heaven and earth, the only supreme god. The feeling was clear and unmistakably real. It was as if with the slightest movement of one's intention, one could immediately catalyze countless sword chi. Even turning this heaven and earth into sword chi as terrifying as it was. This is the sword domain? Another peak form of the swordsman? Not bad. Nodding silently, Maki Ling withdrew from his mind and opened his eyes, staring at Sachiv's body in death. Sure enough, that earlier feeling had not been wrong, and the reason why the greedy hand had not plundered anything out of the other party was not because the greedy hand had failed. A phantom god? Is this what we have here? A doppelganger of Im. Originally thinking that the opponent's main body had already come here after the trauma, he didn't realize that what he had killed with all his efforts was still specifically a doppelganger. Phew, finally killed this difficult guy. Hirio exhaled a long puff of smoke and said in a deep voice, ha ha ha, Makiling, you kid is really, old me admires you. The excited white-bearded big hand slapped Makiling's shoulder one after another, not skimping on his strength at all. Sure K, on the other hand, looked at Mu Ling with a face full of gratification, as if seeing his juniors finally grow up to be generally kind. And that gaze made Mu Ling instantly bad. Don't you, old man, don't you dare put on a show for yourself, okay? Is that the way you should look at it? What the hell? Really, husband, you, look at this. Hancock jumped up and down and jumped into Makiling's arms, smiling and holding up the life force in his hands for Makiling to see, clearly in a good mood. At this moment, even Hawkeye, who had always been unsmiling, pulled a smile from the corner of his mouth. Party, Captain, let's have a party. I want to drink. I want to eat meat. I want to eat lots and lots of meat. Aha! An excited Bonnie screamed. The crowd was speechless for a while. You who have been hiding and shivering on the deck since the beginning, how dare you be the first to jump out? The captain is still too kind. Ha ha ha, we won. Damn him, finally killed. So happy, we guard the whole world. God, we've killed a god. Oh my god, it's unimaginable. At once, looking around, the faces of the crowd spread smiles, cheering the crowd of naval pirates, the arms of Hancock's sweet pretty face, a side of shouting Boney. Joyful to Jinping said the world only one god, that is, Their own Ainalu. Mu Ling froze, and for a moment, he didn't know how to speak. Sound of escaping laughter. Suddenly, in the naval crowd, someone spat out blood, and then the entire person fell to his knees. A black evil aura bursting out from his chest and enveloping his entire body. It's Major General Jenny. What happened? How did Major General Jenny suddenly? Is it hurt? But Major General Jenny wasn't even in the fight? Get it up and see? What? What is this thing? My hand? Ah! Screams erupted as a Navy man who was trying to pick up Rear Admiral Jenny. When his hand touched the black mist that shot out of the other man's chest, a bloody scene appeared. Bang! In an instant, following in the footsteps of Rear Admiral Jenny, countless more people fell in unison. Navy and pirates alike. Chapter 205, I'm not dead? This is what's happening? What's wrong with you guys? Why is everyone down? Asshole. Cousin, you asshole, what's going on here? Wake up. In an instant, the previously joyful atmosphere was gone, and everyone looked around themselves, fearing that they would be the ones to fall in the next second. Pops. No. Something's wrong. It's like my body. At this point, even Ace, who was standing with Whitebeard, had an ugly look on his face, covering his stomach as his body slowly half-kneeled on the ground. Ace, you? Surprisingly, even Ace? Who? Asshole. Who the hell is it? Whitebeard looked around angrily as he felt an enemy was hiding and sneaking out. But who else could strike at so many people under the eyes of so many experts? Pops, I'm so hard. My body. Ah! Ace's screams spread across the battlefield, and at his bare upper body, the red tumblers on his chest instantly crumbled as if they had met the impact of a sharp object. Sneer at. Large strands of black mist burst out from his chest and floated up into the air, flailing and clawing like a demon, wanting to engulf Ace in it. Asshole, what the hell? The furious Whitebeard's body shook, and his right fist condensed a white shockwave, accompanied by the knuckle-crushing space instantly blasting upward toward the black mist. Only in the next second, he came to a screeching halt, his right fist dissipating without a trace the moment it approached the black mist. How is this possible? Filled with horror, Whitebeard didn't even know what had just happened. It was as if his power was resisting everything in the extreme. What the hell is going on here? Just as he briefly froze in that moment, the mist floated up to Ace's cheeks and slowly wrapped up towards his body. The cries were getting weaker and weaker, and before his eyes Ace was about to go down with the others. Snap! In the nick of time, a fingertip glowing with golden light ruthlessly pointed at Ace's brow. In an instant, the illusory dragon shadow appeared above Mu Ling's head, accompanied by a terrifying dragon roar from within his body. That bit of golden light broke through the black fog, breaking the surface with a point and instantly emptying all the fog. And when the black mist dissipated, Ace's face then slowly got better. In the next second, Mu Ling's body disappeared in place. Transforming into a phantom, he appeared in front of all the people enveloped by the black mist in one go, pointing down with one finger. Just despite this, there were still many people who were swallowed up by the black mist and died. Of course, the dead people in the Navy majority. But it is not Maki Ling careful. But for the then close to the selection, cannot afford to half a point of stagnation. Maki Ling, the place where the Navy is located, is a bit far away. Not to mention he had to save his slightly weaker companions in Hancock, Hiryu, Iceberg, and Boney. Asshole. Damn it. All dead. They're all dead. Who the hell did all this? I'll kill you. After the black mist dissipated, the big bloody holes in the chests of those dead people were shocking. The crowd was completely enraged, teeth bared as they cruised around trying to find the culprit. Phew. Warlord is holding his chest and is breathing heavily. In that split second of effort just now, it was as if he had the feeling that he had already died once. Chest, as if there is something, is being called by a mysterious force, any of their own desperation to block, the urge to escape. And a lot of the battlefield was like that, with Green Bull, Green Pheasant, Hiryu, Anilu and countless others. These people, on the other hand, all have one thing in common: devil fruit ability. I'm not dead, right? Maki Ling. Whitebeard covered his chest and looked toward Maki Ling. Instantly, everyone's Maki Ling looked this way. No one is a cutie pie. After a little bit of calming down, one realizes the weirdness of it all. The people who died were all devil fruit ability users, and the rest of the ability users present and alive must have felt an extremely suffocating sense of death just now. Warlord spoke out. The crowd was stunned, as if struck by lightning, in their hearts suddenly seemed to understand something. That's right, the ones who died were the able-bodied, and we ordinary people were fine. The devil fruit is born from the devil fruit tree, and the devil fruit tree is one with him. If him, who was fused with the devil's fruit tree, had really died, then what just happened wouldn't have happened. So, I'm not dead, right? Looking at the gazes of the crowd, Mu Ling nodded his head. The phantom god, The thing we killed just now is simply a doppelganger of him. And the real him, now I don't know where it is. Boom. Heart pounding. Everyone froze. The God Emperor Im not dead? Doesn't that mean that the man behind the curtain that has gripped the entire world has not disappeared? Then just now it was the other party who was utilizing the power of the devil fruit tree to forcibly retrieve all the devil fruits? That should be right. Damn it. Bang. The stone surface crumbled. Lava exploded. And an enraged Akane slammed her fist into the ground. Yo ho ho, what a scary guy. But it's as if I sensed the other side's position just now. Suddenly, Yellow Ape, who had been silent, spoke. A touch of helplessness appeared on his lazy face. And then his fingertips pointed towards the west. The general bearing should be there. And although that tug was only there for a split second, I can sense his presence. Are you sure? Makiling looked at Yellow Ape. Hee, it's the survival of the entire world that's at stake. So naturally there will be no lies. Yellow Sara laughed softly, while a hint of strangeness arose in his mind. Navy? Pirates? Now it's actually going to join forces. Ha ha ha, that's interesting. But there. And where is it? The crowd looked toward where Yellow Monkey was pointing. A vast ocean of endless blue. I know. Clamor. In an instant, a voice came from the distance. And accompanying that voice was a surge of skyward sword energy that came head-on. Chapter 206. Who? The crowd immediately turned their heads, only to see a huge hot air balloon descending from the sky and slowly landing on the ground. And it was from the hot air balloon that the biting and compelling sword aura emanated. What man? Green Bull bellowed. Humph, the nosy one is really here again. Mu Ling snorted coldly. In an instant, the evil spirit pirates crowd immediately understood. New World 4 Kings, Redhead Shanks. Finally. 2, but, why does this one always arrive when the battle is almost over? And the Navy recognized the other side's pirate flag flying over the hot air balloon. Red-headed Shanks? It's a little too late for that. What did he just say? He knows. Knew what? Could it be the exact location of where Im's main body is? Strange. Why would he know? Instantly, the crowd speculated on what exactly the redhead's words from the party meant. Shoo away. Accompanied by smoke and dust, the hot air balloon slowly landed. And the redhead pirates and their group arrived at the battlefield. Ahaha Shanks? I didn't realize even you assholes were here. Laughing out loud, Carp showed no mercy. He still holds a grudge against Redhead for bringing Luffy to the path of the sea thieves. The final battle is about the safety of the entire world. How could I not come? On the contrary, you Carp, you're not still blaming me for Luffy, are you? Shanks laughed softly. Humph, that's right. Luffy and Ace I was planning to raise into the Navy, but you're the asshole who gave them. Ace in the crowd of pirates on the opposite side of the street had a black face, and his entire body was speechless. Grandpa, you really are. Well, there's no need for superfluous gossip. Waving his hand, Makiling interrupted the two men's chat and looked at Shanks with a gleam in his eye. Do you know where Im's main body is? Boom! In an instant, everyone's breath caught in their throat, and without a word, they looked toward Shanks. Now that the battle spirit of the Allied forces was strong, the atmosphere had completely arrived at its peak because of the people who had died earlier. At this point, it was the right time to ride the wave of victory and kill this guy in one fell swoop. I know naturally, Shanks said in a deep voice, and then gazed to the west, in the exact direction that Yellow Sorrow had pointed to earlier. What the hell is that place? Someone voiced. Is it the West Sea? In the sea or on land? Could it be on an island? The crowd speculated. There is the most mysterious place within the entire world. The legendary final island. Ravdru. And that's where Im's essence, or you could say, the devil's fruit tree, is. Looking at the crowd, Shanks said, word for word. Anum. Rumbling. In a flash, a single word roused 1,000 waves. Everyone froze, dumbfounded as if struck by lightning. Final Isle. Lavenderu. The place that all pirates dream of and are incredibly crazy to reach. Legend has it that there is a treasure of Roger the Pirate King hidden there, and countless more mysterious existences. This is not only for the pirates, but also for the Navy, which is full of interest and curiosity about Lavender. What exactly did Roger the Pirate King leave there? No one knows. Ravdru? Surprisingly, it's Ravdru? Why would Im's own body be there? Warlord wondered. Why Shanks, do you know where Lavenderu is? Have you already been there? Sky was filled with horror and couldn't wait. It's unimaginable that Im's main body could be in that place. I think it's possible because it's mysterious enough there. Ralph Drew? McKeeling's eyes flickered for a moment, and in his heart, he had a few moments of belief in Shanks' words. The mysterious devil's fruit tree, which no one has ever seen before, and Lavandro, which, except, of course, Roger the Pirate. Suddenly, Makiling thought of a sentence Roger had written in the body of history. Here, we're too early. Too early? Is that a reference to the devil's fruit tree? And Roger's terminal illness, which was also acquired in lavender. Did the devil's fruit tree give it to him? There was this possibility, and Makiling guessed that Roger, who had discovered the devil's fruit tree, had taken a shot at it. However, because of the dormancy of the devil's fruit tree, it did not hurt its roots, but instead caused Roger to contract an incurable disease. Roger, who wants to bring the news back to the world, wants to let the world know about it with another treasure-hunting type of lie, because he knew no one would believe him if he told the truth. What? The world's going to end? Oh, plus blank stares. So, unite gentlemen. Boom! A thick cloud of smoke and dust hit the ground as a pair of huge stone hands tore through the ground and exploded out of the ground, and in the palm of the stone hand were Dragon, Saber, Kara, the Demon King, and other important group cadres of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army finally arrived at the battlefield as well, and the words just now came out of the dragon's mouth. Revolutionary Army? Jia jia jia. Today is really lively. Pirates, Navy, Revolutionary Army. I didn't expect to see them all here. And it stood safe and sound and did not go to war. What did he just say? Union? The three forces of the pirates, the Navy, and the Revolutionary Army have joined together. Did I hear that right? Oh my dear fellow, you did not mishear me. And don't you sense that we are not precisely in union now? At that moment, the crowd of pirates led by Makorin, Whitebeard, and the Navy led by Akane looked at the Revolutionary Army crowd in unison. Joint? No one in the crowd present was a cutie. The world was on the verge of destruction due to him. And at a time like this, the strength of one side of the force alone could not stop the other. Even someone as strong as Mu Ling couldn't 100% think that he could defeat the Insta-Devil Fruit Tree, not to mention others. Gentlemen, at that moment, the dragon looked at everyone present, and his voice suddenly turned incomparably high. I don't want to say anything else because everyone understands. This is a catastrophe that sweeps the entire world. And I believe that all of you have long since learned from a number of places about some of the hidden secrets that once existed. Cleansing, yes, for him, destroying the whole world to start over. What a terrible word. Cleansing, but it couldn't have been a simpler cleansing for him. And we, in his eyes, are undoubtedly that filthy filth, cleansing out everyone, cleansing the entire world. It's an insult to all the living beings of the pirate world, a travesty of dignity. Suddenly, the dragon roared, so unite all of you, let go of your preconceptions, let go of your hatred. It's not about profit, it's not about power, and it's not about individuals, only that the world may not be destroyed. Just for live. Chapter 207, Allied World Forces. Live. 3 short words, but they speak for everyone. A mole cricket is still alive, let alone a living, breathing, flesh and blood human being. Who wants to die? It doesn't matter if it's anyone in the Navy, the pirates, or the Revolutionary Army. Who doesn't want to live well, even though life is hopeless and extremely boring, day in and day out, living their own little lives, drinking a little wine with dinner, chatting and flirting with their friends, joking about that unlucky pirate being captured again, the Revolutionary Army infesting somewhere, and LT, Admiral Carp fighting Lord Warlord again. Either evade the Navy, catch the dastardly pirates, or build an ideal kingdom and make enemies of the world government. There's nothing noble about it. Life is just like that, day after day, year after year, seeking a little bit of fun every now and then in the midst of endless boredom. Wouldn't the high-powered former Marshal of the Navy, Sengoku, have argued with Carp over a pack of senbei, or even fought? And wasn't it a common occurrence for Akane, who had always been unfaithful to color, to be suffocated by the two men's anger? But it's such a dull and boring life. Ask anyone, would they be willing to give it up? Willing to die without putting up any resistance? Letting the other party hold the knife to their necks and bleeding without saying a word? Gentle laughter. How is this possible? Who wants to be disposed of as if it were filth? Called cleaning at the best of times, or at the worst, cleaning up the garbage. Look color. This is no longer just a trampling of human dignity, but also the self-esteem of all people ruthlessly stepped on the ground to rub hard. How could the high and mighty gods have thought that the human beings, whom they regarded as ants, would one day bravely raise their weapons in their hands, resolutely raise their voices to the sky, and explode their last blow in despair? Even if you experience a failure, you can straighten up again. Shake the sky with force. Asshole. Fuck this, I'm Guy. Suddenly, someone in the crowd roared. It was a pirate, supposedly under the Whitebeard pirates. Old me doesn't want to die. I still have 2 lovely daughters waiting for me to come home. It was a Navy man who didn't appear to have any rank. Just a common seaman. I haven't found my wife yet. I don't want to die. I want to live. Fuck. Who the hell is going to kill me? I'll kill him first before I do. I'm just going to die and kill him before I can close my eyes. Damn it, the Navy killed my brother. I can't die. I have to live and wait to avenge my brother later. Dare to kill my family. I'll kill you first. Bastard im. So what if God dare to destroy my home and kill my wife and children? I will never agree. Unite, assholes. Don't forget. We're pirates. We are the Navy. Fighting for justice. Unite, you wretched pirates. Humph. Then let's make a reluctant contribution. Pesky Navy. United. 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 In an instant, without anyone starting, much less any encouragement, the word union was instantly cried out in unison from everyone's mouths. Looking at the crowd whose emotions were gradually rising, the reddened cheeks as well as the hissing that came out in anger, Makoran was silent, as was Whitebeard, Akane, Warlord, and Lieutenant General Tsuru as much as possible. As for Carp, he had long since gone with the crowd shouting, "So unite!" A small, hopeful smile appeared on the dragon's face as he looked toward Makiling and Akane. He knew that it was the opinions of these two that were crucial. I agree, with the greater good in mind. I won't refuse, the soldiers won't refuse, and the Navy won't refuse even more, Akane exclaimed. At once, the surrounding cries rose to a peak once again. The dragon then looked to Makiling, and he was left. Ha, what are they all looking at me for? Waving his hand, Makiling suddenly smiled. As hateful as the Navy is and as much as the Revolutionary Army plays games with me, it's all about living, isn't it? So unite. Boom. In an instant, the cries rose in all directions, and the cry that tore the heart and lungs was like a thunderbolt that shook Xiongnu, accompanied by Makiling's last word. The Navy, the Revolutionary Army, and the pirates, the three forces that encompassed the entire world were officially united. And us. Bang! The ocean beneath the holy land of Manhwa is densely populated with Neptunes infesting the entire surface. Geez, this many sea kings? Why are the Neptunes here? A sound of breaking water rang out, and then countless personal Fish Clan warriors appeared on the surface of the sea, and at the head of the group was Neptune with Princess White Star. That one is Neptune, Lord of the Dragon Palace. It's Princess White Star, hey! It's beautiful. The Mermaid Clan is here too. What a surprise. Great. It's been a long time, Mr. Makiling. White Star smiled and greeted Muling with a wave. Mr. Makiling, our Mermaid Clan is also willing to join the allied forces, conquering the abominable imps in one fell swoop, Neptune said in a deep voice. Stunned, dumbfounded. At this moment, Muling's head was indeed a bit buzzed. Looking at the Sea King class that enveloped the entire sea, Muling suddenly felt that the world was changing a bit fast. When did this little girl, White Star, actually take full control of the Sea King's power? It's incredible. Ha ha ha. Yes. Muling let out a long whistle, spreading his voice throughout the entire battlefield. From this moment on, we no longer have any regional differences, where there are no pirates, no navy, and no revolutionary army, etc. Allied world forces. This is our number. Chapter 208 Arrival. Ghost Island. The sea. Anum. Crashing sound. Raging seawater along that one huge fin don't split apart, shrouded the entire surface of the sea, forming a black pressurized piece of countless Sea King class head, densely packed with all the human army. World Coalition Forces. This newly established organization, the largest in the world, was now taking a step towards Rough Drew under the guidance of Shanks. The White Star really brought too many surprises to Muling, allowing humans to ride on top of their heads and harnessing such things at will. The White Star was surprisingly able to do it. Of course, it was best not to do anything extraordinarily, just in case it made the Neptune type ferocious. That would not be good. You should have known about the hidden secrets of the devil fruit a long time ago, right? Makiling's voice came from the wind, and Shanks, who was standing beside him, instantly became low in color. Devil fruit, the most mysterious thing in the world, cursed by the sea, but just as incredibly powerful. And once an ability dies, the fruit will appear near the place of death after a period of time. Only, I don't know since when, both the sea and the land no longer harbor the reborn devil fruit, and once all the power users die, the devil fruit will go where it belongs with a pulling force. So, you showed up. You're desperately trying to stop everything, not wanting a war, not wanting anyone to die, because you know full well that with the awakening of the devil's fruit tree, the world can't afford to have any more powered people die. And it was Roger who told you these things, wasn't it? Does that old thing, Riley, know about it, too? TSK. Once upon a time the Pirate King Roger the Pirate. With a frustrated cry, Makiling looked at Shanks with a smirk. Just love to see the look on this guy's face when he's embarrassed and doesn't know what to do. This bastard Roger. He didn't even tell the old man. Humph, if I had known, I should have chopped him with a knife. Whitebeard, who was on the side, said viciously, "Cut. You've got to be kidding me. I'm the one who has to kill this bastard Roger. If it wasn't for that storm back then, I'm afraid the Roger pirates would have been wiped out," Sky said with a face full of ass. Back then, he led countless fleets of flying airships in an absolutely overwhelming siege battle against the Roger pirates, only to fail due to a natural disaster. And the rudder that was once on his head was an accident after that sea battle. Although it's been a lot easier to look away after all these years, it's still a nagging feeling. Let's not mention the past. Even without that storm, the victory or defeat must not be what you think it is, Shanks retorted laughingly, then looked at Maki Ling with a touch of shame on his face. You're right. I stopped the war and didn't want anyone with powers to die simply out of fear of that being. Perhaps it's because I'm too timid, or perhaps I've seen that terrifying existence with my own eyes before. Even though it's sleeping, that kind of invincible strength, suffocating feeling, I can't even bring up half a bit of battle spirit in the face of it. At that time, there was no sounds in my head, only one thought, the most basic thought, that's escape. Except then I realized there was no escape, not from anyone in the world, and at that point, my only option was just to, well, hide, to stop it all from happening. A bitter smile flowed into the corners of Shank's mouth, and Maki Ling didn't mock, let alone persuade. It is human nature to run away, and it is rather wise behavior to run away, or even to stop, when there is no strong enough strength to support it. Only when pushed to the brink and in a life and death crisis will they resist. That's human nature. Under the same conditions in Maki Ling's place, he would have done the same. 1 week later, rumbling, raging thunder exploded in the sky, scattering a messy silver snake that blasted down towards the black island in the center of the sea. Gentlemen, this is the final island, Raph drew, looking at the eerie, ghost-like island in the distance. Shanks said in a deep voice. Finally, the duel, it's on. Get ready, gentlemen. It was night, and the sky was light and dark because of the thunder, and the moment the lightning shone, one could clearly see the ghostly figures walking along the shore, eyes like copper bells, sharp mouth, sharp teeth, very long fangs ferociously exposed, hideous and horrible. The surface of the sea is even more waves. The black waves are like the huge mouth of a ferocious beast, constantly tearing towards the crowd. What is this thing? Geez, what did I see? Monster. It's a monster. No, it's a ghost. There's a ghost on the island. It must be some monster that lives on the island. No, I've never seen these before, Shanks said in a hushed voice, rolling. Suddenly, a series of bursts instantly struck. Pop, pop, snap, help, help, ah. In an instant, people were constantly being slapped off the back of the Sea King class by the waves and swept into the currents, and in a few breaths there was no sound. This is not an unusual wave, Whitebeard said in a deep voice. I'm afraid it's Im's doing. Everyone be careful around. Don't get lapped down by the waves. Whooshing, thumbs up, a horrible and weird sound, kind of like the rustle of swinging leaves and the swallowing sound of chewing something. Geez, you guys, look under the sea. Just then, a voice so frightening that it exploded in the night sky. Chapter 209, Entering the Island. The crowd's faces were stunned, accompanied by the man's horrified voice, and they instantly understood that the weird sound just now had actually come from the bottom of the sea here. Roar, woo woo, ow woo 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 woo. In an instant, the Sea King class under everyone's feet seemed to go crazy, tearing their hearts and lungs out in rage. The huge body constantly trembled, lifting up the monstrous seawater, and the huge tail madly slapped towards the surface of the sea. What's going on here? Not good. Everyone stand still. Help me. I'm being thrown down. Plop. An endless stream of falling water sounds stormed up one after another, as dozens of people were flung from the backs of the Sea King classes into the sea. Save the people. Ability users can't touch seawater. Jinpei burst out, then jumped into the sea in a single leap. The crowd then reacted and immediately reached out to try to pull back their companions in the seawater. Rustle of skirts. It was only the moment when the hand had just reached out and looked about to touch his companion. His companion disappeared from sight, and for a moment it seemed as if a powerful force was tearing at him in the sea, dragging him down to the bottom at once. Thumbs up. The eerie sound resounded once again, and the horrifyingly frightening chewing sound reached its peak at this moment. Click, click. The crowd could hear it clearly. It was as if there were countless sharp mouths that were desperately tearing and chewing the bones to produce the sound. Asshole. Suddenly, the furious voice of Jinping came from the bottom of the sea, and then through the light. a horrible scene appeared in the eyes of everyone. Red. The rich red color was precisely the color of blood, and that a trail of blood was continuously surging from the bottom of the sea at that moment, staining the surface of the sea in just a few seconds. Assholes. They're all dead. There's something at the bottom of the sea. Don't ever fall into the water. Damned bastard. This must be him's doing. Lord Makiling. No. It's not good. There are monsters in the sea. They're attacking the cuties. As if sensing something from the roar of the Sea King class, the white star on the side immediately shouted at Mu Ling. Although he didn't know why these guys were called cuties, Mu Ling couldn't care less anymore. Kill. Miso. Leaping. Standing in the air, Mu Ling's right hand was like accumulating a swift wind. The sword light waved. Tens of thousands of sword chi instantly burst out from the body of the Yin Devil Sword, waving into the sea as if it were rain. Thumbs up. In an instant, the raging sword chi cleansed the sea like a black meat grinder, spinning wildly and setting off a gust of bloody rain. Fishman Karate 5000 Mu a positive punch. Boom. Accompanied by the stirring sword chi. After Jinping's wild roar, the sea water, which was already surging, completely exploded. A large number of monsters were forced out by the sword chi and flew out into the sea, only to be torn into pieces in the next moment. The Jinping in the seawater was even punching a monster, rolling up several feet of sea currents, and his heavy fist intense slapped out fiercely. A few minutes later, stepping on the sea full of monster corpses, the World Alliance army and their group finally arrived at the coast of Ravdru. 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. Rumbling. Thunder raged. A blue thunder dragon instantly burst out from the thunder drum behind Analu, opening its bloody mouth and furiously swooping up countless monsters. Electricity surged on the battlefield at once, and crackling lightning condensed into a huge net of currents that shone on the bodies of countless monsters. Inferno ring. Yamagami. Boom. Fire erupted, and the blazing flames transformed into a 10-foot-high wall of fire, allowing these scale-clad monsters to traverse and turn into ashes. The Golden God Helmet. Snap. Bonnie smashed the monster beside her with a single blow, followed by a heavy slap of her small hand towards the ground. Crashing sound. The ground instantly undulated, and large streams of gold splashed in front of the chests of all the leaders of the battlefield, and then spread out like water stains, congealing into a single hard and incomparable golden armor. Great! What an awesome armor! Ha ha ha! Now these bastards' claws can't hurt us anymore. Humph! My old lady is pretty good too. Okay. The corners of her mouth rose, and with the dragon force renewal plus in her body, Bonnie, who had caused countless people to be clad in golden armor at the same time, simply couldn't be too easy for her. Black Blade exterminate. In the next second, a green sword light chopped from afar, tearing through the ground and cutting through countless monsters. There was blood and flesh, and corpses and bones everywhere. These monsters were the ones that had snuck into the sea earlier and killed hundreds of allied troops. The face is hideous and horrible, but it has no consciousness and only knows how to kill. The scale armor on their bodies was as hard as steel, and there were so many of them that they posed a considerable obstacle to the Allied forces. 3 hours later, after cutting down the last monster, Mu Ling purchased a full 30 rejuvenation pills from the system, which were then diluted and melted into the water and distributed among all the Allied forces. What about my body? I can't believe my injuries are all healed. After fighting all night, I actually don't feel tired now? A miracle. It must be a miracle. It's unimaginable. It seems even the heavens are favoring us. Kill. At once. The fatigue of a night of fighting, minor and serious injuries, etc., were all restored. Sneer at. Outside a water-soluble cave. Looking at the giant stone door in front of him, Mu Ling chopped down with his sword without saying a word. Sound of escaping laughter. The stone door split in two and fell to the ground with a rumble. But the next moment, accompanied by a sound of gas being declared, a large amount of red mist gushed out of the cave. Look out! With an explosive shout, the extremely fast-reacting Mu Ling instantly condensed a ball of storm wind between his palms and flung it forward. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. A terrifying tornado dislodged itself from the palm of his hand, swirling up a red mist that spun up quickly and assaulted the entire field. Just the next second, a scene of surprise appeared. The red mist, even slowly stabilized its body in the storm, and then broke out of the wind and surged into the crowd like a swarm of bees. Aha! What's this? What's this? My eyes. Aha! I can't see anything in my eyes. Something's biting my hand. It hurts. It hurts. Worms. There are bugs in this mist. Accompanied by a miserable cry, the crowd realized this was not a mist. It was clearly something made up of countless particle-sized red bugs. Chapter 210, Stripped and Reborn? And after hearing the crowd's exclamations of surprise, Mu Ling immediately fixed his eyes. and only then did he realize the secretive nature of the red mist. The body was reddish in color, and the face with sharp teeth, but it was imprinted with an extremely subtle human face. The red human face bore a hunger for flesh and blood, while the sharp teeth were able to pierce the skin of the coalition crowd in a split-second's effort, before they swarmed in and dug in. Those who were then drilled into by the worms would, in less than a few seconds, turn red and fester with blood and flesh, eventually turning into a puddle of rotten flesh and dying. What is this thing? Mu Ling said in horror, because this scene was really too shocking. Even he was a bit appalled. Sphinx worm, one of the parasites born within the devil fruit tree's carcass, possessing an extremely strong piercing ability and carrying around a large amount of fungal poison that is extremely toxic. The system silently voiced out. Sphinx? Ah! Help! My eyes were eaten. Tummy! He's in my tummy! No! Don't! Bang! In an instant, more than 10 people festered all over their bodies before exploding into a cloud of blood mist and disappearing into the air. Asshole! What the hell is this? Duong! The enraged Whitebeard blasted his fist at the Sphinx, shattering the knots of space and crushing it into slag. All stand behind me. Magma underdog. Bang! 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 The constant deaths of the Navy soldiers finally angered Akane. Hundreds of magma streamers imprinted with Akane's face instantly swung from both fists, exploding into a blazing side of magma streamers the moment they struck the Sphinx. Fire fist. Boom! The flames bombarded the mist, instantly exploding like a pot, and the charred and crunchy sound of skin splitting open immediately resounded throughout the entire arena. Burn! Burn these guys! Look, nah! They're cowering from the flames. Good job, Ace! Step it up! Good, hey! Bang! 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 A fire fist of fury blasted out fiercely along Ace's arms, continuously bombarding the countless sphinxes and burning them to ashes. Magnetic sand blast. Black magnetic sand tornadoes instantly burst out along Old Sand's palm, and sharp sand blades swept through the body of a personal face insect, piercing it through. The rest of the people are followed by a number of shots. Shanks Hawkeye 2 people sword chi surging. A sword as a large number of human face insects were killed. Yellow Ape opened his hands and condensed several curtains of light, wrapping the sphinx bugs in them and unleashing a light explosion. Green Pheasant, on the other hand, was even more direct, trapping all the face bugs in a single move. The Ice Age. But the cold silence of extreme ice still couldn't kill them. Boom! In the next second, the air within the battlefield was suddenly elevated by countless amounts, and the blazing heat seemed as if it was going to set the air on fire. Countless strips of firelight bathed in extreme inflammation flew out from Mu Ling's arm, transforming into fire dragons that crazily scorched the human-faced insects in the air. At once, the countless sphinxes that had experienced the ice and fire were all destroyed. System, why don't you make it cheaper? We're all regular customers. You can get a 10% discount. What's the point of a 10% discount? Don't? Then forget it. To be, of course. Beep. Host's purchase of 100 rejuvenation pills has now arrived. Despite hemorrhaging and spending countless spirit points, Mu Ling didn't feel that he had lost much. Then the old trick of melting hundreds of rejuvenation pills into the water was repeated, and another handful of natural teeth were pulled out. Sneer at. A slash on a coalition soldier who was about to die. Mu Ling, what are you doing? Whitebeard's entire body was confused. The crowd also then froze, staring daggers at Mu Ling, and for a moment they couldn't even utter a word. What for? Can't you guys see I'm saving lives? Crowd. You're saving lives? I'm afraid he'll kill me again. Only in the next second, a scene that horrified everyone appeared. The one who was on the verge of death after being chopped on by Mu Ling's sword was miraculously healed. What kind of reasoning is this? It's getting really hard to read this guy. Is this even possible? Not only not killed, but healed and alive. Of course, the hidden secret of the natural teeth in it was only known to Maki Ling and the members of the evil spirit pirates. An hour later, aside from some of the allied forces who couldn't die anymore, most of the rest were saved by Maki Ling. At this moment, Mu Ling's position in the coalition army was completely above everyone else, and the atmosphere and momentum of the entire coalition army gradually began to shift towards Mu Ling. Looking up to him, Red Dog Warlord, as well as Dragon and the others naturally sensed it, but said nothing. After all, Maki Ling's series of moves were all seen in the eyes, cold-blooded to the extreme with his enemies, but to his companions, indeed good beyond words. Bang! Raft drew. At the center of the island, through a thin tunnel, the group discovered a river flowing from the island to the outside world, and on the surface of that slender river, there were countless black branches floating at that moment, as well as that one devil fruit of various shapes. It's a real devil fruit. How is this possible? Holding up a black fruit, Shanks finally couldn't help but be surprised after further deliberation. Didn't him want to recycle all the devil fruits? How come it's Now. Not right, Warlord said in a cold voice. Let's get inside. I've got a feeling things are a little bad. Then Beckman said in a hushed voice. System. Is there any more of that weird power in these devil fruits? Holding up a fruit. Makiling was skeptical. Massive piles of branches and bark, and scattered fruit. Makiling suddenly had the feeling of shedding his skin and being reborn. But can a tree do the same? Makiling didn't dare to be sure and inquired about the system. Beep. It's just an unusual fruit. But of course, the shape and color are a bit weird, the system said icily. Sure enough, Chapter 211 Weekim, the real god? After receiving the system's reply, Makiling once again picked up a few devil fruits that were floating on the river, but still received the answer that they were out of energy. And on the bark of those branches and trunks, there was likewise a thick layer of bloody scabs, just as if they had been torn off from the body hard at the moment when the injury had not healed. Did Emu, who molted and was reborn and sucked all the energy within these devil fruits cleanly, change once again? After telling the crowd about his suspicions, there was an instant silence within the coalition. Molt? When does a tree molt too? Isn't that a trait that only animals possess? Actually, we can do a little counter-argumentation. Suddenly, Beckman, the red-haired pirate's wise man, spoke up. Molting, a natural phenomenon, usually applied to reptiles as well as some arthropods, that molts the old skin, thus causing a feeling of new life. I think it's better if we don't talk about things like why a tree would undergo molting, but instead focus on sewing and analyzing why the other side is like that. There are pros and cons to everything, even for him, and to rashly perform such a dangerous act as molting at the time of the Great War is a certain risk for him. What risks? Is there a risk to molting? Someone wondered. Yes, the period before and after an animal molts is when they are at their weakest. The same reason as childbirth actually. Iceberg explained. Shanks, so the fact that him had to molt even knowing that a great battle was imminent means that it was forced to do so. So the question is, what kind of reason would make the other side take such a big risk? Carp wondered. It should be related to the devil fruit tree. It's not likely that it's for the purpose of perfecting one's fusion with the devil fruit tree by one step, to reach the stage of perfection. Mu Ling said in a deep voice. But didn't he fuse with the devil fruit tree a long time ago? Akane asked rhetorically. After all, this was the best example of the monolithic shadow that Im's illusionary god had taken on. No, that's just our guess too. Maybe the previous fusion wasn't complete, or Im was resisted by the devil fruit tree. Lieutenant General Tsuru analyzed from the side. In fact, we can think about it differently. If you were the devil's fruit tree, as an absolutely unrivaled and overwhelming treasure, possessing an independent and autonomous consciousness, would you allow others to encroach on your body? So it's the residual consciousness of the devil's fruit tree that's resisting Emu's erosion? It's possible, but it's only too late for that, isn't it? Yellow Ape glanced at the remains of the bark on the ground and said somewhat helplessly. It was clear that Im had completely devoured the devil fruit. Looking at the bloody scabs on these barks, we should still have a chance, while the other side is still weak. The monsters from earlier, they were the hindrance that Im used to stall for time. So, there's not much time left for us. Let's go. But now that we know this, I think we can deploy. Warlord stroked his glasses, a glint of wisdom in his eyes. After a long time, along the river, the people once again set out on their journey, traveling step by step towards the deepest part of the island. Sound of escaping laughter. Inside the lonely cave, a pair of golden pupils slowly bloomed. In an instant, the cave was covered with golden light, and the sword-like gaze seemed as if it could pierce through the void, and some of the vapors had nowhere to hide in those eyes. Crashing sound, the sound of branches swinging. A flash of weakness appeared in Im's eyes before it was covered by infinite majesty. How many years? In order to wait for the awakening of the devil's fruit tree, he himself had even almost forgotten about this endless period of time. It was too long ago, so long ago that Im just about gave up. Fortunately, he had finally waited for a moment to truly become a god. In this moment Im wanted to cry, but crying was a cowardly act of a mortal, and he, already honored as a god, disdained it. Try as he might, he swung his arm, and although it didn't work as well as his hand, the power contained in that one branch was in no way comparable to what it had been before. Snap! A dark shadow was thrown into the water by a branch. A human being. No blood could be seen on that miserable white skin. As cold and senseless as a living dead person. The bodies then gradually floated up the river, flowing towards the outside world along with those bark fruits. Was it not expected? Suddenly, Im's voice came from inside the cave. Cold. And at first glance it seemed as if he was talking to himself. But after listening closely, it was not. Sleep. Endless sleep. Is that your plan? You who possesses endless life. I naturally can't spell you. But you've forgotten that once upon a time in the god realm, even though I was just an insignificant little god envoy, I mastered the ancient formations, and those who are descended from the gods will bring me a constant stream of life. And it doesn't seem to have occurred to you that I would in turn utilize your abilities. Ha ha ha. With that, Im suddenly let out a loud laugh. Though these humble mortals have disrupted all my plans and brought my years of preparation to naught, it is just that the heavens have indeed favored me after all. Once again I have a long life, a time long enough to devour you, to erode you, to destroy you completely. Bang! In an instant, the devil's fruit tree's body trembled violently, but it passed in an instant. Oh, not happy? You're angry? Hee hee, there's no use getting angry. Just wait in peace and wait for me to kill these humble mortals before I completely destroy your consciousness. At that time, I will be the true body of the divine tree, and I will be the most perfect deity. So what if it's the god realm? Ha ha ha, what is this asshole laughing at? Idiot 1. Laughing nigga laughing. Im's heartless laughter was naturally heard by the allied forces, and the irascible pirate's mouth opened to curse. It was just that Makiling Shank's warlord and the others had their faces changed, because that laughter was full of vigor. Not the slightest hint of weakness could be heard. This is. Suddenly, someone pointed to the river and exclaimed, "There are bodies floating down the river. If it isn't the who? It seems to be dead. It looks like he died from being deprived of his powers." And after seeing the face of the corpse, even Mu Ling was taken aback. Surprisingly, it's this guy? Chapter 212, Im's original body. Trafalgar Law? Death Surgeon. Why is this guy here? Makiling was surprised. It seems like ever since the Navy headquarters captured Dressrosa, this guy has not been heard from. It was thought that after Ming's death, the Great Revenge had been avenged and he had long since gone into seclusion somewhere in the world. I didn't expect to see him here. Or a dead one. Clamor. A gust of wind condensed between his palms, lifting the river to bring Luo's body to Makiling's eyes. There was no blood in his body, and when he touched his neck, it was unusually cold, so he had obviously been dead for a long time. No, Captain, look at this guy's. Sneer at. As soon as Shiro tore off the clothes on Ro's chest, there were no bloody holes that only appeared after being plundered of the devil fruit, but the crisscrossing veins on his chest seemed to be like cobwebs all over his body, because the death time is too long. The tendons have long been blackened, twisted in front of the chest like a worm. Extremely ugly. Turning over Lo's eyelids, red blood filled the eyes, and the ghastly white skin of Lo's face was covered with wrinkles, and the whole man seemed to be on the verge of. The sudden aging of dozens of years before death is generally appalling. Die of exhaustion. Suddenly, the green ox on the side voiced out. It should have been him who did it, but why hasn't this guy been pillaged for devil fruit? Lieutenant General Tsuru asked rhetorically. Is it because of the effect of the surgical fruit? What did you say, Makiling? The effect of the surgical fruit? What effect? The crowd immediately shifted their gaze. Superman Department surgical fruit. The specific effect as well as the ability must be clear to everyone. I won't say more. It's just that this fruit has a very magical effect, and it's not too much to say that it's the ultimate masterstroke. Akane, the ultimate jutsu? What is it? Ageless surgery, Makiling said in a deep voice, then continued. And to perform such a stance, one must fulfill 3 conditions. 1. A surgical fruit abuser. 2. One needs to be extremely talented in order to master it. 3. Once the ageless surgery is activated, the beneficiary will have an ageless life, while the caster will die completely. Boom! The faces of the crowd were stunned. The fruit of surgery has such an effect? No wonder Im didn't plunder this guy's fruit. So Im, at this point, is the beneficiary of the ageless surgery? But isn't he a god? Why even? Enalu was tempted to say that Im wasn't just farting with his pants down and being redundant. I don't know. Maybe there's a hidden secret we don't understand. Clamor. Voltying Luo's eyes down. Then a ball of extreme inflammation rose between Muling's palms, and in no time Luo returned to dust. Pity. I was planning to take this guy as a ship's doctor when I met him. Bang! The 10-foot-high stone wall was shattered by Carp's punch, sending flying rocks flying in all directions, and in the thick smoke and dust, a giant tree that covered the sky slowly appeared in the eyes of the crowd. The devil's fruit tree. Inside the dark cave, a few thick black branches hung down from the top of the head, and the giant high platform in the distance was where the devil's fruit tree was rooted. 100% instinctive. This time, finally, there will be no mistakes. He finally found you, asshole. Taking a step forward, Muling laughed. Clamor. With a wave of his big hand, several flames were flung out from between Muling's palms, clinging to the wall, and immediately the entire cave was lit up. Die Im. Today is the day you die. This time you won't be able to escape. Kill him. Anum. Rumbling. The ground trembled, and a pair of golden pupils slowly appeared at the center of the tree's torso. Gazing at the crowd of allied forces, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Kill me? With you dirtbags? Choking bugs? Ha ha ha. Interesting. It's really funny. Boom. In an instant, the cave exploded, and the flying rocks in the sky accompanied by the horrifying blast shockwave were lifted into midair in one fell swoop. Surprisingly, I was able to defeat my illusion god. Not bad, but you're still going to die today. Kill you all. There will be no one left to stop me. Ha ha ha. Im's insane laughter echoed within the cave, followed by a burst of explosions that instantly stormed around the area. The crowd only felt that the ground under their feet began to tremble, like the precursor of a volcanic eruption. Stupidly. No good. Everybody run. Sky, cooperate with me. Miso. With an explosive shout, the sword light-wielding Mu Ling instantly tore the ground beneath his feet apart. Lion Might Gacho Jigaku. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the stones under his feet instantly condensed into dozens of giant stones, and his broad back lifted up the crowd, and with a single leap, he flew towards the mid-air. And after seeing Makling make the Gasho Earth Scroll, Shirkei immediately reacted. His body was like a phantom knot scurrying and weaving through the stone lions. His palms were like shadows, slapping on the lion's head one by one, eliminating the gravity for it. This place is collapsing. Let's rush out. Stepping on the back of the stone lion, Karp's right foot forcefully chopped, and the whole person immediately flew straight overhead like a cannonball. Black-armed color hegemony wrapped around his right fist, and with a roaring sound, the top rock of the cave completely crumbled, and in just a few seconds, Im's body swung wildly, desperately destroying the rocky stone walls around him, and a 100-meter-thick black tree root ripped up from the earth, transforming into a roiling tentacle that wandered in the middle of the stone lions, constantly piercing through the bodies of one allied army after another. Look out, asshole! Damn thing! Bang! Rushing at the forefront of the allied forces, Mu Ling was like a road opener, cutting through a tree root tentacle in front of him, and between swings of his sword Chi, he opened up a safe path for the crowd behind him. Geez, what do I see? Terror! Is this his true form? The crowd that had escaped from life instantly sucked in a breath of cool air in unison as they hovered in mid-air overlooking the entire Ravdru Island. The trunk of the tree that covers the sky covers the entire sky, and the lavender, whose roots are all over the place under his feet, has long been integrated with the devil's fruit tree, just like his roots, which are deep-rooted. It's 1,000,000 times bigger than in the holy land of Manhwa. Whitebeard said in horror. Such a shocking scene, even he could not help but change color. Chapter 213, Is it worth it? Asshole. Naughty naughty. Electricity surged, and with a golden rod in his hand, Anilu went down with a thunderbolt, and dozens of tentacles were instantly severed. By now the vibrations had grown quiet. In the giant tree that covered the sky, a side of a human face was exposed in the tree's torso, and it was the young version of him that the crowd had seen earlier. The sea poured in, and the huge island was filled with black tree roots, coiled in every piece of land on the island, desperately drawing nutrients. In just a few seconds, all the plants on the island withered instantly at a speed that could be recognized by the naked eye, while the animals fell to the ground and died. All of them turned into a dry corpse by absorbing blood. Onward, gentlemen! Sneer at. The golden fluorescent dragon flew out from the sword nurturing gourd, pulling out 2 sword blossoms that flowed around Mu Ling's hand, and every vibration was accompanied by a faint golden pattern that diffused outward. Ha ha, yeah, victory or defeat is at stake. Whitebeard laughed out loud and followed Makiling's figure, charging towards him with a single step, and wherever the tip of the Tsong Yin cutting blade in his hand reached, space also crumbled in sections. The destruction of the world, the lives of you and me and others will be entrusted to this war. There is no room for error. It's either you or me. This is a battle that I will fight when I lay down my life. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Charge! Bang! Karp took the lead and rushed up first. His body was covered with armed color condensed in his fists. The monstrous momentum that rolled in was as unstoppable as a flood. And every time his feet stepped on the ground stepped out a huge crater. Ha ha ha! If you're dead, you're dead. As long as I can kill this, it's worth it. For justice. In the next second, Sengoku, Akane, Yellow Saru, Green Ox, and countless other admirals also rushed up. The final battle, complete and utter. Ha ha ha, come on mole crickets. Im laughed as the roiling branches plunged hard into the ground. In the next second, just before the crowd of allied forces was about to close in on the giant tree's torso, frantic tentacles exploded out of the ground, piercing one broad chest after another. Blood, corpses. One by one the coalition fell, but there were still countless allied forces rushing forward and back. Sneer at. A sword to cut the sky. Makiling and Hawkeye, Shang's 3 people at the same time out of the sword. Sword light across the tentacles are broken. Phantom sword dance. Black blade at chin. Red lotus Jedi sky. Clanking. In an instant, 3 long rivers of sword chi of different colors condensed into one, instantly colliding with the torrent of branches and trunks in the sky. At this moment, it was as if the heavens and earth were trembling. This way, with a long bellow, Whitebeard and the 3 of them, along with Skip, led countless allied forces to attack from the flanks. Click, click, click. Space shattered as a branch began to turn into debris from the tip of the tree and burst out towards the roots. Only in the next second, another roiling branch with golden light stabbed down. Asshole! Duong! Putting his long sword in his left hand, Whitebeard's right fist instantly exploded out. And at that moment all the branches came to a screeching halt in unison, stopping in midair. Ha ha ha! Old things can't be dying. Shishiwei, Chikagaya. Miso, the body of Shurji, who held the sword in both hands, was slightly stunned, and then it quickly spun around, and countless sword lights shot out crazily, destroying the branches. Bang! 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 Carp threw both fists in unison, 4 punches in one step, the shadows of his fists shaking the sky as he gradually forced his way towards him. Griffins, see the greatness of God. Snap! The thousands of branches of the devil's fruit tree converged into 2 gigantic arms, which then closed together fiercely with a roar. Divine tree, eternal night. In an instant, the sky was dark, the sun and the moon had no light, and the entire sky was as if it was splashed with ink, wrapped in endless darkness. Even Ace's flames and McKeeling's swordlight lost their splendor at this moment. Laws. This is the power of the laws of the pirate world. I'm temporarily deprived the pirate world of its crown light. Not a single light shall be revealed. In McKeeling's mind, the system blurted out. The power of the law? Is this the power of a god? How dare you even deprive a party of the laws of the world? Mu Ling was startled, and the darkness in front of him caused a trace of ominous foreboding to suddenly rise in his heart. Thumbs up. The next second, the chilling sound of branches penetrating countless chests came into his ears in an endless stream. He knew that Im was beginning an indiscriminate attack. Help! My eyes. I can't see anything. Bastard! To die like this. I'm not happy about it. Iceberg, are you with me? You? What's wrong with you? Iceberg? Maki Ling heard Bonnie's voice and panicked. Ha ha ha, how does it feel to be deprived of light? Isn't it scary? Now, welcome to the kingdom of God. Divine tree, senseless. Boom, accompanied by Im's voice. For a moment, everyone in the room just felt as if they couldn't hear anything else, couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. The blood churning in his mouth was tasteless, and he couldn't detect any pain. Sight, smell, hearing, taste, touch. To be senseless is to be deprived of all 5 senses. In the darkness of the night, countless people fell to the ground and died. Jean Pei, who had just dodged the branch attack, died in the next moment when a tentacle bursting out of the ground pierced his head. The extremely fast yellow monkey kept flickering through the darkness, dodging tentacle after tentacle with his weak seeing colors. Oh, shining fruit? I'll take it. Of course. Yellow Sorrow couldn't hear that sound of escaping laughter. The sharp-edged tip of the branch ruthlessly pierced into the yellow ape's head, and without any pain the yellow ape slowly fell to the ground. No! Akane burst out, and though it was only a shadow, he was able to determine that it was Yellow Saru. Gradually, more and more Union troops died horribly at the hands of him. Green Pheasant, Katakuri, Saber, Ace. The Siren King died protecting the dragon, and Saber was strangled by a branch to protect Kara. Slaughter, endless slaughter appeared on the battlefield. Immediately after that, the Black Blade breaks. Hawkeye is killed. Anila blocks a branch for Boning and dies through his chest. Hiryu dies for Old Sand. And Green Ox, Akane, and Dragon die along with him. Bang! A dark shadow slammed heavily into the ground. Am I dying? Ha! It seems to be true, though what can't be felt. Jesus Boo was lying on the ground. His 5 senses deprived, he didn't even know how he got hurt. One can only recognize that one is about to die by that waning consciousness. I'm sorry, Usopp. I'm not a good father, much less a good husband. You can hate me, curse me, and I'd love to go to your mother's grave and confess if I could. Hey, it seems like it shouldn't work now. Hey, this is a pirate. The sea. It belongs. This is the life of a pirate. Ha ha ha. Red-headed pirate Jesus Boo let out a long laugh and collapsed to the ground. Anger. Endless anger filled Mu Ling's mind. From the images of the battlefield coming from the system, he saw everything. Everyone is dead, even if there are very few left. Asshole. Asshole. I'll kill you. Ting. In an instant, the heavens and earth suddenly changed, and even the people who were deprived of their 5 senses seemed to be that heard the sound of the sword that shook the world. Countless sword lights stood in the air, plunging straight into the void. Roar. In the next moment, The five-clawed golden dragon swam out of Mu Ling's body and flew up to the center of the sword array, exploding itself into countless golden dots, together with one long sword after another, condensing into a golden sword array. Sword domain. The moment Mu Ling roared out the word sword domain, the entire pirate world's law of the sword rioted. 10,000 swords stood in unison, and rays of sword light shot from all over the world, converging on Ravdru. The black night dissipated, and the power of the law of the sword completely shattered Im's eternal night at this moment. The five senses then recovered, and a scene like an inferno on earth appeared before Mu Ling's eyes. Boom! Ma Keling, who carried all the sword energy of the entire pirate world, was like a god at that moment, looking down on him with a high gaze. There was nothing but killing intent in those sword eyes. God? God's breath? No, that's never going to happen. Why did you become a god? I have spent my endless life, not hesitating to fall into this small realm, in order to become a god. Branches and trunks were shaking, and at this point, Im was completely mad. Bang! Only in the next second, a horrible explosion appeared in Im's body. Large swaths of branches detached from the top of the tree, and the scent of the devil's fruit tree began to gradually decline. Im panicked, utterly frozen. This? You escaped? No, this can't be. How could you? Weren't you long before I quartered fruit? You actually gave yourself away before I arrived. Assholes, you all deserve to die. No one can live if you kill me. But Ma Keling, who had long been overwhelmed by anger, didn't care about anything he said. What becoming a god has nothing to do with me. I just want to kill you. In my name. The beginning of the sword of this world. Today, it ends with me. 10,000 swords return. Boom. Time. Static. The Ma Keling who had gathered the sword chi of the entire pirate world and had countless sword intent attached to his body. At this moment he was a deity. And this sword that possessed the laws of the sword was simply not something that him could resist. The sword light chopped down and was invincible. Branches crumbled and the tree's body was torn apart, accompanied by Im's agonized screams as a sword fell. No, I'm not happy. Bastard. Damn Akatsuki Makarin. My people will not let you go. Ha ha ha, you're going to die after all. I'll be waiting for you. Warm sunlight shone through the clouds. The warm sea breeze slightly blew Ma Keling's long hair, which was very comfortable. The war ended with the death of all the coalition forces and the dissipation of Im. Mu Ling sat quietly in the center of the corpse-strewn battlefield, a tear faintly falling from the corner of her eye. All dead. Hancock, Whitebeard the old man, and Sky, Cap, Iceberg, Haryu, Analu, Pony, Jean Pei, and countless others, who, letting out a long breath, Mu Ling sat cross-legged, a strange purple color flickering in his eyes. Outer Path Reincarnation-born art. Wow, 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 wow. Green healing light instantly exploded out of the reincarnation eye, forming a giant green vortex that wrapped around the corpses of everyone within the battlefield. Half a day later. Ha! A cold, lonely laugh. What a shame. I'm a brutal, ruthless, murderous pirate. Pale face, godless eyes. At this time, Mu Ling looks like a dying old man, full of white hair rising in the wind, gathering the entire pirate world's law of the sword to you, as well as incomparably close to the rules of God, just short of the proverbial kick in the pants. So, was it worth it? In his head, the complex voice of the system rang out. Ah ha ha ha, is it worth it? I don't know. I really don't know. Mu Ling suddenly laughed out loud, but he coughed violently as he laughed. His body can't take it anymore these days. It may be worth it, but it may not be, but it's done. It doesn't matter. Maybe, that's what makes people human. Living, breathing, flesh and blood. Exhale. The breeze was blowing the gray hair, and the man, who had fallen to the ground. Chapter 214, The Pirates Volume. The End. Ting. It was like a drop of rainwater flooding the surface of a tranquil lake, and the moment it splashed through the ripples, a soft chime echoed out, and as the ripples spread, a shining point of light suddenly unfolded amongst the circle of ripples. Around each point of light, a thick layer of light arcs condensed, flowing around the light cluster like a protective shield. The ripples grew bigger and bigger, gradually spreading outward, and the densely packed points of light scurried out as if they were springing up brightly and darkly. Then the river of stars appeared, clusters of meteorites, nebulae and so on. Countless small planets condensed into a rippling Milky Way in just a few seconds as the waves spread. What is this? Suddenly, an out-of-place voice echoed through the galaxy. This is the beginning of the universe, the system said icily. The universe? So I'm in your head. Oh, I thought. What? I am not dead? Mu Ling was surprised, and his voice was so loud that it instantly shook several planets in the distance. Idiot. This is a model I just made. Snap. The huge force came, and Mu Ling only felt as if his body was being punched hard towards his head and slammed into the ground. Well, system your sister. Ha, this. Suddenly, lying on the ground, Mu Ling found that the ground had changed, becoming colorful and multicolored. Gradually, the outlines of some people appeared in his eyes. Hancock, Whitebeard, Akane, Analu, Yellow Ape, and countless others appeared in the ground. This feeling, it's just like watching TV. It was still the same battlefield, but at this time there were no more corpses everywhere. The earth was moisturized, everything was revived, and everyone was resurrected. Gathering together, with heavy faces, they looked at the old man in the very center who had fallen to the ground. Wait, so, isn't that Temo? That's me? Mu Ling recognized the identity of the old man, with his flowery white hair and a pale but still a few hints of a handsome face. Exactly yourself. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hopefully dude is still dead. Aha, that's right. Your funeral will probably be held soon. Condolences. The system had a tone of you look on the bright side. God Nima's condolences. McKeeling's entire body was bad at once. Okay, no kidding you. Does that mean I'm not dead? Mu Ling's eyes lit up in anticipation. Dead? Then you say shit, but I can bring you back to life. Ha ha ha. I knew you guys were unreliable but still useful. Quickly, resurrect me. System. What if I suddenly don't want to? What? Traveling to the next world? Looking at the empty starry sky, Mu Ling was surprised. That's right. That is the only criterion for resurrecting you. There is no other way. Can't you be accommodating? McKeeling still held a hint of fantasy. It can be accommodated. You continue to stay here for a few tens of thousands of years or whatever, and then you can be resurrected when this system finishes its graduation program. Say, which world? McKeeling resigned himself to his fate. Graduation? You want to graduate like that? You're kidding. Naruto world. The system said icily. And then what? Nothing? Just one choice? Aren't such situations always left to the host's choice? Nope. Because of your use of the outer path reincarnation turning born technique, your life force has long since faded, and the Naruto world, where the technique originated, is the perfect place for it. So, any missions yet? Depends on the mood of this system. Or, when the entire Naruto world can't accommodate you, it's time for you to leave. Can't stand me? What does that mean? You have 3 days. Clamor. In an instant, Mu Ling realized that his body began to become illusory, disappearing a little bit into the starry sky. Can I take my companion with me? Whatever. In the next second, McKeeling disappeared into thin air. 3 days later, Navy headquarters. Bang! The desk in the marshal's office gurgled as Akane slapped it. Asshole. A bunch of hateful old things. Are you guys trying to force me to die? Looking at the mountain of pre-processed documents on his desk, Akane's entire body was bad, with Carp at the forefront. It's surprising that the older admirals such as Sengoku, Vice Admiral Crane, Green Ox, and Yellow Sorrow all resigned at the same time, took off their uniforms, threw away their ranks, and ran off to retirement together. Damnable asshole. So many papers. How long will I have to straighten them out all by myself? At once, Akane's angry voice spread throughout the entire Navy headquarters. Revolutionary Army headquarters. Chieftain, do we, the Revolutionary Army, really want to give up everything we have now and join the council? Looking at the dragon standing on the beach, Saber spoke in a deep voice. That's right, with the world government gone, the meaning of what the Revolutionary Army exists for will go with the flow. Speaking of which, the dragon's face became extremely ugly. So now the Revolutionary Army's situation has instead become 100 times more dangerous than before. Because a revolutionary army without a goal is anyone's guess as to what it will develop into. And such a powerful force will become extremely dangerous without the restraints of the world government. Even the chief dragon could only get a rough idea of how big the Revolutionary Army's sphere of influence really was. But he could say without a doubt that the Revolutionary Army had stars all over the world. And they, who were previously in hiding because of the world government's crackdown, are now sky high, and who knows what kind of moves they'll make. Because of the lack of a goal, because of the unwillingness to be perennially oppressed, and because of the political chaos of today's world, anyone who wants to get a piece of the pie at this point in time, that's human nature. It can't stand up to half the scrutiny, much less any test. Even the dragons can't do anything about it. The human mind can never be imprisoned. Okay, I agree. The World Council, made up of many kingdoms. It is also led by the Navy headquarters, the Revolutionary Army, and the sea, too, is about to form a league of adventurers. Of course, no one knew the specifics of the situation, and even Mu Ling didn't ask too many questions. It is a trend that divides and unites. The chaotic sea will eventually be unified by the Adventurers Alliance. And after some years, when the alliance is weakened, the sea will surely fall into chaos again. It's just a matter of weeks and weeks. Rumbling. The azure sky was instantly densely covered with thunder, and a chrysanthemum-like space-time vortex appeared above everyone's heads. Husband, we're really going to another world? Up until this point, Hancock had been a bit confused. Traveling to other worlds? This is not too. Ha ha ha. I feel like I'm getting excited already. Analu laughed out loud. Hawkeye, I wonder what swordplay is like in that world. Again. Evening, I wonder if there are any fishman eyes there. You guys, you just think too much. It's good to have food. Bonnie grinned, looking forward to the other world with any new and exciting cuisine. Too bad that bastard Katakuri isn't coming. Says he's going to find his sister. TSK, brother and sister. Whatever. The captain said we'd be back sooner or later anyway. Ding. There was a soft sound in his mind. And Mu Ling immediately looked up at that space-time vortex. Beep. Now officially opening the space-time wormhole. Target, Naruto World. Countdown to crossing. 10, 9, 8, 321. Let's go. Ho 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 ho. Chapter 215 The New World, The Rebellion of the Nine Tails. The Land of Fire. Kiba Village. Kiba calendar year 048. A round of bright moon hanging high in the night sky. The moonlight is bright and starry. It seems so peaceful and quiet. Roar. Suddenly, a frantic roar broke the quiet of the night. Bang, bang, bang. Terrifying roars exploded in the middle of the night sky, and noises like a mountainous tsunami exploded one after another. Almost instantly, all the ninja within the Kiba ninja village sensed the unusualness. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Protect the village! No! What kind of monster is this? Oh my god! This! Shoo away! Red shockwaves instantly shot from afar, accompanied by a hissing sound that shook the heavens and earth. The gate of the Kiba ninja village instantly turned into flying dust and disappeared into the air. Roar! A huge fire-red nine-tailed demon fox appeared in the vicinity of the Kiba village. About 10 feet tall, its eyes red, containing endless hatred, sharp claws constantly shooting on the ground, pouncing towards the Kiba village. For a while, houses crumbled and the ground shook. Screams, wails, and a steady stream of voices came out from all over the village. Countless people died in this blood-colored chakra, and blood flowed in rivers on the ground, and the blood mist that filled the air gradually covered the entire sky. Help! Where is Naruto-sama? Save us! Where's Shikio? Where is Lord Shikio? Don't panic, everyone, get into the shelter. Don't worry, everyone, Lord Shio will definitely protect us. More and more villagers fled into the shelter, while the rest of the ninjas, forward and backward, ran towards the Nine Tails. Protect the village. This was the consensus in the mind of every Kiba ninja. That's it. Head towards Kiba village. What a dirty world. Ha ha ha. Creepy laughter echoed in the night sky, and a robe of blood clouds whistled with the gusty wind. There was blood faintly flowing out of his right arm, the result of the great battle just now. This person is none other than Uchiha Bandu, sneaking into Kiba village. Taking advantage of the fact that Joexionai had just given birth to Naruto, he took him captive, and then broke the seal to completely release the Nine Tails, the culprit of the Konoha Nine Tails rebellion. For once, you're not here in time, my dear teacher. Boom! In the next second, huge smoke accompanied by a popping sound exploded in the village, and a giant dark red toad appeared in front of Nine Tails, and at the top of Toad's head, a man in Naruto robes appeared, the fourth Naruto of the Konoha ninja village, Namikaze Suikato, 4th generation. It's the fourth Naruto-sama. Great! Naruto-sama has finally arrived. Only, Mizumon, who was under the cheers of the crowd, had an unusually ugly face. Rustle of skirts. A black bitterness was flung out from his hand, and in the next second, the Nine Tails who had been terrorizing the village instantly disappeared into thin air along with Swayman. Flying Raijin no Jutsu. Upon learning of the existence of Uchiha Bandito, and knowing that the other party would surely bring even greater disaster to the village in the future, Mizukato had the idea of sealing the Nine Tails within his own son, Naruto. Rumbling. In an instant, raging thunder converged at the place in the sky outside the Konoha ninja village. In the next second, a space-time vortex appeared, and an aura that was terrifying to the extreme instantly enveloped the entire sky. What's this? Bandito, who was following close behind, looked up at the sky in confusion. Beep. The host has arrived in the Naruto world, Kiba Ninja Village. Please also ask the host to work harder and not let this system down. Maki Ling, what's with the old fatherly tone? Asshole system, you out. Fight me for 300 rounds if you can. Hancock, husband, is this the Naruto world? Green Pheasant, it's nighttime. Old Shah, jia, I didn't think we'd actually come to the other world. Roar. Suddenly, a roar woke up the people who were chatting. Looking down, a fire-red nine-tailed demon fox came into view. The bloody giant mouth opened angrily. A black substance was constantly converging and skyrocketing around the mouth. What is this? It's comparable in size to a Neptune. Nope. The aura inside this monster is going to be even more terrifying than a Sea King class. Hiria said in a deep voice. Aha? Tailed beast jade? Holy shit. Isn't that Nine Tails? Glancing his eyes towards the distance, Maki Ling recognized Wave Wind's Sailor Moon at a glance. The main thing is that head of blonde hair in the dark night is particularly eye-catching. Flirty. What a guy. Zigzag. Thunder raged, and with an explosive cry, Aniro instantly disappeared into the night sky. An explosion of thunderous power pouring towards Bandicoot in the woods. Bandito? I'll rub it in. This guy's senses are a little too sharp. I took one look from a distance and I got caught? What? You can't look at me, can you? Clamor. The pillar of thunder pierced through Bandito's body and blasted into the ground, stirring up a gust of smoke and dust. Analu's eyes changed as he recognized this bizarre move of dodging an attack. Same eyes as the captain? Is he the one the captain told us to watch out for? Interesting. In the next moment, Reiku appeared behind Bandu, and the golden rod in Aniru's handward and smashed down towards his opponent's head. Duong! A flash of black light swept over the golden rod, and both Analu and Bandito's bodies took several steps backward at the same time. Same eyes? What does that mean? These people. And what are their identities? Sound of escaping laughter. The moment the bitterness in his hand was shattered by the lightning, the Shin Megami Tensei space exploded into a swirling mass that immediately wrapped and engulfed Bandito's body. Oh, is that Uchiha Bandai? A smirk flashed in his eyes, and the moment he saw Bandito, Maki Ling had already guessed what period of time the Naruto world was in nowadays. Kiba Nine Tails Rebellion, Destiny's Son, Whirlpool Naruto, is born, and Toolman Bandito wreaks havoc on the Konoha ninja village and kills his master, Namikaze Suikato. What a way to get here early. Chapter 216, The Furious Nine Tails. The exchange between Bandu and Aniru was naturally seen by Namikaze Suikato. A huge shock to the heart. Although he had only fought the other party for a few rounds, the strength of the masked man was clear to him. Weird tactics, and with space-type moves, it is more likely that it is the strongest person who once created the Woodleaf Ninja Village, the Uchiha clan, Uchiha-zan, and such a difficult character had fought the guy holding the golden rod just now, leaving aside whether or not the two had gone all out. This point was enough to prove the strength of these people in the air. Very strong. For a moment, looking at his wife, who was weak in his arms and had her 9 tails taken away from her alive, as well as the 9 tails in the distance, the guys from an unknown source overhead, Wavewind Suemon instantly felt bad. What should I do? Should I continue with the 8 trigram seal? Bang! And just as Mizukato was torn, the air within the forest instantly shook as the 9 tails' terrifying blood-colored chakra finally coalesced to the point of forming a giant-tailed beast jade in its mouth. Sound of escaping laughter. The rage in his blood-red eyes did not diminish, and he gazed at Mu Ling in death. Because of the attack by Aniru, as soon as Bandito left the area, 9 Tails regained his sanity and was no longer controlled by the Sharingan. But the moment he saw Mu Ling, a wave of anger that was disgusting to the extreme filled 9 Tails' brain. Kill him! Kill him! Kill this abomination! Roar! The moment the tailed beast jade was shot out, rolling waves of air met his face, the earth trembled beneath his feet, and a fierce wind swept through the entire forest. What a terrifying aura! Hawkeye said in a deep voice before stepping forward with his sword in hand ready to take the tailed beast jade. On the night of the Black Dagger, which was broken in the pirate world, Maki Ling was already refining his spirit to restore it to its original state. I'd better do it. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile, and Mu Ling's fingertip gently pointed toward the void. Clamor. White spatial power rippled at his fingertips and then rotated violently, condensing into a giant void door that appeared in front of everyone's eyes, not allowing Eagle Eye to make a move. Mu Ling naturally had his own concerns. What exactly is the division of power between the pirate world and the Naruto world? Which of the Hawkeye great swordsman's strengths is stronger or weaker than that of a shadow-class powerhouse? Furthermore, the 9 tails in front of him was not weak, and that tailed beast jade was not something that an ordinary person could resist. These were all things that Maki Ling needed to consider. So he planned to make an assessment of the strength of the Naruto world before letting the crowd strike. Like a mute shot, the astonishingly imposing tailed beast jade was swallowed into the twisted space the next second it encountered the void gate. In the blink of an eye, it was torn apart by the spatial turbulence. What? The tailed beast jade is even. The grounded Namikaze Suikato said with a face full of horror. Suikato, how's Jasina doing? Clamor. Several figures came through the forest to the clearing where Mizumon was. None other than the third Naruto Sarutobi Hinata and several members of the Dark Sect. The 9 tails have been taken. and Gyoshinna is only afraid, Swayman said in a deep voice. Once a tailed beast is forcibly detached by an external force, the human pillar power will die ref. I love you, asshole. Sarutobi slammed his fist on the ground, his face full of rage. Mishio, I'm going to seal the 9 tails into Naruto's body and complete the 8 trigrams seal. With these words, Sarutobi Hizuru had understood Mizukato's plan. But Naruto he's your child. Looking at the crying Naruto, the words were not uttered by Sarutobi Hizuru, as he knew it was useless to say them. This disciple grandson, who had high hopes from himself, had taken on too much in this moment. I believe in Naruto because he's my son, isn't he? Smiling, Wave Wind-Sumon's hands instantly transformed into phantom shadows, and a knot seal was completed as quickly as the wind. Crashing sound, and at the same time, snuggled in her husband's arms Gyoshinna, lovingly looked at Naruto after. Instantly opened the 8 trigram seal, countless chains shot out from the body. Dead trapped the body of the 9 tails. Sarutobi Hinata and the remaining few members of the dark sect stood around each other and raised their boundaries. Everything moves in one fluid motion. Just, hey! Suddenly, an ill-timed voice came into everyone's ears. Within the boundary, Muling was suspended in midair with a hint of helplessness and a bit of amusement in her eyes. I said, as for, just the 9-tailed thing? Still dead? Jasuna, Namake Suikato, Sarutobi. Everyone's faces were filled with black lines, glancing at Makiling with slanted eyes. What do you mean? Are you looking down on us? Aha! No, it's a boundary. Alright, how did you get in here? Oh, this is the boundary. Ha! It's pretty easy. You got in one go. Waving his hand, Makiling said in a very unimpressed manner. The crowd froze once again, and then their faces turned sour. Roar! And it was this brief moment of daze, and the fact that Jasuna was really weak. The seal loosened. The 9 tails broke free of their chains, and without saying a word, those sharp claws stabbed down towards Muling. The 9 tails wanted to kill Makiling more than they wanted to seal it to the duo of Watergate 9 Simone. What do you mean I can still die with this thing? What do you mean? Who are you talking to? Boom! A dull roar instantly assaulted the entire room. 9 tails froze. Everyone froze. One hand. This man had actually blocked 9 tails' claws with just one hand. And that strand of violent and restless blood-red chakra was torn apart by the protective sword chi the moment before it touched Makiling's palm. TSK, what a lively little cutie. Click. The sound of bones crumbling. 9 tails only felt that his right paw was completely devoid of feeling after a shock of great pain. Roar. In an instant, 9 tails was enraged. Cute. My ass. This tailed beast will tear you to pieces. Chapter 217. Rumbling. The 9 tails raised its head to the sky and whistled. Horrifying waves of blood-colored chakra chi constantly bursting out from its body, condensing into a wave of shockwaves surging madly towards the surroundings. Only the next moment it was blocked by the boundary, and it couldn't hurt the place outside the boundary in the slightest. And after seeing the boundary, the 9 tails became more and more furious, and with its huge mouth open angrily, it aimed at Muling. Kill you! Bang! 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 The black-tailed beast Jade instantly blasted out as if it didn't want to die. Its speed was extremely fast, and although its shape was much smaller than the previous one, and its power was weakened by quite a bit, the number of them was dominant, and the consumption of chakra was very huge. Mizuto run! Watch out! Sarutobi Hizuru outside the boundary instantly exclaimed. Such a number of tailed beast Jade once the explosion. Is the boundary maybe broken open? Not to mention the boundary inside the Watergate and Gyoshinna. Bastard! Damn you! Damned 9 tails! Namake Suikato was more than a little pissed off that the flying Raijin couldn't be used because of the boundary. Such a dense explosion of tailed beast Jade, Gyoshinna and Naruto can. At this moment, even Makarin was under Mizuki's scrudge. Ha ha ha, what a naughty thing to do. Clamor. In an instant, a flash of swordlight pierced through the void, cutting through the darkness of the night bursting out from between Muling's palms. At this moment, the heavens and earth roared, and even within the distant Konoha ninja village, this sword sound was heard. The golden dragon head leapt out from the body of the fluorescent dragon sword, and the majestic dragon body coiled above the head of the 9 tails, transforming into a sky of sword chi, instantly destroying all the tailed beasts Jade in ashes, without any explosions appearing. Those dozens of tailed beast Jades were torn into pieces by the sword chi without even exploding. Up to this point, this sword, the skill amazed the 4 seats. That flash of light completely caused everyone to be dumbfounded in place. This is a sword art? One of the dark sectors said in stupefaction. This is the tailed beast Jade of the 9 tails. It's an existence that even the 4th generation wouldn't dare to defend against easily. He actually chopped it up with one sword? It hasn't caused any explosions yet. How did he do that? Could it be one of the sealing techniques? Snap! In the next second, a crunching sound within the boundaries awakened the crowd, only to see that at this moment, Mu Ling had long since flown to Ninetales' head, one hand gently stroking Ninetales' fluffy fur. Well, any interest in being my pet? Roar! Ninetales hissed angrily, but his voice was much quieter at this point. It was shocked by that five-clawed golden dragon shadow. Unseal it! With an explosive shout, Sarutobi Hizuru, who could no longer hold back the anxiety in his heart, instantly made a seal with both hands and unlocked the boundary that had trapped the Ninetales. As things stood, the Ninetale rebellion was no longer enough to threaten the village. And the real terror is these people of unknown origin in front of us. Can't let the Mizukage family continue to stay inside the boundary. It's too dangerous. Sneer at. In the next second, a blood-red light appeared behind Sarutobi. Be good and stay where you are. Don't do anything else bad. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you'll remain standing, killing, brutalizing, and powerful. Terrifying sword chi instantly filled Sarutobi Hizuru's surroundings since the moment Thunderstorm unsheathed his sword, causing him to be scared. Although this sword aura was terrifying, it didn't have the usual biting coldness of the man from earlier, and Sarutobi Hinata felt that he wasn't weaker than his opponent. Just, damn it, who the hell are you people? What are you doing here in my Konoha ninja village? Ha! Shilio laughed softly and didn't say anything, with a look that said if you dare to move, I'll cut you to death. Bastard! Bully! A touch of anger flashed across his pale face. Sarutobi Hizuru made a seal with both hands. His mouth immediately opened violently, and his body was even filled with a tyrannical flame aura. Fire transportation, fire dragon inferno bomb. Boom! A giant fire dragon bathed in flames instantly erupted out of its mouth, and it charged right up towards Hiryu. Oh, is this the ninjutsu of this world? Surely it cannot be underestimated. Standing in place, Shilio didn't even move, his ice-cold eyes gazing at the pouncing fire dragon in death. Sneer at. The thunderstorm in his hand gradually turned into the color of blood, and then a bloody light chopped straight down. Extremely fast, the inferno dragon was torn in two from it, blazing flames slicing through both sides of Hiryu's body. Only in the next second, a black shadow flew out of the flames. A huge rod. Stick? Hiryu let out a cry of surprise and was about to raise his sword to block when Sarutobi Hizuru's figure appeared behind him, and three hand swords were immediately flung over. Anum. Whooshing. The sharp blade shone with an icy cold light under the night sky, shooting straight at Hiryu. Trying to sneak up on me? Hiryu immediately twisted his body, and with a single sword, he chopped backward. The sword light was quick, instantly chopping away the shuriken and severing Sarutobi Hizuru's body from the waist. Dead? Is it that easy? Sound of escaping laughter. In the next second, Sarutobi's severed body turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared into the air. On the other hand, a large, thick and black-haired hand suddenly sprang out from the rod and gripped Leiyu in one hand. Well done, ape demon. Just then, Sarutobi Hinata's voice actually came out from one of the shuriken on the ground. Tuzotsukudani, Earth Stream Great River. Snap. The sword in his hand instantly turned into Sarutobi Hinata, and then the moment his right hand slapped heavily on the ground, a torrent of earth-colored dirt blasted towards Hiryu, a means of surprise. GGG, that's awesome. With two light praises, Hiryu, whose face changed slightly, immediately transformed his body into a phantom and ran towards the distance. Behind them, a rolling torrent swept by. Roar! Meanwhile on the other side, the very moment the seal was lifted, with an explosive cry, Ninetales' body immediately shrunk and desperately ran towards the interior of the forest. Get out of here! Whatever it takes. Run! This was the only thought in Ninetales' mind at this moment. This man was too scary, as well as that golden guy just now. Ninetales vaguely sensed greed in its gaze. It actually tried to eat itself. Not good. Ninetales is escaping. Stop him. No, let it go. The dark sections that were about to chase after Ninetales were stopped by Sarutobi Hinata. It would be unwise to go to war with the Ninetales at this time. Chapter 218, Can't Get a Deal. Can you? Oh, Namake Suikato? Are you really going to stop me? Looking at the blonde man in front of her who blocked her way, Makiling smiled. What are you doing stopping me for if you don't care about your dying wife and your newborn child? I don't know exactly who you are, but this is the Konoha Ninja Village. The safety of the village is more important than anything else. I will never allow you to do anything to jeopardize the village. So get out of here. Looking at Makiling who was standing in the air, Wave Wind Watergate said in a deep voice word by word. Anum. You who? What a big mouth. I'm just standing outside your Kiba Ninja Village. I haven't even entered your village gates yet. Can't get a deal. Ha? That's a little too much of an assumption, isn't it? Makorin did not deny the fact that the other party was trying to protect the village and thus viewed himself as a danger. After all, It's not too shabby to protect your hometown. It's just your breath. If I hadn't stepped in, you'd be dead with your wife by now. Sneer at. Blood-red crippled Chi into a stream of light instantly flew out from the sword-raising gourd. Pulling out a sword flower appeared in the hands of Mu Ling. Since you want to fight, then let me see the strength of the fourth Naruto. Rustle of skirts. In an instant, a flash of black light exploded out of Namikaze Suikado's hand, a bitterless with the flying Raijin seal attached to it. Without any hesitation, the moment he saw Makiling's sword, Wave Wind Watergate knew that today's battle could not be avoided. Duong. The moment the sword body crossed towards the front and sent the bitterless flying, Makiling twisted his body sharply, and his superb seeing colors had already predicted Wave Wind Summon's next move. Sure enough, clamor. Spiral Maru. The blue spiral ball of light continued to skyrocket in Namikaze Suikado's hands, and utilizing the flying thunder god to blink, he appeared on Makorin's right side and blasted down with a single pellet. Clanking, the violet chakra spiral pill instantly and crippling chi ruthlessly collided together. Sharp sword chi from the sword body, constantly destroying the internal structure of the spiral pill. Breaking army rising dragon strike. Roar or howl of an animal. The golden dragon head made of sword chi immediately sprang out from above Mu Ling's head, and the noisy giant mouth bit the spiral Maru to pieces in one go. Immediately after that, Makiling's body sank down and condensed into a long rainbow of sword chi that appeared in front of Wave Wind Swayman at an extremely fast speed. Amazing speed. Sound of escaping laughter. The opponent who was hit by the breaking army ascending dragon strike and spat out blood had turned into a piece of wood in the next moment. Substitution? It's so true that it's an open-ended jutsu. Seeing the color open, Mu Ling does not retreat. Cripple chi in the hand without saying anything will be toward the underground hard stabbing. Ting! A figure sprang out from the land, and it was none other than Namikaze Suikado, who had utilized a substitution technique to dodge the sword technique and subsequently hit underground. Seeing the crippling chi that stabbed down head-on, Wave Wind Watergate's body shook, apparently not expecting his own attack to have been detected by the other party. Sound of escaping laughter. A shadow doppelganger suddenly appeared in midair and yanked his body and immediately flung it backwards. The tip of Cripple Chi's sword stopped less than a few centimeters from his forehead. Shadow splitting technique with shuriken. Wave Wind Swayman, who was retreating backwards, waved his big hand. A hand sword flew out, and in the next second it transformed into hundreds of hand swords like shadows, shooting towards Makorin. Broken Sky Batusai Chop. Miso. The giant sword arc swept out and was invincible, shattering all the shuriken. Watergate. Sarutobi Hinata burst out and was about to step in to help Suikado against Makorin. Jia, your opponent is me. A ball of bloody light stopped Sarutobi Hizuru. It was none other than Hiryu. At this moment, his eyes were crimson, his body bathed in a murderous aura, and he was clearly excited to the extreme. It's been a really long time since I've met an opponent like you. What fun! Hiryu said sorrowfully. What kind of people are these TMOs? Sarutobi Hinata's entire body was suddenly bad. Boom! The thunderstorm instantly collided with the giant shuriken, and in the next moment, Sarutobi Hizuru leaped forward and threw out 3 giant shurikens in his hands once again. Kazuno, Cyclone. Clamor. Instantly, a ball of tyrannical wind instantly exploded out of Sarutobi Hizuru's mouth, resembling a giant wind blade that rolled up the 3 shuriken and arrived in front of Hiryu in the blink of an eye. Blood Rainslayer. Between the swings of the sword light, a blood-colored cross-chop chopped out from Thunderstorm. Click, click, click. Sword chi and wind blades intertwined with each other. Suppressed to the extreme, bursts of sound suddenly rose one after another. The sword light was sharp, but the wind blades were no less impressive. Boom! In the next moment, the wind blade and the cross-chop dissipated at the same time. Roar! The 9 llamas, who had been spreading their wings all the way towards the depths of the forest, glanced back at Makiling in the distance, and when they realized that the other party was being entangled by Mizukado and wasn't chasing after them, they suddenly grinned with a big, happy grin. Damnable human. Don't even think of capturing this great master as a pet. Humph. Sooner or later, this great master will have to capture you as a human pet. Bye-bye. There were a few more loud roars, and the 9 llamas were clearly in a good mood. Today not only got rid of the 9-tailed human pillar force Xin Na, but also saved from being bound by the 8 trigram seal, and successfully escaped. There was a little hiccup in the middle, but it didn't affect the outcome of regaining one's freedom in any way. In one word, awesome. Anum. Nuisance. Suddenly, the sound of a surge of electricity reached the ears of the 9 llamas. Aha! Anyone? Red pupils gazing around as he ran. The 9 llamas who had just escaped were wary. It doesn't want to be taken as a pet again. And so it went. 1 minute, 2 minutes, when the sound of electricity came to his ears again. Roar! The huge body stopped in an instant. Those 9 fiery red tails were rooted upside down, and rich blood-colored chakra filled the area around the body. What man? Get out. Yo, looks like your monster's vigilance is still good. Very lucid. Shoo away. In an instant, a black-tailed beast jade quickly coalesced in the Nine Llama's mouth, and without saying a word, it shot out towards the source of the sound. Naughty naughty. Lightning flashed, and Analu's body instantly pulled out countless thunder shadows, easily dodging the tailed beast jade. You're with that asshole. Looking at the guy in front of him, who was bathed in lightning, had fair skin, and was filled with a bizarre smile, the Nine Llama's red pupils instantly added another splash of blood color. Chapter 219. What kind of monsters are these? That asshole? In an instant, Analu realized who the asshole was that the Nine Llamas were talking about. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile, and Analu looked at the Nine Llamas sympathetically, without reason, remembering himself at the time. The captain's temper is so much better than it was back then. Otherwise, for the likes of the Nine Llamas, they would have been slaughtered at the drop of a hat. And give you time to say one more word? Nine tails, right? That's what I heard those ninjas call you just now. Come with me. Boom, of a drum. The thunder drum shook the sky and snapped 3 times in a row. In an instant, 3 thunder beasts bathed in lightning, thunder phoenixes, and thunder dragons instantly burst out from the thunder drums and pounced towards the Nine Llamas in 3 separate directions. Asshole! I'm not going back with you as a pet. Roar! Raising his voice to the sky, the furious Nine Tails raised his right paw, and instantly countless red chakra turbulence shot out from his body, like a red snake wrapping itself around the 3 thunder beasts in death. Sound of escaping laughter. The 3 thunder beasts instantly exploded, but they still blew out a large area of scorched black on the Nine Llamas' bodies. Damn it! In the next second, at the back of the Nine Llamas, a huge red chakra beast claw descended from the sky and slapped down towards Anilu. Suspended in midair, Anilu didn't even move, allowing the beast's claws to pass through his body, and then raised his right hand high in the air. Divine punishment. Rumbling. In an instant, thunder surged in the dark night sky, and tens of thousands of terrifying silver serpents coiled above the Nine Llamas' heads, accompanied by Anilu's swinging down palms that came crashing down. In the blink of an eye, the Nine Llamas were swallowed into the thunder. It's over. Taking the golden rod back, Anilu took a step towards the smoke, ready to bring the Nine Llamas back. Whooshing. Anilu, who had just heard a cracking sound in his ears, instantly used his seeing colors to sense the crisis underground. The body instantly fell back several meters, and at the same time, a red and horrible aura filled with a tail ripped up underneath the feet, like a ground spike lunging towards Aniru step by step. I can't believe I still have the strength to resist. Sure enough, the monsters of this world really can't be underestimated. Click, click, click. Anilu took out his golden rod, and the violent thunder power filled the circumference of the rod, while at the same time, a touch of gold sprang out of his body and flowed on top of the thunder, forming a wisp of golden dragon-shaped lines. It was precisely the dragon power that he had previously obtained within the 1,000-year Dragon Valley. At this point in time, Aniru was able to simply use this strong power, and the opposite side of the Nine Llamas, after seeing the attacks were dodged by Anilu, the anger once again soared, waving his sharp claws and then pounced. Rumbling. Thunder converges. At this moment, the air all seemed to be filled with a hint of burnt flavor. The untamed eyes slowly closed, not putting the approaching Nine Llamas in his eyes at all. 300 million volts, Thor. Bang! The thick pillar of thunder roared down, instantly engulfing Anilu. In the next moment, a huge thunder vortex appeared, swallowing all the thunder power in it like a centrifuge. The thunder dissipated, and a 10-foot-tall thunder god Anilu, his body filled with blue electricity, rose up from the ground. Asshole! What monsters are these? Looking at the immense and incomparable Aniru in front of him, whose size was not inferior to his own, the Nine Llamas felt as if they had lived all these years for nothing. How come I've never seen a guy like this before? Thunder? Is that those assholes from the cloud-hidden village? Bang! When the golden rod wrapped in exploding thunder appeared above his head. At this point, the Nine Llamas could no longer care about what the enemy was coming from. This nigga is dying. A dull roar suddenly erupted, and the 2 huge nine-tailed chakra claws toppled the golden rod in midair like the power of the heavens. Click! As this rod smashed down, the Nine Llamas only felt their bones splintering as if they were about to fall apart. Abominable! Why does this guy have so much power? How can I, as a tailed beast, be embarrassed by this? Unforgivable! Bang! Ninetail's huge body leaped up, mouth continuously sprayed tailed beast Jade to attack Anilu. Immediately after it then body inverted, quickly spinning up. Nine red tail like 1,000 pounds of momentum. A moment will be bombarded on the top of Anilu's head. Because of resisting the tailed beast Jade, Anilu carried the move hard, The tailed beasts within the Naruto world not only possess extremely strong chakra, but also super tough physical bodies, and their tails are the strongest strike beyond the tailed beast Jade. Click! Raijin Analu's left shoulder was smashed by the tail, instantly collapsing and perishing in a large chunk. Ha ha ha, death I human. Nine Tails laughed madly. Bang! Makabayashi's body sidestepped Wave Wind Sukman's punch. Then his body twisted sharply and slashed the two doppelgangers that were bombarding him from the top of his head with a sword. In the next second, hundreds more doppelgangers burst out of the smoke, each holding a huge spiral maru and rushing up. Steadying his body, the cripple in his hand was raised above his head. Extreme Inferno, Heavenly Inferno slash. Miso. The sword light streaked across the sky, and the rushing flame sword she instantly pierced through the clouds, incinerating the entire sea of clouds. A sword chopped down, one after another. The doppelgangers turned into smoke under the swordlight, and in less than a few seconds, hundreds of doppelgangers were all dissipated. Sound of escaping laughter. And just before one of the doppelgangers dissipated, a bitterness came out of his hand. This again? Without even thinking, Makiling raised his sword to block, because the bitter end in front of him was the incarnation of Wave Wind Sukman. There was no chance that the next second the bitterless would swap places with the distant main body, thus attacking himself at close range. Ting! Suddenly, a flash of light flashed out of the corner of Mu Ling's eye as a crisis appeared behind him. The body immediately displaced tens of meters backward, and while doing so, Makiling's gaze continued to patrol the surroundings, wanting to find a trace of Wave Wind Watergate. Where's everybody going? Boom! The smoke dispersed, and the bitter nozzle that was shot at Makiling suddenly exploded and instantly turned into a ball of blue spiral pills. It's Heliamaru, not Suikoden? Mu Ling immediately looked towards the back, only to find that behind him was actually empty. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and Mu Ling thought of a possibility. Finally got you. Sound of escaping laughter. Incredibly, the spiral maru that was about to close in on Makarin unexpectedly exploded once again and turned into Mizuki's appearance. Chapter 220, This fight is a loss. I am Temo. Makiling didn't hold back his curses for a moment. What's this? A battle of wits? A good fight? Needs so much intrigue. Compared to you ninjas, pirates are really too pure. Thinking of Luffy, who only knew how to take his fists to each other, Makiling was really emotional. Only, looking at Namikaze Suikoden, who had a smirk raised at the corner of his mouth and was holding a giant spiral pill that was about to blast him in the chest. Ha! Genius ninja Namikaze Suikoden? Today I'll let you see what it means to be a force to be reckoned with. Boom! A dull roar instantly exploded in Mu Ling's chest, while the spiral pill, which looked like a terrifying convergence of countless chakras, touched Mu Ling's skin at the moment. It came to an abrupt end. It doesn't break defense at all. Immediately afterward, accompanied by a gust of dragon's roar within his body, the right fist that had condensed the power of the dragon struck hard on Wave Wind Summon's stomach at an extremely fast speed. Dull. Surprised. There was no reaction. And in this moment countless scenarios flashed through Wave Wind Suikoden's mind as to how Makoto might be able to resist. But the result of this kind of hard contact, carrying down the spiral pill with his physical body, was something he had never expected. With his pupils shrinking and the fists in his eyes growing larger, Namikaze Suikoden panicked a bit. He tried to dodge, trying to use the effect of the flying thunder god to displace himself out of the range of the punch's attack. Only in the next second, a surprised expression rose to his cheeks. No, it can't be. How? Flying thunder god fails. Its surrounding space, at this time, was as if it was being clutched by a large invisible hand in death, and likewise, he was pinched in the palm of his hand. Can't move. Sound of escaping laughter. Fresh blood gushed out from his mouth, and Wave Wind Summon's body was like a kite with broken strings, immediately flying backwards, stumbling and skidding along the way for at least 100 meters. Fancy. Waving his hand, Mu Ling said disdainfully. You guys? Pfft, who the hell are you guys? Ahaha, what an exciting fight. Blood Rain Knight. Scold. The dazzling blood-colored sword chi came down from the top and condensed into a giant sword arc, instantly appearing above Sarutobi Hinata's head and viciously chopping down to Zotsukuru wall. Snap! A large, pale hand slapped the ground, and then a brown wall rose up and blocked Sarutobi's body. Click, click, click. In an instant, the sword light and the earth wall ruthlessly collided together, exploding with a roar that shook the heavens and earth. However, after only a few seconds of stalemate, the earth wall crumbled, and the blood-colored sword light, although much dimmer, still lunged towards Sarutobi. What a strong sword art! With an exclamation, Sarutobi Hinata pulled out the Vajra Rudra rod from behind him. Vajra prison wall. Sound of escaping laughter. The Vajra Rui stick immediately changed, manifesting dozens of Vajra Rui sticks of the same size, wrapping Sarutobi's body in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, forming a cage made of rui sticks. The sword chi was successfully resisted. Jie old man, are you specialized in building houses here? It's either an earthen wall or a wooden structure. How much is a day's labor? A piece a day, dry or not? Hirio mocked with a grin. Sarutobi Hinata's mustache was going to go askew with anger. Who the hell is building a house? $1 a day? Who are you cursing here? At least 1,000. Blah, blah, blah. Damn it. Clamor. The adamantine prison wall instantly disappeared, and Sarutobi, who was holding the rui stick, immediately rushed forward. 5 identical doppelgangers appeared around him, attacking in 4 directions, completely sealing off Shilio's circumference. Ray Water Dragon Bomb. Naughty naughty. The 5 Sarutobi sunsets made seals in unison, and while thunder condensed in their mouths, 5 water dragon bombs were instantly sprayed out. This was a dual system jutsu combining Reito and Suetun. An ordinary person might struggle to perform this move, but for Sarutobi Hazuru, who was known as a professor of ninjutsu, it wasn't a struggle. Roar. Accompanied by thunder and lightning, 5 water dragons immediately attacked Hiria from 5 directions. Oh, is that too expensive? Then it's $1 apiece. Miso. Scarlet-colored sword chi enveloped the entire field as a sword shadow chopped out from the thunderstorm. His body sidestepped and then leapt high into the air, dodging the water dragon above his head. Hiria swung his sword downward without looking. Sound of escaping laughter. A water dragon was chopped to pieces. Immediately after that, Hiria's body twisted, and while forcibly rotating in a circle in mid-air, 2 water dragons instantly grazed his waist in a single swipe. Miso. 3 more sword chi chopped out, shattering the remaining 4 water dragons. And the very moment the water dragon crumbled, Sarutobi realized that Hiria had disappeared from his sight. Where are the people? Why is it gone? Sneer at. Just as Sarutobi Hinata was carefully inspecting his surroundings, a flash of sword light suddenly came from the right side, and the blood-red sword chi with infinite killing intent ruthlessly chopped on his head. Click! Sarutobi's body crumbled on the spot, revealing brown mud. Earth transportation, mud splitting. Another diversion? With a flash in his eyes, Hiria quickly threw out his sword towards the back, and in the next second a streak of blood splattered high in the air. You? How did you find me? Sarutobi Hinata, who was covering his right shoulder, said incredulously. He himself used the mud split to attract the opponent's attention, and took the opportunity to sneak attack from behind. Everything was so seamless, without revealing a single crack. Just, how did the other side notice? Oh, you think I'd fall for that trick once? Besides, never underestimate the powers of observation of any swordsman. Actually, it was mostly the seeing color buster. But of course Hiria wouldn't say anything about it. Swordsman? You? What on earth are you? Who are you? Ha ha ha. Of course we're pirates. Bang! With a big kick to wave Win Sutman's chest, Makorin laughed out loud. See? A pirate? Almost simultaneously, Sarutobi Hinata and Namike Suikata were surprised in unison. In his heart, he was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Pirates? Isn't that a bandit organization that only exists on the Great Sea? The Naruto world is different from the pirate world, where land is dominant and the sea only exists in the land of wave, the land of water, and a few smaller countries. And because of the ninja, the profession of pirate is even rarer than it already is. But this is land. What are you doing here if you have nothing better to do than conquer the sea? At this moment, a wave of remorse rose in both of their hearts at the same time. I thought it was an enemy sent by another village to compete for the 9 tails, but who would have thought it would be? This fight was a loss. Chapter 221. Hey is just for fun. Unlike Sarutobi and Sumon's suffering, the 9 llamas on the other side of the table are in bad luck. The super destructive power, terrifying speed, and the perceptions that were sharp to the extreme, all caused the 9 llamas to suffer. The battle lasted for close to half an hour long, and at this point there was not a single piece of good hair left on the 9 llamas' body. It originally had a fiery red coat, but at this moment, it was covered in scorched black, completely becoming a black fox. Even the air echoed with the smell of roasting meat. Asshole. Looking at Inairu, who had been blasted by the tailed beast Jade, he once again recovered physically and looked at himself with a smile on his face. The 9 llamas were about to Spartan in place. Okay, I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'm afraid the captain will get angry if we keep playing. Click, click, click. A dull sound of thunder instantly exploded inside of Onilu like a giant drum. Thunder converged and black and purple thunderbolts spread all over this place. Rattling thunder crash. Rolling. The huge thunder god's gun came down with a roar. while the light golden dragon power that flowed through the gun's body caused the 9 llamas to be stunned by their actions, and it was in this instant that it had been devoured by the thunder. Bang! The 9 llamas collapsed to the ground, their limbs long since paralyzed and powerless under the impact of the thunder, and could only watch helplessly as Anilu grabbed his tail and took one step towards the outside of the forest. Mud! I'm 9 Llama Temo actually flipped the car. It's still too early to be happy. Thinking of my earlier scatterbrained self, I can't help but feel sad. Pets? God damn it. The tailed beasts are losing their face to me. So, what exactly is it that your excellency has come to my Konoha ninja village for? Outside the Wooden Leaf Ninja Village, Sarutobi Hazura looked at Makoran and the evil spirit pirates crowd with a grave expression on his face. The strength was powerful, not to mention the means were endless. Although he had not fought with Mu Ling, he knew that he was by no means an opponent. A drop of cold sweat slid down Sarutobi's forehead, and his back had long been completely soaked. Come to your Kiba ninja village? Makiling was happy and couldn't help but taunt. I say, old man Sarutobi, look carefully. This isn't the village. Your Kiba village gate is still 100,000 miles away from here. At best, it's a fire country territory. What does it have to do with you, Naruto? What? You're going to plot to usurp the throne and become a daimyo, aren't you? TSK, true to form. Kiba's #1 conspirator and politician. Dang it. You caveman. Sarutobi almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Fart of plotting to usurp the throne. What's so great about being a daimyo of the fire country? I don't even want to be one. Okay, and what does it mean to be a conspirator? Politicians? Damn it. Oh, whatever you say, my generation of pirates has a sea of chests, and won't be bothered with you. A small village chief. Sarutobi. So you have no intention of invading Kiba village? Namake Suikato voiced. If I, the evil spirit pirates, wanted to invade, wouldn't I have talked so much nonsense with you guys? I would have chopped you down with my sword long ago, and this place, it would have been bloodied and corpsed long ago. Shilio laughed sorrowfully. Captain, I'm back. Anilu's voice. Bang! In the next second, the paralyzed 9 llama was thrown out by him, skidding on the ground for several meters before stopping in front of Mu Ling's eyes. This guy is tough to deal with, not to mention his thick skin and quick reflexes. Ouch! My back hurts. Craning his neck and moving his back again, Anilu looked tired. Namake Suikato. Sarutobi. Crowd of darkies. The 9 tails were just taken care of? How about efficiency? It's only been half an hour. Oh, good job. Mu Ling stroked the 9 llama's head, but a trace of doubt surfaced in his heart. Shouldn't I? Although Anilu was extremely strong, according to his estimation it was just a 50-50 match with the 9 llamas. Right now it's not only captured and intact. It's not right. It wasn't that Macaron didn't believe in Anilu, but the 9 llamas, who were the 10-tailed chakra splitters, were the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts. In the Fourth World Ninja War that was a 1-8 with Naruto, had he underestimated it? Glancing at the dizzy 9 llamas on the ground, Mu Ling always felt that something wasn't right, but he didn't say anything. Get smaller. The 9 llamas froze. Was this asshole talking to me? Snap. A huge pain then came to his head, as if he had been hit by a huge mountain, and the 9 llamas immediately bared their teeth in pain. It's too big. Make it smaller. Now the 9 llamas, who still didn't understand, immediately shrunk his body and turned into a pet 9-tailed demon fox of about 1 meter. This maneuver really shook the ninjas again. I'm Nima. That makes him a pet? You're the 9-tailed demon fox who's known for killing, grudges, and brutality. Looking at the 9 llamas curled up at Mu Ling's feet, the crowd's 3 views instantly collapsed. Alright, since the matter is done, thank you all for your hospitality. So, are you all going to continue to keep me? Waving his hand, Makiling smiled wryly. Your excellency wants to leave. We naturally don't dare to stop. Just, suddenly, Sarutobi Hazura got up in the middle of a conversation. To the side, Namake Suikato glanced at Sarutobi, naturally knowing what Sanjio was going to say. The 9 tails certainly brought great disaster to Kiba village, killing and injuring many and destroying the village. However, it cannot be denied that with the existence of the 9 tails, the strength of the Kiba ninja village is also extremely significant. Naruto World. 9-tailed beasts. 1-tailed Shohei is owned by the Sand Hidden Village. 2-tailed Forked Brigade and 8-tailed Cow Ghost was obtained by the Cloud Hidden Village. 3-tailed ISO and 6-tailed Rhinoceros Dog is in the Mist Hidden Village. 4-tailed Sun Wukong as well as the 5-tailed Mu Wang is in the Awaken Village. And 7-tailed Shigeki was obtained by the Taki Hidden Village. The division of the tailed beasts represents the strength of the village as well as its deterrent effect on other villages. So 9 tails can't be taken away. Oh, just what? The smile on Makoran's face grew stronger. He knew what Sarutobi was trying to say, but just didn't pick it apart. Hey, just for fun, Chapter 222, Do you hurt? Why don't you talk and swallow? Do you want to invite us to sit in Kiba village? Seeing Sarutobi Hinata's black face and not saying anything, Makiling simply added another piece of firewood to the fire and said, That's good. I've heard that Ichiraku ramen is absolutely unique and has a great aftertaste. Well, then we'll but it. No, I didn't mean that. Sarutobi instantly panicked and waved his hand to stop it. I wish you'd leave earlier. Why don't you come into the village? Buy you ramen? I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I'm afraid your excellency has misunderstood me. I was trying to say, the Nine Tails is the town-tailed beast of my Kiba village. Your excellency taking it away just like that is a bit too unkind. Boom! In an instant, Sarutobi Hazuro changed his previous awkward demeanor, his pale face covered in frost, and he coldly said, The 9 llamas lying at Makiling's feet glanced at old man Sarutobi in an ungraceful manner. The tailed beast of the village of Shinama town. I was forced to do it, right? Old man Sarutobi, who has a kind face and a black heart. You shall not die. At the same time, Wave Wind Sumon's right hand, which was hidden behind his back, was secretly making a gesture towards several members of the dark sect behind him. At this time the Woodleaf village without the 9 tails of the chaos, a large number of elite upper ninja free to idle, plus all the big clan chiefs. So many masters join hands. Wave Wind Watergate do not believe that cannot stay Muling in others. The shinobi world is never a place that speaks of fairness. Captain. Green Pheasant glanced at Makiling and signaled. Naturally, Namake Sumon's little action would not escape Makorin's eyes, but it didn't matter. Under the strength of absolute suppression, the number of people is of no help. It's like the 5 Shadows versus Master Zebra. It's loud and scary. But, is it useful? Ha! Smiling softly, Makiling looked towards Sarutobi. The 9 llamas are the village-tailed beasts of Kiba village? Did you ask the Rokudo Sennin when you said that? Boom! 2 short sentences, when uttered from Makorin's mouth. Namake Swayman as well as the dark sect did not feel anything yet. However, Sarutobi Hinata, who was on the side, was completely frozen in place. 9 llamas? Is that the name of the 9 tails? Mishio? Why would this group of pirates know? Rokudo Sennin? Is that the one who is the originator of all ninjas? The founder of the shinobi sect? Rokudo Sennin? Why don't you say something? Mishio? Mayo? You? What's wrong with you? Mishio was dumbfounded. That was Wavewind Sailor Moon's first thought. Why do you know my name? Who the hell are you? Looking at Mu Ling, the 9th llama said with a face full of wariness, his narrow bloodshot eyes revealing a touch of doubt. Tell me why you purposely lost, and what purpose you had in hiding from me. I'm the one who will answer your questions. Looking at that abominable smiling face, 9 Tails flicked her tail and twisted her head without any goodwill to stop talking. Damn humans. I'm not going to tell you. The tailed beasts, which were once the 10-tailed outer path demon statue chakra split, are moreover created by the 6 paths Sennin who drew them out of his own body for the purpose of balancing the 10-tail's power. So, does it have a damn thing to do with your Kiba village? With a big wave of his hand, Makiling looked at the dumbfounded Sarutobi Hinata and shouted angrily, 10 tails? A demonic statue of a foreigner? For wanting to balance the power of the 10 tails, thus dividing them into 9-tailed beasts? Is this the origin of the tailed beasts? Rumbling. If there is thunder at this point, it must be coming from the heads of the crowd. Surprise. Stupefied. Confused. Sarutobi Hinata had his head bowed so no one could see his face at the moment. He knew about the 6 paths of the immortals that Makiling had spoken of, but as for the 10 tails, and the origins of the tailed beasts, he didn't know anything about them. Monstrous waves continued to churn in his mind, and Mu Ling's words were like a thunderbolt exploding in his head. He didn't know if what Mu Ling said was true, but in his heart, he was vaguely convinced. Go! Waving his hand and looking at the crowd immersed in their respective worlds, Mu Ling also stopped saying anything and twisted his head to prepare to leave. Where's Hancock? Scanning around, Mu Ling didn't see that familiar figure. There's Sister Hancock, Bonnie said, pointing into the distance. At this moment, Jo Xien Na was lying on the ground, with the newly born Naruto by her side. She was weak, one might even say about to die, and in front of her eyes, at that moment, there was standing a woman with an impressive figure and a beautiful appearance. Jasuna could have sworn that she had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Just about the only bad thing about it was that this beauty was full of coldness. That condescending gaze, the look of defiance made Jasuna uncomfortable. Who are you? Jasuna said coldly. Hancock didn't say anything, much less look at Jasuna, instead shifting his gaze to a bawling Naruto. You? What are you going to do to my child? Seeing the look in Hancock's eyes, Jio Shina instantly panicked. She wasn't afraid of being born and dying herself, but the only thing she was afraid of was her opponent hurting Naruto. Only Hancock still didn't say anything, but that look at Naruto suddenly added a touch of strangeness. Is that a newborn baby? It sure hurts to see this woman in pain. Is that what childbirth is all about? Painful? It hurts? Does it hurt? Hancock whispered. The beautiful face, however, was suddenly floating on points of peach blossom. Beautiful. What? Jasuna didn't hear it and wondered. No, it's nothing. I'm not having. Beautiful eyes flashed a trace of panic. Hancock took a step backward but came to an abrupt end. As if he thought of something, stretching out his white hand towards Joshinna is a point. Clamor. A green blow stabbed into Jasuna's brain like a sword. Joxin was just about to make a sound, and in the next second, a warm current that was so comfortable that it instantly surged out of her head and attacked her entire body. With his face once again changing back to his previous coldness, Hancock glanced at Joshinna and left. Instead, the mind pondered darkly, thinking about what her mother-in-law had said to her before she left. Aha! Exactly shy. Chapter 223 Mizukage. Who made a profit instead of a loss? What are you doing? Makiling looked at Hancock curiously. Well, actually, he already knew what Hancock had done, sending a sliver of the devil fruit tree's life force, taken from the Emu Mirage God, into Jasina's body. But this woman, when did she become so kind? As he couldn't make sense of it, Muling simply stopped thinking about it. Old Sandy's back, isn't he? Back, Captain. In the darkness, Old Sandy's sorrowful voice came. Where's the stuff? Already got it. No accidents, right? No. This village has been in chaos for a long time because of the Nine-Tails havoc. No one has found me. That's good. Nodding his head, Muling then prepared to leave this place with his companions. Come on, get bigger. Patting the 9 llamas' head, Muling said icily. The 9 llamas blackened their faces, just short of writing the word unwilling on their faces. So pets and mounts are the same thing to you? It did as it was told, though, because it was afraid that Makiling would hammer it with that mountainous heavy fist. Roar! The body instantly changed to 10 feet tall, and the fiery red fluffy fur rose against the wind. Very nice to look at. At the same time, the 9 llamas also deliberately played a heart, did not withdraw that blood-red chakra all over his body, but instead became more and more exuberant. Ice Age. Clamor. The 9 llamas feeling. Winter is here. Sitting on the back of the 9 llamas, Muling played with the things in his hand, but in his mind he was silently thinking about where to go next. How about going to have some trouble with the Beltane? By the way, is Spot dead or alive at this time? It had been so long that Makiling could barely remember. What the hell? Go for it. By the way, there's this guy down there. Why did he deliberately lose the battle and lurk around himself? Was there something about himself that was attracting it? His eyes gradually became deeper and deeper as Muling fell into deep thought. The other side. Mizamon, are you okay? Looking at the wife Joxina who was hugging Naruto and running all the way and jumping twice every now and then, Wave Wind Sumon's entire body was suddenly bad. Sister. No. Grandpa. Can you slow down? You're the one who just had a tailed beast plundered. Suddenly, Wave Wind Sumon's face was stunned, while Sarutobi Hinata, who was at the side, also had a dumbfounded expression on his entire face, because they couldn't see any weakness in Jyoshina's face. Instead, she was glowing and refreshed, and Mizuto even felt as if his wife had become a bit prettier. What's going on here? Half a day later. What? You're telling me that unbelievably beautiful pirate woman saved you? Unbelievably beautiful? Bastard. Mizuto, are you fighting properly or not? Bang! With her red hair raised high, Joxin's face instantly changed, and with a single hammer, she slammed down on Sumon's head. Sarutobi. Okay. Jyoshina is fine more than anything. Stop hitting Jyoshina. Mizuna can barely breathe. A few minutes later. Suikoden, why would the other side help Jyoshina though? Could it be the same woman? This shouldn't be. Although I don't know much about pirates, I'm by no means a virtuous person, Sarutobi Hinata said in a deep voice. And why is that? The 3 men were in deep thought. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed from within the forest. It's not good, Shikio. It's a big problem. Shikoku, a village Chunin. What's wrong? The Book of Seals. The Book of Seals is gone. It's been stolen. Crowd. Now the 3 finally knew why the other party had saved Jyoshina. Bastard. Those damnable pirates. I will never forgive them lightly, Sarutobi said angrily. The Book of Seals is of great importance. The jutsu recorded on it are forbidden arts that are forbidden to be practiced, something that must not be passed on outside of the village. Swayman thought nothing of it, and instead of hatred towards Makiling and his party, a lot of good feelings rose in his heart. traded the Book of Seals for the safety of his wife. He doesn't think it's a loss. It's a gain. 3 days later, a group of pirates entered the territory of the Fire Country without authorization, plundered the nine-tailed demon fox, and fought with the 2 Naruto and won the battle, immediately in front of the various forces. Sand Hidden Village. A village that is constantly eroded by wind and sand and is part of the Land of the Wind. Inside a giant earth-colored building. Pirates? Isn't that a bandit organization that only exists on the Great Sea? The man with short-date red hair, a shadow hat, and white robes was none other than the 4th-generation Wind Shadow, known as the strongest Wind Shadow of all times. Rosa. At that moment he was sitting in a chair, scrutinizing the intelligence in his hand. Why would they be plundering the 9 tails? According to the intelligence, it should be. This sand ninja instantly became speechless. Say, because they want to take 9 tails as a pet. Rosa. Pets? What's that supposed to mean? It's clear that you want to get the power of the 9 tails so that you can shock the 4 directions, right? When we're all cuties. Yeah. Fighting with 4th generation Naruto Namike Suikato and 3rd generation Naruto Sarutobi Hinata without losing, and even showing signs of victory? This. Rosa froze, not knowing what to say for a moment. Taking in the 9 tails means that there must be a vicious battle between the other party and the 9 tails, and while fighting with the 9 tails, he was fighting with 2 Narutos and had a vague upper hand. Where did such a powerful group of pirates come from? Why was there not even a semblance of information about them earlier? The 2 shinobi wars that swept the world could not have gone unnoticed. But Lord Wind Shadow, although this group of pirates is strong, isn't it a good thing for us? Well, that's right. Nodding, Rosa agreed. Without the 9 tails of the wood leaf, the strength must be greatly reduced. Not to mention the 9 tails of the chaos, and this time many wood leaf and the ninja on the ninja have died tragically. The Sand Hidden Village was happy to see this. Despite the considerable benefits to us, this group of pirates still needs to be watched out for. Search for information on this group immediately. Since it's out in the world. I'm not afraid of not revealing my foot. Understood. Lord Wind Shadow. By the way, how's I love you these days? It's a bit out of control. It looks like Shizuru's power is just too much of a stretch for him. Bang. Waste. Note, hahaha 5 chapters today la. I'm so strong. Chapter 224, Brainstorming Cloud Hidden. Backstabbing Kiba. The 5 great powers of Naruto. The Cloud Hidden Village in the Land of Thunder. A village that advocates a martial arts fighting school. Built by the first Raikage on a mountain. Surrounded on all sides by towering, cloudy mountains, filled with clouds and echoing with the deafening sound of thunder. Most of the people in the Cloud Hidden Village are dark-skinned and specialize in Reito as well as swordsmanship. And there is also the ninjutsu created by the 2nd generation of Raikage, which is one of the best. Since the 3rd Shinobi World War, the 3rd generation of Raikage died after 3 days and 3 nights of fighting alone against an army of 10,000 Iwako ninja as he covered his companions. Thus, AI, the 4th Raikage, son of the 3rd generation, succeeded to the throne. Damn it! What the hell are these guys from Konoha up to? How dare they casually let a group of pirates invade? And even the 9 tails have been captured by the other side. The 4th generation Raikage AI was filled with anger as he looked at the information in his hands. What a bunch of losers. He wasn't angry that Kiba was attacked, but instead was happy to see it happen. Just 9 tails. Now it has fallen into the hands of others, which is a little difficult to do. Ha ha ha. As expected, my Cloud Hidden Village is the strongest. I'm afraid that group of pirates wouldn't even dare to set foot in the gates of my Cloud Hidden Village. It's just a clown. Ha ha ha. At once, the rest of the people in Lei Shadow's office burst out laughing, their laughter full of disdain for Kiba, as well as mockery of Makorin and the others. Because of their super strength, and because they were advocates of martial arts fighting, they had always not taken much notice of other forces outside of the village, not to mention just a bunch of tiny pirates. After all, within the Naruto world, the pirates were just a bunch of ordinary people with weapons, either made up of low-level renegade ninjas who had strayed out of various villages. Their strength is low, and their identity is even more invisible, so they can only survive by robbing merchant ships and bullying civilians. How do you call guys like that looking good? But I always felt there was something wrong in it. At that moment, a man with a black hat and one eye covered murmured. It was none other than the successive generations of Thunder Shadow courtiers, the successive generations of Jedi Oxen Thunderblood Hotshots Auditor, the top shinobi of the Cloud Hidden Village. Todai. What's that supposed to mean? Mr. Todai? Raikage AI looked towards Todai. Although the other party was just an ordinary upper ninja, he had an unusual status. Even he had to respect it 3 times. There is indeed something wrong. Like, for example, the appearance of the 9 tails. At that moment, standing beside Todai, a blond man with a handsome face spoke out. Hoshi, an elite shinobi of the Cloud Hidden Village. an all-around ninja with 3 rare abilities: illusion, medicine, and perception. He is also known as the left-handed character of the 4th Reikage, worthy of being Hoshi, guessing my thoughts in a flash. There was an unconcealed admiration in Tatai's words. It is well known that the Kiba nine-tailed human pillar is Maelstrom Gyo-Xan, now of the Maelstrom clan, and is the wife of the 4th Naruto, Namikaze Mizukado. But that very night, why did the Nine Tails break away from the ninjutsu seal and attack Konoha? The Maelstrom clan has always been known for having extremely powerful sealing techniques, so what's going on here? Yeah, in an instant, it was as if the crowd had been enlightened. How did Nine Tails escape? And, although this information records the number of Kiba's deaths in this nine-tailed rebellion as well as a list of names, have you noticed? I can't believe there's no Joshinna's name on the list, Hoshi said in horror. Impossible. Once a human pillar power is forcibly detached from the tailed beasts, it will definitely die without any surprises, and it's impossible for even the Maelstrom clan to survive. Reikage AI firmly said. That's the consensus everyone knows. That's a bit strange. Did Kiba hide the fact that Jasuna died? It shouldn't be possible. Could that be Kiba playing a trick? Deliberately fictionalizing a group of pirates that doesn't exist, thus letting everyone know that the Nine Tails have been lost and lessening the crowd's vigilance against Kiba? Or, this group of pirates is someone from Konoha in disguise. This, possible? It must be so right, Tadai said loudly, full of confidence, with an expression that no matter how many times you play Kiba's tricks, you won't be able to escape my eyes. Gee, that's a perfect plan. A look of realization appeared on every face. Because of the Third Shinobi World War, the various forces have long reached the peak of their mutual vigilance, and there are countless spies planted in various places. Now Kiba's move is like a deliberate show of weakness. Wonderful. A few people's guesses Makiling didn't know. If he did, he would probably not be able to help but give a thumbs up. What a brain. What a nasty brain. And Kiba will continue to silently take the blame for the cloud-hidden village's even more violent temptations. Crashing sound. The gray sky was obscured by gray clouds under which roiling raindrops slipped and fell to the ground. It's a place where it rains all year round, with countless rainy seasons. The village of rain hidden in the land of rain. Once built by the shinobi demigod, Yamashiro Hanzo. It has long been the home base of the Dawn organization. It is a village with a closed-door policy, and its location is extremely secretive and unknown to the world. The ninja here specialize in the art of assassination, and are appointed by various forces to carry out various types of assassination missions. Bang! The iron door that had been eroded by the rain and revealed patches of rust slowly opened, and a man wearing a blood cloud coat and a swirling mask walked in. It was none other than Uchiha Bando, and in front of him was a man and a woman who were also wearing blood cloud coats. The purple-haired beauty is Xiaominami of the Dawn organization. The other blonde man is Tendo Pain, the apparent leader of the Dawn, but in fact the body of Yahiko, the original leader of the Dawn who was killed by Gunzo and Hanzo Yamashiro, is now under Nagato's control. Failed? Not quite a failure. The Nine Tails were successfully released, but they encountered a group of guys of unknown origin. They call themselves pirates, Bandito murmured, his coat swaying continuously with the howling wind. What kind of pirates? Number of people? Abilities? What is it? An icy tone came out of Manami's mouth, apparently questioning Bandito, who had just entered the door. Not sure. Didn't find out where they came from, and I only crossed paths with one of them. Chapter 225, The Book of Seals. I guess it's easy with your strength, isn't it? Tendo Pain voiced. Not at all. Bringa's words shocked Manami and Pain, as well as Nagato within the shadows. At this time they still think that this person in front of them is the legendary Uchiha-zan. Surprisingly, even Uchiha Zebra failed to defeat his opponent? This, even though it was only a short exchange of but a few rounds. I can feel that the other party is very strong. And, that pirate I fought with possesses an extremely strong Rado. That terrifying to the point of explosion. It must not be taken lightly. Thinking back to the Anaira who had rushed towards him that night, Bandito murmured in a single word. This group of pirates is so strong? Was the person you fought with their leader? Minami wondered. Pirates? Aren't they all weak? And where did these people come from? I don't know, but it should be. Extremely strong thunder escape, very keen perception ability, and extremely fast, if not for prior defense. I'm afraid even I would have been caught off guard. Clamor. At once, Tendo Pain and Minami fell silent. The origin is unknown, and it has a powerful strength that is not inferior to the forces of all parties. What are the intentions of such a group of people? And what is the purpose of the fight for the Nine Tails? As a pet? Minami would never believe it. What kind of person takes a tailed beast as a pet? Did the other party also know about the Eye of the Moon program? Taking the opportunity to seize the Nine Tails, thus causing havoc with the organization's plans? For a moment, all three thought of this and fell into deep thought. In an instant, Because of the appearance of Maki Ling and the others, the entire Naruto world was instantly plunged into a fog. Now all the forces are inquiring about the group of pirates that once infested the Konoha village, and just what kind of force they are, as well as, more and more enhanced the surveillance of the Kiba ninja village. Countless secret agents, secret sons have arrived in Kiba, wanting to find out a trace of clues. The evil spirit pirates, who were the parties involved, were staying in a remote place, looking at the busy workers in front of them, bored. Aha! So hungry. When the hell will this ship be built? Bonnie, who was lying face down on the table, instantly raised her head, rubbed her stomach in aggravation, and looked at Maki Ling. Bear with me. It'll be at least another month, Mu Ling said without a trace of anger. Eaters. I should have known not to bring her. This is a small, remote city within the country of Wave. It's not really that remote, mainly because Waveland is just too small, and the only place that's close to Fireland and can build ships nearby is Waveland. I should have known to bring the evil spirit here. The captain wanted it. Ha, Bonnie muttered. She kind of missed everything on the wicked spirit. The big comfy bed, the seafood every day, and the meat chunks all the time. No evil dead because from now on, we're saying goodbye to the past and doing as the Romans do. Understand? Maki Ling said with a black face. In his heart, he secretly cursed the system as a pitiful thing. Bonnie misses the evil dead, doesn't he? The system won't let him bring it. What can he do? Despise you. The mind cursed. Bonnie, stop being irrational. The captain's right. Now that we're in this world, it's time to say goodbye to the old days. Although, our roots are still pirates, Hiru said as she glared at Bonnie. The crowd laughed, but didn't say anything, except that they all had their own thoughts in mind. The captain is not an unusual man. After all, being able to travel to other worlds was beyond the reach of humans, and it didn't matter if the evil dead was really what the captain said it was. Well, be quiet. Now show us something good. Clapping his hands, Mu Ling gathered the crowd together. Then with a flash of flowing light in his hand, a huge scroll appeared in his palm. It is the book of seals that gathers all the forbidden arts within the Konoha ninja village. Only in the next second Maki Ling suddenly came to an abrupt halt and looked over at Bonnie. Bonnie, Captain, what are you looking at me for? Eyes as creepy as ever? Ahem. Bonnie ponies up the money. The shipbuilder is here to collect. With skillful palms facing upward. The next moment a large pile of gold was lifted high in the air and thrown by Bonnie. He then glanced at Mu Ling as if to say, see Captain? Will you still say I eat a lot in the future? Snap. The small head was gently tapped by Maki Ling. Listen in peace. Bonnie, oh. In full view of everyone, Mu Ling's fingertips flicked and slowly spread out the sealed book. 1. 4-elephant seal. An extremely powerful sealing technique that utilizes the cycle of the 4 elephants, thereby blocking evil enemies or demons. And within the ghoul seal, a part of it is the 4-elephant seal, but it's even more profound and powerful. A sealing technique? That sounds great, Iceberg exclaimed. For the top shipwright he was, this obscure sealing technique interested him. I don't like it. Bonnie refused with a headache at the sight. It can't be helped. Compared to the devil fruit in the pirate world where eating one gives you great strength, learning ninjutsu is just too painful, but the follow-up is really all the same. Development, training, just as complicated. 2. Multiple shadow splitting technique. This I recommend that we all learn, because earlier in the battle you should have seen, can manifest exactly the same as the body, and with a part of the body's strength of the shadow doppelganger. Collaborative combat. One heart several uses, testing the enemy, etc. Can play a great use. Of course, this doppelganger number is based on their own chakra depending on the number of thousands and thousands of more. Split? Hawkeye and Harry were a bit impressed and looked at the swords in their hands. And what I coalesced out of? Could it be a sand doppelganger? Old Sand wondered. Amount. The memories were too long ago for this question. And Maki Ling didn't know anymore. Sand split? That should do it. 3. Obscene Earth Reincarnation. An extremely powerful psionic type forbidden art that can communicate with the undead and utilize a portion of the deceased's physical body, thereby summoning the dead from the underworld to the present world. This depends on the situation, and those who study must honor the principle that the peace of the dead must never be disturbed at will. RIP. We may be badasses, but we have principles. Waving his hand, Mu Ling looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, back from the dead? Is this even possible? Green Pheasant stared in disbelief. No. It's not coming back from the dead and summoning the dead. Green Pheasant, have you been listening to the captain properly? Bonnie continued to mutter. Pheasant. Good for you, Bonnie. I can kind of see that you are the captain's #1 lapdog. Don't expect me to make you cold fruit drinks in the future. The underworld? Is that the world where people are when they die? At that moment, Jieping curiously said. Right. Makorin nodded. He felt that the existence of the underworld was real, as good as 50/50ths. Ergo, the place where Kakashi met with his father, Kiba White Teeth, after he was killed by Pain. Maybe it's the underworld. Chapter 226 Traveling to the Misty Hidden Village. Hawkeye shook his head, not very interested in this as he was bent on sword training. Hiria did the same with Jubai, and the others, kind of like he didn't want to get involved with the dead, and that legendary underworld. Husband, can I also cultivate? Hancock looked at Makiling and smiled. Ha! Makiling froze. He didn't expect Hancock to take the initiative? Of course you can. Although the Filthy Earth reincarnation move may seem a bit evil, it doesn't have to be used in the middle of a battle. As the old saying goes, if you use it for good, it's good. If you use it for evil, it's evil. Moreover, Makiling felt that this Filthy Earth transmutation paired with Hancock's soul fruit would probably have an unexpected effect. Summon a filth transmogrifier and later give him some soul life force. Will it be in a living form for a short time? Until the life force runs out? It was important to realize that the strength of an obscene earth transmutation body would be greatly reduced compared to the original body. But there's no rush yet. Saying that, Mu Ling continued to spread out the scroll and look downward. The 8 Gates of Evil. A door is a layer of shackles on the human body. Opening the door is the same as getting rid of the limits of the human body and gaining infinite power. And when opening to the last door of death, you will burn your blood and gain up to 10 times more power than usual. In the same way, the one who opens the last door will die. Counting the time, the Third Shinobi World War had just ended, and Emperor Kai's father, Maite Dai, had become famous in this battle with the power of the shinobi. Surrounded by the misty hidden village Ninja Sword 7, in order to cover his teammates, Maite Dai tearfully opened the 8 doors, killing 4 people in return, and the remaining 3 people frantically fled. With his own strength, the Ninja Sword 7 into a crowd of 3 people. This pushes the 8 Gates of Evil into the category of forbidden arts. As expected, the worst thing to mess with in Konoha was the shinobi, and after that Kai Huang is in the 4th war of ninja sacrifice self. Open 8 doors, almost a kick will Naruto out of a big ending to come. It's really awesome. In short, the 8 doors of transportation. Mu Ling will learn it. 8 Gates of Recluse? That's awesome. Is this ninjutsu, Captain? Jinpei exclaimed with his mouth open. No, the 8 Gates of Evil is the strongest physical art. The purely physical body, the most absolute power. Then I'm going to learn. Clapping his fists, Jieping firmly said. Macarin nodded. Jinpei was the most suitable person to learn this move. Of course Katakuri was suitable as well, but the bastard didn't come then forget it. I don't know with the Momo fruit of Jinping, when open the 8-door recluse, and how a scene. It's kind of inexplicably small to look forward to. Mutual multiplication detonation charms. Clamor. With a flick of his fingertips, a detonation talisman covered in runic marks appeared at Mu Ling's fingertips. Took it from a group of unsavory ninjas 2 days ago. This is the detonation talisman, imprinted with a special intelligence rune mark. And this mutual multiplication explosive charm will be just like the previous multiple shadow split. But the split is the explosive charm. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, 3 becomes endless. Imagine thousands of detonation charms appearing all around you. The crowd only felt a shiver run down their spines. The power of the detonation talisman they had seen. The same power as a cannonball explosion. But if thousands of cannonballs exploded in unison, Alright, let's all start topping off whichever jutsu we want to learn. I will also destroy the Book of Seals on sight. January, rumbling, accompanied by a dull roar. The new evil spirit slowly rose into midair. A pirate flag belonging to the evil spirit pirates flew in the wind with the gusty wind. It's just that the technology level of Wave Country is too backward, and at this time, the evil spirit is even more different than the original. It couldn't help but remind Macarin of the theater version of Yukiheim Ninjutsu, that country where the snow covers the sky, the land of snow. The ninjas there, but they have technology that is beyond their time, and they can surely rebuild the evil spirit. But this is all an afterthought. Currently Makiling is planning to head to the misty hidden village to look for Bandu, and meet with Uchiha-zan in the meantime, the reincarnation of Indra, the son of Rokudo Sannin, and in his case, the 3rd son of the backstabbing king, Otsutsuki Kagaya, the Black Jedi, to come to the Naruto world not to meet with these celebrities. It is not in vain. Say it and do it. Boom! The evil spirit cut through the sea of clouds and flew all the way towards the misty hidden village on the map, sitting cross-legged on the deck. Mu Ling slowly closed his eyes and tapped the system panel. Supreme Spirit Refining System, Host, Makiling. Reward, 100,000 gold. Weapons, fluorescent dragon sword, immortal order, cripple chi, spirit order, born tooth, spirit order, heavenly feather feather chop, mortal order, yama, spirit order, second generation ghost cheer, mortal order. Fruit, extreme inferno number 2, storm number 2, space number 1, puffy number 1. Flesh, spirit level, spirit refining number 12. Sword techniques, thundering 8 trigrams number 3, mastery level, lion sword dance number 2, mastery level, breaking army rising dragon strike number 3, minor achievement level, breaking air battling sword chop number 1, mastery level, spiritual rhinoceros 1 sword number 2, mastery level, phantom sword dance, introductory level, extremely ghostly sword strike storm style, introductory level. Avatar, demon sword art number 1, spirit level, greedy hands, demon chopper, immortal level, soul thirsty hands. Soul Thirsty Demon Sealing Chopper, Spirit Level, Divine Sword Royal Thunder Truth Number 1, Immortal Level. Immortal Technique, Dragon Power. Ninjutsu, Naruto Hohokuran no Jutsu. Inferno Jutsu. Multiple Shadow Diversion Jutsu. Mutual Multiplication Explosive Charms. Filth and Earth Transmutation. Spiritual Body, 8 Gates of Evil Number 1. Fluttering Number 2. Mutant Overlord Color / Shirora Number 2. Armed Color Hegemony Number 2. Seeing Color Hegemony Number 2. Spirit points, 100. System points, 200. It's been a while since I've opened the system panel. And Makiling felt a little changed? Without the body's attribute points, there is one more item for the spiritual body, but it adds in some abilities that have a beneficial effect on the body. The bounty has also changed. 100,000 gold, which should be the bounty for yourself in the Naruto world, right? Really poor. The pirates that are bottoming out by the billions. But it is normal. Compared to the degree of richness, Naruto was never catch up with the sea thief. System. Recycle the second generation ghost cheer. Beep. Recycling price, 50 spirit points. It really doesn't change its treacherous nature at all. Bang. Suddenly, as if it had been hit hard by something, the evil spirit's hull shook violently and slammed toward the ground. Note, I feel that the pirate world is progressing too fast. Naruto, I want to take my time. So such as the daily blandness of the place, please understand. Chapter 227, The Bitter Deidara. What's going on? Makiling opened his eyes and realized that he was in a state of rapid descent, with the entire evil spirit ship plummeting towards the ground. There's been an attack on the wicked spirit. Captain! Bang! Before Iceberg could say anything, another series of pops sounded in the bottom of the ship, and all of a sudden, the descent was even faster. There's an enemy attacking the wicked spirit. Hee hee, I wonder which ungrateful fellow it is again. Old Sandy laughed grimly. Asshole! Who the hell is it? With an explosive shout, Aniru immediately flew up into midair and cruised around, trying to find the bastard who had attacked the evil spirit. Orange juice was all over Enilu's bandana, and some of it even spilled onto his face. Apparently the moment before the vibration he was drinking water, and then it was tragedy. Ha ha ha, pirate bastards. Meet the real art. Exhale. In a flash, accompanied by a piercing laugh, a large white bird swept past the heads of the crowd, and on its back was a blonde-haired teenager in a black robe. Anum. Whooshing. White rain fell from the sky all of a sudden. When Mu Ling took a closer look, he realized that it wasn't a raindrop at all, but a tiny white clay grasshopper. And then the sound of real art before the joint. Ha! Is that Pai Tai? Deidara? Sneer at. The moment Yen Demon came out of its sheath, Mu Ling followed the trend towards the roaming grasshoppers flying in the air and struck his sword. Thunder, Bagua. Anum. Naughty naughty. The black-purple sword arc was fleeting, and the flashing light of thunder was like a thunder net, swallowing up all the grasshoppers made of detonating clay, preventing them from having an explosive effect. After all, this ship took a month to build, and the gold alone was a lot to shell out, right? Doesn't it hurt Bonnie to be wasted like this? Asshole. Damn shorty. You're dead today. Wiping the remnants of the drink from his head, Aniru instantly transformed into a thunderbolt and quickly charged towards Deidara. Asshole. Who are you calling a runt? You turban-wearing, big-eared monster. Cursing angrily, Deidara stretched out that long-mouthed right hand and shoved it into his waist pouch, gulping down the detonating clay. In the next second, 3 huge birds of prey flew down from his right hand, skyrocketed in midair and filled with terrifying explosive power as they flew towards Anilu. Drink! Concurrently, his fingers shook, and instantly, dense firelight exploded out from within the 3 flying birds. Bang! 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 The terrifying explosion immediately engulfed Enilu, and for a moment black smoke rolled and fire flew. Captain! It's almost ready and able to land safely. Yes. Nodding his head, Makiling glanced at the giant shadow wings that slowly rose on both sides of the evil spirit's hull. I can't help but sigh. Iceberg, you salted fish, still have this ability? Iceberg, who was trying to push his shadow wings to keep controlling his descent speed, Suddenly, I felt a sense of coolness come over me. The enemy looks a bit like an explosive fruit ability. Looking at Enelu, who was engulfed by the explosion, Hiraya said in a deep voice. Indeed it is a bit like that, but in the Naruto world this is called the blood relay limit. This person's name is Deidara, and he possesses a special kind of white clay that he devours using the mouth in his palm, and in the process of chewing injects exclusive chakra into it to turn it into a detonating clay that is capable of exploding. And will Anilu? Jinpei said with a bit of concern, feeling that this blood succession limit sounded a bit powerful. Ha ha ha, don't worry. I don't know about the others, but Anairu, who possesses the power of thunder, can't deal with this one easily enough. Exploding clay? Oh, under the effect of thunder power, you explode a hammer. Boom! The sound of an explosion came from the sky once again, and the black smoke caused by it even made Anilu gray and angry. It was only gradually that Enelu noticed something fishy. Himself in the process of chasing all the way, the other party continuously threw out countless small bombs, but some bombs didn't seem to explode. Ah, bastard! One of this group of pirates can even use Rado. Deidara, who was sitting on the big bird, was all bad after seeing that burst of thunder and light all over Anilu. Meet the natural enemy. Ka-chow, ka-chow. The large mouth in his palm began chewing up the clay again, and this time Deidara was ready for a big one. A few seconds later, a large ball of explosive clay was cupped by Deidara's hands and thrown out towards Anilu behind him, starting G2 giant dragon, roar or howl of an animal. The very moment the clay was thrown, it immediately gathered and condensed into a white clay dragon in just a few seconds. Oh, a dragon? I have one too. 100 million volts, thunder dragon. The golden rod struck the thunder drum behind him fiercely, and with a boom, accompanied by stirring thunder, a huge dragon bathed in lightning instantly burst out from the thunder drum, biting at the white dragon. The clay gargoyle opened its mouth wide and immediately spat out countless white clay grasshoppers from its mouth, an ability unique to gargoyles. However, they dissipated one by one under the force of the thunder, losing the effect of the explosion. The dragon was then swallowed by the thunder dragon in one bite, and turned into flying dust under the burst of electricity. Seeing this, Deidara immediately scurried away without saying a word. It's not a good idea to fight. Graham's dead in the water. You can't even blow yourself up if you're caught. Only Enelu wouldn't give his opponent a chance to run away. And he also discovered the effect of lightning restraining detonating clay. Right hand high. Divine punishment. Rolling. In an instant, dark clouds in the azure sky converged above Deidara's head, and then the bursts of thunder condensed into pillars of thunder that came crashing down. Sound of escaping laughter. Blood spurting wildly from his mouth, Deidara slammed heavily into the ground. Damn it, didn't those guys say that these pirates were just scapegoats pushed out by the Konoha ninja? Why is it so strong? At this moment, Deidara fully felt that the world was full of malice towards him. Not only were their abilities restrained, but even the bounty quests they connected with were of the pitiless kind. God damn, this group of pirates is weak. Change the assholes at the Golden Institute. I beep beep beep. It was a bitter moment for Deidara. Chapter 228, the screen is full of long legs. Snap. The bound Deidara was dragged all the way by Anilu and thrown in front of Makarin's eyes. Bastard! You abominable fellow! How dare you grab this lord? I'll kill you! You bleeping! Boom! Smoke billowed up as the outspoken Deidara was slapped by Anilu. The defeated man talks quite a bit. Makarin spared a chuckle as he looked at Deidara, who was furiously spraying Anilu. It's really just a matter of having a mouth. There's no one else who can both swallow slime to fight against and spray enemies furiously after losing. But this one was still small now, I think, and not very tall, and looked tender in the face. Searching his memories, Makarin remembered that Deidara was the disciple of the third Earth Shadow, Anoki, and the senior brother of the fourth Earth Shadow, Koratsuchi. TSK. When he thought of Black Earth, Muling's mind couldn't help but conjure up two big white and slender legs. That's not dark at all. And where Deidara's been? I'm sure by now he's been kicked out of the Awakamura by Anoki for being Mei. Because art is a series of horrific events such as explosions. So, it's close to Awakamura? Snap. The sound of a slap landing on a face. Deidara had stopped talking, because any more bleeping would have been a real pig's head. Tell me, why did you attack us? Mu Ling said in a cold voice. Humph. Damn pirates. Did you think I would tell you? Bastard. Have the balls to kill me now. It's just a shame I can't give my life for art. Darn it. A bunch of guys who don't know what art is. And I've never brought true art to life yet. Deidara said with anger and rage, her words full of disdain for the crowd. Oh, no? Then kill it. Waving his hand, Mu Ling turned his head and headed towards the evil spirit. It's a pain in the ass to have to fix the boat again. Deidara, you're leaving? No more questions? So dry? It's my business if I don't say so, but can't you hold out a little longer? Okay, got it, Captain. Naughty naughty. Terrifying thunder washed around the goldenrod and aimed at Deidara's chest. Hey shorty, remember one thing when you go to hell. Pirates, you can't bully them just because you want to. Feeling the fear of death, Deidara, who had just recently left the village and was not yet a worldly man, instantly panicked. I'm just trying to be polite. There's no such thing as a captive who just gets caught and gives a full account. Do you pirates know the rules of the trade? No, don't, asshole. I'll talk about everything. Rustle of skirts. In the next second, the goldenrod went straight to his chest and poked down hard. Ah! Deidara felt as if he had a nightmare of dying an extremely miserable death with thunder piercing his chest. Open your eyes. The dream is real, but he himself was not dead, and these hateful pirates were looking at him with a smile on their faces. The face was full of mockery. The goldenrod swirling with thunder was only a few millimeters away from his chest, and the flashing electric sparks shattered his clothes and burned a large scorched black area on the skin in front of his chest. How's that? It works like a charm, doesn't it? From afar, Makiling laughed. Thought you were so tough. All artists? Enilu said dismissively. This may be the worst hacking an artist has ever gotten. If the captain hadn't stopped him just now, he would have really stabbed down. I don't care what secrets you know. Just kill them. You guys actually lied to me? The heart aches so much that it can't suck. Deidara looked stricken. But this is also normal. Deidara although is a cruel and murderous, I do what I want guy. But the character is a little simple, blunt, otherwise would not be because of the single loss to the Uchiha Weasel this reason, and thus joined the Dawn organization. Lying to you? Then you can try again. Let's see if the goldenrod will pierce your chest this time. Looking at Makiling's creepy, albeit smiling, face, Deidara winced and decided to give up. Pirates are such a crazy bunch, but equally good and scary. Half a day later, gold exchange? Muling raised his eyebrows, but he silently pondered about this organization. According to the original story from memory, the place where the gold exchange takes place only appeared after Engel killed Earthland. Many speculate that the boss behind this gold exchange is Orochimaru or Tutu, as they are the only ones who need a large number of corpses. This inference doesn't hold water, though, as Jiru's body didn't show up after the fourth ninja. The group hideout? The dark sections of the villages? The daimyo of each country? Oh, just wait. A bunch of stinking rats hiding in a dark corner. Captain, what about him? Enilu asked, pointing at Deidara. Kill it, Duong. In an instant, just before the goldenrod was about to pierce Deidara's chest, a yellow figure suddenly burst out of the ground and deflected the goldenrod with a bitter blade. Bastard! Let go of Deidara brother. Short black hair, slender figure, and a pair of long legs glistening in the sunlight. Just by looking at the legs, Makiling knew who it was. Granddaughter of Inoki, later Fourth Earth Shadow, Koratsuchi. Asshole, what are you doing here? Black Earth? Don't save me. Run. The moment he saw Koratsuchi, Deidara couldn't care less about himself and rushed his sister-in-law Koratsuchi to escape. No, I will save you Deidara brother. Ha! Bang! With an explosive cry, Black Earth threw his long leg and kicked hard at Anilu's chest, and in the next second, a large mass of hard rock spread down his long leg all the way to his toes. The power instantly skyrocketed by as much as several times. In an instant, the unguarded Anilu was sent flying with a kick. This leg can still be played like this? Makiling was a bit surprised. Dare to attack my evil spirit pirates. Seek death. At this moment, Hancock and Boney, who were also women, couldn't stand to watch and rushed forward to fight with Black Earth. Bang! With a twist of his body, Black Earth and Hancock threw out their legs at the same time, and at once, the two big white legs clashed together fiercely. Black Earth still used the same move as before, but Hancock, who had a strong armed color and the power of the dragon, was not at all disadvantaged. Gold fountain. Snap. Bonnie took the opportunity to press her palm into the ground, and then the ground surged as a large mass of gold broke through the ground and the black soil was washed up into the sky. Chapter 229, Large-Scale Double Standard Scene. Bang! The waist was hit hard by the hard gold, and Black Earth's face changed, forcing the pain to immediately twist his body in midair. Both hands made a quick seal. Molten transportation, lime condensation jutsu. Exhale. In an instant, a large mass of cement erupted from the Black Earth's mouth, sweeping down like a river and rushing towards Bonnie on the ground. Asshole! Let go of me! Koratsuchi! Leave me alone! Run! Go find that old man Inoki! Deidara shouted at the top of his lungs. At this point he hadn't become a rebel ninja yet, and still had a few belongings to the Iwaki village. Gold formation wall. looking at the monstrous cement, like a torrent pouring down. Bonnie was not panicked. Her hands spread out in front of her chest, and then towards the mid-air a wipe. In an instant, a golden stream of light appeared, and quickly condensed into a semi-curved barriers. All the cement were intercepted, and the cement that came into contact with the gold solidified and molded in just a few seconds, inseparable from the gold. Is this the ninjutsu of the Iwagakure village? It looks like it's also the blood relay limit jutsu, Makarin exclaimed, but made the Asai Jinping giggle. Another blood relay limit? What's with all this? Jinping, who had originally thought that it was some extremely rare ability that was particularly lofty, had already categorized the blood succession limit realm as a big roadkill at this point. Well, everyone has them. What's not a big deal? It's appropriate to say that though, pre-Naruto bloodline limit, that's pretty awesome. As for the late, ahem, it's really just continental goods. Asshole. Aromatic feet. At that moment, Hancock on the other side leapt up high, his long hair flowing, and his body immediately spun up quickly in mid-air, and eventually all of his strength converged on his right foot, stepping down hard towards the black earth. Dodo fist rock jutsu. Bang! A fist and a kick instantly clashed in a ball in mid-air, only for black earth to become alarmed in the next second. Click, click, click. The white petrification effect spread all the way down Hancock's toes, invading the rock with great speed and striking towards black earth's right arm. What kind of jutsu is this? It can petrify people? Without saying a word, the black earth that sucked in a mouthful of cool air immediately shattered the rocks and fled backward, but skillfully fell into the trap that Bonnie had already prepared. Click! The golden orb closed, and the black earth was completely sealed within it. Black earth! Deidara shouted. Bastard! Damn pirates! Hurry up and release Kuratsuchi! Ah! Deidara tried to blow himself up, but the lightning power flowing through his body restricted him to death. You really can't fight, and you can't die together, not to mention the mouthpiece. He's afraid of getting slapped. So far, the granddaughter of the Third Earth Shadow Inoki, as well as his disciples, have been captured by the evil spirit pirates. That's a bit of a knot. Husband, my concubine was awesome just now, wasn't she? Hancock grinned and hugged Makiling, inviting credit. That's true, our Hancock is the best. Touching the small head, Muling laughed. Captain, wasn't I great just now too? I'm the one who caught her. Sloppy, still not rigorous enough in terms of skill refinement, and the interconnection with the next skill is even more rigid. Don't go and practice hard yet. Makiling's old face darkened as he looked toward Bonnie. Crowd? Bonnie? Old motherfucker is for real. Large double standard scene. Humph. I know. Bonnie huffed and walked away without looking back, but the crowd could still hear the subtle muttering. The captain's an asshole. Stinking captain. Humph. I'll never care about you again. The crowd couldn't help but laugh, and it had to be the captain. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, Bonnie would have already started spraying you until you were skeptical. This guy shaking his head. Muling was filled with helplessness and couldn't help but laugh again. The most slacker in the whole troop was her. Obviously amazingly talented. She just didn't cultivate properly and was at ease being a mascot. But there was no fear of the other's anger. Not between companions. And Bonnie was not a man of small heart. Half a day later, the crowd formed a circle and looked at the two men in the center who were tied up 5 ways. At this moment, Deidara, along with Black Earth, completely broke down. Let go of me. I'm the granddaughter of the Third Earth Shadow. My grandfather won't let you go if you capture me. Oh, so you guys aren't going to compensate? Hiria said grimly with a dark face. Pay up. We'll pay up. We'll pay up whatever you want. Brother Deidara, don't talk to them about this. Pay for what? You have the guts to kill me. Humph. Kuratsuchi said stubbornly, without seeing Deidara, who had deflated into a pig's liver face, to the side. Stupid Black Earth? He's a pirate. He's a real killer. Your senior brother and I are the best example. Sound of escaping laughter. The crowd burst out laughing in unison. It's so true that they're siblings. They even said the exact same thing after they were caught. Gentlemen, don't listen to her. Pay up. We will definitely pay up. As long as you don't kill us, we'll give you whatever you want. Deidara said nervously, afraid that Makiling would say kill again at the drop of a hat. Then it's really over. When did you become such a wimp? Deidara-chan? I don't believe it. Shut up. Deidara couldn't wait to fling a ball of detonating clay to firmly seal Black Earth's mouth shut. Sure enough, women are. Good. Since the two of you are willing to pay compensation, that would be great. Icebergs count for money. Let's see. Money for the hull breakage, our moral damages, plus the fact that Aniru was seriously injured. Not only by the bomb attack, but also by this woman kicking him in the chest. Oh, it seems like he even vomited blood, right? TSK, that's a lot of money. Poor Anilu. Analu's face darkened. Spit your blood out, asshole iceberg. Are you counting? It's clearly an attempt to expose my black history. Half a day later, a total of 100,000 gold. Cash or treasure? The smiling iceberg looked at the two. What? 100,000 gold? Old mom, I'm ATM. Black Earth instantly exploded. Pay up. We pay up. 100,000 gold. I'll pay. I'll pay. Deidara hurriedly said, not daring to retort in the slightest, as he caught sight of an incredibly dark-faced and murderous Anilu off to the side. This one really wants to kill me.